and she looked around. Underfoot was a soft cloud layer like cotton, with snow-capped mountains resting in the distance, a jade-like lake and lush green forests. Everything was bathed in warm golden light. But his gaze was quickly captured by the figure before him. It was elegance personified. A woman with golden hair cascading like a waterfall, her figure so light, she seemed to glow, her skin fair as snow. She stepped forward half a pace, her azure eyes like the sky itself captured in depth, a pair of pure white wings behind her shimmering with delicate light. And she was momentarily speechless. Only when she spoke did he realize he was no longer in the mortal world. Welcome, and she. Her voice was clear and pure as a spring. I am Syl, the weaver of fate. You have crossed the boundary between life and death. And she's mind buzzed. The afterlife. He had heard of it but never truly believed. Standing before this unreal landscape, he even wondered if this was merely an absurd dream after closing his eyes for a moment. This is no illusion. Syl seemed to read his confusion, a gentle apology on her lips. You have indeed left your original world. The afterlife. And she murmured, his voice so soft it was nearly inaudible. I was just playing games in my room a moment ago. How did I? Is this a prank? Let me explain. Syl sighed softly. Today was not meant to be your end, but I made a mistake and severed your thread of fate. I am the weaver of destinies, yet I erred in your case, causing your premature death. And she was stunned. Severed your thread of fate. So, I died like this, because of a mistake. Anger and a sense of absurdity surged in his throat simultaneously. Syl raised her hand to calm him. I understand. That is precisely why I have come in person. As compensation, I grant you the chance to be reborn in another world with your memories intact. Reborn? In another world? And she repeated, instinctively resisting. No, I want to go back. I'm sorry, that is no longer possible. Syl's tone was gentle yet firm. Your mortal body has perished, your thread of fate is severed. This is the only way to make amends. And she's throat tightened. What about his family? His parents, his younger siblings? What would become of them? Pity rose in Syl's eyes. If you wish, I can show you their future. The scene unfolded before his eyes, a solemn funeral hall in black, his parents' tears, and his younger siblings' confusion stinging in She's eyes. But as the scene shifted, he saw his younger brother admitted to a prestigious university, his sister emerging as a rising force in business, and his youngest sister in a white coat, fulfilling her dream of becoming a healer. He had been the eldest son, supporting his family through scholarships and his sports prizes. Now his absence had become the catalyst for his siblings to strive forward. The light and shadow faded, and she wiped away his tears and looked at Syl. Thank you. Knowing they are living well, I can find peace. But you must accept that you can never return to your former life. Syl said softly, however, the new world will offer you a gift. What kind of new life? And she raised his eyes. Similar to the stories you have read, except that world has no magic. Syl explained, I will bestow upon you two gifts. First, vast knowledge. Principles of engineering, mechanical structures, material craftsmanship. You once studied theory but lacked practical experience. From now on, this knowledge will become second nature to you. Second, martial arts, enabling you to defend yourself. And she narrowed his eyes. So, you're sending me to a place far less advanced than modern times. A faint smile touched Syl's lips. Exactly. In your terms, this is a technological gap. Perhaps you will find it interesting. Shall we try first? Syl suddenly raised her hand and a translucent interface appeared before She's eyes. Name and she search database, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, engineering, agronomy, linguistics. Status pending activation. This does resemble a game interface. And she murmured. Now explain the citric acid cycle to me. Syl said. And she was startled. He had only glanced at this term in textbooks and never studied it deeply. Yet strangely the words formed spontaneously in his mind and spilled out. The citric acid cycle, also known as the Krebs cycle, occurs in the mitochondrial matrix of eukaryotic cells, and is the core process of cellular respiration. It begins with the condensation of acetyl-CoA and oxaloacetate to form citrate, followed by a series of oxidative decarboxylation reactions, ultimately regenerating oxaloacetate and producing ATP, NADH, and FADH2. He suddenly paused, looking at Syl in shock. See, the knowledge is now within you. Syl smiled. Now try your martial arts. With a flick of her finger, two warriors in combat attire appeared out of thin air and immediately attacked without a word. And She's pupils contracted, but his body moved before his mind could catch up. He sidestepped the incoming whip kick, drove a short punch into the attacker's ribs, and as they lost balance, spun to block the other's low sweep before countering with a clean uppercut that sent them reeling. The two warriors lunged again with even greater speed, and She's movements flowed seamlessly, blocking, dodging, countering, with every action precise and efficient as if he had practiced them 1,000 times. In mere moments both warriors lay collapsed on the ground. And she panted slightly, hardly believing it himself. How? Did that come so naturally? As consciousness slowly returned, Anshi felt his small, fragile body being gently cleaned and wrapped in soft, warm cloth. He tried to move but felt weak, struggling to open his eyes to the bright world around him as unfamiliar sounds, smells, and sensations flooded his senses. Gradually Anshi's vision cleared, and he saw a beautiful woman with flowing chestnut hair, holding him in her arms, her eyes filled with warm maternal love, her slender fingers gently brushing against his skin. Anshi realized he had been reincarnated as a newborn baby. The chill in the air made him shiver, and he cried out in frustration at his inability to control his new body. The woman soothed him with a gentle voice, speaking softly and sweetly. "My dear little Napoleon," she whispered. "You are so cute." Napoleon? Was she calling him Napoleon? The Napoleon he had read about in history textbooks, the great military commander. Had he really been reincarnated as Napoleon? Anshi lay there unable to turn his head to see the surroundings, but he could feel he was in an extremely comfortable and luxurious place with ornate furniture and splendid fabrics in the room. The woman holding him was clearly a well-cared-for noble daughter. Soon he heard footsteps approaching. The door creaked open and several figures entered the room. Anshi's new mother turned around smiling to welcome them. First came two young maids in white uniforms, their hair neatly braided and tied at the back, carrying trays with food and drinks, bowing respectfully as they presented them. Behind them Anshi saw a tall, broad-shouldered man with a stern face dressed in well-tailored clothes that showed his wealth and status. "Did the child come into the world safely, Letizia?" the man asked. "Yes, dear," Letizia replied respectfully. "He is a lively and lovely baby." The man approached closer and Anshi could see his face more clearly. Sharp, angular features, deep brown eyes, and black hair. "Let me see him." The man's voice softened slightly. Letizia handed Anshi to his father for him to see. The man looked down at Anshi, his gaze filled with curiosity and affection. "He looks healthy," the father observed Anshi's small face, "and very handsome, just like his father." He added with a smile, "Oh, you're silly, dear," Letizia laughed gently. "He inherited your blue eyes and my handsomeness and black hair." "Was that so?" Letizia leaned down, carefully examining Anshi with her watery blue eyes, as if searching for those inherited features. "Wow! You're right, dear, he does have my eyes." Anshi watched the exchange between his parents, carefully observing every detail with his newborn eyes. Based on what he had just heard, he could understand their words. Perhaps this was another gift from the goddess of fate facilitating his transition. He might not be their only child, as when his new father entered the room a boy followed behind him. Moreover, his new parents' faces were very young, seeming to be in their early 20s or even younger, and their names were similar to Napoleon's parents' names. Regardless of whether this was a coincidence, it could not be ignored. Anshi had thought he would be reincarnated into another world, but it turned out he had simply been sent back to the past. He opened his eyes wide to survey the surroundings. The lack of modern appliances combined with the oil lamps confirmed that he had been reincarnated into another era, specifically the late 18th century. "Are you hungry, little one?" Suddenly Letizia gently shook Napoleon in her arms, her voice gentle and soothing. Anshi realized he was actually very hungry, with a familiar pain in his stomach, an experience from his previous life. Letizia lowered her clothes, and Anshi caught a glimpse of her front, knowing what was about to happen. As an adult in his past life, he was now facing this awkward new experience, feeling conflicted inside. Letizia, unaware of Anshi's inner conflict, held him tightly against her chest, and began to breastfeed him. At first Anshi felt a sense of revulsion, but as the warm milk flowed into his mouth, the hunger disappeared instantly, and a happy calmness welled up in his heart. Being an infant was terrible. Realizing that his instincts had taken over like this made him aware that he could not fully control his new body. Would this be a problem in the future? Anshi thought. Babies can only do so much. He would have to wait a year or two before he could fully control his body. 5 years had passed since Anshi was reincarnated. During infancy Anshi spent time learning language and writing. It wasn't until 2 years later that he mastered language skills, which was relatively early compared to other children. Nevertheless, Anshi still showed toddler tendencies in basic communication skills such as speaking and gesturing. Anshi ensured he maintained a good relationship with his parents by playing the role of an ideal child. He was surprised to find that he truly enjoyed spending time with them. Now at 5 years old, Anshi found his abilities much stronger than before. He could learn about this world by reading books. He was born in Corsica, which had once been part of the Republic of Genoa. Anshi learned about the 1755 independence struggle of the island. Although the Genoese tried hard to suppress the uprising, the Corsicans refused to yield. After fierce battles, the Corsicans achieved victory and controlled the island. However, facing financial difficulties and immense pressure from Francia, the Republic of Genoa finally decided to sell Corsica to France in 1768, ending Corsica's independent rule. He was born in 1769, making him a citizen of the Kingdom of France. As for his family, his father was named Carlo, a Corsican politician, and ardent supporter of Corsican nationalism, highly respected in politics for his advocacy of the Corsican cause. But soon after, when he was appointed as the king's representative at Louis XVI court, his loyalty began to shift toward France. However, this decision did not come without consequences. Carlo's support for French rule was seen as betrayal by many of his Corsican compatriots, and his political career in Corsica was greatly affected as a result. Nevertheless, Carlo still firmly believed that Corsica could achieve greater prosperity and autonomy under French rule, and he continued to work toward this goal in his position as the French court representative. As for his mother Letizia, she was a devoted wife and mother, proud of her husband's achievements and her children's education. Letizia was a woman of strong will, raised in a noble family from childhood. She instilled her love for culture and education in her children, spending countless hours reading to Anchi and his siblings, encouraging them to learn as much as possible. Speaking of siblings, he had a brother, his older brother Joseph Bonaparte, the one he saw in the room when he was born. Their mother was currently pregnant again. If history was the same as his past life, the next one to be born would be Lucien. In the process of learning about the history of the New World, Anchi also gradually accepted the fact that he had been sent back to the past rather than reincarnated into another world. Was the goddess of fate trying to make him follow Napoleon's destiny? Anchi knew many things about Napoleon, knowing how he rose to power and how he lost it. Was the goddess of fate giving him a chance to change the course of history and walk a different path? The thought excited Anchi, and he felt a sense of mission he had never experienced before. Perhaps this was his mission. Think about it, the goddess of fate had given him a nearly cheating ability in this world. He could easily access information about modern technology, politics, and battle records, which would give him a huge advantage in this world. In his past life, he had played a popular real-time strategy game about building kingdoms and civilizations. This was his favorite game. The thought of being able to experience what it felt like to be the supreme ruler of a kingdom in real life made him thrilled. I know my destiny. Napoleon clenched his fist. At that moment, Anchi decided to use the name Napoleon. He was one of the outstanding generals in history, but Anchi believed he could make this name even more brilliant. Napoleon struggled to adapt to a new life in a world devoid of modern technology. With no computer to distract him, and no internet to browse, he found himself perpetually bored and restless, longing for the days when he could play video games or chat online with friends in his past life. On the island of Corsica, where he now resided, the locals harbored deep hostility toward his family, believing that his father Carlo had accepted bribes from the French to secure a position at the court of King Louis XVI. Those who had once respected his father for supporting Corsican independence now regarded him as a traitor. Napoleon even dared not leave the house, fearing for his safety. The children of Corsica were particularly harsh toward him, blaming him for his family's actions. In this strange new world, he felt trapped and lonely. Fortunately, the system bestowed upon him by the goddess of fate when he was reincarnated into this world provided him with a modern online life. Rather than strengthening him through quests like those he had read about in novels, this system was more akin to a web browsing tool. Often he would spend hours in his bedroom staring at the interface to read books and watch videos. Indeed, his tool could also play videos, which made passing the time much easier. Napoleon was currently browsing the history of France, for if he wished to survive in this world, he must understand the events that occurred before France became a republic. The French people's discontent with the monarchy and nobility grew increasingly intense, believing them to be corrupt and out of touch with the needs of the common people, which sparked the revolution. He learned about the storming of the Bastille, a prison that symbolized the tyranny of the monarchy, and how the Bastille became a symbol of the people's power to overcome their oppressors. He read about the Reign of Terror, a period of violence and political oppression, and how it ultimately led to the fall of the monarchy and the rise of Napoleon Bonaparte, or rather his own rise. While browsing with this tool, he couldn't help wondering whether history would unfold just as it had in his previous world. Just as he was pondering, a knock came at the door. "Who is it?" Napoleon asked. "It's me, Joseph. May I come in?" came the reply from outside. Napoleon waved his hand in the air, and the floating computer screen vanished. He then sat up straight on the bed. "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing a young boy with brown curly hair and bright blue eyes standing at the threshold. Joseph, a year older than Napoleon, was cheerful by nature, a stark contrast to his gloomy mood. He wore a simple coarse-knit sweater and trousers, holding a small basket filled with fruit in one hand, while the other hand was concealed behind his back. "Hello, Napoleon." Joseph smiled broadly as he entered the room. "I brought you some apples and pears from the orchard." He handed the basket to Napoleon, then revealed what he had in his other hand, a finely carved wooden horse. "I made this for you," Joseph said excitedly, offering the wooden toy. "You're always gloomy. I thought it might cheer you up. Consider it an early birthday gift." "Really?" Napoleon couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, brother. I'm glad you like it. However, I'm a bit worried that you spend all day in your bedroom. I want to know why." Is it because no one wants to play with us? That's one reason, brother, but another is that I prefer staying in this bedroom to read. It's not a big deal, but come out and play with us once in a while. Not everyone is hostile toward us, you know, Joseph said with a smile. Napoleon nodded, grateful for Joseph's concern. I'll try to come out more often. He had been researching Joseph Bonaparte and his place in history. According to his research, Joseph was a significant figure in the political and military spheres of the Napoleonic era, having served as King of Naples, King of Spain, and head of the Bonapartist government in exile. In 1795, Joseph was appointed French ambassador to Rome, and he played a crucial role in the establishment of the Roman Republic in 1798. After Napoleon rose to power, Joseph became one of his closest advisors, and a key figure in the French government. In 1806, Napoleon appointed Joseph King of Naples until he was transferred to Spain in 1808 to become King of Spain. During his reign in Spain, Joseph faced numerous challenges, including popular uprisings against his rule and conflicts with British and Portuguese forces. Despite the difficulties, Joseph implemented many important reforms in Spain, including abolishing the Inquisition, establishing a constitutional monarchy, and promoting education and infrastructure development. Moreover, Joseph Bonaparte was regarded as a capable and intelligent politician and administrator. As King of Naples, Joseph carried out major economic and social reforms, including building new roads and bridges, improving agriculture, and establishing a centralized government system. These reforms were widely regarded as positive and beneficial to the Neapolitan people. However, Joseph's tenure in Spain was more controversial as he attempted to modernize and centralize the Spanish state, but met with widespread resistance from the Spanish people who viewed him as a foreign usurper. Despite his efforts to promote education and infrastructure, his rule in Spain was fraught with social unrest, economic chaos, and military conflict, largely due to his lack of understanding of Spanish culture and politics. According to some accounts, Joseph was fiercely loyal to Napoleon and played a key role in his rise. This meant that the person standing before him was of great importance, and it was in Napoleon's best interest to maintain a close relationship with him, as Joseph would become a vital instrument in his ascent. Just as Napoleon was lost in thought, their mother Letizia entered the room. "Joseph, your friends outside are asking if you want to play with them," Letizia said softly. Napoleon's gaze flickered to her belly. Judging by its size, her due date was approaching. Joseph turned to his mother and said with a smile, "Thank you, mother. I think I'll go outside and play with my friends for a while. Can you bring Napoleon along?" Letizia looked at Napoleon and asked. Joseph turned to his younger brother. "Would you like to come with me, Napoleon? I'll introduce you to my friends." Napoleon smiled and accepted the proposal. He had lately felt cooped up at home, and going out for some fresh air and meeting new people would do him good. "Sure, I'd love to," he replied, rising from his chair. Letizia smiled at Napoleon's answer. "Great, I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time together. Just be back before dark." "Okay, mother." Napoleon and Joseph answered in unison, then left the bedroom. 5 minutes later, as Napoleon and Joseph approached the spot where Joseph's friends were waiting, they already felt the scorching heat of the sun. Napoleon wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand and looked at Joseph. "Do you think it's a good idea to play out here under the blazing sun?" Joseph shrugged and replied with a smile. "I'm used to this heat, and besides, I don't want to miss out on the fun." Waiting ahead of them were Joseph's friends. Napoleon counted them in his mind, 6 in total, all around their age. "We've been waiting for you, Joseph. I thought you weren't going to join us," one of his friends spoke up. Sorry. When you arrived, I was talking with my brother. Oh, this is my brother Napoleon. He'll be joining us today." His friends all turned to look at Napoleon. "Ah, so this is your brother." One of them stepped forward. "Hello, I'm Albert. Pleased to meet you." Napoleon nodded, a smile on his face, and shook Albert's hand. "Likewise, Albert. I'm pleased to meet you too." The other friends also came forward one by one to introduce themselves. Pierre, François, Jacques, Antoine, and Michel. Napoleon tried to remember their names while greeting them warmly. "So what game do you want to play? To be honest, I'm tired of hide and seek. Let's play something different. How about a game of tag?" Antoine suggested. "We've already played that." Michel shook his head. "Napoleon might have a good idea," François said, looking at Napoleon. Napoleon was rather surprised. He hadn't expected anyone to ask for his suggestion so soon. He glanced at the others, and they all looked at him expectantly. Have you ever played Capture the Flag?" Napoleon asked tentatively. The boys exchanged glances, considering the suggestion. "Sounds interesting. How do we play?" Jacques asked. Napoleon took a deep breath and began explaining the rules in detail. "All right, we split into 2 teams. Each team has a flag. The goal is to capture the opponent's flag and bring it back to your own base, while avoiding being tagged by members of the other team. If you get tagged, you go to jail. The only way to escape is for a teammate to rescue you. At the end of the game, the team with the most flags wins." The boys listened attentively as Napoleon explained the rules, nodding or asking questions at the right moments. When he finished, they all seemed excited to try it. Sounds like fun. Let's play, Antoine shouted. The boys quickly split into two teams. Napoleon found himself on the same team as Joseph, Albert, and Pierre. They huddled together to devise a strategy before the game began. As they ran out to start the game, Napoleon felt a surge of excitement. It had been a long time since he had taken part in any outdoor activities. As a university student, he spent most of his time before and after class playing video games, which had grown utterly tedious. Napoleon sprinted toward the enemy base, holding his team's flag, dodging and weaving around the opposing players. Though it was thrillingly close, he successfully brought the flag back to his own base, earning cheers and high fives from his teammates. Well done, Napoleon. Napoleon smiled, savoring the joy of outdoor activity. A pleasure he hadn't experienced in a long time. The match lasted for hours, with both teams giving their all. In the end, Napoleon's team emerged victorious with 3 flags, while the other team managed only 2. They all collapsed onto the grass, breathless and drenched in sweat from the intense match. That was so much fun. How about another round? Pierre asked. Let us catch our breath first, you fool, Joseph said with a laugh, but he looked happy too. Thanks for suggesting capture the flag, Napoleon. I had a great time. Napoleon smiled. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I had a great time too. You should say we all had a great time. Michel corrected him. Napoleon laughed, realizing Michel was right. Yes, we all had a great time. It was a good suggestion. As they were resting, a group of children approached them. Hey, this is our turf. Who gave you permission to play here? A fierce-looking child stepped forward and glared at them. Joseph stood up and walked over to him. Your turf? What are you talking about? Is there a sign here with your name on it, Ivan? Are you looking for trouble? Napoleon could feel the tension in the air. The burly-looking kid was squaring off against Joseph. He sat up, ready to intervene if the situation escalated. But to his surprise, despite the other's aggression, Joseph remained perfectly composed. I don't want trouble, Joseph said calmly. But we're not going to let you drive us off this field either. Oh, you've got some nerve, eh? Wait, I think I know you. Are you the son of that traitor who sold us out to the French? Ivan's friends behind him whispered among themselves. Napoleon could hear their snickers and taunts, but he ignored them. He stood up and positioned himself between Joseph and Ivan. Look, we don't want any trouble, Napoleon said with conviction. If this land really belongs to you, we apologize for trespassing. But we didn't see any signs or markers indicating it was off limits. Ivan glared at Napoleon, sizing him up. And who are you? Napoleon, he replied, coolly meeting Ivan's gaze without flinching. Ivan and his friends exchanged glances, silent for a moment. He's my brother. Joseph spoke up. Now, as my brother said, we don't want any trouble. So why don't you just quietly leave? The son of a traitor dares to tell us what to do. Joseph took a step forward, anger flashing in his eyes. My father is not a traitor. Oh, but my father said your father obtained a high position in the French court. Ivan glanced at the friends who were watching warily. Why do you all hang out with the son of a traitor? Aren't you ashamed? His father is the reason we're being oppressed by the French. Just go, Ivan, Pierre said. I'm not leaving until you get off our turf. Ivan said, then turned his gaze back to Joseph. Joseph sighed, reining in his emotions. Further conflict would only make things worse. Come on, guys. The game's over anyway. Let's go. Joseph and his friends reluctantly gathered their things and left the field. As they walked away, Ivan and his friends burst into laughter. As they walked, Joseph quietly whispered to Napoleon. I'm sorry. Ivan and his friends can be very aggressive sometimes. Napoleon shook his head. You don't need to apologize for anything. You did the right thing. You didn't let them intimidate you. Joseph chuckled softly. Thanks. Well, I did my best to hold back from using violence. So guys, let's play a game tomorrow. I'm in. Jacques said. Me too. Michel and the others also voiced their agreement. 4 years later, in 1777, Napoleon had turned 9 and reached the age for schooling. He stood before the mirror, tidying himself, combing his hair into a sleek, slicked-back style. Today marked a significant day for him, as he would depart from Ajaccio for the capital of France, where he would enroll in a military academy. During these 4 years, Napoleon had formulated some plans for ascending the social ladder. Although his family belonged to the minor nobility within the French social hierarchy, they were considered part of the Third Estate. As for the social hierarchy, it was based on factors such as birth, wealth, and occupation. The First Estate comprised the clergy, the Second Estate the nobility, and the Third Estate the commoners. Yet this social order would soon crumble in the face of revolution. There were 4 avenues for social ascension. Military service was one of the most common paths for those of humble birth to ascend to the nobility, and Napoleon himself was a prime example. Second, marriage. Marrying into a noble family was another way for members of the Third Estate to improve their social standing. Those from wealthy families could use their riches to ally with aristocratic members. Third, purchasing a title. One could also acquire a noble title with a substantial sum of money. However, this method was often scorned by the old nobility. Fourth, education. Education served as a means for the Third Estate to elevate their social status. If they could afford it, they could attend prestigious academies or universities, acquiring the necessary skills and knowledge to improve their standing. Lastly, service to the monarch. Serving the sovereign was also a way to obtain noble status, which might include serving as an advisor to the king or queen, or holding a high-ranking position in the royal court. These methods were specific to that era, but for Anchi or Napoleon, besides the destined path of military service, he had another asset to leverage: the blessing of the goddess of fortune to introduce modern technology. Regrettably, merely inventing modern technology might not suffice to elevate him to the nobility, as social standing in that period was predominantly determined by bloodline and family connections. However, if he could secure the support and patronage of influential members of society, such as wealthy merchants or nobles, he might be able to climb the social ladder to some extent. His expertise and inventions could also prove valuable to the government or the military, potentially earning him a title or recognition for his contributions. Therefore, he decided that while pursuing a military career, he would also introduce some modern technologies that would inevitably and gradually reshape the social landscape. To this end, he had already drawn blueprints of potential inventions ranging from cosmetics and personal care products to steam engines and rifles. After arranging his hair, Napoleon glanced at his reflection in the mirror. He had grown taller, now his face losing its childish roundness. Compared to most children his age, he appeared more mature, which often left him feeling out of place. But today he knew he was taking a step toward the future, toward the destiny he knew awaited him. "Well, I look handsome in this outfit," Napoleon murmured to himself, adjusting his coat, then left the bedroom and descended to the living room where his family was waiting downstairs. Downstairs he saw his family standing in the living room watching him descend the stairs. "You look so adorable, dear." Letizia hugged Napoleon tightly, smiling. Carlo patted his son on the back, wearing a proud smile, and asked, "Are you ready, son?" "I have always been prepared for this, father," Napoleon replied confidently. "That's good, you will achieve great things, my child," Carlo said, embracing Napoleon. A few minutes later, it was time for Napoleon to leave. He hugged his brother Joseph and kissed Lucien on the forehead. Lucien, the newest member of the family, would be crucial to his future ascent to the throne. "I will come back to visit you when I have the chance," Napoleon said, looking at his family once more. He took a deep breath. "Well, that's it. Wish me luck on my entrance exam." "You can do it, son," everyone cheered. "Thank you, mother." He smiled warmly at her. "Then, my child, when you arrive at the military academy, give this document to the principal." Carlo handed him a piece of paper instructing him. Napoleon took the document from his father and studied it carefully. It contained all the necessary information about his identity and proof of payment for the entrance exam. The school admission process in this world was similar to that of his previous world. It followed the same procedure. Students needed to pay the entrance exam fee, and if they passed the exam they could enroll and pay the tuition. Of course, since the entrance exam had not yet begun, tuition would be paid later. "We will write to you every week," Letizia said. "I want to know how my son is getting along there alone." After saying these words, Letizia's expression grew somber. The thought of her son leaving home to live alone in the capital weighed heavily on her, and she could not help but worry about his safety. "Don't worry, mother, I will be fine," Napoleon comforted her, giving her a tight hug. "I promise to write back to you as soon as possible." Letizia smiled, but tears were already welling up in her eyes. She could not believe that her son had grown so much in just 9 years, and now he was leaving home to pursue his dreams. Carlo patted Letizia's back and gave her a reassuring look. "He will be fine, dear. Our son is strong and smart, he will make us proud." "Napoleon, do you have the ticket with you?" "Yes, father." One last hug, one last farewell. Then Napoleon left the house and boarded the carriage that would take him to the port. As the carriage moved forward, Napoleon waved out the window, bidding farewell to his family, who were watching him depart. An hour later, he arrived at the port. The port was bustling with activity. Merchants and sailors were busy moving crates and barrels. Passengers hurriedly boarded ships. As he stepped off the carriage onto the cobblestone street, the salty sea breeze hit his nose, and in the distance came the cries of seagulls and the sound of waves lapping against the dock. Napoleon looked around, searching for the ship that would take him to Paris. Numerous vessels were moored at the port, each of varying sizes and designs, with flags of different colors fluttering from their masts. Realizing that this would be the beginning of his journey, a mixture of excitement and apprehension intertwined in his heart. Napoleon walked toward the port, passing vendors selling fish and other seafood, as well as sailors repairing ships. He saw towering vessels rising before him, their wooden hulls and rigging stretching high into the sky. Some ships were hoisting sails preparing to set off for their next destinations. As he approached the pier, Napoleon noticed a ship with a black and white flag flying from its mast. His father had told him that this was the ship that would take him to the capital. The ship was a medium-sized brig with 2 masts and a small deck. The crew was busy loading boxes and barrels onto the vessel, their shouts and laughter occasionally echoing. Napoleon took a light breath and walked up to the boarding officer who was checking tickets and supervising the boarding process. "Excuse me, is this ship bound for Toulon?" The ticket checker looked at Napoleon and nodded. "Yes, this is the ship that will take you to Toulon," he said, taking Napoleon's ticket and examining it. "Your cabin is number 7. Please go to the deck and wait for further instructions." Napoleon nodded, following the ticket checker's instructions, and made his way to the ship's deck. He saw other passengers, some families with young children, some solo travelers like himself, all eagerly awaiting the start of their journeys. Napoleon walked to the ship's rail, leaned against it, and looked out at the sea. The view was serene and ethereal. A few minutes later, the ship's horn sounded, signaling that it was time to depart. The crew untied the ropes securing the vessel, and the brig began to slowly move away from the dock. Napoleon watched the coastline of Corsica gradually disappear from view as the ship sailed into the open sea. Feeling the gentle sway of the vessel beneath his feet and the cool sea breeze against his face, he closed his eyes, savoring the moment, and smiled with anticipation. This is it. Everything begins from here. Napoleon lay in bed, gripped by nausea and dizziness. The rhythmic crash of waves against the hull only intensified his discomfort. He tried to distract himself by calculating the estimated time of arrival at Toulon harbor. The distance between Corsica and Toulon was approximately 323 kilometers. Under favorable weather and wind conditions, a brigantine sailed at 9 knots, yielding an estimated voyage duration of 19 hours and 40 minutes. That meant enduring another 19 hours of torment. Napoleon sighed deeply and closed his eyes, overwhelmed by helplessness. He had never felt so wretched. The mere thought of spending another 19 hours aboard ship filled him with anguish. He knew he must devise a solution to his seasickness, or else the remainder of the journey would be unbearable. Napoleon fell into contemplation, weighing strategies to combat his malady. In that instant, an idea crystallized in his mind, an effect bestowed upon him by fortune herself. To counteract seasickness, one must maintain adequate hydration. To replenish fluids lost through perspiration and vomiting, Napoleon murmured the thought aloud. So water alone suffices. Realizing this, he sat up, reached for the water pitcher on the small table beside his berth, poured himself a cup, and sipped slowly, hoping to soothe his churning stomach. Not only water, ginger too surfaced in his memory as a proven remedy for motion sickness. Yet he wondered whether the ship's galley stocked ginger tea. Feeling marginally improved, Napoleon rose from his berth and decided to stroll the deck. Stepping onto the deck, he walked deliberately, taking small measured steps to avoid dizziness. The sea breeze revived him, sharpening his senses. Around him, sailors moved with practiced ease, utterly unfazed by the vessel's sway. As he wandered, Napoleon discovered the ship's galley, and entered to inquire about ginger tea. Fortunately, it was available, and they served him a cup. Cradling the warm mug, Napoleon inhaled deeply, savoring the pungent, earthy aroma of ginger. He took a cautious sip. The heat spread through his limbs like liquid gold. The flavor was bold, fiery, yet profoundly calming to his stomach. Ginger has long been revered as a natural antidote to nausea and vomiting, employed for centuries across cultures to treat digestive ailments, including seasickness. Its therapeutic potency lies in compounds such as gingerol and shogal, which possess potent anti-inflammatory and antiemetic properties, soothing gastric inflammation and suppressing the urge to vomit. Thanks to that single cup of ginger tea, Napoleon's condition improved markedly, enabling him to savor the rest of the voyage. 19 hours later, the ship glided into harbor at dawn. The silhouette of Toulon harbor unfolded before him. Relief washed over Napoleon. He had weathered the journey without further bouts of seasickness. Drawing a deep breath of crisp, salt-tinged air, he surveyed the bustling port, captivated by its vibrant grandeur. Once the vessel docked, Napoleon gathered his belongings and disembarked, expressing heartfelt gratitude to the crew, not only for their hospitality, but especially for the ginger tea that had rescued him from debilitating nausea. His journey was far from over. Paris remained his final destination. With steam-powered trains still decades away, he would travel by carriage, old-fashioned yet steeped in elegance. Fortune smiled. Numerous carriages stood ready near the harbor, awaiting passengers bound for destinations across France. Napoleon approached a coachman. "Good morning, sir. What is the fare to Paris?" he asked. His Corsican accent caused the French coachman to pause, momentarily taken aback, before replying. "Paris? That is quite a distance. 150 livres for a one-way trip. The journey takes roughly 3 days, depending on weather and road conditions." The coachman replied. 150 livres. Napoleon repeated the sum, his brow furrowing at the expense. His father had entrusted him with 500 livres for 2 months' sustenance, meaning transport would consume 30% of his entire budget. He knew he must manage his funds with meticulous prudence during his stay in Paris. Very well, I shall take this carriage. When does it depart? Napoleon asked, reaching for his purse. In 1 hour. Please ensure your baggage is ready by then. The coachman pocketed the coin and answered, May I wait inside? Napoleon inquired. Of course, the man replied, opening the carriage door and gesturing for him to enter. Napoleon stepped into the compartment and settled onto plush velvet cushions. His gaze swept across the interior. Walls adorned with intricate carving, seats draped in sumptuous fabric. Clearly, he had boarded a carriage of exceptional refinement. He waited inside for 30 minutes, passing the time by reading from his personal interface. At the end of that half hour, 3 more passengers climbed aboard. Thus began the carriage's journey toward Paris. The first day passed uneventfully. Napoleon spent much of it gazing out the window, watching the French countryside glide past in quiet succession. Fields of golden wheat, sun-drenched sunflower groves, storybook villages nestled beside winding streams. All flowed past the glass. Though the carriage jostled steadily, Napoleon found its rhythm strangely soothing, like a lullaby cradling the soul. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the carriage halted in a small village. The coachman informed Napoleon they would spend the night there. Napoleon exhaled in relief, stretching his legs before retiring. The coachman led them to an inn, where Napoleon settled into his room for the night. At first light the next morning, Napoleon and his fellow passengers rose early and resumed their journey. The second day proved far more engaging than the first. The road grew uneven, jolting Napoleon repeatedly in his seat. The other passengers too visibly braced themselves against the turbulence. Yet no one complained. In fact, they exchanged stories and jests, their camaraderie softening the rigors of travel. Napoleon listened intently, absorbing their accents and idioms, sharpening his own command of French with every shared phrase. On the third day the journey grew ever more delightful, and the landscape transformed. Rolling fields gave way to stately palaces and fortified chateaux encircling the outskirts of Paris. We have arrived in Paris? The coachman announced from the front seat, interrupting Napoleon's reverie. He straightened in his seat, gazing upon the city's majestic skyline, his heart swelling with exhilaration. The carriage entered the city through the St. Denis Gate. Streets teemed with carriages, hand-pulled carts, and pedestrians hurrying about their daily affairs. Napoleon's eyes darted everywhere, absorbing the city's sights and sounds. As they advanced, deeper buildings soared ever higher and more ornate. Awe and wonder stirred within him, fresh, profound, uncontainable. In his former life, Anchi had never traveled abroad. Costs had been prohibitive. Now, however, he stood at the threshold of one of Europe's most beloved cities, albeit 2 centuries behind its zenith. Paris, this shall be where I leave my indelible mark. They had arrived. The coachman skillfully brought the carriage to a halt, announcing their arrival at the destination. Then, with the grace of a knight, he descended from his seat and opened the carriage door for the passengers. Napoleon and his companions stepped down from the carriage onto the cobblestone streets of Paris. Thank you, sir. Napoleon nodded his thanks to the coachman, and as he took in his surroundings, he couldn't help but notice the absence of the Eiffel Tower, which would one day become the city's iconic landmark. Nevertheless, the magnificent chateaux and other historic buildings that surrounded him were equally impressive. Despite the limitations of the era, Paris exuded an air of refined elegance that left Napoleon in awe. Breathing in the city's fresh air, he felt a surge of excitement for the adventures that awaited him. He took out his notebook and flipped through his notes. All right, first I need to find that school, Brienne. I wonder if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Damn, why is French so complicated? Brienne was the military academy where he was about to enroll. According to his father, Brienne was a military school founded by King Louis XIV in the late 17th century for young boys. It was a prestigious institution, though not an elite one. The school primarily admitted the children of minor nobility and the middle class. Admission was based on academic merit and ability, rather than social standing or wealth. However, the curriculum was rigorous, designed to cultivate skilled officers. Therefore, students who studied at Brienne were generally well-educated and thoroughly trained. Fascinating, Napoleon murmured to himself. Now, where should I go to find this school? Should I walk or hail another carriage? Just as he was muttering to himself, a carriage approached. Hey lad, are you headed somewhere? I can give you a ride. The coachman called out from his perch. Napoleon hesitated, uncertain whether he should trust a stranger, but he ultimately decided he could not afford to waste time if he wanted to reach the school as soon as possible. He walked over to the carriage, climbed aboard, and sat beside the coachman. To the Brienne Military Academy, please, Napoleon said, hoping the coachman knew where the military school was located. Oh, that place. That'll be 12 sous. The coachman replied, extending his hand in expectation of payment. Napoleon fumbled in his pocket, pulled out 12 sous and handed them to the coachman. He then asked, "Is Brienne far from here?" The coachman nodded and gave the reins a gentle flick. The horse set off. "It's a bit of a distance, but I'll have you there in no time." The clopping of hooves on cobblestones echoed through the streets. As they made their way through the city, Napoleon marveled at the sights around him. He saw the soaring spires of Notre Dame Cathedral in the distance, and the bustling markets of the Latin Quarter, where vendors called out to customers. The coachman deftly navigated through the crowded streets, skillfully avoiding pedestrians and other carriages. So primitive, Napoleon remarked to himself. What else could he expect in an era when the Industrial Revolution was just beginning? Fortunately, in the near future, once he began introducing modern technology, he would become the center of this era's progress. After all, why would fortune bestow upon him encyclopedic scientific knowledge, unless it was meant to be put to use? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the coachman slowed the horses and brought the carriage to a stop before a grand stately building. "We've arrived. Brienne Castle." He pointed to the entrance and announced. Napoleon hopped down from the carriage and gazed up at the magnificent structure before him. Brienne was a towering edifice that radiated an aura of authority and discipline. It showcased classic French architectural style, with tall windows that invited natural light and walls adorned with exquisite ornate carvings. The exterior was constructed from beige stone, and the roof was decorated with chimneys and dormer windows, lending the entire building a dignified appearance. As he approached the entrance, Napoleon noticed that the gates were crafted from solid hardwood, and intricately carved with elaborate patterns. Above the doorway, arching in stone, was an emblem which Napoleon presumed to be the school's or the royal family's coat of arms. He noticed the French flag fluttering atop the building, gently swaying in the breeze. "Is this where I will spend the next 6 years?" Napoleon murmured. Napoleon cleared his throat, straightened his coat, and then stepped into the castle. He was greeted by a bustling foyer filled with students and faculty members. The walls were adorned with oil paintings and tapestries, depicting historical events and figures. The floor was paved with polished marble that gleamed beneath the warm glow of chandeliers. Napoleon made his way directly to the reception desk, where a stern-faced woman in a black dress was busy writing in a ledger. She looked up as Napoleon approached, and her expression softened slightly. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" she asked in a polite and formal tone. "Good day. My name is Napoleon, and I am here for the entrance examination." Napoleon replied with confidence and composure. "Of course, sir. May I see your credentials?" The woman extended her hand, asking expectantly. Napoleon rummaged through his bag and handed her the required documents. She quickly glanced through them and nodded in approval. "Very well, Mr. Napoleon. Please follow me and I will take you to the examination room." As she spoke, the woman led Napoleon down a corridor lined with classrooms and lecture halls. They stopped before a small room at the far end of the corridor. The woman opened the door and gestured for Napoleon to enter. "Good luck, sir. The examiner will be with you shortly." With that, she closed the door. Napoleon took a deep breath. "All right, here goes nothing." Napoleon surveyed the room. The spacious classroom was arranged in a conventional manner with rows of wooden desks and chairs facing the front. Ink bottles and quill pens rested on the desks, while the chairs crafted from sturdy wood were fitted with plush cushions. A large blackboard dominated the front wall with a chalk tray positioned below it. The only source of light in the classroom came from a tall window offering a view of the lush garden outside. As Napoleon took in the room, he realized he was not the only one preparing to take the entrance examination. He took a seat near the window at the back and waited patiently. Soon students around his age began to file into the classroom in small groups, their elaborate clothing reflecting their family's status and wealth. Rich kids, Napoleon thought to himself as he watched them take their seats. Since his rebirth, Napoleon had grown up in an ordinary family, and attending a prestigious school like Brienne had seemed like an unreachable dream, until recently. His father had invested heavily in his education, believing he would achieve great things, and Napoleon was determined not to let him down. As more students filed into the classroom, Napoleon sensed that the entrance examination was about to begin. Sure enough, a man in his 40s with a stern expression entered the classroom, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "Good day, students. I am Pierre Dubois, and I welcome you to the Brienne entrance examination. This test will assess your skills and knowledge in writing, reading, arithmetic, geography, and history. As you all know, Brienne is one of the most prestigious schools in the nation. We only admit the most outstanding and intelligent students who demonstrate exceptional learning ability, creativity, and passion for education." He paused to let his words sink in, then continued. "Today's examination consists of multiple choice questions, essay writing, and practical exercises with a passing score of 75 points. If your examination score falls below this threshold, you will not be admitted to Brienne. Therefore, I hope each of you will give your absolute best and demonstrate your capabilities." Napoleon listened carefully to Dubois's words, feeling an inexplicable sense of nervousness and excitement. a feeling all too familiar from his previous life's college entrance examination. Du Bois went on to say, "Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone of the importance of honesty and integrity. Cheating or any form of academic misconduct will not be tolerated and will result in immediate disqualification. I will now distribute the examination papers. Once you receive them, you may begin. You have 3 hours to complete the examination." Napoleon exhaled gently to steady his nerves. A few seconds later, Du Bois approached his desk and handed him the examination paper. "All right, let's begin," Napoleon whispered to himself as he read the first question. "In Voltaire's Candide, Martin says we must cultivate our garden. What does he mean?" Napoleon's eyes widened in shock. "What kind of question is this? I haven't read Candide. Wait. Il faut cultiver notre jardin. Literally translates to we must cultivate our garden. Then what was Voltaire trying to convey?" Napoleon racked his brain, utterly unprepared for such a difficult question that required an essay-style response. Wait. Fate had granted him a Wikipedia system. Napoleon immediately opened the user interface and searched for information related to this passage. He quickly found the answer, understood the meaning of the passage, and wrote it down promptly. For him, the reading comprehension questions proved to be the most challenging, as they largely concerned books he had yet to read. As for the writing section, it mainly required translating sentences from German English and Spanish into French. Naturally, he did not know the answers, but thanks to fortune's blessing, he managed quite well. As for arithmetic, things were considerably simpler. For instance, question 20 asked to simplify the expression 2x4y x 3y. The answer xy required no formula, just pure mental calculation. However, there were also some head-scratching problems that children his age could not answer, such as a rectangular plot measures 30 meters in length and 20 meters in width. A path of uniform width surrounds it. If the total area of the path is 480 square meters, what is the width of the path? Of course, this problem could be solved using a quadratic equation, a concept entirely beyond the understanding of children his age. Realizing this, Napoleon glanced around and noticed that most students were struggling. Some muttering under their breath, others scratching their heads in frustration, and a few even biting their nails. He understood their struggle. To be honest, this examination was genuinely difficult. As if the school had no intention of admitting new students and had deliberately made it harder. Nevertheless, Napoleon found it relatively easy thanks to his abilities, as the answers to geography and history questions could all be found on his user interface. In less than 30 minutes, Napoleon rose from his seat and raised his examination paper. "I'm done." A collective gasp of astonishment filled the room as everyone turned to look at him. Du Bois looked utterly bewildered but quickly composed himself and walked over to Napoleon's desk to inspect his examination paper. As the examination proctor, Du Bois knew the correct answers. To his astonishment, Napoleon had answered every question correctly, even the seemingly impossible ones. Du Bois regarded Napoleon with a mixture of admiration and disbelief, having never encountered a student quite like him. "Very well," Du Bois stammered. "You may leave, sir. Napoleon Bonaparte, but I prefer you call me Napoleon." Napoleon replied, and so Napoleon left the classroom, leaving the other candidates to continue their struggle. Meanwhile, one student sneered derisively. "He finished in only 30 minutes. Impossible. He must be wrong. His answers have to be completely incorrect, because if I can't solve the hardest problems, that means no one can." Napoleon Bonaparte. "I'll remember you." Fortune's blessing granted Napoleon a remarkably smooth passage through the entrance examination. Now, he needed only to wait 7 days to learn whether he had been accepted. Truth be told, he harbored quiet confidence in his success. Recalling the invigilator's expression moments earlier, how utterly stunned he had looked upon seeing Napoleon's examination paper, only deepened that certainty. Yet, until the official announcement, nothing was certain. Stepping out of Brienne Castle, Napoleon faced another immediate challenge: where to reside. His father had entrusted him with a week's allowance to rent lodgings while awaiting notification. If he failed the exam, the remaining funds would serve as fare for his return home. His father placed immense trust and expectation upon him, fervently hoping for his acceptance. A failure would not only shatter his father's pride, but also bring profound shame upon the family. Napoleon wandered the town searching for a place to stay. He asked locals for lodging recommendations, but each directed him toward expensive inns far beyond the reach of his modest stipend. Just as despair began to settle, he discovered an old inn on the town's outskirts. Small and weathered, yet radiating warmth and quiet comfort. Its proprietor, an elderly man, welcomed him warmly at the threshold. "Welcome, young sir. I am Monsieur Du Bois, the inn's master." "Thank you, Monsieur Du Bois," Napoleon replied, surveying the inn's inviting ambience. "This place is truly splendid. We take great pride," came the gracious reply, "in ensuring every guest feels both comfortable and cherished." He smiled as he led Napoleon upstairs to a modest chamber. Neat, uncluttered, furnished with a single bed and a small writing desk. This room suits me perfectly. Napoleon nodded approvingly. And the price is most reasonable, added Monsieur Dubois, including breakfast and dinner. That is excellent news. Napoleon exhaled in relief. The burden of meals for the week had lifted. And what is the nightly rate? 15 livres per night, but I shall gladly reduce it to 12 as a gesture of sincere hospitality. Napoleon was genuinely moved by the man's generosity. Thank you, sir. I am deeply grateful. I shall stay here for the week. Splendid, my boy. You shall not regret this decision. Monsieur Dubois clapped him gently on the shoulder. As Napoleon settled into his room, he felt a quiet sense of providence. For this humble haven had found him precisely when he needed it most. Though worlds removed from the grand inns he'd first imagined, this modest establishment offered everything he required. And more, its gentle atmosphere and heartfelt welcome made him feel truly at home. In the days that followed, Napoleon explored the town, visiting local cafes and shops, observing daily life and conversing with its residents. He even engaged Monsieur Dubois in conversation, who recounted the inn's storied past and the town's vivid, multifaceted history. A natural storyteller, Monsieur Dubois wove tales both captivating and illuminating. Through them, Napoleon absorbed rich layers of local heritage and culture, and gained deeper insight into the era he now inhabited. As the seventh day approached, anticipation curdled into quiet anxiety. He had given his utmost, but doubt still whispered, what if he had erred? What if a single misstep had undone all? For instance, applying modern mathematical reasoning to 18th century problems, whose methods differed profoundly from those he knew, left him uncertain whether his mind had fully acclimated to this new intellectual terrain. On the morning of the seventh day, Napoleon rose before dawn, restless and sleepless, pacing his room as he waited for the postman's arrival. At last, after what felt like an eternity, the knock came. It was Monsieur Dubois, beaming broadly. The postman has arrived at my inn seeking you. He handed me this letter. If I'm not mistaken, it bears the seal of the École Militaire de Brienne. He extended the envelope. Dear boy, this is one of the city's most esteemed institutions. Why did you never mention sitting the entrance examination? Napoleon took the letter from Monsieur Dubois's hand, his breath catching. Relief surging through him barely contained. Thank you, sir. Tearing open the envelope, he scanned the page in haste, his heart pounding wildly. I've passed. He burst out, voice trembling with exhilaration. I've passed the École Militaire de Brienne entrance examination. Monsieur Dubois's face lit with paternal pride. Congratulations, my boy. That is truly wonderful news. Yet as Napoleon read the final line, his elation froze into startled silence. On your first day of term, the headmaster wishes to see you in his office. Please arrive punctually. Napoleon paused, perplexed. What could the headmaster possibly wish to discuss? Had something gone awry with his results? His mind whirled with unanswered questions, searching, probing, grasping for clarity. Noticing the shift in Napoleon's expression, Monsieur Dubois gently asked, My boy, is everything quite all right? Please call me Napoleon, Monsieur Dubois. And yes, everything is fine. He set aside his uncertainty, turning instead to the radiant certainty of his triumph. He had succeeded, and taken another decisive step toward fulfilling his ambitions in this new world. Very well, I shall leave you to it. Napoleon nodded, closed the door, and sat at his desk, lost in quiet reflection. Well, tomorrow I shall know. The day had finally arrived, the last of his stay at the inn. Napoleon dressed carefully in formal attire, determined to present himself with dignity before the headmaster. Before departing, he bid farewell to the innkeeper, and then walked resolutely toward the École Militaire de Brienne. Though renowned for academic rigor, the school's opulence still struck him. Elegant carriages lined its gates, a stark contrast to the simplicity he knew. The world of these aristocratic youths remained profoundly alien to him. Students alighting from those carriages were even assisted by personal attendants, an existence steeped in inherited privilege. Gathering his composure, Napoleon entered the gates and navigated the labyrinthine corridors and staircases toward the headmaster's office. Straightening his coat, he opened the door and stepped inside. Behind a massive desk sat the headmaster, tall, austere, imposing, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Napoleon. You must be our newest student, the headmaster declared, voice cool and formal. I am Headmaster Duval. Please be seated. Napoleon sat calmly, meeting that stern gaze without flinching. I requested this meeting because there is a matter of considerable importance I wish to discuss with you, the headmaster said, his expression unreadable. Napoleon waited, intrigued for him to continue. I have reviewed your application examination results and background, and it appears you hail from rather modest origins. His tone softened almost imperceptibly. Yet you achieved a perfect score on the entrance examination. Moreover, you completed all sections, including those deliberately designed to eliminate weaker candidates, in just 30 minutes. Several incoming students were expected to excel, but none matched your marks. Napoleon offered a modest smile. Thank you, Monsieur Duval. I confess I scarcely know what to say. Since you are the first student in this institution's history to earn a flawless score, I am considering a special recognition, a tuition discount. Henceforth you will pay 200 livres annually, not the standard 500, provided you maintain exemplary academic standing throughout your studies. The headmaster held Napoleon's gaze steadily. Truly, Napoleon's eyes widened. This concession would ease a tremendous burden upon his family. Excellent. Well, I trust one have detained you long enough. You must proceed to the registrar's office to collect your course schedule, where you will find your full syllabus and timetable. The headmaster rose, signaling the conclusion of their interview. Wishing you every success, Monsieur Bonaparte, and may your future accomplishments shine ever brighter. Napoleon rose, bowed respectfully, and departed the room with quiet resolve. Napoleon scanned his newly assigned course schedule: 7 subjects: French, Latin, mathematics, history, and geography, drawing, music, fencing, and military engineering, each allotted 1 hour. 3 classes per day filled his schedule to the brim. He found himself recalling his former school life, where weekly study hours differed markedly from this institution's rigorous rhythm. Here the academic week commenced on Monday and extended uninterrupted through Saturday. A full 6 days of instruction. At 8 o'clock sharp, mathematics, the first lesson of the day, began. Napoleon strode briskly toward the classroom. A moment later, he located it, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door. The classroom was already filled with students. As he made his way toward an empty seat at the rear, he felt their curious gazes follow him. He sat down and laid out his notebook and quill. At that very moment a group of students gathered before his desk. "You are Napoleon Bonaparte, are you not?" one of them asked. Napoleon raised his head and regarded the speaker. From his refined attire Napoleon deduced he was nobility. Elegant, poised, with fashionably groomed golden hair, bright blue eyes, and sharply defined features. Napoleon nodded faintly, offering a restrained smile. "Yes, indeed. A pleasure to meet you." His courteous reply was delivered with quiet composure, even as other students began gathering around his desk. "How did you cheat on the entrance exam?" the golden-haired student demanded abruptly. "What?" Napoleon recoiled, startled by the accusation. The golden-haired student sneered, folding his arms across his chest. "Don't feign ignorance, Bonaparte. It's obvious you gained entry to this prestigious academy through deceit. Men of your common station are rarely admitted, let alone awarded perfect scores. The second highest mark was merely 81, and that was mine. And you're also a provincial outsider speaking with that distasteful accent." Napoleon felt no anger, only a wry amusement. It seemed his arduous academic journey was beginning just as history recorded scorned for his origins and his accent. Yet he cared little for their opinions. After all, he carried the mind of a 20-year-old university student, viewing these peers as nothing more than spoiled heirs born with silver spoons and sustained solely by their family names. "I neither care nor concern myself with whether you believe I cheated. To me the exam was trivial. Even friends of mine in Corsica could solve it effortlessly." Napoleon replied with arrogant self-assurance. His boldness left the surrounding students stunned. No one had expected such audacity from the newcomer. The golden-haired noble narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. "Do you dare look down upon us, commoner?" he barked, voice thick with fury. Napoleon merely shrugged, idly twirling his quill between his fingers. "I do not look down upon you. I simply cannot fathom how so-called nobles trained exclusively for this very examination failed to achieve perfection." He countered, leaning forward slightly, his gaze alight with challenge as it locked unflinchingly onto the nobleman's. "Perhaps you are less intelligent than you imagine, or perhaps you are simply too indolent to exert effort. Either way, it bears no relevance to me." A collective gasp rippled through the room. Students stood frozen in disbelief. A silence descended, every eye fixed upon the 2 young men. The golden-haired noble stepped forward, his face flushing crimson. "How dare you?" he roared, the sound reverberating through the chamber, seizing everyone's attention. As he advanced several paces, his features contorted by rage and contempt. "You dare speak thus to me, you rustic boor? Clearly you were never taught manners, or respect for those of superior rank. But fear not. I shall teach you decorum, for plainly you know none." He sneered, venom lacing every syllable, his glare sharpened to a blade. "Ah, how tedious! Might you and your friends please step aside? You're far too loud." Napoleon's blunt retort caught the noble utterly off guard. After a stunned pause, he regained his composure, removed his glove, and hurled it forcefully at Napoleon's face. A chorus of shocked exclamations rose. Throwing a glove was a formal declaration of duel. Napoleon caught it effortlessly, then met the noble's gaze with a cold, knowing smile. "A duel, is it?" Napoleon arched a brow. "Very well. I accept your challenge." The noble recoiled in genuine surprise, clearly unprepared for such immediate assent. "Excellent. At dawn tomorrow in the courtyard, we shall settle this with fencing. Fear not. I shall show restraint, for I doubt you've ever held a foil. Napoleon scoffed. Agreed. But consider this: what consequence awaits you should you lose to a provincial commoner with no fencing experience. That would be profoundly humiliating. The noble's face twisted with fury. I will not lose to the likes of you. He spat the words, then stormed back to his seat. Seconds later the instructor entered the classroom, and surveyed the room, his eyes settling upon Napoleon. Ah, you must be the student who passed the entrance examination with exceptional distinction. I must confess your solution to my most difficult problem, using quadratic equations, left a profound impression. How did you arrive at it? Well, sir, Napoleon rose, his eyes glinting with cool intensity. It was quite simple. I am simply adept at it. No deeper reason exists beyond sheer proficiency. The golden-haired student ground his teeth, visibly enraged by Napoleon's hauteur. Tomorrow I shall erase that smug expression from your face, he vowed inwardly. After class, Napoleon immediately headed to the school dormitory. Upon entering, his gaze swept across the room, absorbing every detail at a glance. The room was sparsely furnished. A single bed stood in one corner, beside it a modest desk. The walls were painted a dull muted beige, and the only source of light was a window through which a slender beam of pale sunlight filtered. Though austere, the space offered unexpected comfort. Napoleon sank onto the soft mattress, exhaling a quiet sigh of relief. His first day of lectures had been as tedious as his first day in his previous life. Professors recited their credentials and droned through syllabi. Yet, on this very day, he encountered a boy who brazenly asserted his superiority without hesitation. During class, each student was asked to introduce themselves, and thus Napoleon learned the boy's name: Louis, son of Count Philippe de Montauban, as declared with unmistakable pride. The boy challenged him to a duel, specifically fencing, and Napoleon accepted. Fencing? He murmured softly under his breath. He knew little of the art beyond cinematic depictions: two figures clad in protective gear thrusting slender blades at one another with precision and grace. For the next several hours, Napoleon immersed himself in learning all he could about fencing. He spent hours within the system bestowed upon him by the goddess of fate, poring over treatises, seizing every spare moment to practice, using wooden sticks to mimic the stances and footwork described in the texts. 5 hours later, Napoleon surveyed his progress with quiet satisfaction. He believed he could win tomorrow's duel. In those few hours he had mastered intricate, refined techniques. Perhaps fencing was one of the combat arts granted to him by the goddess of fate, explaining his uncanny aptitude. Yet, without simulated combat, certainty eluded him. He craved real experience, but time was scarce. Only tomorrow morning's duel would test whether his practice bore true fruit. I hope the cheat skill granted by the goddess of fate is no illusion. At last the day of the duel arrived. Napoleon and Louis faced each other in the school courtyard, surrounded by a curious crowd. Louis watched Napoleon fumble with his fencing gear and sneered. Fencing is no sport for commoners. Oh yes. I know, Napoleon replied casually. Unmoved by the insult, Napoleon adjusted his mask with calm indifference, then stepped onto the designated piste and took his stance opposite Louis. Louis advanced with a cold smile, shrugged dismissively, and slashed his blade twice through the air, a silent prelude to battle. Beneath his mask, Napoleon murmured in quiet admiration. Quite flashy. Uncertain if he could replicate it, he mirrored Louis's flourish precisely. Louis narrowed his eyes in displeasure. You can't even hold a sword properly, and yet you speak so boldly. I am Louis de la Rochefoucauld, eldest son of Count Philippe de Montauban. And you? His tone dripped with mockery, and his friends erupted into laughter, likely assuming Napoleon lacked the noble lineage Louis possessed. Napoleon ignored their childish taunts and offered a formal introduction. I am Napoleon Bonaparte. Then, with courteous irony, I grant you the honor of striking first. Come, Louis. Louis scoffed. Such arrogance from a brat who thinks himself mighty. Tell me, Louis, I wager you've never tasted defeat in your entire life. But what if a humble commoner like me defeats you in this duel? Your illustrious family name will become fodder for ridicule across campus. Do you possess the courage to bear such disgrace? Or are you merely a paper tiger, imposing in appearance, hollow at the core? Louis retorted, voice laced with disdain. Your rhetoric grows coarse. Still, I cannot imagine losing to someone like you. I am after all a master of fencing. Then you should tremble all the more. If I best you in your own domain, what does that make you? Napoleon countered, a faint icy smile flickering beneath his mask. Louis's eyes narrowed in fury. A man who cannot even grip a sword has no right to such insolence. We shall see. Napoleon shrugged indifferently, then settled into his stance. His gaze locked unwaveringly on Louis. The two fencers began circling one another, their blades clashing with sharp ringing notes. Napoleon studied Louis, intently waiting for an opening. Moments later Louis lunged forward, spearheading his blade straight toward Napoleon's heart, utterly abandoning his earlier chivalrous offer to let Napoleon strike first. Suddenly something felt wrong to Napoleon. Louis's motion appeared unnaturally slow, as though time itself had thickened into syrup. He glanced around. The others moved with identical sluggishness. Had his cheat ability just activated? Seizing the moment, Napoleon pivoted a quarter turn left, letting Louis's blade slice empty air. His own weapon rose swiftly, then arced downward in a precise diagonal slash, stopping mere inches from Louis's throat. Had this been a real blade, you would be dead. I'd heard you excelled at fencing. But all I see is a boy who cannot even grasp a sword. Napoleon's voice dripped with contempt. What nonsense is this? Louis slapped Napoleon's blade aside, reset his stance, his face twisted with rage and bewilderment. What did he just do? So swift, so flawless. Louis whispered, bewildered. Napoleon raised his blade. Well, have you given up already? Louis clenched his jaw, gripping his foil tighter. I am not so easily defeated, he growled low and resolute. Then charged, aiming straight for Napoleon's chest. But Napoleon was ready. He sidestepped, parried the thrust, and instantly riposted, his point darting with surgical precision toward Louis's forearm. Louis recoiled with a sharp wince, retreating hastily, his expression darkening. You're skilled, he gritted out, teeth bared. But I am stronger. Napoleon smiled faintly. Is that so? He circled Louis, slowly studying him with keen, unblinking focus. Without warning, Louis unleashed a flurry of rapid consecutive thrusts. But Napoleon moved faster, still deflecting each strike with effortless grace. Too predictable. A spark of amusement glinted in Napoleon's eyes. Speed alone brings you only this far, Louis. If you wish to contend with me, you must think. I expected more from you. Instead you prove only a disappointing disappointment. Napoleon nimbly evaded another assault, stepped back, flicked his wrist to parry, and launched an immediate counterthrust aimed squarely at Louis's chest. Louis blocked it. But Napoleon followed with a blinding cascade of rapid attacks, his blade flashing like lightning. How is this possible? Stunned, Louis froze, gazing helplessly as flawless technique unfolded before him, each thrust unstoppable, each parry futile. Kneeling, Louis dropped his foil. He looked up at Napoleon, disbelief flooding his eyes. Napoleon Bonaparte defeated me in fencing. The onlookers stood transfixed, then erupted into hushed, awestruck murmurs. I don't understand, Louis stammered. How can you be so formidable? But Napoleon did not answer him. He merely gazed down with an indifferent expression. How does it feel to be defeated by an ordinary man like me, a so-called aristocrat? Napoleon's voice was icy cold as he looked down upon Louis, who remained kneeling on the ground. The onlookers were stunned into silence by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Some even felt a chill run down their spines. Louis's face twisted with rage and humiliation. He clenched his fists, refusing to accept this outcome, refusing to acknowledge that he had been easily bested by a commoner of low social standing. But Napoleon was not finished. He leaned in his face mere inches from Louis's and whispered in a cold, threatening tone. You thought you were better than me, didn't you? You looked down on me. And now I stand here victorious, and you will come to realize a painful truth: you are nothing but an empty shell of your own privilege. A shiver ran down Louis's spine as he looked up into Napoleon's eyes, which were filled with a chilling, terrifying coldness. In that instant he realized he had underestimated Napoleon, both as a fencer and as a man. The crowd watched silently as Napoleon rose to his feet, his eyes still fixed on Louis. He then sheathed his sword and turned to leave, leaving Louis to pick himself up from the ground and face the shame of defeat. Wait, we're not finished yet. Louis shouted, his voice trembling with anger and humiliation. But Napoleon did not even glance back, which only infuriated Louis further, making him roar in fury. How dare you turn your back on me? Napoleon stopped, slowly turned around to face Louis, and fixed him with that sharp, piercing gaze once more. Enough, Napoleon said, his voice low and dangerous. You've lost. Save yourself the trouble and stop making a spectacle. Admit that I am better than you. No, that's not right. I am not just better than you. I am better than everyone here, he declared in a tone of domineering arrogance. Stop deluding yourself into thinking you're superior to me. I am the only student who achieved a perfect score. If you can't accept that, it only reveals your own ignorance. Louis's face contorted with rage and humiliation. He struggled to find words to counter Napoleon's taunts, knowing that he had been defeated in every aspect, his pride shattered before the entire school. You may have won this duel, Louis spat out angrily, his voice seething. But that doesn't mean you're better than me. You might have gotten a perfect score, but it's just a number. After all, you're nothing but a commoner. Are you still clinging to that outdated prejudice? Napoleon scoffed, his voice dripping with icy contempt and a mocking sneer. You are too blinded by your own arrogance and privilege. When reality slaps you in the face, you simply cannot see it. I've wasted enough time bickering with you. I must leave now. Back in the dormitory, Napoleon pondered. As he had suspected, fencing was one of the combat skills bestowed upon him by the goddess of fortune. This was useful information. With this knowledge, he knew he could also learn other martial arts. Yet he still firmly believed that knowledge without experience was useless. Therefore, rather than relying on cheating skills, he preferred to learn on his own, so he could feel the satisfaction of truly mastering a skill. Now that the brat had been humiliated, he could study in peace at school. Defeating Louis in the fencing match demonstrated that Napoleon's strength was not to be underestimated. At least for now, they would fear him, and those spoiled brats would no longer trouble him. Days turned into months and months into years. Since winning that duel, he had never been bothered by the spoiled children of the aristocracy again, instead keeping to himself. This was exactly the favorable situation he had hoped for, allowing him to attend to his own affairs more easily without being troubled by trivial matters. In class, Napoleon sometimes demonstrated the knowledge he had acquired from various subjects. He would recite fluently and write on the blackboard at the teacher's request, leaving his classmates in awe of his erudition and feeling inadequate by comparison. As he excelled academically, more and more teachers began to notice Napoleon's extraordinary abilities. They recognized Napoleon's potential and tried to challenge him with more difficult assignments and projects. Napoleon welcomed these challenges and worked tirelessly to surpass the teachers' expectations. Despite his outstanding academic performance, Napoleon remained an outsider in the eyes of many classmates, often becoming the target of their veiled mockery and disdain. But he never cared. He also wrote letters to his family in Corsica reporting his achievements. His family would reply with pride and encouragement, even sending him extra pocket money as a reward so he could treat himself. Besides his academic pursuits, Napoleon also focused on maintaining his physical health. He knew from historical records that Napoleon's height in this era was average for the time. However, he believed that he could increase his height by changing his diet. To this end, he added milk to his daily diet, as milk promotes bone growth, and also included plenty of protein-rich foods such as meat and fish to stimulate muscle development. Moreover, consuming fruits and vegetables was important as they provided essential vitamins and minerals for maintaining health. However, Napoleon's pursuit of physical well-being was not limited to diet alone. He was also passionate about exercise, setting aside time each day to run around the Château de Brienne and doing bodyweight exercises like push-ups and sit-ups in his room. Every morning he performed quick exercises after waking up, then allowed his body to rest for 2 to 3 days after intense workouts to recover. After adopting this disciplined lifestyle, Napoleon soon witnessed significant changes in his physique. His once frail and ordinary frame became lean, firm, and muscular, granting him the strength and endurance he had dreamed of. The contours of his muscles were visible beneath his clothes, a testament to his diligence and effort. So far, everything had followed the historical trajectory of the world from his past life. At least that was the case until he encountered an anomaly. Soon it was 1781. On this day during the semester break, Napoleon remained in his dormitory sketching the schematics and diagrams of every major invention from the Industrial Revolution. Suddenly a knock on the door interrupted his concentration. Napoleon rose and opened it, revealing a young woman about 2 inches shorter than him, around his age. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with delicate features, a slender figure, and her golden hair woven into a French braid tied with a blue ribbon cascading in waves down her back. But what captivated Napoleon most were her enchanting and rare blue eyes. "Can I help you?" he inquired, trying to mask his surprise at the unexpected visitor. The woman smiled at him and began to speak. "It is a pleasure to meet you, master." She performed a slight curtsy. "I hope I am not too presumptuous in greeting you thus. My name is Sheila, your most loyal personal maid." Her tone carried a hint of playfulness, and her smile revealed a mischievous spark. Napoleon, somewhat embarrassed, tilted his head slightly, his face full of confusion. I think you have mistaken me for someone else. I have no maid. Perhaps you could tell me your master's name, and I would be happy to direct you to his dormitory." Sheila shook her head. "No, you are my master. You are Napoleon Bonaparte. Your parents hired me to be your maid. I have a letter from them that explains everything." Sheila took a letter from her basket and handed it to Napoleon. He skimmed through it quickly, confirming that his parents had indeed hired a personal maid for him. But why? He was doing perfectly well on his own. He had no need for a maid. Moreover, hiring a maid was a waste of money. What were they thinking? As he pondered, a question suddenly occurred to him. Had Napoleon Bonaparte's family ever employed a personal maid for him? He searched for this information on the user interface but found nothing. Well, perhaps Napoleon and other historians had omitted this girl's existence, but that seemed unlikely. Napoleon Bonaparte was a significant figure in history. They would have recorded information about anyone who stood by his side and worked with him, including a personal maid. Yet no such record existed in history. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect of his reincarnation. Still, he could not fathom why his parents would hire a personal maid. Regardless, he had to deal with this woman. Well, Sheila, is it? I have confirmed that you were indeed sent by my parents, but I did not request. Sheila did not answer, she simply gazed at him with a gentle smile. Sheila, I was wondering if you could come back another day after I have discussed this matter with my parents, Napoleon said as politely as he could. That is impossible, master, because I have no place to return to and no money for food or lodging, Sheila interjected, still maintaining her composure. I would be most grateful if you would allow me to stay as your maid. I promise to work diligently and remain loyal to you just as your parents instructed. What a nuisance, Napoleon muttered under his breath. Suddenly Sheila grasped his hand. Startled by the sudden physical contact, Napoleon tried to pull his hand away, but Sheila held on tightly. Her hand was warm and soft, and he could not help but notice the faint scent of lavender emanating from her. Please, master, she pleaded, looking up at him with large, imploring eyes. I have nowhere to go. I will work hard and ensure I am not a burden. Please give me a chance to prove my worth. What was wrong with this girl? She was too persistent, even too forward and direct. Napoleon pondered, but her eyes said it all. If he turned her away, she would end up on the streets homeless. He did not want to be the cause of her misfortune. Besides, he could not deny that having a personal maid would be convenient even if he did not necessarily need one. Very well, Napoleon finally relented. You may stay for now. Sheila's face bloomed into a grateful smile, tears glistening in her eyes. Thank you, master, she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. I will work hard and not disappoint you. Napoleon nodded, knowing that from this moment onward his life would undergo some changes. I'm coming in, Sheila said cheerfully, her voice carrying a melodic quality that filled the small space. Napoleon stepped aside gracefully, allowing her to enter. Sheila's curious gaze swept across the humble dwelling, eagerly taking in every detail. Her eyes darting from the ceiling to the floor, then to the walls and furniture, as if memorizing every inch. Napoleon's dormitory lay before her. A warm, simple space that reflected the modest taste of the young scholar. A single bed with white sheets was neatly made, and a small wardrobe stood in one corner, just large enough for a few garments. Its carved doors bore witness to the artistry of the era. A writing desk occupied another corner, piled high with papers and books, each bearing the mark of Napoleon's studious nature. Sheila immersed herself in the atmosphere of the room, feeling as if she had been transported to another little world. The warm glow of candlelight flickered on the walls, casting dancing shadows in the dim space. The air was thick with the scent of ink and parchment, adding an academic ambience to the room. Master, your room is small, but quite cozy, Sheila said, turning to Napoleon. Are you surprised by my tidiness? Napoleon grinned. Then you're in trouble. Seeing my room clean and orderly means I have no real reason to hire a maid. Actually, I'm beginning to question your necessity. You're so stingy, master, Sheila pouted. A maid is not limited to cleaning the master's residence. She can also serve as a companion and confidant. And don't forget, my tea-making skills are superb. She winked, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. As if I need tea, Napoleon muttered to himself. I prefer coffee. Are you going to stay here? Napoleon asked. Look, my dormitory is quite small. Sharing a bed is out of the question. Don't worry, master. I can sleep on the floor. Sheila's voice trailed off as she noticed the expression on Napoleon's face. Hesitant, as if uncomfortable with the idea of her sleeping on the floor. Master, that was just a joke. Sheila quickly realized her mistake. I did not mean to make you uncomfortable. As your personal maid, one of my primary duties is to ensure your ease, but I have failed. Please punish me as you see fit. Napoleon waved his hand, signaling that it was of no consequence. No, I am perfectly fine. You have misunderstood. In fact, I am quite willing to let you sleep on my bed while I take the floor. Sheila's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, there is no need for such sacrifice. You need not sleep on the floor simply because I am here. I can manage on my own, I promise. Napoleon shook his head. Nonsense, Sheila. It would be most improper for a lady to sleep on the floor while I occupy the bed. Besides, I do not mind sleeping on the floor. I am accustomed to it. Sheila smiled, deeply touched by Napoleon's chivalrous gesture. Thank you, master. You are far too kind. It is nothing significant. It is only temporary after all. Temporary? Yes. Until I make contact with my parents and inquire as to why they hired you to be my personal maid, you may stay here for the time being. As for myself, I have no need for a maid. It would be an unnecessary expense. I have secured a scholarship at this school, saving them quite a sum. But you? Well, I am afraid I cannot say. Sheila's enthusiastic expression faltered, and she lowered her head. Do not take it to heart, Sheila. Noticing her sudden change in mood, Napoleon added, I simply do not understand why my parents would hire a personal maid for me. Then, until you make contact with your family, may I fulfill my duties? Sheila asked. Yes, you may do some cleaning, though honestly that is about all. I will be eating in the dining hall, so there is no need for you to prepare meals for me. There are many things I can handle on my own. No, master, you are mistaken. Sheila interrupted Napoleon. Beyond what you mentioned, I have other means of serving you as your personal maid. One of them is being a friend. With that she made a peace sign and winked. Napoleon was taken aback by Sheila's manner of expression. Her demeanor was otherworldly, almost as if she came from another realm. Her innocent and lively personality stood in stark contrast to the women of this era, who were mostly reserved and formal. Yet Napoleon found himself drawn to Sheila's refreshing vitality, suddenly overcome with an impulse to open his heart to her. Very well. However, I must warn you that I am not very popular at this school. In fact, everyone detests me. But do not mistake that for sadness or frustration on my part. I am not the kind of child who craves attention. I understand, master, Sheila replied with a gentle laugh. No matter how others view you, to me master is far more than just a label. You are a person with feelings, dreams, and aspirations, and I will do everything in my power to support you. So if you ever need someone to confide in or lend an ear, I am always at your service. What a headache, Napoleon thought to himself once again. The devotion of this maid he had just met was truly incomprehensible to him. He could not fathom why anyone would go to such lengths to support him, especially when he had not asked for it. Yet there was something about Sheila that made him feel at ease, something he could not quite put into words. Napoleon simply nodded. Regardless, I must get back to work. Before you arrived, I was busy attending to some matters. School starts in a week and I have been doing some advanced reading. Very well, master. If there is anything you need me to do, no matter what it is, please do not hesitate to ask. Napoleon returned to his seat and resumed his work. Advanced reading was merely an excuse, or in truth, he was continuing to write a paper on the principles of thermodynamics, which would serve as the foundation for his future inventions. For Napoleon, the best approach was to give people a conceptual understanding of a certain event, so that it could gain widespread acceptance, especially in an era where everyone appeared so conservative and traditional. Once completed, he would submit it to the French Academy of Sciences or the University of Paris. There he might find a wealthy patron who could fund his research, allowing him to turn his blueprints into reality. Moreover, he planned to refute and overturn an outdated scientific theory. This theory was known as the caloric theory, which held that heat was a substance called caloric that flowed from hotter objects to colder ones. Napoleon believed this theory had fundamental flaws, for heat was a form of energy, not a substance. More importantly, the theory had been proposed by Antoine Lavoisier, who was highly esteemed and considered one of the smartest men of his time, having discovered oxygen and silicon. Overturning his theory while proving his own would undoubtedly help him establish certain necessary connections within the French scientific community. However, he could not write a single word because Sheila was standing behind him staring intently. Yet before he could voice his concerns, Sheila spoke up. Master, I cannot help but admire your drawings. They appear quite technical, as if drafted by an engineer. Do you intend to become an engineer after graduation? No, Sheila. I am pursuing a military career. You may regard this as my hobby. Then what exactly is this? May I ask? Napoleon's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered whether it was worth sharing his recent endeavors with her. Then again he felt he could entrust this information to Sheila. After all, she would likely not understand it anyway. It is a paper on thermodynamics. I intend to submit it to the French Academy of Sciences or the University of Paris when the time is right. He finally said, Thermodynamics. Sheila tilted her head, her finger lightly touching her lips, puzzled. She asked Napoleon for further explanation. What is that? As expected, she would ask such a question. I will explain it to you when the time is right. For now, be quiet and let me focus on my work, shall we? For instance, while I am working here, you could lie on the bed. As you wish, my master. Sheila performed a curtsy, and then lay down on Napoleon's bed. Napoleon heard her sniff his bedsheet and pillow. So this is master scent. It smells very manly and pleasant. Sheila chuckled softly to herself. Napoleon touched his face and sighed. She is indeed somewhat unusual. Master. Master. Day has broken, wake up quickly. You said you have something important to do today. Napoleon felt his cheek being poked by Sheila's finger, which jolted him awake from his slumber. He groaned, opened his eyes, and saw his most faithful servant Sheila standing before him. Sheila flashed a brilliant smile at her master and helped Napoleon sit up. Rubbing his eyes, Napoleon tried to shake off his drowsiness and clear his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he looked around, taking in the familiar sights and sounds of the room that had become an integral part of his daily life. Master, I have prepared breakfast for you and drawn bathwater, just as you told me yesterday. The headmaster has granted me permission to cook for you. Sheila pointed to a small table in the corner of the room. Is that so? Napoleon rose to his feet and stretched his arms. Thank you, Sheila. You are too kind. As your personal maid, preparing meals for you is one of my primary duties. There is no need to thank me, Sheila replied with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with reverence for her master. Since Sheila had arrived at his dormitory the day before, she had been constantly praising and reaffirming her loyalty to Napoleon, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable at times. He was not accustomed to having a personal maid, nor was he used to someone so devoted to him. Yet he could not deny that Sheila's presence had made his life considerably more comfortable. As he sat down to eat breakfast, Napoleon pondered his important schedule for the day. First, before the semester began a week later, he needed to meet with someone regarding his paper on thermodynamics and gain recognition from the intellectuals in Paris. Then he needed to deliver a personal letter to the royal post office addressed to his family, inquiring why they had hired a personal maid for him. Sheila watched Napoleon eat with a smile, occasionally refilling his teacup. After finishing his meal, Napoleon rose to take a bath and dress. Sheila stepped forward, took his coat, and followed behind him. Sheila, I can dress myself." "No, master. Let me do it. This is one of my duties as your personal maid, and I take it very seriously. Please allow me to assist you," Sheila said gently with a smile as she helped him put on his coat. Napoleon sighed and nodded. He realized it was pointless to argue with such a stubborn girl. Sheila skillfully fastened the buttons on his coat and looked up at Napoleon with a smile. Napoleon had to admit that up close she was indeed quite lovely, with bright eyes and rosy cheeks. As they walked outside, Sheila stayed close by Napoleon's side, holding an umbrella to shield him from the drizzling rain. The campus was relatively empty, with only a few people walking about. In the school courtyard, Napoleon spotted the person he had arranged to meet. It was Louis, the one he had defeated in the fencing duel. Louis was seated in a pavilion surrounded by his butler maids and other servants busily attending to him. It must be nice to be born into a wealthy family. He walked toward the pavilion with Sheila following closely behind. As they approached, Louis looked up and noticed their arrival. "Napoleon," Louis murmured, a hint of worry in his tone. "Hello, Louis. Though our relationship is not close, I am glad you could come." As Napoleon spoke, he entered the pavilion. "Well, I had no choice. You left me none," Louis replied politely. After being defeated by Napoleon, his impression of him had gradually changed. At first, of course, he had been bitter. As a noble with extremely strong pride, losing to a commoner like Napoleon was nothing short of humiliation. Thus he resolved to take revenge on Napoleon, not in fencing but in other areas such as academics. He attempted to compete with Napoleon in every subject, but each attempt ended in failure. Napoleon consistently achieved outstanding results, impressing the teachers and leaving Louis far behind. As time passed, Louis began to appreciate Napoleon's wisdom and started to respect him. Napoleon sat opposite Louis. His servant hurried to bring him a cup of tea while Sheila stood behind Napoleon. "Who is this girl?" Louis asked. "Is she your servant? I never expected you to have a servant." "Well, it is a bit complicated." Napoleon smiled. "You see, my parents hired one for me. Her name is Sheila." Sheila lifted the hem of her dress and performed a polite curtsy. "Hello, my name is Sheila. I am Napoleon's personal maid." She introduced herself in a soft, melodious voice. Louis raised his eyebrows in surprise. "A personal maid? Napoleon, for someone of your social standing that is quite an unusual arrangement." Napoleon shrugged indifferently. "I suppose I have no explanation. Shall we continue our discussion?" "What do you want, Napoleon?" Louis inquired. "I hope you can tell me how a person can publish their paper at the University of Paris or the French Academy of Sciences. I believe that, with your social standing, you must know the process. After all, you wish to become a scholar, correct?" Louis furrowed his brow. "You have a paper. What is it about?" "It is about thermodynamics, challenging Antoine Lavoisier's renowned caloric theory." "Ah, that scientific theory. I have heard of it. It sounds intriguing. But look, Napoleon, the caloric theory is currently the best theory. Why do you wish to overturn it?" Louis asked with a hint of skepticism. Napoleon leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with fervent light. "Because I have evidence that contradicts the caloric theory. Although I have not yet conducted experiments, I am very confident. My theory is that heat is not a fluid as Lavoisier described, but rather a form of motion." "So you wrote a paper without even experimenting on your hypothesis?" Louis suppressed a smile. Although Napoleon excelled academically, he still had much to learn in terms of scientific research and methodology. Napoleon smiled. "I know. That is why, in addition to this, I have another request. I hope you can lend me some money, so I can build a device to verify my hypothesis. I need 200 livres. Louis leaned back, looking at Napoleon with a mixture of amusement and astonishment. 200 livres. That is quite a sum for an unproven theory. What makes you think I would lend you that money?" Napoleon also leaned back, his expression confident. "Because I know you are a person of great wealth and influence. I also know you are interested in science, Louis. Consider it an investment in the pursuit of knowledge." Meanwhile, Napoleon gestured with his chin toward a book on the table. "That is Bernoulli's differential equations, isn't it? I happen to have a good grasp of it. Would you like me to teach you?" Louis's eyes widened slightly, and he let out a scornful laugh. "You cannot possibly understand this, Napoleon." "Give it a try," Napoleon challenged. Louis huffed. "If you can answer this question, I will lend you 200 livres." Moreover, I will speak with my father. He has connections at both the University of Paris and the French Academy of Sciences. But if you answer incorrectly, you know what will happen. Napoleon nodded and accepted the challenge. Louis picked up the book and flipped through several pages, searching for the most difficult problem. After a while, Louis found what he was looking for, and pointed to a particularly complex equation. Can you solve this? dy dx 2yx x superscript 2y superscript 2 sin x. Napoleon spent a moment studying the equation before him, analyzing each term. He realized it was a first-order linear ordinary differential equation in the form dy dx pxy qxyn, where n2 px 2x qx x superscript 2 sin x. The problem reminded him of his university days in his past life. Differential equations were one of his strongest subjects, and he found it puzzling that Louis considered this a difficult problem. It was merely simple differentiation. He began solving the problem, writing out his method, and circled the final answer. Napoleon solved it within 3 minutes. Louis was dumbfounded by the speed at which he worked. He compared Napoleon's solution with the one in the book. Although the steps differed somewhat, the final answer was identical. This? Louis was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Napoleon. Well, I told you I'm quite capable. Napoleon grinned. This time I did not rely on my cheating abilities. So do we have a deal? Louis sighed. Fine, I agree, Napoleon. But you must share your method with me. Your approach is very straightforward and seems much easier to understand than this book. Also, we can only do this in my dormitory. I do not want others to see us together. No problem. Napoleon took a sip of tea. As Napoleon was lost in thought, his loyal maid Gila burst in unceremoniously, carrying a tray of breakfast delicacies. The sudden intrusion startled him, nearly causing him to spill ink all over the desk. Gila, you. Please knock before entering. I nearly knocked over the ink, which could have ruined an entire week's work. Napoleon spoke in a tone that was stern yet gentle. I'm sorry, master, Gila said with an apologetic smile on her face. I couldn't suppress the excitement of seeing you again. Napoleon let out a soft laugh. You left only a few minutes ago, Gila. What could possibly have changed in such a short span of time? Gila's face radiated joy. Nothing has changed, master. I am simply overjoyed to serve you once more. Napoleon rolled his eyes in resignation. Very well, I appreciate your enthusiasm, Gila. Please place my breakfast on the table. I shall enjoy it shortly. Understood. Gila walked cheerfully toward the table, humming a merry tune under her breath. Witnessing this, Napoleon couldn't help but smile at her infectious vitality. She had been his personal assistant for a week now, and her presence had brought life to his otherwise monotonous quarters. Napoleon spent a moment admiring the food before him. Freshly brewed coffee, a croissant with homemade jam, and a vibrant fruit salad on the tray. The aroma of coffee wafted through the air, making his stomach rumble audibly. Thank you, Gila. It looks delicious, Napoleon said, taking a sip of the hot coffee. Gila smiled with satisfaction, delighted to see her master enjoying his breakfast. Master, do you require anything else? Please do not hesitate to command me. As your loyal maid, I shall provide everything you need, while you concentrate on your work. Oh, and what about the new uniform that is to be delivered today? Napoleon inquired. I believe it should be ready at the tailor's now. Shall I fetch it for you? Yes, I have 4 hours until my first lecture. It would be wonderful if you could bring it before then. Thank you, Gila. Napoleon expressed his gratitude for her promptness. Gila nodded and swiftly left the room to retrieve the uniform, granting Napoleon a precious stretch of quiet time to focus on his work. Speaking of Gila, she performed exceptionally well in her duties, always executing tasks flawlessly, even anticipating his needs without a word from him. Napoleon couldn't help but grow curious about her identity. He had never asked Gila any personal questions, perhaps an oversight on his part, but her behavior and demeanor were indeed different from the women of this era. Napoleon had scoured hundreds of records, from Napoleon's diaries to his autobiographies, yet nowhere was there mention of a personal maid. Her name was Gila, reminiscent of the goddess of fate Gila, who had granted him a second life. Could it be? No, that was impossible. The goddess of fate would not set foot in the mortal realm to accompany him. That was absurd. Well, perhaps when she returned he could simply ask her. As he pondered, Gila came back carrying a basket, presumably containing his uniform. Master, I'm back. Yes, I see. Napoleon replied tersely. Well, Gila, you have been working for me for a week now. As your employer, I believe I have the right to know about your background. For instance, where you originally lived, where your family is, and so on. Upon hearing this question, Gila's cheerful face fell. She stood silently for a moment before responding. Master, what do you wish to know from me? Gila said softly. Napoleon frowned. I apologize. Does asking about your origins make you uncomfortable? Gila shook her head. No, master. She patted her cheeks as if trying to rouse herself from her thoughts. The melancholy expression slowly faded, replaced by her usual smile. Forgive me, master. Regarding myself, I was born in Marseille. I never knew my parents. I spent most of my childhood in an orphanage. Napoleon remained silent, tilting his head slightly. Is that all? Master, although I assure you that I am willing to obey any command, I regret to say that inquiring about my origins is a command I cannot comply with. Hela replied, her voice both firm and respectful. I see. So you wish to keep your identity a secret then? How did my parents come to know you, and how did you become my personal maid? I cannot tell you that either, Hela said. Napoleon let out a resigned sigh. If Hela did not wish to tell him, he could ask his parents. He did not want to pressure her into an uncomfortable situation, so he reluctantly set aside his curiosity about her identity. If you truly do not wish to tell me, then so be it. However, I prefer to work with someone I know. We all have secrets to conceal. I understand and respect your decision, Hela. Hela nodded, relieved by Napoleon's understanding. Thank you, master. I will not let you down. Napoleon smiled. Of that I have no doubt, Hela. Now let us try on this new uniform. Hela beamed and retrieved the uniform from the basket, handing it to him. Napoleon put on the uniform and admired himself in the mirror, marveling at the elegance of its design. The dark blue coat formed the core of the uniform, its brass buttons glistening in the light. The high collar and the tails that swayed behind him as he turned embodied the style of military attire. The white waistcoat added a touch of refinement, its gold or silver embroidery shimmering in the candlelight. Then came the trousers made of gray wool. The embroidery on the waistcoat and trousers showcased the prestige of the school, symbolizing the honor that came with wearing such a uniform. Beneath the coat was a white linen shirt with a high collar reflecting the formality of the era. A cravat added a touch of elegance, while the leather shoes completed the ensemble. The tricorn hat adorned with the school's colors was the final touch, symbolizing his membership in this distinguished institution. Napoleon straightened his posture and admired himself in the mirror. He looked like the military figures he had seen in historical paintings. The fashion of this era is truly intricate and refined. Wow! Master, you look so handsome. Hela covered her mouth, gazing at Napoleon in astonishment. Seeing Napoleon in his school uniform, Hela felt her heart skip a beat. She had always thought Napoleon handsome, but in uniform he looked like a prince. Napoleon found Hela's reaction amusing, entertained by her sudden change in demeanor. You really know how to flatter me, don't you? Hela blushed, embarrassed by her own reaction. I'm sorry, master. I couldn't help it. You truly look dashing in this uniform. Napoleon laughed, enjoying Hela's blushing, shy expression. It's all right, Hela. Thank you for the compliment. He turned around to admire himself in the mirror once more. I don't want to take it off. I'll keep it on and continue working. After all, I'll have to put it on again soon anyway. Why bother with the hassle? The day of the first class had arrived, and students from various noble backgrounds made their way to their respective classrooms. Napoleon took his usual seat at the back by the window, glancing around to find that his classmates appeared older than him. This came as no surprise. It was to be expected. 2 months prior, before the semester break, the principal had summoned him to his office to inform him that he could skip a grade to the 10th year, the final year of high school. The reason was simple: Napoleon consistently ranked at the top of every examination, even acing advanced subjects that had not previously been part of the school curriculum. This led the school board to believe that Napoleon's academic level far exceeded that of his current grade. In the history of his past life, Napoleon had never skipped a grade, which meant history was already diverging. New destinies were being forged upon an altered timeline. So you're the one who skipped a grade? A voice suddenly spoke from in front of him. Napoleon looked up to see who was addressing him. A tall, robust man in his early 30s with a stern expression. I've heard from my colleagues that you excel in every subject. The man continued. I must admit I'm quite eager to see what you're capable of. Napoleon's curiosity was piqued as he tried to discern the man's identity. He certainly appeared to be someone of importance, perhaps a senior military officer or even a government representative. May I ask who you are, sir? Napoleon asked, studying the man closely. The stern expression softened into a faint smile. Forgive me for not introducing myself earlier. I am General François de Villeneuve, in charge of the military education curriculum at this school. Napoleon's eyes widened in surprise. General Villeneuve was renowned for his extensive military experience, having commanded countless battles throughout his career. It was a great honor to have him as a lecturer. I've been keeping a close watch on your progress, Napoleon, the general continued. Your talent and abilities have not gone unnoticed. I believe you possess the potential to become a great military leader. Sir, your words humble me, Napoleon replied respectfully. But if I may share my thoughts, excelling in examinations does not necessarily mean I am already a great military leader. It merely reflects my proficiency in the theory of warfare. Practical experience and leadership are equally important, if not more so. General Villeneuve nodded, deeply impressed by Napoleon's perceptive response. You speak wisely, Napoleon. The true test of a leader lies not only in their knowledge, but in their ability to apply it on the battlefield to lead and inspire others to victory. This requires courage, adaptability, and strategic thinking in the face of uncertainty. Napoleon listened intently, absorbing every word the general spoke. He understood that his journey was far from over, and that there was much more to learn beyond the classroom. I wish to learn, sir, Napoleon said earnestly. I want to experience the reality of war firsthand to understand the challenges faced by both commanders and soldiers. How can I become a leader if I have not been tested in the crucible of battle? General Villeneuve regarded Napoleon with a mixture of admiration and caution. He recognized the young student's thirst for knowledge and passion for the art of warfare, but he also understood the risks involved in exposing a student to the dangers of war. Napoleon War is a cruel and unforgiving arena. The general said, his tone heavy with gravity. This is no matter to be taken lightly. Lives are at stake, and the consequences of failure can be devastating. This path must be approached with the utmost caution. However, sir, I have made up my mind. I wish to serve my country and His Majesty. General Villeneuve paused, contemplating Napoleon's determination before speaking. Very well. If you pass my course, I will personally recommend you to the military academy, where you can receive further military education and training. The military academy was an institution renowned for producing France's finest military leaders. Those he admired had graduated from the same school. Thank you, sir. Napoleon's face lit up with delight, his voice brimming with gratitude. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Napoleon's classmates watched him with a mixture of mockery and envy. Hey, isn't that the Corsican kid who's caught all the teachers' attention? Yeah, they say he's never failed a single exam. Other students continued their idle chatter, whispering amongst themselves and casting envious glances toward Napoleon. But Napoleon paid them no mind. He was accustomed to the snide remarks of privileged boys. Very well, let us begin our military lesson. General Villeneuve clapped his hands, cutting through the students' whispers. The lesson delved into military strategy, tactics, and the application of logistics in warfare, with General Villeneuve sharing insights drawn from his years of military service. Napoleon listened with rapt attention, absorbing every word and making meticulous notes in his notebook. He also gained a thorough understanding of military functions, ranks, and organizational structure. Napoleon also learned about the standard rifle used by the army. As expected, compared to modern standards, the firearms of this world were quite primitive. The Charleville musket-like firearms from other nations presented certain limitations that affected combat effectiveness. First, its accuracy was poor. Most soldiers could not hit targets beyond 50 yards. The musket's rate of fire was also slow, with soldiers managing only 2 to 3 shots per minute. Furthermore, the musket's long and heavy design made it cumbersome to carry over long distances, and its smoothbore barrel meant the bullet could not spin to improve accuracy. Worse still, the musket was prone to misfires and malfunctions which could prove disastrous in the heat of battle. Napoleon recognized the limitations of the musket, but understood it remained the primary weapon in use. He resolved to study it in greater detail, hoping to find ways to improve its design and effectiveness. The lesson continued as General Villeneuve discussed the importance of military discipline and training. He emphasized that soldiers must obey orders without question, and that officers must lead by example, fostering a sense of pride and loyalty within the ranks. Although General Villeneuve taught with enthusiasm, he noticed some students growing restless, whispering to one another and passing notes, clearly losing interest in the lecture. Yet before he could reprimand their behavior, the clock on his desk indicated that class had ended. Very well, tomorrow we will be tested on what we have discussed today. General Villeneuve announced to the class, reminding them to review their notes carefully and pay attention to the details. Napoleon gathered his notebook and quill pen, left the classroom, and hurried down the corridor toward the courtyard, where he spotted Louis sitting alone in a pavilion. He walked quickly toward the pavilion, and Louis produced an envelope. I have spoken with my father about your proposal to submit a paper to the university, he said. They are willing to allow you to submit it for review, but you must ensure the paper is concise and well written. Louis handed the envelope to Napoleon as he spoke. Inside was a check for 200 livres intended to purchase any apparatus he needed to build in order to prove his hypothesis. You must repay the debt on time. Thank you, Louis. Louis crossed his arms and turned his face away. Don't misunderstand, Napoleon. I'm not doing this for your sake. I merely wish to gauge your abilities. You may excel in our examinations, but a formal thesis is a different matter entirely. Napoleon nodded, understanding Louis's motives. He knew Louis was competitive by nature, and he respected that. At the same time, he was grateful for the financial assistance which would help him purchase the materials needed to build his machine. I understand, Louis. I appreciate your help. Hurry and leave my sight. Don't let anyone see me speaking with you. Good afternoon, master. How was your first day at school? Sheila greeted Napoleon enthusiastically, her ever-vibrant and radiant smile, as always bringing a sense of cheer to one's heart. The same as always, Napoleon replied as he stepped into the room, casting a brief glance around, noting the cleanliness and orderliness of the place. Sheila let out a soft chuckle. Very well, master, I'm glad. At least you had a smooth day today. Would you like me to prepare some refreshments and tea? That would be wonderful, thank you, Napoleon answered as he settled onto the sofa. While Sheila busied herself with preparing tea and snacks, Napoleon pondered the preparations for his thesis proposal. The 200 livres Louis had lent him proved a great help, and now he only needed to make good use of the funds. Nicolas Leonard Suddy Carnot postulated that heat could be converted into work through reversible processes, and that the greater the temperature difference between two systems, the greater the potential for work. This insight paved the way for Lord Kelvin and Clausius to establish the second law of thermodynamics, which states that heat cannot be converted into work without a net loss of energy. Joule also played an indispensable role in the development of the scientific theory of heat. Collaborating with Lord Kelvin, he conducted an experiment at John Edward Carey's brewery, where they measured the mechanical work required to turn a paddle in a water tank and the resulting rise in water temperature. They discovered that the work done was proportional to the temperature increase, leading to the conclusion that heat is a form of energy. This experiment, later known as the Joule-Thomson experiment, made a significant contribution to the development of the first law of thermodynamics, the concept of energy conservation. This meant Napoleon could present both laws of thermodynamics in a single paper. By combining Carnot's theoretical insights with Joule's experimental evidence, he could provide a comprehensive overview of the laws of thermodynamics and their implications for various fields of study. As for the experiments to demonstrate these laws, Napoleon could replicate the same ones conducted by Lord Kelvin and Joule, but with certain improvements. He could use more advanced equipment and instruments to obtain more accurate results, and additionally, he could explore the practical applications of these laws in fields such as engineering, physics, chemistry, and even biology. Observing Napoleon lost in thought, murmuring to himself, Sheila couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence for him. He was always like this, immersed in some contemplation, often during work and study. Sheila enjoyed watching and gazing at Napoleon. He looked so focused and passionate about his work. Master, your refreshments and tea are ready. Sheila's words interrupted Napoleon's thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Napoleon snapped out of his reverie and looked at Sheila, who was holding a tray with a steaming pot of tea and a plate of delectable-looking pastries. Thank you, Sheila, Napoleon said with a smile as he reached for a pastry. Sheila sat down beside Napoleon on the sofa, watching him eat while sipping her own cup of tea. Napoleon hummed softly, this biscuit is really delicious. Did you make it yourself? Yes, I did. Sheila's voice carried a hint of pride. I'm glad you enjoy it. Seeing you like my baking makes me happy. Napoleon continued eating his snacks and drinking tea when suddenly Sheila leaned forward and reached for the buttons of his school uniform. WH. What are you doing? Master, please allow me to personally help you take off your uniform. As she spoke, Sheila continued unbuttoning his uniform and removing it from his body. Napoleon could feel her hands gently gliding over his shoulders, revealing the white shirt underneath. Then she also removed his leather shoes and socks. A sudden flush of heat rushed to Napoleon's cheeks. Sheila's movements were skillful and gentle. Sometimes she would do things that caught him off guard, leaving him embarrassed. After removing the shoes and socks, Sheila stood up, walked to the cabinet nearby, and took out a new set of clothes for Napoleon. She handed the clothes to him, then began to gather his school uniform, books, and writing utensils, stacking them neatly on the floor. The rest is up to you, master. Or would you like me to continue helping? Sheila looked at Napoleon, asking with a shy smile. This girl is very suspicious. Napoleon thought bitterly to himself. How could a 13-year-old girl say such provocative words? She always acts far beyond her age. Where on earth did she learn this? I'd better keep a close watch on her here, or I could make use of her. Indeed, Sheila, as his personal maid, presented him with a new opportunity. A partner. In the future, he would conduct many experiments that he could not accomplish alone. Having her as an assistant would be beneficial in the long run. Sheila, from my observations, you are a capable lady. You are intelligent, talented, and diligent. So I have a proposal for you. A proposal? Sheila repeated, wondering what proposal Napoleon had for her. Sheila, why don't you become my partner? I mean, you help me manage everything. Partner? You mean? Master, are you proposing to me? Sheila shrieked. Napoleon was startled by Sheila's reaction. No. He quickly denied. I mean a partner in terms of an assistant, like a colleague. Sheila's expression drooped in disappointment for a moment, then her face brightened again. Oh, I see, master. Of course I would be honored to be your partner. Napoleon breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want Sheila to misunderstand the nature of their relationship. He needed her as a partner, not as a romantic interest. Excellent, Napoleon said with a smile. Since you agree, I'll have to teach you everything I know from science to military tactics to martial arts. Starting tomorrow, you will follow my morning exercise routine and spend time studying with me. What Napoleon truly wanted was a capable assistant. Someone devoutly loyal and easy to control. Sheila seemed to fit that description, and it would be a waste not to tap into her potential. But what about our agreement last week? I can only stay here until... Forget about that. Napoleon interrupted her. I think it's beneficial to keep you with me in the long run. So after the letter from Corsica arrives, I'll write another one to my parents telling them I've changed my mind and fully accept you. So can you handle it? Sheila, are you ready to become my right-hand person? Yes, master. Sheila bowed her head respectfully. Very well. This is an encouraging decision. After reaching an agreement, Napoleon and Sheila began their daily training, running together on the school playground, teaching Sheila the fundamentals of martial arts and providing tutoring during their free time. To gauge Sheila's progress, Napoleon would test her, such as having her participate in evaluation assessments or sparring with him. Of course, Sheila would always lose in their sparring sessions, but in the tests she showed remarkable progress. As weeks passed, both her physical and mental conditioning improved, and her confidence in her abilities grew stronger. One morning during their run, Sheila made an unexpected request. Master, I want you to fight me seriously during our next sparring session. What do you mean? Napoleon glanced at her briefly, then turned and continued walking ahead. I know I always lose our matches and you've been holding back. If I want to truly measure what I've learned over the past few weeks, you need to fight me for real. Napoleon understood Sheila's request and recognized she was ready for a greater challenge. It was time to push her beyond her limits, so he nodded in agreement. All right, Sheila, I'll fight you seriously in our next training session. Sheila smiled, both excited and nervous. She knew it would be a grueling match, but she was determined to give it her all. Over the following days, Napoleon and Sheila continued their training as usual, but an atmosphere of anticipation hung in the air. They were both preparing for the upcoming intense sparring match. Finally, the day arrived. Napoleon and Sheila stood in the courtyard ready for a serious and intense confrontation. Entering the gymnasium, their eyes locked tightly together. They had trained for weeks and both knew this was the critical moment. Stepping onto the ring, the air grew thick with fighting spirit. As the match began, they circled each other warily, each on guard. Suddenly, Sheila struck. Her agile body darted forward with incredible speed. Napoleon countered with a powerful blow, but Sheila sidestepped with remarkable agility. They continued exchanging blows, their movements so fast they left afterimages. It was clear that Sheila had made tremendous progress since they began training together. Her footwork grew more fluid and precise, circling Napoleon with swift, calculated movements. She anticipated his attacks with increasing accuracy, landing a series of powerful punches that echoed through the arena. The battle seemed to stretch on endlessly, but ultimately Napoleon emerged victorious, ending the match with a chokehold. Master, I can't breathe. Sheila gasped for air, her voice trembling with urgency. Napoleon released his grip and helped her up. She coughed violently, struggling to catch her breath, her body drenched in sweat. Are you all right? Napoleon asked, gently, concern in his voice. Sheila nodded weakly, still catching her breath, managing to reply between coughs. I'm fine. Napoleon's expression softened slightly as he placed a hand on her shoulder. You did well. I fought as you asked, without holding back. I know. Sheila exhaled deeply. I could feel it in your punches. You didn't hold back. Napoleon smiled. I keep my promises. You asked for this and I delivered. Now let's head back to the lab. Ugh, master. I don't think I can move for a while. Sheila's face scrunched up. I'm extremely tired. Let me rest a bit before we go back. But I need to complete the experiment as planned. Napoleon sighed, turning around and crouching down. Climb on my back. I'll carry you back. Sheila's eyes widened in surprise. She hesitated, uncertain if this was appropriate, but her body was exhausted and desperately needed rest. Are you sure? Sheila's voice wavered slightly. Napoleon glanced at her with a faint smile. Of course. I don't want to waste any more time. Sheila nodded, gratitude welling up inside her, and climbed onto his back. Napoleon slowly rose to his feet, adjusted his grip on her legs, and began the walk back. As they walked, Sheila leaned forward slightly and breathed in the fresh scent of Napoleon's sweat. A comforting smell that reminded her of their training days together. She closed her eyes, savoring the sense of security and comfort of being carried by her master. Sorry, I smell like sweat, Napoleon said. Sheila shook her head. No, I like it. Napoleon made a soft sound, his voice warm. Really? I'm glad to hear that. Master, am I heavy? Sheila asked. Napoleon's hands holding her legs tightened slightly as he adjusted his balance. No, you're not heavy at all. His reassuring tone put her at ease. You're actually quite light, don't worry. That's good. 5 minutes later, they arrived back at the laboratory. Napoleon gently lowered Sheila from his back and set her feet on the ground. She stretched her legs, feeling the soreness gradually fade away. Thank you for carrying me, master. She smiled gratefully. It's nothing. I'm glad you're feeling better now, Napoleon, said, his expression softening as he nodded. Sheila glanced around the laboratory and noticed the paddle had stopped spinning. Napoleon walked over to the apparatus and dipped a sensitive thermometer into it to check the results. Sheila, I want you to remember what I'm about to tell you, Napoleon instructed. Understood, master. I'm all ears. Before the paddle rotated, the initial water temperature was recorded at 35 degrees Celsius. However, after allowing the paddle to rotate for 12 hours, the temperature rose significantly by 0.8 degrees Celsius. These observations confirm the principle of converting mechanical energy into thermal energy through friction. Sheila listened carefully, committing the information to memory. I understand, master. Mechanical energy is converted into thermal energy through friction. She repeated it once more. Is that all? No. Regarding the caloric theory, which is currently widely accepted in the field of thermodynamics, this experiment demonstrates that the energy lost by the paddle during rotation, measured by the rise in water temperature, is directly proportional to the work done by the paddle. This suggests that the caloric theory may not be the most accurate explanation for the behavior of heat. Sheila nodded, curious about the significance of the experiment. Master, what does this mean? This means we need to rethink our understanding of heat and energy transfer. This experiment opens up new possibilities for research and discovery in the field of thermodynamics. Napoleon explained, a hint of excitement in his voice. Now that we've completed the experiment and gathered the necessary data, the next step is to submit it to the officials at the University of Paris and the French Academy of Sciences for review. Whoever accepts our paper first will publish with them. As the man walked through the dimly lit corridor, his attire drew the attention of those around him. He was tall and slender with sharply defined features. His clothes were made of fine, luxurious fabrics, impeccably tailored. The coat was a deep crimson embroidered with intricate golden threads. His shirt was pristine white with a high collar that perfectly framed his face. A delicate lace cravat adorned with a small lily brooch complemented the ruffled cuffs of his coat. His trousers were black and well-fitted, and he wore polished leather boots that clicked against the stone floor with every step. The man's noble appearance and confident stride captivated the onlookers, who couldn't help but wonder who he was and what business he had in this building. The man arrived at the principal's office, where the principal greeted him warmly. What business do you have with me? The man asked calmly as he took a seat. Mr. Lavoisier, a student from Brienne Castle, has submitted a thesis to our university titled Principles of Thermodynamics. I glanced at it, and it seems to attempt to overturn your caloric theory. I thought you might be interested, so I called you here. The principal smiled and continued. I must say it is a solid piece of work. One can see that the student has put considerable effort into his research. Lavoisier raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the thesis's challenge to the caloric theory. I see, he said, crossing his hands elegantly on his lap. I would like to read the thesis myself and see what this student has discovered. The principal nodded and handed the thesis to Lavoisier. Lavoisier began reading, and a look of excitement gradually appeared in his eyes. The student's research was impressive, and his conclusions were thought-provoking. This is very interesting, Lavoisier said, looking up at the principal. The student's research seems to suggest that heat is a form of energy, rather than a substance like caloric. His experiments indicate that the behavior of heat can be explained by the laws of thermodynamics. I want to meet this person. Then why not let him present his thesis at this university? The principal suggested. Very well, I will serve on the panel for his thesis defense, Lavoisier agreed, smiling. I want to test this person's conviction in his own theory. Sir, you wanted to see me? Napoleon asked as he entered the principal's office. Yes, Napoleon, please sit down. I have some news for you. The principal gestured to the chair in front of him. Napoleon sat down, ready to receive the news. Napoleon, listen. I promised you that if the University of Paris responded to your research, I would tell you immediately. That day has come. Has my thesis been accepted? Napoleon asked, looking at the principal expectantly. Well, you'd better see for yourself, because I don't know how to tell you. The principal handed him the letter, and Napoleon quickly opened it and read it carefully. Dear Napoleon Bonaparte, we are pleased to inform you that your thesis, Principles of Thermodynamics, has been accepted and will be presented at our upcoming scientific conference. Your thesis has left a deep impression on our review experts, and we believe it will become an important addition to the scientific discourse on heat. The conference will also be attended by renowned physicists, chemists, and mathematicians. We are confident that your presentation will garner great attention and acclaim. If you are able to attend the conference, please inform us as soon as possible so that we can make the necessary arrangements. Congratulations on this achievement, and we look forward to your participation. Sincerely, Augustin de la Fontaine, Dean of the Faculty of Sciences, University of Paris. After Napoleon finished reading the letter, the principal spoke with a warm smile. Congratulations, Mr. Bonaparte. You have become the youngest scientist whose thesis has been accepted and published by the University of Paris. You have made a significant mark in history. How do you feel? To be honest, I don't know what to say. Napoleon laughed. At first I thought they would reject the thesis because it challenges the caloric theory which is widely accepted in the field of heat. The principal nodded in understanding. Yes, challenging the status quo takes courage. But that is the essence of science, isn't it? Constant questioning and seeking answers to better understand the world around us. Napoleon smiled in agreement. Thank you, sir. I will now go and share this news with my family and personal assistant. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. One more thing, Mr. Bonaparte, the principal said quickly. Since your research has been accepted by the University of Paris, the institution has decided to award you a grant to recognize your outstanding work. Although it is not a large amount, it is a token of appreciation for your hard work. Napoleon was surprised but grateful. Thank you, sir. I am honored. We will deliver the grant to your dormitory next week. That's all. Prepare for your presentation next week. Napoleon rose to his feet, gave the principal a deep bow of gratitude, and then left the office. As he walked down the school corridor, his heart swelled with both excitement and nervousness. He felt the goal drawing ever closer. If he succeeded in this presentation, a bridge would be forged between him and the finest scientists and engineers of this age. Yet going forward, Napoleon had to ensure their safety. For scientists such as Antoine Lavoisier had been executed during the Reign of Terror, condemned for their associations with the monarchy and suspected sympathies toward the nobility. Now, if they were to be executed, it would be not only a tremendous loss for Napoleon but for all of France. He intended to convene all the prominent scientists who had survived the French Revolution and establish a committee, or a department dedicated to modern science. The only way to protect them was to become a military man, and that was precisely what he was doing now. 5 minutes later, Napoleon returned to the dormitory. As usual, Sheila opened the door for him, greeting him with her brightest smile. Welcome back, master. How was your day? Napoleon chuckled, watching Sheila's cheerful demeanor, and said, it went well today, Sheila. My paper has been accepted, and will be presented at the scientific conference at the University of Paris. Sheila's eyes widened with excitement. That's wonderful, master. Congratulations to you. Thank you, Sheila. Master, you must be exhausted. That won't do at all. Come now, I've prepared everything for you. All you need to do is sit right here. As Sheila spoke, she tugged gently at Napoleon's arm. Napoleon let her lead him to the desk where she had already neatly arranged his notes and documents. He sat down and let out a long, relieved sigh. Thank you, Sheila. You always know just what I need. Napoleon looked up at her with a grateful smile. Sheila returned the smile. Then, master, what would you like to do first? Dinner? A bath? Or perhaps me? Napoleon froze, staring straight at Sheila. Where on earth did you learn to say things like that? I'm growing increasingly curious about your past now. Sheila swallowed hard, lowered her head, and said shyly, I'm sorry, master. We've already discussed that matter. Let's not dwell on it. Let's prepare for what lies ahead. You will accompany me to the University of Paris for my presentation. Why? Sheila asked in surprise. Is it appropriate to bring a personal maid along? Children of the nobility each have their own stewards and maids accompanying them at school, so there should be no problem with you coming with me. Moreover, I must remind you, you are not my personal maid but my assistant. I prefer to call you that as it sounds both cool and professional. Napoleon explained, continuing, after all, you helped me complete my paper, so there's no reason I shouldn't let you come along. Sheila's eyes filled with joy. Of course, master. It would be my honor to accompany you. I have no doubt you'll perform splendidly, and I'm thrilled to be by your side to cheer you on. You're quite enthusiastic, aren't you? Napoleon said with a smile. Anyway, let's not dwell on that. We must dress formally for the day of the presentation, so I need to buy you a suitable outfit for the occasion. Don't worry about the money. The school gave me a reward fund. As you command, master. Sheila bowed respectfully. The sound of hooves echoed across the cobblestone streets of Paris, the city's late 18th century charm, on full display in every elegant building and archway they passed. Inside the carriage, Napoleon sat beside Sheila, gazing out at the scenery, while Sheila's eyes were fixed on him. A gentle breeze carried the sweet aroma of freshly baked pastries from a nearby bakery, mingling with the fragrance of fresh flowers on the street. The carriage slowed to a stop before a clothing store, its facade exuding fashion and luxury. Sheila was awestruck by the magnificent storefront and hesitated. Master, isn't this place a bit expensive? I told you not to worry about the price. I simply need you to look presentable at the presentation later. Napoleon reassured her. They stepped out of the carriage, and a doorman in a black suit hurried over to greet them and opened the door. The shop was bustling with activity. Elegant ladies browsing the latest styles and gentlemen admiring the craftsmanship of bespoke suits. Napoleon led Sheila to the women's section, his fingers tracing the fabrics of the displayed dresses. Sheila, what color do you prefer? Napoleon asked simply. The question made Sheila's heart skip a beat. She had never dared to hope she could choose her own clothes, let alone that someone as important as Napoleon would value her opinion. She looked around, admiring the variety of colors and styles. I'm not sure, master, she replied softly. I'm not very good at choosing styles. Perhaps you could help me pick. Running his fingers across the fabrics, Napoleon carefully examined the different dresses she had selected. After a moment he chose a soft cotton casual dress in blue trimmed with delicate lace. I think this one suits you perfectly, Sheila. Saying this, Napoleon handed her the dress. Sheila took the dress, her eyes wide. It was simple yet elegant and clearly designed for comfort. It's beautiful, master, she said with a grateful smile. Just as they were selecting clothes, a middle-aged shop assistant approached with a warm smile. Good day, sir, madam. How may I be of service? I've already chosen this dress for her. I see. The assistant examined the dress and said, an excellent choice, sir. Would you like to add some accessories? Perhaps a hat or a pair of gloves? What color gloves do you think would complement this dress best? Napoleon asked. The assistant considered for a moment before replying, I believe a pair of white gloves would pair beautifully with this dress, sir. Very well, then white it is. Very good, sir. Now that the lady's attire is settled, how about yourself? Do you need anything as well? The assistant asked, turning his gaze to Napoleon. Napoleon shook his head. No, thank you. I'm fine as I am. The assistant nodded and bowed slightly. Very good, sir. Perhaps you'd like to see how the dress looks on her. We have reserved a fitting room for our distinguished guest. Napoleon looked at Sheila and considered the assistant's suggestion. That would be excellent. It would be wise to check the fit before we leave. Sheila nodded and followed the assistant to the fitting room. While waiting for them to return, Napoleon wandered around the store to pass the time. He glanced at the price tags and couldn't help but feel a touch of astonishment at the cost of the dresses. They were expensive, affordable only to the nobility. Fortunately, the bonus from the castle of Brienne provided more than enough funds to indulge Sheila without a second thought. 2 minutes later, Sheila emerged from the dressing room, her strawberry blonde hair styled into loose waves cascading down her back. The blue dress fit her slender figure perfectly, the soft cotton fabric draping elegantly over her developing curves, while delicate lace trim at the neckline and hem added a touch of sophistication to the simple design. Napoleon watched her, his eyes widening in astonishment filled with wonder. He could hardly believe how stunning she looked in that dress. Sheila's blue eyes sparkled with excitement as she twirled the skirt of her dress, swaying gently around her ankles. Though only 13, she carried herself with an elegance and grace beyond her years. Napoleon thought that in 4 or 5 years she would surely become a beautiful young woman. How do I look, master? Sheila asked, lifting the hem of her dress and striking a charming pose. You look absolutely lovely, Napoleon said sincerely. Ha! That's it. Napoleon chuckled at her playful pout. What did you expect me to say? I've already given you my assessment, that's all. Sheila smiled. I was hoping you'd elaborate a bit more. I think a few words are enough. After saying this, Napoleon turned and walked toward the shop clerk. The dress is beautiful. May I ask where to pay? The clerk led Napoleon to the cashier, where he settled the total for the dress and gloves. Napoleon paid without hesitation, handing over several bills from his bonus at Brienne Castle. After completing the transaction, Napoleon and Sheila left the shop, the crisp Parisian air greeting them. As they walked back to the carriage, Napoleon noticed people turning their heads to watch Sheila, their eyes following her every move. Goodness, she's only 13. Napoleon thought to himself as he helped her into the carriage. Noticing the change in Napoleon's expression, Sheila looked at him with confusion. Is something wrong, master? Napoleon shook his head and smiled reassuringly at her. No, nothing at all. Where to, sir? The carriage driver's voice called out from the front. University of Paris, Napoleon replied, settling into the seat beside Sheila. Very good. The driver cracked the reins and the carriage began to move. Sheila leaned back against the soft velvet seat, the rustling of her dress filling the quiet carriage. She gazed out the window, taking in the sights and sounds of Paris. However, she noticed the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy, lacking Paris's usual vitality and energy. Sheila couldn't quite put her finger on why, but she sensed a certain tension permeating the air. Noticing Sheila's contemplative gaze out the window, Napoleon asked with concern, Sheila, is everything all right? I'm not sure. Sheila continued to stare out the window, feeling as though the city was somehow different, as if everyone carried some unspoken worry. Napoleon nodded in agreement. Yes, France's economic situation has been poor lately, and it's affecting people's spirits. Sheila looked at Napoleon in surprise. She had never heard him discuss economics before. What's wrong with the economy? Well, simply put, France owes a great deal of money. Our expenditures exceed what we can afford, and now those problems are coming to light. The government is striving to balance the budget, and the common people are feeling the impact. Prices for goods and services have risen, and many are struggling to make ends meet. Sheila listened attentively, trying to understand. But why does France spend so much money? Napoleon sighed. There are many reasons, but one of the biggest is our involvement in the American Revolution. We supported the American colonists in their fight for independence from Britain, and it cost us a great deal. Add to that the French monarchy's extravagant spending over the years, not to mention the nobility paying little to no taxes, and it's only a matter of time before these issues erupt. I see, Sheila murmured. Now don't worry about it. It's not our responsibility. We need to focus on preparing for the speech. You're right. After Sheila spoke, silence fell within the carriage. The carriage rolled slowly along the cobblestone streets toward the University of Paris. It was the afternoon hours, the sun high in the sky casting bright light over the entire city. As they approached the grand exterior walls of the University of Paris, Napoleon admired the ornate architectural details through the carriage window. The University of Paris was truly magnificent, its imposing presence marked by towering columns and breathtaking arched entrances. Intricate patterns were carved into the stone facade, while the window frames were adorned with elegant wrought iron balconies. Napoleon was amazed by the sheer scale of the massive building, which seemed to stretch for miles. As the carriage neared the entrance, Napoleon caught sight of students moving about outside. They wore the typical attire of the late 18th century, robes, waistcoats, and breeches, in various colors. Some students wore deep blue or black, while others sported brighter reds or greens. Their outfits, paired with stockings and buckled shoes, appeared formal and distinguished. After the carriage came to a stop, Napoleon and Sheila stepped down and paid the driver. Is everything in order? Napoleon asked, looking at Sheila with her leather satchel which held their papers. Yes, master, Sheila replied. Very well, let's go. Napoleon led the way, asking passing University of Paris students for directions along the way. Excuse me, sir, do you know where the event hall is? On the second floor, child, replied the senior student. Thank you. Napoleon nodded gratefully, and continued toward the main entrance with Sheila following closely behind. As they entered the building, Napoleon was struck by the grandeur of the interior. The walls were adorned with exquisite paintings and sculptures, the floors paved with polished marble, and voices and footsteps echoed through the halls, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. They ascended the grand staircase and arrived at the event hall. The event hall was a vast room with soaring ceilings and large arched windows that let in streams of natural light. The walls were paneled in dark wood, decorated with intricate carvings and gold leaf details. The room was set up for a formal event, with rows of chairs facing a raised platform at the front. On the platform stood a large wooden table with a matching chair for the speaker. Behind the table, a backdrop of deep red fabric bore the University of Paris seal embroidered in golden thread. Napoleon scanned the room, taking in the faces of the other attendees. There were professors and students, as well as members of the public who had come to listen to the presentation. They all appeared expectant, and Napoleon could feel their gazes falling upon him, silently questioning his identity. One attendee approached and greeted them. Hello, sir, madam. Are you lost? No. Napoleon shook his head. We are here to present our papers. We have an invitation from the University of Paris. Sheila, give him the letter. Sheila handed the letter to the attendant, who glanced at it and nodded. Ah, yes, Mr. Napoleon Bonaparte, everyone is waiting for you. Please follow me, the attendant said as he led them to the platform at the front of the room. While escorting them to their seats, he introduced himself. I am Augustin de la Fontaine, the president of the Academy of Sciences. We are very much looking forward to your lecture. Our distinguished scientific guests will arrive shortly. As soon as they are here, you may begin your lecture. Napoleon nodded, feeling both excited and slightly nervous. This was a momentous occasion for him, one that would eventually alter the course of history as he knew it. He and Sheila took seats in the front row, reviewing his notes one last time. A few minutes later, the door at the back of the room opened and a handsome gentleman in a suit walked in. The crowd fell silent. Napoleon tapped Sheila's shoulder to get her attention. What is it, master? Sheila asked. Do you see the man who just came in? He is Antoine Lavoisier, the renowned chemist and scientist, Napoleon whispered to Sheila. He is one of the most brilliant minds of our era. He continued, his gaze fixed on Lavoisier, who was making his way to a seat in the front row. He has made groundbreaking discoveries in chemistry, including the discovery of oxygen and the law of conservation of mass. He is also the proponent of the caloric theory, which we are about to overturn. Sheila showed astonishment. I see. After Antoine Lavoisier, other distinguished figures entered the hall, their appearances indicating they were all eminent individuals. Pierre-Simon Laplace, Jacques-Charles, Charles Augustin de Coulomb, Louis Nicolas Vauquelin, Claude Louis Berthollet, and many more whose names he could not recall. This testified to the fact that the Kingdom of France indeed boasted a wealth of knowledgeable scientists, an indispensable asset. If only he could win these people over in the future, he could rapidly advance the industrialization of France. The thought filled him with excitement. Napoleon took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. He needed to focus on the task at hand, first his lecture. He opened his notebook and skimmed through it again, ensuring everything was flawless. He raised his head and scanned the room, noticing Lavoisier conversing with other scientists in the front row. They seemed to be discussing something likely related to their fields of research. The president of the academy cleared his throat, signaling the start of the event. "Now we invite Napoleon Bonaparte to come up and present his paper," the president said, gesturing toward him. Napoleon and Gila stood up and walked to the front. He could feel all eyes upon them. Napoleon took a deep breath and began to speak, his voice clear and confident. "Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Academy, distinguished guests. I am Napoleon Bonaparte from Brienne-le-Château, and this is my assistant Gila. We are here to present our paper on the principles of thermodynamics, explaining the relationship between work and heat." As he spoke, he noticed Lavoisier lean forward, staring intently at him. Napoleon felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the moment he had long awaited. He continued his speech, outlining their research, presenting intriguing and thought-provoking arguments, and introducing his findings with eloquence and fluency. The audience listened attentively, nodding in approval and murmuring with admiration. In the paper, he demonstrated that heat is a form of energy, not a substance, and expounded the two laws of thermodynamics known to the modern world. The first law is the conservation of energy, stating that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only transformed from one form to another. The second law states that in any energy transfer or transformation, useful energy decreases while entropy or disorder increases. Finally, he refuted the caloric theory. After presenting his paper, Napoleon scanned the audience, looking for any signs of disapproval or dissent. To his relief, he saw everyone nodding in agreement, seemingly genuinely impressed by his work. Even Lavoisier, known to be a harsh critic, was looking at him with a smile. But then Lavoisier raised a question. "Mr. Bonaparte, I am very interested in your lecture, and your presentation style is impressive. However, I have 5 questions. If you can answer them, I am willing to abandon my theory and accept your viewpoint." "I accept the challenge, Mr. Lavoisier," Napoleon said. "Very well, I shall pose them all now. First, heat physically resembles matter, so how can it be a form of energy rather than a substance? If heat is not a substance, then what exactly is transferred between two bodies during heat transfer? How does your theory explain latent heat, the cornerstone of the caloric theory? If heat is only a form of energy, how do you explain the differences in heat capacities among different substances? The caloric theory has successfully explained many heat-related phenomena, so why should we abandon it in favor of a new theory that has not been fully tested?" Napoleon cleared his throat, preparing to answer. "Heat is not a substance because it cannot exist independently as a physical entity. Heat is energy transferred between two bodies due to a temperature difference. This transfer occurs because of the motion of particles within the bodies, which is why it might appear similar to matter in its physical properties. As for your second question, heat transfer is caused by the temperature difference between two bodies, and it occurs through various mechanisms, such as conduction, convection, and radiation. Energy is transferred from the hotter body to the colder one, but no matter is exchanged between the two bodies. For the third question, my theory can explain latent heat by considering the change in internal energy of a substance during phase transitions. During phase changes such as melting or vaporization, the energy added or removed is used to alter the arrangement of particles within the substance rather than to change its temperature. As for the fourth question, the heat capacity of a substance is related to the energy required to change its temperature. Different substances have different heat capacities because the particles within them have different masses and interact differently with each other. Heat capacity is related to the internal energy and the degrees of freedom of the particles. Finally, although the caloric theory successfully explains some heat-related phenomena, it cannot explain the conservation of energy or the relationship between heat and work. My new understanding of thermodynamics, based on the law of conservation of energy and the second law of thermodynamics, has been rigorously tested and supported by experiments I have conducted. Therefore, it provides a more comprehensive and accurate understanding of heat and its relationship with other forms of energy. Lavoisier listened attentively to Napoleon's answers, his expression thoughtful. After Napoleon finished, he slowly nodded. "I understand," he said. "Your arguments are quite reasonable and your theory does seem to have merit." "Thank you, Mr. Lavoisier," Napoleon said with a smile. "I appreciate your questions and your willingness to consider my theory." Lavoisier nodded, his expression serious. "Your theory gives me much to think about. I will need to conduct more research and experiments to determine its validity, but I must admit that you have presented a compelling argument." "That is what baffles me. Are you really 13 years old? Such a prodigy, a precocious child?" Napoleon chuckled. "Yes, I often hear that. Oh, by the way, I invented a device called a calorimeter which can measure the heat released or absorbed during a chemical reaction." Lavoisier said, "How does your theory refute this device?" Napoleon pondered for a moment before replying. A calorimeter measures the heat released or absorbed during a chemical reaction, serving as a vital tool for studying chemical reactions. However, it assumes that the heat released or absorbed during a reaction is due to the exchange of a physical substance called caloric, rather than the transfer of energy. This assumption is incorrect, and my theory does not support it. Instead, the energy released or absorbed in a chemical reaction results from changes in the internal energy of the substances. Therefore, while the calorimeter can accurately measure the heat released or absorbed during a reaction, its fundamental assumption is flawed. Hearing this, Lavoisier could not help but burst into laughter. Napoleon looked at him with bewilderment, wondering what was so amusing. "Forgive me, Napoleon," Lavoisier said, still chuckling. "I simply find it amusing that a young boy like you could propose a theory challenging some of the great scientific ideas." Napoleon smiled. "Well, I believe science is about constantly questioning and refining our understanding of the world. Who knows, perhaps one day someone will challenge my theory." Lavoisier nodded in agreement. "Indeed, science is an endless journey of exploration. With young minds like yours, the future of science is promising. Let's give this gentleman a warm round of applause." The entire hall erupted into thunderous applause, and Napoleon beamed with pride and a sense of accomplishment. As he walked out of the lecture hall, his excitement still lingered. He had just presented his groundbreaking paper on the principles of thermodynamics to an audience with the renowned chemist Antoine Lavoisier, highly influential in Parisian society, in attendance. Impressed by Napoleon's intellect and charisma, Lavoisier specifically invited him to a dinner at his luxurious mansion in Paris to celebrate this momentous occasion. The sun was setting, casting a warm golden glow over the city. Napoleon and his companion Sheila approached the main entrance of Antoine Lavoisier's residence, filled with anticipation, eager to continue the intellectual exchange in a more intimate setting. The grand wrought iron gate slowly opened, revealing the magnificent scenery beyond. The path leading to the entrance was flanked by vibrant gardens, meticulously trimmed and fragrant. The mansion itself stood as a testament to Lavoisier's refined taste and luxurious lifestyle. Its elegant architecture blended classical and modern styles, exuding an air of nobility. The soft glow of chandeliers spilled through the tall windows, offering a glimpse of the splendor within. As Napoleon and Sheila crossed the threshold, Lavoisier himself greeted them warmly with a cordial smile. "Good evening, Monsieur Napoleon. Welcome to my humble abode," Antoine Lavoisier said enthusiastically, his tone filled with genuine admiration. He extended his hand, and Napoleon grasped it firmly, reciprocating the host's warm welcome. "Thank you, Monsieur Lavoisier," Napoleon said, his gaze sweeping across the elegant foyer. "I must say this is no humble abode. Your residence is truly breathtaking. I wonder if my attire is suitable for such a grand occasion." Lavoisier chuckled, a hint of reassurance in his voice. "Oh, do not worry, my dear Napoleon. In this gathering, it is the brilliance of intellect that truly matters. Your presence itself is an honor regardless of your attire." Lavoisier's response eased Napoleon's mind. He smiled back and glanced at Sheila, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. He took her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze, a silent gesture of gratitude for her support of his paper. As the two followed Lavoisier deeper into the mansion, a symphony of luxury greeted them. Sumptuous oil paintings adorned the walls, depicting historically significant scenes and moments of scientific discovery. Exquisite candelabras illuminated the corridors, casting a warm and inviting glow. They entered a grand dining room where a long table was set with fine porcelain, crystal glassware, and a variety of delectable dishes prepared by master chefs. The room buzzed with the voices of guests, mostly renowned French scientists who had attended his lecture earlier. Their animated conversations created an atmosphere of intellect and curiosity. "Ah, here comes the precocious young Napoleon," interjected a man in his 30s, dressed in Renaissance attire, grinning mischievously as he approached with a glass of wine. He was Pierre-Simon Laplace, a distinguished mathematician renowned for his contributions to celestial mechanics and probability theory. Napoleon recognized him, his eyes lighting up, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, Monsieur Laplace, always a pleasure to see you." He extended his hand warmly in greeting. "I have read your book on probability theory. It is utterly fascinating." Laplace shook his hand, his eyes gleaming. "Thank you, Monsieur Napoleon. I am delighted to hear that. Your paper was also impressive. Allow me to introduce my friends Monsieur Jacques Charles and Monsieur Charles Augustin de Coulomb." Napoleon's eyes sparkled as he regarded the two gentlemen. One the formulator of Charles's law, the other a renowned scholar in electromagnetism. It was an honor to be in the company of such illustrious scientists whose contributions had laid the foundations of physics. "Good evening, gentlemen. To be honest, I am a fan of both of you. I recall reading your book, Monsieur Charles, on the relationship between gas volume and temperature," Napoleon said to Jacques Charles, his tone brimming with genuine enthusiasm. "Your work laid the groundwork for the study of thermodynamics, and has been an invaluable resource for my own research." Charles smiled gracefully, a hint of pride in his eyes. "Thank you, Napoleon. I am glad my work resonated with you. It is always gratifying to know that one's contributions have made an impact. Napoleon turned his attention to Charles Augustin de Coulomb, nodding respectfully. Monsieur Coulomb, your discoveries in electromagnetism have revolutionized our understanding of electricity. You flatter me, young man, Coulomb replied. There is still much to learn in this world. I am curious, young man, will you become a scientist like us? Napoleon smiled faintly. In part, Monsieur Coulomb. Though my career path lies in the military, I aspire to be more than just a soldier. I believe science and innovation are essential pillars of progress, which will greatly transform France. After this exchange, Napoleon also met other influential scientists present, such as Claude Louis Berthollet Louis Nicolas Vauquelin, Antoine Laurent de Jussieu, and others. Napoleon engaged in captivating discussions with these distinguished scientists. The entire evening was a symphony of ideas, and knowledge, the grand dining room becoming a haven for intellectual exchange. Here concepts were dissected, theories challenged, and new frontiers envisioned. However, while everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves, Sheila found it difficult to integrate into this intellectual circle. To her, their conversations sounded like an alien language, as if telling her she did not belong. Napoleon noticed her growing discomfort. He glanced at her, sensing her unease in this sea of intellectual discourse. Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me. Napoleon rose to his feet, taking Sheila's hand, and leading her toward the serene garden beyond the dining hall. Soft moonlight bathed the surroundings, casting a tranquil glow upon the lush greenery and vibrant blossoms. As the two strolled along the cobblestone path, Napoleon spoke. If this evening has made you uncomfortable, I apologize. You've never had the chance to meet the most brilliant minds in France, have you? I understand, master, but why did you leave so suddenly for my sake? I could have stayed there and remained silent. Sheila looked up at Napoleon, her eyes filled with gratitude and concern. She didn't want to be a burden, especially at such a distinguished gathering. Well, I didn't want you to feel neglected. You know what I mean? After all, I was merely flattering them to build connections. Is that so, master? Sheila asked shyly. Aren't you doing this for my sake? Napoleon interrupted her with a playful smile. Hey, don't overthink it, Sheila. I just needed a break from the intellectual exchange. Sometimes it's nice to step away from the heavy load of knowledge and enjoy a moment of tranquility, you know. At these words, a blush crept across Sheila's cheeks. Napoleon noticed and realized what he had just blurted out. Certainly not in a romantic way, don't misunderstand. Napoleon quickly clarified, feeling a hint of embarrassment himself. He didn't want Sheila to misconstrue his words, nor did he want any awkwardness between them. Sheila let out a soft laugh, the awkwardness dissolving as she understood Napoleon's intent. Oh, I know, master. I didn't think that at all, so it's fine. Napoleon smiled, relieved by Sheila's compliance. Her laughter was like a melody that lifted his spirits. Sheila, you truly have a sense of humor. Napoleon's eyes shone with genuine fondness. Let's head back now. They might be looking for us. I agree, Master, Sheila said softly. They then returned to the grand dining hall. As they crossed the threshold, the lively atmosphere of intellectual debate once again enveloped them, and the engaging discussion continued. Napoleon, we were just discussing the application of your research. Have you already conceived an idea? Lavoisier asked as the others turned their gaze toward Napoleon. I see. Have you all heard of the steam engine invented by James Watt 5 years ago? Napoleon asked. The room fell silent as the scientists eagerly awaited Napoleon's response. The mention of James Watt and his revolutionary steam engine piqued their interest, and they leaned in with focused expressions. Napoleon took a moment to gather his thoughts, sweeping his gaze across the room before he began to speak. Indeed, James Watt's steam engine is a remarkable invention with immense potential. It has already shown great promise in industries such as mining and manufacturing. However, I believe its applications extend far beyond that. His words resonated through the room, sparking curiosity among the intellectuals. Napoleon continued with conviction in his voice. Imagine harnessing the power of steam not only for industry but also for transportation. Steam-powered locomotives could revolutionize travel, connecting cities and nations in unprecedented ways. It would usher in a new era of mobility, transforming commerce, communication, and the very fabric of society. As Napoleon spoke, the scientists exchanged intrigued glances, their minds racing with possibilities. Napoleon's vision ignited their collective imagination, and the room buzzed with excitement once more. Berthollet leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. You've already envisioned this. Does that mean you have a fundamental concept of its functionality? Well, I have a technical idea on how to harness steam and convert it into powerful motion. Napoleon replied, his voice brimming with passion. We need to design a steam engine that can translate the expansive force of steam into mechanical movement. By utilizing the pressure generated by steam within a confined space, we can drive a piston which in turn propels the wheels and moves the locomotive forward. As Napoleon explained, the scientists exchanged glances, once more nodding in approval. Lavoisier then turned to him. Mr. Napoleon, this conversation has been most enlightening. We didn't expect you to possess such profound knowledge of our field. We've been considering inviting you to become a member of the French Academy of Sciences, of which we are all fellows. Antoine proposed. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Napoleon's lips. The French Academy of Sciences was a prestigious institution dedicated to the advancement of scientific knowledge and research. Founded in 1666, it served as a gathering place for the most brilliant minds across various scientific disciplines. Its members, known as academicians, were esteemed scientists and scholars who contributed to scientific progress through their discoveries, theories, and publications. The Academy's primary goal was to foster collaboration and exchange among its members, promoting scientific inquiry and innovation. It provided a platform for scientists to present their research findings, engage in intellectual discourse, and contribute to the collective knowledge of the scientific community. Membership in the French Academy of Sciences offered access to a network of distinguished individuals, enabling fruitful collaborations and the opportunity to shape France's scientific landscape. Membership was both a recognition of one's significant contributions to their field and an invitation to participate in shaping the future of scientific endeavor. Accepting the invitation would not only ally Napoleon with the greatest scientific minds of his era, but also place upon him the responsibility to further push the frontiers of knowledge and inspire future generations of scientists. An endeavor greatly beneficial to his future work. The French Academy would provide him a platform to share his modern revolutionary ideas, and even enlist their help in bringing those ideas to fruition. It would be a great honor to join this institution, Mr. Antoine. I'm delighted you accept the proposal. However, to become a member you must be approved by the existing members. That is us. We recognize your potential, but there is one more requirement. We expect a contribution from you. By contribution we mean your invention. That steam-powered locomotive for transportation you mentioned. It would be an excellent start. You want me to build a steam locomotive? Yes. Accomplish that and you become a member, Antoine said. But Mr. Lavoisier, building it requires a substantial amount of money. I don't have that much. Don't worry, the Academy will provide the funding. After all, how could we judge it without a prototype to demonstrate? We believe in your abilities, Napoleon, Antoine assured him with a smile. Thank you for your trust, but building it truly requires a significant sum. I can build a prototype, but I'm concerned the funds might run out before we fully develop and perfect the steam locomotive. Napoleon voiced his concern. What approximate amount would be needed? Charles asked. Around 120,000 to 240,000 livres. Napoleon stated the price. A brief silence fell over the room as the scientists digested the figure. Then they burst into laughter. Napoleon laughed nervously, unsure why they were laughing. Was it because the amount was too large? He could understand that. Mr. Napoleon, you must be joking. 120,000 livres is nothing to us. Antoine said, still chuckling. Napoleon's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't realized that members of the French Academy of Sciences were wealthy nobles, and nobles in this era didn't pay taxes. I see. Then there's no problem. Napoleon said, his voice filled with gratitude and surprise. Antoine and the other members of the Academy nodded in unanimous agreement. We'll give you 1 year, Napoleon. After you've drafted your budget plan, we'll provide the funding. 1 year. Napoleon repeated. Is there a problem? Antoine asked. No problem at all, Napoleon said, shaking his head. Then get to work. Antoine rose from his seat, and his butler stepped forward carrying a silver tray with an envelope. Antoine picked up the envelope and handed it to Napoleon. This is your earlier reward. 1,000 livres. Napoleon accepted the envelope gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Lavoisier. I accept your challenge. So exhausting. Napoleon let out a long sigh, sinking into the soft velvet chair as the day's weariness seeped into his very bones. Outside the window, the Parisian night slowly descended, gas lamps dotting the streets with warm light. Despite his exhaustion, Napoleon gazed at the scene beyond and couldn't help but feel a trace of nostalgia. The sight of gas lamps stirred memories of his youth when he would travel to the countryside with his family, far from the city's clamor and noise, breathing in the fragrance of earth and listening to the chirping of crickets in the fields. At the end of the dinner party at Antoine Lavoisier's residence, a proposal had come to him to build a steam engine and become a member of the French Academy of Sciences. Napoleon had not expected to be building a steam engine so soon, but now that the time had come, he had to get to work and prove his worth to the intellectuals of Paris. Master, how are you going to build this steam locomotive you mentioned? Napoleon turned his gaze aside where Sheila sat beside him, watching him with eager anticipation. To be honest, I don't know, Sheila. Building a properly functioning steam locomotive is a massive undertaking. I have some rough sketches in my dormitory. If I can refine those drawings, perhaps I can plan how to make it a reality. Can you do it? Sheila asked. Perhaps. There are still many missing pieces we need to incorporate before we can build the steam locomotive. Let's discuss this tomorrow. Understood, master, Sheila said softly. After returning to the dormitory, Napoleon's body sank into the mattress, exhaustion washing over him. He closed his eyes, desperately seeking rest from the grueling day. His loyal assistant Sheila stood nearby, her eyes filled with concern. Seeing her master fall asleep so quickly, she knew he was truly exhausted, so she remained there watching Napoleon sleep. His sleeping face carried an ethereal quality that drew Sheila in. She stepped forward and knelt half beside him, quietly studying his peaceful features. Sheila gently brushed a strand of hair from Napoleon's forehead, her fingers lingering there for a moment. Rest well, master, she whispered softly, as though her words might reach him in his dreams. Sheila continued gazing at his face, her fingers still resting on Napoleon's cheek, pressing gently before letting out a soft sigh. So soft. Hee. Sheila giggled quietly, mischief sparkling in her eyes. Suddenly Napoleon grumbled in his sleep. Sheila quickly withdrew her hand from his cheek. That was close. She almost got caught. Checking Napoleon, she found him still fast asleep, and breathed a sigh of relief, then exhaled softly. She should sleep too. But there was a problem. Napoleon was occupying the bed. Usually Sheila slept in the bed, while Napoleon rested on the mattress on the floor. Sheila pondered for a moment, weighing whether to wake Napoleon and explain the situation, or simply find another place to sleep. In the end, she decided to play a little prank. 8 hours later, Napoleon opened his eyes. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm light throughout the room. As he became aware of his surroundings, he felt something warm and soft enveloping him. Napoleon felt a weight on his chest, and noticed a soft warm sensation against his cheek. With surprise and curiosity, he glanced down to find his personal maid Sheila resting peacefully beside him. What? Napoleon sat up abruptly, suddenly remembering. He carefully shifted his body, doing his best not to disturb Sheila's sleep as memories of the previous night flooded his mind. The dinner party, the proposal to build a steam engine, the exhaustion from a busy day. How did he end up here with Sheila by his side? A few seconds later, Sheila stirred from her sleep. Her eyes slowly opened, meeting Napoleon's gaze. She blinked, then a gentle smile touched her lips. Good morning, master, she greeted, her voice carrying a playful lilt. Good morning. How did we end up sleeping in the same bed? Napoleon asked simply. Well, I didn't want to wake you and make you sleep on the floor, so I decided. Sheila admitted, a faint pink tinting her cheeks. I hope you don't mind. I see. Napoleon gently extricated himself from Sheila's embrace, sitting up straight in bed. He took a deep breath. Though somewhat awkward about the situation, he couldn't deny that he had slept comfortably and peacefully. Sheila, prepare breakfast as usual. Today will be a long one for me. Napoleon rose from the bed and walked toward the desk. Of course, master. I'll have your breakfast ready right away. Sheila stretched her limbs and nodded, then quickly tidied herself and began preparing breakfast. Napoleon settled at his desk, his attention focusing on the task at hand. Building the steam locomotive. The invitation from the French Academy of Sciences was an honor he could not let slip away. He knew he had to prove his capabilities, not only to the intellectuals of Paris but to himself. Lost in thought, Napoleon absently flipped through the sketches and blueprints of the steam engine, contemplating the various components and mechanisms involved. It was a complex and ambitious project, requiring careful planning, precise engineering, and specialized knowledge. He realized that even with the goddess's blessing, this would not be easy. Master, Sheila called softly, breaking his reverie. She carried a tray with a steaming cup of coffee and a plate of fresh pastries, setting it down on Napoleon's desk. This is your breakfast, master. Please nourish yourself before diving back to work. Thank you, Sheila. Napoleon replied, his gaze never leaving the papers before him. Curiosity getting the better of her, Sheila stole a glance and saw technical drawings filled with intricate details and annotations. The blueprints showcased Napoleon's artistic skill and attention to detail. Precise lines and neat annotations revealing his thorough understanding of the steam engine's internal mechanisms. Napoleon sipped his coffee, occasionally his quill dancing across the paper as he continuously added to and refined the design. Sheila watched him for a while, observing his focus and dedication to his work. She couldn't help but feel admiration, her heart racing at his passion and determination. After a while, Napoleon set down his quill, his hand cramped from hours of drawing. He leaned back in his chair and sighed deeply. Sheila noticed and without hesitation reached out to gently massage Napoleon's fingers, easing the muscle tension in his hand. Napoleon looked up, surprised by her sudden gesture. At least let me do something for you, master. I know I can't help with the technical aspects of the steam engine, but alleviating your discomfort is something I can do, Sheila said sincerely. Napoleon smiled lightly and expressed his feeling. Your hands are very soft, Sheila. Sierra's face blushed, a rosy hue spreading across her cheeks as she continued massaging Napoleon's hand. Thank you, master. For a maid, having soft hands is important. Napoleon calmly observed Sierra's fair, delicate hands, as if trying to see through her. He could be certain that, before coming to his dormitory, Sierra was not a person of poverty. I have completed the final touches on the blueprints. Now we can begin work, Napoleon said. I have set up the framework for the steam engine. Would you like to see it? Really, master? I am still learning from you, so I might not be able to offer opinions. It's fine. It would be best if you could at least have a concept of how we will build the steam locomotive. Napoleon said as he picked up the documents and handed them to her. Sierra stopped massaging Napoleon's hands and carefully read the contents. I call it the Steam Locomotive Technical Manual. It contains the components and technologies we need to realize. Napoleon closely watched Sierra's reaction as he explained. As Sierra flipped through the pages, her eyes widened in amazement. The blueprint not only displayed the overall structure of the steam locomotive, but also detailed schematic diagrams of its complex components. Each part was meticulously labeled with annotations explaining its function and how it fit into the larger design. The Bonaparte converter is a pneumatic device that converts pig iron into steel, using high-pressure air enabling mass production of steel, she read. Building a steam locomotive requires a large amount of steel, Sierra, Napoleon explained to her. The Bonaparte converter will provide all the steel we need. We will process it into mechanical parts and structural components, such as pressure relief valves, steel pipes, flywheels, boilers, pistons, and cylinders. This will be the cornerstone of our manufacturing process. And what about the puddling process? Sierra asked, her gaze sweeping over the detailed diagram of the reverberatory furnace and its annotations. The puddling process is key to converting wrought iron into high-quality steel. By heating wrought iron in a reverberatory furnace and stirring it, we can remove impurities and produce a stronger, more ductile material suitable for our locomotive manufacturing. Sierra nodded, her comprehension growing with each explanation. So the puddling process will ensure that our locomotive components, such as wheels and axles, possess the necessary strength and toughness. Exactly, Napoleon confirmed, his gaze fixed on Sierra. With the combination of the Bonaparte converter and the puddling process, we have a reliable and sturdy supply of steel for our steam locomotive. The challenge now is to find personnel, especially blacksmiths or metallurgists, to hire them and have them build the converter. I will do my best to find them for you, master, Sierra replied, her voice filled with determination. That would be a great help, as they are a crucial part of this project's success. Without a stable supply of steel and skilled craftsmen to shape it, our steam locomotive will never become a reality. Napoleon said seriously. Moreover, considering that I am still a student, I may not be able to focus on this project all the time. For now, let's leave it at that. I will proceed to work out a budget plan. Understood. 2 weeks later, the carriage stopped before a majestic building. The coachman extended his hand, pointing to the magnificent structure before them. We have arrived, the French Academy of Sciences. Napoleon, filled with reverence, craned his neck to gaze at the building before him. The academy was a marvel of architecture, its ornate facade adorned with intricate carvings and grandiose columns, imposing and captivating, symbolizing the wisdom and scientific achievements housed within. How much is the fare? Napoleon asked, shifting his attention from the stunning building to the practical matter at hand. The coachman bowed slightly and replied, 3 livres as agreed. Napoleon reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of coins. He carefully selected 3 livres, handed them to the coachman, and nodded in thanks. Stepping down from the carriage, he straightened his clothes and ran his fingers through his hair, determined to make a lasting impression at the esteemed French Academy of Sciences. Taking a deep breath, Napoleon ascended the steps leading to the entrance. The massive double doors swung open effortlessly, as if welcoming him into a realm of knowledge and innovation. Inside, a lively scene unfolded. Scholars, scientists, and philosophers engaged in animated discussions, the air thick with their passion for discovery. Napoleon approached one of the scholars and asked, "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me where Antoine Lavoisier's office is?" The scholar paused for a moment, furrowing his brow in thought, then suddenly brightened with recognition. "Ah, Antoine Lavoisier, the distinguished chemist." The scholar replied, his tone filled with admiration. "His office is on the 2nd floor, east wing, past the laboratory. It's easy to find. There's a plaque with his name." Napoleon nodded, thanked the scholar for his help, and followed the directions, walking with eager steps through the academy's corridors. Along the way, he could not help but marvel at the various scientific instruments on display, mineral and plant specimens carefully arranged in glass cabinets, and scientific charts adorning the walls, showcasing the wonders of the natural world. Reaching the east wing, Napoleon spotted the plaque bearing the name Antoine Lavoisier, indicating the esteemed chemist's office. He took a moment to compose himself, ensuring his mind was clear for the upcoming meeting. Gently knocking on the door, he awaited Lavoisier's invitation. "Come in," a voice called from inside. Napoleon pushed open the door and entered the room. The office was lined with bookshelves filled with chemistry texts and scientific manuscripts. In the center stood a large oak desk cluttered with papers, vials, and scientific instruments. Lavoisier, deeply engrossed in his work, looked up and greeted Napoleon with a warm smile. "Ha, the precocious Monsieur Bonaparte." Lavoisier stood up and extended his hand in welcome. "I have been expecting you. Please have a seat." Napoleon shook his hand and then sat down. "I notice you are still wearing your school uniform." Antoine observed, his gaze briefly lingering on Napoleon's attire. Napoleon chuckled lightly. "Indeed, I hurried over right after class. Now let me explain the purpose of my visit. It concerns the groundbreaking steam locomotive project." "Ah, the steam locomotive. Tell me about its progress." Antoine inquired curiously. "I have just completed a comprehensive plan for its construction," Napoleon said, his expression tinged with excitement. "However, to begin implementation, I need the financial support you promised." Antoine nodded seriously. "Remind me, how much funding are you seeking?" "In our previous discussions I mentioned a range of 120,000 to 240,000 livres. Napoleon recalled. "However, there have been slight adjustments since then. I have prepared a budget plan that I hope you will review." With anticipation, Napoleon presented to Antoine the meticulously prepared budget plan, complete with detailed calculations and cost estimates. Antoine carefully perused the document, his eyes scanning the figures and notes. After a moment of thoughtful deliberation, he looked up at Napoleon. "So according to your calculations you need 358,000 livres. I must reiterate, Monsieur Antoine, building a steam locomotive without existing infrastructure undoubtedly requires a substantial investment." Napoleon explained, his tone carrying unwavering conviction. "But if you are willing to accompany me on this ambitious journey and witness the extraordinary vision I have conceived, this is the price that must be considered." "Very well, I will provide the necessary funds." Antoine smiled, then picked up his pen and signed the document. "I trust your ability, Monsieur Bonaparte, and I look forward to witnessing the successful completion of this project." Gratitude and excitement surged in Napoleon's eyes. "Thank you, Monsieur Antoine. You will not regret your decision." With that, he took the signed document, carefully tucked it into his briefcase, and as he rose to leave, Antoine's voice stopped him. "One thing, Napoleon." Napoleon paused, his attention captured by the seriousness in Antoine's tone. He turned to look at the chemist, meeting his eyes directly. Antoine's expression grew stern, a subtle shift in his demeanor. "Napoleon, though I may appear easygoing and generous, do not mistake that for weakness or a lack of expectations." Antoine warned, his voice carrying a commanding edge. "I trust you and your abilities, but if you disappoint me there will be consequences." Napoleon straightened, fully understanding the gravity of Antoine's words. He nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, Monsieur Lavoisier." Napoleon replied firmly, "I will devote myself entirely to this project, and spare no effort to ensure its success. Your trust in me will not be in vain." Antoine's stern expression softened, a glint of pride in his eyes. "Very well, you may go." Napoleon nodded respectfully and turned to leave. "Good afternoon, master. How is it going?" Gila stood at the door, a bright smile on her face, her blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I have obtained the budget from Monsieur Lavoisier," Napoleon said, waving the signed document. "We have the funds needed to advance the steam locomotive project." Gila's face lit up with joy. "This is wonderful news, master. I knew you would succeed," she exclaimed, stepping forward to examine the document. "Now, let us begin our battle. We have 11 months and 16 days to complete this project. It will certainly be exciting." 6 months later, on the outskirts of Paris, Napoleon stepped down from an elegant carriage, greeted by a picturesque landscape. The tranquil countryside was dotted with vibrant emerald greens gently swaying under the caress of a warm breeze. The fragrance of wildflowers mingled with the fresh air, creating an intoxicating symphony of scents that enveloped him. Napoleon raised his head curiously, his sharp gaze following the billowing black smoke rising from the factory's towering chimney, tracing elegant arcs across the sky. The natural beauty around him formed a striking contrast with the industrial might within the brick walls, leaving a profound impression. In just 6 months, a whirlwind of development had transformed the area. From the procurement of raw materials to the meticulous selection of skilled workers, the factory had rapidly evolved into a relentless fortress of innovation. Its every pulse reverberated in the air, accompanied by the symphony of gears and the humming roar of machinery. Napoleon stepped forward, extending his hand to warmly greet the workers passing by. Their sweat-drenched brows and calloused hands bore witness to their unwavering dedication and the weight of their collective purpose. As he crossed the factory threshold, a captivating chaos engulfed his senses. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed through the vast space, interwoven with the hiss of steam and the screech of grinding gears. Within the sturdy brick walls resounded an industrial symphony, performed by countless hands and designed by the mind of innovative genius. "We are getting closer," Napoleon murmured, his voice barely audible amidst the bustling noise of the factory. Just as he was immersed in the scene before him, a tap on his shoulder interrupted his thoughts. Startled, Napoleon turned around, his eyes widening at the unexpected sight. A slender finger tinged with a hint of mischief playfully pressed against his cheek. "Hila. Good afternoon, master." Her voice carried genuine warmth. "How did the exam go?" Napoleon grasped Hila's finger and gently moved it away from his cheek. As always, I did very well," Napoleon replied proudly. "Anyway, how are things progressing?" "Well?" Hila scrutinized the documents in her hand, meticulously scanning their contents. "Today the engineers have manufactured the flywheel wheels and axles. They are now working on the steam boiler, which according to them will take 3 weeks. Hila reported. "Very good." Napoleon nodded with satisfaction and walked toward the area where steel and wrought iron were being produced. 6 months had passed since Napoleon embarked on this ambitious project, and during this time Hila had become a pivotal figure in project management, playing an essential role. As Napoleon had to focus on his academic studies, he regretfully found himself unable to participate in the project's development as much as he had initially envisioned. However, a glimmer of hope appeared. In 2 more months Napoleon would graduate from the Brienne Castle. He would finally have the time to devote himself entirely to the project. Although it was only a brief respite before he continued his studies at university to pursue a military career, Napoleon was determined to make the most of it. As he was lost in thought, the heat wave from the furnace rushed toward him. The steel and wrought iron manufacturing area came into view, where glowing embers and dancing flames cast an eerie light over the surrounding workspace. Napoleon immediately recognized it. The Bessemer converter, its pearl-shaped structure towering proudly and majestically. Hila also looked up at the pearl-shaped structure and spoke. "Master, the converter you invented has made a deep impression on many steelworkers across the country. Its ability to produce 5 tons of steel at a time has attracted a lot of attention. They all want to install one in their own factories." "Really? Then tell them they'll have to pay the price," Napoleon said with a smile. The Bessemer converter he had introduced into this world was just one step toward accelerating France's industrialization. He intended to allow others to use the design of the Bessemer converter, as it would greatly benefit the development of France, the country he aspired to rule in the future. Of course, doing so would make other nations envious and drive them to adopt drastic measures such as copying the design. Therefore, he would only agree to share the design under the condition of signing confidentiality agreements and charging licensing fees. In this way, he could protect France's interests while promoting progress and industrial development. "Are you serious, master?" Hila asked, looking at him expectantly. "Of course, Hila. Licensing our technology is profitable. It will help fund my future research and development work." "Understood, master. Shall I arrange meetings with them?" "Arrange it." Napoleon allowed, then continued walking. Hila followed behind, jotting down key points in her notebook. Moments later Napoleon halted his steps, his attention drawn to the workshop where metal components were forged and shaped. What captivated his gaze was not the workers themselves, but the machines they operated. A steam-powered lathe planer and milling machine. Napoleon approached the machinery, eyes fixed on the seamless interplay of gears and drive belts. Enchanted by its flawless coordination, its astonishing precision, and its prodigious efficiency, all heralding a revolutionary transformation in manufacturing. This machine bore no resemblance to the lathes he had operated in his former life, where cutting tools were driven by electric motors and computerized control systems. Yet this steam-driven apparatus exuded an ancient, timeless allure, an evocation of an era when ingenuity and craftsmanship propelled industrial progress. Electrically powered machine tools were not, after all, so distant a prospect. As early as the late 18th century, Benjamin Franklin had formulated foundational concepts of electricity, conducted his famed kite experiment, and identified electrical charge. Moreover, Alessandro Volta, the Italian physicist and pioneer of electrodynamics, had likewise conceptualized electricity and achieved lasting renown for inventing the first true battery, the voltaic pile, which delivered a steady, reliable current. Napoleon mused whether he might one day invite Volta to France, offering him a distinguished position to advance global understanding of electricity. Just as he drifted once more into contemplation, Hila gently nudged his arm. "Master, others seek to acquire these steam-powered machine tools." Hila's words broke through Napoleon's reverie. He turned toward her, curiosity igniting in his eyes. "Is that so? Please tell me more," Napoleon said. Hila adjusted her spectacles, opened the dossier in her hand, scanned its contents swiftly, and began speaking. Several industrialists from diverse regions had expressed keen interest in purchasing these steam-powered machines, having witnessed firsthand their extraordinary efficiency and precision, and convinced such technology would revolutionize their own production processes. Napoleon nodded thoughtfully. The emerging demand for steam-driven machinery signaled entrepreneurs and manufacturers profound yearning for industrial advancement and innovation. He perceived an opportunity, not only to fulfill their needs, but also to further realize his grand ambition, transforming France into a formidable industrial power. Arrange meetings with these industrialists, Napoleon instructed. To execute projects while generating substantial revenue. That is the greatest joy of our lifetime. Gila jotted down the directive in her notebook, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. As you wish, master. I shall contact them and schedule the meetings at your earliest convenience. Excellent. Meanwhile, let us press forward with our current task. The deadline looms in 5 months, and I will tolerate neither error nor delay. Napoleon spoke with unwavering resolve, his tone resonating with unshakable determination. Within just 2 months, Napoleon held a whirlwind series of negotiations with France's most eminent industrialists. His objective unequivocal to finalize terms for adopting his revolutionary steam-powered machinery. In each negotiation, he insisted firmly upon one non-negotiable clause: absolute prohibition against selling or licensing his groundbreaking technology to any third party. Throughout these compelling discussions, Napoleon captivated his counterparts with visionary foresight and incisive projections of future industrial evolution. With fervent conviction, he conveyed the immense transformative potential of his steam-powered machinery to redefine entire industries, overhaul production methodologies, and catalyze unprecedented economic growth. He assured the industrialists with quiet confidence that exclusive access to this extraordinary innovation would grant them an unparalleled competitive advantage. The shrewdness of Napoleon's negotiation strategy soon became evident. The industrialists readily accepted his terms, fully recognizing both the immense intrinsic value and the vast latent returns embedded in his steam-driven technology. Thus, Napoleon began receiving monthly royalties from patent licensing. These funds would finance his next venture and support his family on Corsica, whose financial needs had grown significantly since his departure, as his siblings had multiplied in number and now relied heavily upon this income. According to correspondence, Napoleon now had 4 new siblings: Elisa, Louis, Pauline, and Caroline. Each would play pivotal roles in Napoleon's ascent and subsequent life, particularly Lucien, who aided him in seizing political power during the French Revolution. Napoleon had once pledged to his mother that he would return to Corsica upon graduation. Speaking of graduation, it was now only days away. Yet before term's end, he had arranged a meeting in the school courtyard. "What do you want, Napoleon? Have you come to flaunt your graduation as class valedictorian?" Louis asked, his voice edged with irritation. Napoleon shook his head. "No, I borrowed money from you nearly a year ago. I wish to repay it before we both forget the matter entirely." Louis glanced at Napoleon's hand clenched tightly around an envelope, and realization dawned. His irritation instantly dissolved into astonishment. You actually remembered?" Louis stammered, disbelief thick in his voice. "What kind of reaction is that?" Napoleon smiled. "Yes. I've been preoccupied with other matters recently. I hope you'll forgive my delay." Louis chuckled softly. "No apology needed. You'd forgotten yourself, hadn't you? Perhaps you're simply too wealthy to care about such a trivial loan." "Maybe so. You don't even deny it. Must feel rather splendid having so much. In any case, I won't detain you longer. I must take my leave. Thank you again, Louis. Without your support, I could never have completed my thesis. As I told you before, I did it not for you, but for myself. I wished to witness whether you possessed capabilities transcending academic excellence." Louis gazed at him, awe shimmering in his expression. "And when I learned that esteemed members of the French Academy had warmly embraced your thesis, it became unmistakably clear that my initial assumption was mistaken. Truly, what astounds me is how, despite your humble origins, your intellectual brilliance proves nothing short of extraordinary." Napoleon replied with a gentle smile. "Not all who begin in obscurity are destined to fade into oblivion. I have always believed a person's worth is not defined by birth, but by aspiration and ability." "Indeed, that is precisely so." Louis nodded, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. "By the way, I've been admitted to the École Militaire. I begin studies there next year." "Well then, good fortune, Napoleon. I trust we shall meet again." "If fate permits," Louis added, his smile warm and sincere. Napoleon returned the smile. "Perhaps, Louis, our paths may yet cross again." He glanced at Louis, remembering the boy who on their very first day at school had regarded him with open hostility, and reflected with quiet appreciation on how profoundly character could evolve. Napoleon extended his hand in gesture of reconciliation. Louis grasped it firmly, returning the handshake. A week later, commencement day arrived. Inside the grand hall of Brienne Castle, students stepped forward one by one as their names were called, receiving medals and diplomas. Graduates stood tall in crisp military uniforms, faces radiant with pride and accomplishment. And finally, the valedictorian of this graduating class, Napoleon Bonaparte, announced the headmaster, his voice echoing through the hallowed chamber. All eyes converged upon Napoleon. He stood erect and composed as he strode toward the podium. The headmaster, serving as commencement speaker, began recounting his exceptional academic achievements. All written examinations were graded under his supervision. His treatise Principles of Thermodynamics was accepted by the French Academy, a rigorous demonstration of the fundamental relationship between heat and mechanical work. There could be no doubt Napoleon had displayed extraordinary intellect and unwavering scholarly dedication, continued the headmaster, his voice imbued with profound admiration. When Napoleon stepped onto the podium, the entire hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Standing before the crowd, his gaze swept across the students and professors. As the applause gradually subsided, Napoleon took a deep breath and began his speech. His words flowed eloquently, brimming with passion, captivating the audience present. He spoke of the importance of education, innovation, and progress in shaping a bright future for France. He expressed gratitude to his mentors and teachers for their guidance and support, and conveyed his appreciation to his family for their unwavering trust, care, and encouragement. Forces that had driven him to overcome challenges and reach new heights. Napoleon's voice rang out with conviction and sincerity, resonating deeply with everyone in the audience. His speech lasted 5 minutes, and when it concluded, thunderous applause once again filled the great hall. Students and professors rose to their feet, their applause echoing through the building. After the ceremony, Napoleon was surrounded by a crowd eager to offer their congratulations and admiration. Classmates approached with beaming smiles, shaking his hand and patting his back, while professors heaped praise upon him, commending his outstanding academic achievements and brilliant prospects. A familiar face emerged from the crowd. It was Cilia, her hands clasped before her chest, her eyes shimmering with pride. She made her way through the throng and stood before Napoleon, a radiant smile gracing her face. "Congratulations, master. You have come one step closer to your dreams." "Thank you, Cilia," Napoleon replied, his voice brimming with sincere gratitude. Cilia gazed at Napoleon with reverence, her eyes sparkling. "Then, master, should we prepare to set sail for Corsica?" Napoleon nodded. "Indeed, we would not want to miss the ship, would we?" Cilia smiled gently. "No, we shall not be late. I have made the necessary arrangements. Our vessel departs in 2 days." "Excellent." Napoleon stood quietly before the ship's railing, his gaze fixed upon the boundless expanse of blue sea and sky before him. The sea breeze welcomed his return with warmth, tousling his dark wavy curls, as if celebrating the end of his arduous journey. Against the midday sun, he squinted, a surge of pride and anticipation welling within his heart. The vessel made steady progress toward Ajaccio on the island of Corsica, his birthplace and the destination of this significant journey. He had 2 purposes for this trip. The first was to celebrate the graduation he had so painstakingly earned. The second was to express gratitude to his family for their unwavering support, both emotional and financial. Now was the time for him to give back. Through resolute determination and relentless effort, Napoleon had earned his diploma, a testament to his indomitable will and wisdom. Yet his gratitude extended beyond words. His groundbreaking inventions were now generating patent income, transforming him from a dependent into the family's provider. "Master, according to the crew, we shall reach the port in 15 minutes. Cilia stood beside him, her gaze following his toward the horizon. "The weather is lovely today, isn't it, master?" Napoleon turned his attention from the vast seascape before him to his capable assistant Cilia, catching the youthful enthusiasm reflected in her luminous eyes. A faint smile touched his lips. "Indeed, it is a fine day," Napoleon said with a smile, taking in the pleasant weather and the beautiful scenery around him. Glancing at Cilia, he could not help but notice the subtle changes in her appearance. She seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Her figure slightly taller, her form subtly reshaped. But Napoleon's changes were even more pronounced. It was now 1783, and at 14 years old he was on the verge of adulthood. Historical records indicated his height fell between 165 and 170 centimeters. Yet in this world, Napoleon had taken proactive measures to promote his physical development. Through consistent dietary choices and regular exercise, his height had already surpassed ordinary expectations. Currently he stood at an astonishing 176 centimeters, with further growth potential in the coming years. If he maintained his current lifestyle, he could potentially reach an impressive 180 or even 182 centimeters. Cilia noticed Napoleon's gaze fall upon her and smiled. "Master, is something wrong? You have been staring at me for quite some time. Could it be? You now consider me a lady? Well, if you behave like a lady, perhaps I shall treat you as one," Napoleon said with a smile. "What do you mean by that?" Cilia pouted and playfully nudged Napoleon's arm. Her mischievous gesture drew laughter from him, lightening the atmosphere between them. Cilia continued, her voice carrying a hint of shyness. "Master, in our society, young people of your age typically begin considering marriage partners. May I venture to ask, what qualities in a woman do you find most appealing?" Napoleon paused, somewhat surprised by Cilia's sudden question. "Well, to be honest, Cilia, I have not given this much thought lately, but if I were to consider it now," Napoleon began, his voice carrying a tone of careful deliberation. I would say I appreciate women who possess curiosity, a thirst for knowledge, and a strong sense of independence, intelligence, wit, and the ability to engage in meaningful conversation. These are qualities that fascinate me. Cilia listened intently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Of course, Napoleon continued, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Kindness, compassion, and genuine warmth toward others are virtues I also hold in high regard. A woman who is not only intelligent, but also possesses a generous heart, caring for the happiness of those around her. That would be truly remarkable. Hearing Napoleon's words, Cilia's heart swelled with emotion, her admiration for him deepening. A resolve surged within her heart. Vowing to embody the qualities he cherished, she set a new goal to cultivate her curiosity, broaden her knowledge, and nurture her independence, hoping to become the kind of woman who would capture Napoleon's attention. As the ship approached the port of Ajaccio, Napoleon watched his familiar homeland gradually come into view. Rugged cliffs, rolling hills, and picturesque towns nestled between mountains and sea. This sight filled him with nostalgia and a deep sense of belonging. After the ship docked, Napoleon and Cilia disembarked. The moment his feet touched the ground at the port, Napoleon noticed everyone looking at him, likely due to his military uniform reserved for graduates of the Brienne Military Academy. Napoleon winked at the crowd with a smile, walking confidently beside Cilia. Minutes later they reached the carriage stand, where carriages awaited to transport passengers to their desired destinations. Napoleon and Cilia made their way to one of the carriages. Napoleon politely opened the door for Cilia, allowing her to enter first. Once they were seated comfortably inside, the coachman cracked his reins, and the carriage set off slowly, making its way through the bustling streets of Ajaccio. 15 minutes later Napoleon caught sight of his family's estate. As the carriage drew closer, he noticed something amiss with Sheila. She was rubbing her hands incessantly and biting her lower lip. He asked with concern, "Is something troubling you, Sheila? You seem tense." Sheila looked at Napoleon and shook her head. "No, master, I'm fine. It's just that I'm about to meet your parents again. From what you've said, you were hired by my parents, weren't you? I imagine once we arrive home, I'll have the chance to learn more about you." Sheila swallowed hard, overwhelmed by a barely concealed nervousness. She took a deep breath and composed herself before speaking. "Master, there are important things about my past that I need to tell you. I don't know if you'll believe me, but everything I'm about to tell you is the truth." "That sounds quite serious, Sheila. Are you sure you want to discuss this now?" Napoleon asked. Sheila nodded firmly. "Yes, master, I believe it's time you knew. You've shown me trust and kindness, and I owe you the truth." Napoleon leaned in, his curiosity piqued. "I'm listening, Sheila. Whatever it is, I promise I'll hear you out." Sheila took a deep breath and began to tell her story. "Welcome home." As Napoleon and Sheila crossed the threshold, warm voices echoed through the air. Their arrival was greeted with enthusiasm. Carlo, Letizia, and several of Napoleon's siblings waved their hands joyfully. However, the moment they laid eyes on Napoleon, the festive atmosphere came to an abrupt halt. "Is this really our Napoleon?" Carlo's voice trembled with a mixture of disbelief and awe, as if witnessing an incomprehensible transformation. "Heavens, I never imagined he'd have grown so tall since the day he left." Letizia's astonishment was plain to see. "Nor did I," Joseph echoed. The room suddenly fell silent, as if the specter of time had reached out and rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Napoleon, aware of the changes his absence had wrought, stepped forward, hesitantly, uncertain of what reaction awaited him. "Mother, father, Joseph, Lucien." Napoleon paused, his mind racing to recall the faces of his kin. When he had left for Paris, he had two siblings, Joseph and Lucien, who now stood before him, but there were four unfamiliar figures he did not recognize. Elisa, Louis, Pauline, and Caroline. As he spoke their names, each face nodded in acknowledgement, offering him comfort amidst the unfamiliarity. Their presence filled Napoleon's heart with both relief and curiosity. How had his family grown? What stories had unfolded during his absence? These questions lingered in Napoleon's mind, but he knew that with time, he would piece it all together, weaving his life back into theirs. "Yes, my boy." Carlo stepped forward, placing his hand on Napoleon's shoulder and giving it a firm pat, feeling the solidity of his son's frame. "Your muscles are firm. You've grown strong, my son." Napoleon's cheeks flushed with a mix of pride and embarrassment. "I've been working hard, father. Life in Paris demanded it of me." Carlo's gaze softened, a hint of paternal pride on his face. "I can see that you've become a man of strength. Not just physically, but in character as well." Napoleon's eyes turned to his mother Letizia, whose gaze brimmed with unconditional maternal love. She approached him and enveloped him in a warm embrace. In that instant, his mother's touch evoked a cascade of memories for Napoleon. Her soothing voice when he was ill, her encouraging words when he faced challenges, and the unwavering support she had always given him. "Mother," Napoleon whispered, his voice choking with emotion he could hardly express. "I've missed you." Letizia's arms tightened around him, as if trying to make up for all the lost time. We've missed you too, my dear, but you're here now and that's what matters most. At the sight of his brother Joseph, Napoleon felt a surge of familiarity and comfort. In their youth the two had shared countless adventures and mischiefs. Now standing together as adults, that same bond of camaraderie resurged. "Welcome back, Napoleon," Joseph said softly. "It's good to see you again." Napoleon replied with a smile, then swept his gaze toward his new siblings. "You must be Lucien." Lucien stood tall, his big curious eyes fixed intently on Napoleon. At 8 years old he bore a striking resemblance to his elder brother. The same unruly jet-black hair and sharp blue eyes. Yet Lucien's face still carried a youthful innocence, radiating a childlike charm untouched by the world's trials. "So you're the brother who's been studying in Paris?" "My name is Elisa." The girl standing beside Lucien spoke up. "This is Elisa." Her golden hair cascaded smoothly down her back, her face dotted with faint freckles. Her hazel eyes sparkled with a mischievous light, perfectly complementing her rosy cheeks and infectious smile. Napoleon chuckled and patted her head. "You must be one of my new little sisters." "Humph! Who said you could touch my head?" Elisa protested with a playful pout, but instead of removing his hand, Napoleon ruffled her hair even more. "Mother! Napoleon brother is messing up my hair." Letizia laughed at the playful exchange between Napoleon and Elisa. She gently separated them, smoothing down Elisa's hair with tender hands. Now your brother is just too happy to see you. Forgive him, all right?" Fine." Elisa grumbled, her playful expression turning into a charming pout. She nestled into her mother's embrace, accepting the gentle scolding, though a hint of satisfaction flickered within her for having successfully caught Napoleon's attention. Afterward Napoleon greeted his other siblings. Louis was a quiet boy who barely exchanged a word with him. Pauline and Caroline, meanwhile, hid behind Carlos, staring at Napoleon with wide eyes, clearly shy about the new addition to their family. Napoleon gave them a sweet smile and reached out to gently place his hands on their small shoulders. "Napoleon," Joseph spoke up suddenly. "Who is this person you've brought with you?" At Joseph's question all eyes turned to Sheila. She offered Napoleon's family a gentle smile, lowered her head, and lifted the hem of her skirt as she performed a curtsy. "Hello, my name is Sheila, Napoleon's personal maid. I was hired by his mother, Lady Letizia, and have been accompanying him throughout his stay in Paris." Sheila introduced herself in a soft voice, her demeanor polite and her movements graceful. Carlo's brow furrowed slightly as he exchanged a quick glance with Letizia, taken aback by the mention of a personal maid. "I knew nothing of this, Letizia. Where did you come to know this woman?" Carlo inquired. "Forgive me, my dear. I kept it from you all along. I merely worried that my precious Napoleon would feel terribly alone in Paris, so I engaged Sheila to serve as his personal maid." Letizia explained, her voice laced with a hint of remorse and concern. She knew she had concealed the hiring of Sheila, yet her intentions were purely rooted in maternal instinct, wishing to ensure Napoleon had someone to rely upon in an unfamiliar city. As her gaze met Carlo's, Letizia's eyes pleaded for understanding and forgiveness. Having heard the explanation, Carlo's expression shifted from surprise to pensiveness as he took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. "Letizia, I understand your concern for our son, but I wish you had consulted me. We are a family and decisions like this ought to be made together, especially when money is involved. By the way, how much do you pay Sheila each month?" "That's a secret," Letizia replied playfully. Carlo raised an eyebrow, a trace of a smile tugging at his lips. "A secret? Very well, I suppose I can respect that secret for now." "Don't worry, father," Napoleon interjected. "Whatever mother pays Sheila is by no means wasted. She has been invaluable in every aspect of my life in Paris, offering invaluable support." Sheila's gaze met Carlo's, her tone sincere. "Sir, Madame Letizia's decision to employ me stemmed from her love and concern for Napoleon. Throughout my time in Paris, I have been by his side, offering him assistance and companionship. I assure you my presence has been greatly beneficial to him." Carlo observed the sincere expression on Sheila's face, recognizing the bond she had formed with Napoleon. He let out a soft sigh as his initial reservations gradually gave way to understanding. "Very well, Sheila. I am grateful for your dedication and care towards my son. I trust you have fulfilled your duties admirably." Seeing that Carlo had accepted the situation and understood the reasoning behind her decision, Letizia breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She knew it might take Carlo some time to fully embrace the idea, but his willingness to listen and acknowledge Sheila's contributions was a positive step forward. "Now then, we have prepared a dinner for your return, Napoleon. Sheila, please join us as well," Letizia invited as the aroma of home-cooked dishes wafted from the kitchen. "Thank you, Madame Letizia," Sheila replied with a grateful smile, touched by the warm welcome and inclusion she received at Napoleon's family gathering. Napoleon glanced at Sheila, his brow slightly creased, reminded of their earlier conversation. Sheila had mentioned wanting to share something about her past, and Napoleon had been eager to hear her story, even speculating that she might reveal something extraordinary, such as being reincarnated into this world. Yet when she finally spoke, her words were unexpected. "Ah, well, I'm not ready to tell you yet." Her statement left Napoleon dumbfounded, his face, a mixture of astonishment and confusion. That moment was etched deeply into Napoleon's memory, one he knew he would never forget. If Sheila could not reveal anything about herself, then Napoleon would uncover the truth on his own, resolute in his determination to learn more about Sheila and her past. Fortunately, he knew where to begin, and the truth stood right before him. His mother. While savoring the delicious dishes Letizia had prepared, Napoleon engaged in lively conversation, with his siblings eager to learn what had transpired in Corsica during his absence. The air was filled with laughter and joy as they shared amusing anecdotes from their lives, while Napoleon was away. Amidst their spirited discussion, Letizia gracefully excused herself to fetch some more delightful food. Once she entered the kitchen, Napoleon spotted an opportunity to have her alone. He glanced at his siblings, who were absorbed in their fervent discussion, and quietly followed Letizia into the kitchen. The sounds of simmering sauces and clattering cookware filled the air. Letizia, dressed as a homemaker, moved gracefully amidst the billowing steam, focusing intently on her cooking, while delicious aromas wafted around her. "Mother," Napoleon called softly. Startled by her son's voice, Letizia froze, her stirring hand halting abruptly. She turned around, surprise and delight flickering in her eyes. The wooden spoon slipped from her hand, clattering against the pot, but her attention was wholly fixed on Napoleon. "Napoleon," Letizia exclaimed, a gentle smile blooming on her face. "You startled me. What are you doing here?" "Mother, I wish to know something about a certain person," Napoleon said with a serious tone. "About whom?" "Sheila, my personal maid." Napoleon cut straight to the point. "Mother, when you said you hired Sheila, you lied. That's why you've been keeping from us how you found her." Letizia's face turned pale in an instant, her expression shifting from surprise to tension, as an uncomfortable silence began to permeate the kitchen. "Napoleon," Letizia stammered, her voice trembling slightly. I didn't mean to keep it from you." "Then tell me who she is, mother." "She just appeared at my dormitory door out of nowhere." "I know you, mother. You've always been frugal, so when you hired a personal maid for me, I was puzzled. At the very least, let me know who it is that works for me." "Very well, I'll tell you." Letizia sighed. "In truth, it wasn't I who found Sheila. Rather, she found us." Napoleon's brow knitted tightly. "What do you mean by that?" "Sheila had been searching for our family, asking the neighbors where we lived. Then she came to our doorstep and asked if you lived here. I asked her why, and she said she was simply curious. Naturally, being your proud mother, I told her that you were currently studying at a prestigious institution in Paris. Then she produced an envelope and handed it to me, filled with a considerable amount of money." "Wait, let me get this straight," Napoleon interrupted, his voice tinged with surprise and curiosity. "Sheila sought us out on her own, and she brought an envelope full of money." "Mother, this is becoming more puzzling by the moment. Who is she, and why is she so interested in our family?" "My dear Napoleon, I wish I could give you all the answers." Letizia sighed, complex emotions glimmering in her eyes. "But she hasn't breathed a word about her background. Still, judging by her bearing and demeanor, I suspect she comes from noble lineage. She carries an air of refined elegance." "But why did you accept the money?" Napoleon asked. "You told her where I was without fully knowing who she was. She could have meant me harm, mother." "I apologize, Napoleon. At the time, I didn't consider such things. You see, while you were away, we needed money for your father's treatment. He had fallen ill with a disease the doctors in Ajaccio could not diagnose." Letizia explained urgently, her voice heavy with guilt and worry. "The medical costs were mounting, and I bore the burden of providing for our family. When Sheila offered that money, it seemed like a godsend, relieving our financial strain while ensuring your father's well-being." "Wait, you're only telling me this now?" Napoleon's expression tightened, a hint of hurt in his voice. "Mother, why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Because I didn't want to worry you. I wanted you to focus on your studies," Letizia explained. Napoleon understood his mother's well-meaning intentions, and his disappointment turned to understanding. He sighed, reached out, and took Letizia's hand, offering her comfort. "I understand, mother. I apologize for my earlier reaction," Napoleon said sincerely. "I know you acted for the good of our family. Thank you for telling me this. I've learned what I needed to know." Letizia's gaze softened, and she nodded, accepting Napoleon's apology. "Thank you for understanding, my dear." Napoleon returned to the dining table, watching Sheila as she enjoyed the meal and chatted with his siblings. Sheila noticed his gaze and waved at him, gesturing for him to join them. But Napoleon shook his head, and instead beckoned her over, curiosity burning within him, an urgent desire to uncover the truth behind Sheila's appearance in their lives. Sheila excused herself and approached Napoleon, her demeanor composed yet guarded. "What is it, master? Come with me to my room. I have something to discuss with you." Sheila's eyes widened, slightly surprised by Napoleon's request. Nevertheless, she nodded and followed him, curiosity evident in her gaze. They quietly made their way through the corridors of the house to Napoleon's room, where they could have a private conversation away from prying ears. Napoleon closed the door behind them and gestured for Sheila to sit. He paced back and forth, his mind teeming with questions, before abruptly turning to face her. "Sheila, I believe it's time we talked about what you've been unwilling to discuss. I asked my mother how you two met and she told me everything. I now know that you gave my mother money in exchange for my whereabouts. So who exactly are you?" Napoleon unraveled the intricate web of lies Sheila had woven, and the faint tremor in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. In the ensuing silence, she parted her lips, yet no sound escaped, as if something lodged in her throat. Napoleon leaned forward, his gaze fixed intently upon her, his countenance revealing a genuine curiosity. "Sheila." His tone was steeped in sincerity. "I truly wish to know the truth of your origins. My mother's account of your past only deepens the enigma surrounding you. Please tell me. I promise to safeguard your secret." Weighing her options, Sheila let out a hesitant sigh. The fear of being disbelieved gnawed at her, yet her heart yearned for trust, for someone to comprehend her extraordinary tale. "But, Napoleon, what I am about to share may seem unbelievable," Sheila murmured, her voice barely audible. "I care not," Napoleon declared firmly. "Whatever the truth, no matter how bizarre or implausible, I wish to know it." Sheila pressed her lips together, finding solace in Napoleon's unwavering support. A trust she had never experienced before. Drawing a deep breath, she mustered the courage to speak the truth, her voice steadying. "The truth is, Napoleon, I come from the future." At this astonishing revelation, Napoleon's eyes widened in shock. In the 21st century, inside a luxurious apartment, a young woman was singing in her room. She sang a French song, her soft and melodious voice, akin to an angel's whisper, captivating all who listened to her live stream. As she sang, she read the comments from her fans, who showered praise upon her fluency in French. Basking in the affection and support of her virtual audience, her heart swelled with excitement. As a virtual idol or VTuber, her digital influence transcended borders, connecting her with people from all walks of life. Her soothing voice and charming personality had won her a loyal following, and she cherished every interaction with her viewers. A viewer posed a question. "I am French. I'd like to know, how do you speak French so well? Your pronunciation is flawless like a native speaker." The comment read. Shiyun's heart skipped a beat as she read the query. She had anticipated such a question. She knew her fluent French would pique her fans' curiosity. The truth behind it was simple. She had become infatuated with a historical figure living in France, whom she had stumbled upon while watching history videos. The video was about the Napoleonic Wars. Bored and browsing video platforms to pass the time, she had clicked on a thumbnail featuring a cute caricature of Napoleon. From that moment, Napoleon's humble origins and his rise to power left a profound impression on her, shaking her to the core. She could not explain why, but the moment she saw him, she was captivated by his story. His charisma, intellect, and audacity fascinated her. She delved into his life and achievements, devouring books, documentaries, and online resources, immersing herself in the historical world of Napoleon. Once she even traveled to France, visiting historical sites associated with Napoleon. Standing before the majestic Palace of Versailles, and walking along the cobblestone streets of Paris, she felt a profound connection to the past, as if she could sense the echoes of Napoleon's presence. From then on, she was so deeply influenced by Napoleon that her live streams revolved around French history, sharing her knowledge with subscribers and viewers. Moreover, her admiration for Napoleon prompted her to change her lifestyle. She began eating French cuisine, such as the famous baguettes, croissants, and escargots. Her room was adorned with posters and memorabilia from the Napoleonic era. Though she idolized Napoleon, she could not deny that certain aspects of his character unsettled her, sometimes even repulsed her. Not only was Napoleon obsessively infatuated with Josephine, who had betrayed him multiple times, but his ruthless ambition also cost countless soldiers their lives. Everyone has flaws, so Shiyun stubbornly considered Napoleon's defects as merely part of his complex and captivating persona. She chose to focus on his strategic genius, innovative reforms, and the profound impact he had on shaping modern France. She even entertained the thought that if she were to die, she hoped to be reincarnated into the past, where she could meet Napoleon in person, win him over, and perhaps influence his actions for the better. This idea consumed her thoughts, blurring the line between fantasy and reality. Returning to the comment, Shiyun smiled and replied, "I studied French." Afterward, Shiyun bid farewell to her audience and ended the stream. She leaned back in her gaming chair, clutching a pillow printed with Napoleon's portrait. "I'm hungry," she murmured to herself. "I think I'll go to the mall and buy some bread. Yes, that's decided." Quickly changing into casual clothes, she grabbed her bag, eager to satisfy her craving for French cuisine. As she stepped out of her apartment, an odd sensation crept over her. As if someone was watching her. Turning around, she caught a glimpse of a man in a black hoodie, standing at the street corner, his gaze fixed intently on her. A chill ran down Xiaoyun's spine. She quickened her pace, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling, convincing herself it was merely a coincidence, and there was no reason to panic. But when the stranger began to shadow her every step, her unease escalated into fear. She accelerated her pace, her heart pounding in her chest, and hastily turned into a dark alley, hoping to find a way to lose him. Unexpectedly, the man rushed over and grabbed her. "Help! Help! He!" Xiaoyun cried out, but the man covered her mouth, restraining her tightly to stifle any further sound. Panic engulfed Xiaoyun as she struggled to break free from his grip, her mind racing for a way to escape this perilous situation. You dare to be obsessed with someone else. Do you know how much it hurts me every time you mention that dead man's name in your streams? Eh? A stalker? What do you want from me? Xiaoyun managed to force out the words, despite the man's hand over her mouth, her voice strained with effort. But before she could receive an answer, Xiaoyun felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Looking down, she saw the dim light reflecting off a knife plunged into her belly, and a pained gasp escaped her lips involuntarily. The stalker removed his hand from Xiaoyun's mouth, staring blankly at the scene before him, his eyes wide with shock. Xiaoyun's body trembled with excruciating pain, growing weaker as blood stained her clothes, seeping from the deep wound inflicted by the knife. A mixture of fear and despair flashed in the stalker's eyes as he realized the irreversible consequences of his impulsive act. Driven mad by jealousy and obsession, pushed to the brink by Xiaoyun's infatuation with a historical figure, he was now consumed by deep remorse and overwhelming regret. Panic-stricken, the stalker stumbled backward, his face pale, his hands trembling. He had never imagined things would come to this, nor had he intended to harm the one he claimed to love in such a twisted way. Guilt gnawed at him, tearing at his conscience. "Forgive me. Please forgive me, this shouldn't have happened," he whispered in a voice barely audible, laced with anguish, as he staggered back a few steps, trying to distance himself from Xiaoyun's injured body, as if unable to bear the sight of what he had done, then turned and fled. The stalker vanished into the darkness, leaving Xiaoyun alone, bleeding in the dark alley. As time passed, her body grew weaker and her vision blurred. Xiaoyun lay there, her trembling hands stretching toward the smartphone. The pain in her abdomen made her unsteady, and after a strenuous struggle, she finally grasped the phone, her blood-stained fingers smearing the screen with crimson streaks. Her vision flickered between light and darkness, yet she summoned every ounce of remaining strength to dial the emergency number. When the call connected, Xiaoyun no longer had the strength to speak. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, then slowly closed. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine she would die because of her admiration for a historical figure. This was the story of Sheila's past life, but it was not the version she had told Napoleon. At the beginning of her story, she told Napoleon that she had been reincarnated as the daughter of a high-ranking Spanish noble, and had left home at 13 to find him. "How is that possible? You mean you're from the future? Then why did you come to me?" Napoleon asked in astonishment. "Because you are the only one I believe can help and protect me," Sheila replied, but it was a lie. Before leaving her original world, she had wished she could be reincarnated back to the time when Napoleon was alive. Someone must have heard her wish and granted it. Protect you from whom? Protect me from this world. In Napoleon's mind, a hypothesis was confirmed. Sheila was not from this world, for history had no record of Napoleon having a personal maid. Yet her confession did not mean Napoleon had to admit his own secret. He must maintain the lie that he was not the real Napoleon. So Napoleon pretended to be shocked and bewildered, covering his head, as if unable to comprehend her story. "But I also have questions for you, Napoleon. How do you know so many things that shouldn't exist in this era? Like steam locomotives and your knowledge of thermodynamics. I have studied you and the history of the era you live in. You are not the originator of these concepts, others are." Sheila pondered inwardly that the Napoleon of this world was different from the one she knew in her original world. In this world, Napoleon was exceptionally talented. A genius. Could her reincarnation have triggered some kind of butterfly effect? Meanwhile, Napoleon swallowed hard. If Sheila came from the same world as he did, then her suspicions were understandable. After all, history had deviated significantly. "What are you implying, Sheila? That I am not the real Napoleon?" Napoleon thought. Napoleon's footsteps echoed through the room as he approached Sheila. Instinctively, she leaned back in her chair, her heart pounding. That's not what I meant." Sheila stammered, her voice laced with worry and unease. "I just meant that you seem different from the Napoleon the first know." Napoleon's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing into Sheila's, pausing briefly to steady his emotions before responding. "But doesn't that imply?" Before he could finish, Sheila interrupted him, her voice trembling slightly. "If my words sounded disrespectful or dismissive, I apologize, Napoleon. What I meant to say is that the knowledge and ideas you possess far surpass this era." Napoleon's stern expression softened, a mixture of curiosity and confusion playing across his face. Knowledge that surpasses this era. What do you mean? Sheila took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts. In 1784, concepts like thermodynamics and steam engines had not yet come into existence. Yet at just 14 years old you possess a profound understanding of these modern ideas, as if you could glimpse the future. Napoleon's mind raced, his heart pounding wildly. He had to tread carefully. Above all, he must protect his secret at all costs. He could not let Sheila or anyone else discover that he too was from the 21st century. So are you saying my knowledge is fake? Napoleon asked, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Sheila gently shook her head. No, Napoleon, that's not what I mean at all. Your knowledge is undoubtedly genuine, but its origin may be entirely different. Napoleon furrowed his brow, a look of confusion on his face. Different origin? What do you mean? Sheila glanced around to ensure no one else was listening, then leaned forward, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Have you ever heard of the concept of the multiverse, Napoleon? It suggests that our universe may not be the only one, but rather one among countless parallel universes. Napoleon's expression turned skeptical. Parallel universes? That sounds far-fetched, like pure fantasy. How could such a thing exist, Sheila? Sheila paused for a moment, carefully weighing her words. She knew she had to convince Napoleon that his unique knowledge could be attributed to a natural yet extraordinary phenomenon. It may sound like a fairy tale, but many scientists believe in the possibility of a multiverse. According to this theory, each universe may have its own unique laws of physics, governing the behavior of matter and energy. It's possible that in this universe scientific understanding is more advanced than in the world where I lived before. A strange glint flickered in Napoleon's eyes, accompanied by a sense of relief. If Sheila believed his knowledge could be explained by the concept of the multiverse, then perhaps he could continue maintaining his disguise and safeguard his secret. Perhaps you're right, Sheila. Napoleon nodded in agreement, his voice carrying both curiosity and caution. Perhaps the multiverse theory can explain my knowledge that seems ahead of its time. Sheila nodded. Napoleon, if this theory is true, it would mean that you are indeed the real Napoleon, just from a different universe. Napoleon smiled. Yes, that could be. However, I still find it hard to believe such a phenomenon exists. That's why your way of speaking is so unfamiliar to me. So Napoleon, now that you know my true identity, what do you plan to do with me? Sheila asked in a low voice, barely audible. Will you abandon me? Napoleon gently placed his hand on her shoulder. I won't. I told you I only wanted to know the truth, and I swear I will keep this secret. My impression of you will not change. You may continue as my personal maid. I believe that with you by my side, you will help me advance step by step. Besides, I have taught you knowledge and combat skills. It would be a waste to let your potential go untapped. Sheila's eyes widened, her face filled with surprise and gratitude. You mean, you still trust me? Even after I revealed everything? Napoleon gave her a reassuring smile. Exactly. Then, Sheila took Napoleon's hand and pressed it against her cheek, whispering, I will devote myself to serving you. Good, good. Napoleon's heart raced from the intimate gesture. He could feel the warmth of Sheila's cheek against his palm, the softness of her skin stirring a fire within him. In that moment, time seemed to stand still and their bond deepened. After a moment, Napoleon withdrew his hand from her cheek and cleared his throat. Just to confirm, only I know your true identity, right? You are not from this world, but from a world centuries ahead of our time. Sheila nodded, her gaze fixed on him. Good. From now on we'll maintain things as they are between us. Now let's head back downstairs. My family may be looking for us. Sheila nodded in agreement, and the two descended the stairs together. In the dining room of the Bonaparte estate, his family was still at table. Letizia waved to her son, signaling them to take their seats once more. Returning to his seat, Napoleon cast a glance at his father, Carlo Bonaparte. According to Letizia, Carlo was suffering from an unidentified illness that was slowly tormenting his body. Napoleon searched the system for data recording his family members. According to the records, Carlo Bonaparte would die of stomach cancer on February 24, 1785. If that was indeed the case, Napoleon could not alter the course of events. In the late 18th century, with medical knowledge and treatment options so severely limited, a diagnosis of this disease was virtually a death sentence. He may not yet have forged deep bonds with his new family in this world, but the thought of Carlo's impending demise filled him with a sudden pang of sorrow. What made it all the more painful was that only he and Sheila knew he was about to die. Napoleon glanced at his family, witnessing their joyful laughter, carefree conversations, and the affection they shared. A bittersweet scene, for he knew their happiness would soon be overshadowed by the grief to come. Everyone, Napoleon began, and the conversations between the siblings and their parents fell silent. I cannot stay here long. I have matters to attend to in Paris. Next year I will enter the military academy. You need not worry about me. I can support myself, and I will send money home each month to help with household expenses. Letizia gripped Napoleon's hand tightly. Napoleon, my dear son, we understand your ambitions, and we understand your desire to forge your own path. But remember, no matter where life takes you, you will always hold a place in our hearts and in this home. We are proud of you, and we will support you in every way we can. His siblings also expressed their understanding and support, assuring him that they would be there for him whenever he needed them. His father Carlo Bonaparte remained silent, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Napoleon could sense his father's body growing ever weaker, the weight of that unknown illness steadily eroding his health. Despite their differences and the secrets hidden in his heart, Napoleon could not help but feel a bitter compassion for the man who had raised him in this world. Napoleon rose from his seat and approached his father, his expression grave and resolute. Father, I know we disagree on many things, but I want you to know that I am grateful for everything you have done for me. You gave me a home, an education, and a foundation. Your sacrifices will never be forgotten. Oh, you speak as though I were about to die. Carlo laughed. Let us simply enjoy our meal. Seeing his father attempt to lighten the mood, Napoleon's heart sank, but the tragedy impending was no laughing matter. You are right, father. I have weighed down this family gathering. Let us cherish the present and enjoy our time together. Napoleon managed a faint smile. The family continued their meal, and laughter and cheerful conversation once again filled the room, the atmosphere growing lighter. During his 3-week stay on Corsica, Napoleon immersed himself in the vibrant family atmosphere, bonding with his beloved siblings and parents. Eager to capture their attention and ignite their curiosity, he could hardly contain himself as he shared the wealth of knowledge he had gained during his studies at the renowned Château de Brienne. Not content with mere pleasantries, Napoleon delved into the realms of science and mathematics, unveiling the mysteries of these disciplines to his captivated siblings. With infectious enthusiasm, he assumed the role of a mentor, guiding his younger brothers and sisters through complex scientific principles and mathematical equations, opening the door to a world of intellectual exploration. Through his efforts, Napoleon not only strengthened the deep bonds of family affection but also ignited a thirst for knowledge, a longing that would shape the destinies of his siblings and lead them on a path toward the pursuit of excellence. Yet all good things must come to an end. When Napoleon was forced to bid farewell to his cherished family on Corsica, a bittersweet ache swelled within his heart. The port of Ajaccio stood before him, its bustling scene mirroring the turbulence of his emotions. As he gazed at the ships bobbing upon the azure Mediterranean, a mixture of anticipation and melancholy coursed through him. The time spent with his siblings had been precious, offering him a brief respite from the relentless demands of his soaring ambitions. He turned to face his father, mother, and siblings, their expressions mirroring his own complex emotions. His father, Carlo Bonaparte, maintained a composed demeanor, concealing the heart-wrenching sorrow within. His mother, Letizia, held back her tears, her eyes brimming with pride and longing. His siblings displayed a range of expressions from solemn gravity to brave attempts to mask their grief. Brother, will you come back? Elisa's voice trembled, laced with hope and uncertainty, giving voice to the question weighing on everyone's heart. Her pleading eyes sought assurance upon Napoleon's face, hoping their parting would not be permanent. Napoleon's gaze softened. He knelt before his youngest sister and gently cupped her face in his hands. Of course I will, Elisa. Why would you ask such a question? Napoleon's voice was filled with tenderness, his eyes meeting Elisa's, attempting to convey the sincerity deep within his heart. You promise? Elisa's voice quivered. Napoleon's hand remained on her cheek as he vowed, I promise you, Elisa. If you ever need us for anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Joseph interjected, his voice carrying the weight of a solemn pledge. I will, brother. Napoleon rose to his feet and clasped Joseph's hand. Their firm grip conveyed not only the unity between brothers, but also a shared understanding of the responsibilities and challenges ahead. Sir, the ship is about to depart. Sheila returned to his side to inform him. Bon voyage, Napoleon. Carlo Bonaparte stepped forward and placed a hand on Napoleon's shoulder, silently expressing his support and love. Napoleon turned to face his father, their eyes meeting. Thank you, father. He paused, then added, I will carry your teachings in my heart forever. Then he turned to his mother and embraced her tightly. Letizia held her son close, her heart torn between pride and the longing to keep him by her side. Napoleon, my dear, Letizia whispered softly, you have grown into a remarkable young man. Remember to remain true to yourself, and let wisdom and compassion guide your grand ambitions. Napoleon drew his mother closer, feeling the comfort she offered. I will, mother, he assured her, his voice filled with determination. I will bring honor to our family and make you proud. The ship was ready to depart, its bell tolling melodiously through the air, heralding the imminent voyage. Napoleon reluctantly released his mother's embrace. Yet before boarding the ship, he gently patted the head of each brother and sister, a gesture brimming with tenderness and unspoken solace. Take care of one another. With those words, Napoleon turned and strode toward the waiting vessel, its sails billowing in the sea breeze, while Sheila stood steadfast at his side. Master, are you prepared to return to Paris? Sheila asked. Napoleon nodded silently. Crewmen hurried to prepare for departure, their footsteps echoing rhythmically across the weathered wooden deck. With resolute steps, Napoleon ascended the gangplank, already envisioning his meticulous plans for Paris. In one final glance back at the harbor, he glimpsed his family standing together, their silhouettes seared into his memory even as the ship's horn reverberated through the air. A solemn summons for boarding. With a last wave, Napoleon bade farewell to his family. During this time he had achieved remarkable milestones, including enrollment at the prestigious École Militaire. In the annals of history, financial hardship had restricted his studies there to just 1 year. Yet in this reality, Napoleon's inventions had yielded considerable wealth, enabling him to immerse himself fully in his education. The École Militaire offered him a rigorous curriculum, sharpening his intellect and refining his strategic acumen. His steam engine and complementary machinery ignited France's industrial revolution. Thanks to power looms and steam-driven machinery, the textile industry surged exponentially. Factories sprang up like mushrooms, transforming once quiet towns into bustling industrial hubs, crowded with smokestacks and humming workshops. Beyond textiles, Napoleon's innovations catalyzed progress across countless sectors. Ironworks and foundries flourished, producing the machinery, tools, and infrastructure essential to an expanding industrial ecosystem. Surging demand for raw materials propelled mining into unprecedented growth. Rivers and canals became vital commercial arteries, facilitating cargo transport and invigorating trade both within and beyond France's borders. Yet the true emblem of industrialization, the steam locomotive, remained unimagined by Napoleon. This audacious undertaking had been assigned to him by the French Academy of Sciences as a decisive test of his eligibility for membership. Constrained by resource limitations and formidable technical hurdles, Napoleon could not complete the project within the allotted year, though his compelling justification for delay secured its continuation. Granted additional time, Napoleon successfully completed the steam locomotive project in 1785. He walked alongside Antoine Lavoisier and other distinguished members of the French Academy of Sciences. "Napoleon, I hope this is the last time," Antoine said. "You've spent far more than our original agreement stipulated." "Do not fret, Monsieur Lavoisier. Everything is ready for demonstration." As he spoke, Napoleon glanced at Sheila. "Isn't that right, Sheila?" She nodded confidently. "Indeed, master. The steam locomotive stands fully operational. We conducted extensive trials and made all necessary refinements. It is now primed to showcase its full capabilities." "Tell us how the demonstration is arranged," Laplace inquired. "We shall board the locomotive at Paris's Gare Saint-Lazare," Napoleon explained, "then proceed directly to Versailles." "Versailles? That is 30 kilometers away. Nearly 3 hours by carriage." "Precisely, Laplace. But a steam locomotive is no carriage. My locomotive achieves a steady speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Meaning we shall arrive in Versailles within a single hour," Napoleon declared with quiet pride. Upon reaching the temporary station, Antoine and the other academicians gazed in awe upon the long, sleek black train, its imposing silhouette towering over the iron rails. This machine was nothing short of a marvel, an extraordinary fusion of engineering mastery and visionary innovation. Its massive metallic frame gleamed under the sun. Its wheels, exquisitely forged and polished, radiated strength and precision. Deep within, the steam engine hissed softly, a resonant whisper of immense latent power. Napoleon approached the locomotive with a heart swelling equally with pride and anticipation. He had devoted untold hours, resources, and expertise to its creation, overcoming relentless obstacles and setbacks along the way. Now standing before his own magnum opus, he felt reverence and profound fulfillment. Not only the academicians stood entranced. Passers-by gathered. 2 Parisians, from nobility to laborers, crowded the station's perimeter. Their curious eyes traced the locomotive's contours, wondering what this strange new contraption might be. Ever since the rails were laid, Parisians had speculated endlessly about their purpose. Now the answer stood before them, a revolutionary invention poised to redefine transportation itself. Even coachmen gathered near, their expressions mingling fascination with unease. This self-propelled marvel, requiring neither horse nor harness, filled them with wonder and trepidation alike. Their livelihoods had long rested upon mastery of the carriage. Their skill, their trustworthiness, their very identity. "Sheila, escort our guests to their respective carriages." Napoleon gestured toward the passenger coaches attached to the locomotive. Sheila inclined her head gracefully and led the academicians forward. Watching them ascend, Napoleon's pulse quickened. If the demonstration succeeded, he would earn membership in the French Academy of Sciences. "Do you know how to operate this machine?" Napoleon cast a questioning glance toward the locomotive engineer, who was meticulously preparing the boiler. "Yes, Monsieur Napoleon," the engineer affirmed with unwavering confidence. "Since you entrusted me with this responsibility, I have honed my craft without pause. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you." Napoleon nodded approvingly. His sole concern was ensuring a seamless journey for his passengers. Excellent. Maintain a steady velocity, 30 kilometers per hour. Our esteemed guests must feel no discomfort from fluctuations in speed. With that, he descended from the engine platform and strode toward the passenger car. Inside, he found the academicians already seated. Sheila attended to them with the poise of a seasoned hostess, offering tea and delicacies, meeting every need with elegance and discretion. I see you're all comfortably seated. The journey begins shortly. As you may observe, every seat has been upholstered with the finest materials for your utmost comfort. Napoleon addressed the Academy's distinguished guests, his gaze sweeping across the carriage's refined interior. The soft ambient light, the exquisitely carved details, the very atmosphere suffused with cultivated grace. I wish none of you to experience the slightest discomfort during this demonstration, especially given its pivotal importance to my candidacy for the French Academy of Sciences. He added, his tone lightening ever so slightly. Scientists emitted a soothing murmur in unison, and the highly respected Academy member Antoine spoke up, waving his hand. Oh, do not worry, Napoleon. As long as this train operates as expected and performs well, you will surely win your seat at the French Academy of Sciences. A faint smile played on Napoleon's lips as he thanked these distinguished scientists for their support and friendship. Yet his mind remained focused on their opinions and feedback. He valued their expertise and wished to understand their impressions of every aspect of the journey. Before we depart, I would like to hear your current thoughts. Napoleon continued, his gaze sweeping across the carriage interior, its decor, atmosphere, and overall experience. We are striving to improve and perfect this mode of transportation for the benefit of our nation, so your opinions are of paramount importance. You are being too formal, Napoleon. Antoine remarked, his voice warm with enthusiasm. The carriage interior is dignified and elegant, befitting the nobility. The seats are upholstered in velvet, providing a comfortable yet refined experience. Soft lighting bathes the entire carriage, adding a touch of warmth and sophistication. Every detail, from the intricately carved wooden paneling to the exquisite floral patterns on the curtains, reflects the masterful craftsmanship invested in creating this luxurious space. I am glad you appreciate it. I plan to make steam locomotives a means of travel for people of all classes, though ticket prices will vary. Napoleon interjected, his tone carrying a note of resolve. The scientists exchanged curious glances, intrigued by his words. Antoine, ever the curious one, raised an eyebrow. Different ticket prices. How do you envision that, Napoleon? Napoleon took a moment to gather his thoughts, his gaze fixed on the lush scenery passing outside the window. Gentlemen, I believe that in the future those who use modern transportation should not be limited to a privileged few. While preserving luxurious facilities for those who seek refinement, I also intend to introduce affordable options to serve a broader range of passengers. His remarks sparked astonishment and excitement among the Academy members. The idea that steam locomotives could bridge social divides deeply moved them, and they contemplated the transformative impact this innovation could have on society. We must remember that the measure of progress lies not only in technological advancement but also in its positive impact on the lives of ordinary people. Napoleon continued, I envision establishing a model that allows people from diverse backgrounds to share the experience of rail travel, thereby fostering social progress. As he spoke, Sheila approached and whispered softly, Master, the train will depart in 1 minute. She informed him. Thank you, Sheila. Napoleon nodded and turned back to the members of the French Academy of Sciences. Gentlemen, the moment we have long awaited is upon us. In mere moments, the steam locomotive will embark on its maiden journey, ushering in a new era of transportation. Please be seated and prepare to witness history being made. The scientists exchanged glances, their faces alight with curiosity and wonder. They readied themselves for the imminent departure, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Napoleon cast one final glance at the elegantly appointed carriage, then walked to the window, his gaze fixed intently on the train engineer in the distance. The steam locomotive let out a deep resonant whistle, and its massive wheels began turning rhythmically, emitting a chugging sound. With a sudden jolt, the locomotive began its maiden voyage, iron wheels gripping firmly onto the tracks. The train gradually accelerated and passengers could feel a slight vibration beneath their feet, a sensation both thrilling and exhilarating. Unaccustomed to the train's swift and smooth motion, the French Academy members gripped their seats and exchanged glances filled with amazement. I have never experienced anything like this. Laplace clutched the handrail and exclaimed, this speed, this power. It is as though we are gliding through the air without resistance. Another scientist leaned close to the window, captivated by the rapidly changing scenery outside. Look at how swiftly the landscape flashes past. In just a few minutes we have covered a distance that would have taken a carriage journey far longer to traverse. Napoleon stood at the window watching the world rush by. Parisians on the streets gazed in astonishment at the steam locomotive, their faces filled with surprise, curiosity, and admiration. People stopped in their tracks, pointing at the train as it sped past. Some cheered enthusiastically, while others stood silently witnessing the dawn of a new era. The train journey extended beyond Paris, eventually reaching Versailles. Mr. Bonaparte, Antoine called out. I am curious. How long can this steam locomotive run? Napoleon smiled faintly. As long as there is a steady supply of coal, the steam locomotive can operate indefinitely. Indefinitely? Another scientist repeated in disbelief. Yes. Unlike horse-drawn carriages which depend on the strength and endurance of horses, the steam locomotive requires only coal as fuel to continue running. Napoleon explained, his voice brimming with conviction. Of course, regular maintenance and inspections are essential to ensure optimal performance. But the potential for continuous operation is truly remarkable, is it not? The scientists exchanged amazed glances, marveling at the prospect of a transportation system that transcended the limitations of horses and could travel vast distances. This coal-powered steam engine capable of tireless propulsion opened up a realm of infinite possibilities for the future of transportation. An hour later they arrived at Versailles. Curious onlookers lining the streets watched as the massive steel beast belching black smoke from its chimney gradually came to a halt. But one question occupied the scientists' minds. Mr. Bonaparte, this steam locomotive must weigh around a ton. How does it stop? Antoine asked. Mr. Lavoisier, that is the function of the air brake. Napoleon explained to them. The steam locomotive is equipped with an air braking system that allows us to control and stop the engine. When the engineer activates the brakes, compressed air is released into the brake cylinders, applying pressure to the brake shoes, which then press against the wheels, slowing and stopping the locomotive. Fascinating, Antoine murmured softly. Even more remarkable is that we reached Versailles in just 1 hour. 1 hour. Can you believe it? A scientist exclaimed excitedly. The moment the train came to a complete stop, Napoleon faced them. Gentlemen, our demonstration has concluded. I hope you enjoyed the journey. Now, Mr. Lavoisier, may I enter the French Academy of Sciences? Antoine rose from his seat, approached Napoleon, and extended his hand in congratulations. Napoleon, I am pleased to tell you that your seat at the French Academy of Sciences is well deserved. Your contributions to transportation and thermodynamics are truly exceptional, making you a deserving candidate. However, wait. There is someone else who also wishes to congratulate you. Napoleon tilted his head, slightly curiously wondering who that might be. At that moment Antoine glanced to his right, as if gesturing for him to look. Napoleon followed Antoine's gaze, and when his eyes fell upon the person Antoine was indicating, he could not help but widen them in surprise. King Louis. Indeed, that was King Louis XVI. Walking beside him was Queen Marie Antoinette. Though Napoleon had never seen them in person, he had studied many portraits of them during his university years. Mr. Lavoisier, what does this mean? Napoleon asked in astonishment. Lavoisier chuckled softly. Well, I have informed the king of your new invention. He is quite interested. Is there any objection? Of course not, Mr. Antoine. I am merely surprised to meet the king. Napoleon replied with a bemused smile. Then all is well. You shall have the honor of an audience with His Majesty. Come with me. Antoine stepped down from the steam locomotive. Napoleon and Sheila followed closely behind, descending the red carpet laid across the street. As they approached the king and queen, Napoleon and Sheila bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, this is Mr. Napoleon Bonaparte, the inventor of the steam engine and the steam locomotive. Antoine announced with a hint of pride. Napoleon straightened his posture and prepared to address the monarch before him with composure. He raised his head and met the gaze of King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette, who regarded him with curiosity and interest. Your Majesty, your presence today fills me with profound honor. Napoleon spoke with dignified grace. King Louis XVI was renowned for his robust and imposing physique. Napoleon glanced over his appearance and could not help but notice the king's broad and stately figure, which stood in striking contrast to the queen's elegant and slender frame. However, Napoleon quickly reminded himself to focus on the significance of the moment and set aside his observations. Your name sounds Italian. Are you certain you are French? Asked King Louis, scrutinizing Napoleon with a penetrating gaze. Well, strictly speaking, I come from the island of Corsica, your Majesty. Napoleon replied with calm composure under the king's searching stare. Though Corsica is part of French territory, my family roots can be traced to Italy. But I assure you my loyalty and devotion are unequivocally French. King Louis XVI nodded, seemingly satisfied with Napoleon's answer, while Queen Marie Antoinette leaned in slightly, her eyes alight with curiosity. Is that lady behind you your fiancé? The moment Marie posed this question, both Napoleon and Sheila felt a faint blush rise to their cheeks. Oh no, your Majesty. Sheila is my personal assistant. Napoleon explained, attempting to conceal his slight embarrassment. In my work, she has been an indispensable collaborator, assisting me in the development and implementation of my inventions. Standing beside Napoleon, Sheila remained composed despite the Queen's direct attention. She smiled and nodded politely, graciously responding to the Queen's curiosity. It is my privilege to serve Mr. Bonaparte and witness the fruits of his genius. Sheila spoke in a gentle tone. What a pity. You two would have made such a lovely couple. Marie Antoinette remarked with a teasing lilt, a playful smile gracing her lips. She delighted in watching Napoleon and Sheila blush, savoring the light-hearted jest. Napoleon was momentarily stunned by the Queen's words, but quickly recovered, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Your Majesty, you are too kind. Seeing your invention has achieved such success, we wish to personally invite you to tonight's celebration at the Palace of Versailles. We hope you will honor us with your presence. King Louis XVI interjected, his voice carrying the weight of royal authority. Napoleon's eyes widened in surprise, and he promptly expressed his gratitude for the unexpected invitation, bowing deeply and respectfully to the king. Your Majesty, it is the greatest honor of my life to attend the Versailles celebration. I am deeply grateful for your gracious invitation. Sheila also bowed gracefully in thanks, a glimmer of anticipation shining in her eyes. We are delighted to hear your response. Queen Marie Antoinette smiled with genuine warmth. Mr. Bonaparte, this shall be a magnificent occasion to celebrate your extraordinary achievements. 6 hours later, news of the successful steam locomotive demonstration spread throughout Paris and Versailles, becoming the primary topic of conversation. Napoleon and Sheila stood in a lavishly appointed room within the Grand Palace of Versailles, preparing for the forthcoming celebration. Napoleon donned a suit of the latest fashion from the mid-1780s. The coat was crafted from rich deep blue velvet, impeccably tailored to accentuate his athletic frame. The wide lapels were adorned with exquisite floral patterns embroidered in golden thread, while the hem tapered to reveal a slender waistline, exuding an air of refined elegance. Sheila carefully adjusted each button on the coat, with her deft hands ensuring a perfect fit. Her fingers lingered briefly on the fastenings, as if savoring the significance of the moment. The buttons themselves were miniature works of art, wrought from ornate golden wire, and inlaid with gemstones. Beneath the coat Napoleon wore a pristine white linen waistcoat with a high collar that extended downward, revealing an exquisite ruffled cravat beneath. Intricate silver embroidery adorned the waistcoat, adding a touch of sophistication to his ensemble. His breeches were fashioned from the finest black silk, fitting snugly against his legs, and highlighting his figure, providing a striking contrast to the opulence of his coat. Black stockings were meticulously tailored, reaching to his knees, completing the ensemble to perfection. On his feet rested polished black leather shoes adorned with silver buckles. Is this what it feels like to be a man of wealth? Napoleon's gaze swept over the intricate and exquisite details of the suit, and he could not help but admit that the attire possessed undeniable fashionable allure. Napoleon cast another glance at Sheila, who was also elegantly attired for the evening's ceremony. Sheila, keeping pace with the latest trends, wore a magnificent lavender silk gown, the flowing fabric draped elegantly, lending her figure an ethereal grace. Delicate floral motifs embellished the gown, while silver thread embroidery shimmered under the soft glow of the room's chandelier. Layers of ruffles adorned the neckline and sleeves, adding a touch of softness and distinction to her ensemble. The fitted bodice of the gown accentuated Sheila's slender figure, the lavender silk caressing her curves with perfect subtlety. A satin sash cinched her waist, tied into a beautiful bow at the back, enhancing her graceful silhouette. The skirt cascaded elegantly around her feet. Sheila's hair was meticulously styled into an exquisite updo adorned with delicate flowers and sparkling hairpins. Soft curls framed her face with natural elegance. The gown's low neckline revealed her smooth porcelain-like neck. Napoleon gently shook his head and averted his gaze. Noticing Napoleon's lingering gaze, Sheila let out a soft chuckle. "Is my neck so captivating, master?" Sheila quipped playfully, seductively baring her neck. "You may stare at it as long as you wish." Napoleon cleared his throat. "Sheila, you shouldn't say such things to a man. What if I actually did something to you?" "That depends. Would you really do something to me?" Sheila continued teasing. "No, let's go. The others must be waiting for us." Napoleon shook his head and extended his arm as if inviting Sheila to take it. She gladly accepted, her fingers gently wrapping around his forearm. Together they walked out of the room into the grand ballroom where the elite of France had gathered for the celebration. As they entered the vast hall, cheerful music filled the air, mingling with the laughter and chatter of the guests. The sight within the ballroom was breathtaking. Glittering chandeliers and opulent decorations exuded luxury, while the walls were adorned with magnificent tapestries depicting grand scenes. The polished marble floor reflected the soft candlelight, creating an enchanting atmosphere. The banquet tables were laden with a dazzling array of delicacies, showcasing the culinary artistry of the royal chefs. Crystal goblets brimmed with champagne and fine wines, while cakes and pastries were arranged with artistic flair. "This is utterly extravagant," Napoleon remarked as he ventured deeper into the hall. "So this is where France's wealth is squandered. And they do this often, master," Sheila added. Sheila's observation was astute. The splendor of the ballroom and the lavish display of wealth epitomized the extravagance of the French monarchy. Napoleon could not help but feel both awe and unease at the stark contrast between the surrounding opulence and the poverty endured by many citizens of the nation. Yet he understood that this celebration was an opportunity to forge connections with the upper echelons of society. As Napoleon and Sheila wove through the crowd, they spotted several familiar faces. La Place Lavoisier Charles. Napoleon greeted. "Ah, Monsieur Napoleon has arrived with his charming assistant," Antoine remarked. "Just in time," Antoine continued. "The king is about to officially welcome you." He gestured toward the dais where the king and queen stood. On the stage at the front of the ballroom, King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette stood side by side, exuding an aura of nobility. The king raised his hand and the crowd fell into respectful silence. "Welcome, distinguished guests." King Louis XVI began, his voice resonating through the hall. "Tonight we gather not only for revelry but also to honor the genius of Monsieur Napoleon Bonaparte and his extraordinary inventions, the steam locomotive and engine." Applause rippled through the assembly. Napoleon and Sheila exchanged a smile. "In recognition of your contributions, I, King Louis XVI, on the recommendation of the esteemed members of the French Academy of Sciences, hereby bestow upon you the noble title of Marquis Monsieur Napoleon Bonaparte." King Louis XVI declared, his majestic voice echoing through the hall. He paused, allowing the words to sink in, then continued. "May this distinguished title symbolize our profound gratitude for your brilliant intellect and your unwavering pursuit of progress and prosperity for our beloved nation." As the king's proclamation reverberated, a murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. Granting the noble title of Marquis to a man of the Third Estate was unprecedented, causing a stir among the aristocracy. "Is the king serious?" one noble whispered to another, disbelief coloring his tone. "For a piece of metal. And he is ennobled," another remarked. "Unbelievable. Perhaps a seat in the French Academy would have been reasonable, but a marquisate is far too much." A noble muttered under his breath, a mixture of surprise and contempt in his voice. Amid the guests, Napoleon listened to the reactions around him. As expected, the decision would not sit well with the true nobility. Yet even he was stunned by the announcement. Why would the king make him a marquis? "I am altering history at an unprecedented pace," Napoleon thought. Napoleon cleared his throat. A seat in the French Academy would suffice. He did not wish to acquire a title, as it would be useless in the next 4 years. If the revolution began, the ire would be directed at the nobility, which would do him no good. He did not want that. "Your Majesty, if I may," Napoleon began. "Your recognition and the title you have bestowed upon me fill me with profound honor. However, I must humbly request that you reconsider this generous gesture." The king and queen exchanged glances, surprised by Napoleon's request. The murmurs in the hall grew louder as guests speculated on Napoleon's response. Antoine, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Napoleon's unexpected plea. "What are you doing, Napoleon?" Antoine inquired, but was ignored. Napoleon continued, his gaze fixed on the king. "I deeply understand the significance of this title, but as a citizen of France, I believe my focus should be on serving the nation and contributing to its progress, rather than indulging in aristocratic privileges. To be a member of the esteemed French Academy of Sciences, this support and recognition are enough to sustain my aspirations." King Louis XVI considered Napoleon's words seriously. He understood the weight of the request and the principles that had prompted Napoleon's decision. "Is this truly what you seek, Napoleon? Merely a seat in the French Academy?" the king asked. "Yes, your Majesty, that is sufficient. Moreover, I feel I do not conform to the traditional standards of nobility," Napoleon replied. King Louis sighed. "Very well. If this is your decision, I shall respect it. I now rescind the title of Marquis I bestowed upon you." Napoleon breathed a sigh of relief. Safe. In the dormitory of the military academy, Napoleon meticulously changed from his ornate and luxurious attire into plain clothing. His invention celebration concluded as scheduled, earning him a place in the French Academy of Sciences. Yet Napoleon's mind remained fixated on the spectacle he had witnessed at King Louis's grand celebration. The meticulously orchestrated gathering showcased the opulence of the nobility, with the king and queen adorned in magnificent jewels and fine fabrics. However, to Napoleon, this display of wealth stood in stark contrast to the poverty and suffering he had witnessed on the streets of Paris, only intensifying his growing discontent. As he mingled with the nobility in the grand hall, laughter, music, and the clinking of crystal glasses seemed to drown out the plight of ordinary people. The aristocrats danced with elegance, as though utterly unaware of the struggles beyond the palace walls. A profound disconnection from reality that troubled Napoleon deeply. The harsh winter that had recently gripped France and the consecutive years of poor harvests lingered in his mind. The entire kingdom faced widespread grain shortages and soaring prices, driving the common folk further into despair. Napoleon couldn't help but imagine the lives of those impoverished people where a single loaf of bread consumed their entire wages. He clearly realized that France was on the brink of revolution, and he needed to prepare for it. 3 months later, Napoleon would face the entrance examination to become an officer. Although he had studied at the military academy for only 2 years, far short of the usual 3-year requirement, he received a special exemption due to his outstanding academic abilities and rapidly rising reputation. In the original timeline, Napoleon had been forced to complete 3 years of coursework in just 1 year following Carlo's death. But in this world, he faced no such hardship, for he had earned substantial wealth from his inventions. Just as he was lost in thought, a knock at the door interrupted him. Napoleon turned to look at the door and replied, "Come in." The door creaked open slowly, and in the dim corridor appeared the figure of a young woman. It was Sheila, and her presence instantly brightened the room. The elaborate gown she had worn earlier had been replaced by a simple white dress that perfectly accentuated her slender figure. "Master, I've brought the map you requested," Sheila said softly. She sat beside Napoleon and unfolded the map of France. Napoleon grasped the edge of the map, his eyes scanning the intricate details of the country. "Master, may I ask what you're looking at?" Sheila inquired curiously. "The steam locomotive has been a success, so I plan to establish a railway company across France connecting different cities and regions. Of course, we cannot build railways just anywhere. They must serve a purpose. For instance, railways should be constructed near coal and iron ore deposits to provide stable resource supplies for the growing industrialization." Napoleon explained, his finger tracing along the map. "For example, Saint-Étienne, the Nord-Pas-de-Calais region, Alsace-Lorraine. Areas in France rich in iron ore and coal. I understand, but who will fund the construction of these railways? This is a massive undertaking. I don't believe your current wealth is enough to build even one." Napoleon leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Sheila's question was reasonable. Funding such a monumental project would indeed require substantial resources far beyond what he currently possessed. He tapped his finger lightly against the edge of the map, pondering possible solutions. "You're right, Sheila," Napoleon replied, his voice filled with determination. "To build a railway network spanning the entire nation, we need the support of private investors. I believe there are individuals and organizations who would recognize the potential of this project and be willing to invest. We already have some people who witnessed the success of the steam locomotive demonstration, so we will start by reaching out to them. But I want you to be responsible for this work." Sheila was taken aback. "Master, do you want me to handle all the negotiations? But would they take me seriously? I'm a woman. They would certainly prefer to negotiate with you rather than me." "Sheila, I believe in your abilities. You mentioned you come from the modern world, correct? I'm sure you've learned negotiation skills in that world. Moreover, I cannot personally manage the company, since I will become an officer stationed outside Paris. Also, you mentioned you are a high-ranking noble from Spain. That will make them take you seriously." "I'm not sure, Master. I'm not quite accustomed to using my former name," Sheila said, her voice somewhat subdued. Napoleon frowned, contemplating Sheila's hesitation. "I understand your concerns. If the old name makes you uncomfortable, I won't insist on using it," he said sincerely. "Instead, I have another proposal. I will specially draft a letter of authorization for you, empowering you to represent me in these negotiations. What do you think?" "That's a good idea, Master." Sheila looked up at him and smiled. Napoleon gently patted Sheila's head, a faint smile on his lips. "I'm glad you think so, Sheila. That's a good idea, Master." Sheila whispered softly, her gaze falling to her knees. When Napoleon's hand gently stroked her hair, her heart began to pound. The touch sent a slight shiver down her spine, and she could feel warmth rising to her cheeks, turning them red. Sensing that Napoleon's hand might soon pull away, she mustered her courage, and reached out her bare hand to gently press against the back of his hand, holding it against her cheek. "You are, Master. Please let me feel your warmth a little longer." Sheila whispered, her cheek pressed against Napoleon's hand, her voice barely above a whisper. She closed her eyes and smiled, gently savoring this intimate moment. Napoleon's breath caught in his throat, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. Over the past 4 years they had lived and grown together. Napoleon had simply regarded Sheila as his tool and assistant he could command. But in this tender moment something had shifted within Napoleon's heart. Could it be? Before he could answer himself, Sheila opened her eyes and gazed deeply into Napoleon's. "Thank you, Master, for letting me stay by your side and work for you. I feel you no longer need to call me Master. Like everyone else, just call me Napoleon. I've always let you call me that because I found it intimate, but things have changed now." Hearing Napoleon's request, Sheila blinked in surprise, hardly able to believe her ears. The courtesy of addressing Napoleon as Master had become her second nature, making any other form of address feel unfamiliar and awkward. Yet as she gazed into Napoleon's eyes, she saw a sincerity and tenderness that deeply moved her. "Very well then, Napoleon. If you wish me to address you this way, I shall comply. And please, there is no need to maintain such formality. We can speak to each other as friends. Napoleon spoke with warmth and a touch of playfulness. Sheila smiled, her face softening with a gentle and genuine expression, making her features grow ever brighter. If you insist, Napoleon. Oh, by the way, Napoleon, I have not shared much about my true circumstances with you, but I would be happy to share something with you. In the 21st century, I am what people call a virtual streamer. A virtual streamer, Napoleon repeated, pretending as though he had never heard the term before. That is correct. It is a new form of entertainment that exists in the world of the future. Imagine a performer who does not need a physical body, but can create a vivid animated version of themselves called a virtual avatar or alter ego. These virtual avatars can speak and sing, and through a wondrous invention called the internet, they can interact with their audience. They share their performances and content on platforms where people from all over the world can watch and even communicate with them. It is a fascinating way for people to enjoy entertainment from the comfort of their own homes, while connecting and interacting with these virtual performers. Napoleon smiled. That sounds wonderful, though unfortunately I cannot imagine it myself. The future must be a beautiful place. But Napoleon, I can give you an exclusive performance. I do ASMR, you know. I am quite popular with audiences in my world. Shall I try? ASMR. Napoleon tilted his head in confusion. Like this? Sheila circled behind Napoleon, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning close to his ear. Master, feeling tired? Shall I comfort you? Although Napoleon knew what ASMR was, and had experienced it in his past life, he was still caught off guard by Sheila's performance. He could feel her warm breath brushing against his ear, a tingling sensation spreading through his entire body. This moment of intimacy stirred within him an emotional surge unlike anything he had ever felt before. Sheila's voice was soft and soothing, like a gentle breeze caressing his heart, evoking the sensations he had experienced in ASMR videos from his past life. Master, can you feel it? Sheila moved to his left ear and whispered again. Her fingers gently brushed against Napoleon's cheek. Do you feel yourself losing control? A storm of conflicting emotions surged through Napoleon's mind. On one hand, he was drawn to Sheila's ASMR performance, yet on the other, he felt restless and unsettled by his own intense reaction. That sensation coursing through his body was both unfamiliar and thrilling. Sheila continued her whispered seduction, and Napoleon's resolve began to waver. His reason struggled to maintain control, reminding him of the boundaries and nature of their relationship, but his emotional defenses began to crumble as a craving for deeper desire started to take hold. Suddenly Napoleon turned around, seized Sheila's arm, and pushed her backward. Startled by Napoleon's sudden movement, Sheila's eyes widened in shock. She found herself lying on the bed with Napoleon leaning over her, his gaze burning intensely upon her. Napoleon, Sheila whispered, a tempting smile curling her lips as she continued her seductive role. You have let your impulses master you. Very well, then indulge in this inevitable and pitiful defeat. Sheila, you should leave now before I do something to you. Napoleon hesitated, his voice thick with restlessness, deep and gravelly. His eyes remained fixed on Sheila's lips as he strained every ounce of willpower to resist surrendering to his primal desires. Looking up at Napoleon, Sheila's heart pounded as her body trembled from the intertwining of fear and excitement. She knew the boundaries between them were in danger of being shattered, yet a part of her yearned to surrender to the intense desire of this moment. Master, I will stay. I want to be with you, Sheila whispered in an almost inaudible voice. Napoleon hesitated for a moment, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. But the longing in Sheila's eyes was too intense to resist. Like an inner cry, Napoleon turned his gaze away from her, took a deep breath, released her arm, and rose from the bed. Napoleon had nearly lost control in that moment, but fortunately he ultimately restrained himself. Your performance was undoubtedly brilliant, Sheila. In the 21st century, do you make a living from this? Realizing what Napoleon was implying, a look of fluster crossed Sheila's face. No, this is the first time I have ever performed like this. Do not get the wrong idea. You fool, I am leaving your room now. Get some rest. Sheila quickly sat up on the bed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She hastily adjusted her clothes and left Napoleon's room. In the hallway, Sheila covered her already crimson face, stifling an embarrassed scream. Napoleon, you fool. 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 7 months later, Napoleon arrived at the examination hall of the military academy. He murmured to himself, this is my destiny. As golden sunlight dyed the sky amber, France was engulfed in a ruthless financial crisis. The air hung heavy with despair, the fate of a kingdom perilously balanced upon the shoulders of one man. King Louis XVI. In a desperate bid to salvage his troubled nation, he summoned an assembly of the distinguished, the assembly of notables. Within those hallowed chambers, the elite of French society gathered honored nobles, influential clergy, and even representatives of the rising bourgeoisie. Their mandate was clear: to chart a path through financial reform and rescue France from the abyss. But alas, the corridors of power proved treacherous, and an impenetrable fortress of resistance barred the king's vision. The assembly of notables clung fiercely to their privileged status, thwarting the monarch's reform proposals. The nobility and clergy, guardians of their exalted station, scoffed at the notion of shouldering additional taxes. Trapped in a political stalemate, the king and his advisors watched their dreams of fiscal revival shatter upon the reefs of opposition, as symphonies of disappointment and frustration echoed through the halls. As the dawn of 1788 broke over the land, France stood on the brink of catastrophe. A merciless storm of economic collapse swept through, leaving devastation in its wake. Upon fertile fields, crops withered beneath the weight of misfortune, casting shadows of despair over the people. Hunger prowled the streets, and an insatiable thirst gnawed at the very core of survival. Yet it was the soaring price of bread, the staple of the common folk, that ignited the blazing fires of rebellion deep within their hearts. From the bustling, vibrant streets of Paris to the tranquil countryside villages nestled among emerald fields, storms of protest and defiance erupted. The blood of resistance coursed through their veins, fueling acts of courageous defiance. The oppressed masses united, taking to the streets, as their voices merged into a powerful chorus of discontent. Granaries and bakeries became the targets of their fury. The shadow of escalating turmoil and unrest weighed heavily upon the monarch's conscience. Fearing the wrath of his subjects and the collapse of the kingdom, King Louis XVI had no choice but to seek answers from the annals of history. He convened a long-dormant institution, a relic unseen for centuries, the Estates General. This ancient body, composed of clergy, nobility, and the common third estate, emerged from the shadows bearing the hopes and fears of a nation. As dawn broke in 1789, the year brimmed with anticipation, carrying the embers of revolutionary fervor. Within the opulent halls of Versailles, the grand stage was set as parliamentary representatives assembled, embodying a nation teetering on the precipice of transformation. In the assembly chamber, the air crackled with palpable tension. The voice of the common third estate resounded through the halls with unwavering resolve. No longer satisfied with mere representation, they demanded equality, and sought to dismantle the barriers that constrained their potential. Voices clashed, passions ignited, and the chamber echoed with fierce debates and impassioned pleas for justice. Thus, on the pivotal day of June 17th, the Third Estate rose from the ashes of inequality like a phoenix, boldly declaring itself the National Assembly. In this historic declaration, they proclaimed that true sovereignty resided not in the hands of a monarch, but within the collective will of the people. Yet the tide of change had only just begun. On July 14th, in that fateful day, the Bastille, the symbol of royal tyranny and oppression, toppled before the relentless waves of popular uprising. The fortress's stone walls crumbled under the weight of the nation's discontent, marking a moment that shook the very soul of the land, as the clarion call of revolution resonated within every citizen's heart. Following the fall of the Bastille, a storm of upheaval swept across the countryside, known as the Great Fear, igniting a flood of peasant uprisings. Enraged by feudal obligations and crushed by economic hardship, the oppressed masses turned their wrath upon the estates of the nobility, shattering the ancient chains of feudalism. Sensing the urgency of the times, the National Assembly sprang into action, propelled by the winds of change. With a sweeping gesture, they abolished the feudal system, dismantling the pillars of privilege that had long divided society. The principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity took center stage, illuminating the path toward a new dawn. But the revolution had yet to fulfill its mission. In the chilling days of late October, the souls of Parisian women burned with anguish and hunger as they embarked upon a march that would etch their names into the annals of history. Their destination was the Palace of Versailles, where the royal family resided in splendor. With unwavering determination, they demanded not merely bread but the return of their monarch. A direct challenge to the monarchy itself. As the first rays of dawn painted the sky, casting a dim glow upon the rain-soaked Palace of Versailles, an ominous silence enveloped the grounds. The night had grown increasingly tense, the air thick with the promise of an approaching storm. The crowd, having trekked 6 hours on foot bareheaded from Paris to Versailles, still burned with fury and simmering resentment as they waited outside. Around 6 in the morning, a group of protesters stumbled upon a small gate leading into the Palace of Versailles, one forgotten by the royal guards in the chaos left unguarded. Sensing an opportunity, they exchanged knowing glances and slipped inside with caution, moving like phantoms through the labyrinthine corridors driven by a single purpose: to find the Queen's chambers. Meanwhile, the royal guards retreated through the palace with trembling hearts, desperately fortifying their positions. Doors were barred, corridors blocked, and the air grew thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. In the besieged marble courtyard, the guards opened fire upon the invaders. Bullets struck with deadly precision, and a young protester fell, his life extinguished in an instant, his dream of justice shattered along with it. The death of his companion ignited the fires of rage within the hearts of the remaining protesters. They surged forward as one, an unstoppable tide crashing against the palace gates. Driven by vengeance and an insatiable thirst for retribution, their resolve only strengthened. In the chaos, a duty-bound royal guard met a grim fate. His life was mercilessly taken, his body brutally decapitated. A terrible warning to all who dared challenge the power of the masses. Another guard Taverdet du Repair valiantly attempted to resist the angry mob, but their fury proved too overwhelming. He was struck down, his body battered beyond recognition. The thunder of footsteps and the screams of the rioting crowd echoed through the opulent hall. The queen, barefoot and filled with terror, still clung to a sliver of hope. Accompanied by her maids, she raced through the labyrinthine corridors, her heart pounding in her chest. She desperately sought the king's bedchamber, but in a moment of sheer despair the door was locked. She frantically knocked, yet the deafening clamor outside drowned out her cries. "Let me in! Let me in!" Time ticked away, and the queen's fate hung precariously in the balance. By fortune's grace, the door finally swung open, revealing the king's sanctuary, and the king himself. The queen and her attendants slipped inside, successfully escaping the chaos, and a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Meanwhile, the turmoil within the royal palace raged on. Driven by madness, the mob hunted for other royal guards, subjecting them to ruthless brutality. At least one more guard fell victim to their savagery, his severed head mounted on a pike. Amid the chaos within the Palace of Versailles, a prominent figure named Gilbert du Motier, Marquis de Lafayette, Commander-in-Chief of the Paris National Guard, strolled through the marble-floored halls, yawning, as though just awakened from slumber. His troops were still engaged in battle with the royal guards. He advanced slowly, unmoved by the surrounding gunfire. "Sir," one of his men shouted, "what are you doing?" Lafayette turned to him, his expression grave. "Stand down," he commanded, his voice carrying an air of authority. Yet beneath his calm exterior a lingering sense of frustration refused to dissipate. If the king had agreed to return to Paris yesterday, none of this would have happened. He muttered to himself, casting a glance toward the royal guards. With resolute eyes, Lafayette addressed the still obstinate royal guards before him. "Soldiers of the king's guard, I come to propose a truce," he declared, his voice steady with quiet conviction. "I wish to speak with the king directly. Is he in his bedchamber?" But the royal guards, blinded by loyalty and blinded by rage, scoffed at Lafayette's words. One of them, his face twisted with contempt, brandished his musket aggressively. "Silence! We have nothing to say to you, traitor!" he bellowed, spitting on the ground, his voice dripping with disdain. "Do you truly wish to die here?" Lafayette questioned, his voice heavy with gravity. "Outside, thousands of furious citizens await. If their demands are not met swiftly, they will tear this palace apart." Lafayette's composure and measured words resonated with the remaining royal guards. They realized the overwhelming force beyond the palace walls, and as their composure returned they reluctantly lowered their muskets, watching Lafayette warily. "Make way," one guard muttered, stepping aside to let Lafayette and his party pass. The group proceeded cautiously through the corridors, the echoes of chaos still reverberating through the palace. Lafayette gently knocked on the door and waited for a response. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing King Louis XVI, disheveled and worn. His face bore the weight of exhaustion and anxiety, his eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night. Queen Marie Antoinette stood beside him, tightly gripping the hand of their young daughter, still visibly shaken. "Your Majesty," Lafayette bowed respectfully. "I have come to negotiate a resolution to this crisis." "What means?" King Louis stammered. "Your Majesty, address the people outside. That is the only way," Lafayette explained further. "Rest assured my guards will ensure your safety both inside and outside the palace. The people wish to see their king, to hear your voice, and to know their grievances have been heard." This was a pivotal moment, an opportunity to bridge the divide and find a peaceful resolution. The king's gaze shifted between Lafayette and the chaotic scene beyond the window. He could hear the relentless cries and shouts of the crowd outside demanding to see their king. He knew his choices were limited, the burden of responsibility weighing heavily upon his shoulders. With no other recourse, Louis XVI nodded. "Very well." The king had agreed. "Take me to the balcony." A faint smile tugged at the corners of Lafayette's lips upon hearing the king's decision. As the echoes of chaos gradually subsided within the sacred halls of Versailles, an atmosphere of anticipation enveloped the entire palace. Morning sunlight poured down in gentle rays, illuminating the distant crowd. Thousands of Parisians, filled with hope and expectation, awaited the appearance of their king. Among them, uncertain whispers intertwined with murmurs of anticipation. Gilbert du Motier, Marquis de Lafayette, Commander-in-Chief of the Paris National Guard, stood beside King Louis XVI, their figures framed against the ornate doorway leading to the grand balcony. As they prepared to step forward, the weight of the moment pressed heavily upon them. The fate of the monarchy and the hopes of an entire nation rested on this single gesture. The king's face bore the marks of exhaustion and unease. He cast a glance at Lafayette, seeking solace in his steadfast gaze. Sensing the king's inner turmoil, Lafayette maintained his composure, his voice gentle yet persuasive. Your Majesty, you need only tell the people that you are willing to return to Paris and live among them, he said, assuring them that their concerns would be heard and their grievances acknowledged. Will my family be safe? King Louis asked. Of course, Your Majesty, Lafayette assured him, casting a glance at Queen Marie Antoinette, following behind King Louis. The people's resentment was chiefly directed at the extravagant queen, who had earned the derogatory title, Madame Deficit. Regrettably, this title had become a symbol of the revolution, embodying the stark class divisions represented by Queen Antoinette, making her a figure of deep loathing in the eyes of the common people. They arrived at the balcony. Lafayette extended his hand toward the ornate railing, gesturing for the king to approach. King Louis XVI, his heart trembling yet stirred with a newfound resolve, obediently walked toward the balcony. Queen Marie Antoinette prepared to follow resolutely behind her husband, but Lafayette gently raised his hand, silently signaling her to stop. Your Majesty, your moment will come later. For now the people long to hear the king's voice directly, Lafayette suggested. Understood, Queen Marie said. King Louis XVI stepped forward to address the waiting crowd, his gaze sweeping across a sea of faces, each etched with despair, fury, and yearning. Tens of thousands of Parisians gathered in the palace square, brandishing crude weapons, an unmistakable portent of unrest. Yet before their sovereign a hushed, restrained anticipation hung in the air. The king drew a deep breath, summoning every ounce of courage within him. Though weary, his voice rang with resolute strength, a sincere plea for unity, each word imbued with solemn conviction. My loyal subjects, I stand before you bearing the weight of your discontent, and I acknowledge the suffering and hardship endured by many among you. He began to speak, his voice resonating through the throng. Onlookers leaned forward, straining to catch every syllable, their eyes locked upon him, awaiting his solemn assurances. A profound silence settled over the assembled multitude as the king continued. I have heard your call for change, for a fairer society that honors every citizen. I pledge to you that I shall not turn a blind eye to your afflictions. I shall devote myself to redressing the injustices that plague our nation. A murmur of assent rose from the crowd, mingled with expressions of astonishment. His words, delivered with unfeigned sincerity, struck a deep chord. His acknowledgement of their suffering and their longing for a better life began to soften hardened hearts. The crude weapons once clutched tightly were now lowered gradually. The taut tension in the air gave way to a fragile, trembling hope. They longed for a leader who understood their plight and dared to act. King Louis XVI extended both arms, palms open, a gesture embodying trust and reconciliation. His voice suffused with genuine compassion, piercing straight to the soul. Let us move forward as one united nation, striving toward shared aspirations. Your concerns shall no longer be ignored or dismissed. As proof of my unwavering commitment, I shall share authority with the National Assembly and fully endorse a constitution guaranteeing the fundamental rights and liberties of all citizens. The king declared this with firm resolve and decisive clarity. A wave of cheers and applause erupted from the crowd, reverberating across the vast expanse of the palace courtyard. It was a moment of catharsis. The pent-up grievances of years finally released as they realized at last that their voices had been truly heard. Parisians exchanged glances, eyes shimmering with nascent hope. The heavy burden upon their shoulders seemed for an instant to lift. Long live the king! Long live the king! Their cries surged through the palace halls, fervor mounting with each repetition, rising, intensifying, swelling into a thunderous, almost seismic chant. Standing on the balcony, King Louis XVI was stunned by the overwhelming tide of support. Had he acted sooner, had he truly listened, this crisis might never have reached such a precipice. Yet as time passed, a single memory surfaced. Sharp, bitter, unforgettable. The Queen. We demand to see the Queen. Let us see the Queen. The cry rippled through the crowd, echoing louder, gathering momentum like a gathering storm. The demand for Queen Marie Antoinette echoed through the palace corridors, reaching Lafayette and King Louis XVI, whose faces betrayed growing concern and hesitation, aware that the people's hatred of the Queen ran deep and unyielding. From behind the balcony, Queen Antoinette stood grim-faced, hearing her name shouted in wrath. Your Majesty, Lafayette spoke. This is the moment you must appear before the people. They yearn to see you, to hear your voice. Queen Marie Antoinette took a slow, steadying breath, steeling herself beneath the crushing weight of public enmity, then stepped forward. Head high, spine straight, resolved to confront the crowd and answer their grievances. Very well. Lafayette nodded, guiding Queen Marie Antoinette to the balcony's edge. The crowd continued chanting for the Queen's appearance. When she emerged, a hush of tense expectancy fell over them. Anger and frustration thickened the air, casting the gathering in palpable unease. To them, Queen Marie Antoinette embodied the Ancien Regime itself, the very personification of extravagance and privilege, long fomenting their simmering resentment. As Queen Marie Antoinette stood beside King Louis XVI, she braced herself for a torrent of fury. Yet in several disquieting minutes of silence, indignation melted into bewilderment. What they beheld was not the pampered, fearful woman they expected, but a woman whose gaze burned with unshakable resolve radiating indomitable pride. Scornful jeers pierced the air, some even leveled muskets at her. But she remained unmoved, arms crossed firmly across her chest, impervious to their hostility. That single defiant posture shifted the tide of rage and animosity. Astonishment swept over the crowd. Weapons raised in fury were now lowered hesitantly, silence descended absolute and profound. In this subtle yet pivotal turning point, Lafayette sensed with acute precision the critical moment to dissipate the crowd's fury had arrived. Without hesitation he knelt gracefully before the queen. Single knee bent. Then reverently kissed her hand in a gesture both theatrical and deeply symbolic. The demonstrators responded with conflicted yet undeniable reverence. Cheers rising from their midst ringing clear and resonant through the air. Long live the Queen! Though this display of goodwill momentarily eased tensions, keen observers recognized the balcony scene's fleeting significance. Though briefly placated by royal gestures, the crowd remained steadfast in its demand for tangible commitments. Its resolve echoing in the air, refusing to be soothed by mere ceremonial courtesies. Their message was unequivocal: the royal family must accompany them back to Paris, for only sustained action could forge authentic resonance. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon on October 6, 1789, the royal family and 100 deputies departed Versailles under escort, preceded by armed members of the National Guard and flanked by a vast procession of citizens. Yet as time passed, confusion clouded the royal party's faces. Their eyes fixed upon an unexpected sight, the procession appeared to be veering away from the waiting carriages. Perplexed, King Louis XVI turned to Lafayette for explanation. "Your Majesty," Lafayette replied, eyes alight with quiet excitement. "We have arranged a different conveyance. Behold." Lafayette directed the king's gaze toward a nearby railway station where a majestic steam locomotive stood poised. Every carriage packed passengers clinging to rooftops and sides, eagerly awaiting the royal entourage. "Fear not. Within that steam engine lies a private compartment befitting your royal station. Moreover, it promises greater comfort, and far greater safety, than any royal coach," Lafayette assured him. Meanwhile, amid the crowd, a woman disguised as a rioter watched intently as the royal family boarded the first-class carriage of the steam train. How intriguing! In actual history, the king and his family would have returned to Paris in a royal carriage escorted by the mob. Yet the master's invention has evidently rewritten that chapter. "I must report this to the master at once. He will surely be eager for news." As the thunderous echoes of the Women's March on Versailles faded, the king and his family were unceremoniously escorted to central Paris. Their former opulent residence was replaced by the suffocating confinement of the Tuileries Palace. They were placed under de facto house arrest. Confronted by the inexorable tide of revolution, the king realized his survival depended entirely upon escaping the revolutionaries' grasp, now firmly entrenched across France. When his wife proposed a daring plan, a flicker of hope ignited in his weary eyes. A plan that required him to seek sanctuary beyond the kingdom's borders. 2 years later, June 20th, 1791, the Tuileries Palace. Moonlight streamed through the bedchamber's ornate windows, casting ethereal ghostly shadows upon sumptuous furnishings. Within this sacred imperial domain, the French royal family prepared for their audacious flight. Marie Antoinette stood at the room's center, her gaze fixed upon the daunting task laid before her. Her expression a complex tapestry of steely determination and quiet anxiety. She clutched a bundle of exquisite garments, each meticulously selected to conceal her identity and that of her family from vigilant guards. Louis approached, her face drawn with worry, glancing at the array of disguises spread before them. His voice trembled with doubt. "Marie, are you certain this is our best course? The people still support us. You saw it on February 20th. That proves not all Frenchmen despise us." Marie Antoinette turned to face her husband, her gaze unflinching. "They were repelled, Louis. And since that day, security around the palace has grown ever more stringent. Rumors abound that a mob intends to storm our gates. We have no choice. Our lives, and our children's futures, hang in the balance. We must seize this chance." Louis sighed, deeply resigned, then nodded, his eyes flashing with sudden somber resolve. "Very well." As the moon ascended the heavens, bathing the chamber in silver light, the royal children, Clotilde and Marie-Therese, entered. In that heavy, somber atmosphere, their innocent purity shone with stark, poignant brilliance. The queen sank to her knees before them, her voice tender yet unyielding. "My dears, we are about to leave Paris. A journey demanding extraordinary courage. You shall assume new identities, not my daughters but young travelers seeking refuge." The girls exchanged nervous glances, small hands clasped tightly together. Clotilde the elder summoned her courage and offered a resolute, determined smile. "We will be brave, Mama." A surge of maternal pride swelled within Marie Antoinette. Unshed tears glistened in her eyes. "That is my brave, beloved children." As she spoke, she gathered them close in a tender, fierce embrace. As midnight approached, the tension in the room intensified. the Marchioness de Durfort entrusted with the daunting task of posing as the Baroness entered with worry etched in her eyes and a sense of mission burning within. She approached the Queen, her voice trembling with fear and resolve. "Your Majesty," the Marchioness said, her voice quivering, "the carriage awaits outside. Shall we depart now?" Marie Antoinette grasped the Marchioness's hand tightly, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Very well, thank you," she replied softly. As the minutes ticked by, Madame Elizabeth, the King's sister, joined them. Disguised as a governess with her true identity concealed behind a mask, she maintained a steady voice despite the turmoil within. "Should we not heed Baron von Fersen's counsel?" Elizabeth asked, her voice laced with worry. "He recommended a lighter carriage to increase our speed." Marie Antoinette sighed, her resolve evident. "I cannot bear it, Elizabeth. I will not let our family be torn apart." Elizabeth pressed on, her tone pleading. "But this would improve our chances of leaving France. We must consider it." Marie Antoinette shook her head firmly. "No, Elizabeth. My decision is final. We shall depart together." Elizabeth fell silent, her eyes betraying lingering doubt. They stood there in a silent exchange. "As you wish," she finally conceded. With final arrangements made, the royal family gathered before a mirror reflecting both their past and their uncertain future. Marie Antoinette wore a simple gown with an unadorned bonnet, her noble bearing concealed beneath a veil. Louis donned a servant's livery, nervously adjusting his collar. Hand in hand, the royal family made their way to the exit and climbed into the heavy carriage drawn by 6 horses bound for the Austrian Netherlands. As weary travelers trudged through the dark countryside, the moon cast a faint glow upon them. The carriage wheels rumbled over the rough road, a constant reminder of the trials ahead. Hidden beneath layers of disguise, the royal family pressed onward, their hopes and fears intertwining with every mile. At Fromentieres, the horses were urgently exchanged, revealing their desperate need for secrecy. The servants busied themselves diligently, while King Louis engaged in light conversation with local farmers. His affable nature endeared him to the common people, their voices mingling in the cool night breeze. Time slipped away through shared stories and laughter. Meanwhile, Queen Marie Antoinette, her true identity hidden beneath a veil, alighted at Chalitz. She graciously presented silverware to a local official, deeply grateful for her kindness, even amidst their clandestine journey. The townsfolk gathered around, their faces etched with reverence and gratitude. The Queen's charitable act kindled a flicker of hope in their weary hearts. Yet time proved an unforgiving adversary, its relentless passage a cruel reminder of their dwindling margin to reach safety. The carriage itself demanded attention. Worn wheels and creaking frames requiring urgent repair. Skilled workers toiled diligently, their hands stained with grease and brows furrowed in determination. Every minute spent mending the vehicle was a minute lost in their race against fate. However, fate had other designs. On June 21, 1791, after completing the necessary repairs, the royal family resumed their journey and arrived at the town of St. Meneheld. It was here that Jean-Baptiste Drouet, the postmaster, stepped forward and signaled for the carriage to halt. Once it came to a stop, Drouet approached the door and rapped his knuckles against it. The knocking echoed through the carriage, shattering the fragile bubble of hope that had sustained the royal family. An eerie silence fell as they exchanged anxious glances, their hearts pounding. King Louis signaled for the door to be opened, revealing the postmaster. Drouet's gaze swept from face to face before settling on the man dressed as a servant. Staring at the servant's face, he frowned. "Wait a moment. You look familiar, sir." Saying this, Drouet produced an assignat from his pocket, his eyes darting between the note and the man's face as he struggled to recall the connection. A wave of fear surged through Louis, but he fought to maintain his composure. "What do you mean, sir?" Drouet's eyes narrowed, suspicion growing more evident in his gaze. "This cannot be," he muttered, stepping closer to examine Louis more carefully. "You bear an uncanny resemblance to King Louis XVI." Marie Antoinette's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down her spine. She knew their carefully constructed disguise had been unmasked, their lives hanging in the balance. Gathering her courage, Marie Antoinette leaned forward, her voice trembling with desperation and pleading. "Sir, I beg you, have mercy and let us pass." Drouet's expression softened instantly, a flicker of compassion flashing in his eyes. Having witnessed the suffering of the common people and understood their grievances, he also recognized that capturing the royal family would secure his place in history. "Your Majesty, I cannot turn a blind eye to my duty," Drouet replied, regret coloring his voice. "I must take you before the authorities." A heavy silence fell over the carriage as the reality of their capture weighed upon them. The royal family exchanged worried glances, their minds racing with anxious thoughts of an uncertain future. Suddenly the sound of approaching footsteps shattered the silence, the clatter of boots echoing through the night and sending shivers down their spines. The guards arrived, leveling their muskets at the carriage. "That is King Louis." One guard recognized him. How did he come to be here? And dressed as a servant. Perhaps he was attempting to flee, another replied. What shall we do? Clearly we must return them to Paris. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden glow over the streets of Paris. It was a day of upheaval filled with hushed whispers and rumors spreading like wildfire. The people had eagerly awaited the king's return, believing he would stand alongside them in the struggle for liberty and equality. Yet events of the past few hours had shattered their illusions. As dusk settled over the city, a silent anticipation permeated the air. Revolutionary crowds gathered in central Paris, lining the streets leading to the majestic gates of the Tuileries Palace. Standing shoulder to shoulder, their faces bore earnest expressions, eyes blazing with both hope and anger, gripping makeshift weapons, and waving flags emblazoned with revolutionary symbols. Then from the distance the sound of hooves echoed through the stillness. The crowd tensed, whispers fading into an ear-splitting silence. When the carriage bearing the royal family finally emerged from the shadows, anticipation reached its peak. Armed guards on horseback flanked the carriage. The carriage rolled slowly past, its wheels creaking in protest under the weight of royalty it carried. As the carriage drew nearer, the crowd held its breath, eyes fixed intently. Suddenly gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd like a wave. The silence that greeted the royal carriage stood in stark contrast to the enthusiastic cheers and cries of support that had once echoed at Versailles. The people watched their king with a complex mixture of disappointment, anger, and a sense of betrayal. They had believed in him, placed their trust in him, yet he had attempted to flee in the dead of night. The reality of his betrayal struck like a blow, shaking the very foundation of their loyalty. Their faces contorted with disbelief and rage. Mockery and curses erupted from the crowd, harsh words flying through the air like arrows piercing the king's heart. Flags that had once proudly proclaimed loyalty to the king were now torn to shreds and trampled underfoot, symbolizing the shattered trust. In that moment, the people's hopes were extinguished, replaced by boiling fury that threatened to ignite the streets of Paris at any moment. The revolutionary fire that had burned brightly in their hearts was now overshadowed by the king's betrayal. The last hope of the king regaining the people's trust was also shattered. A month later, on July 15, 1791, the National Constituent Assembly convened in the Grand Hall of the Tuileries Palace. Delegates gathered to deliberate on the fate of the monarchy, their decision carrying immense weight. Whispers of conspiracy mingled with the sound of chairs scraping against the floor. A tapestry of voices filled the room, thick with anticipation, as all eagerly awaited the decision that would determine France's fate. Dressed in solemn formal attire, the representatives took their seats, the weight of the moment casting long shadows upon their faces. The presiding officer at the front of the assembly hall called the session to order, and as the din gradually subsided, an expectant silence fell over the chamber. Honorable deputies. The presiding officer began, his voice resonating with authority. We have assembled today to deliberate upon an issue of paramount importance, the future of our monarchy. As you are all aware, King Louis XVI and his family attempted to flee the nation we hold dear. This act has shaken the foundations of our country, and it is our duty to determine the path forward. A murmur of agreement rippled through the chamber, occasionally punctuated by discontented mutterings. The Jacobins' fervent pursuit of republicanism proved relentless. They stood ready to abolish the monarchy entirely, their voices crackling with revolutionary zeal, as they sought to eradicate the remnants of kingship and forge a new path. Maximilien Robespierre, one of the outstanding representatives of the Jacobins, rose from his seat. Respected colleagues, we cannot turn a blind eye to the king's blatant betrayal. His attempted flight has laid bare his true nature, a monarch seeking to evade the will of the people. I implore you, let us cast off the shackles of monarchy entirely and embrace the republic. France must have a government truly of the people, by the people, and for the people. Eager whispers rippled through the Jacobin ranks, their eyes blazing with fierce determination. The entire hall seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the response of other assembly members. At that moment, a voice filled with wisdom and prudence rang out from the opposite end of the hall. Honored colleagues, while the king's actions are indeed unsettling, we must never neglect our duty to maintain stability and defend the progress we have secured thus far. The complete abolition of monarchy risks plunging our nation into chaos. Instead, I propose we consider establishing a constitutional monarchy, curtailing the king's authority and reducing him to a purely symbolic figure under the assembly's guidance. Murmurs echoed throughout the chamber as deputies engaged in hushed debate. The voices of the moderates and the Jacobins wove together in conflict, the atmosphere thick with tension, each representative feeling the weight of responsibility upon their shoulders. Finally, the president raised his gavel, calling for attention once more. Gentlemen, it is time to put this matter to a vote. Under the Constitution of 1791, all who favor reducing King Louis XVI to a symbolic role, please raise your hands. A brief silence followed, the representatives' eyes shifting between one another, reading the determination and conviction etched upon each face. Gradually hands began to rise one by one, signaling preliminary assent. The president's gaze swept across the assembly, observing the vote and the formation of parliamentary will. In favor with a majority, The president announced, his voice resonating with authority. The assembly has resolved that under a constitutional monarchy King Louis XVI shall retain his throne, but solely as a symbolic figure. The chamber erupted in a cacophony of reactions. Cheers, sighs of relief, and murmurs of discontent. The fate of monarchy had been sealed, yet the lingering echoes of dissent served as a stark reminder to all present that the path to a new France remained fraught with challenges. Following the session, the deputies dispersed. Georges Danton and Maximilien Robespierre of the Jacobins gathered outside the hall. "The situation has turned against us, Danton," Robespierre murmured, frowning as he absently smoothed his powdered wig. "What shall we do, Maxi? Should we call upon the people?" Danton asked, watching him intently. "Indeed. Contact Jacques-Pierre Brisset, president of the Paris Commune, and have him draft a petition demanding the king's removal. We shall convene at the Champ de Mars and you must be there." "Very well, if that is your wish." 2 days later, on July 17, 1791, over 5,000 people gathered at the Champ de Mars, united by a single purpose to sign the petition. The majority of the crowd were radicals, their anger and disbelief surging upon learning that the National Constituent Assembly had decided to allow the king to retain his position. Recognizing the unrest was escalating, Paris Mayor Jean Sylvain Bailly swiftly took action, urgently summoning the National Guard to disperse the protesters. Commander Lafayette rode at the forefront of the National Guard, his commanding presence overseeing the vast sea of discontent. Amid the crowd, Lafayette's gaze caught two prominent figures, Georges Danton and Camille Desmoulins, the Jacobins again. Lafayette muttered a soft word, cleared his throat, and then bellowed aloud. "By order of Mayor Jean Sylvain Bailly, Paris is under martial law. All assemblies, including protests, are suspended. I order you to disperse immediately or I will be forced to take severe measures. I repeat, disperse at once." Yet rather than retreat, the assembled crowd only laughed, brandishing their makeshift weapons, and some even pelted the National Guard with stones. The stones from the provocative crowd struck the soldiers, who instinctively raised their arms to shield their heads. "We shall not leave until our demands are met. Down with the king! Down with the king!" they chanted in unison. Watching stones rain down upon his soldiers, Lafayette's gaze hardened. He would not permit this provocation to escalate further. "Prepare your weapons!" Lafayette roared, his voice cutting through the chaos. The National Guard formed a line, faces etched with determination, raising their muskets, bayonets gleaming in the dim light. The standoff reached its boiling point, the atmosphere thick with tension. Lafayette raised his sword high, a silent warning to those daring to defy martial law. His gaze was steel cold as it swept over the crowd, revealing unwavering resolve. "I will not repeat myself. Disperse immediately or you will be shot." The crowd teetered on the edge, torn between momentary resistance and the reality of death, yet they held their ground. Lafayette lowered his sword and the National Guard deliberately pulled the trigger. Thick smoke billowed from the muskets, yet the crowd remained standing. The crowd was stunned, frantically checking their bodies for wounds but finding none. "This is your final warning." Lafayette spoke again, his voice carrying across the square. "The next volley will be live ammunition." The crowd hesitated, their defiant expressions faltering for a moment. Some began to retreat, sensing the imminent danger, but the core protesters remained resolute, their determination unshaken. Meanwhile, Georges Danton stood firm, unmoved by the warning shots, a devilish smile playing on his lips as he stared defiantly at Lafayette. "Yes, Lafayette, have the courage to fire upon us?" he whispered venomously. Lafayette gripped his sword hilt tightly, his eyes narrowing as he met Danton's blazing gaze. Without hesitation, Lafayette shouted the order, "Fire!" Deafening volleys of musket fire ripped through the air, shrouding the Champ de Mars in acrid smoke. The thunderous echoes reverberated endlessly. Bodies collapsed one after another onto the ground, their anguished cries entwined with chaos. Blood soaked the earth, seeping into the once peaceful grass. Fire! Another lethal volley erupted, tearing through the air with merciless force. The percussive booms of gunfire drowned out all other sound, replaced only by shrill screams and desperate pleas. The Champ de Mars had become a battlefield. Its former serenity now supplanted by slaughter and ruin. The once unyielding protesters now scattered in disarray, stumbling like fragile dominoes, collapsing under the weight of terror. As the smoke dissipated, the grim reality of the massacre emerged. Lifeless bodies littered the ground, and the verdant meadow was stained crimson. Lafayette surveyed the scene with revulsion. "You left me no choice. Soldiers, clear the corpses." National Guard troops advanced to carry out this brutal task, dragging the lifeless bodies of their fellow citizens, eyes still wide open, and piling them together. Georges Danton and his comrade Camille Desmoulins met Robespierre at a secret location. "I heard the gunfire, so they've taken the bait." Robespierre smiled faintly. "Indeed, Maximilien. This affords the Jacobins the perfect opportunity to rally broader support. Then prepare our next move." Robespierre folded his hands, his gaze glinting coldly. 50 kilometers north of Paris. Napoleon strode forward, confidently clutching a bouquet of flowers humming softly, as his peripheral vision swept across the revolutionary chaos that had ravaged the streets. "We are approaching the revolution's crescendo," he murmured softly to himself as he walked. The massacre at the Champ de Mars laid bare profound fissures within the National Assembly. The Jacobins demanded the king's dethronement, while moderates sought only to retain him as a symbolic figurehead. If events continue unfolding along this trajectory, Austria will declare war on France next year, sparking the First Coalition War. Then in 1792 a Duke of Brunswick issued an explicit ultimatum: should any harm befall the king he would reduce Paris to ashes, provoking insurrection as enraged revolutionaries stormed the Tuileries Palace. Thereafter France proclaimed the establishment of the Republic. Napoleon paused, lifting his gaze toward the building before him. Chantilly Castle stood in solemn grandeur, untouched by Paris's turmoil, its majestic presence undimmed. Napoleon had long heard tales of this magnificent estate, a symbol of aristocratic opulence and refined culture. Chantilly Castle's origins traced back centuries, to the medieval era. Initially conceived as a fortress, then transformed over generations by the Montmorency family into an elegant chateau. "Don't tell me. This belongs to Gila." As Napoleon approached the entrance, an elderly man in a black suit, perhaps in his 50s, stepped toward the gate. "Good morning, Monsieur Bonaparte," the man greeted, swinging open the wrought iron gate. Napoleon nodded politely. He recognized the man, Jacques Beaumont, Gila's steward, whom he'd learned of from her letters. "Good morning. Is Gila inside?" Napoleon asked as he crossed the threshold. "Ah, Monsieur Bonaparte." Beaumont bowed courteously. "Miss Gila is indeed within, preparing to receive you. She has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Napoleon smiled faintly and followed Jacques Beaumont across the hushed, stately courtyard of Chantilly Castle. The estate's lavish elegance surrounded him, a stark contrast to Paris's turbulent streets. Here a sanctuary, a refuge untouched by the world's disorder. Upon entering the hall, Napoleon's gaze was instantly drawn to Gila, standing poised at its center. Bathed in soft light filtering through ornate windows, she radiated captivating allure, each movement exuding grace and noble poise. She wore a stunning off-shoulder gown, bold red and black checkered patterns accentuating her slender frame, its precise tailoring elegantly tracing her silhouette and highlighting her natural beauty. The neckline emphasized her graceful neck and smooth shoulders. The skirt grazed just below her knees, subtly revealing her long, elegant legs. Beneath the gown she wore a deep olive green camisole, adding an unexpected modern touch to her ensemble, harmonizing classical refinement with contemporary flair. Her strawberry blonde hair cascaded in gentle waves over her shoulders, framing her face like a tender halo. Her large, luminous blue eyes sparkled with joy, drawing Napoleon's gaze irresistibly. She wore polished black leather Mary Janes, their gleaming surfaces reflecting the surrounding elegance. Sheer black stockings lent her an air of subtle allure. Napoleon stood transfixed, captivated by Gila's beauty. Hearing the rustle of movement, she turned, and upon seeing him, her eyes lit with pure delight. She hurried forward and embraced him tightly. "Oh, Napoleon, I've missed you so much." Her voice was tender and low as she nestled against him, resting her cheek against his chest. Napoleon returned her embrace, his arms encircling her supple form. As they held each other, the sweet fragrance of her hair enveloped his senses, an intoxicating velvety aroma, seamlessly woven into the quiet splendor around them. This scent was delicate yet entrancing, evoking blossoms blooming in secluded gardens. Though Napoleon had grown accustomed to Gila's intoxicating fragrance, he could not deny that each breath of it stirred a quiet ripple within his heart. Drawing apart, Napoleon gazed spellbound at her radiant face. "I heard things in Paris grow ever more volatile. I couldn't help but come and see if you were safe." At his words, Gila's cheeks flushed faintly, and a tender smile curved her lips. "Truly, you're not teasing me?" Napoleon chuckled softly. "Why would I? I truly feared for your safety. And besides, it has been 6 years since we last met." Indeed, for the past 6 years, since Napoleon's graduation from the military academy, the two had remained separated by distance. Upon graduation, as recorded in the original history, he was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Lafiere Artillery Regiment, serving first in Valence, and then in Auxonne until the outbreak of the French Revolution in 1789. In the original timeline, Napoleon had sought the favor of Pasquale Paoli, an influential figure from Corsica who had fought for its independence, and had once been a colleague of Carlo Bonaparte. Yet Paoli held no affection for Napoleon, deeming his father a traitor to the Corsican people. Thus Napoleon spent 3 uneventful years on the island before being recalled in 1792. But in this world, Napoleon never returned to Corsica. Instead, he joined scattered skirmishes across France against royalist forces. Though these engagements were minor, Napoleon applied the knowledge acquired at military school, and distilled invaluable experience from them, knowing full well that ahead lay decisive battles that would shape France's destiny. In short, over these past 6 years Napoleon had dutifully served as a soldier dedicating himself to France. For Gila, however, the path diverged entirely. She had become an industrialist. Gila and Napoleon launched their railway enterprise in early 1786, backed by investors from high society initiating railway construction projects nationwide. Though she welcomed Napoleon's counsel, Gila proved herself a natural leader, guiding their venture toward ever-expanding scale and enduring success. Yet the eruption of the French Revolution in 1789 abruptly halted this momentum. The chaos and uncertainty unleashed by revolution posed immense challenges to Gila's commercial operations. The political climate grew volatile, shifting power structures, and relentless uprisings made stability elusive and investment perilous. This was Gila's greatest trial. Yet she resolved not to let revolution dismantle everything she had painstakingly built for her master. She understood that adaptability and resilience were essential to surmounting revolutionary obstacles. One of Gila's key strategies was forging firm alliances within revolutionary factions. She recognized that aligning with influential figures shaping the political landscape could shield and stabilize her railway enterprise. Leveraging her charisma and leadership acumen, Gila cultivated relationships with pivotal revolutionaries, framing her enterprise as an instrument of national progress and modernization. She emphasized the economic benefits of a well-functioning railway system, enhanced trade job creation, and improved transportation. By underscoring her enterprise's positive impact, Gila won the support of influential figures who appreciated the value of sustaining a thriving industry amid revolutionary turmoil. To mitigate revolutionary risks, Gila also implemented a diversification strategy. She expanded her business beyond railways into sectors less vulnerable to political upheaval, such as apparel, textiles, and manufacturing. This diversification secured stable revenue streams amid uncertainty and ensured the enterprise's survival. All of this, of course, unfolded across hundreds of letters penned by Gila. Napoleon could not help but admire Gila's extraordinary capabilities and finesse, wondering with quiet fascination what profession she might have pursued in the original world, perhaps a merchant or something akin, beyond her role as a virtual streamer. Regardless, Gila was an incalculable asset to him. Her accomplishments might even eclipse his own, leaving him momentarily unsettled. Yet he knew with quiet certainty that one day he would prove himself worthy of standing beside her. "Oh, do you see this gown I'm wearing?" Gila asked, interrupting Napoleon's reverie. "It will debut at next season's fashion show. Designed entirely by me." "Truly remarkable, Gila," Napoleon replied, his eyes shimmering with sincere admiration. He glanced around once more before asking, "And this chateau? How much did it cost you?" "Surely it was no small sum." Gila smiled, her eyes glinting with playful mischief. "Well, Monsieur Napoleon, let us just say I made a shrewd investment. The previous owner needed funds urgently, and I saw an opportunity." Napoleon raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "You mean you acquired the chateau at a bargain price?" Gila nodded, a subtle smile curving her lips. "Indeed." "Oh, was it my imagination, or have you grown taller? I recall you stood about 180 centimeters last time we met. Now you must be at least 185. She studied Napoleon's frame, her gaze alight with curiosity and quiet reverence. Truly, diet exerts a profound influence upon one's stature. Time had treated Napoleon kindly, deepening the contours of his features and lending new grace to his bearing. His jawline had sharpened, his profile grown more defined, his eyes, always captivating, retained their magnetic intensity. At Gila's astonished remark, Napoleon offered a gentle smile. "Ah, you possess an unusually keen eye, but you've overlooked one detail." Gila tilted her head, studying him anew, only then noticing the bouquet cradled in his right hand. Realizing her oversight, a soft flush rose to her cheeks. "This is for you." Napoleon extended the bouquet, his lips curved in a warm, tender smile. The vibrant blooms contrasted vividly against the soft elegance of the grand salon, infusing the opulent setting with a breath of natural beauty. "For me." Gila reached out, her voice brimming with delight. She brought the flowers close to her face, inhaling their sweet fragrance. "They're exquisite, Napoleon." "Thank you." Napoleon gazed upon Gila with quiet tenderness, savoring the radiant joy sparkling in her eyes. A vision so luminous he could not deny the stirring in his heart nor the quickening of his pulse. Clearing his throat gently, Napoleon said, "So, regarding why I've come, Gila, we must discuss this revolution in France. There are matters I wish to understand." Gila gestured discreetly to a maid standing near the edge of the salon, who promptly brought forward a silver tray bearing delicate teacups and a steaming pot of fragrant tea, placing it neatly upon a nearby table. "Thank you." Gila turned her gaze toward Jacques Beaumont and instructed Jacques. "Would you please place this bouquet in my office?" Jacques Beaumont bowed, respectfully accepted the bouquet from Gila's hands, and withdrew from the room with quiet dignity. As the door closed behind him, Napoleon and Gila settled into a pair of ornate armchairs beside the window, overlooking the chateau's vast sweeping gardens. "So, Lieutenant, What aspect of the revolution would you like to discuss? Before we begin, may I ask, is this room secure for confidential discourse? Napoleon spoke, his gaze sweeping slowly across the luxurious salon. You need not fear eavesdropping, Napoleon. No one enters here without my explicit permission. Still, I suggest you lower your voice. Gila replied, her tone now formal and measured. Napoleon nodded in quiet satisfaction, and spoke again. Gila, since you hail from the modern world and know much about this revolution, and about my own life, I ask you, how shall it unfold? Especially after the massacre at the Champ de Mars. Gila lifted her teacup gracefully from its saucer and took a delicate sip. From this point onward things will grow far worse, Napoleon. She set the cup down with a soft crystalline chime, her gaze locked intently upon Napoleon's troubled expression. She told him everything, the coming rebellions, the First Coalition War, and the execution of the monarchy. True to her nature as a future dweller deeply versed in world history, Gila recounted each event with flawless precision. Though Napoleon already knew the answers, he chose caution, asking Gila outright so she would believe their circumstances differed. I see. The monarchy will be executed. Napoleon murmured softly. As one who came from the modern age, he regarded the monarch's execution as pouring oil onto flames, an act certain to inflame Europe's sovereigns and propel the revolution into total war. In Napoleon's view, it was an unnecessary act born of Jacobin fear, that should France suffer defeat, European monarchs might reinstate Louis as king and execute all revolutionaries for treason. To the Jacobins, however, it was the rightful safeguard of the revolution. Gila observed Napoleon's furrowed brow, recognizing the inner conflict roiling beneath his calm exterior. Napoleon, now that you know how events will unfold, what do you intend to do? She asked, her voice grave. Well, I am considering rescuing the monarchy. Gila's eyes widened in genuine astonishment. His answer defied everything she knew of historical trajectory. Recalling her studies of Napoleon Bonaparte's era, she remembered that though he adopted a pragmatic stance toward the revolution, focused solely on advancing his military career, he disapproved of the king's execution, believing revolutionaries only worsened France's plight. Gila began contemplating the consequences should Napoleon choose to save the monarchy. It would bear no consequence upon his rise to power. King Louis XVI would become an exiled sovereign, perceived as having fled France and abandoned his throne. His flight would be interpreted as abdication of royal duty, further eroding his legitimacy in the eyes of the French populace. Admittedly, the king might rally foreign armies to his cause, but when Napoleon ascended, steering France from economic ruin toward stability and popular acclaim, no monarch could reclaim the loyalty of a people long accustomed to his leadership. To Gila, the monarchy held no significance. What mattered was Napoleon's absolute authority. She would devote every fiber of her being to ensuring its realization. Everything she had done, until this very moment, had been for Napoleon alone. Solely for Napoleon. If you wish to save the royal family, Napoleon, you will have ample time to prepare. However, I believe you will not be present when the rebellion occurs, as you will be conscripted in July for a mission to escort supplies to Nice. Napoleon nodded, thoughtfully acknowledging that Gila was correct. He would be summoned to serve as a captain in the artillery regiment. Is that so? Then how can I save the royal family? Napoleon asked, eager to hear her further insights. It's simple, Napoleon. Let me handle it. I promise you I will rescue King Louis and his family and help them flee the country. Napoleon, you are destined for greatness, and I cannot allow your future to be jeopardized by involvement in saving the king. Napoleon gazed deeply into Gila's eyes, pondering her audacious proposal. If the French populace discovered his involvement, saving the royal family would undoubtedly endanger his ascent to power. Yet he could not help but worry about the feasibility of Gila's plan. The uprising of 1792 was no ordinary riot but a tempest. Angry mobs stormed the Tuileries palace, leaving a trail of death in their wake. Although he had trained Gila in combat, he was acutely aware of the perils inherent in such a dangerous mission. Gila noticed the hesitation in Napoleon's eyes. She understood his concerns, and the risks involved in attempting to rescue the royal family amidst the chaos of the impending rebellion. This made Gila feel special, for Napoleon genuinely cared about her. She could imagine him telling her not to take such a risk. Napoleon spoke. I don't want anything to go wrong. Hearing this, Gila's eyes widened in surprise. It was not what she had expected. And Napoleon, don't you worry about my safety. Gila stammered. Napoleon simply stood up, walked over to her, reached out, and gently patted her head. Gila, I believe you can do it. So far you are the only woman who has never failed to surprise me. Of course I care about you, so you must be careful and return to me safely. Gila grabbed Napoleon's hand, stopping him from patting her head further. Hey! Stop patting my head, you fool. I'm not a child. Oh, you don't like it? Napoleon laughed, mischief flickering in his eyes. But I thought you did. Gila blushed and quickly averted her gaze, trying to hide her embarrassment. It's not that I don't like it. You idiot. Well, at least let me stroke your hair a little longer. I've missed this feeling since we parted. Hila's heart fluttered at Napoleon's words, and a smile crept onto her lips. She could not deny that she missed the gentle caress of his hand in her hair. With a mix of shyness and affection, she relented and allowed him to continue. Fine, just for a moment, she murmured, trying to sound less flustered. The room fell into a serene silence before Napoleon broke it. Hila, I want you to give me a tour of this castle. Hila turned her head, slightly meeting Napoleon's ardent gaze. Instantly a warmth spread through her, quickening her heartbeat. She nodded lightly, her voice barely audible. Of course, Napoleon. Napoleon stopped stroking her hair, stood up, and extended his hand to Hila. Without hesitation she took it, her heart swelling with excitement and anticipation. Together they walked out of the living room and into the castle's spacious corridor. This is my office. Hila opened the door and led Napoleon inside. Stepping into the room, Napoleon's gaze swept across the space, taking in the meticulously arranged environment. The office was immaculate, every item in its designated place exuding an atmosphere of order and efficiency. Elegant paintings adorned the walls, adding a touch of refinement to the room. A soft, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air, as if a bouquet of freshly cut flowers were placed there. Napoleon could not help but think of the delicate, subtle scent that Hila exuded, graceful and alluring. Then his gaze fell upon the desk. Neat stacks of documents were arranged there, each seemingly categorized and labeled with meticulous care. The sheer volume of documents on the desk caught Napoleon's attention. The piles formed a small mountain, testament to the immense time and effort Hila had invested in her work. Driven by curiosity, Napoleon approached the desk, his fingers lightly brushing over the surface of the documents. These documents included business reports, sales reports, financial analyses, design blueprints for Hila's fashion business, the latest scientific journals from members of the French Academy of Sciences, and many more files he had little interest in examining. You work far too hard, Hila, Napoleon said, turning to face her. Doesn't all this tire you out? Hila smiled shyly. Well, Napoleon, there is indeed a great deal to handle. Over the past 4 years our ventures in railways, coal and iron ore mining, have advanced by leaps and bounds, driving our rapid growth and expansion. I must admit sometimes I do feel overwhelmed. Napoleon nodded understandingly, realizing how rapidly their projects had developed. I know, I can only imagine, Napoleon said with a warm smile, his eyes reflecting admiration. Speaking of railways, I've heard that other countries have begun building their own. You're right, Napoleon. Hila nodded affirmatively. Somehow the British, Prussians, Austrians, Russians, and Americans have all managed to build their own railways based on your steam locomotive design. Despite our careful secrecy, news has leaked. Now railways have become a global phenomenon, and the same goes for your steam engine and mass production techniques for steel. Napoleon could only force a bitter smile, feeling disheartened that his once exclusive designs had spread worldwide. This also served as an important lesson. He would adopt stricter measures to protect later technologies, especially those of military significance. Well, what's done is done. Perhaps we could negotiate with them to pay royalties for using our designs instead of simply appropriating them. What do you think? Hila considered Napoleon's proposal, pondering the possibility of negotiating with the countries that had adopted their designs. She knew that securing royalties would not only provide financial compensation but also earn recognition for their contributions. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Napoleon, I will write a letter to each of them, Hila said. Now let's continue the tour. Sheila led Napoleon out of her office and into the grand corridor of Chantilly Castle. He followed her up the wide staircase, their footsteps echoing in the hall. They entered a gallery adorned with ancient portraits, and Sheila guided Napoleon to a pair of double doors. She pushed them open, revealing a luxurious bedroom centered around an exquisitely carved four-poster bed draped in opulent silk. This is my bedroom, Sheila said. Not bad. Napoleon murmured in admiration, the French Renaissance interior exuding elegance and comfort. He stepped into the room, his gaze appreciating the intricate patterns and delicate details on the furniture. This is where you'll sleep, Sheila whispered, moving closer to Napoleon. And you? Napoleon asked in surprise. Isn't it obvious? Of course we'll share the bed, Sheila replied with a playful smile. I don't think you'll mind, right? Hearing her words, a warm surge flowed through Napoleon's heart, and a gentle smile spread across his face. Well, I don't mind at all. Sheila's cheeks flushed, and she nervously twirled a strand of hair with her fingers, speaking shyly. I didn't expect you to agree so easily, Napoleon. Why wouldn't I? Napoleon responded with a teasing smile. You proposed it, and I believe you're quite fond of the idea. Sheila covered her face, twisting her body coyly. By the way, is there anything else you'd like to show me? Sheila peeked through her fingers, her cheeks still flushed. The library. It's one of the best parts of the castle, Sheila said, regaining her composure. Follow me. Napoleon eagerly followed Sheila through the spacious gallery hung with ancient portraits until they reached a magnificent set of double doors. Sheila pushed the doors open, revealing a vast study bathed in soft golden light. The room was lined with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with leather-bound volumes. "This is the library of Chantilly Castle. I often come here alone to read ancient books." Napoleon walked slowly, his fingers gliding along the spines of the books, scanning the titles: philosophy, history, science, poetry. The library housed works from various disciplines and eras. "Of course this isn't the most splendid part of the castle, Napoleon," Sheila said. "There's much more to see outside." Napoleon looked up from the books, curiosity piqued. "Outside?" Sheila's eyes sparkled with excitement as she took Napoleon's hand and led him toward a glass double door at the far end of the study. They stepped onto a spacious terrace overlooking a breathtaking vista. Rolling hills stretched into the distance, dotted with vibrant greenery and colorful flowers swaying gently in the soft breeze. Napoleon admired the gardens, his gaze sweeping over the meticulously trimmed hedges, intricate patterns in the flower beds, and the moat encircling the castle. The scenery was magnificent. He took it in for a moment, then slowly turned to Sheila standing beside him. Sheila's face radiated a relaxed and joyful contentment. In this tranquil setting, Napoleon couldn't help but be drawn to the aura she exuded. The curve of Sheila's lips and the softness of her smile seemed to harmonize with the beauty of the garden itself, as if the entire world conspired to create a perfect symphony between Sheila and the idyllic surroundings. Napoleon placed his hand over his chest, feeling his heart pound with an accelerating rhythm. When Sheila turned to him with the most beautiful, sincere smile he had ever seen, his heartbeat quickened even more. At that moment, a sudden impulse surged through Napoleon. He leaned forward and gently pressed his lips to Sheila's. Sheila was startled by Napoleon's sudden move, but in the next second, she immersed herself in the passion of the moment. Her initial surprise melted into blissful surrender, and she returned his kiss. A few seconds later, Napoleon ended the kiss, and they gazed at each other. "Napoleon," Sheila whispered, completely overwhelmed by the sweet emotions surging within her heart. "I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me." Napoleon spoke in a low voice, his tone tinged with apology and uncertainty. He took a small step back, still holding Sheila's gaze, searching for any sign of discomfort or confusion. Sheila's expression softened. She reached out and gently placed her hand on Napoleon's cheek. "It's all right, Napoleon," she comforted him in a tender voice. "I didn't expect it, but I'm not angry." "Are you sure?" Sheila nodded with a smile. "Yes. Now that you've kissed me, should I take this as your confession?" "I'm not sure." Napoleon averted his gaze. "I don't even deserve to be your partner. I'm just a second lieutenant." Indeed, ever since arriving here, Napoleon felt his achievements had fallen short of expectations. Though most of the inventions were his, all the work had been done by Sheila. Sheila gently lifted Napoleon's chin, making him meet her eyes again. "Napoleon, didn't I tell you before? You are destined for greatness." True, he might not be the real Napoleon Bonaparte, but he firmly believed he could achieve the same glory. Napoleon took a deep breath, his ambition burning fierce and steady within his heart. "Then let me fulfill this destiny." After that kiss, the relationship between them became somewhat awkward and subtle. Napoleon decided to spend the rest of the afternoon in the library, while Sheila returned to her office to handle the affairs that had been postponed due to his arrival. Neither of them could shake off what had just happened. It felt like a declaration, a bond forming between them, but what truly troubled them was how that kiss had come about. Napoleon, impulsive and daring, had taken the first step, worrying if he had been too hasty. This was his first kiss, and a restless uncertainty gnawed at him. Had he been too intense? Was it too awkward? These thoughts swirled in Napoleon's mind as he scanned the bookshelves, trying to distract himself. Meanwhile, Sheila sat at her desk, unable to concentrate on the unfinished work before her. Her thoughts kept drifting back to that unexpected kiss. She occasionally touched her lips with her fingers, a gentle, nostalgic smile spreading across her face, as she replayed the moment in her mind, reliving the sensation of Napoleon's lips gently pressing against hers. Though it caught her off guard, deep down, she couldn't deny the fiery thrill it ignited within her. She felt as if she wanted it to happen again, yet she was uncertain whether Napoleon would reciprocate her feelings. Sheila stopped writing and covered her face with her hands. In the days leading up to Napoleon's arrival at the castle, she had made all the necessary preparations, wanting to present her best self. She had sewn the dress she was now wearing, sprayed on charming perfume, and spent considerable time on her hairstyle. All her efforts regarding her appearance were to make Napoleon fall for her, for she did not want him to love another woman, especially Josephine, his future fiancée and empress. Sheila still remembered what Napoleon had said about his ideal woman, and she had been striving to embody those qualities. She wanted to capture Napoleon's heart, ensuring he saw her as someone special, someone irresistible. And judging from Napoleon's expression earlier, she seemed to be getting closer. Sheila patted her cheeks, focused on the work in front of her, and continued reviewing. An hour later, a knock sounded at the door. Sheila thought it was Beaumont bringing refreshments and gestured for him to enter. However, when the door opened, it was not Beaumont standing there with a tray of snacks, but Napoleon, a curious expression on his face. Napoleon. Sheila startled, instinctively clenching her fists against her chest, trying to regain composure. Napoleon's appearance made her thoughts drift back to their passionate kiss, and her heart raced. Sorry, is this a bad time? Napoleon asked, glancing at the pile of documents on Sheila's desk. No, no. Sheila quickly waved her hand, pushed the documents aside, and stood up from her chair. Can I help you with something? Napoleon stepped closer, his eyes never leaving her face. Beaumont said dinner is almost ready. Have you noticed it's already evening? Ah. Sheila blinked, turned to look at the clock on the wall. Indeed, the hands indicated that the day was nearly over, dusk had fallen. She then glanced out the window and saw it was already dark. I must have lost track of time. Sheila stammered, annoyed at her absent-mindedness. That's because you've been working too hard. Napoleon said, glancing slightly at the documents on her desk. Why not take a break and have dinner with me? It's been years since we last shared a meal. At the thought of spending more time with Napoleon, especially after their intimate moment, Sheila's heart fluttered. She nodded, a warm smile spreading across her face. I would be delighted to have dinner with you, Napoleon. Just give me a moment. Sheila hastily tidied up her desk, ready to accompany Napoleon to dinner. As they walked side by side through the castle corridors, a comfortable silence settled between them. Entering the dining room, soft candlelight illuminated the space, warm and romantic. The table was set with exquisite porcelain and silverware, creating an elegant and intimate atmosphere. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, enticing their senses. Napoleon pulled out a chair for Sheila, gently guiding her to sit. Thank you, she whispered while Napoleon took his seat across from her. The servants, led by butler Beaumont, began serving the sumptuous dinner, placing the carefully prepared dishes before Napoleon and Sheila. As they began to eat, the initial awkwardness gradually dissipated, replaced by increasing ease and familiarity. The conversation flowed effortlessly, each word and action deepening the bond between them. Sheila recounted how she had managed to make their business successful during Napoleon's garrison in Valais, and the challenges she faced when dealing with prominent noble investors. Sheila spoke with great enthusiasm, while Napoleon listened quietly, thoroughly captivated, his eyes fixed on her cheerful expression, as if watching a film. He could spend the entire night looking at Sheila's face, listening to her voice without ever growing tired. He knew well that she had poured her heart into their enterprise, and this reminder would spur him to work even harder in the days to come. An hour later, their dinner ended. The servants cleared the table, leaving Napoleon and Sheila alone in the dining room, still chatting. And you, Napoleon, how was military life? Well, as you can see, not as exciting as your story. Nothing major happened. I was stationed in Valence until the revolution broke out, and I helped maintain order. Sheila nodded gently. Perhaps one day you will share your future military campaigns with me. You'll be the first to know, Napoleon replied with a playful smile. Oh, while I'm here, I'll help you with the business. Then you'll have to catch up on a lot of things. I'll teach you about corporate operations and the strategies we've adopted in the office. I'm in your hands then. Napoleon grinned. Subsequently, the two returned to Sheila's office, where she spent 4 hours instructing Napoleon in various intricate subjects. Napoleon devoted himself to learning, absorbing every piece of knowledge Sheila shared, taking notes, asking questions, and engaging in fervent discussions on business strategies and future plans. Yet, at a certain moment, Sheila appeared visibly fatigued. As she spoke, she occasionally closed her eyes, her head tilting forward, only to rouse herself and continue the conversation. Enough, that's enough. Napoleon stood up and closed the book. No. There's still much to cover, Sheila said. I know, but you've done more than enough today. Napoleon's voice was gentle. Would you like me to carry you? Startled by Napoleon's unexpected proposal, Sheila's eyes widened. Her fatigue had left her mind dull, and she had to admit that the thought of being held by Napoleon was both enticing and reassuring. Sheila hesitated for a moment, considering his offer. Are you sure? Of course. All right. A smile tugged at the corners of Sheila's lips. Napoleon then lifted Sheila in a bridal carry. Sheila wrapped her arms around Napoleon's neck, pressing her cheek against his chest. She could feel his firm muscles and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, a sense of security and warmth she had never experienced before. As Napoleon carried Sheila out of the office and into the corridor, the castle staff cast curious glances, but neither paid them any heed. Arriving at the bedroom, Napoleon gently laid Sheila on the bed, carefully lowering her from his arms. But as he was about to straighten up, Sheila grasped his arm, her eyes pleading. Napoleon, will you sleep beside me? Her voice was barely audible. Of course, let me just take off this uniform and change into something more comfortable. Napoleon quickly removed his jacket, unbuttoning it one by one, and loosened his cravat. Sheila watched him intently until his well-defined athletic physique was revealed. She bit her lip, feeling a surge of heat rush through her, the longing within her intensifying. Napoleon changed into more comfortable clothes and lay on the bed close to Hela. Hela shyly turned away, her cheeks flushing at the proximity of their bodies. Napoleon drew closer, slipping an arm around her waist. The touch sent a tremor through Hela's body. Was he feeling the heat too? Napoleon's warm breath brushed against the back of her neck, and Hela's heart pounded with anticipation. She longed to feel the warmth of their bodies pressed together again, the touch of lips, but shyness kept her silent. Hela, can we stay like this for a while? Napoleon whispered, pulling her closer. Hela hummed in response. So did Napoleon not feel that passion? He only wanted to hold her from behind and breathe in the scent of her hair. As for Napoleon, though fervent desire coursed through his veins at that moment, he understood the importance of restraint and the need to respect Hela's boundaries. Thus he focused on savoring the present, finding solace in their simple embrace. Napoleon reveled in the sensation of their bodies, pressed together, feeling the warmth radiating from Hela's delicate form. Her soft skin against his arm sent electric tingles through him, and he couldn't help but caress her, his fingers tracing along her silky smooth hair. Indeed, it was a wonderful experience. Meanwhile, Hela felt the warm touch of Napoleon's fingertips, a ticklish sensation spreading through her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Her breath came in short, uneven gasps. Each of Napoleon's touches ignited a flame within her. She found herself instinctively yielding to Napoleon's caress, craving the warmth and intimacy it brought. If Napoleon made a request, she would gladly consent. But moments later, Napoleon's fingers stilled, replaced by the sound of heavy, steady breathing. He had fallen into a deep sleep. Hela's heart sank with disappointment. Her desires had gone unfulfilled. Careful not to disturb Napoleon's slumber, she turned around slowly. She saw Napoleon stir slightly in his sleep, a faint smile playing on his lips. His arm loosened around her, finding a comfortable position at his side. Hela gazed quietly at Napoleon, her heart filled with tenderness and yearning. She had fallen deeply in love with this man. She reached out a hand, gently brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead, and let out a soft, quiet giggle. Cute. Hela whispered the word, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She found herself drawn to Napoleon's vulnerable, gentle side. A side she rarely got to see. Boldly, Hela leaned forward, pressing her cheek against his chest, inhaling his scent, deeply feeling the rise and fall of his steady breaths. Then she felt herself growing drowsy, the day's exhaustion finally catching up with her. She nestled closer to Napoleon and closed her eyes. 8 hours later, Napoleon sat in Sheila's office, where an atmosphere of palpable tension hung thick in the air. Across the desk, he carefully studied one report, detailing their ambitious railway project. Its words leaping before his eyes, painting a vivid vision of seamless connectivity. Napoleon murmured thoughtfully, his voice laced with curiosity and keen interest. So, if I understand correctly, our most recent plan is to link Versailles with Bordeaux. Sheila nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Napoleon. Our railway company's primary objective is to forge vital connections between major cities, enabling frictionless transportation and enhancing logistical capacity. Bordeaux is a strategically and economically pivotal port city, Sheila explained, continuing deliberately. Situated in southwestern France, Bordeaux enjoys an exceptional geographical advantage, serving as a vital hub for trade and commerce. Its bustling port handles vast volumes of imports and exports, cementing its status as an economic powerhouse. Linking Versailles to Bordeaux via our railway will unlock immense developmental potential. Recognizing this promise, the National Constituent Assembly's Transport Committee has awarded us the contract. Napoleon leaned back in his chair, contemplating the monumental implications of such an undertaking. Yet we stand amid revolution, and royalists linger. Napoleon interjected, brow furrowed with deep concern. Sheila nodded, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. You are right, Napoleon. The revolution has indeed inflamed tensions and sharpened factional divisions. Bordeaux, historically steeped in monarchist traditions, still harbors royalist sympathizers, who may well perceive this construction as an incursion by the revolutionary government. Then how do you intend to respond? We simply inform the local populace that this project is not political in nature. Moreover, to ease tensions, we can hire workers directly from Bordeaux, engaging citizens in the project itself, providing employment, generating municipal revenue, and thereby minimizing opposition. A satisfied smile flickered across Napoleon's face at Sheila's response. Ah, you clearly know how to navigate them. By the way, something puzzled me during my time in Valence. What is it? Sheila asked. Did the 21st century possess concepts for rapid long-distance communication? Napoleon revealed, You see, I have long contemplated a method of swift communication, one capable of transmitting information instantaneously without waiting weeks or months. Sheila rested her chin on her palm, humming softly as she pondered. Yes, we did, but I doubt such a device could be built in this era. And I am no electrical engineer, so I cannot assist you technically. Napoleon suppressed a quiet chuckle inwardly. His question had successfully dispelled any suspicion Sheila might harbor about his own origin in the 21st century. And now that she had confirmed its existence, he could freely present his idea. Napoleon withdrew a notebook and opened it. I have devised a conceptual device. Here is its schematic. It harnesses electricity to transmit information over great distances nearly instantaneously. Sheila leaned forward, glancing at the page. And glimpsing a device resembling a telegraph machine, her eyes widened in astonishment. How had Napoleon Bonaparte conceived so advanced a concept? In their present age, such a notion seemed utterly unimaginable. I have long been fascinated by the nature of electricity, Napoleon shared, by how it functions, and how it might be harnessed for diverse applications. During my time in Valos, I encountered scientific treatises discussing electric current and its potential applications. Its intriguing property, transmission through conductive materials, captivated me, prompting me to consider how it might serve communication. And thus the telegraph was born in my mind. Sheila glanced again at his sketches. Though she strained to comprehend them, full understanding eluded her. She excelled in history, but science and mathematics had always vexed her, offering no utility for her work as a virtual streamer. One thing I can assert with certainty is that this device bears striking resemblance to the telegraph invented in the 1830s. Though I have not delved into its intricate architecture, it is a communication apparatus capable of long-distance transmission. She paused mid-sentence, noticing Napoleon's faint smile. Why do you smile? Well, I'm astonished you don't know how it operates. In modern society, foundational principles like those of the telegraph should be readily accessible. My origin in the 21st century doesn't mean I possess encyclopedic knowledge of every historical scientific detail or advancement, Sheila replied, pouting slightly. I grasp the underlying principle, yet lack familiarity with how each individual component functions. By the 21st century, the telegraph had long been obsolete. For people like us, studying it served no practical purpose, unless one were a historian, engineer, or scientist. My apologies. Napoleon raised both hands in a placating gesture, his smile softening. Allow me now to explain how it works. The telegraph comprises an electrical circuit composed of several key components. I'll break it down for you, Sheila, in clear, accessible terms. The first component is a power source, typically a battery. It supplies the electrical energy required to drive the telegraph system. The steady current generated powers the entire circuit. Next comes the transmitter, the origin of information. It consists of a telegraph key, a simple switch that when pressed produces brief electrical pulses. By tapping the key in specific patterns, the sender encodes messages into sequences of short and long pulses. These electrical pulses then require a medium for transmission. That is the role of wire or cable. The wire acts as a conductor, carrying the electrical signal from transmitter to receiver, forming a closed-loop circuit that connects both ends. Finally, the receiver, equipped with an electromagnet, essentially a coil of wire wound around a metallic core. When current flows through the coil, it generates a magnetic field, a field that interacts with iron or other metals, inducing motion. In the telegraph, this motion produces audible or visible signals. Connected to the movable metal plate was a lever or armature which carried a stylus or pen. When the electrical pulses sent by the transmitter energized the electromagnet, it attracted the armature, causing the stylus to make marks on the paper strip or emit clicking sounds representing the transmitted information. These marks or clicks could be decoded into letters, words, and sentences, enabling the recipient to comprehend the message. The device known as the telegraph produced patterns of dots and dashes, and I needed to devise an alphabet to represent these patterns. As Napoleon explained the telegraph, Sheila could not help but admire his intelligence and his ability to explain it so simply and clearly. And the thought that she from the 21st century was learning technology from a man of this era was utterly mind-boggling. Shouldn't it be the other way around? After all, she came from the future, yet that was not the case. Napoleon, in the history of my past life, the inventor of the telegraph was named Samuel Morse, and his invention was accompanied by a chart called Morse code, just as you described. Morse code uses combinations of dots and dashes to represent letters and numbers. An ingenious way to encode information using a simple system of short and long signals. Morse code. Napoleon repeated, familiar with it, and his system indeed included a chart of Morse code. As before, Napoleon was merely dispelling Sheila's suspicions. If he had uttered the term Morse code, he would have been in trouble. Though it's called Morse code in your world, in this world, it shall be Bonaparte code. Bonaparte code, it does sound quite pleasant. Hearing Napoleon's suggestion, Sheila smiled, finding his humor endearing. Since it's your invention, you have the right to name it whatever you like. Speaking of inventions, you don't have a model yet, do you? Since my money is your money, I'll provide the funds for you to build a model. Once you have it, we can demonstrate it to the French Academy of Sciences. All right. Napoleon stood up, walked over to her, then leaned down and kissed Sheila on the forehead. What? What are you doing, you fool? Sheila exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with surprise and embarrassment. She instinctively reached up to touch her forehead, still feeling the lingering warmth of Napoleon's kiss. Napoleon straightened up and let out a mischievous chuckle. Well, since we live together, doesn't that make us lovers? We've shared a bed and spent many days together, so I think it's natural. Don't you mind? You seem to be getting bolder and more direct, Napoleon. Sheila replied shyly. But wasn't it you who started it? You've been teasing me, tempting me, luring me with your charm. Napoleon's voice carried playful mischief. I think it's only fair that I treat you the same way. Napoleon, you fool. Seeing your flushed face and hearing your shy voice, I want to kiss you on the forehead again. Hearing his words, Sheila's heart skipped a beat, and her face grew even redder. She found herself at a loss filled with a mix of surprise, embarrassment, and a hint of excitement. Indeed, as time passed, their relationship had grown increasingly intimate, but this sudden display of affection caught her off guard. All right, now I'll just pat your head. Napoleon paused, then reached out and gently patted Sheila's head. Sheila did not resist. Instead, she closed her eyes, savoring the tender touch of Napoleon's hand on her hair. It was a simple gesture, yet it made her feel cherished and protected. 1 month later, at the Château de Chantilly, Napoleon was tinkering with a screwdriver in the courtyard, tightening the last nail on the sounder, an electromechanical device that emitted clicking sounds when receiving telegraph signals. The moment he tightened it, Napoleon straightened up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. In just 1 month, he had completed the telegraph machine, though strictly speaking it had only taken him 2 weeks. Because during that time he and Sheila had also visited their factory to ensure production could continue amidst the political turmoil in France. Is it finished? A voice as soft as velvet sounded behind him. Napoleon turned to see Sheila approaching with a plate of strawberry tarts. I thought you must be hungry, so I baked you some, Sheila said, handing him the plate. Thank you. Napoleon chuckled lightly as he took the plate, picked up a fork, and scooped a bite of the pastry. The first bite melted in his mouth. The sweet and sour strawberries perfectly combined with the crispy crust, delicious. Napoleon exclaimed with delight. It's wonderful. I'm glad you like it. Sheila's eyes showed satisfaction as she looked at the newly completed telegraph machine. So this is finished? Yes, I've installed the receiver in your office. We can test it right now, Napoleon said, setting the plate down on the courtyard table. Really? Do I have the honor of receiving the first telegram? Napoleon was amused by Sheila's enthusiasm. Of course, it's my honor to have you receive the first message. Without your funding, I couldn't have built this device. But it's your invention that has made me what I am today. Sheila giggled. I'll head to the office. Napoleon watched Sheila return to the castle, then turned his gaze back to the telegraph machine. As the saying goes, whoever possesses the most powerful swords, guns, or other weapons wins the war, but for Napoleon, communication was the key to victory. With the telegraph, he could transmit orders and receive critical messages in an instant, enabling rapid decision-making and strategic deployment. If the historical Napoleon had possessed the telegraph, he might not have suffered so many defeats in battle. Many of his failures were due to poor communication. His marshals could not receive his orders because the dispatched messengers were intercepted by the enemy. The telegraph would have provided him with a reliable, fast means of communication, ensuring his orders reached their intended recipients without delay. 5 minutes later, Napoleon was certain Sheila was in her office, so he began transmitting his first telegraph message. He carefully placed his fingers on the telegraph key. The telegraph key was a small lever connected to the circuit, his interface for transmitting information. He pressed it skillfully and precisely, completing the circuit and allowing the current to flow. The current traveled through a wire, connected to the telegraph line stretching from Napoleon's courtyard to Sheila's office. When the current reached Sheila's office, it entered a telegraph receiver. The receiver consisted of a sensitive electromagnet and an armature near the sounder. The electromagnet had copper wire wound around it, generating a magnetic field when current passed through. Meanwhile, in Sheila's office, the electromagnet inside her telegraph receiver energized, attracting the armature. This motion caused a lever to rotate, which in turn made a small hammer strike the sounder, producing a clear clicking sound. Back in the courtyard, Napoleon eagerly listened to the distinctive clicks emitted by the telegraph machine. Each click represented a dot or a dash following the pattern of Morse code or Bonaparte code. This time he tapped out N dot followed by B dot dash dash dash, the initials of his name. Now the telegraph system was in Sheila's hands. In her office, she listened intently to the sounder, deciphering the clicks from the telegraph. By referencing the code chart on the table, she decoded the transmitted message as NB, the initials of Napoleon's name. A smile curled at the corners of Sheila's lips. She marveled once again at Napoleon's ingenuity, having built a working telegraph machine. Sheila prepared to respond. She placed her fingers on the telegraph key in her office, mimicking Napoleon's actions. As she pressed, the key, current flowed through the circuit, once more beginning to transmit her own message. Napoleon deciphered the incoming message. ITWORKED. It worked, Napoleon whispered, unable to contain his joy. First the steam engine, now the telegraph. This proved that any technology he might introduce in the future would function just as perfectly. 5 minutes later Sheila returned to the courtyard to see Napoleon's reaction, but to her surprise his inner excitement was already overflowing. He picked her up and spun her around joyfully in his arms. It worked. The telegraph works. Napoleon cheered, continuing to spin. Sheila laughed, wrapping her arms tightly around Napoleon's neck. She could feel the pure joy radiating from him. I know. Put me down, Napoleon. Napoleon finally set Sheila down, his face beaming with a bright smile. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it, Napoleon said, laughing. After 2 minutes Napoleon and Sheila's joyous celebration gradually subsided. They found a resting place in the picturesque courtyard of Chantilly Castle, where the fragrance of blooming flowers intertwined with the gentle breeze, creating a moment of serene tranquility. Sheila sat gracefully on the meticulously manicured lawn, the emerald grass blades serving as a soft cushion for her. Napoleon leaned against her, a radiant smile lighting up his face, his head resting softly and warmly on her lap. Napoleon looked up at Sheila, who gazed back at him with deep affection, her gentle hand caressing his hair. This is wonderful. Napoleon rested his head on her lap with a contented expression, gazing at her beautiful face, as if beholding an angel from heaven. Hearing Napoleon's sincere words, Sheila's cheeks flushed with a delicate pink. You're saying those silly things again, she replied shyly. If your legs feel uncomfortable, tell me, and I'll stand up. Sheila shook her head. No, Napoleon, you can rest your head on my lap as long as you wish. Napoleon smiled. Very well, then I shall savor this moment. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment, yet his thoughts drifted to the challenges France currently faced. Over the past month Sheila had gathered intelligence on the situation in Paris. At present public discontent in Paris was mounting, with soaring inflation and widespread unemployment exacerbating economic hardships and pushing the people to their limits. The shortage of bread, a necessity of life, only added fuel to the fire, intensifying public anger. The streets had become a breeding ground for revolutionary sentiment, with radical factions seizing the opportunity to spread their ideas and rally supporters. Meanwhile, facing escalating unrest, France's governing body, the Legislative Assembly, struggled to maintain control. Deep divisions within the government, particularly the conflict between the Girondins and the Jacobins, further complicated the situation. The Girondins advocated gradual reform and moderate policies, while the Jacobins championed radical change and swift action. The Champ de Mars massacre bolstered the Jacobins' standing, as they positioned themselves as defenders of the people against a corrupt and incompetent government. Rumors of secret organizations plotting to overthrow the regime circulated among citizens, intensifying the atmosphere of tension and uncertainty. The situation escalated into a full-blown crisis during the War of the First Coalition, when the Duke of Brunswick issued his infamous manifesto threatening to destroy Paris, ultimately leading to the uprising of August 10, 1792. Napoleon opened his eyes and looked at Sheila. Sheila had assured him that she would help the royal family escape France. Though he worried about her safety, he agreed. All he could do now was trust that Sheila would achieve the desired outcome. The summer of 1792 brought scorching heat, and France teetered on the brink of chaos. Everywhere the air was thick with tension, as though a storm were gathering on the horizon. The nation, once filled with hope for a bright future, now struggled under the weight of internal conflict and external threats. Within the grand halls of the Legislative Assembly, the heavy burden of responsibility pressed upon the shoulders of the deputies as they faced enormous challenges, guiding the nation through this turbulent period and addressing the escalating unrest. The people were exhausted, their patience worn thin, calling for decisive action. Amid the storm of turmoil, a faction known as the Girondins emerged as moderates in the assembly, fervently believing that war was the answer to mending the nation's fractured state. They delivered compelling orations, vividly painting the picture of a great expedition, a call to arms that would not only consolidate their power, but also reignite the weary hearts of the people. For the Girondins, war was more than a means to an end. It was a catalyst capable of rekindling the fading flames of nationalism. They envisioned a unified France with its people fighting side by side, channeling their anger and frustration toward a common cause. Each impassioned speech stoked the fires of patriotism, stirring a fervent desire to spread the ideals of revolution beyond the nation's borders. Yet amid this wave of fervor sweeping across the nation, an ominous shadow loomed on the horizon. The Habsburg monarchy, France's long-standing adversary, became the target of their resentment and suspicion. Austria's archaic style of governance and stubborn resistance to change made it a natural opponent of the revolution, its very existence a threat to the fragile balance the revolutionaries had so painstakingly established. Within the sacred halls of the assembly, the voices of the Girondins echoed their words, laden with conviction, stirring the hearts of the deputies. The call of nationalism reverberated through the chambers, and driven by an unyielding resolve to defend the revolution, the assembly yielded to the irresistible summons of war. They issued a decree unleashing a storm that would forever alter the course of history: the declaration of war against Austria. Following this, Prussia, an ally of the Austrian Empire, also joined the war against France. As news of Prussia's entry into the war spread across France, panic and despair gripped the hearts of its people. The initial hopes for victory and unity gave way to the harsh realities of brutal conflict. Countless families bade anxious farewells to their loved ones, their faces etched with a complex mixture of pride, fear, and uncertainty. Young men, fueled by a powerful sense of duty, donned their uniforms and marched to the front lines, ready to defend their homeland against the invading forces. However, the early stages of the war proved disastrous for France. The Prussian army, disciplined and battle-hardened, advanced deep into French territory, capturing key cities and fortresses with alarming speed. The French army, still reeling from the chaos of revolution, had not yet recovered. Lacking experienced leadership, it struggled to mount an effective defense. Then one day the Duke of Brunswick, the formidable commander leading the Prussian forces, issued a letter that sent shockwaves across all of France. This proclamation, known as the Brunswick Manifesto, struck at the very heart of the revolution, igniting a storm of outrage and resistance. In this bold letter, the Duke of Brunswick warned the French people that the consequences of resisting the Prussian advance would be dire indeed. He threatened a full-scale assault on Paris, vowing to destroy the city and crush the revolutionary spirit that swept the nation. The manifesto even went so far as to call for the restoration of King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette to their full powers. Word of this provocative manifesto spread like wildfire, reaching every French citizen's ears. Its impact was immediate and profound. As if in an instant, the tide of war shifted, rekindling the flames of patriotism in the hearts of the French people. Far from breaking the resolve of the revolutionaries, the Brunswick Manifesto became their rallying cry. It served as a catalyst for unity, reminding all of the grave danger they faced and the necessity of resolutely defending against the invading forces. Across the nation, citizens from all social classes and political factions set aside their differences and united for a common cause: to defend the homeland, the revolution, and the hard-won freedoms they had secured. Thus, on that fateful day of August 10, 1792, the people of Paris rose up with a determination that would shake the very foundations of the city. Men and women alike, armed with whatever weapons they could find and burning with a fervent passion for liberty, flooded the streets in a collective display of strength and defiance. The Tuileries Palace, the residence of King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette, became the focal point of the French people's fury. Driven by years of oppression and a yearning for justice, the revolutionary masses breached the palace gates, their cries for freedom echoing through the air. The royal guards, bewildered and vastly outnumbered, were utterly powerless to halt the determined tide of citizens surging into the palace. The king's Swiss guards stationed at the staircase fought desperately to repel the revolutionaries below. They exchanged fire, the black smoke from muskets mingling with the shouts and cries of the mob. Though outnumbered and under immense pressure, the Swiss guards fought with unwavering resolve. Their rigorous discipline and loyalty to the monarch guided every move. Musket balls whistled through the air, striking their targets with deadly precision. Revolutionaries fell, their bodies crashing onto the marble floor of the palace. Yet the revolutionary masses were not cowed by the hail of bullets. They advanced, swelling their ranks with more citizens who seized the opportunity to assault the old regime. "We can't hold much longer," shouted a Swiss guard as he reloaded his musket. "Hold the line. We must not let them breach this staircase," roared Commander Augustin de Mailly of the King's Swiss Guard. "But sir," another guard interrupted urgently, his voice thick with desperation, "we can't last much longer. They're coming wave after wave. Our ammunition is running low and our numbers are dwindling." Augustin de Mailly, his face streaked with sweat and gunpowder residue, surveyed the chaos before him. The palace was besieged and the revolutionary masses showed no sign of relenting. He knew their mission to protect the king and queen was becoming increasingly impossible. "How long does she intend to keep us waiting?" Augustin muttered under his breath. Just as he murmured, a masked woman materialized, clad in a flowing red silk gown, whose magnificent fabric billowed around her like crimson flames. She leaped lightly onto the staircase, landing with grace, a slender dagger clutched in her delicate hand, its polished sharp blade glinting coldly in the dim light. Her gaze swept across the scene, taking in the chaos, the fallen revolutionaries, and the Swiss guards holding their ground. The masked lady's presence electrified the air, drawing the attention of both friend and foe. The revolutionaries paused, captivated by the mysterious figure emerging from the heart of the battle. The guards also turned their eyes to her, a glimmer of hope flickering on their weary faces. Augustin de Mailly met her gaze and exhaled in relief. "Forgive the delay. I was preparing the carriage for the royal family's escape," she said. "I need you to retreat to the king's chambers and escort him out of here. Someone will meet you outside." "Understood, but how do you plan to hold off the mob and the revolutionary guards?" Augustin asked. "Leave that to me," the masked woman said calmly. "Go." Augustin nodded in understanding, rallied the remaining Swiss guards, and headed toward the king's bedchamber. Meanwhile, the revolutionary guards and the mob stared in bewilderment at the woman in red. "Who are you?" demanded a rioter. It doesn't matter who she is. A Revolutionary Guard declared. She stood beside the Swiss guards. She's our enemy. Kill her. A Revolutionary Guard raised his musket, aimed at the woman in red, and pulled the trigger. Smoke burst from the muzzle as the musket ball hurtled toward the masked woman. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, the bullet streaking toward its target. But the masked woman moved with astonishing speed. She twisted lithely, dodging the bullet, her red gown swirling in the air like a crimson ribbon. The Revolutionary Guards watched in horror as the bullet grazed past her mere inches away, embedding itself into the wall behind her, leaving a shattered hole. "Impossible!" cried the guard who had fired, incredulous. But before he could reload his musket, the woman in red appeared before him with breathtaking speed. Her dagger struck forth, plunging precisely into the Revolutionary Guard's chest. A gasp escaped his lips as he staggered back, blood staining his shirt, seeping through his fingers before he crumpled to the floor. The surrounding revolutionaries stood frozen, eyes wide with shock and fear. Soon they snapped out of their stupor. "Kill her!" The revolutionaries raised pitchforks, knives, and clubs, recklessly attempting to overpower the woman in red. But she moved with preternatural grace, each step a dance of deadly precision. Like a phantom she weaved among her attackers, her flowing gown spinning around her, disorienting and confounding her foes. With lightning speed, the woman in red traced lethal arcs in the air with her dagger. Her movements were fluid and seamless, each strike finding its mark with chilling efficiency, dispatching the guards with merciless precision. Blood stained her gown, contrasting starkly against the vivid red fabric. She anticipated every move of the guards, effortlessly evading their clumsy attacks. Her senses were unnaturally sharp, detecting the slightest shift in the air, as if possessed by an inexplicable otherworldly intuition. The Revolutionary Guards fell behind her, their bodies strewn across the marble floor like discarded puppets. Panic and disbelief rippled through the ranks of the guards. The once unified mob scattered, each person scrambling for survival. The woman in red pressed forward with unwavering determination. As the mob's numbers dwindled, despair fueled their aggression. They surged forward, ready for a desperate last stand, their rage blinding them to the fear of death. Yet the woman in red remained untouchable, a phantom of destruction dancing among them. She pirouetted, her dagger an extension of her arm, a deadly appendage. Blood arced through the air in crimson streaks, staining walls and floor in grotesque patterns. Her movements were a work of art, a ballet of death that sent her opponents to their graves in awe and terror. But the battle was not over. The Revolutionary Guards, armed with muskets, could now fire at her without the mob obstructing their aim. Muskets were loaded, fingers on triggers, ready to unleash a volley. Sensing the imminent danger, the woman in red moved swiftly, her instincts guiding every step. The first volley rang out, unleashing a deafening roar of gunfire within the room. Yet the woman in red had anticipated the assault. With astonishing agility, she sidestepped the musket balls whistling past her, narrowly missing their target. She continued to weave and dance through the chaos, each musket ball gracefully evaded. The Revolutionary Guards stared at her in terror, faces twisted with a mixture of fear and dread. They had never encountered such a formidable opponent, one capable of thwarting every fierce assault they launched. "Monster!" a young Revolutionary Guard cried out. He had not yet fired, but as he was about to pull the trigger, the woman in red appeared behind him, her dagger sliding silently up to his throat. The young guard froze. "You are still young," the woman murmured, then struck him with a knife-hand blow, knocking him unconscious. As he fell, she deftly seized his musket. Swiftly she charged into the ranks of the Revolutionary Guards, darting and spinning her dagger, carving one wound after another. The last Revolutionary Guard had just finished loading his musket when the woman in red, now holding her own firearm, locked eyes with him. As if in a duel of quick draws, the woman in red fired first. The musket ball shot forth, piercing the Revolutionary Guard's chest, and he collapsed onto the blood-soaked floor. The woman in red stood in the center of the battlefield, her chest heaving. The room fell silent save for the faint echo of her breathing, the soft drip of blood from her dagger, and the distant shouts from beyond the palace. She had killed at least 100, yet her mission was not complete. She had saved the Swiss guards, who were now likely escorting the royal family to the waiting carriage. Now she had to ensure the royals fled Paris safely. With one last glance at the fallen Revolutionary Guards, she turned and vanished into the darkness of the palace. At a secret location near the Tuileries Palace, the royal family was being escorted by Augustine and his remaining men. Upon reaching the carriage, Augustine opened the door. "Your Majesty, please board this carriage immediately," Augustine said gently. "How did you manage to repel the attack?" King Louis asked, his eyes wide, unable to believe what had just transpired. The Tuileries Palace had been invaded by hundreds of Revolutionary Guards and mobs. Repelling them was nothing short of a miracle. "Who cares how they did it?" Queen Marie Antoinette interjected, clutching her frightened children tightly. "The important thing is that we are safe." The king abandoned his search for answers and boarded the carriage. This carriage was not as heavy and conspicuous as the one they had attempted to flee to the Austrian Netherlands in earlier, It was a light carriage designed for speed rather than opulence. King Louis's family climbed into the carriage, one by one, their hearts still pounding from the chaos they had barely escaped. Queen Marie Antoinette settled the children on her lap, soothing them with a gentle voice. Augustine closed the carriage door, sealing them within the protective confines of the vehicle. As he shut the door, the guards on alert around the perimeter spotted a figure approaching, and they tensed up, their vigilance heightened. "Who are you? Hands up or we'll shoot." A Swiss guard shouted, his finger on the trigger ready to squeeze. "Stand down." Augustine's voice rang out. "She's one of us. Lower your weapons." The figure striding toward them was none other than the woman in red, who had introduced herself as the Crimson Viper when they met in a drawing room just 600 meters from the Tuileries Palace. "Is the royal family in the carriage?" the woman asked. "Yes, we are about to depart." "Are you all right? You're covered in blood." Augustine observed. "It's the rebels' blood. I'm fine, I'm not hurt. You should leave immediately. The revolutionaries are still flooding into the palace." "I know. Thank you for your help. Once the king and his family are settled in London, I'll send the remaining half of the payment." "Understood." The woman nodded, then glanced at the carriage behind Augustine. "Safe journey." "Thank you, and may fortune favor you as well," Augustine said, then signaled his men to prepare for departure. The Swiss guards, though still wary, obeyed Augustine's command and mounted their horses. Augustine climbed onto the driver's seat of the carriage, exchanging a glance with the Crimson Viper clad in red silk and holding her dagger. He felt a flicker of curiosity about her identity, but she had proven to be a fearsome and powerful ally. Yet there was no time for further questions or explanations now. The safety of the royal family was paramount, and their escape must be swift and flawless. Augustine snapped the reins, and the carriage began to move through the dimly lit streets of Paris. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, the woman in red let out a long sigh. Her mission was finally complete. She removed her mask and wiped the blood trickling from her forehead with the back of her hand. "Napoleon will be pleased to hear that my mission succeeded. Though it might be best to let events unfold as they did in true history, I trust his judgment. After all, I have already agreed to this." With the king departing Paris, he had already lost the legitimacy to rule. 6 hours later, in the hall of the Legislative Assembly, the deputies were stunned upon hearing the news brought by a revolutionary guard who burst into the palace. "The king has fled. How could this happen?" Robespierre could not help but exclaim, his voice filled with anger and frustration. He had plans for the royal family to further control France, but upon hearing the news of the king's escape, all his plans were dashed. The revolutionary guard who brought the news stood before the hall, his clothes disheveled, his face still bearing the dust and grime of battle. "Who is that woman in red you mentioned who suddenly appeared and killed all the revolutionary guards present?" Danton pressed further. "I truly do not know, but from what I saw, she was a monster. She killed everyone with ease. Her movements were so fast that our weapons could not hit her." "That's impossible. You must be exaggerating." Robespierre interrupted. "I swear, everything I said is true. If I hadn't pretended to be dead, I would have been killed like my comrades." The Revolutionary Guard said fearfully. Robespierre sighed helplessly and had to accept the guard's account. "What should we do now, Max?" Danton asked with a furrowed brow. "The king has fled. We don't know where they are going. Should we organize a search party or seal off all borders?" "No, that's not necessary." Robespierre shook his head, his tone firm, as he glanced around at the members of the assembly. "Esteemed colleagues, I understand the grave situation we face. The king and his family have fled, and are likely seeking refuge in monarchical states. The king's 2 attempts to flee France demonstrate that he has no intention of serving the people, and has effectively abdicated the throne. I propose a vote to establish the French Republic, replacing the kingdom with a new form of government." The moment Robespierre finished speaking, the assembly hall fell into silence. The members of the Legislative Assembly exchanged glances, their minds racing, as they contemplated the profound implications of this decision. The idea of establishing a republic had been discussed before, but now it seemed more urgent than ever. "Those in favor, please raise your hands," Robespierre said finally, his voice echoing in the hall. One by one, the deputies of the Legislative Assembly raised their hands in support of Robespierre's proposal. The number of raised hands grew, representing the consensus to establish a republic in France. Seeing the enthusiastic response, Robespierre's face showed a look of determination and satisfaction. His vision of France breaking free from the shackles of monarchy and pursuing a new era was becoming a reality. The Girondins, who had initially held reservations and hoped for a more moderate approach, gradually accepted the fact of the king's flight. Faced with the king's escape, their hopes for a peaceful resolution with the monarchy gradually crumbled. The reality made them realize that establishing a republic might be the only viable path. Therefore, they also raised their hands in favor of the republic. When the last hand was raised in agreement, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety filled the entire room. Robespierre took a deep breath and began to speak. The motion to establish the French Republic has been passed by an overwhelming majority. It will take effect next month on September 21st, 1792. A new constitution will lay the foundation for our new nation. This marks a turning point in our history. At this moment we will cast off the remnants of the old regime and uphold the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity. At that very moment the Kingdom of France ceased to exist. Centuries of monarchical legacy were swept away, replaced by the dawn of a new era. The news of the establishment of the French Republic spread quickly across the country, igniting a flame of hope among the people. In the following weeks, the Legislative Assembly diligently drafted the new constitution, striving to establish a governmental system that embodied revolutionary ideals. Robespierre and his revolutionary companions eagerly consolidated power and reshaped the nation, playing a key role in the drafting process. September 21st, 1792, arrived. The newly established governing body of the Republic, the National Convention, convened in the hall. Robespierre, now a prominent figure in the revolutionary movement, ascended the podium as the president of the National Convention to speak. Today, September 21st, 1792, I, Maximilien Robespierre, by the power vested in me by the will of the people, proclaim the establishment of the French Republic. Robespierre declared loudly. After the proclamation of the Republic in France, a wave of transformation swept across the entire country, reaching every corner. The collapse of the monarchy brought about a profound transformation, reshaping the fabric of society. The once sacrosanct symbols of monarchy crumbled under the weight of revolution, paving the way for new ideologies and practices to take root. The first major change was the abolition of monarchical symbols. The magnificent palaces where the royal family once resided became a thing of the past, shedding their opulent guise to become symbols of the people's power. The Tuileries Palace, once a bastion of aristocratic privilege, now stood as a testament to the Republic's triumph. The Church also underwent earth-shattering changes. To break free from the influence of the Catholic Church, the Republic replaced religious practices with a new form of worship, the cult of reason. Cathedrals were transformed into temples of reason. The once ornate altars were replaced by statues and symbols representing revolutionary ideals. The Republic sought to cultivate a sense of civic duty and devotion to the principles of liberty and equality. As part of the effort to forge a new identity, the Gregorian calendar, which had been used for centuries, was replaced by the revolutionary calendar. The calendar year was redesigned with new names for months, reflecting natural elements and agricultural cycles. This change aimed to sever ties with the old order and realign society with the rhythm of revolutionary spirit. However, the collapse of the monarchy was not without its dark events. Before the proclamation of the Republic, fear and paranoia had already enveloped the nation. The radical faction among the revolutionaries, the sans-culottes, conducted roundups of aristocrats and those deemed enemies of the Republic. Thousands were arrested and imprisoned in temporary jails, facing accusations and trials without due process. External threats, such as the Prussian invasion, intensified the atmosphere of imminent danger, which only further escalated the fervor and brutality of the sans-culottes. The prisons, once symbols of monarchical power, became places of terror and uncertainty. Conspiracies crept in and fear spread like wildfire. In this turbulent environment, a dark chapter in history, the September massacres, unfolded. Driven by the belief that prisoners posed a threat to the revolution, the sans-culottes unleashed a wave of violence, resulting in thousands of deaths. Even as the king and his family had fled to London, other nations rallied to the banner of monarchy and threw themselves into the war. The French Republic found itself besieged on all sides, its enemies determined to crush the spirit of revolution and restore the old order. To defend the ideals of the revolution and protect the fledgling republic, the newly formed French Republic enacted the levée en masse, with regional departments tasked with raising forces composed of able-bodied citizens to serve as the backbone of the revolutionary armies. The call to arms echoed across the nation, reaching even the most remote villages and towns. Yet not all citizens of the French Republic were eager to fight in its defense. A segment of the population remained steadfast in their conservative convictions and traditions, including the nobility, devout Catholics, and those who had not endured the harshest inequities of the old regime. They harbored deep resentment toward the revolutionary government regarding the collapse of the monarchy, the secularization of the church, and the radical transformations with suspicion and dread. These conservatives viewed the Republic's emphasis on reason and its abandonment of traditional religious customs as a direct assault on their way of life. The substitution of the cult of reason for the Catholic Church and the conversion of cathedrals into temples of reason only deepened their disillusionment. Confronted by these sweeping social changes, the conservative factions of French society began to organize. They sought to unite like-minded individuals, particularly those who shared their fears that traditional values were being eroded, and that radical ideologies were on the rise, finding support among clergy, nobles, and others who longed for the stability and familiarity of the restored monarchy. These conservatives saw an opportunity to challenge the revolutionary government and reimpose the old order. As news of the Republic's struggles on the military fronts and the persistence of external threats reached their ears, their discontent festered. The yearning for stability, the desire to protect religious institutions, and the conviction that the revolution had gone too far all fueled the swelling tide of counter-revolutionary sentiment. In the months that followed, counter-revolutionary uprisings erupted across France. Regions such as Verdun, Brittany, Maine, Normandy, Bordeaux, and Lyon became hotbeds of counter-revolutionary activity. In the summer of 1793, the British Navy arrived at Toulon, a strategic port city in southern France. Their presence offered not only support to the counter-revolutionaries, but also a precious opportunity to weaken the French Republic. Toulon had long been a stronghold of royalist sympathizers, and with British naval backing the conservative forces, saw a chance to recapture the city and deliver a blow to the revolution. Under the command of Admiral Samuel Hood, the British fleet joined forces with local counter-revolutionaries who had been actively plotting against the Republican government. British soldiers and sailors reinforced the city's defenses, forging a formidable counter-revolutionary alliance. Word of the British intervention spread rapidly, sending shockwaves throughout the nation. The French Republic was already grappling with internal strife, external threats, and the monumental challenge of building a new society. The British arrival only compounded these difficulties, forcing the young republic onto the defensive. In response, the revolutionary government dispatched General Jean-François Cardo and a hastily assembled army to Toulon. However, en route to Toulon, his artillery commander Colonel d'Artigny was wounded in a skirmish with a group of counter-revolutionaries. Deprived of d'Artigny's expertise, the revolutionary forces faced setbacks, and Cardo realized he needed a capable individual to assume command without delay. On the outskirts of Toulon, General Cardo sat within his tent, his gaze sweeping over a map of the city. "Sir, the officer designated to replace Colonel d'Artigny has arrived and requests an audience." "Send him in," replied General Cardo. The tent flap was drawn back, and a young officer entered, his uniform adorned with the insignia of the Artillery Corps. "So you are the man recommended by the National Convention. Introduce yourself formally." "Yes, sir." The officer snapped to attention and saluted. "Captain Napoleon Bonaparte of the Artillery Corps, reporting for duty." General Cardo. "I see. You have arrived at just the right moment, Captain Bonaparte," said General Cardo, gesturing for him to approach. Napoleon stepped forward and glanced around the tent. Inside, the tent officers under General Cardo's command were busy with paperwork. Among them, he noticed an aide examining an unfamiliar device. "Familiar to you, Captain?" General Cardo spoke, pulling Napoleon from his reverie. "Yes, sir. It appears the French army is adopting my invention." Napoleon replied with a faint smile. "Your invention is indeed remarkable. It can transmit information from here to Paris in the blink of an eye." General Cardo remarked, his eyes fixed on the device. "Imagine the advantage it would bring us in coordinating troops and relaying critical intelligence during battle. We could put it to use during this siege." "General Cardo, do you have a plan for how we should proceed?" "To be honest, I do not." "In that case, sir, might I examine the map? Perhaps I can devise one." General Cardo chuckled. "You must be mistaken, Captain. You have been assigned to command the artillery. Leave the planning to me." "But sir," Napoleon offered a smile, concealing his frustration. Cardo had been appointed commander solely on the basis of his political connections, with no formal military training. It was almost laughable that he would openly admit to having no operational plan. "You have yet to formulate a battle plan, General. Do you not think we should establish objectives as soon as possible if we wish to recapture Toulon?" General Cardo fell into thought for a moment. In the letter sent to him by the National Convention, it had been noted that the young captain standing before him was no ordinary officer. He had graduated at the top of his class from the Brienne Military Academy and the Paris École Militaire, invented the telegraph, and made breakthrough contributions to thermodynamics. Cardo acknowledged his own lack of military training and his elevation to command due to political connections. If he wished this siege to succeed, he would need assistance. "Very well. You may take a look." Napoleon studied the map of Toulon with meticulous care, his mind racing, as he analyzed the terrain, examined the fortifications, and weighed the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. As he absorbed every detail, a plan began to take shape in his mind. "What is the latest intelligence on the enemy?" Napoleon inquired, though he already knew the enemy's numbers. Candid communication with General Cardo helped build mutual trust. "The city of Toulon is currently under the control of a formidable enemy force." The general spoke, his voice resolute and commanding. "According to intelligence, we face a coalition force of 2,000 British soldiers and sailors, 6,000 Spanish troops, 6,000 Neapolitan soldiers, and 800 Sardinians. Notably, there may be additional forces hidden within the city, possibly including support from the populace. Moreover, Toulon possesses a formidable fortification system with outlying bastions and defensive works effectively encircling the city. We have assembled approximately 30,000 troops for this campaign." Upon hearing this, Napoleon pondered for a moment before speaking. General, 300,000 soldiers may sound like a great number, but they are of no use in this siege. Before coming to see you, I took the time to look around and noticed that we have only a few cannons. The gunners appear untrained, and there is a severe shortage of gunpowder and ammunition. The only way to break the siege is to acquire more artillery. General Carto pressed. And where do you intend to obtain the artillery? That is simple. We can acquire them through Marseille and Avignon, and also request more support from the Italian army. We also need men. Not just anyone, but capable individuals. Finally, I wish for you to send a telegram to the National Convention requesting additional officers. General Carto stood there staring at Napoleon. Was Napoleon just giving him orders? This had never happened before, yet the young captain's confidence and the logic behind his suggestions were compelling. The general knew that for the success of the mission, he must set aside his pride. Very well. In the following weeks, the outskirts of Toulon underwent remarkable changes under Napoleon's command. As this young captain took command of the French forces, a wave of enthusiasm swept through the ranks. With resolute determination, Napoleon set about rectifying the deficiencies in artillery and fortifications that plagued the army. He keenly identified potential resources, requisitioning idle cannons that had long been neglected and forgotten. Napoleon patiently trained the infantry, imparting the necessary skills and knowledge to operate the cannons with precision and efficiency. The rhythmic sounds of artillery drills echoed through the camp, heralding the birth of a new force ready for the impending siege. To consolidate his position and secure a foothold, Napoleon meticulously planned the establishment of a dedicated workshop. Here skilled craftsmen forged the tools and equipment needed for the coming battle. The workshop echoed with the clang of hammers against metal as the casting of new cannons and muskets proceeded without pause. Facing a formidable adversary like Toulon, Napoleon recognized the importance of fortifications. He arranged for a massive shipment of sandbags from nearby Marseille. A convoy of wagons laden with 1,000,000 sandbags traveled along winding roads toward Toulon. These humble sandbags would become the foundation of new fortifications. Through arduous efforts, Napoleon expanded his forces to 64 officers, 1,500 soldiers equipped with 100 cannons, howitzers, and mortars. Yet, despite these efforts, Napoleon was not brimming with confidence in this operation. For in this siege, the officers he worked with proved incompetent, and he began to fear that their blunders would cause unnecessary delays, such as mishandling of ammunition, accidental discharges, and lack of tactical acumen. As time passed, frustration gnawed at Napoleon's patience, and his temper threatened to explode. Yet amidst the chaos and inadequacy, Napoleon remained unwavering. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to the pre-battle preparations for the siege, personally supervising the training of his officers and soldiers, enforcing strict discipline, demanding excellence, and pushing them to their limits. Those who were incompetent or failed to meet standards were promptly dismissed. Their ineptitude was unfit for this critical task. Expelling and removing unfit officers became routine. Napoleon's insistence on competence and unwavering commitment to success drove him to assemble a team of capable and skilled individuals. The officers who remained were personally selected by Napoleon, valued for their talent, expertise, and unwavering dedication to the cause. September 19, 1793. Napoleon stood upon the hill overlooking Toulon harbor, and through his telescope, he spotted the British and Spanish warships anchored there. "Captain," one of his subordinates called out, "the construction of both batteries is complete." Napoleon lowered his telescope and nodded approvingly. "Excellent." Since arriving at Toulon, Napoleon had been making strategic deployments, formulating a plan to recapture the city. By positioning the cannons at advantageous spots within range, the British warships would become vulnerable, thereby forcing the coalition forces to withdraw from the harbor and reclaiming the city. Standing there gazing at the ships, Napoleon noticed some commotion. He raised his telescope once more and discovered that the crews were hastily preparing for departure. "So the British have already taken notice, have they?" As expected, Napoleon murmured to himself. Having confirmed the enemy's position, he returned to his command tent, where General Carto was engaged in conversation with his officers. "Ah, the captain has returned. What did you observe?" "The sight of our newly constructed batteries has struck fear into the British. They fear we shall shatter their ships to pieces. That is precisely our design. Therefore, General, this is our plan." Napoleon, General Carto, and the other officers gathered around the table studying the map. "We must seize the two fortifications on Mount Caire, Aiguillette, and Balaguer. If we capture these two strongholds, we shall dominate the harbor. For this plan to succeed, General, I need you to provide me with 3,000 men. 3,000 men? General Carto's eyes widened in astonishment at Napoleon's request. Considering the limited resources and the scale of the operation, this number seemed excessive. Yet, as he observed the unwavering resolve in Napoleon's eyes, he understood that the young captain already had a meticulous strategy in mind. "Captain Bonaparte, this would constitute a significant portion of our forces. Are you certain we can spare such a large detachment?" General Cardo asked in astonishment, his tone laced with doubt. General, we have nearly 30,000 troops. I am only requesting 3,000. Napoleon knew full well that General Cardo would not commit so many troops to him. But without this force, the operation would fail, allowing the British to strengthen their positions and prolong the siege. He wanted to conclude the siege as swiftly as possible, then move on to another city to fight another battle. Very well. General Cardo reluctantly agreed to Napoleon's request. General, I hope these troops will be in position before the siege begins. I'm counting on you. I have already said yes, Captain, General Cardo reiterated firmly. When shall we launch the attack? An officer asked. Once all the British ships have gathered in the harbor, Napoleon replied. 3 days from now. September 22nd, 1793. 3,000 men were stationed before Mount Care. The soldiers gazed up at the hilltop and saw the British fortifications bearing down on them with cannon and musket. Napoleon's warhorse trotted along the French lines, observing the soldiers about to join the siege. There were many of them, as General Cardo had promised before retreating to the rear. 3,000 men. I see you are all ready, Napoleon shouted loudly. General, order the men to advance. General Cardo raised his hand and swept it down forcefully. The drummers responded to the order, their rhythmic beats echoing through the ranks and heightening the tension. The soldiers, filled with determination, adjusted their muskets and fixed their bayonets. Then in unison the French troops charged forward, their boots pounding the ground as they began their assault on the British fortifications. But as they drew near the fortifications, the British defenders unleashed a relentless barrage of cannon fire and musket volleys, attempting to halt the advancing French. Smoke billowed and visibility was obscured, yet the resolute soldiers pressed onward, driven by an unyielding courage. However, something about this charge was amiss, leaving Napoleon stunned. General, why am I not seeing a full-scale assault? What are the other units doing? Napoleon raised his voice, demanding an answer. Captain, look, your plan to seize the fortifications is too dangerous. Dangerous? What? Are you joking with me now? There are only a few thousand men in that fort. You promised me. Watch your tone, Captain. I am still the general here. Cardo reprimanded. General, that title does not suit you at all, so do not call yourself general. Napoleon's eyes narrowed, his heart filled with anger at Cardo's last-minute reversal of the battle plan. He had trusted General Cardo to execute his plan flawlessly and lead the charge with valor and resolve. Yet what he witnessed was a desultory, frustrated scene, lacking the comprehensive assault he had envisioned. Napoleon turned his gaze back to the battlefield, observing the scattered movements of the troops. Some soldiers hesitated and lost their courage in the face of the fierce resistance from the British fortifications, while others appeared lost and confused, at a loss for what to do, for the siege was not proceeding as planned. Napoleon believed that at this very moment he would be able to alter the course of history. If General Cardo committed all his forces, the siege of Toulon could be concluded before winter set in. However, history repeated itself here. General Cardo remained silent, watching the battle unfold before his eyes, as the soldiers charging at the forefront fell one by one to British rifles and cannons. Those fallen soldiers are your responsibility, General. Napoleon's voice was laced with anger and disappointment. The burden of those casualties weighed heavily upon his conscience, spurring him to resolve to salvage this dire situation. General Cardo stared straight at Napoleon, his brows furrowed in anger. I have had enough of your condescending attitude, Corsican. Cardo retorted, his voice tinged with bitterness. Speak one more word and I shall court-martial you for insubordination. I have had my fill of your cowardice. Napoleon countered directly and sternly. You should resign your post and hand it to someone worthy. How dare you invoke my Corsican blood in this battle? General, how far do you intend to descend? Enough. I am taking command. Sound the retreat. Napoleon's words echoed through the air, and the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The confused soldiers turned to their commander, uncertain how to respond to this sudden upheaval. General Cardo's face contorted, a mixture of fury and disbelief warring across his features. I said retreat. Napoleon bellowed, his voice cracking like a whip, rousing the soldiers from their stunned paralysis. The order rang out clearly. Though the French soldiers were bewildered by the sudden change in leadership, they responded with swift discipline. The horns sounded, piercing the silence and signaling the retreat. The soldiers began disengaging from combat, withdrawing from the British fortifications amid the smoke and chaos. They could hear the British cheers of victory and mocking taunts drifting down from the hills. Now the damned British are on alert. What do you think will happen next, General? This is absurd, changing plans at the critical moment of assault. Napoleon could no longer bear standing beside General Cardo. He wheeled his horse and galloped away from the battlefield. With the first assault failed and a prolonged siege now inevitable, he had to remove General Cardo from command and install a replacement. Upon returning to his tent, he immediately ordered the telegraph operator to send a dispatch directly to the National Convention. In the telegram, Napoleon expressed his dissatisfaction with General Cardo's incompetence, lack of courage, and unauthorized alteration of battle plans. It read like someone savagely lambasting a teammate after a devastating defeat. Following the failed assault, the British realized the French plan and reinforced the defenses on Mount K with additional troops and artillery. The fortress was named Margrave's Fort, and with its formidable fortifications, the British dubbed it the Little Gibraltar. At present, the siege had reached an impasse. The French were constructing additional fortifications along Mount K in preparation for the next offensive. The British attempted to disrupt the construction by firing shells, but the French covered their work with their own artillery, maintaining relentless fire upon the British fortifications day and night to ensure completion. On November 11, 1793, favorable news reached Napoleon's ears. The National Convention had stripped General Cardo of his command and appointed an experienced general in his place, the very commander Napoleon had hoped for. Moreover, Napoleon had been promoted to major. Who was Major Napoleon Bonaparte? A man in his 50s entered the tent, surveying the officers present. That would be me. Napoleon rose from his seat and extended his hand. I have been waiting for you, General de Gaumier. Unlike General Cardo, General de Gaumier was an open-minded man who could see the potential in Napoleon's strategic vision. Major Bonaparte. General de Gaumier nodded, gripping Napoleon's hand firmly. I have heard of the situation. The attack on Mount K failed, did it not? On my way here I studied your plan. As far as I can see, this is the best strategy you could devise. Indeed, it is the best plan, General, but your predecessor lacked the courage to execute it. Napoleon replied, Enough, enough, Major. There is no need for such bitterness. We can still retake Toulon. So will the plan remain unchanged? Napoleon nodded and gestured for him to approach the map. As you can see, capturing Fort Egelet and Balaguer is the primary prerequisite for winning this siege. Once we hold these two fortifications, the British and Spanish ships in Toulon harbor will fall within range of our heavy artillery. However, I sense the British will not passively await their fate. They will mass their army at Malbusket, and that is precisely where you must act, General. I understand, but what if we strike first? General de Gaumier proposed. For that we would need additional heavy cannons and artillery. Do you have any in reserve? Napoleon nodded. I will provide you with the artillery you require. For now, we will continue bombarding the Margrave's Fort on Mount K. I anticipate this siege will conclude within a month. Oh, de Gaumier mused thoughtfully. That sounds quite confident, Major. Very well, since you say so. And so the French forces resumed their operations. November 30th, 1793. I long to return home. Napoleon murmured, his voice heavy with exhaustion and despondency. He lay listlessly within the cramped military tent, his gaze drifting aimlessly upward until it settled upon the ceiling as though seeking solace or answers. Since his arrival at Toulon, the situation had remained stagnant, filling him with profound discouragement. Fortification construction advanced steadily, yet little else of significance seemed to be progressing. The British forces were similarly engaged in their defensive works, resulting in a frustrating stalemate. In essence, this had devolved into a protracted stalemate. A siege in every conceivable sense of the word. As time dragged on, Napoleon found himself growing increasingly uneasy. A genuine siege could not possibly conclude within mere days. It demanded endurance and patience. Yet this prolonged stalemate was beginning to weigh heavily upon Napoleon, compounded by the era's lack of sanitary awareness. The unsanitary conditions within the camp were eroding the soldiers' morale and health. The air hung heavy with the miasma of disease and discomfort born of cramped quarters, improper waste disposal, and the scarcity of clean water. An oppressive stench of rot and filth permeated the surrounding environment, adding another layer of suffering to their already dire circumstances. He counted himself fortunate to bathe once a week, yet even then the dearth of water made it nearly impossible to wash away the grime of battle. Yet this was not confined to the battlefield. Even the bustling cities of France suffered from filth and overcrowding. The absence of indoor plumbing and sewage systems created a breeding ground for disease and filth. Streets were littered with refuse, and the lack of proper waste management only deepened the populace's suffering. Napoleon's frustration with these sanitary conditions grew daily, born not only from his own military experiences, but from a profound concern for the welfare of the people. He recognized that if he wished to bring about meaningful change, he must address these problems at their root. Consequently, he resolved that upon seizing power, one of his foremost priorities would be a comprehensive overhaul of public and environmental sanitation. Napoleon understood that genuine improvement in the people's living conditions demanded systemic reform. Major! A soldier's voice shattered his reverie. Napoleon rose to his feet, exhaustion instantly supplanted by focused determination. What is it, soldier? He inquired. The young man approached urgently, his face smeared with dirt, and his eyes heavy with fatigue. The coalition forces are attacking from the north. General de Gaumier requests your reinforcements. The soldier reported breathlessly. Napoleon was not surprised by the assault. In fact, he had been anticipating and awaiting this very moment. The coalition commander stationed at Toulon was the British General O'Hara, who led his forces in an assault against the French artillery positions opposite Fort Mulgrave. This engagement would prove pivotal to the French victory at Toulon, and Napoleon knew he had to act decisively. Napoleon wasted no time, immediately rising to don his uniform and tricorn hat. As he emerged from the tent, his soldiers stood ready, beyond prepared for battle. "Stand fast!" Napoleon's voice rang out like thunder. The soldiers stamped their feet with forceful precision, the ground trembling beneath them. Their eyes remained fixed upon their leader, unwavering determination gleaming in their gazes, as they stood ready to obey his every command. "General de Gaumier calls for reinforcements," Napoleon declared. "This battle shall be as decisive as the capture of Fort Mulgrave. Should we vanquish O'Hara, we shall have broken the coalition's hold upon Toulon. We must not falter before this assault. To this day we have fought with valor, and we shall persist until victory is ours. Today we shall shatter the enemy and reclaim Toulon for France." Inspired by Napoleon's rallying cry and fortified by his unwavering conviction, the soldiers surged with fierce determination. Their hearts pounded with fervor as they gripped their muskets, ready to launch a ferocious assault upon the enemy. Napoleon mounted his horse and spurred forward toward the battlefield, his men in close pursuit, their boots striking the earth in thunderous unison. Upon reaching the front lines, Napoleon took in the scene before him. Smoke billowing in the distance, punctuated by the anguished cries of the wounded and the deafening roar of cannons and muskets. "Major," General de Gaumier called out, "it is splendid to see you. What is the situation?" Napoleon asked. "The British have seized our fortifications. Prepare your men for a counterattack," General de Gaumier declared, his voice thick with urgency and resolve. As he listened to the general's words, Napoleon's eyes narrowed. Though his instinct was to launch an immediate counterattack, a moment's hesitation gave way to observation. As he watched the British advance deep into the French lines, a plan began to crystallize in his mind. "General de Gaumier," Napoleon spoke calmly, his voice cutting through the chaos of the battlefield. "I hope you will hold off on that order." The general's brows furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean?" "The coalition forces are advancing deep into our defensive lines. Once they have pushed too far in, we will launch an attack, surround them, and cut off their retreat," Napoleon explained, his voice steady and composed. After hearing Napoleon's plan, General de Gaumier's confusion gave way to curiosity. It deviated from the expected counterattack, but Napoleon's strategic thinking sounded far more sound. "Our forces are currently scattered and morale is low. If we launch a direct counterattack now, we risk being driven back and suffering heavy casualties," Napoleon continued. "Instead, we must lure the enemy deeper, drawing them away from their fortified positions. This will create an opportunity to strike at their vulnerable flanks and rear." The general nodded, beginning to grasp the brilliance behind Napoleon's plan. It was a gamble, but one that could turn the tide of battle in their favor. "Very good, Major." Napoleon nodded to the general, his gaze fixed on the advancing enemy. He knew that timing was crucial to successfully executing his plan. As the British forces drew closer to the French positions, Napoleon immediately gave the signal. De Gaumier and Napoleon rallied their troops and began to execute the plan. General O'Hara, leading the frontline troops, noticed two divisions converging from two directions. "Prepare for flanking maneuvers. Protect the rear," O'Hara shouted to his troops, attempting to adjust their deployment and reinforce their vulnerable flanks. But it was too late. French soldiers under Napoleon and de Gaumier's command launched their assault. Musket volleys rang out, bullets slicing through the sky like hail raining down upon the coalition forces. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the British were taken aback. They attempted to retreat toward Fort Mulgrave, but were soon blocked by a regiment of French soldiers cutting off their escape route. Panic began to spread through the coalition ranks, as they found themselves trapped between the advancing French forces and the fortified positions they had previously captured. "Form squares," O'Hara roared. "Don't let them break through." His soldiers hurried to execute the order, attempting to form a defensive square to withstand the French's ferocious and merciless assault. Squares were an effective formation against cavalry, but there were no cavalry on this battlefield, only infantry. In the original timeline, General O'Hara and his troops would have been driven back to Fort Mulgrave. But in this world, Napoleon had devised an effective plan. Surround O'Hara and force his surrender. Minutes later, General O'Hara realized the gravity and direness of their situation. The French had effectively surrounded his troops, cutting off all possible retreat routes. With no other choice, he could only helplessly raise the white flag to signal surrender. Napoleon rode forward, approaching General O'Hara. "Lay down your arms," Napoleon commanded in English. The soldiers looked to their commander, and O'Hara nodded with a grim expression. General de Gaumier rode up beside Napoleon. "You have captured their general." Napoleon merely nodded. "Indeed. What are our next moves, Major?" de Gaumier asked. "Should we launch an assault on Fort Mulgrave?" Napoleon shook his head. No, that would waste our strength. There is a foolproof method to drive the entire coalition out of Toulon. What method? At Cape Narin. Napoleon realized the need to properly handle the captured soldiers, so he ordered them to be escorted to a nearby camp specifically established for detaining enemy combatants. The camp was guarded by French troops to ensure the prisoners' safety and prevent any escape attempts. General O'Hara was among them, and Napoleon couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the general. During the American Revolutionary War, General O'Hara had participated in the siege of Yorktown, where the British forces suffered defeat and surrender. A pivotal turning point in that war. And now he had been defeated by Napoleon once again. Even in this parallel world, his failure was sealed. With the Allied armies general dealt with, the siege of Toulon was about to come to an end. Napoleon turned his gaze toward Cape Narin, where Fort Eleguillet and Fort Balaguer stood. If they could seize these two fortresses, they would end the Allied occupation of Toulon. December 16, 1793. Napoleon sat inside his tent, utterly absorbed in the letters recently arrived from Paris. Among them was one from Sheila. Her letters invariably recounted the latest developments in the capital, reported on their joint business affairs, and expressed unwavering concern for Napoleon's safety. Her words blended meticulous gossip with tender admonitions, urging him to place his health above all else and to tend carefully to himself. Napoleon had heard of Sheila's valorous combat against revolutionaries at the Tuileries Palace, where she had vanquished numerous adversaries. This outcome did not surprise him. After all, he himself had trained her. Yet even so, he had not anticipated such flawless execution of the mission. A testament to deeper, still unrevealed truths buried within Sheila's past. It had been a full year since their last meeting, and Napoleon found himself wondering what Sheila was doing now. After completing the royal rescue mission, Sheila had thrown herself into managing the company's operations, meeting countless clients, attending galas and events with increasing frequency, and engaging actively in social exchange. He wondered whether any man at those gatherings harbored designs upon Sheila, and a fleeting pang of jealousy crossed his mind, only to be swiftly banished as he refocused on the imminent midnight assault. "Colonel." At General Dugumir's voice, Napoleon stirred from his reverie. "General," he replied with a nod. "What is it? Are we truly launching the attack later tonight?" Dugumir asked, his tone edged with doubt. The weather looked grim. Even as he spoke, thunder rumbled in the distance, followed by a jagged bolt of lightning that briefly illuminated the gloomy sky. Napoleon gazed beyond the tent flap, observing the storm gathering. Wind intensifying, the air thick with the unmistakable portent of an approaching tempest. He understood Dugumir's misgivings. Launching a military assault under such adverse conditions would be arduous and perilous. Yet this storm offered their sole opportunity to breach the impregnable Margrave fortress. "I understand your concerns, General. Rain will render our muskets useless, but we must also weigh the advantages." Napoleon replied, his gaze fixed on the brewing tempest outside. "If we cannot fire our muskets, neither can the British." Realizing Napoleon's stratagem, General Dugumir's eyes widened. "You mean, we shall charge with bayonets alone?" "Precisely." Napoleon nodded, his expression stern and resolute. "Every attempt to seize Margrave fortress since late September has ended in failure. The fortress is impregnable. Moreover, they hold the high ground. Our only path to victory lies in a lightning-fast direct assault cloaked by this very storm. They will never anticipate an assault in such weather. Well, I must say, you possess extraordinary insight, Colonel. Very well, let us stake everything on this final stroke." At 2 o'clock in the morning, the weather worsened further. Torrential rain drenched the soldiers' uniforms. The battlefield dissolved into a quagmire. Thunder crashed incessantly, while lightning flickered across the sky, casting eerie shadowed light upon the resolute faces of the assembled French troops. Napoleon rode atop his horse, his gaze locked on Margrave fortress in the distance. Its silhouette faintly visible through the downpour, its stone walls appearing invincible. Yet Napoleon held a plan. An absolute faith in his men's fortitude and courage. "Send them forward, General," he commanded Dugumir, who obeyed without hesitation. For French regiments surged forward, accompanied by stirring battle horns, charging toward Margrave fortress. The rain-sodden earth slowed their advance. Each step sank deep into the mire. Yet they pressed onward without faltering. As the French drew near the fortress walls, the British were startled awake and scrambled frantically to meet the impending assault. British soldiers rushed to their posts and seized their muskets, only to find them rendered useless by the deluge, powder-dampened flintlock mechanisms failing to ignite. Panic spread swiftly through their ranks as their primary armament failed. Meanwhile, French soldiers armed with bayonets closed in upon the fortress, thrusting and slashing among the British ranks. The British now grasped that close-quarters combat was their only recourse, and retaliated with fierce determination. Amidst the storm, the clash of steel rang out. French and British soldiers wrestled, grappling in mud-caked uniforms, their faces streaked with grime and rain. Napoleon led the second wave, galloping across the rain-lashed battlefield atop his mount. But just as he reached Margrave fortress, a British soldier struck his horse. causing the animal to rear in agony and hurl Napoleon violently to the ground. Napoleon landed hard, sinking deep into the mud. The British soldier who had struck the horse rushed toward the spot, where Napoleon lay intent on finishing him. Sensing mortal danger, Napoleon sprang upright and instinctively drew his sword, just in time to parry the soldier's lunge. In that instant something within him ignited. An overwhelming surge of adrenaline and primal instinct flooded his being. Battle lust roared through his veins. Amidst the chaos he retained perfect clarity, distinguishing friend from foe by uniform alone. 5 British soldiers charged toward him, bayonets leveled, their purpose unmistakable. Without hesitation, Napoleon swiftly dodged the first soldier's thrust, sidestepped the second's attack, parried the third's bayonet charge with his saber, and in a flash of lightning speed disarmed the fourth, sending him stumbling backward. With a forceful strike, he then crushed the 5th soldier's chest, rendering him instantly combat incapacitated. But the battle was far from over. Another British soldier advanced toward him. Napoleon quickly ducked beneath a swinging punch, seized the attacker's arm, and using the man's own momentum threw him to the ground. The soldier cried out in agony as his body crashed into the mud. With decisive ruthlessness, Napoleon drove his blade through the man's throat, ending his life. At that moment a shout rang out behind him. In a flash Napoleon spun around, parrying a bayonet thrust with his saber, then counterattacked in one swift motion, driving the blade deep into the soldier's abdomen. The battle raged for hours, yet Napoleon showed no sign of fatigue or weariness. He continued to slash, cleave, thrust, and stab, each strike precise and fatal. Enemy after enemy fell before him, their bodies scattered across the muddy battlefield. As the last British soldier fell, they secured Fort Malbrouck. The surviving French soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers, raising their bayonets and sabers high in triumph. Yet this was only the beginning. They still had to seize Fort Elleguillet and Fort Balaguer. Along the way, Napoleon and the French troops cut down any British soldiers foolish enough to oppose them. Within 10 minutes they had successfully captured both fortresses. When Napoleon discovered that the heavy cannons within the forts remained intact, a faint smile touched his lips. Now he only needed to wait for the rain to cease, and then they would begin driving the British back. In the town of Toulon, General, an officer pounded relentlessly on the naval admiral's door. General Samuel Hood's eyes snapped open. The urgent commotion outside had shattered his sleep. As the knocking grew louder, he sat bolt upright, his mind struggling to orient himself to the present moment. Hood hastily threw on his uniform and strode swiftly toward the door. Taking a deep breath, he flung it open to reveal a disheveled officer, his face etched with anxiety and urgency. The young officer stood before the naval admiral, his chest heaving as he fought to steady his breathing. "Report, Lieutenant," Hood commanded. The officer swallowed hard, composed himself, and delivered the disturbing news. "General, the French have taken Fort Elleguillet and Fort Balaguer on Mount Cairo." The officer's voice trembled with disbelief. Hearing this, Hood's eyes widened in alarm, a flicker of terror crossing his face. With urgent haste he rushed outside and plunged into the pre-dawn darkness. The clock struck 4. In the grim silence of Toulon's rain-swept streets the chime was barely audible. Hood's gaze instinctively turned toward the distant hills where Fort Elleguillet and Fort Balaguer stood, now fallen into French hands. These 2 fortresses had once been the steadfast symbols of British resistance against French siege. Now, in the dim light of early dawn, they revealed nothing but dark looming silhouettes. Seconds later the desolate darkness was shattered by a sudden flash of light, casting an eerie, terrifying glow over the scene. In that instant the pre-dawn silence was shattered by a thunderous cannon blast. The explosion's echo reverberated through the mist-laden air, sending shivers down the spines of those standing in Toulon's rain-soaked streets. As the sound faded, a chilling dread took hold. The sound of splintering timber followed. Great warships moored in the harbor groaned under the merciless impact, their wooden hulls seeming to tremble. Hood blinked, his heart hammering against his ribs, as he watched one of the battleships struck dead center by a cannonball. The gravity of his peril struck him with sudden clarity. Before he could fully process the devastation, another earth-shattering explosion jolted Hood to full alertness. His trained instincts kicked in, and he swiftly assessed the dire situation unfolding before him. The French had not only seized the fortifications, they were now systematically attacking their naval forces. "Notify all captains and officers. Prepare to retreat." Hood's voice rang out, though it trembled slightly. "Retreat?" The officer beside him echoed the word in disbelief. "But, General, if we retreat we lose our position here at Toulon. If we stay our fleet will be destroyed." Hood's voice cracked like a whip, sharp and commanding. The officer flinched at the sudden volume. "Understood, General." As the officer turned and hurried away to carry out the orders, Hood's gaze remained fixed on the fog-shrouded harbor. His eyes locked onto the damaged battleship, its once majestic hull, now mercilessly ravaged by the enemy's fierce artillery fire. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon Hood. Time slipped through his fingers like sand through an hourglass. He had not anticipated a French assault at dawn, especially not under such relentless rain pouring from the heavens. The cannon fire from Mount Cairo roused the citizens of Toulon from their sleep. Panicked cries and hurried footsteps filled the rain-swept streets, as people stumbled from their homes, their faces contorted with fear and confusion. The attack had caught them completely off guard. The sense of impending danger spread like wildfire. What's happening? Are we under attack? Look, British ships are sinking. The panicked cries of Toulon's citizens echoed through the rain-soaked streets, plunging the city into greater chaos. As they witnessed the British fleet being torn apart, fear and trepidation gripped their hearts, thickening the tense atmosphere. They had long grown accustomed to the presence of the British army, relying upon them for protection against the threat of the French revolutionary government. Now, watching British ships destroyed by enemy artillery, that sense of security crumbled instantly. Of course, it would take several hours for Samuel Hood's orders to reach every member of the Allied forces. By 6 o'clock at dawn, 3 British warships and nearly a dozen Royal Navy vessels had been sunk by the French fleet. Napoleon observed through his telescope as civilians and Allied troops scrambled in panic across the streets. The rain had ceased, and he smiled with quiet satisfaction at the chaos unfolding below. The capture of Fort Leguillet and Fort Balaguer granted the French an overwhelming tactical advantage, while their relentless bombardment of the British fleet pushed it perilously close to total collapse. Napoleon's plan was unfolding flawlessly. Victory now shimmered on the horizon. The original objective had been to compel the British withdrawal from Toulon by seizing the 2 forts they had painstakingly captured at dawn. However, the astonishing speed at which enemy ships were being destroyed by heavy artillery disrupted the plan entirely. No longer was the aim merely to force the British out of Toulon. It had escalated into a full-scale assault upon the entire town. Napoleon knew the British forces had lost cohesion. With the imminent destruction of their fleet, their retreat grew increasingly frantic and disorganized. Fire! French artillery unleashed a devastating barrage. Cannonballs rained down upon the warships moored at the harbor. 10 heavy guns mounted atop the fort fired in unison. 9 of 10 shots struck their targets, inflicting yet another wave of catastrophic losses upon the British fleet. Check fire. Adjust elevation by 2 degrees. With unparalleled precision, he factored in wind direction, target distance, his own and the enemy's positions, the fortress's intricate topography, and even the velocity and mass of each projectile, every variable indispensable. In his previous life, Anchi had excelled in mathematics, particularly calculus, and had received formal artillery training at military academy. Combined with modern knowledge and the singular insight bestowed upon him by fortune's favor, he possessed extraordinary mental calculation abilities, enabling astonishing accuracy in complex computations. 1 minute later, the French heavy artillery stood ready for another annihilating salvo. "Sir, your orders?" asked an artillery officer watching Napoleon peer intently through his telescope. "Fire." General de Gaumier, observing from the rear, stood utterly astounded by Napoleon's artillery tactics. His admiration bordering on awe. The uncanny accuracy and lethality of the French cannons surpassed anything he had ever witnessed. He recognized instantly that Napoleon possessed a rare transcendent genius for warfare, one capable of reshaping the very course of battle. Each successive successful volley inflicted further devastation upon the British and Spanish fleets, for more ships sank beneath the waves. Yet something caught his attention. "Colonel!" General de Gaumier cried, spurring his horse forward and halting beside Napoleon. "What is it, General?" Napoleon lowered his telescope and turned his gaze calm and questioning. "Why do you target only the warships, not the town? Traitors infest that town. They have betrayed France and must suffer the consequences of their treachery," declared General de Gaumier, his voice resolute. Napoleon shifted his gaze from the ongoing bombardment to the town of Toulon itself, pausing in silent contemplation as he weighed his options. Indeed, the citizens of Toulon had aided and sheltered the coalition forces, enabling them to establish a foothold in the region. A betrayal that endangered the French Republic and impeded the revolution's progress. "Well then, if we can strike their warships, so precisely wasting such firepower upon the town would be profoundly wasteful," Napoleon replied, his tone deceptively light. "But if you are dissatisfied, you may issue the order yourself. I am after all under your command. So, General, what shall you decide? Will you command me to open fire upon our own countrymen? They are no longer our countrymen." General de Gaumier paused, his eyes hardening like tempered steel. Once compatriots, the people of Toulon had now aligned themselves with the enemy, supporting the coalition against their own nation, an act of treason that defiled the very ideals of the French Republic. De Gaumier drew a deep breath and issued his command. "Send them to hell, Napoleon. That is my order." "Understood, General." Napoleon turned his gaze toward the harbor, where burning British and Spanish warships belched thick black smoke. He nodded firmly and relayed the new directive to the artillery crews. The French cannons pivoted, realigning their deadly aim squarely upon the town of Toulon. Civilians who had sought refuge behind the city walls now found themselves squarely within the crosshairs of annihilation. the chaotic streets became merciless targets and cannon fire descended upon the town like a storm of iron. Deafening thunderclaps of artillery echoed across the sky, drowning out terrified cries and desperate pleas for mercy. Buildings crumbled under the cataclysmic impact, shattering into jagged debris. Flames erupted violently, consuming structures whole, and transforming the once idyllic town of Toulon into a desolate war-scarred wasteland. General, I recommend redeploying our forces immediately. The British and coalition troops appear to have reached the harbor. Dagomir scanned the scene through his telescope and saw Allied units hastening toward their respective vessels. Understood. Thank you, Colonel, for your diligent service and unwavering dedication. I shall certainly highlight your contributions in my report to the National Convention. A faint wry smile flickered across Napoleon's face, but in his eyes gleamed a flash of quiet contempt. Thank you for your praise. For now. His words were abruptly cut short by a colossal explosion erupting at the heart of Toulon. What was that? Dagomir exclaimed in shock. Napoleon swiftly raised his telescope, only to see a French warship ablaze. They're scuttling our own ships. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Napoleon felt both frustration and fury surge within him. General, you must act swiftly. General Dagomir nodded, decisively wheeled his horse, and galloped toward his troops, shouting urgent commands to accelerate preparations for the assault on Toulon. Let no one escape. This is our sole chance to deliver a crushing blow to the coalition. Before Dagomir could finish, a tremendous detonation erupted from the starboard side of a British warship. Moments later, a speeding cannonball slammed into the ground 30 meters east of Napoleon's position, detonating in a violent blast. At last, they've reacted. Napoleon murmured, a strange knowing smile playing upon his lips as his gaze locked onto the approaching vessel. Apparently the Robust, straining to break free from the harbor in a desperate bid to flee. Prepare for new orders. Elevate firing angle by 4 degrees. Azimuth shift right by 45 degrees. Commence firing upon readiness. 1 minute later, French cannons roared to life, spewing fire and smoke as shells screamed through the air, converging upon the fleeing Robust. The crew of the Robust sensed imminent peril and frantically altered course, striving to evade the incoming cannon fire. The vessel heaved violently, its sails billowing as it twisted desperately to dodge the projectiles. Yet despite their valiant efforts, the shells struck true. The cannonball detonated upon the Robust's deck, splintering the timber hull, shattering masts and rigging, and sending shards of wood and debris flying amid the anguished cries of wounded sailors. An hour and a half later, the coalition fleet had lost 40 warships, leaving only 34 intact. Samuel Hood remained atop the fortress, coordinating the coalition's retreat. But terror from the bombardment transformed orderly withdrawal into chaotic flight. News that French forces were converging upon Toulon from both flanks further inflamed panic. The city was effectively encircled, with a 32,000-strong French army poised to storm its gates at any moment. Hood knew full well what would unfold if French troops entered the city. Wholesale slaughter. Even armed resistance would be futile. The British and their allies were hopelessly outnumbered. As French artillery concentrated fire upon their ships, evacuation from the harbor grew increasingly perilous. The situation appeared dire and unrelenting. Hood felt the crushing weight of command, and knew he must act swiftly to save as many lives as possible. With a heavy heart, Hood turned to his officers and issued the order they had long dreaded: make contact with the French. Inform them we surrender. A sharp, involuntary hiss escaped Napoleon's lips as he pressed his hand against the bruise on his lower back. A wound sustained when he'd been thrown from his horse during the assault on Mount Care. 1 day had passed since the final assault on Toulon, and the formal capitulation of Admiral Samuel Hood. The city now lay under French control. The aftermath of battle scarred every street, rubble choked thoroughfares, buildings smoldered in blackened ruin, and war's brutal imprint had utterly transformed Toulon's face. Relentless musket fire robbed Napoleon of rest throughout the night, leaving him exhausted and unsettled, while the tormented wails of executed civilians echoed ceaselessly in his mind, deepening his inner unrest. Summoning courage, he voiced his opposition to General Dagomir, arguing fiercely that such merciless acts would only breed resentment and undermine the delicate process of rebuilding trust. Yet his impassioned plea fell on deaf ears. Upon learning of the French recapture of Toulon, the National Convention officially declared the executions a necessary deterrent against future royalist treachery. That day, Napoleon, dressed in his cobalt blue uniform, was summoned to observe negotiations between General Dagomir and Admiral Samuel Hood, held within a partially ruined edifice that once embodied Toulon's opulent past. As he entered the makeshift negotiation chamber, General Dagomir extended a hand in welcome. Napoleon clasped it firmly, though an uneasy sensation lingered in the grip. "Colonel, it is a pleasure to have you join us," Dagomir said with a nod, gesturing for Napoleon to walk beside him. "I have news I am most eager to share." "What is it?" Napoleon asked, curiosity sharpening his gaze. Dagomir led Napoleon to a quiet corner of the room, shielding their conversation from other officers. He drew a slow breath before speaking. His voice low, his tone edged with restrained excitement. I have received a letter from Paris. Dagomir began without preamble, his eyes searching Napoleon's face for reaction. The National Convention has been profoundly impressed by your tactical acumen and leadership during the siege of Toulon, and has decided to promote you to Brigadier General. Napoleon remained composed, betraying scarcely a flicker of response. What is wrong, Napoleon? Should you not feel elation? Dagomir asked, his brow furrowing. Napoleon's gaze steadied, meeting the general's eyes with unwavering resolve. General, I am not ungrateful for this recognition. I am simply stunned by the promotion, so much so that I stood speechless at your announcement. Ah, I feared you found the news displeasing. Dagomir sighed, visibly relieved. Not at all, General. Napoleon replied, his tone laced with quiet dejection. I am grateful. But far more urgent matters demand our attention now. The executions we witnessed in Toulon, including women and children, do they not betray the very principles for which we fight? His voice carried profound disappointment. Dagomir's expression softened. He lowered his gaze, reflecting silently, then met Napoleon's eyes again. I understand your concern, Napoleon. But we cannot deny their treason against the Republic. And since you yourself contributed to the city's devastation, why do you object so vehemently to the executions? It seems to me, Napoleon, that you are afraid of responsibility. Now I see why you refrained from ordering artillery fire upon the town, insisting instead that I issue the command you wished to avoid accountability. Napoleon recoiled inwardly, startled that Dagomir had struck the truth. Indeed, he had refused to bear responsibility for Toulon's deaths, fearing it would tarnish his reputation and undermine the image he had so carefully cultivated. Yet this was not mere ambition. It ran deeper. No, General Dagomir. You misunderstand me, Napoleon replied firmly, his voice resonant with sincerity. I do not fear accountability for my actions. I fully comprehend war's consequences, and the sacrifices it demands. But indiscriminate slaughter of innocent civilians, including women and children, contradicts the ideals we swore to uphold. You deceive yourself now, Napoleon. Dagomir interrupted, disappointment coloring his voice. You claim to understand war's consequences, yet shrink from the responsibility they entail. You stood upon that battlefield, witnessed the ruin and chaos firsthand. You cannot absolve yourself from the collective actions we undertook together. This is war, Napoleon. You may be a brilliant tactician and strategist, but you remain a novice. Napoleon remained outwardly silent, his mind rapidly absorbing Dagomir's words, unable to refute their veracity. I simply do not wish my name forever linked to the bloodshed that followed our conquest of this city. That is all I sought to avoid. Napoleon finally spoke. Very well. Dagomir nodded. So that is your concern. Rest assured. It was the National Convention's decree and my direct order. Your name will never be associated with these executions. If it brings you peace, Napoleon, I shall reconsider that order. Children must not be implicated. Such cruelty is unconscionable, Napoleon said. To set your mind at ease, I will reconsider it, Dagomir conceded at last. Now, let us discuss the terms of surrender. Terms? Napoleon interjected bluntly. There shall be no terms, only unconditional surrender. We seize their vessels, they become prisoners of war. The coalition holds no authority to negotiate conditions. We hold the advantage, and must exploit it fully. Dagomir looked at Napoleon with a mixture of surprise and admiration. He had not expected the young brigadier general to be so resolute, yet he had to concede that Napoleon's arguments were sound. The British fleet in the Mediterranean had been a thorn in France's side. By seizing the remaining vessels of the British and Spanish fleets, they were effectively weakening Britain's control over the Mediterranean and gaining a significant advantage in the region. Do you have any other suggestions? Dagomir asked, considering Napoleon's proposal. Napoleon shook his head. That's all. 2 hours later, the negotiations concluded with an agreement. The terms were as follows: surrender of ships. The British and Allied forces were to hand over all remaining vessels under their command to the French Republic. These vessels were to be transferred safely and orderly to the designated French authorities. French naval officers would assess the surrendered ships and incorporate them into the French Navy as appropriate. Cessation of hostilities and disarmament. Upon formal acceptance of these surrender terms, an immediate ceasefire was to take effect. The British and Allied forces were to cease all military operations, disarm their troops, ensure the safety of their personnel, and uphold the agreed surrender conditions. Protection of life. In recognition of the bravery displayed by both sides during the conflict, the French Republic guaranteed the safety and protection of all personnel surrendering under these terms. As long as the surrendering forces complied with the conditions stipulated in these terms, they would face no harm. Prisoners of war. The British and Allied forces would be classified as prisoners of war upon surrender. Appropriate facilities and supplies were to be provided for their detention, ensuring their well-being in accordance with international standards for the treatment of prisoners of war. Recognition of French control. The surrender of the British and Allied forces meant they acknowledged French control over Toulon and its strategic assets. The French Republic would establish a military administrative authority to oversee the transfer of power and ensure the maintenance of peace and order in the region. Compliance and non-resistance. All personnel under the command of Admiral Samuel Hood and the Allied forces were required to fully comply with these terms of unconditional surrender. Any act of resistance or non-compliance would be considered a violation of these terms, and could result in the immediate revocation of the safety and protection guarantees provided herein. The British forces and their allies lost a total of 74 vessels with 45 sunk, and the remainder handed over to France. Among the soldiers 5500 were killed out of 22500 with the rest taken as prisoners of war. Later that day, Napoleon, lying in bed, read a letter from the Committee of Public Safety. To Brigadier General Napoleon Bonaparte. Dear General Bonaparte, we extend our warmest congratulations on your recent promotion to Brigadier General. The Committee of Public Safety has given high praise to your exemplary tactical brilliance and leadership demonstrated during the assault on Toulon. We are pleased to inform you that we have selected an important new mission for you, one that will further utilize your talents for the benefit of the French Republic. Effective immediately, you are transferred to the city of Nice to serve as commander of artillery for the Army of Italy. Napoleon sighed heavily. It seems I must leave. August 5, 1794. Napoleon sat in his military tent surrounded by the bustling clamor of the camp, the fragrance of apples lingering on his tongue as he immersed himself in the words of the letter. The news of Maximilien Robespierre's execution deeply moved him, stirring complex emotions within his young and ambitious heart. As he continued reading, memories of the revolution flooded back. The revolutionaries had seized control of the government, championing liberty, equality, and fraternity. A time of chaos and turmoil. These ideals had resonated with him, igniting his longing for hope and change, yet somewhere along the way hope had twisted into a path of violence and fear. Napoleon recalled the fervor of that era where every decision seemed to carry life or death consequences. The guillotine became the symbol of the revolution, claiming countless lives, including those who had fought alongside Robespierre. He could not deny the atrocities committed during the Reign of Terror. The revolution had become a beast devouring its own children. Though the government promised a fresh start for the nation, the bloody echoes of the revolution still reverberated deep within Napoleon's soul, leading him to question the true nature of power and the price people paid to attain it. In a nation plunged into chaos and discord, the vision of a unified, prosperous France seemed an unreachable dream. In that moment, Napoleon realized that the government, the Legislative Assembly, and the National Convention were not acting in the best interests of the people but for their own gain. Politicians had become corrupted, driven by personal ambition and the pursuit of power rather than the noble ideals they had once championed. The apple grew sour in Napoleon's mouth, mirroring the bitterness of betrayal he felt. How had the revolution, once the beacon of hope for an entire nation, degenerated into a game of political manipulation and self-interest? The ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity were trampled underfoot, sacrificed on the altar of ambition and greed. Yet despite his illustrious military achievements, he remained powerless to change this reality. In the original timeline, he would still need 5 more years before ascending to the throne of power. Just 5 more years. Napoleon murmured to himself, making a solemn promise that when he became France's leader, he would bring the reforms the nation so desperately needed. He would abolish the corrupt institutions that had sullied the ideals of the revolution and restore true liberty, equality, and fraternity. Napoleon set down the letter and picked up another. It was another letter from Sheila reporting that she had successfully rescued Antoine Lavoisier. A smile crossed Napoleon's face, momentarily erasing the tragedies of the revolution from his thoughts. He had ordered Sheila to rescue Antoine to prevent him from being executed by the government for his role as a member of the General Farm, the tax collection agency, despised by the revolutionaries. With Antoine Lavoisier safe, Napoleon could now leverage his scientific knowledge and expertise to help introduce modern technology in the years to come. After finishing the letter, Napoleon folded it carefully and tucked it into his breast pocket. He rose to his feet, quickly donned his military coat from the nearby chair, and then picked up his iconic bicorn hat from the table, placing it upon his head. "Oh, Bonaparte, are you leaving?" General Pierre Jadet de Murbian, commander of the Army of Italy, asked, his voice brimming with surprise and curiosity. Napoleon nodded, his gaze steady and resolute. "Yes, General, I have urgent matters to attend to in Paris. I shall take the first train from Toulon to Paris. Thank you for granting my leave." De Murbian waved his hand dismissively. "You deserve a rest, Napoleon. You served excellently as artillery commander under my command. This is the least I could do. Your tactics at Sorgues back then were truly impressive. I was merely doing my duty, General. Oh, do not be modest, Bonaparte." De Murbian interjected with a warm laugh. "By the way, is there already a railway connecting Paris and Toulon? Your railway company must be building at a tremendous pace." "No." Napoleon chuckled at de Murbian's jest. Not yet, General. He replied in a light and cheerful tone, but believe me, one day France will have a railway network connecting every corner of the nation. Finally Napoleon nodded in thanks and departed from the military tent, setting off for Toulon. Upon arrival he boarded a train bound for central Paris, and as he took his seat he noticed the gazes of the other passengers. Hey, isn't that General Napoleon? Yes, I'm certain he was the one who orchestrated the campaigns that defeated the British and the Allied forces. It is indeed impressive, but after what he did to the people of Toulon, I can't bring myself to cheer for him. Have you heard about it? Women and children were executed. That's utterly cruel. Another passenger interjected, his tone brimming with indignation. Though there are rumors, he didn't participate in the executions. Even so, he's still part of the army that carried out the orders, someone countered. Napoleon listened to these hushed conversations, realizing the multitude of opinions swirling around him, and couldn't help but sigh. The atrocities committed during the Toulon uprising had left a stain on his reputation. Despite his efforts to distance himself from the execution of women and children, the accusations against him persisted. An hour later the steam locomotive pulled away from Toulon station, its rhythmic chugging filling the air. As the train gradually gained speed, Napoleon gazed out the window, watching the familiar landscapes of his homeland rush by. 12 hours later the steam locomotive arrived at the heart of France. Napoleon stepped out of the carriage onto the bustling platform of the Paris train station. He immersed himself in the city's vibrant energy. The noise, the clatter of carriages on the streets, the throngs of pedestrians, and the occasional cries of street vendors hawking their wares. Napoleon adjusted his bicorn hat and straightened his military coat, then made his way toward a street where he could hail a carriage. Moments later a luxurious carriage drawn by 6 horses came to a halt beside Napoleon. The carriage itself was a masterpiece of opulence, adorned with intricate gold carvings and velvet curtains that hinted at its aristocratic origins. The coachman, dressed in an elaborate uniform, descended from his seat and opened the carriage door with distinguished flair. Seated within the carriage was a lady draped in a flowing gown of silk, and laced, the pale pink hue complementing her fair complexion as the dress clung to her slender figure. Her strawberry blonde hair was elaborately arranged in an intricate updo adorned with jeweled hairpins. A delicate fan rested in her gloved hand and her eyes sparkled as her gaze met Napoleon's. "Sheila," Napoleon whispered softly. Napoleon boarded the carriage and seated himself beside Sheila. He glanced around the interior, marveling at its opulence. The plush velvet cushions draped over every seat, intricate golden embellishments adorning every surface. "This appears extraordinarily expensive," Napoleon remarked. Sheila smiled softly. "Nothing is expensive for me anymore, Napoleon. With the wealth our enterprise has generated, we can do almost anything we desire." As she spoke, Sheila's fingers gently traced along Napoleon's hand. Napoleon's gaze shifted from the lavish interior to her fingertips, delicate, graceful. As they swept across his palm, leaving behind a silken trail of warmth that coursed through his veins like molten gold, drawing him irresistibly into its tender embrace. Napoleon turned his palm upward, intertwining his fingers with hers, their warmth merging in quiet communion. "I missed you," Sheila whispered tenderly, drawing closer until her breath brushed lightly against his cheek. "I am overjoyed you have returned to me after 3 years. I have always feared, so long as you remained on the battlefield, that I might never see you again." Napoleon turned to face her, then leaned forward and pressed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Sheila froze, her eyes widening in startled wonder as his lips touched her skin. The gesture radiated profound tenderness, conveying a depth of devotion no words could fully articulate. A wave of overwhelming love and serene assurance flooded her heart, dispelling every lingering shadow of anxiety and doubt. "I missed you too," Napoleon murmured, a warm smile softening his features as he gazed upon Sheila's captivating face, now faintly flushed with shy enchantment. Then hunger stirred anew within him. A mere kiss upon her brow was no longer enough. His gaze drifted downward, to her lips, rose petal soft, alluring, utterly irresistible. His pulse quickened, desire surging like a tide. Leaning in, he closed the distance between them, and their lips met, gentle at first, then deepening into a fervent, consuming kiss. An hour later the carriage arrived at the Chantilly castle. The coachman reined in the horses, bringing the vehicle smoothly to a halt before the grand entrance. Napoleon and Sheila descended and walked toward the castle as though nothing extraordinary had transpired. "Sheila, you said Monsieur Lavoisier resides within this castle, correct?" "Indeed, Napoleon. You mentioned in your letter that you wished to speak with him personally, did you not? I have made all necessary arrangements. You need not fear discovery by the government." "Very well. Where is he now?" "Monsieur Beaumont," Sheila called out to the steward who accompanied them. "Where is Monsieur Lavoisier?" "He is in the courtyard, mademoiselle," replied Monsieur Beaumont with a respectful bow. "Shall I escort you there?" "Yes, thank you," Sheila replied, her arm linked firmly through Napoleon's as they followed Monsieur Beaumont across the castle's resplendent halls. where sumptuous carpets muffled their footsteps into silence. Upon reaching the courtyard, they found Antoine seated at a table sipping tea. He looked up, and his expression brightened as two familiar figures approached. Monsieur Bonaparte, I see you wear the uniform of the French army. Have you become a steadfast Republican? Lavoisier spoke with a subtle undercurrent of disappointment, his gaze shifting from Napoleon's military attire to Sheila, then lingering on their interlinked arms and the unmistakable intimacy between them. Napoleon stepped forward, his expression turning grave. Monsieur Lavoisier, I wear this uniform not out of blind allegiance to the Republic, but necessity. I still hold sacred the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Yet I have come to recognize that the present reality stands far removed from the noble aspirations of our revolution. In essence, I despise them as deeply as you do. Why did you save me? Lavoisier's eyes finally locked onto Napoleon's, unflinching. You are France's most precious intellectual treasure, Monsieur Lavoisier. To allow the revolutionary government to execute you would be an unforgivable waste. Napoleon paused, gathering his thoughts, then answered with unwavering conviction. If they discover you rescued me, they will hold you accountable, Lavoisier warned. Napoleon nodded solemnly, fully aware of the perilous consequences. Do not worry, they will not find out, will they, Sheila? No, Napoleon, Sheila affirmed with a firm nod. I have taken every precaution to ensure our involvement remains entirely concealed. Then, what do you require of me now? Lavoisier asked. Simply this: from this moment onward you shall work for me. In secret, behind the scenes. I have conceived several new inventions. One certain to reignite your passion for science. Napoleon declared, his voice resonant with quiet authority. Lavoisier's eyes widened. Not with skepticism but with sudden vivid curiosity. Though disillusioned at first, the mere mention of novel discoveries and deeper scientific inquiry rekindled his fervor. His lifelong thirst for knowledge and innovation burned once more, undimmed and unyielding. Napoleon's prior inventions, the steam engine, the steam locomotive, the telegraph, had already borne irrefutable testament to his genius. Now Lavoisier found himself wondering with breathless anticipation what extraordinary marvel awaited revelation. Very well, I accept your proposal, Lavoisier said, inclining his head with quiet dignity. I shall devote myself fully to assisting you, Napoleon. A genuine smile spread across Napoleon's face. Pleased, assured, and profoundly satisfied. So what invention have you conceived? Antoine asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Napoleon and Sheila took their seats at the sunlit courtyard table. In truth, there are many, but let us begin with military applications. Napoleon replied, crossing one leg over the other, and leaning forward, his voice brimming with excitement. During my Toulon campaign, a pivotal moment arose when we were forced into hand-to-hand combat against the British foul, weather rendered our muskets inoperable, compelling our soldiers to fix bayonets and charge the enemy. Antoine nodded thoughtfully. I see. Was that during your capture of Mount Caire, when you seized the two fortresses decisive to your victory? What is your idea? Napoleon's gaze sharpened, resolute and unwavering. I have been designing a novel firing mechanism. One impervious to adverse weather, ensuring our troops retain lethal superiority even when conventional firearms fail. Imagine such a mechanism, an independent ignition system, entirely self-contained and unaffected by external conditions. This will enable our soldiers to discharge rifles reliably, unhindered by rain, dampness, or any other environmental factors presently compromising their efficacy. Napoleon retrieved a leather-bound notebook from his satchel, opened it, and leafed through its pages until he reached a technical diagram. Behold this. He handed the notebook to Antoine, who studied the page intently. What am I looking at? Antoine asked. My collaborator Sheila calls it the cartridge. Napoleon explained, a quiet pride coloring his tone. It integrates the projectile and its propellant within a single compact unit. By embedding the ignition system directly into the cartridge, we eliminate dependence on external ignition sources, such as flintlock or matchlock mechanisms. Antoine's eyes widened instinctively. He grasped the profound significance of Napoleon's invention. So with this cartridge, soldiers no longer need to manually measure and load gunpowder, nor insert separate projectiles and priming powder down the musket barrel. Napoleon nodded, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. Precisely, Monsieur Lavoisier. The cartridge streamlines loading, making it swifter, more precise, and far more efficient. A soldier need only insert the cartridge into the chamber. Upon pulling the trigger, the integrated ignition system ignites the propellant, launching the projectile down the barrel with tremendous force. Having finished his explanation, Napoleon turned his gaze toward Sheila, who met it with a proud, knowing smile. During the campaign, Napoleon would write letters to Sheila requesting her to compile a list of technologies she believed would revolutionize the world. She delivered the list along with rough sketches, but lacking formal training in engineering or science, her diagrams lacked technical rigor. Yet for Napoleon, interpreting these concepts came effortlessly. A gift bestowed upon him by fortune herself. By inviting Gila to propose modern technologies, Napoleon preemptively dispelled any suspicion she might harbor regarding how he conceived inventions far surpassing his era. Though some may question why he bypassed the percussion cap altogether in favor of a self-contained cartridge system, the rationale is straightforward. Both flintlock and percussion cap systems share the same fundamental principle: loading powder and projectiles separately into the barrel. The sole distinction lies in ignition method. Napoleon sought to eradicate that very complication. Moreover, he was already advancing toward this solution. Why settle for second best when the optimal path lay directly before him? Furthermore, such a system is manufacturable in this age. Thanks to the steam engine I invented, which has transformed precision machining and granted us the necessary tools and infrastructure. However, but what of the propellant? Is it black powder? Napoleon shook his head. No. It is an entirely different class of propellant. Herein lies the crux. Napoleon intended to introduce smokeless powder, the successor to black powder. Gila had mentioned smokeless powder as a propellant in her letter, but without knowledge of its composition or synthesis. Essentially, she provided only a conceptual outline. Should he reveal his true understanding, while Gila was present, suspicion would inevitably arise. Gila, on our way back you mentioned baking a strawberry cake. Was that correct? Gila nodded yes. Why, might you serve us a slice? I shall ask Beaumont to prepare 2 portions for you both, Gila said. Just as she began issuing the order, Napoleon gently interrupted. No. You must do it yourself. Napoleon interjected, his voice firm yet courteous. Very well. My apologies, gentlemen. Gila rose from her seat, curiosity flickering across her expression. Though uncertain of Napoleon's intent, her trust in him was absolute. She nodded once and departed for the kitchen. Napoleon turned his attention back to Antoine, and tore a page from his notebook. Monsieur Lavoisier, your preeminence in chemistry is universally acknowledged. I believe you hold the key to one indispensable component of this invention. As he spoke, Napoleon handed the torn page to Antoine. Antoine accepted it and examined it closely. It bore a chemical formula rendered in meticulous, elegant script. This is nitrocellulose, formed by reacting cellulose with nitric acid. Napoleon explained, continuing deliberately. Its unique properties render it an ideal propellant. It combusts rapidly and uniformly, yielding high energy output while generating minimal residue or smoke. Though this remains theoretical for now. The page contains detailed instructions for synthesizing nitrocellulose. How did you come to know this? Antoine asked. Napoleon offered an enigmatic smile. I am above all a scientist, Monsieur Lavoisier. I have devoted immense time and rigorous study to numerous disciplines, including chemistry. Can you accomplish this? Your instructions are remarkably thorough, Antoine replied, scrutinizing the formula closely. I can. Excellent. Napoleon smiled. Now conceal this page before Gila returns. I wish her to remain unaware of it. And once you synthesize the nitrocellulose, I ask that you claim credit for its creation. Why? Since this is a secret even Sheila does not know, can I trust you? Antoine furrowed his brow, pondering Napoleon's request. Though he claimed that appropriating another's work went against his principles, he realized this was not an ordinary situation. After a moment of contemplation, Antoine nodded firmly. You may trust me. Thank you. At that moment Sheila returned to the courtyard, carrying a silver tray adorned with exquisite porcelain dishes. She placed one before Napoleon and another before Antoine, each brimming with delectable strawberry cake. The fragrance of fresh strawberries and the sweetness of the cake permeated the air. Sheila noticed the solemn expressions on Napoleon and Antoine's faces, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Is everything all right, gentlemen? She inquired with concern. Napoleon offered Sheila a reassuring smile. All is well, my dear Sheila. We were simply discussing important matters concerning our inventions. The timing of your cake arrival could not have been better. Sheila chuckled softly. I am glad to provide a sweet distraction. Now let us continue. Napoleon continued his discussion with Antoine Lavoisier about his future inventions, delving deeply into the topic of long-distance communication, particularly spark-gap radio. An innovation that bore similarities to the telegraph yet possessed distinct differences. Mr. Lavoisier, once spark-gap radio comes into being, it will be a monumental advancement in the field of communication. Napoleon began, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Although it shares certain similarities with the telegraph, there are also key differences. Lavoisier leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. Pray enlighten me. Napoleon nodded and continued his explanation. You see, the telegraph relies on an encoded spark system, transmitted through wires requiring a physical connection between stations to convey information. Whereas spark-gap radio operates without wires or physical connections, utilizing electromagnetic waves to achieve long-distance communication. Electromagnetic waves. I apologize, I do not believe I have heard this term before. Lavoisier said. It is a term I devised to describe invisible energy waves capable of propagating through space. Napoleon explained. I had intended to submit a paper on it to the French Academy of Sciences, but the revolution disrupted my plans. If you require, I can provide you with a copy. That would be fine. I do find your new ideas quite fascinating. Who would have thought that you could communicate from one point to another without physical cables as you do with the telegraph? On the battlefield, communication is vital for coordinating troops. I envision myself commanding a force from within a military tent, surrounded by spark-gap transmitters and telegraph operators who would continuously relay information about enemy movements, keeping me apprised of the battlefield situation in real time. I suppose you already have ideas for building a prototype? Antoine inquired. Indeed. Since I am now on leave, I can actually focus on my scientific research. Antoine withdrew a pocket watch from his vest and glanced at the time. Oh, it appears I must take my leave. I promised my wife I would return as soon as possible, and as you know, they are quite concerned about my safety. I understand your predicament, Mr. Lavoisier. Napoleon turned to Sheila. Sheila, has transportation been arranged for his departure from the castle? Sheila nodded in confirmation. Yes, Mr. Beaumont, please ensure the coachman is informed that Mr. Lavoisier will be departing shortly. Certainly, madam. Beaumont bowed in reply. This has been a most fruitful discussion, Lavoisier said, rising to his feet. I look forward to hearing more of your ideas, Napoleon. Napoleon bowed courteously and escorted Antoine Lavoisier to the waiting carriage, watching as he boarded and lingering for a moment. Lavoisier and his colleagues would prove instrumental to France's future modernization. As the carriage rolled away, Sheila approached Napoleon from behind and linked her arm through his. While I was fetching the cake, did the two of you devise a solution for smokeless powder? I regret that I could not provide more specific details regarding it. I should have delved deeper into the matter. Napoleon turned to Sheila and noticed the worried expression on her face. He gently placed his hand on her head and softly stroked her hair. There is no need to apologize. You have done your utmost and I am proud of you. Besides, is not science nothing but a process of countless trials and errors? We shall discover the formula. Who knows, perhaps in a few months we will be able to synthesize smokeless powder. Let us go inside and see the renovations you undertook during my absence. With that, Napoleon and Sheila joined hands and walked back toward the castle. Upon entering the gate, Sheila led Napoleon through the corridors, pointing out each improvement she had made during his absence. First, Sheila began, her tone brimming with excitement. I want to show you the indoor plumbing system I have installed throughout the castle. No longer must we rely on chamber pots or carry buckets of water upstairs. Now every room has its own private bathroom, complete with a flush toilet and running water. Does the water have filtration? Napoleon inquired. Sheila nodded with a smile, delighted that Napoleon had asked such a practical question. Yes, indeed there is. I installed a water filtration system during the plumbing renovation. The water flowing through the castle is purified through a simple multi-stage filtration process, requiring no sophisticated scientific knowledge, she said with a proud smile. Then I am reassured. Napoleon nodded gently. What is next? Well, have you not noticed? What exactly? Temperature. Is it warmer inside than outside? Sheila asked. Napoleon paused for a moment, feeling the comfortable warmth surrounding him. He looked around and found no draft in the corridor, and the atmosphere was pleasant. Upon realizing this renovation by Sheila, a faint smile curled at the corner of Napoleon's lips. You installed a heating system I didn't notice. Perhaps it's because I've grown accustomed to the climate of Sardinia this summer. Napoleon asked. Where is the boiler? Who installed it? The boiler and other utilities are in the basement. I personally supervised the engineers I hired from my company to install them. Now that we're starting to use electric lighting, this castle will be as modern as any residence in my world. Lighting, huh? Napoleon murmured in contemplation. I remember you listed a light bulb in one of your lists. You have a rough idea of how it works, right? Perhaps we can try to manufacture it before the government sends me to the front. Are there any other renovations you want to show me? That's about it. A flicker of excitement shone in Sheilah's eyes. However, I still want to take you to see something. She led Napoleon upstairs to a double door, pushed it open, and they stepped into a familiar room. This is the bedroom. It still looks the same as when I left. What changes did you make here? As the door closed behind them, Napoleon turned to face Sheila, only to be startled by her sudden move. She swiftly pushed him onto the bed. Napoleon was caught off guard, stumbled backward, and sat down on the edge of the soft mattress. Sheila straddled Napoleon's thighs, her slender arms wrapped around his neck, leaning in close. Nothing much has changed in the bedroom, darling. You told me earlier that we could continue after we got home. Well, we're here now. Napoleon felt a bit uncomfortable with Sheila's sudden change in demeanor. When he had been in the carriage earlier, Sheila was still shy and reserved, but here she was so proactive and confident. It reminded him of how she used to whisper seductively to him in this very room. Then followed a fervent and wild night. It had been 2 weeks since Napoleon arrived at the Château de Chantilly, and he found himself being meticulously cared for by Shira. In the luxurious dressing room adorned with mirrors and opulent fabrics, Shira meticulously organized Napoleon's wardrobe with focused attention. She had a series of suits tailored for him. After the final adjustments, she stepped back to admire her work. As she appraised Napoleon in the perfectly fitted suit, a warm smile spread across her face. "Now you look truly noble and handsome," Shira exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Napoleon looked at himself in the gilded mirror, his sharp eyes scrutinizing his reflection. The gray three-piece suit accentuated his powerful aura. The bespoke cut highlighted his broad shoulders and slender waist. The black dress shirt contrasted with the soft tones, adding a touch of mystery and charm. "Well, I must admit this suit you made is indeed good," Napoleon praised. "So this is what the wealthy and powerful wear in your era." "Yes, I've made more clothes for you, Napoleon." Shira's voice was soft and affectionate. She embraced Napoleon from behind. "Consider it a gift for accompanying me through 9 rounds," she added playfully. Napoleon turned his head, slightly meeting Shira's gaze in the mirror. A glint of amusement flickered in his eyes as he caught her teasing tone. "Next time, please be gentle with me, okay? If you hurt my hip, I'm afraid I might not be able to serve the French army," Napoleon said with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll be gentle," Shira replied, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "I wouldn't want a sore hip to affect your ability to lead the French army." Napoleon laughed, a rare moment of lightness in his strenuous life. Shira's playful words became a welcome respite from his heavy workload. Napoleon cleared his throat and spoke. "So do you have what I asked for ready?" Shira nodded. "Yes, they are at the train station awaiting our arrival." "We should set off." Shira then turned and called out to the door, "Mr. Beaumont, please prepare the carriage. We are leaving." "Understood, mademoiselle." Beaumont's voice came from outside the dressing room door. As Napoleon and Shira left the opulent dressing room, Beaumont greeted them standing beside an elegant carriage. Its deep blue body gleamed in the afternoon sunlight. Beaumont opened the carriage door. Napoleon extended his hand to assist Shira, guiding her gracefully into the carriage, then followed her in. Once seated, the door closed behind them. The horses began to pull the carriage forward slowly, their hooves rhythmically clopping on the cobblestone street, producing a soothing symphony that set the pace for their journey. Inside the carriage, Napoleon was reading his notebook filled with technical drawings. As he flipped through the sketches, Shira snuggled close, resting her head lightly on Napoleon's shoulder. "What rifle design have you come up with? Can I see it?" Shira asked, curious about the intriguing sketches that captivated Napoleon's attention. "This," Napoleon pointed to the design sketch. "It's a prototype of a new bolt-action rifle. Based on the general information about weapons you gave me over the past 2 weeks, it will feature a design ahead of its time. Since the start of the war, the French army, and even our enemies, have been racing to create a new weapon to gain an advantage over their opponents. If this rifle is made, it will be a game changer." "Sorry, I could only give you general information, not specific details," Shira said. "It's fine, I've already figured it out." Napoleon's weapon design drew inspiration from the Krag-Jorgensen repeating bolt-action rifle, which he had systematically studied during his stay at the Chantilly castle. It featured a simplified bolt mechanism enabling faster firing and reloading, or moreover its barrel incorporated precision-cut rifling grooves to enhance accuracy and extend the rifle's effective range. Though Sheila offered abundant assistance, he could not yet fully harness the blessings bestowed upon him by the goddess. Doing so would risk exposing his true identity. Napoleon sought to resolve this dilemma swiftly, so as to introduce more advanced concepts into this world and elevate himself to greater heights. An hour later, the couple arrived in Paris and entered the steam locomotive works. The air hung thick with the scent of steam, rhythmic clanks, and whirs of machinery rose and fell in waves. The workshop bustled with activity. Engineers, mechanics, and laborers moved purposefully among colossal locomotives and carriages. Napoleon and Sheila descended from their carriage, their eyes sweeping across the teeming scene before them. The works sprawled as a vast, intricate, complex rail tracks crisscrossed repair bays, towering water tanks loomed overhead, and locomotives hung suspended from gantries. Steam billowed from their boilers, weaving a delicate mist through the air. They were met by the workshop superintendent, a middle-aged man weathered by years of toil, wearing a worn-out flat cap, clipboard in hand, who approached with a respectful nod. "General Miss," he greeted, "welcome to the Paris Steam Locomotive Works. We have long awaited your arrival." "Henry, are the mechanics we requested all present?" Napoleon asked. "Yes, sir. Though they are on duty, I can summon them immediately," Henry replied, his voice edged with urgency, then swiftly gestured to a group of mechanics working nearby on a locomotive, signaling them to join the assembly. "Yes, sir. Though they are on duty, I can summon them immediately," Henry replied, his voice edged with urgency, then swiftly gestured to a group of mechanics working nearby on a locomotive, signaling them to join the assembly. Dressed in oil-stained overalls and gripping an array of tools, the mechanics approached Napoleon and Sheila with quiet curiosity and deep respect. Having heard rumors of the legendary General Napoleon Bonaparte's imminent visit, they now stood face to face with him, ready to lend their expertise. "Allow me to introduce them," Henry said, extending an arm toward the mechanics. "This is Etienne, the master of our lathes. Pierre excels at milling operations while Jacques commands unmatched mastery in forging. Whatever you envision, they will bring it to life." Napoleon nodded approvingly, his gaze sweeping across the diligent artisans before him. Their calloused hands and resolute expression spoke volumes about their devotion to craft and unwavering professionalism. Men who had served the company since its founding 9 years prior, rendering Henry's praise, not hyperbole but simple truth. "Let me be direct. I require each of you to manufacture something for me." Napoleon opened his notebook to a specific page and unveiled technical schematics of every component of the Krag-Jorgensen Model 1895 carbine. "This is a new rifle you are to build. Yours is 1 week to complete it." Etienne, Pierre, and Jacques leaned in closer, scanning the intricate blueprints with reverent focus and steely determination. "Sir, this rifle you've drawn appears radically unlike any other design. Is it a matchlock?" "No," Napoleon shook his head. "As stated, it is a novel bolt-action rifle. And observe this." He turned to another page revealing exquisitely detailed schematics of the 858mm RD cartridge. "I require 100 of these, within the same deadline. Of course, I shall oversee the entire process alongside you. Should you deliver on time, I shall pay you 2 months' wages." Etienne, Pierre, and Jacques exchanged glances, eyes alight with exhilaration and resolve. To be entrusted with such a commission by General Napoleon Bonaparte was an honor beyond imagination. "Sir, we accept this task," Etienne declared, voice firm and unwavering. "We pledge our utmost effort to complete both rifle and ammunition within the stipulated time." Napoleon nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. I have full confidence in your abilities. Now, let us discuss how to build it from the very first step." Under Napoleon Bonaparte's watchful gaze, 3 shrewd workers at the power locomotive factory began the intricate task of manufacturing components for the revolutionary Norwegian Krag-Jorgensen 1895 repeating bolt-action rifle. As the manufacturing process unfolded, Napoleon observed the skilled craftsmanship of these accomplished artisans. Etienne, the lathe master, deftly machined the barrel and bolt handle. Pierre, the milling master, meticulously shaped the receiver's exterior, carving out the required contours, bolt races, magazine ports, trigger guards, and bolt handle recesses with unwavering precision. Meanwhile, Jacques forged the initial blanks from which the receivers would later be machined. Napoleon had given the 3 men a deadline of 3 weeks, but merely 10 days into the project they had already produced a prototype of the Norwegian Krag-Jorgensen 1895 rifle. Clearly, he had underestimated these exceptional craftsmen and their dedication. The sample rifle stood before Napoleon, a powerful testament to their exquisite skill and remarkable efficiency. Napoleon carefully examined the rifle, marveling at its intricate details and precision craftsmanship. The barrel machined by Etienne featured a flawless bore and rifling of exceptional accuracy. The bolt handle, also crafted on Etienne's lathe, was a masterpiece of ergonomic design. Smooth to operate and comfortable to grip, Napoleon's gaze shifted to the receiver, where Pierre's meticulous milling work immediately caught his attention. The receiver's silhouette was elegant, its form and function seamlessly integrated. Pierre's masterful craftsmanship was evident in the precisely machined bolt races, which ensured the bolt's effortless, seamless movement and optimal performance. The magazine port's trigger guard and bolt handle recesses fit together flawlessly, a testament to Pierre's command of the milling machine. "What do you think, sir?" Etienne asked. Napoleon took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. "Etienne, Pierre, Jacques." Napoleon began, his voice brimming with admiration. "The accomplishments you have achieved in such a brief period are truly astonishing. The prototype rifle you have produced far exceeds my expectations. The precision, craftsmanship, and attention to detail demonstrated in this rifle are truly extraordinary." A faint smile graced Etienne's lips as he glanced at Pierre and Jacques, whose faces also beamed with pride. They had poured their technical expertise and passion into this project, and now their efforts were being recognized by a celebrated general of the French Republic. "But what of the ammunition? Where are the bullets?" Napoleon asked. Upon hearing the question about ammunition, Etienne smiled confidently and gestured toward a nearby table, where a neat stack of precisely manufactured cartridges was displayed. "We produced these bullets in just 1 day, Etienne explained, a hint of pride in his tone. "However, due to the shortage of smokeless powder you provided 2 days ago, we were only able to produce a limited batch of 20 rounds. Napoleon nodded understandingly. He could only provide them with 500 grams of smokeless powder, as Antoine Lavoisier, responsible for manufacturing the powder, was facing challenges in producing larger quantities within such a short time frame. "No matter, gentlemen," Napoleon said with a dismissive wave of his hand, putting their concerns to rest. "We do not need many, for we still have tests to conduct." With that, he asked, "Would you like to see this rifle perform in the field?" Etienne, Pierre, and Jacques exchanged glances, their excitement plainly visible. This was an opportunity they could not afford to miss. They nodded in unison. Yes, sir. We would be honored to witness its performance firsthand. Napoleon led the way toward a nearby range equipped for firearms testing, with the 3 craftsmen following closely behind, carrying the prototype rifle and a small supply of ammunition. On their way to the range, they encountered Sheila and Henry, who appeared to be deep in discussion. Hey, Napoleon! Sheila called out, waving, her eyes falling upon the rifle in Napoleon's hands. Looks like you've finished ahead of schedule. Indeed. What are you two discussing? Well, the same old problem. Henry explained. Headquarters has tasked us with building more steam locomotives to facilitate the transport of troops to the front lines. They also require the expansion of the urban railway network, meaning more rail lines must be constructed. In return, they are compensating us with bonds and guaranteeing future payment. I see. Then carry on. We will need those railways soon. I sense this war will not end anytime soon. A note of concern colored Napoleon's voice. Do not worry, Napoleon. We will strive to meet these demands. By the way, may I accompany you? I would like to see the rifle's performance. I see no reason why not, Napoleon replied, and they continued toward the testing ground. Upon arriving at the testing ground, Napoleon gestured for Etienne to step forward. Give me 6 bullets. Etienne handed over the requested ammunition. As Napoleon was about to load the bullets into the magazine, he noticed the curious expression on Etienne's face. What's wrong? Sir, I'm curious. Shouldn't the bullets be spherical? Napoleon paused, raising an eyebrow and chuckling inwardly. It was understandable that people of this era would be puzzled by the bullets used in the new rifle, for they were accustomed to the traditional spherical musket balls. Etienne, you make a very valid point. Napoleon explained to him. The bullets for this rifle are indeed different from the traditional spherical projectiles we're accustomed to. They are not round, but rather feature a more advanced design. Our bullets here are rimmed bottleneck cartridges. The bullet's top connects with the casing, designed to adapt to the rifling inside the barrel, ensuring a proper seal for more accurate and stable flight. Before we begin, I'd like to ask you a question. What is the effective range of a musket? Etienne thought for a moment, then replied, about 100 yards. You're correct. Napoleon confirmed. Now I'd like you to guess the effective range of this rifle. Perhaps 200 to 300 yards. Etienne guessed. Very well, let's see if your guess holds up. Napoleon smiled, glancing at one of the 3 men. Jacques, I want you to place the target at 550 yards. When Napoleon mentioned this distance, all 3 men's eyes widened in disbelief. Sir, that's too far. I don't believe the rifle can hit a target at such a distance. Jacques frowned, expressing his concern. Napoleon smiled, clearly enjoying the skepticism in their expressions. Don't you truly believe it? Then go ahead and set it up, and we'll see if the bullet can't reach that distance. Napoleon said mischievously, with a playful challenge directed at Jacques. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Jacques followed Napoleon's instructions and positioned the target at the designated distance. After Jacques retreated to a safe distance, Napoleon loaded 6 bullets into the rifle's magazine slot and racked the bolt. He raised the rifle steadily, aligned his eye with the iron sight, took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, then slowly exhaled as his finger gently rested on the trigger. With a light squeeze, the first gunshot echoed across the range, the rifle's report shattering the silence and drawing a collective gasp from the onlookers. The bullet sped through the air, its trajectory guided by the rifling in the barrel. As the bullet flew toward the target, time seemed to slow, and then, to everyone's astonishment, the bullet struck the target with a loud thud. I forgot to bring binoculars. Can someone fetch me a pair? Napoleon asked for binoculars, so Pierre went back to the warehouse to find a pair. 5 minutes later, Pierre returned with a pair of binoculars and handed them to Napoleon. Napoleon quickly observed the target through the binoculars. When he saw the results of his shooting, a slow smile spread across his face. The bullet had hit the target precisely right in the chest. Etienne, would you like to take a look? Napoleon handed the binoculars to Etienne. Etienne eagerly took the binoculars and aimed at the target. When he looked through the lens, his eyes widened in surprise. It's incredible, sir. Etienne couldn't help but exclaim, and he passed the binoculars to Pierre and Jacques, so they could witness the remarkable shot as well. Both craftsmen were equally amazed by the rifle's accuracy at such a long distance. The 3 men exchanged excited glances, pride and joy evident on their faces. The weapon they had crafted had exceeded their expectations, and now they had seen its extraordinary performance with their own eyes. Napoleon still wore a smile from the successful shot. He turned to Sheila and winked. Sheila, would you like to take a look? No need, dear. Sheila chuckled softly. I already know how skilled you are with a rifle, but you can astonish me one more time. Napoleon smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He turned his attention back to the rifle, preparing to fire again. All 3 of you better step back a bit. After Napoleon spoke, the 3 immediately took a step back. Once they were at a safe distance, Napoleon spoke again. All three of you, I want to ask you another question. How long does it take a skilled musketman to reload a musket? Etienne, Pierre, and Jacques exchanged glances, pondering Napoleon's question. They had witnessed firsthand the time-consuming process of loading a musket, measuring the powder, placing the ball, and loading the pan. The entire procedure could take a minute, and if the soldier lacked experience or was under pressure, it might take even longer. After a moment's thought, Etienne boldly replied, "Sir, a skilled musketeer typically needs about a minute to reload." Napoleon nodded in agreement, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He was well aware of the limitations of muskets in terms of firing rate and efficiency. "Very well, my friends, I believe it is time for another demonstration," Napoleon announced, his voice brimming with anticipation. Etienne, Pierre, and Jacques exchanged curious glances, their interest piqued. They could sense Napoleon harboring some extraordinary idea, and they eagerly anticipated what was to come. Napoleon swiftly rotated the bolt handle, opening the bolt and sliding it backward. The trio watched intently as the extractor ejected the spent casing from the rifle, the bolt moving smoothly and rapidly with the assistance of a powerful spring. As the bolt reached its rearward position, the magazine follower pushed a fresh cartridge upward, and the bolt was driven forward at the precise moment, locking into place and readying the weapon for the next shot. Napoleon pulled the trigger, and the three men were once again stunned. "Did you see that?" Etienne panted. "He fired another shot in just seconds." Pierre exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "And did you notice there's no thick smoke coming from the barrel? Do you think it's because of smokeless powder?" Napoleon's smile widened at Jacques' keen observation, and he nodded in confirmation. "Yes, Jacques, you're quite right. The absence of thick smoke is indeed due to the use of smokeless powder. Compared to traditional black powder, smokeless powder burns more efficiently, producing significantly less smoke and residue. This not only improves the shooter's visibility but also reduces fouling in the barrel, making shots more stable and accurate. The demonstration is concluded. As agreed, I will pay you 2 months' wages. Moreover, you will have the opportunity to work in Sheila's new enterprise." "A new enterprise?" the three said in unison. "That's right," Sheila said. "We will mass-produce these rifles for the French army, and you three will be the first employees. However, my dear, I think we should first demonstrate this rifle to the military department." "Very well, let us go now." Sheila tightly linked her arm with Napoleon's as they strolled toward the exit, her tone filled with admiration. "Congratulations on another remarkable achievement. Indeed, you have surpassed the Napoleon I studied in the history of my world." Napoleon smiled modestly and shook his head. "I dare not say so. The Napoleon you admire achieved extraordinary things that command reverence. We may have our own unique differences." A mischievous smile played on Sheila's lips. "Well, that is true. Considering I have given you a glimpse of the future, I think you have the advantage." She couldn't help but laugh. "But tell me, do you think the National Convention will be open to our sudden visit?" A confident gleam sparkled in Napoleon's eyes. "If we show them a promising new weapon, they will surely welcome us with open arms. France currently faces the combined forces of Europe's monarchies. Spain to the south, Britain to the north, Austria to the east, and Naples as well. Well, once France begins adopting this rifle, none of that will matter." As Napoleon spoke, a hint of concern appeared on Sheila's face. "What's wrong?" Napoleon asked. "I feel that introducing this weapon too early in this era will completely alter the course of history. Things may unfold the same way now, but the future could be different. However, I am not worried. I believe that with these weapons France can dominate any nation. It's just—" Sheila paused, searching for the right words. "I'm afraid you may not become the Napoleon the First want." "What kind of Napoleon do you wish me to be?" Napoleon stopped and turned to face her. "I want you to become the Emperor of France." I know this sounds somewhat idealistic, but the Napoleon I read about in history books was not merely an outstanding military strategist. He was a visionary leader who brought stability, implemented reforms, and left an eternal legacy. Of course, he also made some mistakes, but in this world I can guide and support you, helping you avoid those pitfalls. Sheila explained. "From the moment we first met, I knew you were as ambitious as him." From her words alone, Napoleon could sense Sheila's obsession with the real Napoleon Bonaparte, yet he was not the true Bonaparte. He was merely an ordinary college student from the 21st century who happened to be reincarnated into Napoleon's body. Honestly, Sheila's words made him uncomfortable. "Sheila, you keep mentioning Napoleon Bonaparte from your world, and I've told you many times that I'm not him because our histories are different. Before we go, I want to ask you, do you love Napoleon Bonaparte from your world, or do you love the Napoleon standing before you now?" Sheila looked at Napoleon, her gaze searching his face for a moment. She took a deep breath, her expression softening with genuine affection. "Napoleon, I know you are not a copy of the historical figure I studied. But in my heart, I have already begun to appreciate you as a person. Your unique qualities, your ambition, your intelligence, and the way you adapt to this new world are what draw me to you. A look of relief and warmth spread across Napoleon's face. He reached out and gently brushed Sheila's cheek. And you, Sheila? Napoleon asked softly, his voice full of anticipation. Do you love the man standing before you regardless of his historical identity? Sheila smiled, her eyes sparkling with deep affection. She placed her hand in Napoleon's, leaning into his touch. I love the man standing before me, Napoleon. She whispered tenderly. I'm sorry if I keep mentioning him, but it is because he is the inspiration that led me to you. In my world, Napoleon Bonaparte is a symbol of ambition, wisdom, and resilience. And now you are here embodying these qualities in your own unique way. Very well, Sheila. I do dream of leading France and making it better than the current government, Napoleon said thoughtfully. There are many matters that need to be addressed. However, I am not yet clear about whether I should become emperor in the future. I must consider the rights and legitimacy of this position. After all, I am not even French. I was born on the island of Corsica, which was invaded by France a year before my birth. Perhaps I should start by aspiring to become president. This decision is not entirely based on your dreams or expectations for me, but something I have made after careful consideration. Do you understand what I mean? Sheila nodded, her eyes filled with understanding and respect. She held tightly to Napoleon's arm and continued walking beside him. That's wonderful. Finally, the two of them arrived at the carriage. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the National Convention headquarters at the Tuileries Palace. As they stepped down from the carriage, Napoleon extended his hand to help the elegant Sheila dismount gracefully. Napoleon tightly gripped the leather case containing the rifle with his left hand, leading Sheila toward the entrance of the Tuileries Palace. As they approached the gates, two guards raised their hands, signaling them to stop. I beg your pardon, sir and madam, only authorized personnel may enter this area, the guard said. Can't you see I am wearing the uniform of the French army? I am Brigadier General Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon Bonaparte, the guard repeated. Are you the one who successfully commanded the siege of Toulon? Yes, indeed, it was I, Napoleon confirmed with a nod. We wish to see the Committee on Armaments, Ordnance and Mining. We have something important to show them. It is urgent, soldier. The guard exchanged a quick glance with his companion, then nodded in agreement. Very well, Brigadier General Bonaparte. I will notify the committee of your arrival. Please wait here for a moment. Napoleon and Sheila stood patiently watching as the guard disappeared through the entrance of the Tuileries Palace. A few minutes later, the guard returned with an officer in formal military attire. The officer approached Napoleon and bowed respectfully. Brigadier General Bonaparte, I am Captain Laurent in charge of security matters. I have been informed that you wish to see the Committee on Armaments, Ordnance and Mining. Please follow me. Napoleon and Sheila followed Captain Laurent through the entrance and into the magnificent hall of the palace. Finally, they arrived at a large conference hall where the Committee on Armaments, Ordnance and Mining held its sessions. The meeting room was filled with representatives engaged in heated discussion and debate. As Napoleon entered, all eyes turned toward him, curiosity plainly evident. Napoleon paused, briefly surveyed the room, then stepped forward with commanding authority. Gentlemen, I am Napoleon Bonaparte, currently serving as Brigadier General of the French army stationed in Italy. Is that so? A man rose to his feet, meeting Napoleon's gaze. I am Lazare Carnot, head of this committee. I have heard of your outstanding achievements at Toulon and Sorgues. Your military talent is truly impressive. Moreover, your innovative thinking has made tremendous contributions to our nation, particularly with the invention of the telegraph, which has completely transformed long-distance communication. Now please tell me, why are you in such a hurry to see us? I have come to demonstrate this rifle, Napoleon replied, bringing the leather case forward and carefully opening it to reveal the Norwegian Krag Jorgensen 1895 rifle. This rifle is too short, it does not resemble a musket. Carnot interrupted, examining the rifle with curiosity. Indeed, it is shorter than our current standard issue Charleville musket. But do not focus on its appearance. Focus on its performance. If you would permit, may I demonstrate it in the courtyard outside the palace? The committee members exchanged skeptical glances, uncertain how to regard Napoleon's proposal. Chairman Lazare Carnot stroked his chin thoughtfully before responding. Very well, Brigadier General Bonaparte, Carnot said cautiously. If you believe this rifle is superior in performance, then I am willing to witness its capabilities with my own eyes. However, I must make it clear that while we remain open to innovation, any new weapon must undergo comprehensive evaluation before being adopted by the French military. Napoleon nodded, appreciating Carnot's prudent approach. Of course, Mr. Carnot. 30 minutes later, the committee was astonished by the rifle's performance. This repeating bolt-action rifle far exceeded their expectations. Compared to the traditional muskets they were accustomed to using, its precision, range, and rapid-fire capability were unmatched. The National Convention will certainly be delighted to hear this news, Carnot said, filled with awe and excitement. This weapon could potentially turn the tide of war, General. Would you be willing to sell this rifle? Of course I am willing. I hope our infantry can be equipped with this rifle, Napoleon nodded. In that case, I will notify the other members of the committee. Once they reach a decision, I will send you a telegram. Carnot's face lit up with joy. I have no objections. December 17, 1794. Within the magnificent Château de Chantilly, Napoleon Bonaparte sat fully absorbed in his office, carefully sketching the drafts of his latest project. Over the past few months, he had devoted himself entirely to the field of science and technology, leading a series of groundbreaking research endeavors. These included developing spark-gap radio, overseeing the construction of state-of-the-art factories for producing advanced rifles, and even establishing a dedicated laboratory for Antoine Lavoisier to conduct experiments and test Napoleon's innovative ideas. Just as Napoleon was busy writing technical drawings and calculations, a knock on the heavy wooden door interrupted his concentration. He looked up from his work in surprise, his sharp gaze fixed on the doorway. "Enter," he commanded. The door creaked open, revealing the figure of Beaumont, the castle steward, who entered carrying a silver tray with a sealed letter upon it. Napoleon recognized the official seal of the National Convention embossed on the envelope, and his curiosity was piqued. "General Bonaparte, this letter is from the National Convention for you," Beaumont said, respectfully placing the tray on Napoleon's desk. Napoleon frowned slightly, reached out to take the letter, and with a mix of anticipation and trepidation broke the seal and unfolded the parchment within. As his eyes scanned the lines, a surge of complex emotions welled up within his heart. "Dear Brigadier General Napoleon Bonaparte, I hope this letter finds you in good health and high spirits. With heavy heart, I convey to you the decision of the Committee on Armaments, Ordnance and Mining. After thorough review and discussion regarding your proposal to adopt the repeating bolt-action rifle as the new standard weapon of the French military, the committee has reached the following decision. After careful consideration, the committee regrettably decides to reject your proposal. I understand that given your dedication and effort in this undertaking, this news may disappoint you. However, I assure you that this decision was made after comprehensive consideration of all factors and concerns. The committee underscored several reasons behind this decision. First and foremost, it expressed concern over the manufacturing cost of the repeating bolt-action rifle. The financial implications of producing and distributing large quantities of such rifles would place an immense strain upon our limited resources. In these trying times, prudent allocation of funds is imperative. Prioritizing the nation's most urgent needs remains paramount. Furthermore, the committee hesitated to depart from traditional flintlock muskets, a cornerstone of the French military for centuries. Given the rifle's novel mechanical architecture and distinct loading procedure, they questioned whether our soldiers could swiftly adapt to this unfamiliar armament. Moreover, the committee cast doubt upon the rifle's long-term reliability and durability, stressing the necessity of extensive field testing to validate its efficacy across diverse combat scenarios. Amid the pressing urgency of the current war, they deemed it vital to channel resources into proven technologies and act decisively, key to the success of our military operations. I wish to assure you that the committee deeply values your dedication and visionary foresight in enhancing our military capabilities. Though your proposal cannot be realized at present, your innovative thinking and leadership remain invaluable assets to our nation. We encourage you to continue exploring improvements and advancements aligned with the Army's current requirements and constraints. Should you wish to discuss this matter further or require clarification, please do not hesitate to contact the committee. Your feedback and insights remain of utmost importance to us, and we stand ready to support you in all future endeavors. With the highest respect and sincerest gratitude, Lazare Carnot, Committee of Arms, Powder and Mining, National Convention. After reading the letter, Napoleon clenched his fist and crumpled it into a tight ball. "They used to love it so much," Napoleon murmured, his voice heavy with frustration and disbelief. He recalled those animated discussions, live demonstrations, and the hopeful responses he had received from various members of the National Convention. How initial enthusiasm had inexplicably curdled into hesitation and outright rejection. "What went wrong, sir?" Beaumont asked cautiously. "The National Convention has rejected my repeating bolt-action rifle," Napoleon replied, his tone laced with dejection. "So we shall fight Europe's coalitions with flintlocks." Napoleon paused in quiet contemplation before speaking. "Very well. If they refuse, then so be it." Sir, do you not intend to appeal their decision?" Beaumont asked in astonishment. Napoleon shook his head. "No. Their reasoning is sound. Yet clearly they are not yet prepared to embrace so profound a transformation. I must respect their verdict, though it grieves me deeply. Still, this does not mean I will abandon my invention." That year Napoleon wielded little political influence. Thus any proposals for reform he submitted to the government were either ignored outright or dismissed with polite indifference. "I need to speak with Gila," Napoleon said. "Can you summon her immediately?" Beaumont nodded and swiftly left the room. Within minutes Gila entered. her gaze flickering briefly over the crumpled letter in Napoleon's hand, instantly grasping his disappointment. "Napoleon, what happened?" she asked, her concern palpable. Napoleon sighed, recounting the rejection of his proposal. When he finished, Hela fell silent for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly as she sank into quiet reflection. "So they refused it. What a pity. We've already invested substantial capital in constructing new facilities for mass production." A faint note of regret tinged Hela's expression before she continued, "Never mind. Though they reject it now, the day will come when the true potential of your rifle is fully recognized. This is no waste." "I think so too," Napoleon nodded. "We do not rely solely on these rifles. We also supply the government with steam locomotives and telegraph equipment. Still, I'm feeling rather low. I wonder, Hela, would you sit on my lap for a while?" "Of course, my love." A tender smile softened Hela's features as she gracefully settled onto Napoleon's lap. Instantly, he enfolded her in his arms. Napoleon rested his cheek against Hela's back, inhaling the delicate, ever-present scent of lavender that seemed to linger around her. A soft, warm, profoundly comforting presence radiating gentle solace. "You smell exquisite, Hela," Napoleon whispered softly. "Do I truly?" Hela laughed, a light melodious trill like music itself, and added, "I noticed this is your favorite perfume, so I wore it especially today." Napoleon chuckled softly, breathing in the soothing aroma of lavender. His frustration momentarily dissolved. After a few seconds, Hela broke the silence. "Napoleon, there's something I must confess." "What is it?" Napoleon's curiosity stirred. Sensing the shift in her tone, he tightened his embrace, drawing her closer still. Hela drew a deep breath, her voice trembling faintly. "I think I may be pregnant." Napoleon's eyes widened in astonishment as he instinctively pulled Sheila close. A complex tide of emotions surging within him. Joy, worry, and a hint of nervousness. A warmth spread through his body, and in an instant the heavy burden of his recent rejection vanished without a trace. "Pregnant," Napoleon repeated. "Well, I'm not surprised at all. After all, we're together almost every day. Is this your reaction?" Sheila pouted, taken aback by Napoleon's response. She had expected something more heartfelt, more emotional on his part, just as she was. She had been nervous sharing the news, uncertain of how he would react, but his tepid reply caught her completely off guard. Napoleon quickly realized his casual response might come across as cold. He released his embrace of Sheila and gently turned her to face him, his expression softening. No, Sheila, please don't misunderstand," Napoleon said, sincerely cupping her face in both hands. "It's simply that the timing of this news, coming right after my rifle proposal was rejected, is quite unexpected. You're going to be a mother." A trace of excitement still lingered in his voice. A smile bloomed on Sheila's face, comforted by Napoleon's explanation, and warmed by his genuine enthusiasm. She placed her hand over his, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Yes, Napoleon," she replied. "Are you ready to be a father? What did I tell you before? I will take responsibility, right?" "Of course I've considered my role as a father," Napoleon replied with a warm smile. "This also means I must marry you, for a child born out of wedlock is seen as a stain on one's honor." What Napoleon said was not without truth. In late 18th century France, social norms and customs placed great importance on marriage. When a woman became pregnant, it was generally expected that the couple would marry formally. Though not an absolute legal requirement, it was widely believed that a man who impregnated a woman should marry her, legitimize the child, and provide social and economic support. Marriage was regarded as a crucial institution in French society, and children born out of wedlock were typically viewed as a blemish on a woman's and her family's reputation. To maintain social standing and avoid scandal, custom dictated that the man who impregnated her must take responsibility and marry her. Hearing Napoleon suddenly mention marriage, Sheila's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected him to propose so quickly, especially given the circumstances. Her heart beat with both excitement and nervousness. "Napoleon, are you proposing to me?" "I did plan to propose in the future, but given the current circumstances, I believe now is the right time for a formal proposal," Napoleon replied, his gaze unwavering. "Sheila, you are the love of my life, my confidant, and now the mother of my child. I wish to build a strong and stable family for our future. I can't imagine a better companion than you. Will you marry me?" Tears of joy welled up in Sheila's eyes, her heart overflowing with love for the man before her. She had dreamed of this moment, but never expected it to unfold quite like this. Yet the circumstances mattered little. What truly counted was the deep bond she shared with Napoleon, and the prospect of building a beautiful life together. With a radiant smile, Sheila nodded and whispered, "Yes, Napoleon, 1,000 times yes. All I've ever wanted is to be your wife and the mother of our child." A joyful smile spread across Napoleon's face as Sheila's answer confirmed his hopes. He pulled her tightly into his embrace and kissed her passionately, pouring all his love and excitement into that moment. Deep within, Napoleon reflected that, in the original timeline, His wife Josephine had borne him no children. Yet in this parallel reality Sheila would become his wife and the mother of his children, a shift that would alter the course of his life and potentially reshape France's future. In his view, within this parallel world, he was forging his own destiny. June 17, 1795. Now Napoleon gradually assumed most of the responsibilities formerly borne by Sheila, from meticulously managing the company's operations to thoughtfully arranging their personal lives, leaving Sheila to step back into a more strategic leadership role. Napoleon, truly I can still contribute. Sheila pleaded in the office as Napoleon read through a business report. Haven't I told you I'll handle everything? Napoleon lifted his gaze and met hers. These tasks will only burden you. I wish to spare you all stress, especially now that you carry our child. As he spoke, Sheila gently rested her hand upon her abdomen. Her belly had grown markedly with advancing pregnancy, and her due date drew near. Napoleon, do you think we're expecting twins? Sheila asked, her belly appearing larger than usual and strange fetal movements stirring within. A look of startled joy flickered across Napoleon's face. He set aside the report and moved to Sheila's side, placing his hand tenderly over her belly. Twins. Your belly has indeed swelled considerably, my love, he murmured with a soft smile. Alas, we cannot confirm it yet. In my time physicians could discern gender and verify whether we truly carried twins. Sheila spoke with a tinge of wistfulness. Truly, how convenient, Napoleon murmured softly. Just as they basked in quiet happiness, Beaumont entered Napoleon's office. Apologies, sir. Is this an inconvenient moment? Beaumont inquired. Napoleon turned his gaze toward Beaumont, who had interrupted their intimate repose. Not at all, Beaumont. Napoleon replied with a reassuring smile. What brings you here? Beaumont cleared his throat, a faint flush coloring his cheeks. My apologies for the intrusion, sir. But your mother has arrived along with your elder brother Joseph Bonaparte. At this news, Napoleon's smile broadened. He and Sheila had invited them to the chateau to announce momentous news. Mother and Joseph are here, Napoleon exclaimed. Please escort them to the drawing room, and ensure the staff extends every courtesy. Beaumont nodded and departed swiftly, leaving Napoleon and Sheila exchanging a glance brimming with shared anticipation. Are you ready, my love? Ready. Sheila nodded firmly. Hand in hand they walked toward the drawing room, to reunite with Napoleon's mother and brother, their footsteps echoing down the chateau's grand sunlit corridors. Upon entering the drawing room, Napoleon found his mother and brother Joseph, surveying the chateau's interior, clearly awestruck by its magnificence. Letizia's eyes shimmered with wonder, while Joseph's lips curved into an appreciative smile. It had been many years since they last saw Napoleon, when he returned to Corsica after graduation. Napoleon approached with Sheila, their hands still clasped tightly. Mother Joseph. Welcome. His voice resonated with pride and unfeigned joy. I'm overjoyed you've both come. Letizia turned to her son. Napoleon, my dearest. She drew near, embracing him warmly, and whispering, my heart warms anew at seeing you, my son. Mother, so does mine, Napoleon replied. Then turned to Joseph, who watched the tender reunion with a quiet, knowing smile. Napoleon. Joseph said softly. Brother. Napoleon's smile deepened, rich with emotion, and they embraced fiercely. A bond reaffirmed in that silent, powerful embrace. So, what momentous news awaits us? Joseph asked, glancing toward Sheila. Well, as I mentioned in my letter, I have an announcement to make. Brother, mother. I am to marry Sheila. No sooner had the words left Napoleon's lips than Letizia and Joseph gasped in unison. Letizia recovered first, her face radiant with delight. What else can I say? Of course I support your decision. Is she with child? And how far along? At his mother's question, Napoleon's expression softened into warm affection. 6 months. She is expected to deliver in September. I raise no objection to your choice, brother Joseph interjected. I've heard much about her. Was it you who built this enterprise into what it is today? I must say, you are a shrewd and formidable businesswoman. Sheila's cheeks flushed at Joseph's praise, her heart swelling with quiet pride and gratitude. Her tireless partnership with Napoleon had forged their industrial empire, and Joseph's recognition meant more to her than words could convey. Thank you, Joseph, she replied sincerely. I understand you serve on the Council of Elders. Joseph nodded. Indeed, that is correct. I've long devoted myself to politics and public service. It seems we each seek to leave our mark upon the world, though by different paths. He paused, his expression thoughtful. I must admit, Sheila, achieving such distinction in commerce demands extraordinary strength and resolve. Now I understand why Napoleon holds you in such high regard. Sheila's smile brightened, touched deeply by his understanding. Thank you, Joseph. Your words mean more to me than I can express. How fare my brothers and sisters? Napoleon asked. Oh, they all thrive, Letizia answered warmly. Caroline and Elisa flourish. Caroline pursues politics with fervent engagement in civic causes, while Elisa displays exceptional artistic talent, devoting herself to music. As for Jerome, Lucien, Pauline, and Louis, they too grow steadily in their chosen callings. Jerome, enlisted in the army, or Lucien excels in law, or Pauline has become a celebrated social figure, and Louis reveals promising literary gifts. Napoleon listened intently, a surge of quiet pride rising within him as he heard of his siblings' accomplishments. True to their lineage, each had carved their own path and excelled within it. He knew with certainty that Lucien and Joseph, his two brothers, would prove indispensable as he ascended to the pinnacle of power. When shall the wedding take place? Joseph asked. I hope to hold it next week. The political climate in France grows volatile, and the National Convention may summon me to service at any moment. Napoleon replied, urgency threading his voice. I refuse to delay further. I wish Gila to be my wife before chaos descends. Gila gazed at Napoleon, her cheeks faintly flushed upon hearing his words. And where shall the ceremony be held? Letizia asked curiously. Napoleon considered briefly. A simple venue will suffice. I believe the Hotel de Mondragon would be ideal. Very well, Napoleon. Letizia nodded in agreement. June 25th. Napoleon and Sheila arrived at the Montarguden Hotel. They stepped down from the carriage, Napoleon leading the way as he extended a hand to help Sheila descend with gentleness. Standing at the entrance of the Montarguden Hotel, their gazes met, brimming with anticipation and affection. The Montarguden Hotel served as their chosen wedding venue, and it was also where the genuine Napoleon Bonaparte had wed his wife Josephine. As they stood at the entrance, Napoleon's heart surged with emotion. He could not help but reflect on the parallels between his own love story and that of his namesake. Both Napoleons Bonaparte had discovered their soulmates within these magnificent walls. With a tender smile, Napoleon turned to Sheila and murmured, Are you ready? Excitement flickered in Sheila's eyes, tinged with a hint of nervousness. She drew a deep breath, feeling a surge of anticipation coursing through her veins. She looked up at Napoleon and placed her hand in his. Yes, Napoleon, she replied softly. Napoleon's gaze radiated love and reassurance. He gently squeezed her hand, offering the support she needed in that moment. Together they stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the Montarguden Hotel. As they made their way through the venue, they were greeted by the soft glow of candlelight and the fragrant aroma of flowers. The elegant decor wove an intimate and warm atmosphere, enveloping them in a cocoon of love. Napoleon's family awaited them at the end of the aisle. His mother Letizia's face radiated pride and joy, her eyes glistening with tears. His brother Joseph offered a knowing smile from afar, cheering and congratulating them. As for Sheila, she had no family to witness this momentous occasion, having left home at an early age without any relatives by her side. This wedding stood in stark contrast to the opulence and grandeur of past aristocratic ceremonies. The influence of the revolutionary government had ushered in a new era, one in which simplicity, equality, and revolutionary ideals took center stage. One notable shift was the abandonment of elaborate wedding attire. The ornate gowns and suits that had once symbolized aristocratic alliances were replaced by simple yet meaningful garments. Sheila wore a beautiful white gown, its simplicity exuding elegance and symbolizing purity and unity. Napoleon chose a well-tailored suit without excessive embellishment, reflecting his commitment to equality and the egalitarian values they held dear. As they walked toward the altar, their eyes met those of the municipal official, who would officiate their wedding in accordance with the civil code newly promulgated by the revolutionary government. Upon reaching the altar, the municipal official began the ceremony. Today we gather here to celebrate the union of Napoleon and Sheila. The official's voice resonated through the grand hall of the Montarguden Hotel, capturing the attention of all present. The official continued, in accordance with the civil code, we now proceed with the marriage vows. Do you both willingly enter into this union free from any coercion or duress? Napoleon and Sheila responded in unison, their voices steady, yes. The official then turned to Napoleon, presenting the marriage vows for him to recite. Napoleon took a deep breath and spoke to Sheila, in a calm, yet deeply emotional voice, his words carrying all his devotion and reverence. Sheila, from this day forward, I pledge to be your companion, your confidant, and your pillar of strength. I vow to stand by you through every challenge and triumph ahead, to cherish and honor you as my equal, and to support and love you with every breath I take. Tears of joy glistened in Sheila's eyes as she replied, Napoleon, I vow to be your companion, your support, and your guiding light. I promise to honor and accompany you in all your endeavors to nurture our love, and to create a sanctuary filled with trust and understanding, loving and cherishing you always. Their heartfelt words resonated deeply within the hearts of the guests, embodying the true essence of their love and the depth of their commitments. As the vows were exchanged, a profound silence fell over the entire assembly, as if the universe itself held its breath for this sacred moment. Napoleon, Sheila, by the authority vested in me, and in accordance with the civil code, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may seal your union with a kiss. With a tender smile, Napoleon closed the distance between them. His hands gently cradled Sheila's face as they leaned in. Their breaths mingled, lips met, and they shared a kiss that was both soft and passionate. As their lips parted, the room erupted in warm applause and cheers. Mr. and Mrs. Bonaparte, the municipal official declared, his voice clear and resonant. I now invite you to hear an excerpt from the civil code that governs your marriage, outlining the rights and responsibilities bestowed upon you as spouses. He opened a small book, its pages slightly worn from years of use, cleared his throat, and continued. Article 213 of the Civil Code stipulates marriage is the union of two people founded on free consent, mutual affection, and equal rights. It establishes a partnership grounded in mutual respect, support, and shared responsibility. Article 214 emphasizes the importance of loyalty and trust within this sacred bond, acknowledging the sanctity of the vows made here today. This is a pledge of unwavering fidelity to one another, a reverence for the promises freely chosen. Finally, Article 215 underscores the mutual responsibility of both spouses to contribute to each other's happiness and well-being, to support one another through joy and adversity, and to cultivate an environment of harmony and affection. After reading the legal provisions, the municipal official handed them the marriage certificate, a document symbolizing that their union was recognized by law. Napoleon and Sheila accepted the certificate with grateful smiles, their hands still clasped tightly together, their hearts overflowing with boundless joy. On this day, Napoleon and Sheila became husband and wife, bound together by love and their unwavering commitment to one another. On the evening of September 28, 1795, at the Chantilly Castle. Now push a little harder, the midwife urged gently. Sheila, her brow beaded with sweat, summoned every ounce of strength and bore down with unwavering resolve. Napoleon stood outside the birthing chamber, his heart pounding, eager yet anxious, listening to Sheila's labored breathing interwoven with the midwife's soothing voice guiding her through each contraction. Every fiber of his being yearned to stand beside Sheila, yet custom forbade men from entering the delivery room. A tradition demanded their presence remain outside, a prohibition that did nothing to ease Napoleon's mounting tension. He paced the corridor before the chamber, each minute stretching into an agonizing eternity. His mind raced with dread, for Sheila's safety in this age, maternal health care lagged far behind the advances of future centuries, and Napoleon feared not only for his wife, but also for the fragile lives growing within her. Compounding his anxiety was the fact that Sheila carried twins, a circumstance that deepened his apprehension. He longed fervently for both mother and children to emerge unharmed, yet time itself seemed to dilate each passing second, intensifying his fear. At last, after what felt like an age, the infant's first cry pierced the taut silence. "May I enter now?" Napoleon knocked softly and asked, "May I come in?" The midwife opened the door, her face radiant with joy. "Congratulations, Monsieur Bonaparte. You may enter now. Your wife and children await you." Relief flooded Napoleon's chest. He stepped swiftly inside, his gaze immediately drawn to Sheila lying upon the bed, flushed with exhaustion and radiant with joy. Sheila turned her eyes toward him, brimming with tears of pure happiness. "They're here, Napoleon," she whispered, her voice tender and trembling. "Our children have arrived." Napoleon approached the bedside and gazed down at the two tiny infants nestled in Sheila's arms. Two new fragile lives just awakened to the world. "Are these our children?" he murmured, extending a hand to gently brush the cheek of one newborn, tracing with reverent fingertips the delicate contours of their features. "Yes, we must name them," Sheila suggested softly. "Indeed," Napoleon replied. "Let us begin with our son." His eyes settled on the boy cradled in Sheila's arms. "What of Francis?" "Francis," she repeated, testing the name upon her lips. "I love it. Francis Bonaparte." A smile broke across Napoleon's face. Relieved, elated. "Then Francis Bonaparte it shall be. And our daughter?" Sheila continued, turning her gaze to the infant girl nestled beside her. "What of Avellini?" At the name, Napoleon's eyes shimmered with quiet delight. "Avellini," he echoed, savoring the syllables. "Avellini Bonaparte. It is perfect." His gaze lingered upon the innocent faces of his children, his heart heavy with a complex tide of joy and trepidation. Deep beneath the surface, a quiet, persistent dread resonated, threatening to dim the brilliance of this sacred moment. As a military leader, the weight of duty pressed upon him, casting a subtle shadow over the future he longed to share with Francis and Avellini. How could he protect them, guide them, witness their growth? If war's call demanded his departure, tearing him from these precious moments of tenderness, the uncertain days and months ahead loomed over Napoleon. His thoughts churned with visions of missed milestones, of childhood memories, shaped by his absence, of voids left unfilled in their tender years. The mere thought of being forced apart, watching them flourish only from afar, sent a bitter ache coursing through his soul. Yet woven through that fear burned an unquenchable resolve. Napoleon vowed to safeguard himself on the battlefield, ever mindful that his children waited, steadfastly, lovingly, for his return. 6 days later, as the sun began its descent beyond the horizon, Napoleon and Sheila stood side by side in their children's nursery. The day had faded, a soft golden light bathed the walls, weaving an atmosphere of serene enchantment. As dusk deepened, their eyes were drawn to the two small peaceful forms curled within the cradle. Illuminated by flickering candlelight, their sleeping faces exuding innocence and purity. The weariness of the day dissolved, instantly replaced by profound tenderness and awe. Gila's voice broke the stillness. Barely more than a whisper. "Oh, how beautiful they are." Napoleon watched his children, a gentle smile softening his features. "Yes, my love," he murmured, his tone rich with warmth and quiet fulfillment. "They are even more wonderful than I imagined." Gila drew near the cradle, her fingertips gliding lightly over the soft fabric swaddling their beloved infants. Moments later, a knock at the door interrupted the parents' reverie. Napoleon and Gila exchanged a startled glance before Gila moved toward the entrance. As she opened the door, a familiar face appeared. "Monsieur Beaumont. What brings you?" "Madame," he replied, glancing toward Napoleon. "Soldiers from the army await Monsieur Bonaparte outside." Beaumont spoke calmly. Yet Napoleon's expression hardened instantly. Only then did Gila grasp why soldiers sought her husband today, or rather later this evening. Marked a pivotal moment in Napoleon's history, the uprising of 13 Vendemiaire. Though it remained premature to draw conclusions, for history had already diverged from the path she remembered from her past life. "Did they state their purpose?" asked Sheila. Beaumont shook his head. "Unfortunately, they only wish to speak with Mr. Bonaparte." "It is all right, Sheila." Napoleon stepped forward. "I will go see them and find out what they want." Sheila gazed into Napoleon's eyes, her face etched with deep concern. "Very well, I shall stay here with the children." With that, Beaumont escorted Napoleon out of the room and to the castle's main gate, where he spotted a squadron of French army soldiers mounted on horseback. As Napoleon and Beaumont approached the gate, one of the soldiers spoke up. "Are you Brigadier Napoleon Bonaparte?" "Indeed I am." Napoleon nodded in acknowledgement. "And what is it you seek?" "We come by order of the National Convention." The soldier continued, his voice firm and authoritative. "Given the imminent threat of the royalist uprising in Paris, you are hereby recalled to active duty. This is a formal dispatch from the President of the National Convention, summoning you to Paris." Beaumont took the letter and handed it to Napoleon, who swiftly unfurled the parchment and scanned its contents. "Understood. I accept the summons, but first let me bid farewell to my family." Having spoken those words in a tone both resolute and gentle, Napoleon cast a backward glance toward the castle where his beloved wife and cherished children awaited him. The soldier nodded, respectfully understanding the weight of family and duty. "Of course, General Bonaparte. Please return as swiftly as you can. We shall wait here for you." Napoleon soon returned to the castle and relayed the news to Sheila. "I see. They are calling upon you. Very well, I shall take good care of the children." Sheila replied, gripping Napoleon's hand tightly. Napoleon bent down and kissed Sheila's forehead. "Thank you, my love. I shall go change into my uniform now." Napoleon hurried to their bedroom, where his military uniform lay neatly folded upon a chair. Standing before the chair, Napoleon gazed upon the uniform that represented duty, nation, and the path of destiny. With reverence he reached out and took hold of the familiar fabric, then donned the uniform, fastened his coat buttons, adjusted his cuffs, and straightened his epaulets. Stepping back, Napoleon regarded his reflection in the mirror. It had been a year since he last wore this uniform. Memories of battles past surged within him, a wave of nostalgia washing over his heart. Those were days of fighting against the Allied forces, yet now he would stand opposed to the French people themselves. He picked up the bicorn hat resting on the dressing table and placed it upon his head, completing his attire. He then returned to the room where Sheila and the children were. As he entered, he saw Sheila standing beside the crib, gazing tenderly at their sleeping child. Noticing Napoleon's presence, Sheila turned to face him. "You look every bit a general," Sheila said with a gentle smile. "I must depart now," Napoleon said solemnly. He approached Sheila and reached out to caress her cheek once more. "I know, my dear. Duty calls and you must answer. But promise me you will take care of yourself. Promise me you will return to us. I may know your future, but this is not my world. Do not worry. I shall return as soon as my task is complete," Napoleon vowed. Then his gaze shifted to their children. He bent down and pressed a tender kiss upon each child's forehead, their innocent faces stirring slightly. Satisfied, Napoleon left the castle. Outside, Beaumont opened the iron gate. Napoleon mounted the horse awaiting him, and before setting off, he turned to look at Beaumont. "Take care of them for me." Beaumont nodded, his expression grave. "Rest assured, General. In your absence, I will protect your family." Napoleon gave one final nod of gratitude, then urged his horse forward to join the soldiers waiting for him. A small cavalry detachment rode out from the castle, their horses galloping along the road toward Paris. 2 hours later, Napoleon and his accompanying soldiers arrived at the outskirts of Paris. As they rode through the streets, Napoleon couldn't help but notice the near total absence of people. This once bustling city appeared eerily silent, as if holding its breath in anticipation of the events yet to unfold. Finally they arrived at the headquarters of the National Convention, the Tuileries Palace. Soldiers guarded the entrance. As Napoleon dismounted and approached the palace, their stern eyes fixed upon him. He was led to a conference room where military personnel had gathered discussing the developing situation and formulating strategies to counter the royalist uprising. A man in the conference room noticed Napoleon's arrival and called out to him, "Are you Brigadier Napoleon Bonaparte?" "Yes, I am," Napoleon confirmed. "And you are?" "I am Paul Barras, commander of the defensive forces at the Tuileries. Pleased to meet you, General Barras. Have you already devised a plan?" Barras shook his head. "Not yet. The royalists number 25,000 and are gathering in the Le Pelletier and Saint-Roch districts of Paris. I hope you can lend us your expertise and leadership." Napoleon nodded, his mind already racing through various thoughts and potential strategies. He clearly understood every move the royalists would make, for he had read of these events within the system. "I accept this offer on one condition: I must have full operational freedom," Napoleon stated firmly, his gaze locking with General Barras's. General Barras fell into contemplation, considering Napoleon's request. This was after all his preliminary plan. Having not commanded an army since 1783, his confidence wavered. In contrast, Napoleon had achieved decisive victories at Toulon and Cogolin. He knew Napoleon was the finest choice to lead the defense against the royalist uprising. "Very well. I appoint you Chief of Staff of the National Defense Army," General Barras announced. "You shall have the corresponding authority and freedom of action." Napoleon nodded and stepped forward. "Then let us begin our work." In actual history, there are no detailed records of how Napoleon Bonaparte planned the defense of the Tuileries Palace. Although some accounts describe the course of the battle, the outcome remains the same. Napoleon Bonaparte repelled the royalists and saved the government. However, by studying the maps, he could predict where Napoleon might position artillery around the Tuileries Palace. He admitted that most of his current achievements were attributable to his understanding of future campaigns. Before engaging in battle, he would spend time in his military tent studying maps and records of specific campaigns, then improvise and refine his strategies. This battle was like the first time for him. "Let me put into practice the knowledge I learned at the military academy," Napoleon murmured to himself, then began to explain his plan to Barras and the officers present in the meeting room. "To ensure a successful defense, we need cannons," Napoleon revealed. "Do we have cannons nearby?" "Yes," Barras confirmed with a nod. "Right at Sablon. We have 40 stored there." "Good. If you know, I'm sure the royalists know too. We must get them before they have a chance to seize them," Napoleon said. "Do you have someone who can get there quickly?" "There is one," Barras nodded in response, then turned to the officer standing beside him. "Can you call him here?" "Understood, General." The officer saluted, then quickly left the meeting hall to find the person Barras had mentioned. Moments later the officer returned accompanied by a tall, flamboyantly dressed soldier whose presence was striking. His jet-black hair was meticulously groomed, framing a sharply chiseled face adorned with a carefully trimmed mustache. He wore a magnificent military uniform with gleaming epaulets and brilliantly polished boots. "General, you wanted to see me?" the man asked. General Bonaparte, Barras announced, then continued. "This is Lieutenant Joachim Murat of the 12th Light Cavalry Regiment. Pleased to meet you all." Murat saluted the surrounding officers and waved in greeting. Napoleon turned to face Murat, hardly believing he was standing face to face with one of Napoleon's marshals in history. Murat indeed lived up to his flamboyant reputation. His manner and bold demeanor unmistakably revealed his charismatic nature. "Lieutenant Murat, I am Napoleon Bonaparte, Brigadier General, and now Chief of Staff, for the defense of the Tuileries Palace." "Wait, it's you!" Murat exclaimed. "I thought it was you, General Barras." Barras shook his head. "I have transferred the authority of this crucial defense to General Bonaparte." "Is that so? Then what can I do for you, General?" Murat asked Napoleon. "I need you to ride to the Sablon Plain and retrieve the cannons." Napoleon replied, his tone filled with urgency. "The royalists must not get them under any circumstances. Speed is of the essence, Lieutenant Murat." Excitement sparkled in Murat's eyes as he fully embraced the mission at hand. "Rest assured, General Bonaparte. I shall hasten there and ensure the cannons are delivered safely." Murat did not linger another moment. After saluting, he turned and departed. Napoleon turned his attention back to the officers gathered in the meeting room. "Now, once we have those cannons, we shall deploy them here, here, and here, covering the main avenues of approach and potential breach points." Napoleon began pointing to strategically marked areas on the map of the Tuileries Palace. His finger traced along the perimeter, indicating the ideal positions for the cannons to maximize defensive effectiveness. "As for our infantry, we shall position them directly in front of the cannons. Thus the royalists will believe they are merely facing soldiers, and will boldly charge our lines. I see your intention now. Barras studied the map and grasped Napoleon's plan. If those royalists charge the lines and the troops move aside to reveal the cannons, they will be met with devastating artillery fire. This will take them completely by surprise, shatter their offensive momentum, and may even lead to their rout. Napoleon nodded, a trace of satisfaction crossing his face. Precisely, General Barras. We must lure them into a false sense of security, then unleash a barrage of artillery fire to sow chaos and panic within their ranks. You said they number 25,000, correct? Then there is one thing everyone should understand: they are all civilians without military training. They may be motivated by their cause, yet they lack the discipline and cohesion required of a trained army. He continued, you see, the reason the Women's March on Versailles succeeded was because the king had no cannons at that time. If they had faced a fortified position like our current Tuileries Palace with cannons guarding the entrances, the outcome would have been entirely different. After Napoleon finished speaking, the soldiers and officers fell into a momentary silence. Very well. We shall reinforce the defensive positions now. Napoleon broke the silence, ordering the soldiers and officers to take immediate action. Following his instructions to fortify the positions, they worked swiftly and efficiently, reinforcing barricades, positioning sandbags, and organizing the infantry deployment. For hours later, Murat returned with his cavalry contingent, having transported the cannons from the Sablon plain. Soldiers carefully unloaded the artillery, the metal barrels gleaming in the pale moonlight. Napoleon inspected each one individually, ensuring they were in proper working condition. Well done, Lieutenant Murat. Napoleon patted Murat's shoulder in praise. You arrived at the perfect moment. Murat stood tall, a proud smile on his face. Thank you, General Bonaparte. I rode as fast as the wind to bring these cannons back to you. Excellent. Now take your position here with your men, Napoleon said, unfolding the map and pointing to a specific location on the line near himself. Understood. Murat rendered a crisp salute, his enthusiasm undiminished. He summoned his cavalrymen and led them to the designated position. While the cannons were being placed, Napoleon walked among the infantry ranks, personally inspecting their formations. An hour later, he noticed the ground beneath his feet trembling slightly. They are coming. Napoleon mounted his horse and gazed down the street. One by one, groups of men and women wielding stolen muskets, pikes, and Bourbon banners surged toward the Tuileries Palace. Their eyes revealed steely resolve, and the air echoed with their shouts and battle cries. First rank, prepare. At Napoleon's command, the first rank of soldiers stepped forward, raising their muskets and fixing bayonets. Their disciplined formation and unyielding determination sent a clear message to the approaching royalists. They were prepared to defend the palace at all costs. The royalist ranks advanced steadily, their numbers overwhelming. Their footsteps thundered through the streets, causing some of the defenders' hearts to quicken. But Napoleon remained composed, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching enemy. As the royalist forces advanced, tension thickened palpably in the air. Defenders held their positions steadfastly, fingers tightening upon the triggers of their muskets, while the first rank fixed unwavering gazes upon the onrushing enemy, poised to unleash a devastating volley. When the royalists drew nearer, some among them, armed with muskets, pulled their triggers. A few bullets found their marks, several defenders fell. But the disciplined ranks remained unbroken, holding formation with iron resolve. Steady, men! Napoleon bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos of battle. Do not fire! The royalists surged forward with mounting fervor, their cries and fanaticism cresting to a fever pitch. Just as the royalists closed to decisive range, Napoleon roared, Fire! A thunderous volley erupted. Muskets blazed in unison, shattering the silence with deafening concussions. Acrid smoke billowed forth as lead rain lashed the charging ranks, its ear-splitting report echoing down the streets and momentarily stunning the royalists. Second rank, prepare! Napoleon commanded, his voice piercing the smoke-choked air. The second rank stepped forward without hesitation, seamlessly filling the gaps left by the first. Though the royalists regained composure and pressed onward, the second volley struck like a hammer blow, halting their momentum outright. Yet the royalists did not falter for long. Napoleon cast a swift glance toward the artillery positioned behind his lines. It was time for them to speak. Left front. At Napoleon's order, infantrymen swiftly parted to either side, revealing gleaming cannons concealed behind them. The sudden appearance of artillery threw the royalists into disarray. They hesitated mid-advance, their forward surge grinding to an abrupt halt. Fire! Napoleon's voice rang out once more. Cannons roared with earth-shaking fury. Canister shot ripped through the air, unleashing a lethal storm of metal shards. The ground trembled violently as shrapnel scythed through royalist ranks, shattering formations across the battlefield. Second salvo. Napoleon's command echoed anew. The cannons thundered once more, unleashing another wave of devastation and panic that shattered royalist cohesion, scattering them into terrified, disorganized fragments, desperate to flee the merciless barrage. Amidst the carnage, the cannon's deafening detonations intertwined with the royalists' shrieks of terror and anguished cries of men and women seized by blind panic, trampled one another in frenzied attempts to escape the relentless artillery fire. Yet blocking their flight path stood an immovable line of infantry, commanded by Joachim Murat. Fire! Murat's order reverberated across the field. His infantry discharged a withering volley into the royalist ranks. Second rank, fire! Under Murat's direction, the second rank followed instantly. Its musket fire intensified, tearing through the panicked royalist formations with brutal precision. Murat observed the royalist numbers dwindle from hundreds to mere scattered remnants, and made his decision: cease fire. His command cut through the din, firing ceased, smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the grim aftermath. Bodies littered the street, the air thick with gunpowder and blood. Advance! Murat's troops pressed forward, clearing rubble and corpses from the road to carve a mounted passage for their commander. While across the field Napoleon issued the same order. Napoleon Bonaparte, face streaked with grime and sweat, dismounted and walked solemnly among the fallen, approaching Murat. Murat too dismounted, saluting his commander. They stood together amid the ruins of battle, surveying the scene in grim silence. It is a slaughterhouse, Murat observed. This is the price of rebellion. Napoleon replied gravely, eyes locked upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the cobbles. They fought for their cause. Perhaps misled, yet they paid the ultimate price. But they remain Frenchmen, do they not? Murat asked. No, they are royalists, Murat. Napoleon corrected firmly. They conspired with foreign powers seeking to restore monarchy and overthrow the republic. They oppose the ideals this nation embodies, he added, voice resolute. And now, what next? Are there still thousands of them? Even as Murat spoke, two riders approached. General Bonaparte, a dispatch from the Peltier district. The royalists have broken and fled, reported one officer. Saint Roch confirms the same, added another. Napoleon surveyed the field. Satisfaction flickered in his eyes. It seems the royalists have lost all will to fight. I shall return to headquarters to report to General Barras. As Napoleon turned to mount, Murat called after him, General Bonaparte. Napoleon turned. What is it? It is my honor to serve under you, sir. Murat said earnestly. Napoleon regarded him. A faint, weary smile softened his features. The honor is mine, Lieutenant Murat. Napoleon replied, his voice imbued with genuine admiration. Let us meet again on the field. But I pray it is not against royalists. In the wake of the Vendémiaire campaign, France's political landscape underwent profound transformation. The royalist insurrection was utterly crushed as stability returned, eliminating the immediate threat to the National Convention. The revolutionary government consolidated its authority, its decisive victory enabling leaders to swiftly reinforce power and secure the nascent republic. As calm settled over the nation, the National Convention made a pivotal decision on October 25. To restructure governance, it dramatically dissolved itself, paving the way for new administrative bodies, the Directory and the Council of 500. Napoleon's valor at Vendémiaire catapulted him into national prominence, casting him as the Republic's unwavering strength and resolute will. Comrades hailed him as a true hero as citizens expressed deep gratitude for his deeds. Authorities acknowledged his exceptional talent and acted with swiftness. In recognition of his extraordinary service, Napoleon was rapidly promoted to the prestigious rank of General de Division and appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the Interior. On the morning of November 5, 1795, a day of gentle breeze and radiant sunshine, Napoleon strolled along the road with his luggage, each step exuding the unmistakable confidence of a seasoned military commander. Clad in a flawlessly tailored uniform, he drew admiring glances wherever he went. Passers-by could scarcely suppress their curiosity and reverence. They whispered among themselves, discreetly pointing toward him, the man who had saved the Republic from royalist forces on the 13th of Vendémiaire. Napoleon acknowledged the onlookers with a courteous nod and a warm smile, his sharp eyes sweeping thoughtfully across the crowd. Upon reaching the spot where the carriage awaited, he paused, then noticed a familiar figure standing there. Director Barras of the Civil Administration. General Bonaparte. Napoleon greeted him. I did not expect to meet you here. Barras returned the gesture with a smile. Ah, General Bonaparte, Barras exclaimed, extending his hand. I thought I might find you here. I wish to congratulate you personally on your brilliant victory over the royalist uprising. Napoleon clasped Barras's hand warmly. It is my duty as a soldier of the Republic to defend its principles, he replied modestly. Yet I am deeply grateful for your kind words, Director. Barras smiled, his tone laced with genuine admiration. Modesty suits you well, General. But tell me, are you returning home now? Your wife and children must be eagerly awaiting you. Indeed, Napoleon affirmed. I told them I would return the moment my duties here were concluded. Barras interjected with a grin. I have already arranged a carriage to take you straight home. A small token of our gratitude for your service. Napoleon's expression softened with sincere gratitude. Director, your generosity moves me deeply. I thank you for your thoughtful consideration. But you will return to Paris, will you not? You are Commander-in-Chief of the Interior Army. Chantilly lies only 50 kilometers from here. Should necessity arise, I can return with ease. Napoleon assured him, then added with quiet resolve, for now I am eager, above all, to return to my estate. Is there anything further? Barras hesitated, briefly studying Napoleon's face intently. Then spoke with palpable excitement. In fact, General Bonaparte, I have another matter to discuss with you. I offer you a proposal. One I believe will captivate your interest. Napoleon's curiosity was instantly piqued. A proposal, Director. Pray tell me. Barras gestured for them to step away from the bustling crowd, and led him to a secluded corner, lowering his voice as he leaned in. General, you know well that our nation faces formidable challenges, both within and beyond its borders. We require exceptional leadership and strategic brilliance to overcome them, which is precisely why I wish to entrust you with an office of utmost importance. A faint furrow appeared between Napoleon's brows. Curiosity tempered by caution. What office, Director? Barras paused, deliberately letting the weight of his words settle. I wish you to assume command of the army of Italy. Napoleon's eyes widened in astonishment. Though he had long anticipated this moment, he had not expected it so soon. This surely was the fruit of his own decisive intervention in the course of events. So what say you, General? Are you prepared to accept this charge? Barras asked, his voice brimming with unmistakable expectation. Napoleon's mind raced, weighing the magnitude of this opportunity, commanding an entire army, thereby elevating his stature in both political and military spheres. A prospect at once exhilarating and daunting. All proceeds according to plan. With quiet conviction, Napoleon met Barras's gaze. Director, your trust and honor humble me deeply. I accept the appointment as commander of the army of Italy. But may I ask, when shall I assume command? Does it take effect immediately? Barras shook his head. No. You will assume command in 4 months' time. We must make the necessary arrangements to ensure a seamless transition of authority. Until then you must prepare yourself, physically and mentally. Familiarize yourself with Italy's current situation, and devise a strategic plan capable of securing victory for France. Napoleon nodded, fully aware of the vital importance of thorough preparation. Thank you, Director. I shall devote these months to studying the terrain, assessing our forces, and crafting a strategy that will bring triumph to France. Barras smiled, his expression one of deep satisfaction. I have no doubt you will, General Bonaparte. You have proven yourself again and again. Well then, I have detained you long enough. Barras straightened his posture. Wishing you every success in your preparations, General. France counts upon you. Napoleon nodded once more, offering heartfelt thanks. Thank you, Director. I shall not fail you. With a final firm handshake, the two men parted ways. Napoleon continued toward the carriage, and instructed the coachman to proceed to Chantilly Castle. 2 hours later, they arrived at Chantilly Castle. As Napoleon stepped down from the carriage, the steward Beaumont hurried to the entrance, and swung open the massive iron gates with a soft creak. General Bonaparte, it is such a joy to welcome you home. Beaumont greeted warmly, his smile radiant. The staff, and your wife, have been eagerly awaiting your return. Napoleon returned the smile, touched by the warmth. Thank you, Beaumont. It feels truly good to be home. As he passed beneath the grand archway of Chantilly Castle, a profound sense of familiarity washed over him. The opulent hall echoed softly with the rustle of servants at work, and the air carried the delicate fragrance of fresh flowers. At the threshold of his chamber, servants opened the door. Where is Helene? Napoleon asked. She is with the children, Monsieur Bonaparte, came the reply. Beaumont smiled. Has anything interesting occurred in your absence? Nothing extraordinary, General. But we read in the papers of your promotion, and learned how you rescued the National Convention from the Royalists. Is that so? A subtle smile curved Napoleon's lips. Very well. I shall go to Helene. Please continue with your duties. Napoleon ascended the stairs, his footsteps echoing softly down the hushed corridor. He entered the nursery, and found his wife Helene nursing their infant daughter Arveline. At the sight of his wife and child, a deep warmth rose within him. Noticing his arrival, Helene turned her head, her face lighting up with a tender smile. Gently she lifted Arveline from her breast, and cradled the baby close. Napoleon, she murmured softly. He approached, his gaze lingering lovingly upon their newborn daughter. He reached out, brushing Arveline's tiny fingers with infinite tenderness, and pressed a light kiss upon Helene's forehead. I see François is asleep, Napoleon asked, glancing toward the cradle where their son lay peacefully slumbering. Yes, Helene whispered. He just drifted off moments ago. Would you like to hold Arveline? Yes, I would. Napoleon replied with gentle warmth, carefully lifting Arveline from Helene's arms, and holding her securely against his chest. The infant stirred slightly, her tiny fist curling instinctively around his thumb. Bending low to gaze upon his daughter, Napoleon smiled. Not with triumph or ambition, but with quiet wonder. A thought arose unbidden within him: is this what fatherhood feels like? Before Arveline stirred awake, Napoleon gently returned her to Helene's embrace. She held the infant tenderly to her breast. The unbreakable bond between mother and child radiating in silence. Witnessing their intimacy filled Napoleon's heart with profound, wordless warmth. Helene laid Arveline gently into her crib, ensuring her comfort and safety before turning back to Napoleon. Taking his hand, she led him quietly from the room. Napoleon followed willingly. Once outside the nursery, he asked softly, "Why did you lead me away?" "I missed you, Napoleon. You've been gone a month. I long to hear your stories. Did anything remarkable happen?" Napoleon smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with quiet triumph. "Indeed, I quelled the rebellion in Paris. You must already know this. But what is most intriguing is my promotion to Major General and appointment as Commander-in-Chief of the Interior Army, entrusted with safeguarding France from internal threats." "Then what?" asked Gila, her eagerness palpable. Napoleon revealed, his smile broadening. "Good heavens! That's truly magnificent news, Napoleon!" she exclaimed, her face radiant with pride and exhilaration. "Commander of the Italian army! You've come so far, my love," she murmured. Napoleon smiled gently. "It is still too early to draw conclusions, my dear. First I must lead these men to victory. Only then shall we truly celebrate." "Even so, Napoleon, it is an extraordinary honor, and a testament to your exceptional ability." Gila spoke with unwavering conviction. "I have no doubt your efforts will succeed, though I shall not reveal what lies ahead. Come with me, Napoleon." Napoleon followed Gila into her office. She seated herself behind her desk and gestured for him to sit opposite her. He settled into the chair, intrigued by her air of quiet mystery. Gila paused, gathering her thoughts before speaking. "Napoleon, while you were away, I resumed my duties. I received word from the engineering division. They have completed the prototype of the spark-gap radio." Napoleon hummed with keen interest, leaning forward. "I presume it has already been delivered here?" "Precisely." Gila nodded, then snapped her fingers to summon Beaumont, motioning him forward. He entered, cradling a small wooden case. Gila gestured for Beaumont to place the case upon the table between them. He opened it, revealing an exquisitely crafted spark-gap radio, its intricate circuits, wires, and antenna gleaming under the light. "Where is the receiver?" Napoleon observed its absence and asked. Gila smiled and withdrew a smaller box from her desk drawer. Opening it, she unveiled a receiver, identical in craftsmanship to the transmitter. "Napoleon, this is the receiver," she said. "With both transmitter and receiver, we can establish two-way communication. Not only sending messages, but receiving them as well. Would you like to try?" Of course, Napoleon agreed. Together they began assembling the transmitter and receiver on Gila's desk. Beaumont stood nearby, ready to assist as needed. Within minutes, Napoleon's fingers danced across the telegraph key, emitting rhythmic staccato pulses. Gila watched breathless as the receiver on the desk whirred softly, capturing and translating the encoded signals he transmitted. "It works, my love!" she cried, eyes alight with wonder and excitement. She listened intently, deciphering the cadence of his taps into coherent meaning. "Ah, I love you too," Gila replied after decoding his affectionate message. Madame Bonaparte. How did you know precisely what General Bonaparte tapped out on that key?" Beaumont asked, curiosity shimmering in his voice. Gila turned to him, offering a warm, knowing smile. "Ah, Beaumont. It is wireless telegraphy, akin to wired telegraphy, yet entirely free of cables. Observe, when Napoleon presses the key, it generates a sequence of electrical impulses, converted instantly into rapid bursts of energy, producing electromagnetic waves that travel through the air to my receiver. These waves carry distinct patterns. Patterns I decode into meaningful information." "I see." Beaumont nodded thoughtfully, his expression one of quiet fascination. "So, what do you think, my love?" Gila turned to Napoleon. "Shall we present this to the Directory?" "No, it requires further refinement." Napoleon shook his head lightly. "We must extend its transmission range, optimize the encoding system for greater efficiency, and explore miniaturization, rendering it portable and practical for field use." Even as he spoke, Napoleon was already envisioning improvements. Strategies to amplify its reach, novel antenna configurations to boost signal strength and extend distance. Alternatively, he contemplated amplification techniques to enhance signal power for long-range transmission. He also considered constructing dedicated signal towers, or leveraging existing military infrastructure, such as established signal stations. Fortunately, he had 4 months before assuming command of the Italian expedition. Those 4 months would afford him ample time to collaborate closely with engineers and scientists, fine-tuning the spark-gap radio to unlock its full potential. "Beaumont, please secure the spark-gap radio," Napoleon instructed, gesturing toward the devices. Understood, General. Beaumont carefully packed away the transmitter and receiver. Once alone, Napoleon gazed at Gila with tender softness. My love, he whispered, gently reaching for her hand. May I rest my head upon your lap? I miss this feeling so dearly. Gila smiled warmly and nodded. She invited him to sit beside her on the sofa, poised with quiet grace. While he leaned his head against her thigh, Napoleon felt his head sink gently into the soft warmth of her lap. A profound stillness rising within him. Gila lovingly stroked his dark hair with slender fingers. The soothing rhythm always calmed him, anchoring him in serenity. He closed his eyes and sighed deeply, surrendering wholly to her gentle touch. They sat in tranquil silence, immersed in each other's presence. Sunlight, golden and mellow, streamed through the window, bathing the room in quiet luminescence. Ah, I am in heaven, Napoleon murmured, opening his eyes to gaze upon Gila's radiant face. I cannot believe I behold an angel. Gila laughed, a melody pure and bright, making Napoleon's lips curl into a tender smile. Oh, my love, you are simply foolish, she whispered with deep affection, bending down to kiss his forehead. Yet I am profoundly grateful you find solace here with me. Their eyes met, soft unspoken bound in intimacy, and for that suspended moment the world dissolved, leaving only the two of them wrapped in quiet devotion. And how are our children? Are they well? Do they cry often? At Napoleon's question, Gila's smile deepened. Oh, Napoleon, they thrive. Avellini grows swiftly, her laughter sweeter than spring chimes. And Francis? His curiosity intensifies daily. He reaches for everything within grasp of his tiny hands. I long to spend every spare moment with them before departing for Italy. I shall cherish these days in Paris fully and without reserve. Gila once more stroked his hair, her touch tender, grounding. She knew, beyond doubt, that his Italian campaign would succeed and that afterward he would be dispatched to Egypt, to undermine British influence in the region. Yet she also knew this venture would end in failure. Britain's naval supremacy in those waters was absolute. Even if Napoleon triumphed over the Royal Navy at the siege of Toulon, Britain would reinforce the region with additional vessels, commanded by Horatio Nelson. Nelson, history's most renowned naval commander, would prove a terrifying counterweight to Napoleon's ambitions in Egypt. If she wished Napoleon to prevail there, Nelson must be removed. In that instant, Gila made her decision. February 1st, 1796. In the children's bedroom, Napoleon held Avellini and Francis in his arms, and as he gently rocked them, they emitted cute giggles. Who is the best? Avellini? Francis? Napoleon whispered with a broad smile, a mischievous glint in his eyes, pressing his face against the children's chubby cheeks and kissing them gently. The children responded with even more joyful laughter, reaching out their small hands to touch Napoleon's face. Ouch! Ouch! That's my eye! Napoleon pretended to be hurt by their tiny fingers, reacting dramatically, squinting playfully and feigning pain. Avellini and Francis burst into laughter, their innocent giggles filling the entire room. My dear! A voice suddenly came from behind. Napoleon turned around and saw Sheila dressed in formal attire, her eyes shimmering with warmth and tenderness. She stood at the doorway, a brilliant smile on her face, gazing at the heartwarming scene before her. Oh, Mom is here, Napoleon said with a mischievous grin, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Sheila. He gently handed Francis to her and walked over. I have to admit they are quite lively. Napoleon chuckled. Mama, Avellini babbled. Napoleon looked at Avellini, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Sheila's smile grew even brighter, for Avellini had just attempted to utter the word mama for the first time. A surge of joy welled up in her heart, and she eagerly reached out, pulling Avellini into her embrace. Mama, Avellini repeated, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as she nestled against Sheila's shoulder. Francis, sensing the commotion, also reached out his small hands, signaling that he wanted to be held too. Hey, that's not fair, Napoleon interjected playfully, a pretended pout forming on his lips. Daddy, Dada. Napoleon coaxed with a mischievous gleam in his eyes, his voice brimming with playful anticipation. He leaned close to Francis, his expression a mix of excitement and amusement. Francis blinked, his innocent eyes tilting his head as if pondering his father's request. A faint smile graced his small lips, and he let out a giggling sound like baby laughter. Napoleon couldn't help but laugh, his son's adorable reaction too much to bear. Papa, Francis called out, his voice filled with delight, as if he understood his father's playful request. Napoleon's eyes lit up instantly, a wave of pride surging within him. He could hardly believe how quickly their child was growing and developing. I thought they'd never say it. Napoleon sighed with relief. I guess Francis is Daddy's boy, right? Seems that way. Sheila chuckled. Now we should go. The carriage is waiting outside. Napoleon and Sheila had planned to visit their factory in Paris. Since they could not bring their precious children along, they had arranged for trusted servants at the castle to take care of them. Sensing their parents were about to leave, Avellini and Francis grew somber, their innocent eyes filled with curiosity and a touch of sadness. "Oh, no, no, they are sad now," Napoleon murmured, his playful demeanor gradually fading as he observed the emotional shift on the children's faces. He exchanged a concerned glance with Sheila, their parental instincts awakening. "Let me handle this." Realizing it was necessary to soothe the children's sorrow, Sheila stepped forward and gently stood beside Napoleon. She glanced at him, and they exchanged a knowing look before turning their attention to Avellini and Francis, who were looking up at them with eager eyes. Sheila began to sing a lullaby in a soft, melodious voice. Sweet notes floated through the air, bringing a sense of comfort and tranquility. As Sheila sang, her voice wrapped around Avellini and Francis like a warm blanket, enveloping them in a cocoon of serenity. The children's solemn expressions gradually softened, and their eyelids grew heavy with sleepiness. The enchanting melody of the lullaby continued its rhythm and cadence, echoing the rise and fall of their breathing. Avellini clung tightly to Sheila's shoulder, her small hand finding solace in her mother's dress. Francis held securely in Napoleon's arms, surrendered to the gentle rocking, and soon drifted into the embrace of slumber. As the final note of the lullaby faded, a peaceful atmosphere filled the room. Napoleon and Sheila knew it was time to leave. They carefully placed the children back into their respective little beds and quietly exited the room. Outside, the servants nodded respectfully as Napoleon and Sheila emerged from the children's bedroom. Their expressions conveyed a sense of duty and dedication, assuring the parents that the children would be well cared for in their absence. And so the two left the castle and boarded the carriage. The driver held the reins steady as the carriage made its way toward Paris. Along the journey, Napoleon and Sheila discussed various matters. "My dear, I have always wanted to ask you. There is a unit in the French army called the French Aviation Corps, established in 1794, specifically using hot air balloons for reconnaissance. I find this concept quite fascinating and wonder whether there might be future developments." Sheila leaned back against the luxurious carriage seat, gazing at Napoleon as she pondered his words. "Well, there have indeed been advances in this area, but modern armies do not use hot air balloons anymore. Instead, they use aircraft. Of course, strictly speaking, hot air balloons are also a type of aircraft. But there is another kind of aircraft whose concept is similar to the hot air balloons used for reconnaissance. It is called a dirigible." "Dirigible?" Napoleon repeated, feigning ignorance. "What does it look like? Can you sketch it for me?" He picked up a quill and a sheet of paper. Seeing Napoleon's eagerness to understand what a dirigible looked like, Sheila could not help but laugh. She took the quill and paper from him and quickly sketched the general outline of a dirigible, highlighting its distinctive features. "Something like this," Sheila said, handing the paper back to Napoleon. "A dirigible has a long cigar-shaped fuselage with a large gas-filled envelope that provides lift. The envelope is connected to a sturdy frame or gondola where the crew and equipment are housed. You seem to know quite a bit about this." "Well, I have ridden in one before," Sheila admitted. Napoleon mused. "You mentioned it is inflated. What type of gas is used?" Sheila paused for a moment, pondering Napoleon's question. As for airships, they were typically filled with a gas called helium. She recalled her previous flights aboard airships, helium being lighter than air, provided the necessary buoyancy to keep them aloft. "Helium? I've never heard of it before." "Ah, yes, of course you haven't. I remember helium was discovered in the mid-19th century. To the best of my knowledge, helium is extracted from natural gas reservoirs through fractional distillation. Though regrettably I am unfamiliar with the precise technical details of that process." Sheila explained, her brow faintly furrowed. This was precisely the dilemma Napoleon faced whenever he queried Sheila about future technologies, even if she possessed no understanding of their underlying principles. A perfectly understandable limitation, given that no one could possibly grasp every intricate detail of advanced science. His questions still risked exposure. Napoleon, however, was different. Blessed by the goddess, he could access Wikipedia and research any technological subject at will. Yet doing so would arouse Sheila's suspicion, as indeed it had before when he invoked thermodynamics, invented the telegraph, spark gap radio, steam engines, steam-powered machinery, and bolt-action rifles. The only viable solution was to confess his true identity. But such honesty carried grave risk, threatening the very foundation of their relationship. Napoleon knew Sheila deeply admired and revered the historical Napoleon Bonaparte. Should she discover that the man she married was not the legendary conqueror himself, but rather a man from the 21st century, he feared she might question his authenticity and thereby undermine the bedrock of their bond. "Darling," Sheila noticed the troubled expression on Napoleon's face and softly asked, reaching out to gently place her hand over his. A touch that offered him quiet comfort and steadfast support. "What troubles you?" Napoleon sighed, meeting her gaze directly. He knew that if honesty and trust were to endure between them, he could no longer conceal his secret. After all, it would be profoundly unjust for Sheila to speak truthfully while he withheld hers. Drawing a deep breath, Napoleon summoned every ounce of courage. It was time. "Sheila, there is something I must confess. I beg you to listen closely." His voice was grave and deliberate. What is it? The truth is, Napoleon murmured, his voice trembling slightly. He felt the crushing weight of the secret pressing upon him. His words choked before they could escape. Gazing into Gila's eyes, he searched desperately for a flicker of understanding or acceptance, but found only love and unwavering trust. A tightening knot rose in his throat, constricting his breath. His resolve faltered, paralyzed by fear. He longed to tell her the truth, to reveal he was from the future, but dreaded losing her and everything they had built together. Terror held him captive. Memories of their shared journey flooded his mind. Their wedding day, the joyous celebration, the birth of their beautiful twin daughters. How could he possibly risk shattering the happiness they had found cradled in each other's arms? His hands trembled under the burden of decision. Napoleon knew he could not conceal the truth forever. Yet the moment never seemed right. Doubt gnawed at him, planting seeds of uncertainty within his heart, threatening to sever the delicate thread binding them. As Napoleon trembled, gripping Gila's hand, he made his choice. To protect their love, even if it meant bearing the weight of secrecy for the rest of his days. The thought of losing Gila was unbearable. The woman who had brought light into his life and restored his belief in a shared, beautiful future. With a heavy heart, Napoleon lowered his head, unable to meet her tender, loving gaze. His voice emerged barely above a whisper strained through the tightness in his throat. "It's all right, my love." At last Napoleon spoke. Nothing of consequence. Merely a passing thought. Gila watched him with quiet concern, sensing the inner turmoil he concealed. She gently squeezed his hand. An act of reassurance that granted him fleeting solace. "Are you certain? You look so solemn," Gila asked. Napoleon managed a weary, hollow smile, striving to ease her worry. "I swear it, my love. Truly nothing at all. Just a fleeting reflection. There's no cause for concern. Come here." He drew her close, enfolding her slender frame in a firm, tender embrace. His chin resting atop her head as he savored the sweet fragrance of her hair. "Darling, can't breathe." Realizing the intensity of his hold, Napoleon loosened his arms. He offered an embarrassed, self-deprecating smile. "Relieved yet faintly amused. Forgive me, my love. Sometimes when I hold you I forget my own strength." Gila laughed. A melody of pure, radiant delight. And stepped back, just slightly lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes sparkling with playful mischief. "Well, Napoleon, you always find ways to leave me breathless." Though this time it was quite literal. Napoleon smiled, grateful for her lightheartedness. It granted him the vital respite he needed from the suffocating weight of his secret. He reached out, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, his voice softening with profound love and yearning. "You have brought such boundless joy into my life, my love. I cannot fathom existence without you beside me. You seem rather odd today, Napoleon." Gila pouted. "Truly." Napoleon scratched the back of his neck, searching her face for any sign of comprehension. "I've been preoccupied by certain thoughts lately, my love." I imagine it's because you've just been appointed commander of the Italian army. Not to mention your campaign begins in 2 months' time." Gila said thoughtfully. "Yes, that must be it." Napoleon lied, then added, "My love. May I hold you once more?" A faint crease appeared between Gila's brows. She sensed something deeper troubled him beyond the looming military campaign, but chose not to press further, honoring his need for space and silent understanding. She nodded, her lips curving into a gentle, compassionate smile. "Of course, my love. You may hold me any time you wish." Gila leaned forward, closing the distance between them. Napoleon's arms encircled her once more, and she rested her head against his chest, listening to the steady, grounding rhythm of his heartbeat. Wondering silently what storm raged within his heart. "Forgive me, Gila," Napoleon whispered inwardly. "This is the secret I have chosen to keep from you." An hour later the couple arrived in Paris, specifically at the locomotive works of their railway company. Napoleon descended from the carriage and extended a hand to assist Gila. She grasped it gracefully and stepped down, her gaze never leaving his face. Hand in hand they walked toward the bustling locomotive works, where the air hummed with the clatter of trains, the hiss of steam, the clang of metal, and the shouts of workers. Manager Henri waved warmly to greet them. "General Bonaparte, Madame Bonaparte. Welcome back to our humble workshop. Your presence is a profound honor," Henri said with a respectful bow. Gila returned his smile and nodded. "Henri, it's a pleasure to see you again. How are things progressing?" Henri's face lit up with excitement. "General, our railway operations have expanded significantly. We have finally connected most of the southern regions to the main rail network, and extension lines into the north and east are advancing steadily. Our total track length currently stands at 2,000 kilometers. And by century's end we may reach 3,000. What excellent news, my dear. Don't you agree?" Gila glanced up at Napoleon, eager to draw him into the conversation. "Indeed, excellent news. By the way, where is Etienne?" Napoleon asked. "He's in the workshop with Pierre and Jacques. Shall I inform him you've arrived, General?" "Please do." Henri nodded and hurried toward the workshop, leaving Napoleon and Gila alone amid the vibrant, clamorous works. Napoleon surveyed the interior of the locomotive works, particularly the section where lathes, milling machines, and steam-powered presses forged components. A series of overhead pulleys transmitted steam's force into mechanical energy, animating the entire facility. Gila, you mentioned electric motors on your list, didn't you? You possess a foundational understanding of their principles. I wonder whether we might introduce them to enhance our factory's efficiency. I could attempt it, though my knowledge remains purely theoretical. I've never even laid eyes on one before, Gila replied. But before she could continue, Henri interrupted, returning from the workshop. General Bonaparte. Etienne has arrived. Napoleon turned toward the figure behind Henri. Etienne, he exclaimed. Is it complete? Yes, sir. Would you care to see it? Dressed in oil-streaked, dust-smeared work clothes, Etienne stepped forward, his face radiant with quiet pride. Of course, Napoleon smiled, then felt his sleeve gently tugged. What is it? Gila asked curiously. You'll see shortly, Napoleon replied, following Etienne toward the workshop. Inside the workshop, Etienne lifted a wooden case, opened it, and revealed a .357 Magnum revolver. Napoleon's eyes widened in astonishment at the gleaming weapon nestled within. He lifted the revolver from its cradle, admiring its elegant design and masterful craftsmanship. Etienne, you've done it again, Napoleon praised. I shall carry this to Italy. Are you certain, General? You haven't tested it yet. I shall test it at my estate, Napoleon replied. Give me the ammunition you manufactured alongside this revolver. Certainly, sir. Etienne handed Napoleon a small wooden box brimming with cartridges. Excellent. 3 hours later, night fell upon Paris, cloaking the city in deep velvety darkness. Street lamps flickered to life one by one, casting soft amber light upon cobblestone avenues. The din of the works had faded. Only the distant hoot of an owl or the occasional rumble of a passing carriage pierced the stillness. Napoleon returned to his office, where Gila stood conversing with Henri and other senior managers. My dear, have you finished? It's time we depart. Oh yes. Gila replied, concluding her discussion with Henri before turning to Napoleon. I was reviewing logistical matters with them. Everything is well organized, our steady supply of coal and equipment remains assured. So, shall you show me what Etienne crafted for you? To the carriage, Napoleon answered. I see. Gila smiled, then turned once more to Henri. I'm afraid we must take our leave. Safe travels, Madame Bonaparte. And to you as well, General Bonaparte. Henri bid them farewell with a reverent nod. After exchanging farewells, Napoleon and Gila stepped out of the office to the waiting carriage. He opened the door for her, she ascended with effortless grace, and he followed, settling beside her. As the door closed, he tapped the roof, a signal to the coachman, and the carriage lurched forward, gliding toward Chantilly Castle. Inside, Napoleon at last unveiled the revolver to Gila. Her eyes widened in wonder. Is this a revolver? Ah! So we've independently arrived at the same term in history, Napoleon chuckled. Yes, I call it a revolver, because as you know its cylinder rotates with each trigger pull. Did you design it? Gila gazed at him, astonished, deeply impressed. Yes, my dear. Pride resonated in Napoleon's voice. I drew inspiration from our repeating bolt-action rifles, and recognized the potential to create a handheld firearm capable of multiple discharges, without the laborious reloading required by flintlock pistols. You're a genius, Napoleon. Think of it. I shared only a single detail with you, and you engineered a fully functional prototype. Gila murmured, awestruck. What can I say? I am a devoted student of science. Ever since hearing your fragments of the future, I feel boundless. Capable of introducing further innovations, electric motors, perhaps even airships. Speaking of which, I recall you mentioning electric lighting. Was it the incandescent bulb? Yes, but as I previously explained, you must construct a device capable of generating electricity, said Gila. Before we proceed, do you understand how electricity is produced? Napoleon fell into deep contemplation, sifting through the knowledge Gila had once shared with him. If my memory serves me correctly, he began, electricity can be generated via electromagnetic induction when a conductor, such as a wire, moves through a magnetic field, or when the magnetic field itself changes, an electric current is induced in the conductor traversing that field. Precisely, Gila affirmed with a nod. We require both a device capable of producing a magnetic field and a conductor moving within it. This conductor will then generate electric current. One method of generating a magnetic field involves rotating a magnet. As a coil of wire approaches it, the continuously shifting magnetic field induces current within the coil. To set the magnet into rotation, since you have already built a steam engine, we may harness it to drive the rotating mechanism, and thereby produce the required magnetic field. I believe I already have a design in mind, Napoleon said. As soon as I return home, I'll sketch it out. So, First we must build a generator and only then proceed to construct the electric motor and light bulbs. Is that your meaning? Exactly. If you truly succeed in building it, I shall no longer be astonished, Hela replied with a smile. Of course obstacles will inevitably arise during the design phase. But I am confident you will surmount them all. Napoleon's face radiated unwavering confidence. Shortly thereafter they arrived at the Chantilly castle. Beaumont greeted them and escorted them to the dining hall where a lavish spread awaited. After an entire day devoted to discussion and planning, both Napoleon and Hela were ravenous, and eagerly seated themselves to savor the exquisite dishes prepared by the castle's masterful chefs. How are our children faring, Beaumont? Napoleon asked, lifting his wineglass. Beaumont smiled gently in reply. They are still asleep, General. Oh, truly? Hela interjected, her face lighting up with radiant delight. Yes, Madame Bonaparte, but I fear they may awaken quite soon. Beaumont offered a soft chuckle. As you well know, they rise early, especially when they sense their parents' return. No sooner had Beaumont spoken than a wail rose from the nursery upstairs. Hela's smile widened further as she glanced at Napoleon. Our little ones have awakened. I'll finish quickly, Napoleon said. If you'll permit it, General and Madame Bonaparte. Beaumont interjected. Please allow our staff to attend to the children. You two continue enjoying your meal. It would be our honor. Napoleon and Hela exchanged a look of quiet gratitude and readily accepted Beaumont's offer, knowing full well that their children would receive the most attentive, loving care under the watchful stewardship of Chantilly Castle's devoted staff. Very well. If you can soothe them, I see no reason to decline, Napoleon replied with a warm smile. With that, Beaumont signaled the staff to attend to the crying infants while Napoleon and Hela resumed their dinner, relishing this tranquil, restorative interlude. After dinner, they made their way to the nursery and found their twin children, Francis and Avellini. Napoleon lifted Francis into his arms, while Hela cradled Avellini close to her chest. The infants giggled and babbled, their pure, unfiltered laughter filling the room. For hours Napoleon and Hela remained there, tenderly holding their children until sleep reclaimed them once more. As night deepened, the twins drifted into drowsiness, lulled by the warmth and presence of their parents. Napoleon carefully laid Francis back into his cradle, while Hela gently placed Avellini into her crib. Together they tucked soft blankets around their sleeping forms, kissed their foreheads, and murmured sweet lullabies, guiding them gently back into slumber. A gentle glow emanated from the nightlight, bathing the room in warmth and serene comfort. Once the children were settled, Napoleon and Hela tiptoed out of the nursery, softly closing the door behind them, and exchanged a look tender enough to melt time itself. Now that they're both asleep, shall we indulge in some private time together? Hela suggested playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I think we very well may. Napoleon replied, his own gaze alight with playful warmth. After a night brimming with passion, the following morning found them seamlessly returning to the steady rhythm of daily life. Soft sunlight streamed through the windows, gilding the room. Napoleon commenced his customary physical regimen, ensuring his body remained honed to peak condition. With every movement he performed, his muscles rippled and tightened, beads of sweat rolled down his temples, testament to the intensity of his exertion. When the vigorous session concluded, Napoleon paused to catch his breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. Moments later he resumed, pushing himself for another 30 minutes, extracting every last ounce of strength. The exhilarating rush of exertion coursed through his veins, leaving him invigorated, radiant, and fully prepared to meet the day's new challenges. Upon completing his workout, Napoleon strode confidently into his private bath chamber, where water precisely balanced between warm and cool awaited him. He savored this fleeting solitude, letting the soothing flow ease his aching muscles and wash away the lingering traces of strenuous effort. Emerging refreshed from the water, Napoleon reached for a plush velvety towel. He wrapped it loosely around his waist, revealing a chiseled, statuesque physique. Before the mirror he meticulously groomed himself, trimming his beard, smoothing his dark hair, preparing at last to greet the new day. Then Napoleon approached his wardrobe. He selected his equestrian attire, a flawlessly tailored ensemble comprising a pristine white shirt, black riding breeches, gleaming black boots, and a deep blue jacket adorned with golden epaulets, all custom-fitted to his formidable frame. Leaving the private chamber, Napoleon strode confidently through the corridors of Chantilly Castle, each step of his boots echoing firmly against the stone. The castle staff, accustomed to his routine, bowed respectfully as he passed, and he acknowledged them with a nod, his mind entirely absorbed in the day's agenda. As he approached the great stables, the fragrant scent of hay and the neighing of horses greeted him. This magnificent structure, adorned with elegant arches and ornate detailing, housed a fine string of powerful and spirited steeds. The grooms and stable hands knew he had arrived and hurried to prepare his mount. "Are you ready?" Napoleon asked. "Yes, General, we have prepared your favorite steed, Ebony." The head groom stepped forward, leading a striking white horse. Napoleon approached Ebony, extending his hand to stroke the horse's glossy mane. The steed let out a soft whinny of acknowledgement. "Well done," he said. "Now saddle him." The stable hands sprang into action with practiced efficiency, and within moments Ebony was tacked up and ready for his rider. Napoleon tightened the girth to ensure the saddle was secure, then mounted with an effortless leap, settling gracefully into the saddle. Napoleon gave a gentle nudge with his heels, urging the horse forward. Ebony responded to his commands, his powerful muscles driving them forward in a smooth, measured stride. As their pace quickened, the ground beneath them seemed to blur, and the wind swept across Napoleon's face. They circled around the stables, Napoleon guiding Ebony with subtle shifts of his weight, and light touches on the reins, riding figure eights around the grounds. After a short while he decided to ride Ebony away from the stables, and explore the vast estate surrounding Chantilly Castle. The lush fields and picturesque scenery were captivating and refreshing. "How peaceful," Napoleon murmured to himself. In his former world, he had seldom had the opportunity to travel to the countryside, and compared to the urban concrete jungle, he was accustomed to the scenery here, brought him a deep sense of comfort. 30 minutes later Napoleon returned to the stables, a satisfied smile on his face. He dismounted gracefully and handed the reins to a stable hand. "Did you enjoy the ride, General?" the stable hand asked. Napoleon patted Ebony's neck affectionately, then turned and nodded to the stable hand. "Indeed, it was a splendid ride. Ebony performed as excellently as ever. On that account I shall take him on the campaign in Italy. General, I shall ensure Ebony is prepared for this journey." The head groom replied with a respectful bow. "As expected, I found you here." A woman's voice echoed through the stable. As Celine entered, the staff immediately snapped to attention. "I was just on my way back to have breakfast with you." Napoleon walked over to Celine, pressing a gentle kiss to her lips. "And how are our little ones? Are they awake?" "They are still fast asleep. Since you are finished, shall we go see them?" Napoleon shook his head. "Not just yet. I need to test something first." "Beaumont." "Yes, General." Beaumont, who had accompanied Celine to the stable, replied immediately. "I need you to fetch the wooden box on my desk in the office." Napoleon instructed. Beaumont, ever diligent, nodded and hurried toward Napoleon's office. A few minutes later, he returned with a finely crafted wooden box in hand. Napoleon took the wooden box from his hand, opened it, and withdrew its contents, a 357 revolver. "I would like to test this." Napoleon said. "Absolutely not. You will wake the children," Celine objected. "Do not worry, my dear." Napoleon understood her concern and reassured her. "I will test this revolver far from the castle. It will not disturb their sleep. Now, Beaumont, I want you to set up a target. Do it at once." Beaumont nodded and quickly set about fulfilling Napoleon's request. Within 30 minutes, the target had been set up in a wide clearing well away from the castle. Napoleon stood at a distance, gripping the 357 revolver firmly, while Celine watched intently as her husband loaded the firearm. "Darling, you had best cover your ears." Napoleon cast a glance at Celine and added with a playful smirk, well aware that the thunderous report of the revolver might give her a start. Celine nodded and stepped back a few paces, covering her ears with her hands. A few seconds later Napoleon aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. The revolver's deafening roar and sharp recoil echoed across the clearing, and the bullet struck true at the center of the target. Napoleon whistled in satisfaction. "This revolver will serve me well in Italy," he mused. "Time flies. We begin our campaign next month." Celine approached Napoleon and took his hand, whispering softly, "Now we had best make the most of the time you have left here. We were discussing electricity yesterday, were we not? Why do you not continue your research now?" "You are right." Over the following weeks, Napoleon meticulously drafted detailed blueprints for generators, electric motors, and light bulbs. These intricate designs were promptly dispatched to his team of technical engineers in Paris, led by Charles Coulomb, who were tasked with transforming the blueprints into workable prototypes. Under Napoleon's careful guidance, the engineers embarked on their work, immersing themselves in the project's complex technologies. Along the way, they encountered a series of challenges and technical obstacles that threatened to impede their progress. The engineers tirelessly and meticulously analyzed the potential obstacles before them, tackling issues such as energy conversion efficiency and the intricate wiring required for the electric motors. Each challenge presented unique problems, putting their expertise and problem-solving abilities to the ultimate test. Day after day, the engineers immersed themselves in experiments, adjusting components and testing various configurations. They sought innovative ways to overcome obstacles, dedicating countless hours to finding solutions. Napoleon maintained regular correspondence with his team, providing additional guidance through detailed letters and sharing insights from his research. His strategic thinking complemented the engineers' technical expertise, bridging the gap between theory and practice. Through their relentless effort and collaboration, the engineers made steady progress. They resolved the challenges they encountered, devised creative solutions for the complex wiring, and optimized the efficiency of their designs. Weeks passed, and the engineers gradually approached the completion of a functional prototype. As the final stages of assembly and fine-tuning drew near, Napoleon decided to travel to Paris with Sheila to visit the engineers. March 7, 1796. Upon arriving at the power vehicle factory, Napoleon and Sheila were greeted by a bustling scene. The air was thick with the pungent scent of machine oil, and the clang of metal echoed continuously. Rows of steam-powered machinery stood before them, pistons, pumping up and down wheels, rotating with a steady hum that reverberated throughout the workshop. Yet what captured their attention most was the steam-driven generator. Its massive iron frame towered overhead, crisscrossed with pipes and valves. Steam billowed from the vents, dispersing into the air and forming a light mist around them. Engineers clad in rough cloth attire bustled about, making fine adjustments to various components of the steam generator. They regulated valves, monitored pressure gauges, and carefully inspected the intricate machinery with precision tools in hand. Napoleon and Sheila approached the generator, their eyes drawn to the rotating flywheel at its core. Driven by steam power, the flywheel rotated at a steady rhythm, transferring energy to the electric motor. The engineers had successfully integrated the motor into the system, and it hummed softly as gears turned smoothly, converting the generator's energy into mechanical motion. Beyond the electric motor, Napoleon also spotted light bulbs on the table awaiting installation. These bulbs differed from any he had seen before. Delicate glass spheres with slender filaments suspended within. As the switch was flipped, the bulb illuminated, casting a warm and enchanting glow. "General, what do you think?" Project Chief Engineer Charles Augustin de Coulomb asked. "Have we succeeded in meeting your expectations?" Napoleon gazed at the bulb, emitting its soft radiance. He was deeply impressed that the French engineers could complete this project in merely a month. He knew his decision to appoint Charles as chief engineer had been the right one, given his extensive knowledge of electrical theory and practical experience. Napoleon turned to Charles with an appreciative smile. "Charles, you have not only successfully met my expectations, but you have exceeded them. With this, we can abandon steam-powered machinery driven by couplings, and turn to these electric motors," Napoleon said proudly, then turned to Sheila. "My dear, I want you to immediately patent this technology and ensure we have the rights to these innovations." Sheila nodded. "I will prioritize this matter, my dear." Napoleon nodded in satisfaction, and his gaze returned to the light bulb. He had just accelerated the pace of technological progress by several decades. The world stood on the brink of revolution, and Napoleon was determined to seize this opportunity to propel France to the forefront of innovation. Regrettably, he would not live to witness the development and promotion of this technology, for in the coming weeks, he would head to the front lines to command the Italian army. March 23, 1796. At the Chantilly Castle, Napoleon and Sheila were enjoying afternoon tea in the courtyard. "I have obtained patents for the steam generator, electric motor, and light bulb. Soon we will hold a demonstration at the Tuileries Palace in Paris, where we will install the first batch of electric street lamps," Sheila told Napoleon, sighing. "This will be a monumental undertaking. As you know, in this era there are no ready-made sockets, plugs, or electrical wires. If we wish to illuminate the entire nation, we must build everything from scratch, starting with the construction of power plants." Napoleon took a sip of tea, and then set his teacup back on the saucer. "During my time at the front, I will maintain contact with our engineers through letters. This may be our most expensive investment to date," Sheila said. "I hope your friends at the French Academy of Sciences will invest in this technology. We have already reached an agreement with Coulomb and Lavoisier. Do not worry, those men are passionate about scientific progress. They will invest," Napoleon reassured her. Just as they were conversing, Beaumont arrived in the courtyard. General Beaumont spoke up. "You have visitors." "Who?" Napoleon asked, casting him a glance. "From their uniforms, General, they appear to be soldiers," Beaumont replied. "I think they have come for you, my dear," Sheila interjected. Napoleon's expression grew grave. This day had finally arrived. He would leave Paris and his family to serve the French army. "Bring them over," Beaumont, Napoleon ordered. "Understood." Beaumont nodded and quickly departed to bring the soldiers to Napoleon. After a brief moment, Beaumont returned, followed by two soldiers in full uniform. Napoleon instantly recognized one of them. He wore an open-collar shirt, a velvet cape, and a hat adorned with a white plume. "Murat?" Napoleon called out. "Yes, General, it is I." Murat replied with a broad smile. "I have come to escort you, sir." "Wait, you are Murat?" Scylla rose in astonishment, her voice brimming with delight. Murat turned his gaze toward Scylla and was immediately struck by her beauty. "Good heavens, what a stunning lady!" Murat exclaimed, sincerely, admiration gleaming in his eyes. He stepped forward and extended his hand to Scylla in greeting. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Joachim Murat, adjutant to General Bonaparte. It is a pleasure to meet you, madam." Though surprised by Murat's flamboyant and charismatic manner, Scylla could not help but feel drawn to his charm. She gracefully accepted his hand and replied, "The pleasure is mine, Mr. Murat." Marat bowed slightly and gently kissed the back of Scylla's hand. Madam, I must say your beauty is truly enchanting. General Bonaparte is a fortunate man to have such an exceptional companion by his side. Scylla blushed and shyly waved her hand, a rosy hue coloring her cheeks. Thank you. General Bonaparte, are those your children? Marat glanced at the twins resting in the carriage and asked. Yes, the girl is Avellini and the boy is Francis. Napoleon replied with a smile. We shall depart at 8 o'clock this evening, General. Please use this time to bid farewell to your family, and make any necessary preparations. Marat informed him. Thank you, Marat. General. At 45 minutes past 7 Napoleon was saying his goodbyes to the castle staff. It appears everyone is accounted for. Speaking as he made his way toward the hallway where he saw his wife Scylla and their 2 children seated in the carriage. My dear. Scylla stepped forward and embraced him tightly. I will miss you. I will miss you too. Napoleon replied softly. He pressed a gentle kiss to Scylla's forehead, savoring the intimacy of the moment before reluctantly releasing her. I promise I shall return as soon as possible, Napoleon assured her earnestly. Stay safe, won't you? Scylla said, gazing into his eyes. Napoleon met her gaze and saw the deep concern reflected in her eyes. He reached out and cupped her face in his hands. I will. Then Napoleon approached the carriage where Avellini and Francis sat quietly oblivious to the parting that loomed before them. Napoleon bent down and gently stroked their cheeks. Watching their innocent faces, a faint smile graced his lips. My little ones, he whispered tenderly. I know you do not yet understand my words, but father must go to war. Sounds rather thrilling, does it not? I shall lead an army, and the very first thing I shall do upon defeating the enemy is return and pinch your cheeks once more. Napoleon chuckled softly, and gently pinched their cheeks, eliciting giggles from Avellini and Francis. Their innocent laughter stirred within him, a complex mixture of sweetness and sorrow. He knew this campaign would bring him glory just as it had for the true Napoleon. But this was a different world and outcomes might differ. Perhaps he would be gravely wounded, even killed. Yet he would never allow such a fate to befall him. General Bonaparte. Marat called softly from the doorway. It is time to depart. Napoleon cast one final look at his family, imprinting their faces deeply upon his memory. He straightened, nodded firmly at Marat, and then turned to Beaumont. Beaumont. Yes, sir. I entrust the safety of my family to you. Napoleon spoke with earnest urgency. You have always cared for them as though they were your own. I trust that in my absence you will continue to do so. Fear not, General. I shall spare no effort in protecting them, Beaumont declared. Napoleon extended his hand and clasped Beaumont's firmly. Thank you, Beaumont. With this simple gesture they sealed their mutual pledge. Napoleon then turned and departed, stepping out of the castle. Outside, the groom from the great stable led Napoleon's horse, Ebony, forward, offering the reins to him. Napoleon mounted Ebony and cast one last lingering glance at the castle. Moments later he gently nudged Ebony's flanks with his heels, urging the magnificent steed into a steady gallop. As the horizon unfolded before him, the castle gradually faded from sight. 2 hours later Napoleon, Marat, and 10 personal guards arrived at the central railway station in Paris. They dismounted and handed their horses to the station attendants, who stood ready to assist. The staff took the horses and led them onto the train. Marat, you mentioned my other 2 adjutants would meet us here, correct? Napoleon asked. Yes, General. I believe they are approaching us now. Marat replied, his gaze locking onto 2 young men in military uniforms. Napoleon followed Marat's line of sight and noticed the 2 officers in their early 20s whom Marat had mentioned. Who are they? On the left is Jean-Andoche Junot and on the right is Auguste de Marmont, Marat introduced. Oh! Napoleon began to observe the approaching pair with keen interest. Jean-Andoche Junot on the left was a somewhat stocky young officer, tall and broad-shouldered with a resolute countenance and an air of self-assurance. His neatly groomed black hair and piercing blue eyes made him particularly striking. Standing beside Junot was Auguste de Marmont, a leaner officer, whose demeanor exuded a restrained composure. Light brown hair framed a face full of intelligence, and his pale brown eyes scanned the surroundings, fixating on every detail. De Marmont's immaculate uniform and upright posture conveyed the disciplined and meticulous character befitting a soldier. As they drew nearer, Junot's confident smile radiated an assurance that stood in sharp contrast to de Marmont's composed expression. Napoleon nodded to them in greeting. So you are the general of the Italian army? Junot asked, his eyes scanning Napoleon's frame up and down. He had not expected their commander to appear no older than themselves. Mind your tone, Junot. Marmont interjected, his voice edged with gentle reprimand. He cast a brief deferential glance toward Napoleon, emphasizing the need for respect before their superior. You are addressing the general of the Italian army. Junot was momentarily cowed by Marmont's admonition, but quickly regained his composure and cleared his throat. My apologies, General Bonaparte. I meant no offense. It is of no consequence, Junot, Napoleon replied, firm yet understanding. Where then are the rest of the forces? At headquarters in Nice. Marmont continued, there you will meet with the generals to coordinate operations. They await your arrival to deliberate on the strategic plan for the upcoming campaign. Napoleon nodded, absorbing the information. What is our itinerary for this journey? The train will carry us to Toulon. Junot spoke formally. We expect to arrive at our destination at 10 o'clock in the morning. Upon arrival we shall mount our horses and ride to Nice to join the remaining troops. Excellent. Napoleon nodded, approvingly, glancing at Marat and the two newly arrived officers. Gentlemen, let us board the train for Toulon. Time is pressing. Once aboard, the thunderous roar of the engine filled the station as the carriages began to glide forward. The journey to Toulon had commenced. Inside, Napoleon secured a private compartment where he gathered with Marat, Junot, and Marmont. Which generals shall I be meeting? Napoleon asked. Here are the files, General Bonaparte, Marmont said, handing them over. Napoleon accepted the dossier, opened it, and read its contents carefully, his lips curling faintly into a knowing smile. The dossier contained biographical profiles of 4 marshals, who would later rise to prominence under the French Empire during Napoleon's true historical era: Jean-Mathieu Philibert Serrier, Charles-Pierre Augereau, André Messina, and Louis-Alexandre Berthier. Of the 4, Berthier was the one he most admired. Not necessarily for battlefield command, but for administrative brilliance unmatched by any contemporary. When he assumed leadership of France, such a man would be indispensable in governing the Republic. But that was not all. Napoleon knew he would also encounter other marshals there, including Lannes and Bessières. I look forward to meeting them soon, Napoleon murmured softly. General Bonaparte, I neglected to introduce myself. Marmont said, I am Auguste de Marmont. I believe we met in Toulon. I served then as a lieutenant in the 1st Artillery Regiment. Indeed, Napoleon responded, mildly surprised. I did not notice. I was wholly preoccupied with expelling the British. Then turning to Junot, and you, Junot, were you stationed in Toulon as well? Napoleon asked. Yes, General. I served as aide-de-camp to General de Gamier. Junot replied. Napoleon tilted his head slightly, recalling in the true chronicle of history Junot had indeed been his aide-de-camp during the siege of Toulon. Yet in this world, inexplicably, he had not been. Marat interjected proudly. I first encountered General Bonaparte in Paris, during the suppression of the uprising on 13 Vendémiaire. Napoleon smiled. Well then, if all 3 of you now serve as my aides for this campaign, I hope we shall forge bonds of trust and cooperation that prove both enduring and efficient. The 3 officers nodded in unison, faces resolute, eyes alight with unwavering loyalty. Clearly they stood ready to devote themselves fully to Napoleon and to the cause. The train rattled steadily along the rails, its rhythmic clatter punctuated only by the sighing wind beyond the windows. A contemplative silence settled over the compartment. Napoleon leaned back in his seat, feeling the weight of the coming campaign settle upon his shoulders. March 25th, 8 o'clock in the morning. Napoleon and his aides rode horseback toward Nice, the headquarters of the Italian army, conversing lightly to pass the time. Wait, General Bonaparte! Junot exclaimed, unable to conceal his astonishment. Did you invent the steam locomotive we rode yesterday? Napoleon smiled faintly at Junot's reaction. Indeed I did, he confirmed. My years in the artillery kindled a deep fascination with engineering, and the feats achievable through technology remain nothing short of astonishing. Marmont interjected, disappointment clear in his tone. Junot, you ought to have studied the general's background before this meeting. It is standard protocol. Junot scratched his head sheepishly. I had no idea, I confess. I hold little enthusiasm for scientific journals, let alone biographical dossiers on individuals. You are utterly shameless, Junot, Marmont muttered disapprovingly, clicking his tongue. At the very least you should know of his triumph at Toulon. You fought there yourself after all. A look of recognition dawned on Junot's face. Of course I do, he said eagerly. I saw General Bonaparte shouting orders as our cannons shattered the British fleet. Napoleon listened attentively to their banter, savoring the easy camaraderie. A fond echo of those early days in the army when brotherhood among comrades was forged in shared hardship and quiet humor. Even so, I fear the generals there may not readily accept you. Marmont's remark caught Napoleon's attention, prompting him to interrupt the conversation. He shifted slightly in his saddle and fixed Marmont with a steady, searching gaze. What do you mean by that? Napoleon asked, curious yet tinged with quiet concern. He glanced around, ensuring their privacy on the open road. General Marmont exchanged a brief glance with Junot, then sighed softly. Well, General Bonaparte, your appointment as commander of the army of Italy is no secret. It carries political implications. Napoleon furrowed his brow, a curiosity ripened into astonishment and keen interest. Political implications, he repeated, urging Marmont to continue. Murat, who had remained comparatively silent until then, spoke up. "Allow me to explain, General. You see, when we quelled the Parisian uprising on 13 Vendemiaire, it was your decisive action that saved the National Convention and secured governmental stability." Napoleon's memory instantly flashed back to that fateful day in Paris. A royalist-led insurrection had threatened the very foundations of the Republic, and he had been entrusted with defending the National Convention. A pivotal moment in his career. His strategic brilliance secured victory, and preserved the fledgling government of the French Republic. Marmon continued, "Your triumph in Paris elevated your standing, but also unsettled several senior generals. I must speak frankly, General Bonaparte, the generals you are to meet in Nice are as capable as you, perhaps even more so, and they have long since cemented their reputations through years of distinguished service. Yet it was I who drove the British and their allies from Toulon. I conceived that campaign, and without me the British fleet would still dominate the Mediterranean." Napoleon interjected with quiet disdain. "I concede that those veteran generals may possess greater battlefield experience, but without my intervention France might well have fallen once more beneath Bourbon rule." General," Murat interjected cautiously, "we do not dispute your fitness to command the army of Italy. We merely observe that for political reasons some consider your appointment controversial." Upon hearing Murat's words, Napoleon's expression softened. "If my tone sounded arrogant or defensive, I offer my sincere apologies." Napoleon spoke earnestly. "Throughout my career I have faced countless challenges, and sometimes it proves difficult to comprehend why despite my accomplishments my authority remains subject to question. Enough of this. How far are we from Nice?" Junot glanced at the map in his hand and replied, "General, we should reach Nice in roughly an hour. We have ample time." "Very well." An hour later, Nice, headquarters of the Army of Italy. General Serrier paced restlessly in the reception hall of the governor's palace in Nice, while Augereau and Messina sat side by side on a velvet sofa. "Please, General Serrier, do refrain from pacing, you disturb my thoughts," Augereau murmured gently in reproach. Serrier halted mid-stride, his face etched with frustration and resentment. "My apologies, General Augereau. I cannot help but feel agitated. The news of General Bonaparte's appointment unsettles me deeply. Why should the High Command appoint a man younger than ourselves with limited combat experience? I confess, I do not even know him. Oh, if rank can be so easily manipulated, to what depths has France descended?" Messina leaned forward, hands clasped tightly together. "General Serrier, let us not rush to judgment. We have all heard of Bonaparte's victory at Toulon, and of his recent triumphs at Sorgio and on 13 Vendemiaire, where he suppressed the royalist uprising in Paris. His reputation precedes him. To underestimate his abilities would be unwise." Serrier sighed heavily, despair plain upon his features. "I understand, General Messina, but still it feels like an affront to our own achievements. We have devoted our lives to France, fought its wars, shed its blood, earned our ranks through decades of hard-won experience. And now we are to serve under a young man whose rapid ascent stems not from merit but from political favor." Augereau interjected with a trace of skepticism. "Political influence and military leadership do not always coincide. We have witnessed many generals, however politically connected, end in failure. Yet Bonaparte has demonstrated extraordinary promise. His record speaks for itself. After all, it was he who expelled the British from Toulon, crippling their dominance in the Mediterranean. Still, I confess, I harbor reservations about whether this young general can effectively command the army of Italy." As they spoke, another figure entered the hall, startling all three generals. "Oh, General Berthier, you have been appointed chief of staff to our new young commander. What is your assessment of him?" Serrier asked. "I am uncertain, General Serrier," Berthier replied simply. "I have not met him personally, but I have heard of his exploits. He is a commander of exceptional promise." "Why do you ask?" "Then, General Berthier, do you deem his appointment appropriate? A 27-year-old scarcely French by birth, placed at the head of the army of Italy solely because he rescued the government?" Serrier asked. Berthier paused, weighing his reply carefully. He knew his words carried weight and demanded prudence and wisdom. "General Serrier, I fully understand your concerns, and those of your fellow generals. It is only natural to question the appointment of someone relatively young and inexperienced. Yet we cannot disregard General Bonaparte's achievements. The victories at Toulon, Sorgio, and the suppression of the royalist uprising in Paris are too significant to dismiss." At that moment an officer entered the hall. "Gentlemen, General Napoleon Bonaparte, Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Italy, has arrived." Augereau and Messina rose immediately, their eyes fixed upon Napoleon and his aides as they entered the hall. The instant Napoleon stepped into the reception chamber, all four generals sprang to their feet in unison, their gazes locked upon him, and rendered a crisp, precise military salute, right hands snapping smartly to their foreheads. Napoleon acknowledged their salute with a nod of approval and returned it with equal precision. His gaze swept across the room, appraising these eminent commanders before him. Now, let us begin planning. Before we proceed to formulate our plan, Napoleon strode past the generals still holding their salutes and began to speak. I would like to formally introduce myself. I am Napoleon Bonaparte, appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Italy. I am aware that some among you may harbor reservations regarding my appointment, but I assure you I shall devote myself entirely to securing victory in our campaign here. Generals Serrier, Augereau, Messina, and Berthier lowered their hands and nodded in assent. Where then is General Berthier? Napoleon asked, scanning the room. Just as if summoned by fate, Berthier stepped forward, composed and intensely focused. Here I am, General Bonaparte, replied Berthier with steady, respectful tone. I am General Louis-Alexandre Berthier, appointed your Chief of Staff. Napoleon nodded approvingly. General Berthier. Delighted to meet you. As it happens, my aide-de-camp Captain Marat informed me you had something to deliver to me. Is that correct? Yes, General Bonaparte. I have drafted a comprehensive proposal for the complete reform of our logistics and transportation system. It currently rests upon my desk. Berthier said. Napoleon turned and called out Captain Marat. Yes, General. Marat snapped to attention, ready to obey. Go immediately to General Berthier's office and retrieve the proposal he mentioned. Bring it back without delay, Napoleon commanded. Marat saluted sharply and departed swiftly, leaving the assembled generals waiting. Moments later, he returned holding a neatly bound document. General Bonaparte, the proposal is here, Marat announced, presenting the dossier with formal deference. Napoleon accepted the dossier from Marat, glanced briefly at its cover, bearing Berthier's official seal, and nodded in quiet approval before turning his gaze toward Berthier. Tell me in detail about this proposal, he said, already scanning its contents intently. Thank you, General Bonaparte. Berthier began confidently. This proposal addresses the critical deficiencies plaguing our current logistics and transportation infrastructure. It outlines a sweeping reorganization and optimization of our supply chain, ensuring our troops are well-fed, warmly clothed, fully armed, and perpetually battle-ready. He paused briefly before continuing. First, I propose systematic procurement of foodstuffs, fodder, and other essential resources across southern France. We shall establish a resilient network of trusted suppliers and strategically positioned depots, each situated to maximize operational support. By leveraging local resources, we drastically reduce dependence on vulnerable, overextended supply lines. Berthier's gaze swept across the rapt faces of the assembled generals, noting their intense concentration, and pressed onward. Furthermore, we must harness the transformative potential of emerging technologies in transport, steam locomotion being paramount among them. Though still in its infancy, I am convinced this innovation holds extraordinary promise to revolutionize our logistical capacity entirely. These steam locomotives can convey vast quantities of material with unprecedented speed and efficiency, completing long-distance hauls in a fraction of the time required by traditional methods. Additionally, I recommend forming specialized transport regiments tailored to our Army's unique requirements. These regiments will orchestrate and maintain an agile, responsive supply chain, ensuring timely delivery of provisions to frontline units through close coordination with depots and suppliers, thereby streamlining the entire process. Berthier met Napoleon's gaze, and discerned in the commander's eyes a spark of keen interest which fortified his resolve to underscore the strategic necessity of his vision. Moreover, we must institute a rigorous system of accountability and oversight. By enforcing meticulous record-keeping and instituting regular audits, we can swiftly identify and rectify inefficiencies, thereby reinforcing discipline, enhancing transparency, and ensuring optimal utilization of every resource. As Berthier presented his recommendations, Napoleon's lips curved into a satisfied smile. I must say, you have profoundly impressed me with your foresight and meticulous attention to detail. Clearly you have thoroughly weighed both our troops' needs and the campaign's exacting demands. Your emphasis on local resource integration, your embrace of novel transport technologies, such as steam locomotion, and your proposal for dedicated transport regiments all reflect profound strategic acumen, the very quality I require throughout this campaign. I have decided you shall commence implementation immediately, and spare no effort. Berthier smiled. Thank you, General Bonaparte. Your unwavering confidence in my plan humbles me deeply. I pledge my full dedication, body, mind, and will, to executing this plan flawlessly. Napoleon placed a hand gently upon Berthier's shoulder, then turned toward the other generals standing beside General Berthier. Now that logistical concerns have been resolved, let us discuss how to deploy our forces. General Serrier, do you have the most recent map? Yes, Your Excellency. Serrier murmured in reluctant assent, beckoning his aide-de-camp to bring forth the map. With meticulous care, he unrolled it upon a nearby table, whereupon the generals gathered close, their eyes fixed intently upon its contours. Tell me, what am I looking at? Napoleon asked. General Messina spoke first. We face two armies, the Piedmontese to the east and the Austrians to the west. According to our scouts, the Piedmontese field approximately 25,000 men, the Austrians 30,000. Our own force numbers 38,000. As you see, we are outnumbered. Indeed, we are outmatched. When they unite, replied General Messina. Napoleon corrected him. Therefore, we must prevent precisely that union. If this map is accurate, I observe their troops are not concentrated in one place, but dispersed across various mountain passes. That is an opportunity we may exploit. Then, General Bonaparte, why not strike the Austrian garrison stationed in Genoa? Such an assault would sever their supply lines with Britain. Once they are eliminated, we may turn our full attention to the Piedmontese. General Augereau proposed. Napoleon paused thoughtfully, having already studied the campaign's dynamics before arriving at the front. Augereau's suggestion is not without merit. Yes, Genoa could certainly be taken, thereby denying the Austrians British aid. Yet General Borio, the Austrian commander-in-chief, is undoubtedly anticipating precisely such a move. Should they advance upon that city, fierce resistance is all but certain. The plan holds promise, General Augereau, but I harbor reasonable doubts regarding the feasibility of a direct assault on Genoa. Augereau raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what precisely is your concern, General? Well, the Austrians surely anticipate our attack upon Genoa. After all, it is a strategic port, and their vital lifeline. Our advance would likely meet determined resistance, inflicting heavy casualties upon our ranks. Rather than assaulting Genoa, let us strike this city instead. Napoleon pressed a finger firmly onto the map, indicating a smaller town situated squarely between the two enemy positions. This town is Dago, Napoleon declared. It serves as the vital nexus linking the Piedmontese and Austrian armies. Seizing Dago will sever their communication lines and render coordinated action impossible. Thereafter, we shall drive a wedge between the Piedmontese and the Austrians from this very point. According to this map, the Austrians will likely retreat toward Milan, while the Piedmontese fall back upon their capital Turin. General Augereau's eyes widened. He began to grasp the profound strategic brilliance underlying Napoleon's plan. He swiftly realized that capturing Dago would effectively fracture the enemy coalition and secure decisive advantage. But according to our intelligence, the Austrian commander is stationed at Ovada. If we march on Dago, will he not rapidly join forces with the garrison there? Precisely, General Augereau. That is why we stake our gamble upon the Austrian commander himself. Pardon me, Augereau exclaimed. What do you mean, General Bonaparte? A gamble? Earlier you suggested we attack Genoa, did you not? Yes. I believe the Austrian commander has already divined that intention, and is likely preparing his defenses accordingly. Thus we must anticipate the Austrian force encamped at Valtry. Valtry would serve as the optimal staging ground for an assault on Genoa. The Austrians cannot afford to allow us to concentrate our forces there, and so they must seize Valtry first. And here lies our wager: the moment the Austrians advance upon Valtry, we launch our decisive strike against Dago. Rugged mountains lie between our positions, and there's terrain that precludes any direct advance. To reinforce their beleaguered garrison, they must detour through Acqui. Augereau listened intently, absorbing every word. Napoleon continued elaborating his plan, unfolding its intricate layers with methodical precision. As Augereau perceived the extraordinary intellect concealed within Napoleon's calculated gamble, his initial skepticism gradually gave way to deep admiration. If our assault upon Dago coincides precisely with the Austrians' preoccupation at Valtry, we shall catch them utterly off guard, denying them any chance to reinforce Dago's defenders. Napoleon continued his explanation. By the time they comprehend what has transpired, it will already be too late. I agree, General Serrier nodded. My confidence in you, General Bonaparte, is now absolute. Napoleon glanced briefly at the other generals, gauging their reactions. Their expressions ranged from curiosity to cautious optimism. He had successfully dispelled their initial reservations, and secured their trust, an indispensable step toward victory in this campaign. Thank you, General Serrier. Napoleon nodded in acknowledgement. Napoleon refocused his attention on the map, elaborating on their strategic plan, highlighting key locations and potential obstacles along the route, while the generals listened intently, absorbing every detail and offering their insights and suggestions. 2 hours later, they finalized the offensive plan. It sounds simple, doesn't it? Napoleon broke the room's tension with a light, knowing laugh. Yet, if our troops remain dispirited, we cannot execute this plan effectively. Upon my arrival, I observed soldiers without rifles or boots, some in tattered uniforms desperately in need of repair. We cannot march into battle with an ill-equipped, demoralized army. Therefore, this week, we shall rectify these deficiencies. Headquarters of the Army of Italy, March 27, 1796. Napoleon stood upon the platform, surveying row upon row of despondent soldiers. Their uniforms ragged, their spirits worn down, clearly bearing the deep scars of past hardship. Napoleon grasped the gravity of the situation and knew he must ignite their morale. His expression resolute, he raised a hand for silence. The soldiers turned their gaze toward their commander, eyes alight with curiosity. Soldiers, the reality before us is stark. Our supplies are meager, our rations scant, and the overburdened government offers little relief. Yet your indomitable courage amid these barren rocks is not merely admirable. It is transcendent. And now I offer you a vision, a march toward unparalleled fertility and abundance. Imagine, comrades, vast provinces stretching endlessly, teeming with prosperity and wealth. Majestic cities beckon us forward, holding within them the keys to honor, glory, and unimaginable riches. Soldiers of Italy, I ask you, will your courage waver? Will your resolve falter? Let us forge a path together. One whose echo shall reverberate across time, whose tale of valor and triumph shall be passed down through generations. We possess the power to reshape destiny and etch our names indelibly upon history. Merely enduring the present is insufficient. We must transcend it, leaving behind these desolate crags. Now is the hour to advance, to claim the place we have earned in the annals of honor and renown. No longer shall we dwell in shadow. We shall bask in the radiant light of victory. Each step draws us closer to the future. Our valor shall conquer the world, and our enemies shall tremble at the mere utterance of our names, for we embody courage and unyielding resilience. Join me on this journey, the one that shall define us, our legacy, and the fate of beloved Italy. Soldiers of Italy, let my words kindle the flame deep within your hearts. Unite with unwavering determination in pursuit of glory and fortune. We stand upon the precipice of greatness, poised to seize our rightful place in history. With courage as our shield and perseverance as our sword, we shall surpass all limits. Our present struggle shall become the stepping stone to an infinite future. Soldiers, the moment has come to write our own destiny. As these words reached the weary soldiers' ears, a spark of hope ignited within them. Heads once bowed began to rise, and eyes once dulled by exhaustion now gleamed with renewed conviction. The weight upon their shoulders seemed to lift, replaced by a rekindled sense of purpose. In an instant their hands shot upward and thunderous cheers erupted from their throats. Observing the transformation in their countenances, Napoleon smiled with quiet satisfaction. In the wake of this stirring address, Napoleon immediately initiated a comprehensive reorganization of the army. Well aware that discipline and structure were the bedrock of their success, assisted by his most capable aides, he launched a sweeping reform. The first measure was the strict enforcement of military discipline. Any misconduct or defiance of orders was swiftly addressed. Corrupt units were disbanded, while exemplary and loyal soldiers were promoted to leadership roles. Simultaneously, General Berthier's recommendations were implemented, dramatically improving logistics and transportation. The supply chain was overhauled to ensure troops received ample rations, full equipment, and remained combat-ready. Local resources were efficiently harnessed, reducing dependence on vulnerable supply lines. Weeks passed, and the transformation became unmistakable. The soldiers were no longer exhausted and apathetic, but a disciplined, fiercely motivated fighting force. April 11, 1796. New headquarters of the Army of Italy, Albenga. Napoleon sat in a private chamber of the town hall, penning a letter to Desiree. Telegraph lines still under construction, compelling him to rely on traditional correspondence. Soon after, one of his aides-de-camp, Murat, entered the tent. "General," Murat called out. "What is it?" Napoleon asked. "A courier from Valtry has just arrived. As you predicted, the Austrians have launched their assault on Valtry," Murat reported. A smile flickered across Napoleon's face. "Summon the generals immediately, and inform them we shall commence our offensive at dawn tomorrow. Also convey this instruction to the courier: order our forces stationed at Valtry to withdraw from their positions and join our main column." "Understood, General." Murat saluted sharply and hurried from the tent to deliver the orders. After Murat departed, Napoleon let out a delighted chuckle. Then let it begin. About a month after Napoleon assumed command of the Italian army, a series of remarkable events unfolded. This marked the beginning of Napoleon and his forces' string of victories, all of which commenced with General Baume's attack on Valtry, followed by the rapid capture of Montenot. Despite being besieged by the Austrians at Montenot, the French troops remained undaunted, pressing forward, resolutely, their objective being to engage the Piedmontese at Corsica. As time passed, the genius of Napoleon's plan to divide the enemy gradually revealed itself. On April 15th, under Napoleon's close watch, General Messina seized control of Dago. Anticipating that the French army might, as history had shown, let their guard down under the temptation of plunder and looting, Napoleon reminded Messina to remain vigilant. As expected, when the Austrian forces commanded by Vukasovic arrived at Dago, they found themselves trapped in a meticulously laid snare. 3,000 soldiers unwittingly fell into Napoleon's strategic design, and his careful planning and timely warning yielded excellent results. When the Austrians faced the grim reality of their predicament, it was clear that the tide had turned against them. Just as Napoleon had foreseen, General Baume decided to retreat and regroup at Acqui. The French army's relentless assault on Genoa left him in a dilemma, unable to aid their Piedmontese allies, who now faced the full force of the Italian army alone. April 20th, 1796. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Napoleon and Berthier sat astride their horses peering through their telescopes at the bonfires on the plain. They appeared to be camping. General Bonaparte. Berthier said, his tone uncertain. Should we wait for the right moment and launch our attack at dawn? Napoleon lowered his telescope, his gaze fixed on the distant bonfires, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. No, Berthier. I do not believe the Piedmontese would willingly camp and prepare to face us tomorrow. They know our numbers far exceed theirs. This is nothing but a feint. Before he had finished speaking, the scout Napoleon had sent to locate the Piedmontese army returned panting heavily and gasping for breath. General, the young soldier panted, struggling to steady himself. Napoleon's gaze fell upon the soldier and he spoke. Take a deep breath, soldier. What has happened? The scout took a moment to compose his breathing, then straightened his posture and began his report. General, the Piedmontese, they are not camping. It is a trap. They are retreating. Did you see? Napoleon turned to Berthier, a smile gracing his lips. Send word to General Messina, General Augereau, and General Serrier. Prepare their troops for immediate pursuit of the retreating Piedmontese army. Berthier's brow furrowed, his voice tinged with exhaustion and concern. But General Bonaparte, our soldiers have been fighting for days on end. They are hungry and weary. They need time to rest and resupply. Pursuit now may push them beyond their limits. Napoleon gazed steadfastly at Berthier, understanding his concern. I understand the difficulties they face, General, but we must consider the bigger picture. If we delay, the Piedmontese will have the chance to escape our grasp and may receive reinforcements from the Austrians. We cannot allow that to happen. We have gained the upper hand and seized their throat. Deliver my orders at once. Berthier hesitated for a moment, torn between his concern for the exhausted soldiers and his faith in Napoleon's strategic vision. Glancing at the resolute expression on Napoleon's face, he realized the gravity of the situation. Very well, General Bonaparte. Berthier finally relented. I will convey your orders to General Messina, General Augereau, and General Serrier immediately. The early morning of April 21st. As golden sunlight bathed the picturesque countryside, a dramatic scene unfolded along the outer flank of the retreating Piedmontese army. The troops of Augereau, Messina, and Serrier closed in on the retreating enemy with merciless determination. The once peaceful countryside now trembled at the approach of the French storm. The thunderous tread of military boots echoed through the air, striking terror into the weary Piedmontese soldiers. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before them. A sea of blue uniformed soldiers stretching to the horizon, endless and overwhelming. A tangle of emotions swirled among the Piedmontese ranks. Some soldiers resolved to defend their homeland with the last vestiges of strength in their exhausted bodies, gripping their weapons tightly and bracing for the fierce assault. Others fell into despair, their fighting spirit utterly crushed by the overwhelming and aggressive presence of the massive French army. As a result, what had been an orderly retreat under General Colley's command devolved into catastrophic chaos. Though he and some of his officers escaped, it was undeniable that Napoleon had shattered their army. Later that afternoon, Napoleon, Berthier, and their aides entered Mondovi. Ruin and worn cobblestone streets came into view, scars left by recent conflict. The town lay in disarray, its once vibrant atmosphere replaced by a desolate silence. Yet amid the rubble, signs of life began to emerge as townspeople cautiously stepped out of their homes. Napoleon dismounted and, accompanied by Berthier and his aides, walked through the streets of Mondovi. The townsfolk watched from a distance, their gazes filled with apprehension, wondering what fate awaited them now that the French had taken possession of the city. But Napoleon held little interest in the town itself. To him, it was merely a place for his soldiers to rest and recover after enduring over 10 days of grueling combat, winning 4 battles, each a decisive victory. Napoleon sighed, feeling the ache of exhaustion in his own body. General Bonaparte asked Marmont with concern, "Are you well?" "I am merely tired," Napoleon replied. "I see. Very well, why not rest while we handle the rest?" suggested Marmont. "I agree with Marmont," Marat chimed in. "Like the rest of the soldiers, you have not had proper sleep or a decent meal for days. We cannot afford such luxuries when facing 2 armies simultaneously." Napoleon offered a weary smile. "Very well, I will follow your advice and rest. Notify me immediately of any significant developments." "Yes, General." 2 days later, an envoy from the Piedmontese army arrived in Mondovi bearing a message from his commander. General Bonaparte, Junot announced as soon as he entered the room. "A Piedmontese messenger wishes to see you. Send him in." Napoleon set down his quill and the parchment on which he had been drafting orders, turning his full attention to the messenger. A soldier in tattered, mud-stained uniform, his face etched with fear and exhaustion, who approached Napoleon. Napoleon gestured for the messenger to come closer, studying the weary man carefully. "What brings you here?" The messenger saluted Napoleon and handed over a sealed letter. "General Colley, commander of the Piedmontese forces, sends his respects and requests an audience with you, General Bonaparte." Napoleon took the letter, broke the seal, and quickly scanned its contents. As he read, his expression shifted from curiosity to interest. Interesting, Napoleon murmured softly. It seems General Kali wishes to negotiate an armistice, and is willing to discuss terms. Berthier, who had been observing from a distance, approached Napoleon with curiosity in his eyes. What conditions has your opponent proposed? Napoleon raised an eyebrow, lifting his gaze from the letter to meet Berthier's. The letter states that General Kali hopes to negotiate a ceasefire between our forces. He seeks guarantees for the safety of his soldiers and the preservation of his army as terms for surrender. Fascinating. Berthier mused thoughtfully. We have been at war with the Piedmontese for 4 years, yet you, General Bonaparte, have defeated them in less than 3 weeks. Napoleon smiled at the compliment, then turned back to the messenger. Tell General Kali that we will consider his proposal. However, make it clear that any negotiations will proceed on France's terms, and the surrender of his troops is non-negotiable. For days later, Napoleon and his staff relocated to Alba, intending to pursue the Austrians who were preparing to reinforce the Piedmontese. The Austrians had originally planned to support the Piedmontese, but upon learning that the Piedmontese had entered negotiations with the French Republic, they immediately withdrew their forces. Furthermore, the King of Piedmont-Sardinia accepted Napoleon's terms on that day, compelling the Kingdom of Piedmont-Sardinia to cede control of the Duchy of Savoy and the County of Nice to the French Republic. Moreover, the agreement required disarmament measures and military restrictions, thereby reducing the size of the Piedmontese army. Additionally, the Kingdom of Piedmont was forbidden from constructing fortifications, military installations, or taking any defensive measures near the French border, or in strategic locations without prior approval from French authorities. Finally, as part of the terms, the kingdom was required to pay substantial reparations to the French Republic. These terms determined the fate of the Piedmontese. They were no longer at war. In Alba, Napoleon stood upon a makeshift platform addressing the locals and his army. In merely 2 weeks you have achieved remarkable and glorious victories, conquering valuable territory. Your courage and resilience have exceeded all expectations. The enemies who once threatened us now flee in terror. But remember, our mission is not yet complete. There are still battles to fight, cities to seize, and challenges to overcome. Your courage remains unwavering, for you yearn to expand the glory of our nation and humiliate those who sought to enslave us. We shall achieve a glorious peace to recompense the sacrifices we have made. But I ask one thing of you: respect the people we have liberated. We will tolerate no plundering or brutality. Let us be known as liberators, not oppressors. Those who engage in looting will face severe punishment. To the Italian people we come as friends to shatter your chains. The French army stands with all peoples, respecting your property, your religion, and your customs. We wage war with noble adversaries, aiming to defeat the tyrants who have imprisoned you. Let us stand united and build a bright future together. Forward toward victory. Long live the French Republic. Long live the Republic. The soldiers cried in unison, their voices echoing through the streets of Alba. The local populace erupted in enthusiastic cheers, and applause inspired by Napoleon's words and the promise of liberation. After the speech, Napoleon and his army marched toward Lombardy. May 5, 1796. Nearly 2 weeks had passed since the Kingdom of Piedmont-Sardinia surrendered to the French Republic following the Battle of Mondovì. Napoleon and the army of Italy pursued General Beaulieu into Lombardy, where he established defensive positions behind the Po River. Napoleon ordered the divisions commanded by Messina La Harpe and Augereau, along with the newly formed elite vanguard led by Dalamain, to advance toward Piacenza. On May 7, 1796, they crossed the Po River, a maneuver that took the entire army nearly a full day to complete. On May 8, Napoleon and his staff arrived at Fombio. At this very location, Napoleon had learned that General La Harpe might have fallen to friendly fire. La Harpe had played a crucial role in Napoleon's recent victories over the Piedmontese and Austrians. Losing him would be a devastating blow to the army of Italy, not to mention that he had the potential to become one of France's greatest generals. To prevent such a catastrophe, Napoleon made it his mission to ensure La Harpe's safety on the battlefield. He issued reminders such as not to join the fighting directly but to command from the rear. However, as the battle unfolded, La Harpe's thirst for honor and unwavering resolve led him to disregard Napoleon's orders. Ignoring the pleas of his trusted subordinates and the warnings of his personal guards, he could not restrain his impulse to lead the troops personally at the front lines. Mounted on his magnificent warhorse, La Harpe charged fearlessly into battle, his sword flashing with lethal brilliance as he carved a bloody path through the enemy ranks. Observing La Harpe's recklessness from a distance, Napoleon realized his warnings had fallen on deaf ears. Worried for La Harpe's safety, he rode his horse toward the heart of the melee, determined to rescue him from danger. As Napoleon drew closer, he noticed the fighting around La Harpe intensifying, with peril closing in. With a sense of urgency, Napoleon's steed maneuvered nimbly through the fray, charging into the encroaching enemy forces. Napoleon drew his pistol and fired at an Austrian soldier who was advancing on La Harpe with bayonet fixed. However, on his way to the rescue, his warhorse Ebony was struck by an Austrian musket ball, causing it to stumble and lose its balance. The sudden impact sent Napoleon flying from the saddle, his body twisting in midair as he desperately tried to regain his balance. Fortunately, Napoleon landed safely, but poor Ebony was not so fortunate. Napoleon watched as Ebony lay motionless on the ground. "Ebony," Napoleon murmured softly. Having just lost his beloved steed, he rose to his feet and glared coldly at the culprit who was intently reloading his musket. "I think it's time." Napoleon drew another pistol, a weapon unlike any the soldiers on the battlefield had ever seen. He took aim and pulled the trigger. With a deafening explosion, the man's chest was pierced. He aimed at another enemy, pulled the trigger again, and repeated this 4 more times. Napoleon's aides-de-camp, Murat, Marmont, and Junot, stood dumbfounded, staring at the weapon Napoleon had wielded. "What manner of weapon is this?" Murat exclaimed, firing 6 times without reloading. "I don't know. Perhaps a pistol." Marmont's voice trembled. "It doesn't appear to be a flintlock pistol." Junot whispered, "Murat." Napoleon shouted, jolting him from his astonishment. "Find me a spare horse at once." Shaken from his brief stupor, Murat quickly turned and sprinted toward the rear lines where spare horses were kept. Napoleon's urgent command spurred him on. He knew time was of the essence. Meanwhile, Napoleon kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield, casting a glance at La Harpe, who was still engaged in combat. "I must reach him at once." Murmuring to himself, Napoleon loaded 6 rounds into the cylinder, tapped the magazine back into place, took aim at General La Harpe's position, and precisely dispatched 6 Austrian soldiers. "General Bonaparte," Murat approached, leading a spare horse by the reins. Napoleon briefly averted his gaze from La Harpe and turned to his aide-de-camp. "Thank you, Murat." Swiftly mounting the new horse, Napoleon wasted no further moment and urged it into a gallop toward La Harpe. Drawing his saber as he drew near, he cleaved through the remaining enemy soldiers, blocking their path with a powerful stroke. Blood splattered across Napoleon's face as he fought his way through to La Harpe's side. Moments later, breaking through the final line of defense, he finally reconnected with the general. Both generals panted heavily, drenched in sweat and mud, their swords drenched in enemy blood. "General," La Harpe gasped, his voice laced with relief and exhaustion. "You came." Dismounting, Napoleon approached La Harpe, but rather than offering a warm reception, he delivered a fierce slap to his face. Taken completely by surprise, La Harpe froze, his cheek burning with pain as a heavy silence fell over the air. Napoleon's gaze locked onto La Harpe's, his eyes blazing with a complex mixture of anger, frustration, and concern. "I told you to stay in the rear. Why did you disobey my orders?" La Harpe stepped back, instinctively raising a hand to touch his stinging cheek. He swallowed hard. Though his pride was wounded, his loyalty remained unshaken. I could not stand by and watch our soldiers fight alone. I had to be with them, to lead them. Next time, do not let your ambition cloud your judgment and make you forget the importance of obeying orders." La Harpe bowed his head, too ashamed to meet Napoleon's gaze. "I understand, General. If my disobedience has caused you distress, I apologize." Napoleon's anger began to subside, replaced by concern for his comrade. He extended his hand and gently patted La Harpe on the shoulder, the gesture unexpectedly tender. "Return to the rear. We still have a battle to fight." His eyes swept toward the Austrian lines. La Harpe nodded, resolve reigniting within him as he wiped the blood and sweat from his brow. Satisfied, Napoleon gave a nod, his confidence in La Harpe restored. "Excellent. We must press onward and secure victory here." Thereafter, Napoleon and La Harpe reorganized the infantry. Once the troops were in formation, they ordered a charge, driving back the Austrian forces with ruthless force. Hours later, the Austrian army began to retreat. As they fled the battlefield, French soldiers erupted in cheers, mocking the retreating enemy. "That's right, run, you weak Austrians. All you know is how to flee." Napoleon and La Harpe stood side by side, surveying the battlefield with expressions of both satisfaction and exhaustion. The ground was littered with the wreckage of war. Shattered weapons, tattered flags, and the lifeless corpses of French and Austrian soldiers alike. "What is the plan, General?" La Harpe asked. "To pursue the Austrians," Napoleon replied simply. May 10th, 1796. Morning. Napoleon's vanguard, commanded by General Dallemagne, arrived at the city of Lodi, just as the Austrian rearguard was passing through. Dallemagne observed the Austrians crossing the bridge, and on the opposite bank, he saw the Austrian troops deploying their cannons, forming battle lines, and preparing their infantry for defense. The Austrians had chosen the strategic stronghold of Lodi, the vital bridge crossing over the Adda River, for their final stand. If they could hold this position, they might slow the French advance and regroup their scattered forces. Dallemagne, an experienced general, understood the gravity of the moment. The outcome of this battle could determine the fate of the entire campaign. He knew that a direct frontal assault against the fortification like bridgehead would result in heavy casualties, so they needed a plan. He waited for Napoleon to arrive at Lodi. The moment Napoleon appeared, Dalamain rushed to him. General Bonaparte, the Austrians are deploying their forces at the bridgehead, fortifying their positions. If we attack directly, the cost will be devastating. Napoleon gazed across the bridge, then drew out his telescope to carefully observe the Austrian defensive positions. Yes, it does appear so. Deploy cannons along the riverbank immediately, Napoleon said. General, are you considering a frontal assault on the bridge? Dalamain asked. Napoleon nodded. Exactly. But General, that is sheer suicide. The moment we set foot on that bridge, we will be met with cannon fire and a hail of bullets. Our casualties will be catastrophic. Napoleon looked at Dalamain and offered him a reassuring smile. Murat, Napoleon called, glancing behind him. Yes, General. Murat urged his horse forward and came to a halt beside Napoleon and Dalamain. The brigade general under Colonel Beaumont. You know him, correct? Napoleon asked. Murat nodded. He recognized the name. Yes, General, I am familiar with Colonel Beaumont. Very well. Tell him to lead his troops upstream, find a shallow crossing, and outflank the Austrians from behind. Draw their attention away and weaken their defenses. Deliver this order at once. Understood. Murat replied sharply, turning his horse to carry Napoleon's command to Colonel Beaumont. Meanwhile, Napoleon turned his attention back to the impending assault on the bridge. He knew a frontal assault would be extremely dangerous, but he also understood that surprise was crucial to their success. He needed to exploit the enemy's assumption that he would not choose a direct attack and turn it to his advantage. General Dalamain, Napoleon called. Yes, General. Dalamain looked toward him. Prepare your men for the assault at a moment's notice. For now, we will deal with the Austrians using artillery. Hours later, the Battle of Lodi had devolved into an artillery duel. French and Austrian artillerymen carefully loaded and aimed their cannons with precise, methodical movements. Thick smoke hung over the battlefield, obscuring vision and lending the scene an eerie, sinister atmosphere. Napoleon stood amid the chaos, closely observing the exchange of fire between both sides. This is pointless. Napoleon clicked his tongue in impatience. Beaumont still had not found a crossing point, and to his frustration, most of the shells they were firing were missing their targets. He dismounted and walked toward one of the cannons. General! The artillery corporal gasped upon seeing Napoleon. The gunners exchanged glances, surprised by the arrival of their commander, but quickly snapped to attention, realizing he was watching them. Napoleon scanned the cannon and its surroundings, assessing the terrain and the targets ahead. Prepare aiming stakes. Napoleon ordered firmly. The artillerymen hastily produced 2 aiming stakes and drove them into the ground, aligning them with the predetermined target. Napoleon walked over and carefully studied the relative positions of the stakes and the enemy fortifications. He took a moment to measure the distance, calculating the required elevation angle in his mind for a precise shot. Adjust the cannon position to align with the stakes, Napoleon shouted. The gunners sprang into action, maneuvering the cannon with iron levers, inching it forward until the stakes aligned perfectly with their sights. Napoleon approached the cannon, picked up a quadrant, a tool used to measure elevation angles, and held it steady, carefully aiming at the enemy position while accounting for distance and ideal trajectory. Elevate the angle 30 degrees. Napoleon commanded. The gunners adjusted the elevation screws on the cannon, gradually raising the barrel until the quadrant displayed the required angle. The cannon was now precisely aimed, and Napoleon shifted his attention to the loading process. Under his watchful supervision, the gunners loaded the appropriate ordnance with meticulous care. Solid shot in this instance, followed by precisely measured charges of gunpowder. Once the gunners completed their task, Napoleon stepped back, his gaze locked firmly upon the enemy's fortifications. He drew a deep breath, steadying his mind for the decisive moment. Fire! A gunner swiftly ignited the fuse, and with a thunderous, ear-splitting detonation, cannonballs roared toward their targets. Napoleon watched unblinking as each projectile carved its arc through the air, its trajectory matching his calculations flawlessly. After a brief, taut silence, the shells struck true, shattering enemy artillery pieces with devastating precision. Napoleon repeated the procedure, systematically disabling several Austrian cannons. His objective clear: to cripple enemy firepower and pave the way for his broader assault. The artillerymen watched Napoleon in awe. With every successful volley, their admiration for his strategic brilliance deepened. His hands were caked with mud and grime, his uniform spattered with muck. Rarely had the gunners seen a general personally aim a cannon, let alone one of Napoleon's towering renown. His unwavering dedication commanded their profound respect. Inspired by Napoleon's example, the French artillery redoubled their efforts. Emulating his precision and obsessive attention to detail, they carefully repositioned each cannon and calibrated every charge with scrupulous exactitude. Each deafening, thunderous discharge delivered its payload with unerring accuracy. inflicting catastrophic damage upon the Austrian lines. That will suffice, Napoleon declared, turning to rejoin General Drouet. General Messina has just arrived, General Bonaparte. Drouet reported. Excellent. This means we now possess sufficient strength to launch our frontal assault. Napoleon replied. But, sir. Drouet attempted to protest once more, yet fell silent as Napoleon strode forward toward the carabineers. Comrades! His voice rang across the battlefield, seizing the undivided attention of every soldier. The carabineers turned as one toward their leader. Faces streaked with dirt and sweat, yet eyes burning with exhaustion and unyielding resolve. Standing atop an elevated position, Napoleon's silhouette loomed tall against the smoke-choked sky. An aura of supreme confidence and sovereign authority radiated from him, instantly commanding the soldiers' reverence. Comrades, he began. We stand on the very threshold of victory. The Austrians believe they can resist us. Imagine their fortifications and cannons shall shield them. Shall we be daunted by their pitiful resistance? A resounding defiant "no" echoed through the ranks, igniting fresh fervor in every voice. A fierce, incandescent determination blazed in Napoleon's eyes. These Austrians, dare they challenge our might? Dare they question our invincibility? I say, let them witness the full fury of our wrath. Let them behold the unshakable resolve of the French army. With each word, the soldiers' spirits soared. Weariness dissolved, replaced by a surging tide of exhilaration and a renewed crystalline sense of purpose. I stand before you not merely as a general, but as one of you, Napoleon declared with unwavering conviction, his voice resonating with absolute belief. I have aimed cannons myself. I have marched through mud and torrential rain. I have shed blood on this very soil. Today I fight beside you, shoulder to shoulder, against our enemy. He paused, letting those words settle deep within each man's heart, allowing their weight and gravity to take root. Do you fear their cannons? Do you tremble before their ramparts? His voice grew firmer still. No, in your eyes I see the spirit of true warriors, the unassailable certainty of our triumph. Their fortifications shall not halt us, their fire shall not sway us. We shall cross that bridge, and show them once and for all the indomitable power of the French army. A thunderous cheer erupted from the ranks, the very air crackling with electric intensity. The soldiers' faces transformed. Fatigue vanished, supplanted by fierce, unshakable resolve. They exchanged glances bound together by shared understanding and ironclad determination. Napoleon raised his saber high, the gleam of steel cleaving through the acrid smoke. Soldiers of France, I stake my honor on your ability to seize that bridge. Will you dare show the world the valor of the soldiers of the French Republic? Will you make our enemies quake at the sound of our advance? Comrades, forward, forward, to victory. Long live the Republic! A deafening roaring cry burst forth, their voices converging into a titanic battle-forged war cry. Their hearts surged with newfound courage. Their roars rose like the savage howl of lions, fearless, relentless, as they charged toward the bridge. With every step the earth trembled beneath them. Waves of cobalt-blue uniforms surged forward in perfect, unstoppable unity. As they closed upon the heavily fortified bridgehead, the Austrians recoiled in shock, scrambling frantically to reposition their defenses. Their cannons belched smoke and flame, unleashing deadly salvos upon the advancing French ranks. Yet the soldiers pressed onward, unflinching, galvanized by their commander's impassioned oratory. Vive la République! The French soldiers roared and bellowed a sound that sent shivers down their enemies' spines. Napoleon's generals in the rear were equally inspired by his words, and by the soldiers who had first stormed across the bridge. Messina led his men in close pursuit, while General Berthier and Sergeant Lons followed suit. Together they charged forward, pressing beneath the bridge and flanking it. At that very moment the Austrian line crumbled. Panic seized the troops as they began a desperate retreat. General Karl Sebetendorf witnessed the scene unfold before his eyes. This is sheer madness. Karl stammered. General, enemy cavalry has appeared on our right flank. His adjutant interrupted urgently, his voice thick with alarm. Karl Sebetendorf turned his gaze toward the reported threat and saw French cavalry thundering toward his exposed flank. His eyes widened in horror as the gravity of their dire situation struck him. Panic seized his heart. The bridge they had once held so firmly was now being overwhelmed by the relentless advance of French forces. Karl clenched his jaw, knowing he must act swiftly to salvage what remained of his troops. He turned to his adjutant and issued his orders. Sound the retreat. We can hold this position no longer. He commanded with resignation. The adjutant swiftly relayed the order, and the demoralized, overwhelmed Austrian soldiers began a disorganized withdrawal. Napoleon and his generals celebrated the victory, immediately securing the abandoned cannons, rifles, and flags. Have we won? Asked General Berthier. Not yet. Not quite, Berthier. But we shall press on and pursue them, Napoleon replied. They may be retreating toward Mantua. Napoleon dismounted and allowed himself a moment's respite, his gaze fixed upon the horizon. Nearby Dalamain still could scarcely believe he had succeeded. Like Napoleon, he had spurred his men to accomplish the impossible. I am no longer merely a general, but one summoned by destiny to shape the fate of peoples. Could it be? Napoleon murmured to himself. These were words Napoleon had spoken after this battle, and now Dalamain felt the same conviction. 5 days after the Battle of Lodi, Napoleon arrived in Milan. The local Italian residents lined the streets waving their hands and cheering and whistling. They are cheering for us, Murat observed. But why? It is simple. Napoleon smiled softly as he rode alongside Murat, his trusted cavalry commander. They cheer because they see us as harbingers of change, as messengers of liberation. As they continued through the jubilant crowds, Napoleon gestured to the people lining the streets. These Italians have long yearned to throw off foreign oppression. He explained. For centuries, they have been subject to foreign domination, their desire for self-determination suppressed. Napoleon's voice carried conviction and passion, as he continued, his eyes sweeping over the faces of the cheering Italians. As if caught up in the fervor, Napoleon himself waved to the locals. Upon reaching the Cerboloni Palace in Milan, Napoleon dismounted and convened an emergency meeting. His division commanders gathered around a table. Gentlemen, Napoleon's voice rang out firm and resonant within the chamber as he addressed the officers present. We stand upon the threshold of a historic moment brimming with extraordinary possibility. The Italian people have come to see us as their liberators, and therefore we must embody this noble role in every aspect of our conduct. I entrust each of you with a vital responsibility to instill in your troops the values of honor, dignity, and civilization. He paused briefly, allowing his words to sink deep. It must be made unequivocally clear that no uncivilized conduct shall be tolerated within our ranks. We will maintain zero tolerance for robbery and plunder. Anyone who dares indulge in such base behavior will face immediate and severe punishment. We will execute the offenders on the spot without hesitation. Furthermore, we shall accord the utmost respect to the sanctity of churches and the faith they represent. Any desecration or derogation of these sacred sites and the beliefs cherished by the Italian people will not be tolerated. Our duty is to defend their spiritual heritage and protect their religious sentiments. In our quest for liberation, we must rise above the chaos of conflict and embody the noble ideals that drive us forward. Our actions will stand as a testament to our integrity, discipline, and humanity. We must not only inspire fear in the Italian people, but also earn their reverence and gratitude. With these words spoken, the generals exchanged glances, seemingly unable to comprehend why Napoleon had issued such orders. May I inquire as to the reason, General? Asked Berthier, raising his hand. I wish to prevent rebellion in the territories we have conquered, Napoleon revealed. In actual history, Napoleon suffered repeated uprisings in cities seized by the French army from the Austrians due to his troops' oppressive conduct toward the local populace. To conclude the Italian campaign swiftly, he had to secure the support and cooperation of the local people, thereby avoiding delays caused by quelling rebellions and enabling full concentration on defeating the Austrians. Well, we can easily suppress any rebellion, General Bonaparte. Messina remarked lightly. That may be true, Messina, but it wastes time. Napoleon interrupted him and continued. Suppressing rebellions may offer a temporary solution, but it comes at a cost. We cannot squander resources and precious time suppressing uprisings when our ultimate objective remains the defeat of the Austrians and the consolidation of French control over Italy. This is fundamentally a matter of strategic efficiency, and as generals I trust you grasp the essence of my intent. As Napoleon spoke, his gaze swept across the chamber. The generals nodded in understanding, their initial bewilderment gradually giving way to consensus on this broader strategic vision. Now that we have captured Milan, the capital of Lombardy, we ought to seize this opportunity to establish a French satellite state. I propose founding the Lombard Republic, and I shall return shortly to draft its constitution. What of the Austrians still detained in the castle? General Augereau raised his hand. I had nearly forgotten them, Napoleon replied with a faint smile. I believe that if they refuse to lay down their arms, they must be utterly eradicated. I shall assign 4 battalions to this task. But for now, I expect you all to prepare for the battles ahead. We have not yet fully vanquished the Austrians. Next week we shall continue our pursuit. But for the moment let us rest. That concludes our meeting. Unless further questions arise, you are dismissed. After the meeting, Napoleon returned to his chambers under the escort of servants from the Cerboloni Palace. Here we are, sir, the servant said, pushing open the door to reveal a neoclassical bedroom adorned with opulent furniture and elegant tapestries. Napoleon stepped inside, his eyes sweeping the room, absorbing its sumptuous grandeur. Thank you, he said, nodding to the servant. You may go. The servant bowed deeply and departed swiftly, leaving Napoleon alone in the serene, spacious chamber. He removed his tricorn hat and coat, then exhaled deeply. He sank onto the soft bed, gazing upward at the ceiling, reflecting upon the meticulously devised plan intended to bring the Italian campaign to a swift and decisive conclusion. Napoleon knew that General Beaulieu would soon be replaced by General von Wurmser within the coming fortnight. Wurmser was a seasoned commander, an exceptionally formidable adversary, yet fortune favored Napoleon. He had already conceived a strategy to overcome both the general and his forces. All would unfold at the Battle of Castiglione. Though Napoleon had once possessed the opportunity to encircle Wurmser and his army, a miscalculation of timing allowed Wurmser to react and retreat into the Tyrol. Had he successfully besieged Wurmser's forces at Castiglione, he could have shifted focus to the siege of Mantua, the pivotal city of Italy, and thereby effectively expunge Austrian influence from the peninsula. Regarding Mantua, Napoleon had also devised a means to accelerate its fall: heavy artillery, which he intended to request from the Directory. Yet he was well aware these guns might be intercepted by Admiral Nelson, and thus to prevent such a calamity he required assistance from a trusted ally. May 25, 1796. Chantilly Castle. Gila sat in her office sifting through a stack of documents when a knock broke her concentration. She looked up to find Beaumont standing at the doorway. Madame Bonaparte, a dispatch has arrived from General Bonaparte. Beaumont announced, handing her a small slip of paper. Gila accepted it and read its contents swiftly. Her brow furrowed instantly as she pondered the message's implications. It was from her husband, whom she had long awaited news from. Yet this letter differed markedly from his usual effusive tender missives. Eliminate H.N. She murmured softly. So Napoleon had finally issued the order. Gila herself had previously contemplated eliminating Horatio Nelson, whose naval prowess threatened to obstruct Napoleon's ambitions. As you wish, my dearest. May 30th, 1796. Off the coast of Alma di Taggia, Commodore Horatio Nelson stood at the ship's rail, gazing out over the sea, breathing air thick with anticipation. His flagship HMS Agamemnon had been patrolling the Ligurian coast, vigilant for any sign of French naval activity. Since his assignment to this theater, he had seethed with fury over the destruction of 37 British warships during the siege of Toulon, a catastrophic blow to the Royal Navy and its Mediterranean fleet. He was resolved to make the man who had humiliated the British Navy pay dearly. As Horatio Nelson scanned the horizon, his eyes caught a flicker of movement, so he raised his telescope to examine the source of his curiosity. In the distance, Nelson spotted a single-masted boat making its way toward his vessel. The craft seemed utterly out of place on the vast expanse of sea, but Nelson's instinct told him this encounter was far from ordinary. As the boat drew nearer, Nelson began to make out the figures aboard. 5 men rowing, and seated at the stern a beautiful lady. The sight piqued his interest, and he summoned his adjutant to the deck. "Mr. Hardy, come and look at this." Nelson called out, his voice carrying an air of authority. The adjutant hurried over, his eyes widening as he took in the approaching boat. "What do you make of it, sir?" "I'm not entirely certain, Mr. Hardy, but I have a feeling this meeting is extraordinary," Nelson replied, his gaze fixed on the lady. "She must be an exile." As the boat drew closer to the Agamemnon, Nelson observed the lady more closely. She sat there with graceful dignity, strawberry blonde hair rippling softly over her shoulders. Her attire spoke of refinement and wealth, yet her eyes revealed a trace of weariness. She seemed entirely out of place on this small boat, while the oarsmen around her appeared to be of considerably lower social standing. As the single-masted boat approached the Agamemnon, the lady's gaze met Nelson's, and for a moment he found himself captivated by her charm. The lady rose to her feet and spoke. "Please, help me. My family was driven out by the revolutionaries. I have nowhere to go." From her words alone, Nelson immediately confirmed she was indeed an exiled noblewoman. As a gentleman, he could not allow such a distinguished lady to remain stranded at sea. Nelson signaled his crew to lower a boat and bring the lady aboard the Agamemnon. Once she had safely reached the deck, Nelson approached her politely and bowed. "Madam, I am Commodore Horatio Nelson, at your service. Pray, what is your name and how may I assist you?" he asked, his voice filled with genuine concern. The lady smiled gratefully. "I am Sheila. I seek asylum." "Very well, Miss Sheila, you may stay in my private cabin." Hearing this, Sheila wore a warm smile, yet beneath it lay something cold. A flicker of calculation sparkled in her eyes, hinting that a vicious scheme was taking shape. An hour later, Sheila stood on the deck of the ship, surrounded by the bodies of the Agamemnon's crew. Blood stained her hands, red, her expression cold and pitiless. Her once pure white dress was now splattered with the blood of her ruthless deeds. Nelson lay wounded and delirious on the deck, struggling to breathe. He was trying to comprehend the betrayal before him. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that the woman he had shown kindness to and offered shelter would do this. "Why, Lady Sheila?" Nelson managed to force out a few words, his voice barely audible. "I am merely a tool carrying out the will of a far more powerful force. My purpose was never to seek your protection but to ensure your death." Nelson's brows knitted together as his mind raced through Sheila's cryptic words. Before he could utter another syllable, she leaned down, seized his collar, and hauled him up to meet her gaze. "Do you know what you represent, Commodore? You are the embodiment of the British Empire, the symbol of oppression my husband fought against." Sheila spat these words, her voice thick with venom. "Your death will deal a devastating blow to their arrogance." With that she drove the dagger straight into Nelson's heart, ending his life. "Lady Sheila, we have placed the explosives on the suspended magazine." One of her hired men whispered to her, breaking the terrible scene. Sheila nodded, releasing Nelson's lifeless body, and turned her attention to the next phase of her plan. Once the ship was destroyed, she would eliminate all traces, and ensure no one suspected her involvement in Nelson's death. With a cold gaze, Sheila commanded her hired men to execute their tasks swiftly and efficiently. 10 minutes later, the explosion echoed through the air as the Agamemnon crumbled under the devastating force of the concealed explosives. The ship was consumed by flames, thick smoke billowed in all directions, and debris scattered everywhere. People on the nearby coast would soon witness the destruction. Sheila stood on the single-masted boat, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Now there is one final task to complete," she said, her gaze sweeping over her crew. Florence, July 13th, 1796. Napoleon dined with Ferdinand III, Grand Duke of Tuscany, in the opulent dining hall of the Grand Ducal Palace. Its ceiling adorned with ornate chandeliers, its walls draped with exquisite tapestries, and its long mahogany table laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies. Napoleon and the Grand Duke sat at opposite ends of the table, each surrounded by their retinues. The atmosphere was both solemn and tinged with quiet curiosity. The Grand Duke gazed upon the young French general with a mixture of awe and wariness, fully aware of the formidable reputation Napoleon had forged through his lightning-fast military campaigns. "I must say, General Bonaparte, your victories, and the astonishing speed with which you have conquered most of Italy, are truly breathtaking." The Grand Duke spoke with deference laced with caution. To achieve such extraordinary feats at so tender an age commands profound admiration. Napoleon smiled warmly, graciously accepting the praise. "I thank you for your generous words, and for your exceptional hospitality thus far," he said, then sipped thoughtfully from his goblet of wine. Over the past several weeks, Napoleon had launched sweeping offensives across the Duchy of Modena, the Papal States, and the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, extracting financial levies totaling over 50 million francs from these defenseless states. Likewise, just last month, he had driven General Borio out of Italy, replaced now by Count von Wurmser. Moreover, something rather remarkable had transpired at Mantua. General Augereau, who commanded the siege of Mantua, had just received vital heavy artillery delivered by sea, an achievement accomplished flawlessly by Sheila, who in the process had eliminated Horatio Nelson. General Bonaparte Murat leaned close and whispered into his ear. "What is it?" Napoleon murmured in reply. "Ah, there is a guest you very much wish to see," Murat announced softly. Napoleon turned and beheld Sheila draped in a delicate lavender gown edged with black lace, her raven hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding effortless grace. Atop her head rested a fashionable hat adorned with intricately crafted rose blossoms. Recognizing instantly the visitor, Murat had alluded to Napoleon's face lit with genuine delight. "Sheila," he breathed, eyes alight with joy, rising at once to meet her. It had been since March since he last saw her, and in that moment nothing mattered more than drawing her into his arms, pouring out his love. As the distance between them vanished, he enfolded her tightly, pressing fervent tender kisses upon her lips. "Ahem!" The Grand Duke cleared his throat, gently drawing Napoleon's attention. General, may I ask who this lady is?" Napoleon released Sheila, his expression radiant yet faintly abashed, and turned toward Grand Duke Ferdinand III with a warm, composed smile. "My deepest apologies, Your Highness," Napoleon said, regaining his composure. "Allow me to present my wife, Sheila Bonaparte." Sheila executed an elegant curtsy, lifting her gaze to meet the Grand Duke's with quiet poise. "It is an immense honor to meet you, Your Highness," she said courteously. Struck by Sheila's luminous beauty, the Grand Duke's eyes widened in silent wonder. Rising from his seat, he bowed deeply in formal respect. "The honor is entirely mine, Madame Bonaparte. And indeed, General Bonaparte, you are blessed with a wife whose elegance and nobility perfectly embody the dignity of her station." "Indeed, Your Highness, I count it among life's greatest blessings to have her beside me," Napoleon replied, gently drawing Sheila closer and resting his hands lightly at her waist. "Madame Bonaparte, would you care to join us for the remainder of our meal?" the Grand Duke asked, gesturing toward the grand table resplendent with mouth-watering delicacies. Sheila inclined her head gracefully and seated herself beside Napoleon, who guided her with tender hands resting gently against the small of her back. While the entourages of Napoleon and the Grand Duke continued their conversations, glances frequently drifted toward the couple, hushed murmurs weaving through the air like silken threads. 20 minutes later, Napoleon escorted Hela away from the banquet and into a private chamber within the Grand Ducal Palace. Like other palaces of the era, the room was lavishly appointed, furnished with sumptuous pieces and crowned by an ornate canopy bed draped in rich velvet. Hela settled onto the bed and glanced around. Napoleon approached with a tender smile, sat beside her, and bent forward to brush a soft kiss upon her forehead. The gentle tickle made her giggle softly. Tilting her chin upward, she invited his lips to trace delicate paths across her skin, savoring the tenderness of his touch. "I never expected to find you here. Who accompanied you? You know, travel through a war zone is perilous. Do not fret. I was escorted by a detachment of French soldiers dispatched by Citizen Barras. And I shall not remain long. I came only to see you." Hela murmured, a soft hum escaping her lips as Napoleon kissed the sensitive curve of her cheek. "Oh, do you truly miss me so much?" she asked, fingers threading gently through his hair. "Yes. Desperately, Hela," Napoleon whispered, voice thick with longing. As if in this intimate embrace the weight of war and command dissolved like mist beneath morning sun. Her fingers lingered in his hair, lost in the warmth of his caress. "I miss you too, Napoleon," she murmured. He paused, lifting his gaze to hers. "How are our children? Who tends to them?" "Beaumont," Hela replied simply. "Why have you stopped?" she teased, tilting her head playfully. "Kiss me again." At her playful request, Napoleon smiled, and resumed his tender ministrations. When passion subsided, they lay entwined, Hela's head resting gently upon his chest. "Darling, next month I shall host an illumination ceremony in Paris to unveil the electric lamp. We are already constructing the first power plant. Truly, I cannot wait to witness it." Napoleon laughed. "Which is precisely why you must conclude your campaign here." "Agreed. Not that I'm urging you." She smiled. Napoleon chuckled softly. "You needn't remind me. When do you depart for Paris?" "Tomorrow morning," Hela replied. "And you? When do you leave?" "Also tomorrow." Napoleon answered. "I dare not linger longer. The Austrians may strike at any moment and I must be present to meet them." They settled comfortably into silence, fingers interlaced. A rare restorative stillness Napoleon profoundly needed. The following day, Napoleon watched as Céline boarded her carriage surrounded by French soldiers carefully selected by the Directory. Céline lifted the curtain and waved farewell to Napoleon, her eyes brimming with a mixture of excitement and sorrow. Napoleon stood at the entrance of the Grand Duke's palace, his heart heavy with the knowledge that they would part once more. Napoleon nodded solemnly, his gaze locked onto Céline's carriage as it slowly drifted away. At that moment, General Marat stepped forward and took his place beside him. "General, how was your day yesterday?" Marat asked with a grin. "Let me guess. Quite fulfilling." "Ah, you cannot possibly imagine, Marat," Napoleon replied with a self-satisfied smile. "You can only imagine." Napoleon's joke sent Marat into laughter. He was well acquainted with the blazing passion between Napoleon and Céline. Once the carriage vanished from sight, Marat turned his gaze back to Napoleon. "Then, General, shall we depart as well?" Napoleon's eyes remained fixed on the spot where Céline's carriage had disappeared before shifting back to Marat, a glint of determination flashing in his gaze. He nodded. "Yes, Marat, the time has come to continue our campaign," Napoleon declared. Days slipped into weeks and Napoleon threw himself back into the war. Most notably, they concentrated their main forces on besieging the stubborn fortress of Mantua. General Serrier was tasked with the assault, deploying massive artillery and gunners to relentlessly bombard the city's fortifications. Accompanied by Marat and a detachment of trusted officers, Napoleon arrived at the outskirts of Mantua to oversee the final phase of the siege. The once majestic city now lay in ruins, its walls crumbling under the ceaseless bombardment. As they approached the command center, the distant rumble of cannon fire mingled with the shouts and clamor of soldiers preparing for the final assault. Napoleon's gaze swept over the scene, carefully observing the resolute expressions etched upon the soldiers' faces. The smoke-choked sky silently bore witness to the sacrifices made in pursuit of victory. General Serrier emerged from the command tent, his face smeared with soot and exhaustion visible in his eyes. He saluted Napoleon, his voice laced with fatigue, and reported the latest developments. "General, we have made significant progress in breaching the defenses. The sustained bombardment is taking its toll, and Mantua's surrender appears imminent." A confident smile curled Napoleon's lips. "Excellent, Serrier. Your diligence and our soldiers' perseverance will soon be rewarded. We must maintain pressure until the city falls." As the final assault drew near, Napoleon convened his officers for a briefing detailing the strategic plan to crush Mantua. As twilight enveloped the battlefield, the troops stood, ready, their eyes fixed upon the battered walls. The entire battlefield fell eerily silent, the air thick with tension. Then with a thunderous and deafening battle cry the assault began. French soldiers charged forward valiantly, their bayonets gleaming with cold light in the dimming rays. They surged toward the breaches in Mantua's fortifications as the battle raged on the clash of steel, and the roar of cannons and muskets echoing through the streets. In the heart of the city, resistance crumbled under the French onslaught. Exhausted and hopelessly outnumbered, the defenders could no longer withstand the assault. When the French tricolor unfurled high above the citadel, it stood as both a beacon of victory and a signal that Mantua's surrender was at hand. Napoleon stood at an elevated position, observing the battlefield through his telescope, while Murat stood just inches before him, the long barrel of the telescope resting upon his shoulder for support. He watched as the Austrian flag slowly descended, replaced by the triumphant tricolor of France. In the true course of history, the Austrians would launch 4 separate relief attempts to rescue Mantua, but in this world nothing could save it now. "The key to Italy is now in our hands," Napoleon murmured softly. Perhaps some might wonder why Mantua is called the key to Italy, and why it holds such significance. The reason lies in Mantua's strategic position, which made it a vital stronghold in northern Italy. Situated at the crossroads of major trade routes and nestled between the Po River and Lake Garda, its geographical location held immense importance for controlling the entire region. First and foremost, Mantua served as the gateway to all regions of Italy. Its location provided convenient access to Lombardy, Venetia, and the eastern territories, making it a crucial hub for trade and transportation. Upon capturing Mantua, Napoleon would control a major artery connecting northern Italy to the rest of the peninsula, granting him tremendous advantages in both military mobility and logistical support. Secondly, Mantua's formidable walls and strategic defenses rendered it a nearly impregnable barrier against any invading force. Mantua's fortifications were among the most advanced defensive works of the era. To control Mantua meant possessing a powerful stronghold which could serve not only as a launching point for further expansion into Italy, but also as a secure base from which Napoleon could consolidate his power and dominate the surrounding territories. Moreover, the capture of Mantua would deliver a severe blow to Austria's ambitions in Italy. For decades, the Austrians had striven to preserve their influence and control over the Italian states. By seizing Mantua from them, Napoleon not only undermined Austria's position in northern Italy, but also severed its supply lines and cut off communication with its Italian allies. To the Austrians, the loss of Mantua would be catastrophic. Thus, they would spare no effort to wrest it back from Napoleon. Yet Napoleon would never allow such a reversal. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon on July 28, 1796, Mantua formally surrendered. General Joseph Franz Canter von Illier led his troops out of the fortress and laid down arms en masse. The once arrogant Austrian general bowed his head as he passed the triumphant French soldiers, his face etched with defeat and humiliation. "How many prisoners have we taken?" Napoleon asked, surveying the column with quiet satisfaction, glancing sidelong at Murat. According to reports, Murat replied 14,000 Austrians surrendered, along with 200 artillery pieces and 50 regimental standards. "If I may say so, it is a staggering loss." Murat paused, then continued, "Fortunately, the artillery we requested from the Directory has arrived by ship. I hear a British Royal Navy ship of the line exploded off the coast of Bassana." "General, what shall we do next?" Murat asked, just as Messina hurried up beside him. "General, dispatch from Brescia." Napoleon took the slip of paper and read aloud, "Enemy columns sighted in the north. Austrian forces are advancing from both flanks of Lake Garda." Having finished reading, Napoleon issued swift orders: prepare to march immediately, and instruct Serrier to continue overseeing the surrender proceedings. Simultaneously notify Messina, Augereau, Despino y Soret, and Kilmaine to mobilize their divisions. We shall prepare a grand reception for the Austrians. Yes, General. On July 29, 1796, Austrian forces launched an assault upon the French positions along the shores of Lake Garda. General Quastanovich captured the town of Salo, while Count von Wurmser drove Messina back from Rivoli. In this unusual campaign, Napoleon had initially intended to reinforce Messina against Wurmser. Yet the true threat proved not to be Wurmser but Quastanovich. Thus Napoleon remained in Brescia and ordered defensive lines established around the city. On July 30, 1796, the Austrians advanced upon Brescia. Under General Reuss, the Austrian army pressed forward resolutely toward Brescia, deploying overwhelming force. They unleashed a torrent of artillery fire upon the city's fortifications, seeking to weaken French defenses before launching a full-scale assault. The thunderous booms reverberated through the air, shaking the earth and filling soldiers and civilians alike with dread. Within the city's defensive perimeter, Napoleon stood atop a vantage point, observing enemy movements with a gaze both calm and deeply analytical, scrutinizing the battlefield with meticulous precision. Though the situation appeared dire for the French, his very presence rekindled the troops' resolve, bolstering their courage, sharpening their determination. He knew the outcome of this battle could decisively shape the entire campaign, and further cement his reputation as one of France's most brilliant commanders. As the Austrian forces closed in, the French garrison held its ground unshaken. muskets leveled, primed, and ready to fire at a moment's notice. Brescia's streets transformed into a battlefield. Gunfire erupted from every alley, cries of combat echoed across rooftops, and narrow lanes flanked by stone buildings became crucibles of brutal close-quarters fighting, as both sides waged ferocious struggle for control of every street and intersection. The battle raged throughout the day, neither side gaining decisive advantage. The Austrians fought with fierce tenacity, launching relentless, determined assaults. Yet under Napoleon's command the French defenders resisted with unwavering grit and indomitable will. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, concluding this pivotal day, Brescia's cobblestones ran crimson with the blood of fallen soldiers, most of them Austrian. General Roos knelt upon the ground, his uniform tattered, stained with mud and blood. The crushing weight of defeat bore down upon him. The stark reality of his predicament shattered the iron resolve he had once possessed. A seasoned commander, Roos had gravely underestimated the strength and resilience of the French garrison, and now found himself utterly vanquished. With the remnants of Roos's force surrendering to the French, Napoleon shifted his focus northward, to where Quastanovich's main army lay entrenched. "General, this dispatch arrives from Messina's division," Murat announced. "They urgently request immediate reinforcement." Napoleon's eyes swept swiftly across the map, his mind already weaving intricate strategic possibilities. He recognized instantly that the moment had come to lay a cunning trap, to turn the Austrians' aggressive advance into their own irreversible rout. No need to await reinforcements from Castiglione. The opportunity to shatter Wurmser's army lay directly before them. Ripe, inevitable, and now. With his keen insight into his opponent's mindset, Napoleon anticipated that Wurmser would make every effort to relieve Mantua, still under the illusion that the fortress remained firmly in Austrian hands, unaware that General Serrier had already successfully forced the seemingly impregnable stronghold to surrender. Napoleon reminded himself that the battlefield was a dynamic, ever-changing environment. If Wurmser discovered that his colleague Krasnostavich was facing setbacks and being driven back by the French army, he would instinctively choose to retreat. He knew that Wurmser would sharply perceive the grave danger of his retreat route being cut off, which would threaten not only the survival of his army but also his own safety. Therefore it was certain that Napoleon and Wurmser would not meet at Castiglione. He had already altered the course of the Italian campaign. Although his modern knowledge of the Austrian positions was now useless to him, he no longer needed to rely on such knowledge, for Napoleon had long adapted to the essence of warfare. He nodded confidently and turned to Murat to issue his orders. "Murat, quickly convey my commands," Napoleon instructed. "Deliver the message to General Serrier at Mantua and to Generals Augereau and La Harpe at Legnago, instructing them to coordinate with Messina to lure the Austrian forces toward Mantua. We will encircle them from behind and cut off their retreat." Junot stepped forward, gazing at the map. "Then how shall we deal with the Austrian forces in the north?" Napoleon glanced at Krasnostavich's last known position on the map. He appeared to be advancing toward Gavardo, likely having heard of the earlier battles and rushing to reinforce their troops. "We will meet them here," Napoleon said, his finger pressing against a strategic point on the map marking the town of Gavardo. Murat notified General Sorel to prepare for battle against Krasnostavich's forces. "We will engage them head-on and prevent them from linking up with Wurmser." Murat swiftly relayed the orders to the waiting messenger, who nodded in acknowledgement and hurried out of the tent toward the awaiting horses, ready to deliver the command to General Sorel. Watching the messenger gallop away, Napoleon turned his attention back to his officers. "Now, to complete the encirclement of Wurmser's army, we must defeat Krasnostavich at Gavardo as swiftly as possible. After that we will march eastward to cut off Wurmser's escape route and ensure his complete defeat," Napoleon declared. "But General Bonaparte," Berthier interrupted him, "Krasnostavich's forces still outnumber ours. Excluding the Austrian soldiers we have captured, they number around 15,000. General Sorel's troops are reduced to 4,000, and we have only 2,500 here. I do not believe we can match the Austrians in a direct confrontation." Berthier's concern was valid. Engaging a superior force head-on would be suicidal. However, General Despinois' 10,000 soldiers are at Peschiera, Napoleon said, his finger pointing to the town of Peschiera on the map. "We will summon General Despinois and his division to reinforce our forces. With their arrival we will have sufficient strength to confront Krasnostavich's troops at Gavardo." Berthier nodded in understanding, knowing that with the reinforcement of Despinois' division, they would have the capability to defeat Krasnostavich's forces. On July 31, 1796, in the town of Gavardo, tension hung heavy in the air. French soldiers, reinforced by General Despinois' division, had taken up strategic positions, ready to face the Austrian vanguard led by General Krasnostavich. The narrow streets of Gavardo echoed with the sounds of soldiers preparing for battle, their muskets gleaming in the morning sunlight. Napoleon stood at the forefront, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He understood that this battle would determine the success or failure of their encirclement plan and the fate of Wurmser's army. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. The Austrian army emerged from the outskirts of Gavardo, their ranks stretching endlessly into the distance. Krasnostavich led his troops with confidence, utterly unaware that a trap awaited him ahead. The moment had arrived for Napoleon to seize control of the battlefield and turn the tide of war. As the first gunshot rang out, both sides unleashed volleys of musket fire. Smoke filled the air, mingling with the thunder of cannon fire and the screams of the wounded. French and Austrian soldiers clashed in fierce combat, exchanging fire and launching brutal bayonet charges. Napoleon drew his saber and moved through the chaos of the battlefield, rallying his troops and directing their movements. He charged forward at the head of his men, breaking through the Austrian lines and throwing their formations into disarray. The battle raged on for an hour. Amidst the chaos, Napoleon keenly discerned that Krasnostavich was leading a squadron of cavalry charging toward the French flank. Recognizing the threat, he swiftly ordered Murat and his cavalry to launch a countercharge. Murat took the reins without hesitation. His troops quickly formed ranks, assembling a formidable cavalry line poised to unleash a devastating charge. With a thunderous roar, the French cavalry surged forward, their horses galloping at full speed. As they rapidly closed in on the unprepared Austrian cavalry, the stamping of hooves made the very ground tremble. Murat raised his saber high, leading the cavalry in a fearless charge. As the French cavalry was about to collide with Krasnostavich's forces, the scene erupted into chaos. The Austrian cavalry was caught completely off guard, unable to mount an effective defense. Murat's well-trained and disciplined cavalry cut through the enemy lines like a scythe reaping wheat. They swung their sabers and fired their muskets in volleys, overwhelming the disorganized foe. Krasnostavich witnessed the ferocious assault and desperately tried to rally his men to regroup. But Murat's surprise attack and relentless charge had utterly shattered the Austrian formation. Under the merciless onslaught, the Austrian cavalry collapsed, with many soldiers fleeing in panic across the battlefield, desperate to escape the French pursuit. As moments ticked by, the French cavalry's advantage grew ever greater. Their momentum and disciplined superiority left the disorganized Austrians unable to mount any meaningful resistance. Murat's leadership and bold tactical maneuvers gave the enemy almost no opportunity to reform or launch a counterattack. Just then, Murat spotted Krasnostavich. Realizing his dire predicament, Krasnostavich immediately wheeled his horse around, attempting to escape the pursuing French cavalry. "You cannot escape," Murat growled. Murat closed in on Krasnostavich with blinding speed, raising his saber high for a killing blow. With a swift and decisive strike, the blade fell. Krasnostavich's blood soaked the battlefield as Murat's saber found its mark. The lifeless body of the Austrian general slumped heavily over his horse. His command had ended and his troops were in complete disarray. The gruesome death of their commander sent shockwaves through the remaining Austrian forces. Witnessing the utter collapse of their cavalry and the death of their respected leader, chaos and panic spread like wildfire, leaving them defenseless before the advancing French infantry. Observing the Austrian line crumble, Napoleon immediately seized the opportunity and launched a full-scale offensive in pursuit of the fleeing enemy. He let out a thunderous battle cry, bolstering morale and calling upon his soldiers to press the attack against the demoralized foe. Fueled by their recent victory and unwavering loyalty to their commander, the French charged forward with fierce determination. Though some Austrian soldiers attempted to resist, the majority chose to surrender. In the end, Napoleon secured a decisive victory. The Battle of Gavardo concluded with a glorious French triumph. The French suffered 2,500 casualties, while the Austrian army lost twice as many. The remnants of the Austrian forces surrendered to Napoleon. With the dust settled on Napoleon's decisive victory over Krasnostavich's army at Gavardo, his gaze turned westward, locking onto another Austrian force awaiting him. As a brilliant strategist, Napoleon maintained constant communication with his dispersed units through the telegraph, enabling him to receive valuable real-time updates on troop movements and positions. Following the victory at Gavardo, Napoleon focused his attention even more intently on planning his next moves. Messages arrived continuously along the telegraph lines, conveying crucial intelligence from trusted commanders scattered across the battlefield. The speed and precision of telegraph communication provided Napoleon with a unique advantage. He could observe the ever-shifting battlefield from a godlike perspective. This technology bridged the distances between his forces, enabling coordinated action and timely decision-making. "It seems Wormser is as stubborn as Bellegarde. They are marching toward Mantua. General, should we advance there now?" Junot asked as Napoleon's gaze remained fixed on the map, before him covered with boxes marked with symbols for infantry, cavalry, artillery supply depots, and strategic positions. Napoleon shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips as he pondered the situation. "No, Junot. We cannot advance on Mantua just yet. Instead, we must wait patiently for the right moment, allowing our comrades to lure the Austrians deeper into the trap." Junot frowned in confusion. "But General, if we strike now, we can cut off their retreat and secure a swift victory." Napoleon raised an eyebrow, his piercing gaze fixed upon Junot. In war, haste can be both an advantage and a curse. We must remember that our ultimate goal is not merely to defeat the Austrians but to utterly dismantle their strength. To achieve this, we must ensure they are completely trapped, placed in a position from which there is no easy escape. Just listen to what our commander says, Junot, Marmont remarked softly. Napoleon waved his hand casually, his eyes still fixed on Junot. Do not worry, Marmont. Junot is quite entitled to ask questions. In fact, I encourage it. I apologize, General. This telegraph you invented may not be fully familiar to me yet, but it is truly remarkable. It is as though I can see their actions without being present on the field. Napoleon smiled gently, for Marmont was beginning to grasp the power of instantaneous long-distance communication. At present, the army of Italy was the only French force employing this technology. The armies of Jordan and Moreau in the north remained reluctant to embrace the new system, continuing to rely on traditional means of communication. Nevertheless, Napoleon hoped that through its battlefield deployment the military would come to accept the telegraph as an indispensable asset for future campaigns. Oh, I nearly forgot, Napoleon asked. How many soldiers were killed or wounded in the previous engagement? Marmont bowed his head in thought, his expression grave as he replied. Over 2,500 men fell in battle with more than 700 wounded. They are currently in the medical tents, sir. Why do you ask? Marmont, could you escort me to the medical tents? Napoleon requested. I wish to pay my respects to the fallen and offer comfort to the wounded. Marmont nodded, his respect for Napoleon deepening. Certainly, General. I shall accompany you to the medical tents. As they made their way through the camp, the air hung heavy with the aftermath of battle. Soldiers moved about with exhaustion etched across their faces, bearing the marks of combat. The wounded lay on crude stretchers wrapped in bandages, their bodies scarred from the fighting. Yet when they caught sight of their leader approaching, a spark of vigor returned to their weary eyes. Napoleon walked with purpose and determination, his steps measured and steady. He paused at each stretcher, offering words of encouragement, solace, and gratitude. He listened to the stories of the wounded, committing their names and ranks to memory, resolved to ensure their bravery would not go unrecognized. Yet even within the medical tent, Napoleon could not ignore the troubling conditions around him. This shelter, which should have provided refuge for the injured, offered little respite. The cramped interior and lack of adequate facilities left these wounded soldiers exposed to the harsh elements. In this era, medical knowledge was still in its infancy, lacking a comprehensive understanding of germ theory and proper sanitary measures. The consequences were laid bare within the tent. The wounded lay pressed against one another, their collective groans echoing through the canvas walls, forming a somber symphony. He even witnessed a soldier having a limb sawn off without anesthesia, the sound of the saw cutting through bone mingling with the man's agonized screams. Napoleon quietly noted the areas requiring improvement, not only the conditions of the medical tents, but the state of the entire hospital system. Perhaps I should compose a paper on germs, introducing antiseptics, anesthetics, and medications such as morphine and antibiotics, he mused to himself. Nevertheless, he could still implement certain improvements. Go summon Berthier to me, Napoleon said, glancing at Marmont. Tell him there are matters requiring reform. Understood, General Bonaparte, Marmont replied with a nod, then swiftly carried out the order. Minutes later, Berthier, Napoleon's trusted chief of staff, appeared at the entrance of the medical tent, a trace of curiosity upon his face. You summoned me, General? Berthier inquired. Napoleon turned to Berthier, his gaze sharp and resolute. Yes, Berthier. We must address these shortcomings before us. The plight of our wounded is dire, and it is our duty to improve their conditions. What are your thoughts? Berthier asked. Come walk with me, Napoleon invited. He stepped out of the tent into the open air, and the two began discussing the challenges and solutions involved in improving medical conditions for the wounded. First and foremost, the medical tents must be clean, orderly, and well organized, Napoleon stated directly. We need to establish separate areas for different types of injuries, ensuring each soldier receives appropriate care. I call it the triage system. Triage system, Berthier repeated, unfamiliar with the term. Yes, the triage system. Its core principle is categorizing the wounded according to the severity of their injuries. Through this method, we can prioritize medical treatment and allocate resources effectively. Furthermore, we should implement strict sanitary measures to prevent the spread of infection. I will draft a comprehensive and detailed plan, outlining the improvements we need to make. Understood, General. Is there anything else? That is all for now, Napoleon said. On August 2, 1796, beyond the outskirts of Mantua, General Count von Wurmser took full command of the Austrian forces in Italy. His primary objective was to pursue the French army relentlessly, for time was of the essence. He feared the French might capture the fortress of Mantua. Wurmser sat astride his horse, observing the situation through his telescope. He spotted a French defensive line ahead, facing them, indicating that the French had ultimately decided to stand and fight, rather than retreat once more. Wurmser raised his telescope higher, directing it toward the fortress of Mantua. The banner of the Austrian Empire flew proudly atop the seemingly impregnable walls. A slight smile graced his lips and a sense of relief settled within him, convinced that he had not arrived too late and that Mantua still held hope of rescue. Attention generals. Assemble. General Wurmser addressed his officers. Our paramount objective is to relieve Mantua at all costs. Prepare for march. Austrian soldiers clad in distinctive white uniforms stood ready for the impending operation. Meanwhile, on the French side, Generals Augereau, Messina, Laharpe, and Serrier sat astride their horses, observing the Austrian forces preparing for a frontal assault. Augereau turned to his fellow commanders. Gentlemen, the Austrians have taken the bait. They appear convinced they can relieve Mantua. Dispatch a dispatch to General Bonaparte. Inform him the Austrians have committed fully. At once, sir. Augereau's aide-de-camp saluted and galloped off without delay. As the aide vanished into the distance, the 4 French generals continued watching the Austrian movements. Their line appears formidable, Messina remarked. Can we truly hold them? Our forces are evenly matched. So long as we adhere strictly to the plan, Messina. Serrier interjected, his tone brimming with quiet confidence. General Bonaparte entrusted this decisive mission to us. He paused mid-sentence as he observed the Austrians drawing near their own lines. They're coming, signal Laharpe. Commence the operation. The French generals swiftly relayed orders to their respective divisions. Upon receiving the signal, Laharpe, stationed at the center, immediately enacted his plan. Minutes later, Laharpe's division executed a meticulously orchestrated feigned retreat, luring the Austrians deeper into French-held territory. Convinced of their advantage, the Austrians pressed forward with renewed vigor, pursuing the retreating French forces. Yet the Austrians remained unaware that Messina and Augereau, commanding the left and right flanks respectively, had already launched a sweeping envelopment. Their divisions advanced rapidly, aiming to drive a wedge deep into the Austrian formation. As the Austrians pushed further into the depth of the French defensive line, buoyed by apparent progress, they soon found themselves encircled. Messina's division struck fiercely against the exposed Austrian right flank. Augereau coordinated, seamlessly surging forward to crash into their left. The Austrian troops were now trapped between converging French forces, subjected to relentless assaults from multiple directions. Their lines began to waver, formations crumbling under pressure. Chaos erupted. But General Wurmser, resolute in his determination to relieve Mantua, bellowed orders to Generals Sebetendorf and Schubers: form your lines. Counter Messina and Augereau's divisions. Meanwhile, Serrier, who commanded a reserve division, and Laharpe, who led the feigned retreat, executed a precise synchronized reorientation of their forces. Seizing the moment, they pivoted sharply, now facing the Austrians head-on. Wurmser watched the French maneuver unfold and could not suppress a flicker of admiration. I did not expect them to press us so far. The French are indeed formidable adversaries, he conceded aloud. Yet I cannot fathom their intent. Our forces are evenly matched. It seems we must fight on multiple fronts. Very well, we accept the challenge. Order General Lipthay to advance. If we breach their center, we shall march straight to Mantua. Reinforce his position with our reserves. Wurmser's command rippled swiftly through the ranks. His officers issued orders without hesitation. General Lipthay, upon receiving his directive, prepared to spearhead the main assault against the French center. With grim, unyielding resolve, the Austrians surged forward. Their bayonets gleaming menacingly in the sun, their thunderous war cries reverberating across the field as they clashed headlong with the tenacious French defenders. Undaunted by the Austrian onslaught, the French soldiers held fast. The battlefield transformed into a maelstrom of chaos and violence. 2 armies locked in fierce, unrelenting combat. French and Austrian soldiers fought with desperate valor. Steel clashing musket fire splitting the air, wounded cries mingling with cannon roars, and the merciless beat of drums all echoing across the blood-soaked plain. Generals Laharpe and Serrier witnessed the ferocity of the Austrian assault and realized their lines were buckling under immense pressure. In several sectors, Austrian troops had breached the French defenses, creating perilous gaps. Laharpe immediately ordered his reserve battalions to reinforce the faltering sectors, desperately stabilizing the crumbling front line. First rank, fire. Second rank, fire. Laharpe's voice rang out across the battlefield, and the reserves responded instantly. As French soldiers discharged volleys into the advancing Austrians, the sharp crackle of musketry filled the air. Deadly hail tearing through enemy ranks, felling scores of men. This devastating volley momentarily halted the Austrian advance, granting French troops precious seconds to regroup and reinforce their positions. We truly need reinforcements now, Laharpe murmured, watching the Austrians press ever forward. Lipthay, press forward. General Wurmser roared, just a little farther. General Lipthay led the Austrian vanguard, rallying his troops to advance courageously through hailstorms of gunfire and cannon fire. As his forces launched a fierce assault upon the French center, the 2 armies once again descended into brutal, bloody combat. The ferocity of battle reached its zenith as both sides fought with unyielding resolve. Though the French resisted valiantly, the Austrians succeeded in breaching the central line, carving a perilous gap deep into the French positions. Witnessing this breakthrough, Wurmser's heart swelled with renewed hope. Urgently spurring his horse forward toward Mantua, he seized an Austrian regimental standard from a soldier and raised it high, proclaiming victory with defiant pride and summoning the besieged garrison to reassemble and join the fray. Exultation blazed unmistakably in Wurmser's eyes, for he realized at last that they had shattered the formidable French defensive line, clearing the path toward their objective. Yet as he watched the Austrian flag descend from the fortress ramparts, and the tricolor banner of France rise triumphantly in its stead, a wave of disbelief crashed over Wurmser. His grip on the standard slackened, shock and incredulity contorted his face. This cannot be. Wurmser stammered, voice trembling. Could the French have already taken Mantua? When the fortress gate groaned open before him, his worst fears were confirmed. French infantry and cavalry strode confidently out, marching across the bridge that had long stood as a symbol of Austrian dominion. A torrent of emotions, disappointment, fury, and profound despair, flooded Wurmser's mind, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. The very stronghold he had hoped to relieve now lay firmly in enemy hands. Despite immense effort, all was lost. As the gravity of the situation settled upon him, the bitter taste of defeat lingered acridly upon his tongue. "General," Liptay cried aloud, "Mantua fell days, or even weeks, ago. We've walked straight into a trap. We must withdraw immediately while our flanks still hold." Wurmser's gaze hardened, his mind raced, seeking solutions. He knew time was slipping away, and that salvaging what remained of his army was now his sole imperative. "Sound the retreat," he commanded, voice ringing with authority. The Austrian forces that had pierced the French center began their withdrawal, fighting tenaciously as rear guards. Wurmser's despair hardened into grim determination. He personally directed the retreat, summoning officers and urging discipline amid mounting chaos. Step by step, Wurmser and his army fell back, bitterness of failure heavy in his heart, and a solemn vow burning within to reclaim Mantua another day. To achieve that, he would need to rethink strategy entirely. Mantua could not remain under French control. It was this very fortress that anchored Austrian supremacy over Italy. Minute by minute the French pressed the Austrians outward from the periphery. Yet pursuit continued. The operation to capture Wurmser's army was far from concluded. "It is nearly over," Messina murmured softly, just as Wurmser mid-retreat raised his hand to halt his troops, having spotted something on the horizon. He lifted his field glasses and swept the distance, only to recoil in stunned disbelief. A vast column of French soldiers advanced relentlessly toward them. What is this?" Wurmser stammered, hastily estimating their numbers. "At least 15,000 men. Why does an entire division march against us? What has become of Quastanovich?" Good God! It struck him then. He had unwittingly walked into a meticulously laid trap devised by the French commander in Italy. Quastanovich's corps had been routed. The French had already positioned themselves to sever the Austrian retreat. Had Quastanovich held firm, they would never have found themselves in this predicament. It was clear. The French had orchestrated this with surgical precision, exploiting his obsession with Mantua to lure him into annihilation. This realization struck him like a physical blow, filling him with rage and utter desolation as he cursed himself for falling so utterly into such a masterfully woven snare. With French forces closing in from behind, cutting off all escape, the severity of their plight became undeniable. The enemy outnumbered them nearly 2-1. Surrender! The word flashed through his mind, and Wurmser jolted awake from his reverie. It was the most dreaded term imaginable, yet perhaps the only rational choice to avert total annihilation or massacre. Yet surrender was no option for Wurmser. He refused to bow before the enemy without resistance, not while he still drew breath. But when he scanned the faces of his soldiers, his resolve wavered instantly. Fear and tension etched deep upon their features, mirrored inner turmoil. How could he demand further sacrifice from men whose spirits were already broken? A profound sense of duty surged within Wurmser, for he understood at last that a commander's responsibility transcended personal honor. His charge extended to every soldier, their families, and all lives entrusted to his command. Surrender, though humiliating beyond measure, might well be the sole path to preserving their lives. Wurmser turned to his officers, suppressing his pride, and spoke in a heavy tone. "Gentlemen, it is evident that our situation is dire. The circumstances are overwhelmingly against us. The French have effectively cut off our retreat. Continuing this battle would only result in further unnecessary loss of life. I must with a heavy heart make the decision to surrender." After announcing his decision, Wurmser no longer hesitated. He understood that although this decision tore at his heart, it might be the only right choice he could make for the survival of his soldiers. 2 hours after the decisive battle between the French and Austrian forces at Roverbella, Napoleon and Wurmser found themselves in the parlor of a luxurious apartment in the town. They sat across from each other, their gazes meeting, as if probing and studying one another's strength. The room was filled with elegant furniture, a stark contrast to the chaos and destruction of the battlefield just hours before. The air was thick with tension, and both men were acutely aware of the significance of this meeting. Napoleon exuded confidence and authority. Leaning back in his chair, his sharp gaze fixed firmly on Wurmser, he regarded the defeated commander with a mixture of respect and curiosity. Though physically and mentally exhausted and weighed down by despair, Wurmser maintained a composed demeanor, refusing to show any sign of weakness. After a silence that seemed to stretch into eternity, Napoleon broke the deadlock. "General Wurmser, I must acknowledge and admire your heroic deeds, and I offer my highest respects. Please forgive me if my German is imperfect. However, let us discuss the realities of the situation. Austria is currently in a vulnerable position in the south, exposed to attack. To avoid further bloodshed, I propose a ceasefire agreement. The terms I propose are straightforward. Austria must cease all hostile actions against France and solemnly pledge not to engage in conflict with our nation henceforth." Wurmser's gaze grew even more resolute, his pride and determination unmistakable beneath his exhaustion. He leaned forward, meeting Napoleon's stare without flinching. "General Bonaparte, while I acknowledge the dire predicament we face, your conditions demand that Austria relinquish its sovereignty entirely. I do not believe my nation would accept such demands. Moreover, you must be mistaken in your assumptions. Even if you have defeated me, I am but one commander replaced by another. Just as you defeated Beaulieu, so too shall they fall under my command." Napoleon interrupted him proudly. "We have already crushed your armies in Italy. If your nation wishes to continue this war, so be it. The young generals these days are all so proud and arrogant." Wurmser muttered softly, his voice heavy with fatigue and resignation. He leaned back into his chair, squinting at Napoleon. "My troops surrender to you, Napoleon, but Austria itself, I cannot surrender it," he stated firmly. Napoleon pressed his lips together and made a clicking sound with his tongue. It seems you are unwilling to accept the proposal for a ceasefire. Very well, General Wurmser. If Austria is resolved to continue the war, then I shall take the necessary actions to protect the interests of France." As he spoke, he rose to his feet and fastened the buttons of his coat. "Under these circumstances, I must declare you and your officers and men prisoners of war." Napoleon declared, his tone firm yet measured. "Rest assured, General Wurmser, your rights as prisoners of war will be respected and protected in accordance with the laws of war. You and your soldiers will be treated with dignity and fairness throughout your captivity." Wurmser's weary eyes widened unexpectedly at Napoleon's surprising declaration. He had expected a harsh and uncompromising response from Napoleon, but the mention of respecting their rights as prisoners of war caught him completely off guard. He searched Napoleon's face for any trace of deception but found none. The young general's eyes revealed a sincerity that he could not ignore. "It has been my pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Wurmser." Having said this, Napoleon left the room. In the corridor, the waiting generals saluted and greeted Napoleon. "What did he say? Did he accept the ceasefire agreement?" Berthier asked. "He did not accept it at all. This means we are still at war with the Austrians, and for that we must continue our operations." Napoleon entered a room and placed a map on the table. "We will advance northward to Tarvis here. Once we seize the city, Austria's capital Vienna will be within our grasp, ripe for the taking." The generals nodded in agreement, all supporting Napoleon's plan. Over the past 4 months he had led them to victory after victory. No one could object, nor could anyone deny his exceptional strategic genius. While France's Rhine army had performed poorly in the war against Austria, Napoleon, unafraid of hardship, in Italy had swept through enemy lines with irresistible force, becoming a formidable military leader. October 10, 1796. Buckingham Palace, England. King Louis XVI was in George III's study. "You summoned me, George?" Louis asked. George looked up from his documents, his brow furrowed deep with worry. "Louis, you've come at just the right moment. Please be seated." George gestured to the chair opposite him. Louis obeyed, sitting down and leaning forward, anxiety etched across his face. "Louis, we have just received news that the Austrians are suffering successive defeats in Italy at the hands of a young general named Napoleon Bonaparte. Although the Austrian forces in the north have performed well, their southern territories are now exposed. We will soon hear that Austria has signed a peace treaty with France. Then, what are we to do, George? Since arriving in London, I have been waiting for an opportunity to reclaim my throne. We are doing everything we can to achieve this goal." George continued, "But unfortunately so far all our efforts have failed. In the Vade region, the royalist forces we supported have been defeated, and in the south our navy has suffered heavy losses, including the sacrifice of talented commanders such as Commodore Horatio Nelson. His loss has been a severe blow to our naval supremacy in the region. To prevent further losses of warships, I had no choice but to order our navy to withdraw from the area immediately. Why? Louis asked, his eyes widening. Because we would be well advised to use our remaining ships to protect the islands against the possibility of a French revolutionary invasion. George replied gravely. Then what else can we do? Louis pressed. At present all we can do is maintain a naval blockade along France's western and northern coasts, and hope that the Austrians can hold their ground. While Napoleon was campaigning in Italy, Sheila faced her own challenges in Paris. Having regained her strength after childbirth, she took over the company, and set about fulfilling its visionary mission to bring modern technology to the world, and in the process modernize France. During a visit to Milan to see Napoleon, Sheila informed him of her plan to organize an exhibition showcasing the latest inventions. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the event was postponed and rescheduled for March of the following year. On March 20, 1797, in the grand ballroom of the Palais Royal, Sheila was surrounded by the elite of Parisian high society. Guests in elegant gowns and well-tailored suits linked arms, engaging in lively conversation and warm exchanges. The ballroom exuded luxury and refinement. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm golden glow. The walls were adorned with magnificent tapestries depicting grand scenes, and polished marble floors reflected the flickering candlelight. Sheila wore a deep blue gown, her strawberry blonde hair cascading in soft waves, radiating confidence and elegance. Her hair was elegantly arranged atop her head, and her emerald green eyes sparkled with determination. She warmly greeted her guests, immersed in conversations about the future of technology and the astonishing progress unfolding before their eyes. While mingling with attendees, Sheila's attention was drawn to the breathtaking modern technological displays in every corner of the ballroom. Ornate exhibition tables showcased ingenious inventions and captivating gadgets, arousing the curiosity of all who beheld them. In one corner, a steam-powered printing press hummed softly, its rhythmic vibrations echoing throughout the room. Nearby, a prototype spark-gap radio transmitted messages, its crackling sounds drawing awestruck onlookers. Guests marveled at the latest engineering and design marvels, gathering around a device emitting a soft, warm light, an early form of electric illumination. Nearby, a group of gentlemen were engrossed in discussing a prototype electric motor, exploring its potential impact on industry and transportation. Among these technological wonders, power tools also claimed their place at the exhibition. Skilled craftsmen representing Sheila's company demonstrated the precision and power of mechanical saws, electric drills, and other tools, all driven by small yet powerful electric motors. Demonstrations of electric lathes and milling machines highlighted their extraordinary efficiency and speed in completing complex tasks. Factory owners in attendance were particularly captivated by the potential of these cutting-edge power tools to boost productivity and enhance outcomes. Another technology that impressed attendees was ice making. Based on Napoleon's research into thermodynamics, and with his assistance, they developed an ammonia refrigeration system capable of producing ice. The sight of ice cubes floating in beverages left guests in awe, as this had previously been a rare and luxurious experience. The exhibition showcased not only mechanical inventions but also fashion. Alongside the technological marvels, elegant models dressed in the latest Parisian designs stood on pedestals, displaying underwear, panties, and other garments that highlighted innovations in the textile industry. Sheila's company collaborated with visionary avant-garde fashion designers, planning to ignite a fashion revolution in France. Sheila drew inspiration from the haute couture movement that had risen in France in the early 20th century, a fashion movement championing bespoke, unique, and meticulously detailed garments. Sheila believed that by combining this traditional approach with the advancements of modern technology, she could redefine the essence of fashion and further propel France's cultural progress into the century ahead. "Lady Sheila," a man called out. Sheila turned to see Antoine Lavoisier approaching her, accompanied by Charles-Augustin de Coulomb, Jacques Charles, and Pierre-Simon Laplace, members of the French Academy of Sciences who had assisted her and Napoleon in creating the inventions displayed at the exhibition. "Mr. Lavoisier," Sheila curtsied gracefully. "Gentlemen, I trust you are enjoying yourselves today." "Indeed, Madame Bonaparte," Antoine Lavoisier replied with a warm smile, and the others nodded in agreement. "That is wonderful to hear," Sheila responded, her voice brimming with genuine warmth. Antoine Lavoisier glanced at his pocket watch, then returned his gaze to Sheila. "Lady Sheila, I come to remind you that the illumination ceremony is about to begin. It is already 5:30 in the afternoon." "Oh, is that so?" "Do not worry, I have not forgotten." A playful sparkle danced in Sheila's eyes as she replied. "In fact, I am about to head to the courtyard. I would never miss the illumination ceremony." Antoine Lavoisier's smile broadened, and he breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that Sheila was well aware of the event about to unfold. "Splendid, Lady Sheila. Your presence will undoubtedly enhance the significance of this moment. I must say Mr. Coulomb is already eager to witness the lamp in action." "And why should I not be eager?" Coulomb interjected. "As one of the architects of this system, The prospect of seeing whether it functions successfully tonight fills me with anticipation. Sheila chuckled softly. Then, gentlemen, we shall meet you there. She offered another graceful nod of farewell, and continued her circuit through the ballroom. 30 minutes later, the guests in the exhibition hall were invited into the courtyard for the illumination ceremony. Outside night descended gradually, the sky speckled with stars, and a gentle breeze rustling the leaves creating an ethereal atmosphere. In the courtyard, candlelight bathed the entire area, in a soft warm glow casting a magical ambience over the space. The guests gathered around a large open clearing at the center, eagerly awaiting the moment Sheila had so carefully prepared. Sheila moved gracefully toward the podium, as though an angel gliding through the crowd. With each step, her gown stirred softly, revealing the intricate patterns of delicate lace, as if dancing together in the gentle current of air. As she ascended the steps of the podium, the moonlight above bathed her in a silvery radiance, casting an enigmatic and ethereal glow upon her porcelain skin. The guests murmured in admiration, captivated by her beauty. After a moment, Sheila cleared her throat and began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, you must be wondering why I have summoned you here. The truth is quite simple. I have something magnificent to show you. Look around you. The method by which Paris, and indeed the great cities of all Europe, have been lit has always relied on oil lamps, candles, and torches. It is these sources of light that have allowed us to walk through the night, guiding our steps and illuminating our path. But tonight we stand at the threshold of a new era, on the cusp of a revolution in illumination. The audience listened intently, drawn deeper into Sheila's words, their anticipation growing with each passing moment. Sheila continued, her voice swelling with excitement and conviction. Today we witness the birth of a new form of lighting, one that will forever transform the way we perceive the night. This technology will illuminate our homes, our streets, and our lives with a brilliance never before imagined. She paused, then gestured toward the team of engineers standing beside her. With a sweep of her hand, the candlelight in the courtyard was extinguished and the lamps illuminating the royal palace were also put out. As the guests found themselves enveloped in darkness, they could not help but gasp. But moments later, the electric lamps installed throughout the royal palace, and the courtyard blazed to life with a dazzling radiance banishing the shadows. The courtyard was bathed in a soft, steady light, the bulbs hanging overhead creating an atmosphere at once magical and unmistakably futuristic. A collective gasp of wonder swept through the audience, their faces alight with astonishment, awe, and exhilaration. They noted that the bulbs suspended above outshone any source of light they had ever seen before. Warm, resplendent radiance cascaded across the entire courtyard, casting a soft and inviting glow upon the faces of the guests. Sheila stood upon the podium, watching her guests fall into rapturous, a spark of pride and satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. In the mid-17th century, our nation was renowned as the City of Light. Today, with the advent of electricity and these extraordinary bulbs, we may proudly reclaim that title. Paris shall once again shine as the City of Light in both literal and symbolic splendor. Sheila declared, her voice brimming with triumphant joy. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, their enthusiastic response echoing through the courtyard. Sheila offered an elegant curtsy, thanking the audience for their fervent support and admiration before descending from the podium. As the cheers continued, Barris, a member of the Directory, glanced toward his companion on the right. What say you, Lieutenant Hippolyte? I believe it is her, Citizen Barris. Take care, Hippolyte. She is already married. Hippolyte sneered. Do you truly think I would care about such a thing? She is my destiny, Barris. Nothing shall stand in my way as I pursue her. After the enchanting lantern lighting ceremony concluded, the mesmerized guests returned to the magnificent hall of the royal palace, where an unparalleled lavish banquet awaited them. Within the opulent dining room, the tables were adorned with the finest silk, golden candelabras emitted a warm glow, and exquisite floral arrangements cascaded from crystal vases. The air was filled with laughter and animated conversation. As the guests took their seats, their eyes were drawn to the culinary delights about to be presented. The fragrant aromas of exquisite dishes wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses and awakening their appetites. Platters of succulent roasted meats, perfectly grilled and seasoned, were arranged on the table alongside a vibrant array of vegetables, their colors reflecting the abundance of nature. Delicate pastries and refined confections crafted by master pastry chefs adorned the table like edible works of art. Once the guests were seated, eager glances mingled with the clinking of glasses and soft, joyful whispers as they discussed the lantern lighting ceremony and marveled at the poetic display of bulbs illuminating the courtyard. After the sumptuous feast concluded, they returned to the exhibition hall. The mechanical devices previously on display had vanished, replaced by musicians playing enchanting melodies and dancers performing waltzes across the polished marble floors. With their graceful movements, the magnificent ballroom seemed to come alive. Sheila Bonaparte sipped her champagne while gazing at the scene before her. Despite the lively atmosphere, a sense of melancholy settled over her heart. On such an important evening, she could not suppress her longing for her beloved husband's absence. Napoleon's presence would have made the night truly unforgettable. In this moment of celebration she yearned for his warm embrace, his whispered words of love, the reassuring strength he radiated. She wished Napoleon could witness this enchanting evening and share in the triumphs and joys they had achieved together. Lost in her thoughts, Sheila's gaze drifted slowly toward the couples dancing in the ballroom. Each spin and dip stirred a bittersweet ache within her heart. She imagined herself dancing gracefully in Napoleon's arms to the rhythm of the music, but she knew it was impossible. He was in Italy engaged in battle against the Austrian army. Napoleon had written to her that the Italian campaign was proving longer than anticipated, as the new commander replacing General von Wurmser Joseph Alvinci was a formidable opponent. Though Napoleon had defeated him at Arcola Bassano Rivoli and Valvisone, the Austrian general refused to yield, thwarting Napoleon's plans to conclude the Italian campaign sooner. Nevertheless, Sheila remained confident the war in Italy would end soon, for Napoleon had pushed deep into northeastern Italy and was now threatening Vienna. The Austrians would sue for peace. It was only a matter of time. "Ah, madam," a voice interrupted her reverie, drawing her back to the present. She turned to find a man in his 20s standing before her, his dark complexion framed by long black beard and mustache, highlighting his striking features and radiating confidence and charm. Though of modest stature, he possessed an undeniable magnetism that drew the eye. Sheila looked up, her eyes wide with curiosity as she studied him. "How may I assist you, sir?" she inquired politely. A warm smile played across his lips, revealing a hint of his charm. "Forgive the interruption, madam," he replied. "I noticed your elegance and beauty from across the room. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Lieutenant Hippolyte Charles." Sheila raised an eyebrow at his introduction. Had she heard correctly? Hippolyte Charles? If her memory served her right, the man before her shared the same name as the notorious lover of Napoleon Bonaparte's wife in her own world. "I have grown accustomed to the compliments of every gentleman in this room, so they hold no power over me," Sheila said, coldly casting a glance at Hippolyte's outstretched arm, as if silently refusing his request to kiss her hand. Sheila was resolute. She would not let this man succeed. Her heart belonged solely to Napoleon, and no amount of flattery or affection from this man could shake her devotion. In a single glance she could see he was attempting to woo her. The way he emphasized his rank repulsed her, as if that carried any weight with her. Her husband Napoleon commanded the Italian army, while this lieutenant had yet to prove himself in any significant way. "Is that so?" "Indeed, I am unlike any other man," Hippolyte said, proudly, utterly unaffected by Hilla's cold demeanor. Hilla raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his bold claim. "Unlike any other? Pray enlighten me, Lieutenant Charles. How do you differ from the countless gentlemen tonight who have attempted to capture my attention?" A confident smile played at the corners of Hippolyte's lips as he stepped forward. "Madam, I possess an unwavering determination and a spirit that never yields. Even if you reject me, I shall persist in my pursuit, for there is a charm about you that I cannot ignore. You should be well aware that I am married to a most distinguished man, and we have children together. Therefore I thank you for your intentions, but... Yet he is not here, is he? Your husband has been away for nearly a year. He cannot possibly fulfill your needs when he is perpetually on the battlefield. And I could devote all my time to you. I could even care for your children as if they were my own." Upon hearing Hippolyte's audacious words, Hilla's eyes narrowed slightly, anger and disbelief warring across her face. She could scarcely believe this lieutenant had the audacity to imply he could provide what her husband could not. Her loyalty and love for Napoleon ran deep. No man could ever occupy the place he held in her heart. Her disdain for Josephine and Hippolyte was now confirmed. They were the worst of creatures. Infidelity toward one's partner was something Hilla could not fathom. She had witnessed with her own eyes the sacrifices Napoleon had made for their family and their nation. His physical absence had never diminished his presence in her heart. "Lieutenant Charles, your impudence has reached outrageous proportions. I will not entertain such disrespectful and dishonorable proposals. My loyalty to my husband is unshakable. No amount of persistence on your part will ever change that." "Oh!" Hippolyte chuckled with mild amusement. "You are the first woman to refuse me. You speak as though that were some accomplishment." Hilla retorted. "This is clearly a waste of my time. Good evening, Mr. Charles." Just as Hilla prepared to depart, Hippolyte suddenly seized her arm, his grip firm but not forceful. Hilla turned to glare at Hippolyte, her eyes blazing with fury, her voice dripping with contempt. "Release me at once," she commanded sharply, her voice cutting through the music and drawing the attention of nearby guests. Hippolyte tightened his grip, his charming demeanor replaced by a sinister glint in his eyes. "Madame Bonaparte, you will regret this." He sneered coldly. "You think you can so easily dismiss me? I am not a man to be ignored or rejected. I will stop at nothing to make you mine." Hearing those words, a cold shiver crawled up Hilla's spine. The world around her seemed to blur. She felt a strange detachment from reality, and in that instant memories from her past life flooded her mind, intertwining with the present. His words echoed the chilling threats of the stalker from her previous life. The man who had tormented her, who had ultimately ended her existence, and caused her rebirth in this parallel world. The trauma she had buried deep within resurfaced once more. Hilla's heart raced, her breathing grew shallow, and panic surged through her. The ballroom grew suffocating. Its opulence and splendor became cursed reminders of her past trauma. From the flickering candlelight to the elegant chandeliers, every detail seemed to mock her. Images flashed through her mind. Fragments of a dark and twisted past. The stalker's threatening messages, the fear that consumed every waking moment, and the tragedy that had shattered her life. All of it was a nightmare she had tried to forget, buried beneath layers of her new life, and the love she had found in this world. Hilla fought to anchor herself in the present, attempting to separate memories of the past from the reality she now inhabited. She pressed a hand to her chest, feeling the heavy, frantic beating of her heart, as the familiar sensations of vulnerability and helplessness threatened to consume her. A concerned voice broke through the fog of her memories. "Madame Bonaparte, are you all right?" Antoine Lavoisier's worried voice reached her ears. "Remove your hand from her." Hilla's gaze met Lavoisier's deeply concerned eyes. She realized she was no longer suffering alone. Antoine's presence was like a lifeline, grounding her back in reality. Hilla fought to hold back the tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling with the weight of her memories. I need to leave," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Please, Antoine, take me somewhere quiet." Antoine nodded and stepped forward, drawing her away from Hippolyte. With Antoine's steady support, Hilla was led away from the grand ballroom, far from prying eyes and suffocating memories. March 23, 1797. French dragoons charged fearlessly toward the bridge, their eyes locked upon their objective. A vital passage standing between them and their ultimate goal. As they surged forward with lightning speed, Austrian troops entrenched at the bridgehead unleashed a hail of lead directly into their path. Leading the charge was the legendary Thomas Alexander Dumas, renowned across battlefields, feared by enemies as the Black Devil. Riding resolutely onward, his aide-de-camp close behind. The air reverberated with the thunderous crack of musket fire. Chaos reigned upon the bridge. Suddenly tragedy struck. A bullet tore into the aide-de-camp's shoulder. He staggered, pain etching sharply across his face. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Dumas became the sole target of Austrian marksmen. A bullet screamed through the air, leaving ruin and death in its wake. Then another flashed past and struck Dumas. He collapsed onto the cobblestones of the bridge, motionless, seemingly lifeless. The Austrians erupted in jubilant cries. Their triumphant shouts soared into the heavens. But the Black Devil would not be so easily vanquished. Summoning every ounce of will, Dumas rose from the ground, his eyes blazing with contemptuous fire. With weary arms, he seized a musket and fired with lethal precision. For an instant, the Austrians recoiled in awe at his indomitable tenacity. Then regrouped and pressed forward anew. Agony seared through Dumas's wounds, yet he held his ground like an immovable bastion upon the bridge. His saber became an extension of his unyielding will, swinging with savage ferocity among enemy ranks. Each stroke cleaved flesh and bone alike, hurling Austrian soldiers into the river below. Though gashed across the head and thigh by enemy blades, Dumas refused to yield an inch. The battle transformed into a symphony of violence. Every clash of steel resonating with the warrior's unbroken resolve. Witnessing the Black Devil's merciless fury, the Austrians grasped the peril of their plight. Panic began to spread like wildfire through their ranks. Just as Dumas appeared on the verge of being overwhelmed by sheer numbers, French reinforcements surged onto the field. Trapped between Dumas, the unyielding Anvil, and the thundering French cavalry, the crushing hammer, the Austrians saw only one path to survival: retreat. Dumas stood gasping, his body ravaged and streaked with blood. A concerned French dragoon approached. Blood streamed down his own face and flanks, bearing silent testament to the carnage he had endured. The dragoon urged him to seek immediate medical aid. But Dumas refused, his gaze burning with unwavering determination. "Lend me your horse," Dumas commanded. The dragoon hesitated, fear plain upon his features. Yet he knew better than to defy the man who had single-handedly shattered an entire Austrian squadron. Trembling, he dismounted and handed the reins to Dumas. Without hesitation, Dumas vaulted onto the fresh mount. With a thunderous cry, he spurred the borrowed warhorse forward. The echo of his battle shout rippling across the sky. The fleeing Austrians found themselves pursued by an inexorable force. Their terror only stoked Dumas's resolve. They fled into dense woodland, yet could not outrun the Black Devil and his relentless men. For hours the forest became a theater of capture. Dumas and his soldiers hunted the retreating Austrians, leaving behind a grim trail of vanquished foes. 1500 prisoners taken. After hours of grueling combat, they withdrew to their headquarters in Udine, northeastern Italy. Night descended upon Udine, cloaking the city in deep shadow. Exhausted soldiers trudged back along narrow streets, lit only by the faint glow of oil lamps casting flickering silhouettes upon ancient stone walls. Fighting back agony, Dumas led his horse through Udina's winding alleys. Every jolt sent fresh waves of pain through his battered frame. But he clenched his jaw and pressed onward, his mind fixed on one purpose alone, reporting to his commander. He arrived at Udina's headquarters where Italian generals had gathered. Dismounting, his legs trembled with fatigue as he passed beneath the imposing archway. His worn boots echoed sharply against the stone floor as he strode down the corridor. At last he reached a grand door guarded by two stern-faced soldiers. Recognizing him, they nodded silently and granted him passage into the commander's chamber. The room was dimly lit. A single candle cast trembling shadows over scattered maps and documents upon the table. General Berthier stood beside it. While behind the desk sat Napoleon Bonaparte, his expression grave, his piercing gaze fixed unflinchingly upon Dumas. Dumas approached, his gait slightly unsteady from exhaustion. Yet his eyes remained steadfast, resolute. He rendered a crisp salute to his commander. "You summoned me, sir?" "Yes." Napoleon confirmed, his sharp gaze sweeping slowly from head to toe over Thomas Alexander Dumas. The name resonated within his mind, conjuring the image of an extraordinary figure. The first black general of the French Republic, a warrior who had faced down an entire Austrian squadron alone, and emerged unscathed. Yet history's pages bear stains, attempts to erase Dumas's deeds, to obscure his legacy, to award his honors to others. Napoleon acknowledged his own complicity in that narrative. But he was no longer the Napoleon Bonaparte who had abandoned this brilliant general to fade into obscurity. Napoleon was profoundly moved by the story of Thomas Alexander Dumas. A man unwaveringly loyal to his nation yet betrayed by it. This realization filled him with deep regret, a tragic awareness of wasted genius. Inwardly he vowed never to repeat the grave error committed by Napoleon Bonaparte. Thomas Alexander Dumas, this extraordinary talent, would not be abandoned by him. "You are severely wounded. Are you certain you wish to proceed with our conversation before receiving treatment?" "No, sir." Dumas replied, his breath shallow and labored. "I am well. Please begin without delay." "Mind your language, Negro," Berthier snapped sharply. Napoleon slammed his palm upon the table, cutting Berthier short, and fixed him with a stern, disapproving gaze. "Enough, Berthier," he roared. "I will not tolerate such insolence in my presence. When precisely did I grant you permission to speak?" "Apologies, General Bonaparte." Berthier stammered, his face paling. "Monsieur Thomas Alexander Dumas," Napoleon began, "I have long heard of your valorous deeds, and I must confess I hold you in the highest esteem. In recognition of your extraordinary courage, I hereby promote you to the rank of divisional general." Dumas stood rigidly upright, absorbing the weight of Napoleon's words. "I accept this promotion with profound gratitude and unwavering devotion, General Bonaparte," Dumas replied, his voice steady despite exhaustion threatening to overwhelm him. "I stand ready to fulfill my duty to fight alongside you and drive the Austrians from Italy." Napoleon nodded approvingly. "General Dumas, you may withdraw. See to your wounds without delay. We have much work ahead. I expect you to be at peak readiness when next we confront the Austrians." Dumas rendered a final crisp salute, and turned, exiting the commander's quarters. After Dumas departed, Marat entered holding an envelope. "General Bonaparte. A letter for you." "Who sent it?" Napoleon asked. "Monsieur Antoine Lavoisier," Marat replied, handing him the envelope. Napoleon took the envelope, tore it open, and scanned its contents swiftly. His eyes widened in shock, a flicker of grave unease crossing his face. Silence descended upon the chamber. As the weight of the news settled heavily upon them, Napoleon's earlier confidence hardened into grim resolve. A transformation both Berthier and Marat observed keenly. "What is it, General?" Marat ventured cautiously. "My wife. I must return to Paris." "Sir. What do you mean you must return to Paris?" Marat asked, brow furrowed in bewilderment. Napoleon paused mid-pack, lifted his gaze to Marat, his eyes reflecting both resolute determination and quiet apprehension. "Exactly as it sounds, Marat. I have no choice but to go." His voice carried urgency. Berthier interjected, tone measured. "But General, this is not an official directive from the Directory. If you depart your post without formal authorization, you risk court-martial." A flash of steely resolve ignited in Napoleon's eyes as he turned squarely toward Berthier. "Do you truly believe they would subject the general who single-handedly won this war to a military tribunal?" he countered. "I assure you, I shall return before operations commence. I will take the swiftest means available, the railway." Marat stepped forward, voice thick with concern. "General, at the very least allow us to understand the situation. We can inform your other generals, ensuring they comprehend why your sudden departure is unavoidable." Napoleon's hand stilled, his mind returning to the unsettling letter from Antoine Lavoisier. "My wife is gravely ill, Marat." He confessed, his voice heavy with anxiety. "She was caught in a riot during the exhibition. An incident that precipitated her current condition. I must return to Paris. to stand by her side to safeguard her health. His words resonated with gravity, underscoring the severity of the crisis. Marat and Berthier exchanged a silent glance, fully grasping the magnitude of their commander's decision. "We understand, General Bonaparte. Under these circumstances you must appoint a temporary commander to lead the army during your absence in Paris." Marat suggested. "I appoint you." Napoleon looked directly at Berthier. "General, you intend to appoint me commander of the army of Italy." "General, I do not believe myself fit to command an army," Berthier murmured in quiet protest. "You underestimate yourself, Berthier," Napoleon declared with unshakable confidence. "You possess the requisite intellect and organizational acumen to ensure the army functions seamlessly in my absence. I have closely observed your capabilities, and I am convinced you are fully capable of bearing this temporary responsibility." Berthier hesitated, his gaze shifting between Napoleon and Marat, as the weight of the appointment settled upon him. Then straightening his posture, he accepted the challenge. "Very well, General Bonaparte," Berthier replied, voice firm. "I shall execute this duty with utmost diligence, ensuring the army of Italy remains fully prepared and rigorously disciplined until your return." Napoleon nodded in satisfaction. "Then, we meet again in 2 or 3 days. One day later Napoleon arrived at the Chantilly castle. Beaumont, the castle steward, stood at the grand entrance, opened the iron gate, and ushered the carriage into the estate. No sooner had the carriage come to a halt than Napoleon leapt down and rushed headlong into the castle. Staff members inside the castle were startled as Napoleon dashed past them in haste, ascending the sweeping staircase, leading to Gila's chamber on the 2nd floor. As Napoleon approached the door, tension thickened the air, his heart hammered fiercely within his chest. He found Gila lying in bed, pale-faced and frail, propped weakly against soft pillows, while a physician stood beside her frowning as he examined her closely. Napoleon's sudden entrance drew their attention. The physician turned toward him, his expression both concerned and uncertain. "General Bonaparte, I did not expect to see you here," the physician spoke. "How is she?" Napoleon stepped forward to the bedside, studying Gila's face intently. Her body trembled, her brow glistened with sweat, and her breathing came in shallow, rapid gasps. "She has a high fever, General Bonaparte. Several days' rest and proper treatment should suffice for her recovery," the physician replied reassuringly. Napoleon clenched his fists, his anxiety deepening. "Just a fever, or something more grave?" His voice trembled with raw concern. But before the physician could answer, the door behind them swung open. "Napoleon!" He turned, and saw Antoine Lavoisier. "You've arrived. I came at once upon receiving your letter," Napoleon said. Antoine strode forward and cast a brief appraising glance at the physician. "Doctor, I sincerely thank you for your efforts. But I must speak with Napoleon alone. Would you grant us a moment?" The physician nodded understandingly, and withdrew quietly, closing the door behind him. Napoleon sank to his knees and gently clasped Gila's hand. Her skin burning and damp, a stark contrast to the delicate, supple warmth he had known for years. He lifted his gaze to Antoine, his eyes weary yet resolute. "Gila," Napoleon murmured softly. "It's me, Napoleon." Gila stirred faintly. At the sound of his voice her eyelids fluttered open, her gaze hazy and unfocused, until it met his and a flicker of recognition lit her eyes. "Napoleon," she whispered, her voice weak yet brimming with quiet relief. She tried to lift her hand, but the effort was feeble. Napoleon gently held her hand, a tide of complex emotion rising within him. "I'm here, my love. I came as swiftly as I could." A faint pained smile tugged at Gila's lips. "You? How did you get here? Weren't you meant to be in Italy?" Napoleon's gaze softened as he tenderly brushed aside a damp strand of hair from her forehead. "My dearest, urgent circumstances compelled my return. Your safety is my foremost concern. I could not bear to be away from you while you lie so vulnerable." Tears welled in Gila's eyes. "Oh, Napoleon, I never wished to burden you with fear for my illness. I'm so sorry." "Shoo, not now. Rest," Napoleon murmured gently. "You will never be a burden to me, Gila. In sickness or in health we are bound as partners in life. Do you remember?" Gila offered a soft, genuine laugh, faint yet radiant enough to warm Napoleon's heart. "Yes, I remember. The doctor says it's only a fever. I don't think I've caught anything grave. Just rest and I'll be well again. Now I must speak with Monsieur Lavoisier. You rest, my love." Gila closed her eyes as exhaustion washed over her anew. Reluctantly Napoleon released her hand and carefully laid it back upon the covers. Rising, he turned to face Antoine, his eyes heavy with worry yet unshakably determined. "Antoine, what happened? How did she fall ill?" "You mentioned it occurred during the exhibition," Napoleon demanded. "General Bonaparte, a man named Hippolyte approached your wife. I believe he attempted to flirt with her, but Gila firmly rebuffed his advances." Hippolyte seized her arm and uttered something, after which Hela recoiled in shock and matters escalated swiftly. That morning she had been full of vitality. Yet after that disturbance her condition deteriorated with alarming speed. Antoine explained. Hippolyte, you say? Napoleon growled low and sharp. His voice edged with icy recognition. He knew this man. Was he truly present in this world too? But this time he sought not Josephine, but Hela. Yes, Lieutenant Hippolyte Charles. He even brought flowers for Hela and came here personally, but your steward Beaumont denied him entry per Hela's explicit instruction. Anything else? Napoleon pressed further. Well, Hela confessed she fears him deeply. Each time I utter Hippolyte's name she trembles violently as though struck by profound trauma. Napoleon fell into contemplation for a moment. None of it made sense. Why would Hela fear someone she could so easily eliminate? Could there be a deeper, more profound cause? Something he had yet to uncover. He knew Hela, like himself, had been reborn into this world after death. Perhaps certain experiences from her past life had left indelible imprints. Memories resurfacing now triggered by Hippolyte. Trauma. Napoleon glanced down at Hela once more. Fever following a triggering event was plausible in trauma patients. But one thing was certain: removing the trigger would accelerate her recovery. So he resolved. Where can I find this Hippolyte? Napoleon asked coldly, his eyes glinting with icy light. You'll find him in Paris? But once you do, what do you intend to do? Antoine asked. Oh, I'll simply have a little talk with that fellow. Napoleon replied, his voice laced with quiet menace. 2 hours later Napoleon arrived in Paris aboard a carriage. Clutching a slip of paper, he peered out the window to confirm he had indeed reached the location Antoine had specified. The Chartres Café stood before him. Vibrant, bustling, radiating an atmosphere of lively conviviality. Napoleon remained inside the carriage, his gaze fixed intently upon the café, observing its interior from afar. The ebb and flow of patrons, the animated exchanges, the vivid tableau of spirited conversation. He tucked the slip into his pocket and stepped down from the carriage, walking steadily toward the entrance of the Chartres Café. His expression resolute, he pushed open the café's heavy door. Inside, warmth and energy surged. A tapestry of laughter, animated discussion, and elegantly set tables where diners sat radiant with joy. Flickering candlelight danced across the walls, casting shifting shadows that lent an intimate hush amid the café's vibrant clamor. Napoleon threaded his way through the crowd, his eyes sweeping across faces in search of the man who haunted Hela. Scanning table after table until at last he spotted 3 French soldiers conversing nearby. Dressed in crisp uniforms, they sat shoulder to shoulder, sharing stories and laughter. Their camaraderie unmistakable. When one of them caught sight of Napoleon's striking black general's uniform, the mirth froze mid-air. His eyes widened and a startled exclamation escaped his lips. Instantly the others followed his gaze, and recognized the gravity of the figure standing before them. In unison they sprang upright, backs, rigid hands snapping smartly to their foreheads in perfect salute. "General?" cried the soldier who had first noticed Napoleon. Napoleon fixed his gaze upon them and asked, "Now which among you is Lieutenant Hippolyte Charles?" The soldiers exchanged glances, brows furrowing instantly in bewildered confusion. Then a young, earnest officer stepped forward. His gaze meeting Napoleon's, squarely tinged with both anticipation and nervous uncertainty. "General, I am Lieutenant Hippolyte Charles," he replied, voice steady yet edged with tension. "How may I serve you?" "So, it is you." Napoleon appraised him closely. This was the man who had harassed Hela at the exhibition. "Yes, General." Hippolyte nodded, then asked, "Why?" "Nothing at all." Napoleon shook his head, offering a faint, enigmatic smile. "No need to be anxious. I merely heard a few days ago that you'd caused quite a stir at the exhibition." "You mean Hela Bonaparte?" "Whatever rumors circulate on the streets are false. I did not harass her, General. Our exchange was perfectly civil until, who knows what happened to her." Napoleon narrowed his eyes, locking onto Hippolyte with an incisive, penetrating stare, as if seeking to pierce the young lieutenant's composure. "Is that so? Do you truly expect me to believe your conversation was merely courteous?" Napoleon said coolly. "What of the witnesses who saw you touch her arm? Did they all misjudge the situation?" Under Napoleon's searing gaze Hippolyte shifted uneasily. He realized denial alone would not suffice. He could no longer bluff his way through, his bravado crumbled, leaving only flustered excuses. Well, it was merely a friendly gesture, General." Hippolyte stammered, straining to reclaim dignity. "I meant no harm," and at first she seemed neither offended nor displeased. A flash of fury ignited in Napoleon's eyes. Whether or not she accepted it bears no relevance. It affords you no justification to make unwarranted advances upon any woman, especially a married one. General, I'm baffled. Why does this incident concern you so deeply? Is her husband somehow connected to you?" Napoleon smiled. but behind that smile burned a furnace of wrath. He had grown weary of Hippolyte's evasions of his attempts to trivialize the gravity of his transgression. "Ah, my apologies. I haven't introduced myself, have I?" Napoleon interrupted, a sly, knowing smile playing upon his lips. "Gentlemen, my name is Napoleon Bonaparte, Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Italy." He declared it with sovereign authority. The soldiers exchanged confused glances, their salutes frozen mid-air, standing before a military legend, without even realizing it. The realization struck Hippolyte like a thunderbolt, his face turning pale as he staggered back a step. Napoleon Bonaparte. Hippolyte stammered, his voice trembling. "I didn't know. Please forgive my ignorance, General." Napoleon's smile grew even brighter, his eyes glinting with a mixture of amusement and cold calculation, as he gestured for the soldiers to return to their seats. "Take no offense, gentlemen, please be seated," Napoleon said with an ostensibly light tone. "You may continue your meal. I merely wish to meet the one who harassed my wife. That is all." As Hippolyte cautiously took his seat, Napoleon's expression underwent a sudden and drastic change. With lightning speed, he lunged across the table, seized Hippolyte's head, and slammed it forcefully against the wooden surface. A dull thud echoed through the café, plunging the once lively atmosphere into dead silence. The force of the impact shattered the delicate plates on the table, sending porcelain fragments flying in all directions. Patrons gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with shock and concern. The other soldiers instinctively rose from their chairs, ready to intervene and de-escalate the situation. However, before they could act, Napoleon swiftly drew his pistol and pointed it directly at one of them. Fear and confusion enveloped the entire room, the air instantly growing tense, prompting the soldiers to reluctantly resume their seats, their eyes wide with dread. Napoleon pressed the pistol's muzzle against Hippolyte's head. "You bastard, how dare you touch my wife?" Napoleon's voice resonated through the café, brimming with fierce anger that sent shivers down Hippolyte's spine. "You even dare to attempt taking her from me? Do you wish for me to end your life right now? What would happen if I pulled the trigger this instant?" Wait. Hippolyte raised his hand, his voice muffled as his face remained pressed against the table. Napoleon raised his hand, temporarily ceasing his furious tirade, though his grip on the pistol remained unyielding. Hippolyte struggled to breathe, blood streaming from his forehead, where it had struck the table. He strained to gather his thoughts, desperately searching for words that might save his life, knowing he must proceed with caution and choose each subsequent sentence wisely. "General Bonaparte, please hear me out." Hippolyte pleaded, his voice tense. "What happened at the exhibition was a misunderstanding. I swear I never intended to harm Madame Bonaparte." No sooner had he spoken than Napoleon delivered a vicious punch to Hippolyte's face. "You still have the nerve to lie." Napoleon's voice rang with anger as his fist connected hard with Hippolyte's jaw. The force sent the lieutenant sprawling backward into his chair, then tumbling dazed to the ground. Chaos erupted in the café as frightened patrons fled the scene of the violent confrontation. Napoleon stood beside Hippolyte, raised his pistol high, aimed at his head, and pulled the trigger. But the musket ball did not strike his face, but instead hit the floor mere millimeters to his right. "If I ever see you near my wife again, the next bullet will go straight into your skull. Stop writing to and sending flowers to my wife, for if you persist, I assure you that will be the last thing you ever do," Napoleon said through gritted teeth, his voice brimming with menace. I swear, I won't. Please spare my life," Hippolyte stammered. Napoleon holstered his pistol and turned to face the frightened patrons. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disturbance," Napoleon said. "Please continue your meals and enjoy your dinner." The café's patrons, still shaken, cautiously returned to their tables to dine, though an atmosphere of unease still hung in the air. Napoleon cast one final cold glance at Hippolyte before turning toward the exit, leaving the lieutenant shivering on the ground in terror. After the intense confrontation with Hippolyte, Napoleon hastened home without delay. With determined strides he arrived at the Grand Chateau, made his way straight to Tsila's bedroom, pushed open the door, and found Tsila and their 2 children gathered inside. "Oh, father has returned," Tsila exclaimed, her voice tinged with relief and delight. The children turned toward the doorway, their innocent eyes wide with wonder as they saw their father standing there. "Papa!" Avellini cheered, her voice brimming with joy and curiosity. Napoleon stepped forward slowly, a tender smile spreading across his face. The fatigue from his encounter with Hippolyte vanished instantly at the sight of his beloved family. He knelt before Avellini and Francis, opening his arms wide. "Come, my little darlings," he said softly, his voice full of tenderness. "It feels like ages since I've held you both." Avellini and Francis rushed into their father's embrace, their small bodies pressed tightly against his chest. Napoleon held them close with warm arms, savoring the familiar scent of their hair, and the feeling of their slender arms wrapping around him. "How I have missed you both," Napoleon said softly, his voice filled with longing and affection. I think of you every day, my darlings. Hila watched their heartwarming reunion from the bed, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Seeing Napoleon with the children filled her heart with warmth. Daddy, are you living with us at home now? Avellini asked. Francis also leaned forward eager to hear his answer. I'm sorry, my little darlings, not yet. Father is still at war with our enemies, so I must leave again in a few days. But don't worry, Father will be safe. I will return to you as soon as possible. Napoleon replied. Avellini and Francis exchanged glances, their expressions, a mixture of understanding and disappointment. Though accustomed to their father's absences, the longing for him to stay by their side remained an aching presence in their young hearts. Napoleon gently set Avellini and Francis down, his hands lingering on their shoulders for a moment before letting go. He rose to his feet, straightened his clothing, and turned his gaze toward the maids in the room. Thank you for taking care of them, Napoleon said to the maids in a firm yet grateful tone. Please take Avellini and Francis back to their room and let them rest properly. Make sure they are comfortable. The maids nodded, but as they approached, Avellini spoke up. Can't we stay, Daddy? Avellini's voice trembled, her eyes pleading as she hoped to stay just a little longer. I wish you could stay as well, my little darlings. Napoleon replied, his voice heavy with affectionate apology. But your mother and I have important matters to discuss that require our full attention. It won't take long. We won't be long, I promise. Then we can spend more time together. Avellini's lower lip quivered, but she nodded anyway, her eyes revealing trust in her father's words. Francis, though equally disappointed, nodded as well. The maids led them out of the room, leaving Napoleon and Hila alone. The door closed softly, muffling the children's retreating footsteps. Napoleon turned to face Hila and sat beside her, gently taking her hand. My dear, how are you feeling? Are you better? Much better than before, Hila said with a smile. Napoleon studied her face carefully. She seemed to be recovering well from her fever. As he saw the color returning to her cheeks, his worry gradually eased. I'm so glad to see you recovering well, Napoleon said, his voice filled with genuine relief. When I'm away and think of you being unwell, my heart grows heavy. Hila offered him a tender smile and squeezed his hand gently. Have you met that person who frightened me? Oh yes, we had a very friendly meeting. A mischievous glint flashed in Napoleon's eyes. Hila couldn't help but laugh, her eyes sparkling with interest. Oh Napoleon, what did you do? Napoleon leaned closer, a playful smile on his face. Well, let's put it this way. I asked him very politely to stay away from you. Hila giggled. Is that so? She paused, gathering her thoughts before speaking. Napoleon, you must find it strange that someone like me would be afraid of such a man, right? I could certainly handle him better than you could, but... Hila trailed off, recalling her dark memories. It's all right, you don't have to explain. Napoleon said. No, I think you should know, my dear. Hila said firmly. I told you before about my profession in my past life. I was a virtual streamer, an entertainment artist. In my work, I had thousands of fans from all over the world. But one fan kept stalking me. At first, he only left me messages and comments, but soon his behavior became much more sinister, and he ultimately took my life. Some of what Charles said matched certain things that stalking fan had said to me. Hearing this, Napoleon confirmed that Hila had indeed suffered psychological trauma. But her telling him these things made him feel guilty. He hadn't been fair to Hila. She had already revealed her past life, while he was still concealing his true identity. Napoleon knew that one day Hila would discover the truth on her own, so it would be better to come clean now. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, preparing himself for what was to come. Hila, I have a secret to tell you too, Napoleon began. Hila tilted her head, looking at him. What is it, my dear? You see, I am not the Napoleon Bonaparte you look up to. I am just someone who suffered the same fate as you. Reborn in this world after death. After speaking, Napoleon closed his eyes, fearful of how Hila might react to his confession. He waited for her response, his heart pounding with anxiety, and cautiously opened his left eye to peek at her through his eyelashes. Napoleon continued. You see, a goddess named Seal made a mistake. She prematurely severed my thread of life. As compensation, she granted me a second chance, the opportunity to live again in another world. However, she failed to mention that I would be reincarnated as Napoleon of this universe. What I do know is that Seal bestowed upon me a gift, an extraordinary ability to acquire information. This ability allowed me to access the technologies and concepts of my past life. Everything from thermodynamics to the steam engine was essentially a replication of what I had known before. Even my military achievements were built upon studying and implementing the strategies of the real Napoleon Bonaparte in various battles. Despite all he had shared, Sila maintained her beautiful smile as she listened to Napoleon's tale. I concealed everything because I was afraid. I feared that revealing the truth would alter how you see me and transform what we have between us. I wanted to preserve the love and trust we share, even if it meant keeping this part of myself hidden. This was a lie I was willing to bear alone, but I have come to realize that keeping secrets from you is not fair to either of us. That is why. I understand. Thank you for telling me, Napoleon. But you need not worry about my changing my opinion of you. I already knew. You knew? Napoleon repeated, his voice faltering. When did you find out? Sila merely smiled, recalling the moment she realized the man before her was not the Napoleon she had studied in history classes, but someone entirely different. Do you remember that period when we were preparing to present the rifle to the National Convention? Sila asked. Ah, I remember. Napoleon recalled those moments they had shared together. I remember the National Convention was impressed by the rifle but ultimately decided not to adopt it as their standard weapon. Sila giggled. Indeed. But before that you asked me whether I liked the Napoleon standing before me, since I kept mentioning Napoleon Bonaparte from my own world. I remember. I did ask you that. Napoleon managed to smile, somewhat embarrassed that she brought it up. And how did I answer you? Do you still remember? Sila asked. Napoleon pondered for a moment. You said you loved me. That's right. Sila nodded, her eyes glistening with tender nostalgia. I told you I loved you. Not for your name or your place in history, but for who you are. The qualities I admired in Napoleon Bonaparte from my world are all present in you. That is what draws me to you. Gazing into Sila's eyes, Napoleon felt a warm current rising within his heart. Sila's words brought back the moment he first realized her feelings for him. A time filled with uncertainty and turmoil, yet amidst the chaos their love blossomed like a delicate flower. I must admit, Napoleon began, his tone sincere. At first your answer took me completely by surprise. I never imagined I would meet someone who could break free from worldly constraints and boldly declare their love. Love always transcends boundaries and shatters expectations, does it not? Sila whispered. That is truly a poetic expression. Napoleon smiled, his eyes brimming with affection. But you have not yet answered my question, Sila. How did you know I was not the real Napoleon Bonaparte? Here is the thing, Napoleon Bonaparte, whatever your true name may be, I have always harbored doubts about your modern knowledge. The first time I saw you, you were drafting technical schematics that my mind could not comprehend. The real Napoleon Bonaparte never possessed such skills, and the manner in which you presented thermodynamic theories to the French Academy was far too advanced. To verify this, I pored over books on thermodynamics in the library, hoping to trace the source of your knowledge, but found nothing. Another thing that convinced me you were from the future was the inventions you introduced after presenting your theories. Steam locomotives, telegraphs, bolt-action rifles. These miraculous creations succeeded on their very first attempt. Not only that, I noticed you kept asking me to provide a list of technologies to avoid arousing my suspicion, since I would question where these ideas came from, would I not? Things like airships, airplanes, electricity. I thought you would confess that day, Napoleon, but you held back. As I mentioned earlier, I am afraid, Napoleon said. I understand. Completely. I would feel the same. Then tell me, Napoleon, you spoke of the goddess of fate. Was she the reason you came into this world? Yes, the goddess of fate. I don't know precisely what happened. It was instantaneous. I was a third-year mechanical engineering student building a prototype for a research project, when suddenly I found myself here. I can't quite find the right word. Heaven, perhaps? Which country are you from? Are you European? Sheila asked. The Philippines, Napoleon revealed. Oh, the Philippines. Sheila gasped softly. Then your name is? In my past life I was called Anchi. Do you know what? Sheila interrupted gently. I don't wish to know. Why not? Because you are no longer that person. You are Napoleon Bonaparte of this world. You have been reborn here. Whatever your former life entailed no longer matters. What matters is who you have become, and the love between us. Indeed, my past life held little of interest. I'm almost eager to forget it, Napoleon replied, his voice tinged with quiet relief. I've already begun embracing my new life in this world. Sheila nodded understandingly. And what about you? Wouldn't you like to ask where I lived before? Let me guess, Japan? Because of your speech patterns, your mannerisms. They closely resemble those of anime characters, Napoleon surmised. I'm from Korea, Sheila revealed. I believe Korea is still ruled by the Joseon dynasty today. Meanwhile, my homeland remains under Spanish rule. I plan to visit them someday. Napoleon said. Why not wrest it from Spain instead? Sheila suggested playfully, her eyes twinkling. Make it a French colony. Napoleon burst into hearty laughter at Sheila's mischievous suggestion. No. I believe we'd do better to leave it to Spain. I harbor a bolder colonial ambition. But first I must become France's sovereign, wouldn't you agree? One more thing about that goddess. You told me she granted you a gift, the ability to access knowledge and information. Did you rely on this gift for all your inventions? Napoleon nodded. That's incredible. So there's truly no need for you to ask me about future technologies, is there? If I wanted to build an airplane, could you retrieve that information? Well, how it works is, I search for that specific aircraft within my user interface. Like a system, if you know what I mean. For instance, if I searched for the B-29 bomber, my interface would display its detailed schematics, manufacturing methodology, requisite technologies. Even the fundamental principles behind its design. Wow! Sheila could barely contain her excitement. Napoleon's gift unlocked boundless possibilities. What about infrastructure? Say the Eiffel Tower? It's included too. Wow! Imagining the Eiffel Tower soaring majestically over central Paris, wonder gleamed in Sheila's eyes. The possibilities seemed infinite, and her mind raced with visions of what they might achieve together. I've also noticed you've held back somewhat in your inventions, Napoleon. Is it because of me? Yes. Then go ahead and unleash your full potential now, Napoleon. Whatever you wish to introduce into this world, I will fund and support you wholeheartedly. Though I share your enthusiasm, Sheila, we still hold no political power. Do you recall how the National Convention rejected our bolt-action rifle proposal? Sheila's fervor dimmed as Napoleon raised the point. Oh right, well I suppose you'll need to become France's ruler first. Your army in Italy is nearing the end of its war against Austria. That's where you'll become France's hero. Then comes Egypt. For the true Napoleon Bonaparte, that expedition ended in failure, but if you succeed you'll be hailed as a hero once more. The Directory itself is inefficient and ineffectual. I believe the people will welcome a strong leader like you. Napoleon tenderly brushed his fingers along Sheila's cheek, tracing the gentle contours of her face. That is precisely my plan. Speaking of leadership, I must return to Italy tomorrow. We shall launch an operation to drive the Austrians out of the war. But before I depart, Sheila, I must ask, now that we know each other's true identities, will anything change between us? Sheila shook her head. No, Napoleon, not a thing will change. If that brings you peace, then yes. Speaking with you has already eased my heart immensely. Thank you for handling Charles. Don't worry. He will never approach you or our children again. I swear it. Even if he dares to return, Napoleon, I will deal with him myself. Sheila spoke, her expression solemn. I was simply terrified at the time. I know, Napoleon said, taking a deep breath. Wow. Confessing this to you has lifted such weight from my chest. Let me go call the children back. Sunlight streamed through the castle windows, falling across Napoleon's face and rousing him from slumber. He slowly opened his eyes, narrowing them to slits, then groped his way upright and rubbed his temples, taking a quiet moment to acclimate to the new day. Memories of last night flooded back, filling him with anticipation and resolve. Napoleon lifted his upper body and glanced beside him at Sheila, who lay in serene repose. Sunlight bathed her cheek, casting an ethereal glow that accentuated the delicate contours of her features. Gazing upon her tranquil expression, a tender affection welled within Napoleon's heart. He leaned closer and gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her forehead. As his fingers made contact, he sensed no lingering warmth upon her skin. The fever had evidently receded. Sheila stirred faintly, her eyelids trembled, then fluttered open. When her gaze met Napoleon's, a soft smile bloomed upon her lips. Good morning, my love, she murmured softly. Good morning, Napoleon replied. Are you feeling better? I noticed your fever has broken. Sheila stretched her arms and sighed contentedly. Yes, my love. I no longer have a headache. Then all is well. Napoleon smiled warmly, adding, especially as I am soon to return to Italy. Sheila's expression shifted subtly, from serenity to quiet sorrow. She lowered her gaze, her fingers tracing delicate patterns across the bedsheet. She had nearly forgotten that Napoleon had rushed back to Paris out of concern for her, and now that the crisis had passed and her health fully restored, he would inevitably depart once more, to fulfill his duties in Italy. Napoleon, go and do your duty well. I know your responsibilities are vital, and I would never hinder you. Napoleon raised both hands and cradled Sheila's face gently. He longed to press a kiss upon her lips, but something held him back. After revealing he was not truly Napoleon, such intimacy now felt profoundly dissonant. Though Sheila had accepted him, that acceptance did not mean they could simply resume their former life, as she herself had suggested. Yet to his astonishment, Sheila leaned forward and kissed him softly upon the lips. Her warmth sent a shiver coursing through Napoleon, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. He drew back slightly, searching her eyes for answers. Why did you do that? Napoleon asked, his voice edged with gentle bewilderment. Sheila smiled tenderly and caressed his cheek with her fingertips. I saw it in your eyes, Napoleon. You were asking for it? She whispered. I told you. Nothing has changed. I do recall those words, Napoleon replied with a faint self-conscious smile, rubbing the back of his head. You'll join us for breakfast before you leave, won't you? Sheila asked, her eyes shimmering with quiet hope. Napoleon nodded, his lips curving into a tender smile. Of course, my love. I wouldn't miss it. With that promise, they rose from bed and began their morning routine. bathing dressing then proceeding to the dining room where Avellini and Francis already awaited them at the table. Their steward Beaumont bowed deeply as they approached. "Good morning, Monsieur Bonaparte, Madame Bonaparte. It appears the lady's illness has abated. I am delighted to see you restored to health." They acknowledged him with courteous nods. "Yes. I am ready to resume my duties," Gila replied, inhaling deeply. "I can smell freshly baked croissants." "Breakfast is served," Madame Beaumont announced, gesturing toward the table. The air was rich with the intoxicating aroma of warm golden croissants, and before them lay an array of other exquisite delicacies. "Mama, are you no longer ill?" Avellini asked. Gila reached out and affectionately tousled Avellini's hair. "No, darling. I feel much better now." "I understand, Papa. You're leaving soon, aren't you? You told us last night before Francis and I went to bed." Avellini turned her gaze to Napoleon. "That's right, little one," he said, spreading butter onto a croissant and handing it to her. "Papa's off to kick a few Austrians." "Ouch." Gila nudged Napoleon lightly in the ribs. "Mind your language, my dear," she teased, her eyes dancing with playful reproof. "We certainly don't want Avellini picking up any improper expressions." Napoleon chuckled, realizing his slip. "You're absolutely right, Gila. My apologies to you and to you, Avellini. Forget what I just said." "Bottom," Avellini repeated, giggling mischievously. Napoleon's eyes widened in mock dismay. He glanced at Gila, who was valiantly suppressing laughter, and shook his head with a wry, resigned smile. "Well, it seems Avellini has learned it already. Now tell me, Francis. You're a quiet child like me. And Avellini, she's like... What is she like, my love?" Gila turned slowly toward Napoleon, smiling, but not with her usual warmth. "Well, children, you may not know this, but your mother is quite vivacious. I believe Avellini inherited that trait." Napoleon spoke softly, "And I think Francis is reserved, just as I am." "Hush, you fool." Gila laughed, playfully nudging Napoleon's shoulder. All right, Napoleon said, raising both hands in mock surrender. "I'll tease no more. Let us enjoy our breakfast together." They settled into their chairs, conversing easily, teasing one another, sharing stories from the previous day. Warmth and laughter filled the room, standing in poignant contrast to the weight of Napoleon's imminent departure. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, they made their way outside the castle. Napoleon, wearing his general's bicorn hat, cast his gaze toward the carriage awaiting outside the castle. The sight stirred memories of his duties and the mission that awaited him in Italy. He drew a deep breath, attempting to dispel the bittersweet emotions threatening to overwhelm him. Sheila stood beside him, gently clasping Napoleon's hand. "Now say goodbye to your father," Sheila said, looking at Avellini and Francis. Avellini and Francis approached Napoleon reluctantly, their eyes brimming with sorrow and understanding. Avellini wrapped her small arms around her father's waist, embracing him tightly. "I will miss you, father," she whispered softly. Napoleon tenderly stroked his daughter's hair, then turned to Francis, who stood quietly behind his sister. Francis looked up at his father, his gaze revealing a depth of understanding beyond his years. "Father, you must return safely." Napoleon reached out and ruffled Francis's hair. "I will, son. And you must listen to your mother and be a good boy." "I will, father," Francis nodded in reply. Napoleon straightened his posture, gazing at Sheila standing beside him, their hands still clasped tightly together. "I must go," Napoleon said, pressing a gentle kiss to Sheila's cheek. He then turned toward the carriage. "Let this campaign bring this war to an end," Napoleon muttered to himself before stepping into the carriage. March 26, 1797. Napoleon returned to the city of Udine, where the Italian army's headquarters was located. Upon his arrival, he was welcomed with great enthusiasm by both the local residents and the French troops who had been eagerly awaiting their commander's return. The army had been idle for 3 days, and from the expressions on the soldiers' faces it was evident that they were eager to press forward and drive the Austrians out completely. In the command room, Napoleon found Berthier poring over documents and files, attending to everything from logistics to intelligence reports. Berthier looked up from his desk as Napoleon entered the room, his weary eyes lighting up instantly. "General Bonaparte, welcome back." Berthier rose to his feet and extended his hand. "How did your trip to Paris go? Did you accomplish anything?" Napoleon gripped Berthier's hand firmly. "Yes, I have resolved the matters there. What has happened in my absence?" Berthier glanced at the desk and picked up a document. "Yes, General, this is a detailed report." Napoleon took the report from Berthier and quickly scanned its contents. The document provided a comprehensive overview of recent Austrian military movements and intelligence gathered from spies within their ranks. A week earlier, Napoleon and his forces had defeated the Austrian army, commanded by Archduke Charles, the Emperor's brother, in the Battle of Tarvis. This hard-fought victory had secured French control over the region and dealt a severe blow to the Austrian forces. Napoleon's eyes narrowed as he read through the report, rapidly assessing the implications of the recent victory. The Battle of Tarvis had been a turning point. The Austrians had suffered heavy losses and were forced into a hasty retreat. With the army of the Rhine preparing for a counteroffensive, the Austrians could no longer engage the French in this region. He had known this since receiving a letter from Commander Jean-Victor Marie Moreau, but they needed a week to launch their attack. At this point the war was already won and Napoleon simply needed to make the Austrians understand this reality. Berthier ordered the divisions under Masséna-Gueux and Chabot to seize. He paused, searching for a map. He found one hanging on the wall and studied the region's topography with a furrowed brow. Klagenfurt, Napoleon stated decisively. Understood, General. Anything else? Yes, recall our divisions in the Papal States commanded by Joubert, Bernadotte and Victor to join our offensive. It is time to bring this war to a close. 3 days later, the divisions led by Masséna-Gueux and Chabot captured the city of Klagenfurt with virtually no resistance. Klagenfurt, a city in the Austrian Empire, lay only 324 kilometers from Vienna. Napoleon transferred his operational headquarters here, and immediately wrote to Archduke Charles proposing an armistice. On March 31, 1797, Napoleon penned a heartfelt letter to Archduke Charles earnestly requesting a truce, to buy precious breathing space, enabling General Jean-Victor Marie Moreau's army to launch an unimpeded offensive into Germany. Archduke Charles sat in the Hofburg Palace reading Napoleon's letter, while Emperor Francis II sipped tea across from him. What did the letter say? Francis II took a slow sip of tea and asked, his voice laced with quiet curiosity. Clearing his throat, Archduke Charles fixed his gaze upon the letter. Your Majesty, General Bonaparte proposes a cessation of hostilities, seeking a temporary suspension of warfare to allow for diplomatic negotiations. What are the specific terms of this proposed armistice? Archduke Charles scanned the letter once more before summarizing. General Bonaparte suggests both sides halt all military operations for a defined period, during which formal diplomacy shall explore peaceful resolution of the conflict. Then, what is your assessment of our position? Have we truly lost the war against the French? Francis asked, his tone deceptively calm, but his eyes betrayed unmistakable anxiety. Archduke Charles paused, gathering his thoughts before replying. Your Majesty, our situation is indeed grave. The French Rhine army will inevitably strike soon, while their Italian army has already breached our borders. If we remain passive, they will advance deeper into our territory, threatening Vienna itself and inflicting far greater casualties. What then is your recommendation? Should we accept the truce? Accepting it would amount to acknowledging defeat, Your Majesty. Archduke Charles spoke gravely, and we have received no aid from Britain. Personally, I resist the notion of peace, but strategically it may well be our sole viable course at present. Francis leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. Must we truly surrender to that barbaric nation? Is there truly no alternative? I cannot fathom how we fell to a general scarcely older than myself. The French merely enjoyed fortune, brother. Setting aside formal address, Archduke Charles leaned closer to Francis. Had I commanded the Austrian forces in Italy against Bonaparte, he would never have achieved such triumph. Let us cease dwelling on what-ifs, Francis said, his voice tinged with both despair and resolve. I shall consult my ministers before reaching a final decision. Archduke Charles nodded and withdrew from the emperor's presence. Meanwhile, on the French side, Napoleon and his army advanced toward Leoben, deep into Austrian territory. Receiving no reply from Austria, Napoleon grew increasingly impatient. He knew time was paramount. The longer negotiations dragged on, the greater the chance Austria would regroup and counterattack. As they marched toward Leoben, French forces encountered only sporadic Austrian resistance, insignificant and easily overcome. On April 7, 1797, Napoleon arrived at Leoben, and this time he had finally seized Austria's full attention. General! Berthier burst into Napoleon's office. Napoleon glanced up, bit into an apple, its crisp snap echoing sharply in the silence, and held Berthier's gaze, awaiting news. Generals Maximilian von Merveldt and Marquis Gallo have arrived in the city, and request an audience with you, Berthier announced. Napoleon arched a brow, intrigued by the unexpected visit. Maximilian von Merveldt and Marquis Gallo. Fascinating. Did they specify their purpose? They offered no particulars, but most likely they come in response to your truce proposal. Berthier replied. They are undoubtedly here to discuss terms and negotiate. Napoleon nodded pensively. Very well. I shall receive them. Arrange a meeting in the main hall at noon. As the clock struck 12, Napoleon entered the grand hall of Leoben's municipal building, where the conference would take place. French and Austrian delegations sat at opposite ends of a long table facing one another. Berthier, standing behind Napoleon, leaned forward and whispered, Sir, do you truly not require a translator? No. Napoleon murmured in reply, I may not appear so, but my German is fluent. With that, he turned his gaze toward the two Austrian envoys and spoke. Gentlemen, I am Napoleon Bonaparte, commander of the Army of Italy. It is my distinct honor to meet you both, General Merveldt and Marquis Gallo. Your German is remarkably fluent. Where did you acquire it? Mervelt asked, genuinely curious. Self-taught. Napoleon replied, now if you permit, let us conduct these negotiations in your native tongue. I am confident I shall comprehend fully and communicate with precision. Mervelt and Gallo exchanged glances, startled by Napoleon's effortless fluency. After a moment's hesitation, Mervelt nodded. Very well, General Bonaparte. But first, we must ascertain whether this negotiation bears the official sanction of your government. Napoleon paused, briefly weighing his response. He knew this negotiation lacked formal authorization from the French government. Yet, he also grasped the urgency of the situation and the profound strategic advantages a ceasefire might yield. Bureaucratic procedure would not impede his resolve. Maintaining perfect composure, Napoleon met General Melvillett's gaze directly and replied with unwavering conviction, indeed. Then let us proceed with negotiations under your terms. What are your terms? Asked General Melvillett. Very well. I propose 3 conditions, declared Napoleon. First, I demand formal recognition of the territorial gains secured by the French Republic. Austria must acknowledge and accept all territories acquired by France in this war, including sovereignty over the Austrian Netherlands and Lombardy. Second, I require explicit recognition of the Cisalpine Republic's establishment. Third, we demand reparations for damages inflicted during the war. Austria shall provide financial compensation to the French Republic covering both military losses sustained and devastation wrought upon affected regions. Accept these terms and hostilities shall cease immediately. Refuse them, however, and 50,000 French soldiers will march on Vienna, with consequences of grave severity. General Bonaparte, your terms are indeed stringent. Recognition of your territorial acquisitions, acknowledgement of the Cisalpine Republic, and reparations. There is much to consider. General Melvillett offered a strained smile. Well, that depends entirely on whether you wish to continue this war. It makes no difference to us. We stand fully prepared, ready to reach Vienna within a single day. Accepting this treaty is unquestionably your most advantageous course. I know you hold the authority to decide. After all, your emperor has empowered you to seek peace, has he not? Napoleon's words hung heavily in the air, their weight palpable. General Melvillett's smile faltered as his eyes met those of Marquis Gallo. The conference room fell into taut silence, broken only by the soft rustle of turning papers. Clearing his throat, General Melvillett's expression hardened. General Bonaparte, your arguments carry considerable force. We understand the dire consequences of refusal, and we have no desire to witness further destruction or loss of life. We are commissioned by His Majesty Emperor Francis II to negotiate, seeking a resolution beneficial to both our nations. Napoleon nodded, his gaze resolute. That is precisely my aim, General Melvillett. We may end this war, and forge a new order across Europe, one founded upon cooperation and shared prosperity. The choice rests with you. Leaning forward, Marquis Gallo spoke with earnest concern. But General Bonaparte, can you truly guarantee that these terms will bring lasting peace? According to our intelligence, the French army of the Rhine has launched a fresh offensive. Ah, the Rhine army. Napoleon replied softly. Rest assured, the moment you accept our terms, I shall transmit the agreement to the Directory without delay, and they will order the Rhine army's immediate withdrawal. You may trust my word, gentlemen. A palpable sense of relief mingled with cautious optimism filled the chamber. Marquis Gallo leaned back in his chair, a faint thoughtful smile playing upon his lips. Thank you for your assurance, General Bonaparte. It appears our negotiations have reached their decisive hour. Let us confer briefly. The Austrian delegation gathered closely, exchanging hushed deliberations. General Melvillett and Marquis Gallo conferred in low tones, trading assessments, their expressions shifting gradually from skepticism to sober contemplation. Minutes later, they turned once more toward Napoleon, faces solemn and resolved. General Bonaparte, we acknowledge your terms are demanding, yet we recognize the gravity of the present crisis and the immense value of concluding this war. We are prepared to accept your proposal. A gleam of quiet satisfaction lit Napoleon's eyes. The first step toward peace had been taken. Excellent. He continued, we shall draft the necessary instruments ensuring mutual satisfaction with every clause. This armistice shall halt the bloodshed and enable us to labor earnestly toward enduring peace. Over the ensuing hours, the French and Austrian delegations collaborated intensively to draft the requisite documents, refining the armistice's provisions with meticulous care. Napoleon and his advisors worked side by side with Generals Melvillett and Marquis Gallo, scrutinizing each article with precision and restraint. Though complex, the negotiations progressed smoothly, both sides conceding where principle allowed. As the sun sank beyond the horizon outside, the final version of the armistice coalesced. At last, with ink still glistening upon the parchment, Napoleon and General Melvillett stood shoulder to shoulder before the grand table. Handing Melvillett a quill, Napoleon said calmly, After you, General. Sign here, and let us bring this war to its long-awaited end. General Meyerwhite took the quill and firmly signed his name, the weight of his decision etched across his solemn features. Marquis Gelois followed closely behind, setting his signature beside General Meyerwhite's. Napoleon lifted his quill and signed the document, the ink flowing smoothly as the nib touched paper. With the final stroke, he sealed his name, cementing the agreement and marking the end of hostilities between France and Austria. Napoleon turned to face the two men and extended his hand in greeting. General Meyerwhite and Marquis Gelois hesitated, exchanging a glance, but then both reached out and grasped Napoleon's hand firmly. "Congratulations, gentlemen," Napoleon said, his voice brimming with sincere satisfaction. "You have just ended the hostilities with the French Republic, but understand this well, this is not a treaty of peace but an armistice. Your government must ratify these armistice terms, and strive in the near future to conclude a comprehensive peace treaty. We shall inform the Emperor," said Meyerwhite. With the armistice signed, Napoleon stepped out of the grand mansion where the historic document had been sealed. He walked to an area of fresh air and saw the soldiers lined up in neat formation to welcome him, their eyes filled with expectation and hope fixed intently upon their revered leader. These loyal and brave men, battle-hardened and weary in body and spirit, were fully aware that peace negotiations were underway. They had fought alongside Napoleon, endured the trials and tribulations of war, marched across countless miles of treacherous terrain. Now their exhausted faces bore the marks of determination and a deep longing for respite, yearning to return to the warmth of home. Standing in disciplined formation, their uniforms marked with the scars of battle, their weary bodies hungered for even a word from their beloved commander. An atmosphere of uncertainty hung in the air, for they did not know whether the two nations had reached agreement. Their hearts grew heavy as faint signs of renewed warfare loomed on the horizon. Each soldier carried memories of countless engagements, friendships forged in the crucible of war, and dreams of a future freed from the horrors of conflict. Their weary eyes searched Napoleon's face for any sign, any indication of what would decide their fate. Would peace come and grant them the well-deserved respite they longed for, or would the drums of war beat on, calling them back to the battlefield? Napoleon recognized the exhaustion etched upon their faces, and understood the profound significance of this moment. He too longed for rest and desperately desired to return to the warm embrace of his loved ones. The burden of command weighed heavily upon his shoulders, for he knew his decisions could shape the fate of the nation and the lives of these brave soldiers. "Present arms," Murat commanded firmly, his voice shattering the silence. The soldiers responded in unison, swift and precise, their muscles tensing as they smoothly raised their muskets to their shoulders in one fluid motion. Napoleon nodded in satisfaction. After a few seconds, he began to speak. "Army of Italy, I come to inform you that the Austrians have signed a comprehensive armistice. This means the cannons shall fall silent and the ravages of war will cease. For now." A wave of relieved sighs rippled through the ranks, mingling with the rustle of uniforms and the soft sound of footsteps. The soldiers' weary faces brightened, the lines of exhaustion instantly replaced by expressions of joy. Their tired eyes met those of their comrades, sharing wordless relief and gratitude. "Though this armistice brings us temporary relief, remember that our duties are not yet complete. We must remain vigilant, for the seeds of lasting peace have been sown, but it requires our unwavering dedication and resolve to bring them to fruition," Napoleon declared solemnly, his voice growing dignified. "Long live the Republic!" And as he spoke these words, an unexpected response erupted. "Long live Bonaparte!" The words echoed through the air, beginning as a murmur but growing louder and more forceful until they became a unified roar. One by one, the soldiers joined in, their voices burning with fervor. The slogans rang across the square, reaching the ears of generals, aides-de-camp, and all who had gathered before their revered leader. Napoleon's eyes widened in surprise, then softened with pride and gratitude. He had won their loyalty and admiration through unwavering commitment and bold leadership. In turn, the soldiers saw in him a beacon of hope, a symbol of a brighter future. His generals, Dumas Lahup, Salurai Ogluo Messina Bortai, exchanged glances, each filled with profound pride for the soldiers they commanded. The soldiers' cheers echoed in their hearts, affirming their conviction in fighting alongside Napoleon. Napoleon's trusted aides-de-camp, Miming Junot and Murat, stood beside their leader, chests puffed with pride. Their eyes sparkled with admiration and reverence. They knew they were part of something greater than themselves, having witnessed Napoleon's strategic brilliance, his unyielding determination, and his extraordinary ability to inspire. 1 week later in Paris, France, the Directory convened an emergency session to discuss news of the comprehensive armistice signed between the Austrian Empire and General Napoleon Bonaparte at Leoben. So General Napoleon Bonaparte truly defeated the Austrians single-handedly, forcing them out of the war? Lepox asked, his voice edged with disbelief. Indeed. But the question remains, why have we received no official notification of this armistice agreement? Barras paced anxiously across the room. Perhaps he deemed it unnecessary. What troubles us most is that the French people now hail him as a national hero. Another report claims he has established republics across the Italian states he conquered, with himself at their head. Do you not fear he might attempt the same in France itself? You mean Napoleon Bonaparte would stage a coup to overthrow our government? Barras cried out, his face paling with dread. Roubaud sighed deeply, his gaze fixed upon the large European map spread across the table before them. We possess no irrefutable evidence to substantiate such a claim. Yet we cannot ignore these ominous signs. Bonaparte's soaring popularity among the populace, his ever-growing prestige and influence within the army, and now his conquests in Italy, all constitute forces too potent to dismiss. Then what shall we do? Our domestic authority wanes by the day. Bonaparte's ascension to power is merely a matter of time. Lepox finally interjected, adding, "Oh, and let us not overlook the rising popularity of his wife Josephine Bonaparte. Together they form a force impossible to disregard." Gentlemen, Barras interrupted, I wish to disclose something to you all. Behold, I have received a letter from King Louis XVI of England offering titles and lands in exchange for restoring him to the throne. You damned royalist! Barras roared, slamming his fist onto the table. The room fell instantly silent, tension thickened the air. Barthélemy raised his hand, gesturing for calm. Barras, please hear me out, Barthélemy said. I am not proposing we abandon the Republic. I only urge you to consider every viable option at this critical juncture. King Louis's letter presents us with an opportunity. An avenue potentially capable of stabilizing the nation and countering Bonaparte's escalating influence. And rest assured, this would be a constitutional monarchy. The king's role purely ceremonial, with sovereign power remaining firmly vested in the people. Along with 500 francs and noble titles. We were meant to deliberate on how to deal with Bonaparte. Yet since you've raised this proposal, I must note that royalists have secured considerable seats in both the Council of 500 and the Council of Elders. What precisely are your royalist allies plotting? That is a grave accusation, Barras. Pichegru thundered. Barras's accusation hung heavily in the air, intensifying the room's palpable tension. Other members of the Directory exchanged uneasy glances. Aware at last of how perilously fragile the balance of power had become both within their government and across the nation. Monsieur Pichegru, were you not once complicit with royalist conspirators? Barras continued, his voice laced with suspicion. It strikes me as remarkably convenient that you so readily defend Barthélemy. Perhaps you too stand to gain from this scheme to restore King Louis. Pichegru's face flushed crimson. How dare you accuse me without evidence? I fought for the Republic, and I remain faithful to its principles. Do not mistake my past conduct for treason. We are all here to deliberate upon France's future, not to hurl baseless, unfounded accusations. Oh, how delightfully ironic. Roubaud smiled faintly. Director Barras, let us set aside Bonaparte, for now, and turn our attention instead to those royalists threatening to dismantle the Republic. Ah, the Republicans return again, ready to execute anyone deemed a threat. Just as during the Reign of Terror, Barthélemy interjected. You have revealed yourself, Barthélemy, and I shall ensure royalists and monarchists hold no further sway within our government. September 1st, 1797, the picturesque city of Milan. Amid the warm autumn hues of Italy, Napoleon Bonaparte paced restlessly within his chamber. The signing of the Treaty of Leoben granted Europe's embattled nations a fleeting respite. But for Napoleon it served only as a stepping stone toward far grander ambitions. He knew this temporary peace was above all an opportunity to consolidate his own authority. From the moment he stepped onto Italian soil as commander-in-chief of the army, Napoleon was profoundly captivated by the region's grandeur and latent potential. Witnessing the people's fervent yearning for change, their desperate desire to break free from the shackles of the old order, he saw himself as the vanguard of that transformation, the herald of a new era. Each day he labored tirelessly to consolidate his authority and influence across Italy, enacting a series of sweeping reforms designed to reconstruct society's foundational structures and establish a fairer, more just institutional order. Having endured years of war and oppression, the populace was utterly exhausted. Yet they now glimpsed hope in his vision, perceiving in Napoleon a leader capable of delivering stability and prosperity. Among his reforms were the establishment of representative governments in conquered territories, the abolition of feudal privileges, the implementation of a unified legal code, and the vigorous promotion of education and cultural advancement. Napoleon sought to foster a shared sense of unity and progress among the Italian states, envisioning, under his leadership, a unified Italy. Yet simultaneously the situation in France grew increasingly precarious. A dispatch from his wife Josephine informed him that the Directory, the ruling executive body, was descending into turmoil. Political conditions were shifting, public discontent was mounting, and fierce power struggles were erupting within the government itself. Thus Europe's fragile peace proved illusory, and Napoleon's gaze was drawn irresistibly back to his homeland. Moreover, he received a letter from Director Paul Barras, urgently requesting military support to stage a coup d'état. As he read the letter, Napoleon instantly grasped the gravity of the hour. The coup of 18 Fructidor, also known as the Second Thermidor, was a pivotal event in the turbulent political chronicle of the French Revolution, occurring on September 4, 1797, the 18th day of the month of Fructidor in the French Republican calendar. At that time France was governed by the Directory, a 5-member executive council that had succeeded the Committee of Public Safety. However, plagued by corruption, internal factionalism, and economic hardship, the Directory had grown progressively unstable. Popular disillusionment with its rule intensified daily, while rival political factions jockeyed relentlessly for dominance over the revolution's future course. The coup was orchestrated by members of the Directory themselves who feared imminent loss of political power. Its objective was to purge the government of opposition, particularly those aligned with the royalist or monarchist factions. In this world where Louis XVI still lived, support for restoring the monarchy was gaining momentum within the French government, its advocates growing ever more vocal, arguing that only the restoration of the ancien regime could ensure true stability. To them, King Louis XVI embodied continuity and tradition. Yet Napoleon held no enthusiasm for such notions. He had spared the king out of compassion for his family, not to pave the way for a royal restoration. "Murat!" Napoleon called out. Moments later, General Murat strode briskly into the chamber. "General, you summoned me." Murat asked. "I need you to locate General Augereau." Napoleon replied. "I shall bring General Augereau to you at once." Murat rendered a crisp military salute and departed swiftly to find Augereau. 5 minutes later, he returned with the general at his side. "General Bonaparte, what urgent matter brings you to summon me?" Augereau asked, his gaze fixed intently upon his commander. Napoleon rose and faced him squarely. "General Augereau, I pose you a question. Are you a steadfast Republican?" Startled by the suddenness of the query, Augereau's eyes widened. His gaze searched Napoleon's face for subtle cues. After a moment's pause to gather his thoughts, he answered with unwavering resolve. "General Bonaparte, I have devoted my entire life to the cause of the Republic." His voice rang firm and resolute. "I have fought for the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity, engaging in countless battles, shedding blood time and again. I am loyal to the people and to the ideals embodied by the revolution." "Well then, here is my command. Lead your division to Paris, assist Citizen Barras in executing the coup, and defend the Republic." Augereau furrowed his brow, astonished and deeply uneasy at Napoleon's directive. He had assumed Napoleon's orders would pertain to ongoing conflicts in Italy, perhaps quelling rebellion, not intervening in France's volatile domestic politics. Augereau was acutely aware of the Directory's simmering discontent and internecine power struggles, yet involvement in so delicate a crisis unsettled him. "General Bonaparte, with all due respect, is it wise for us to intervene in internal governmental affairs?" he asked cautiously. "Our mission has always centered on securing Italy and implementing reforms. Would it not be wiser to sustain our position here and consolidate our hard-won achievements?" "General Augereau, the Republic stands on the precipice," Napoleon replied, his voice charged with urgency. "The Directory teeters on collapse, while factions bent on dismantling revolutionary principles grow bolder by the day. If we do not act now, all we have fought for will vanish into oblivion. We cannot allow the people's aspirations to be trampled underfoot. Moreover, let us never forget, though we have signed a comprehensive armistice with Austria, the peace achieved is but provisional, and its endurance hinges critically upon the stability of our own government." Augereau gazed steadily at Napoleon, his inner resolve crystallizing. He recognized the dire stakes and the indispensable role they played in safeguarding the Republic. "General Bonaparte, I trust your judgment. If it is for the Republic, and for the ideals we hold sacred, I shall march to Paris and stand shoulder to shoulder with Citizen Barras." "Excellent!" Napoleon clapped Augereau firmly on the shoulder. On September 4, 1797, at dawn, the streets of Paris were shrouded in an eerie and ominous silence. The entire city had been placed under martial law, with an atmosphere of anticipation permeating the air. Following the coup, clashes between loyalists and revolutionaries in their struggle for power had plunged the capital into a tense atmosphere. General Lazare Hoche arrived in the capital with troops from the army of Sambre-Timus, bolstering the forces supporting the coup. Meanwhile, General Pierre Augereau, acting on Napoleon's orders, led his division toward Paris to assist Citizen Barras and ensure the safety of the Republic. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the city, the rumbling footsteps of marching soldiers echoed through the streets. Augereau rode firmly atop his warhorse, leading his troops forward with unwavering determination. The monarchists and loyalists within the government were stunned by this formidable display of military might. Barras stood at the center of the Place de la Concorde, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Soldiers of the Republic, within the sacred walls of the Tuileries Palace, enemies of liberty and the Republic are plotting against us. Arrest those who seek to undermine the ideals we have fought for." Barras shouted, his voice resonating throughout the square. A week after the coup of 18 Brumaire, the news reached the British Empire across the English Channel. King George III summoned King Louis XVI to his study. King Louis, your attempts to restore the legitimate monarchy have unfortunately failed. King George stated solemnly. The Republicans led by Paul Barras, and backed by substantial military force, had successfully purged nearly all royalists and monarchists from the French government. It appears the European situation has turned against us. We find ourselves at a disadvantage. King Louis XVI clenched his fists in anger, his eyes revealing despair and sorrow. My people seem to have forgotten their king, forgotten the traditions of our monarchy. It breaks my heart. The ideals of revolution have taken root deeply within them, and the clamor for change has drowned out the echoes of the past. Furthermore, with the Austrians about to sign a peace treaty with France, our options are quite limited. As I mentioned earlier, confronting the combined Spanish and French fleet in the Mediterranean would be an arduous undertaking. Moreover, I trust you are aware that the French intend to invade the British Isles at Fishguard in Wales. So, King George, how do you intend to respond? Will the British Empire continue the war against the French, or pursue an alternative path? Louis inquired. Given the current circumstances and the counsel of my trusted ministers, the British Empire will shift its strategy toward economic warfare. King George explained. We will blockade French ports, excluding those in the Mediterranean, with the aim of severing their trade and resources. By weakening their economy, we hope to compel them to the negotiating table and secure a more favorable outcome. However, I must confess that the loss of our Mediterranean fleet presents us with considerable challenges. King Louis XVI nodded. Very well, King George, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you. My wife wishes to return to Austria. Perhaps you could provide us with a safe passage. Are you certain you would be safer in Britain? King George remarked. King George, I appreciate your concern, but my wife's heart yearns to return to her homeland. King Louis XVI replied, his voice tinged with sorrow. She believes that during these turbulent times returning to Austria would bring us solace and security. A decision we have made together. King George studied Louis XVI carefully, a pensive expression crossing his face. Very well, if that is your decision. Thank you, King George, for everything you have done for my family. King George merely nodded in acknowledgement of Louis's gratitude. October 17, 1797. Campo Formio, Republic of Venice. Napoleon waited in the grand hall of the Mainin Villa, where the Austrians and French had agreed to sign the treaty to ensure peace between their nations. His dashing and handsome adjutant Murat entered the villa and saluted Napoleon. General, Count Philip von Cobenzl has arrived. He reported. Napoleon looked out the door and saw Count Cobenzl clad in an immaculate white uniform stepping down from a luxurious carriage with a grave expression. His expression was understandable given that his nation was on the losing side. Count Cobenzl approached Napoleon and extended his hand in a friendly gesture. General Bonaparte, Count Cobenzl said with a nod. Count Cobenzl. Napoleon firmly grasped the Count's hand and escorted him to a room where they would sign the formal treaty documents. Napoleon and Count Cobenzl entered the designated room where a table awaited them adorned with inkwells, quill pens, and the finalized treaty. Delegations from France and Austria gathered in the chamber, taking their respective seats. Napoleon gestured for Count Cobenzl to sit at one end of the conference table, while he himself seated himself directly opposite the Austrian diplomats. Once they were seated, Napoleon began speaking. Count Cobenzl, before we affix our signatures to this treaty, let us first clarify its terms. I shall first present the terms of the French Republic. You will then articulate those of Austria. I begin. Napoleon cleared his throat and commenced reading aloud the treaty stipulations on behalf of the French Republic. First, the French Republic shall acquire Lombardy, including the city of Milan, and the Austrian Netherlands. These territories shall be fully annexed into the French Republic and placed under its laws and administrative governance. Second, as part of the dissolution of the Republic of Venice, the city of Venice and its surrounding regions shall be ceded to Austria. Furthermore, the eastern Adriatic territories formerly belonging to the Republic of Venice, Istria and Dalmatia, shall likewise be transferred to Austria in exchange for the territorial concessions you shall later enumerate. Finally, pursuant to the treaty, the French Republic shall assume sovereignty over the Ionian Islands off the western coast of Greece. These islands, previously governed by Venice, shall now fall under French jurisdiction. Napoleon paused briefly, his gaze softening as he contemplated the weight these terms would bear upon Count Cobenzl and his nation. He continued with greater empathy. Count Cobenzl, please proceed to state the terms of the Austrian Empire. Taking a deep breath, Count Cobenzl prepared to recite the conditions Austria had agreed to accept. On behalf of the Austrian Empire, we formally recognize and respect the sovereignty and independence of the French Republic. We likewise acknowledge and commend France's growing influence in Italy and affirm our respect for the newly established client republics, the Cisalpine Republic and the Ligurian Republic, under French authority. Moreover, Austria recognizes and accepts French control over several German territories, particularly those on the left bank of the Rhine River. When Count Cobenzl concluded his recitation, a brief silence settled over the chamber. It was a moment of reflection. Both leaders immersed themselves in contemplation, weighing the implications and historical significance of the impending treaty, and measuring the gravity of the concessions each side had made. Napoleon and Count Cobenzl locked eyes, exchanging an unspoken understanding. With solemn dignity, Napoleon nodded and lifted his quill to sign the treaty. Count Cobenzl followed without hesitation, his hand steady as he inscribed his name. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the chamber. Delegates cheered the culmination of weeks of negotiation and hailed the dawn of a new era. As the ink dried upon the parchment, the Treaty of Campo Formio entered into force, and the names of Napoleon Bonaparte and Philip von Cobenzl were forever inscribed upon the annals of history. Napoleon rose and approached Count Cobenzl. He gazed down at the Count for a silent moment, then extended his hand. Moved by Napoleon's sincerity and profound respect, Count Cobenzl once again extended his hand. Their palms clasped firmly, not merely sealing an agreement between nations, but embodying mutual understanding and the promise of a future transcending conflict. Thus Napoleon formally brought the war on the European continent to its conclusion. With the Austrian Empire's withdrawal from hostilities, only the British Empire remained at war. At present, beyond Britain's naval blockade along France's western and northern coasts, little else could be done. Though this stalemate was temporary and France endured it in quiet patience. Even in this world, the British Empire posed a formidable challenge. One Napoleon could not allow to fester unchecked. The French Republic must break this maritime blockade. The vast majority of its exports bound for America and other parts of the world were severely impeded, inflicting grave economic damage upon the Republic. Though Napoleon yearned to act decisively, he currently lacked the political authority to do so. The Directory still held sway, directing both foreign policy and domestic affairs. Yet its prestige was steadily eroding. Its failure to meet popular expectations and address the urgent needs of the French people had bred widespread disillusionment. Corruption and inefficiency plagued its administration. The people of the French Republic longed for a leader who truly cared for them and would champion their welfare. It was only a matter of time. When that moment arrived, Napoleon would seize it. 1 week after the signing of the Treaty of Campo Formio, Napoleon boarded a steam train bound for Paris, finally returning home to his family. In his mind's eye he envisioned the scene, his children rushing forward to embrace him tightly, followed by Helene bestowing upon him a kiss of quiet, radiant satisfaction. Upon the train's arrival in Paris, he noticed the platform teeming with citizens, waving hands, whistling, cheering exultantly. Descending from the carriage, Napoleon was met with smiling faces and thunderous applause. Bonaparte! Bonaparte! The cries reverberated through the station, flooding his ears like a rapturous symphony. A triumphant welcome for the hero who had accomplished the seemingly impossible. Napoleon's elite guard, the Bonaparte Guard, advanced to part the crowd and clear a path for him. Thank you, Bessières. Napoleon nodded in gratitude to Jean-Baptiste Bessières, commander of the Bonaparte Guard. Then, moving forward, Napoleon waved to the jubilant throng as he strode toward the waiting carriage, destined to carry him to his residence in Paris. Among the crowd stood Paul Barras, a member of the Directory. He stood aside, watching the people's adoration and reverence for Napoleon, his expression a mixture of resentment and envy. The thunderous cheers unsettled him, stirring an inexplicable anxiety, for he feared Napoleon's rapidly ascending prestige might kindle ambitions for supreme power. Though grateful to Napoleon for expelling the royalists and monarchists, Barras could not suppress his growing resentment toward him. When Napoleon was still an ambitious young officer, Barras had extended his patronage, nurturing his rise step by step into prominence. Yet now Napoleon's star burned too fiercely, eclipsing Barras's own authority and influence within the Directory. He should never have entrusted Napoleon with command of the Italian army. Had he withheld that appointment, perhaps this moment would never have come to pass. But the deed was done. Barras now needed another means to remove Napoleon from the stage of power. 2 hours later, at Chantilly Castle, Gila watched Francis and Avellini playing in the courtyard, her gaze never leaving them, fearful they might injure themselves. For Gila, this was a rare, fleeting respite from her demanding and high-stakes business affairs. As France adapted to industrialization, their enterprise expanded swiftly. Over recent months, she had worked tirelessly to secure overseas mining rights, including those in the Viceroyalty of New Granada, modern-day Venezuela. Though blessed with exceptional geography and abundant natural resources, France suffered from one critical deficiency, the most vital fundamental resource: petroleum. While France did possess modest petroleum reserves, they proved insufficient to sustain industrial growth. Even in the original timeline, France had relied heavily on African imports, particularly from Algeria, Nigeria, and Libya. Gila fervently hoped France would ascend as a global superpower under her husband's leadership. To achieve such stature, self-sufficiency was imperative, not merely in meeting basic needs but in transcending them. France must surpass its neighbors in progress and innovation, a matter of utmost urgency. Western powers were currently driving industrialization through steam power, but Gila believed petroleum would supplant it. She was determined to lead France into that future. Yet as Gila pursued petroleum concessions, an immediate dilemma emerged: the viceroyalty of New Granada, the very Spanish homeland she had fled. Her family was an influential noble house closely tied to the ruling monarchy residing there. Though she had meticulously altered her name and identity, she remained haunted by the fear that her fate would inevitably entwine once more with that of her family. She had carefully concealed her past, reinventing herself to distance herself from her powerful Spanish lineage. Fortunately, no trace yet linked her present life in France to her origins in Spain. Yet her unease lingered, persistent and inescapable. She remained ever vigilant, guarding her secret with unwavering resolve. She had never revealed to Napoleon the true reason she had quietly abandoned her new family in Spain. The truth was a heavy reality confronting many noblewomen of her era. They were treated as political instruments bound by societal expectations and constraints. She recalled her mother advising her to marry the son of King Carlos IV, a man who in her original history would stage a coup to depose his own father. Gila resolved never to suffer such a fate. She chose exile, journeying to France in search of Napoleon, the man she had revered in her past life. Coincidentally, Napoleon himself was also a reincarnate in this world. Yet, in this new reality, Napoleon's precise identity mattered little. What mattered was that the Napoleon she had once admired, and the husband she loved in this life, were equally extraordinary. Madame Bonaparte, Beaumont murmured gently. Gila stirred from her reverie and lifted her eyes to him. What is it, Monsieur Beaumont? General Bonaparte has arrived, Beaumont announced. At the news, Gila's heart surged with excitement. She swiftly composed herself and turned her attention back to Francis and Avellini playing in the courtyard. Francis, Avellini, she called. Come, dears. Your father is here. Has Papa returned? Avellini cried out, astonished. Gila nodded. Yes, my dear Avellini. Let us go greet him together. Avellini's eyes widened with delight. She dropped her playthings instantly and dashed to her mother's side, while Francis followed at a calm, unhurried pace. Gila clasped their hands tightly and led them toward the castle's entrance. Through the iron gate, Gila watched as an ornately decorated carriage drew to a halt, escorted by cavalry. The cavalrymen wore immaculate, crisp uniforms. One dismounted gracefully and strode to the carriage, swinging open its door with practiced elegance. A figure emerged, clad in a sapphire blue military uniform adorned with golden embellishments, and stepped forth with solemn, stately poise. Napoleon descended from the carriage, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard until it settled upon Gila and the children standing at the castle's entrance. Papa! Avellini cried out, unable to contain her excitement any longer. She slipped free of Gila's hand and dashed toward Napoleon, wrapping her small arms tightly around his legs. Napoleon lifted her into his arms, his face breaking into a radiant smile. I've missed you so much, Papa, she chirped joyfully. I've missed you too, my little son. As he kissed her forehead tenderly, he then approached Gila and Francis, who stood quietly awaiting him. Francis, I presume you remain as taciturn as ever, Napoleon said, gently ruffling Francis's hair before turning his gaze to Gila. My dearest, you are still as beautiful as ever. Oh, you silly man. Gila chuckled, her cheeks warming with a pleasant flush. And where is my kiss? Napoleon teased. I'll give it to you in a moment. Mama and Papa are flirting right in front of me. Avellini giggled, mischievously squirming playfully in Napoleon's arms. Napoleon looked down at Avellini, puzzled. Where on earth did you learn that word? Gila flushed slightly and rubbed her temple. I suppose it's my fault. She happened upon the romantic novel I was reading. Oh, so you can read now. Napoleon pinched Avellini's nose playfully, sending her into fresh peals of laughter. Now allow me to introduce my personal aide, and more formally commander of the Bonaparte Guard, Jean-Baptiste Bessières. Bessières. Gila repeated the name, her eyes shifting to Bessières, who stepped forward at Napoleon's introduction. She recognized him. He was one of Napoleon Bonaparte's marshals, first Murat, now Bessières. Madame Bonaparte. Bessières bowed deeply before Gila, his manner impeccably courteous. It is an honor at last to meet you. General Bonaparte speaks highly of you, and of your invaluable contributions to our cause. Bessières extended his hand to Gila, reciprocated, allowing him to brush his lips lightly over her knuckles. A gesture of chivalric grace. Ah, Papa, this man just kissed Mama's hand. Avellini exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Napoleon chuckled softly, his gaze flickering warmly between Gila, Avellini, and Bessières. Don't worry, my little son. This is merely a formal gesture of respect toward a lady. Oh, Papa, do you greet other ladies this way too? Avellini asked, her eyes shimmering with innocent curiosity. Napoleon's laughter swelled, and he exchanged a playful, knowing glance with Gila. Indeed, my little son. Such greetings are reserved only for special occasions, and for truly exceptional women, like your mother. Oh, and darling, prepare yourself, tomorrow's banquet awaits. Tomorrow my generals, and those officers who distinguished themselves on the battlefield, will gather at our castle. Wait, truly. Gila gasped, still absorbing Napoleon's words. If she had heard correctly, this meant Berthier, Augereau, Messina, Serrier, Maratlans, and Bessières would all be arriving at their chateau. Indeed, Napoleon affirmed. Beaumont, you heard my husband's command. Prepare a grand reception. Gila instructed Beaumont, who nodded silently and departed swiftly to make the necessary arrangements. Napoleon and Gila returned to the study within the Chantilly estate. He closed the door behind them, enveloping the room in quiet intimacy, while Gila moved with graceful precision to the desk, tidying the scattered documents strewn across its surface. Napoleon observed her in silence, his gaze lingering on a newly installed electric lamp, a sight that stirred his curiosity and prompted him to speak. So you've taken the initiative to bring electricity into our home? Gila turned to him, a subtle knowing smile playing upon her lips. Yes. I prioritized electrifying our residence the moment power became available. She added, if you're curious about its source, we've built a power station in Paris. Intrigued, Napoleon drew nearer to Gila. Tell me, how have the people of Paris responded to electricity? A spark of exhilaration lit Gila's eyes as she began to describe it vividly. The introduction of electric lighting has been met with tremendous enthusiasm. We've erected rows of street lamps illuminating every thoroughfare across the city. Moreover, Paris's upper and middle classes embraced this new technology swiftly, transitioning seamlessly from traditional oil lamps to electric illumination. Napoleon listened to Gila's words, a surge of pride welling up within him for the progress they had achieved. It seemed barely 7 months had passed since they introduced electricity to this world, and in that short span people were rapidly adapting to the change. He imagined Paris in 2 or 3 years' time, fully electrified, with electrical appliances entering every household, trams gliding through the streets, and factories powered by this new energy, driving the Industrial Revolution to ever greater heights. Of course, to achieve this goal, Napoleon would need to introduce electric-powered appliances, trams, and other electricity-related technologies. Fortunately, he carried a cheat system with him. All that remained was to guide the engineers at the company on how to build these devices and carry out large-scale mass production. In this regard, the situation appeared to be quite promising. During his time in Italy, Napoleon received news from Gila reporting on their progress. Refrigerators, electric fans, electric sewing machines, electric vacuum cleaners, electric bread toasters, heat pump systems, and even electric irons were all part of the first wave of electrically powered appliances under development. Their mining, textile, and steel industries had also embraced the power of electricity. In their mining enterprises, electric-powered mechanical equipment had completely transformed the extraction process. Electric drills, conveyor belts, and/or crushers replaced outdated manual methods, dramatically boosting production efficiency and improving worker safety. Now mines could operate around the clock, extracting valuable resources at a faster pace and fueling France's industrial growth. With the introduction of electric spinning machines, France's textile enterprises also underwent a similar transformation. These machines could produce various textiles at unprecedented speeds, meeting the growing market demand. The dramatic increase in textile output created a ripple effect on employment, with both skilled and unskilled workers flocking to textile mills, eager to contribute to the booming industry. The abundant supply of affordable textiles drove the fashion industry forward, enabling fashion-conscious Parisians and others to keep pace with the latest trends. Black suits and stylish dresses gradually became the prevailing fashion of the late 19th century. Finally, in their steel enterprises, arc furnaces were introduced, gradually replacing the Bessemer converters Napoleon had brought in 13 years earlier. This would enable Napoleon to produce high-quality steel, providing the essential materials needed for public infrastructure construction in the near future. All of this was made possible by Napoleon having confided his cheat ability to Gila. He was going all out to achieve progress and development across every field, pushing the potential of the cheat system to its absolute limit. Napoleon drew close to Gila, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. "My dear." Gila glanced at Napoleon, her voice filled with affectionate curiosity. "What are you thinking about?" Napoleon let out a satisfied sigh, holding Gila tighter. "I was just reflecting on how far we've come. And also, I've missed you terribly." He began kissing Gila's cheek. Under Napoleon's affectionate tenderness, Gila felt a ticklish sensation and couldn't help but let out a soft giggle. She tilted her head slightly, allowing Napoleon to kiss her more comfortably. Finally, Napoleon pressed his lips to Gila's, and the two kissed passionately for nearly 10 seconds, their tongues intertwining. After a few minutes, they pulled apart. Napoleon licked his lips, savoring the lingering taste from their kiss. "Strawberry flavor," he murmured. "What?" Gila tilted her head, asking inquiringly. "You taste like strawberries." Napoleon whispered, a hint of playfulness in his voice. He reached out and gently brushed a strand of hair from Gila's face. "Good heavens! I could stare at your face forever and never grow tired of it." A blush rose on Sheila's cheeks, and she felt a warm pleasure spreading across her face. She placed her hand on Napoleon's chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. You're always so smooth with your words. I'm afraid you'll say the same to other girls. That is impossible. No woman in this world can touch my heart as deeply as you do. Napoleon sighed. Ah, it feels so good to be home. The Italian campaign is over and now I can finally spend time with you and our children. But before that, Sheila said, we need to prepare for tomorrow's guests. Your generals will come to our castle, right? Did you invite all of them or only select a few? Well, I cannot invite them all here as they need to oversee the republic I established in Italy. Those who will come are Berthier Dumas Lahoupe, Augureau Messina Serrier Murat Lons, Bessières Marmont and Junot. I believe you know most of them, right? Sheila nodded. Yes, and most of them have become marshals. I can hardly wait to meet them in person. One day later at the Chantilly estate, a Napoleon Hila and their children stood at the entrance wearing their finest attire, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their guests. Guests arrived one by one in carriages, the rhythmic crunch of wheels over gravel echoing through the estate grounds. Napoleon and Hila personally welcomed each guest. Their manners revealing distinct personalities, Napoleon exuded effortless composure and relaxed charisma. Hila's warmth, however, was radiant and unrestrained, for her shaking hands with Napoleon's marshals was a rare and treasured opportunity. One she had long anticipated, though she knew full well they were not mere replicas of the marshals from her own world. Together the couple guided their distinguished guests into the estate's spacious entrance hall, meticulously adorned for the occasion. Bouquets of fresh flowers filled the air, while the dining room awaited them with a sumptuous feast. The tantalizing aroma of exquisite dishes permeated the air, teasing the senses and awakening appetites. Once seated, Napoleon Hila and their children joined the guests at the table. Napoleon raised his glass, first expressing heartfelt gratitude for their presence, and inviting everyone to savor the celebratory banquet prepared in their honor. His generals and aides followed suit, lifting their glasses in solemn tribute. As they dined, animated conversation blossomed. So, General Bonaparte, this is your wife? Berthier asked, his gaze lingering on Hila. Indeed she is. Unique, irreplaceable, Napoleon replied with quiet pride and a warm smile. Truly, as they say, a remarkable woman stands behind every great man, observed Augureau. You flatter me, General Augureau. Hila responded with gentle grace. Yet more precisely, we are partners in shared success. Napoleon and I have fought side by side, supported one another, and walked every step together. General Bonaparte, what are your children's names? Asked Lons. The boy is Francis, the girl Avellini, Napoleon introduced. Francis takes after me while Avellini resembles her mother. He added, his eyes soft with paternal affection. The generals nodded with quiet laughter, their expressions suffused with deep admiration for the Bonaparte family. As conversation flowed, the atmosphere grew ever more vibrant. The air shimmered with tales of battle, ingenious strategies, and heroic exploits. Each shared his perspective on the decisive moments of the Italian campaign, weaving insight and memory into a rich tapestry of collective experience. Hila listened intently, captivated by the camaraderie among the generals and the passionate intensity with which they recounted their trials and triumphs. For her it was an unparalleled chance to acquire new knowledge. After all, warfare in this world had evolved along a markedly different trajectory than in her own. As night deepened, the time for farewells arrived. Napoleon and Hila accompanied their guests to the entrance, once more expressing sincere gratitude for their presence and steadfast support of their cause. It is my profound honor that you came, said Napoleon, shaking each hand in turn. His officers bowed respectfully, offering heartfelt thanks for such gracious hospitality. You have a truly warm and extraordinary family, General Bonaparte, smiled Dumas. Farewell, General. Thus Napoleon and Hila bade farewell to their guests, watching as the carriages vanished into the velvet darkness. Leaving the estate once again in serene stillness, its vast hall echoing only with the distant sigh of wind beyond the walls. How was it? Napoleon asked, turning to Hila. Absolutely splendid, she replied. Shall we go back in? He nodded, a quiet, satisfied smile playing upon his lips. Yes. It has indeed been a long day. At dawn on December 7th, 1797. A biting wind swept across the land. Napoleon worked with intense focus, humming softly as he sketched, with precise, confident strokes, a formidable 155mm howitzer and its lethal projectile. During his campaigns in Italy, he had found their existing artillery often fell short of strategic expectations. At the siege of Mantua, breaching enemy lines demanded dragging over 100 heavy guns across rugged terrain, an arduous, time-consuming ordeal that frustrated him deeply. He envisioned a future where such howitzers would demolish fortress walls with unprecedented speed and efficiency. Not requiring deployment near besieged cities, for his design boasted a range capable of striking targets 14 kilometers distant. How then does this shell differ from solid shot or canister? Solid shot consists of dense iron spheres relying on mass and velocity to pierce enemy lines or fortifications, effective at punching holes through infantry formations and damaging structures yet limited in range. Canister by contrast transforms the cannon into a colossal shotgun. Instead of a single projectile, it scatters dozens of smaller iron balls in a conical pattern upon firing. Primarily employed at close quarters against infantry, canister devastates everything in its path, but its utility vanishes beyond short distances, rendering it useless against distant objectives like fortress ramparts. A cannonball is an artillery projectile packed with explosives. Unlike round shot or grape shot, which rely on their mass or dispersal pattern, cannonballs are designed to detonate according to the fuse they carry. Some cannonballs explode on impact, while others employ time fuses to control the moment of detonation. Though fuse designs vary widely, the ability to regulate when a shell bursts grants tactical flexibility against different types of targets, a capability Napoleon desperately sought. The cannonball achieves such extraordinary range, up to 14 kilometers, thanks to its aerodynamic design and propulsion technology. The aerodynamic design of the cannonball, with its streamlined shape and pointed nose, allows it to slice through the air with minimal resistance, preserving both velocity and trajectory over long distances. As for the propellant, Napoleon intended to use smokeless powder. However, a problem remained: how to obtain a stable and large-scale supply of it. In an age when the chemical industry was only beginning to take shape, Napoleon invested the profits from his company to establish a factory managed by Antoine Lavoisier. Since the factory's establishment, Antoine had been able to synthesize smokeless powder. The problem was that he could not produce it on a large scale. The production of nitric acid was a complex and hazardous process, requiring specialized equipment and professional expertise. At present, the primary source of nitric acid was the distillation of concentrated sulfuric acid, with a mixture of sodium nitrate and potassium nitrate. These nitrates were typically obtained from natural sources, such as saltpeter deposits or mineral-rich soil. The problem was that France lacked substantial natural reserves of nitrates. Fortunately, Napoleon had already devised an alternative method for producing nitric acid, one that bypassed all these arduous steps. By using ammonia. To obtain ammonia on a large scale, he would have to construct a Haber-Bosch plant, a facility specifically designed for the production of ammonia via the Haber-Bosch process. The process combines nitrogen from the air with hydrogen extracted from natural gas or coal under high pressure, and in the presence of a catalyst. The resulting ammonia serves as a crucial precursor for producing nitric acid through the Ostwald process. With this innovation, Napoleon could now achieve mass production of smokeless powder, thereby enabling the manufacture of cannonballs and rifle ammunition at significantly lower cost. The sound of the door opening broke Napoleon's thoughts. He looked up to see Sheila entering the room. "Darling, are you busy?" Sheila said as she walked over to his desk and glanced at the blueprints. "Just immersed in my work, my dear," Napoleon replied with a smile, setting down his pencil. Sheila's gaze remained fixed on the blueprint. From the drawings she could tell that Napoleon was researching a new weapon, specifically artillery, as it did not resemble a rifle. She also spotted a shell-shaped projectile, indicating that Napoleon now intended to introduce cannonballs. Finally, she noticed the process flow diagram for ammonia production equipment. Sheila murmured, her eyes still lingering on the blueprint. "So is this your next plan?" Napoleon nodded. "Yes, indeed. I will assign Etienne to oversee the development of howitzers and cannonballs, while Antoine will be responsible for establishing the ammonia production facility." "I see. But darling, you have a visitor," Sheila said. Napoleon looked up at her, curiosity in his eyes. "Who has come?" Sheila smiled knowingly. "Paul Barras, darling. He wishes to discuss some urgent matters with you." Napoleon frowned slightly. "Paul Barras, the one from the directory. Has he said why he wants to see me?" "No," Sheila replied, shaking her head. "He simply said it is urgent. However, I can guess. It may be your new assignment, Napoleon." Napoleon sighed. "It seems the time has come, doesn't it?" With that, he carefully placed the blueprints and sketches into the drawer. "I will go see him now," Napoleon said. "I will bring him in," Sheila replied, then left the room to fetch Paul Barras. Napoleon used the moment to compose his thoughts and prepare himself for the upcoming meeting. A few minutes later, Sheila returned with Paul Barras. "Citizen Barras, I'm afraid we have no prior appointment. However, you are most welcome. Please sit." Napoleon gestured for Barras to take a seat. Barras nodded his thanks and sat down. "Thank you, my dear. You may leave now," Napoleon said. Sheila nodded and exited the room, leaving Napoleon and Barras alone. "Thank you for seeing me so promptly, General Bonaparte," Barras said. "If I have interrupted your work, I apologize sincerely." Napoleon waved his hand. "No apology needed, Citizen Barras. I am at your service at all times. Now, what urgent matter brings you here?" Barras leaned forward, his expression grave. "General Bonaparte, you are aware that Britain remains at war with France, correct?" "Yes, I am aware of that," Napoleon confirmed. Barras spoke candidly, revealing his purpose. Indeed, I have come here in person today, representing the nation to seek your expert insight on military affairs. Army Minister Barthélemy Louis Joseph Scherer proposed a plan for a seaborne invasion of Britain. Yet several generals opposed the proposal, deeming it perilous. Britain's naval strength was concentrated along the English Channel. I concur, Napoleon affirmed. A direct maritime assault would force us into open combat, with the British risking the annihilation of our fleet and catastrophic losses. Barras nodded, impressed by Napoleon's lucid grasp of the strategic landscape. Precisely so, General. It is precisely for this reason, he continued, that I trust your expertise and inventive intellect to devise a solution. How might we strike Britain while sustaining minimal losses? Napoleon paused in quiet contemplation. He understood Barras's intent, to steer him toward proposing a campaign far from French soil. In actual history, the Directory had approached Napoleon with an offer to lead an invasion of Britain, but he declined, opting instead for Egypt. The Directory wholeheartedly endorsed Napoleon's alternative, thus giving birth to the Egyptian campaign. And fortuitously for Barras, this was precisely what he had intended. We shall strike Britain through Egypt. Its strategic position and abundant resources afford us an unparalleled opportunity to strike directly at the heart of British imperial interests. Egypt? Barras echoed, perplexed. How? I have not yet formulated a detailed plan, but if granted 1 week, I shall submit a comprehensive proposal for your approval. Certainly, General Bonaparte, Barras replied, nodding. Take all the time you require to craft your plan. I shall, Citizen Barbas, Napoleon replied. I must now take my leave, General Bonaparte. I shall await your proposal, Barbas said, rising to his feet. Safe travels, Citizen Barbas, Napoleon responded. Napoleon extended his hand in farewell. Barbas clasped it firmly before turning and departing the chamber. As Barbas exited Napoleon's quarters, a sly, calculating smile flickered across his lips. The scheme to dispatch Napoleon far from Paris was unfolding perfectly, and most advantageously it had originated from Napoleon himself. Should Napoleon perish upon that barren, desolate land, Barbas could truthfully declare to the French people, it was Napoleon himself who chose to invade Egypt. Immediately following his terse, decisive dialogue with Citizen Barbas, Napoleon fixed his gaze upon a bold new conquest, Egypt. Emulating his historical counterpart, he recognized that conquering Egypt could sever Britain's influence over India. Barbas swiftly ratified the plan, a decision that laid bare his ulterior motive, removing Napoleon from the volatile center of Parisian politics. Napoleon's objective was unequivocal: to meticulously orchestrate a flawless campaign, ensuring he would not repeat the fatal missteps of the historical Napoleon Bonaparte. 1 week later, Napoleon finalized his plan and prepared to present it to the Directory in Paris. In his office, he placed the documents into a sturdy leather dispatch case. Just as he slipped the final document into the case, the office door creaked open. Startled, Napoleon turned, and there stood his beloved wife, Hila. My love, Napoleon called out, is there anything I can do for you before I depart? His sharp gaze instantly registered the folded letter clutched tightly in Hila's hand, an unexpected sight that stirred his curiosity. My love, you have a letter, Hila said, handing it to him. Napoleon tilted his head, pondering its sender. He took the letter, opened the envelope, and beheld elegant, precise script upon the page. His eyes skimmed the opening lines. Dear General Napoleon Bonaparte. The letter's formal tone deepened his intrigue, compelling him to read on with rapt attention. Dear General Napoleon Bonaparte, and may this letter reach you safely even as you prepare for the grand Egyptian campaign. Inspired by profound admiration for your exceptional strategic acumen and unwavering devotion to the nation, I extend this invitation, and I request the honor of your presence at my estate, Château de Valois, nestled serenely within the French countryside. A private and confidential meeting is imperative, one concerning matters vital to the national interest. The gravity of our discussion demands your utmost discretion. I propose our meeting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, where we may exchange insights, perspectives, and aspirations. Decisions that will shape the future of the France we both cherish. I fervently hope you will grace me with your presence. Such dialogue will undoubtedly strengthen the prospects of your forthcoming expedition. With eager anticipation, and Charles Maurice de Talleyrand Périgord. And upon reading the signature, Napoleon's eyes widened in recognition. Charles Maurice de Talleyrand Périgord, France's current Minister of Foreign Affairs. From his knowledge of history, Napoleon recalled that Talleyrand had served as foreign minister under Napoleon Bonaparte after the coup of 18 Brumaire, until 1807, when growing unease over Napoleon's unchecked ambition eroded their alliance and shattered Talleyrand's faith in him. Yet, there was no denying Talleyrand's extraordinary diplomatic brilliance. Nonetheless, his loyalty remained perpetually suspect. He possessed a well-documented tendency to shift allegiance whenever his patron's power waned or grew unstable. Napoleon fell into silent reflection: should he accept Talleyrand's invitation, or disregard it entirely? He weighed the merits and perils. Talleyrand might be a master diplomat, But what Napoleon required was unwavering fidelity. "And what is it, my love? Who is this letter from?" Gila asked, drawing him from his reverie. An invitation from Talleyrand. "You know who he is, Gila," Napoleon revealed. Gila murmured softly, "Talleyrand," exhaling faintly before adding, "You should meet him." "Are you certain?" Napoleon pressed. "You're aware of his questionable loyalty, aren't you?" And yes. But that was when Napoleon lost power. "Yet, my love, you are not the Napoleon Bonaparte of my world. To lead France you need allies, and none is more fitting than he. He has invited you because he perceives your potential, and if you fear his future betrayal, do not worry, I shall handle him." Napoleon chuckled lightly. "My dear, that sounds rather ominous, but very well, I shall meet Talleyrand." 2 hours later Napoleon arrived at Talleyrand's estate, the Château de Valois. He stepped down from the carriage and the butler outside came to greet him. "General Napoleon Bonaparte, my master awaits you in the drawing room," the butler said politely. "Please follow me." Napoleon nodded and followed the butler through the gates of the Château de Valois. From the marble floors to the opulent tapestries adorning the walls, every exquisite detail spoke of the estate's grandeur. As Napoleon approached the drawing room, his anticipation grew mingled with a trace of caution. The butler opened the door, revealing a spacious room bathed in soft candlelight. Beside the fireplace sat Charles Maurice de Talleyrand Perigord, dressed in a well-tailored suit, pouring himself a glass of Scotch whiskey with ice. The butler withdrew, leaving Napoleon and Talleyrand alone. "Then, sir, how shall I address you? Should I call you Bishop, acknowledging your former episcopal title? Or should I honor you as Excellency, given your distinguished service as ambassador to Britain during the revolutionary government? Or perhaps in light of your current role overseeing France's diplomatic affairs minister, would be more appropriate?" Talleyrand slowly turned his gaze fixed intently upon Napoleon. As he surveyed the famous general standing before him, a faint smile played upon his lips. Though Talleyrand carried himself with refined elegance and an aura of authority, there was a noticeable limp in his stride, a lifelong consequence of clubfoot. Yet Talleyrand bore his condition with unshaken composure, exuding a compelling presence. His sharp eyes reflected a lifetime of political cunning. "Most people simply call me Talleyrand," he said, offering Napoleon a glass of Scotch whiskey with a slight courteous nod. Napoleon accepted the glass, savored the aroma, then took a careful sip. "Pray be seated, General Bonaparte." Talleyrand gestured toward an elegant armchair positioned opposite him. Napoleon took his seat, his gaze never leaving Talleyrand. "Why have I the honor of your invitation, Talleyrand?" Napoleon asked. "I must admit your letter came as a surprise." "Well, General Bonaparte, I wished to meet the man who single-handedly defeated Austria. In your campaigns I observed that you established a republic in Italy and assumed the presidency. It seems you know quite a bit about me," Napoleon said with a smile, taking another sip of his Scotch. "Tell me, Talleyrand, what precisely did you wish to discuss?" Talleyrand leaned forward, his gaze steady and penetrating. "General, I have read the constitution you drafted in establishing the republic, and I must say, I expected it to be more revolutionary." "You mean the centralized government I established?" Napoleon corrected. "Indeed, I believe in strong leadership and centralized authority. In times of instability, a firm hand must guide the nation toward progress and prosperity. Certainly stability is paramount, but the flaw in your centralized system lies in concentrating power in a single individual. And you are well aware of what transpired 3 years past. Robespierre lost his way and became a tyrant. Talleyrand, did you summon me here merely to discuss constitutions?" Napoleon asked. "No. Consider my question about the constitution but a prelude to my true intent. You see, the republic you established is governed by you, is it not? Does this not suggest an interest in political power?" At that moment Napoleon understood Talleyrand's purpose. He wanted to know whether Napoleon would engage in French politics. If Napoleon expressed interest, Talleyrand would do everything in his power to support him, for he recognized that the current government was weak and deeply unpopular, and he was searching for someone capable of leading. "Very well, Talleyrand. May I speak frankly with you?" Talleyrand raised an eyebrow, surprised by Napoleon's sudden gravity. "Naturally, General Bonaparte. What is said here remains between us," Talleyrand assured him. "You understand that the National Convention, the Legislative Assembly, and the Directory all pursue their own political agendas, yet none truly care for the people. I have grown weary of how our nation is governed." Napoleon confessed, anger evident in his tone. "I am exhausted by the infighting, the corruption, the disregard for the needs of the French people." "Do you believe you could govern better than they?" Talleyrand asked. "I mean, they could govern better." Napoleon paused, composing himself. "But I also believe I possess the vision, the resolve, and the ability to bring about the change France so desperately needs. I am not driven by personal ambition, but by a genuine desire to serve the French people. to build a nation that thrives on equality, justice, and progress. Talleyrand leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. General Bonaparte, throughout my years in politics, I have encountered many who claimed noble ideals only to succumb to the lure of power. Do you believe you would be any different? No, Napoleon replied without hesitation. Talleyrand nodded and took a sip of his scotch. Very well, General Bonaparte. To realize this vision you will need allies. I am willing to help. Would you pledge your allegiance to me? Napoleon asked, a faint smile crossing his face. Talleyrand chuckled softly. As long as you act in France's best interest, I will serve you to the best of my ability. I have no objection, Napoleon said, checking his pocket watch. Regrettably, I must depart, Talleyrand. I have a meeting regarding my proposed campaign. You mean Egypt? Talleyrand inquired. I have heard Barras speak of your plans. Is it truly wise for you to lead this expedition personally? Because you are likely aware they intend to send you far from France. I am fully aware of their intentions, Talleyrand, Napoleon replied. But this expedition represents an opportunity to prove myself to the French people. If I succeed, conquering Egypt and Asia, it will undoubtedly elevate my prestige and secure the people's support. In that case, I wish you success in your address, General Bonaparte, Talleyrand said. Outside Talleyrand's estate, the coachman awaiting Napoleon leapt down from his seat and opened the carriage door. A most productive discussion, General Bonaparte. Talleyrand bowed politely. Napoleon gave a slight nod in return. Shall we meet again soon? A faint enigmatic smile touched Talleyrand's lips as he extended a hand toward the carriage. You may rest assured of that, General Bonaparte, he assured Napoleon. I have already consumed far too much of your time. No doubt the Directory awaits your report with impatience. Napoleon gave one final nod and stepped into the carriage. 30 minutes later, he arrived at the Tuileries Palace, the headquarters of the Directory. Escorted by French guards, Napoleon entered an office where citizen Paul Barras awaited him. General Bonaparte. As Napoleon approached, Barras inclined his head in greeting. I hear you have drafted a plan for the Egyptian expedition. Indeed, citizen Barras. Am I to present it solely to you? Napoleon asked. Precisely so, General Bonaparte. My colleagues place full confidence in my judgment to assess your proposal and render the final decision. Let us sit and discuss. They seated themselves opposite each other at a broad oak table. Napoleon placed his meticulously crafted plan upon it, its pages dense with detailed maps, strategic analyses, and logistical calculations. Barras leaned forward, eyes scanning the documents, his expression growing steadily more grave. Then you may well wonder why we should invade Egypt, and what effect such an action would have upon Britain. Citizen Barras, Egypt holds immense strategic significance for France, and poses a direct challenge to British influence in the region. Permit me to elaborate. Napoleon began, leaning forward, gesturing emphatically over the maps and papers before them. First, Egypt's geographical position grants us a gateway to the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. By establishing a formidable presence there, we can dominate the vital trade routes linking Europe and Asia, effectively severing Britain's access to these lucrative markets. Napoleon pointed to specific locations on the map. Moreover, Egypt lies adjacent to India, a direct threat to British colonial interests. India is the jewel of the British Empire, the very source of its vast wealth and power. By disrupting their trade and communication lines through Egypt, we shall erode their hold over India, and perhaps even incite rebellion among its native princely states, particularly those harboring deep-seated enmity toward the British, such as Tipu Sultan. I see. But Napoleon, how precisely do you intend to execute this plan? Barras asked. Let me first outline Egypt's current state. At present, Egypt lies under the rule of the Mamluks, a formidable caste of military slaves who have dominated the region for centuries. Yet their authority has long been undermined by internal fragmentation and chronic disunity, Napoleon explained. This presents us with a decisive opportunity. Weakened in their grip on power, they are vulnerable to collapse, and we may thereby dismantle their authority while winning the support of the Egyptian populace. Napoleon continued. To achieve this, our strategy unfolds along two parallel axes. First, we shall launch a decisive military campaign, expelling the ruling Mamluks and securing French control over key strategic territories. We shall deploy our superior military discipline and tactical brilliance to rout their forces and seize critical cities. By toppling the Mamluks, we remove the principal obstacle to our dominion over Egypt. Second, we shall actively cultivate the loyalty and goodwill of the Egyptian people. We recognize that winning local hearts is indispensable to the stability of our rule. Thus, we must engage respectfully with the population, honor their customs and traditions, and address their grievances. Furthermore, we shall appoint Egyptians to positions of authority and administration, granting them meaningful participation in governing their own land. But Egypt remains Ottoman territory. Will not the Sublime Porte declare war upon us for this invasion? They certainly will, for it is after all their sovereign domain. Napoleon declared with quiet confidence. Yet fear not, they pose little real threat. Beset by internal strife, even if they declare war, I doubt they shall commit fully to it. Moreover, I hold a trump card. One that shall secure our supremacy in Egypt. What is it, General Bonaparte? Barras asked. We shall come to that shortly, Citizen Barras, Napoleon replied. Thus, to implement this plan, I require 50,000 soldiers, the French Navy for transport and logistics, and substantial funding. A great deal of funding indeed. Very well. So long as it ensures the success of your expedition, you shall have whatever you need, Barras said. Excellent. The reason I request such a large sum is that I wish you to finance a new rifle, designed specifically for use in this expedition. A new rifle? Barras echoed. Citizen Barras, you know my background. You know I am not merely a soldier but also an inventor. 2 years ago I presented to the National Convention a revolutionary rifle, though regrettably it was rejected at the time. Yet I remain convinced it must become standard issue, not only for the army I command but for the entire French line. Additionally, I recommend the Directory invest in new artillery mortars and advanced weaponry, all of which we shall demonstrate within 2 or 3 months. Furthermore, given Egypt's unique climate, I propose modifications to the army's uniform. I have personally designed a new uniform, tailored to the exigencies of Egypt, offering enhanced comfort and functionality for our troops amid its unforgiving terrain and extreme conditions. Barras pondered aloud. New weapons, purchased from your firm. Indeed, Citizen Barras. Trust me. Once our soldiers are equipped with my weapons and uniforms, I guarantee they will hold a decisive advantage on the battlefield. Will it be costly? Barras asked. Not at all. Since it is my firm, we offer the Directory a generous discount. And as this will be my army, I am prepared to contribute a considerable portion of my own funds to ensure the expedition's triumph. Napoleon replied with unwavering confidence. Excellent, General Bonaparte. May this expedition bring glory and prosperity to France. Excellent. It fills me with exhilaration. Napoleon smiled, and then departed from Barras's office. Within the office, Barras sighed with quiet satisfaction. Napoleon was clearly eager to depart for Egypt, and the longer he remained there the better. With the general absent from Paris, Barras hoped to reclaim public favor for the Directory, at his own pace and on his own terms. After presenting his plan to Barras, Napoleon swiftly returned to Chantilly, fully anticipating that Barras would pay any price to see him depart Paris. As Napoleon entered the office, he found Sheila seated behind the desk, intently reviewing multiple documents. She looked up and greeted him with a warm, radiant smile. So, how did your discussions with Talleyrand and Barras go? Sheila asked. Talleyrand is a man who knows how to seize opportunity. Napoleon resumed, recounting the day's accomplishments. He inquired about my political aspirations, and I candidly declared my ambitions. Whereupon he pledged his support. As for Citizen Barras, he accepted my proposal. The government will finance this expedition, enabling us to procure rifles and artillery for the army I shall command. I understand. Sheila nodded thoughtfully. At last you'll be able to deploy the bolt-action rifles you introduced. I can already envision the look of stunned disbelief on the faces of the Mamluks and Bedouins when confronted with such advanced weaponry. They will stand utterly speechless. Overwhelmed by astonishment, Napoleon corrected, continuing earnestly. In short, this means we face immense preparatory work. We all know why the Egyptian campaign failed. Many perished from dehydration, starvation, disease, and heatstroke. I intend to resolve these issues before landing at Alexandria. Oh, Sheila mused. Darling, what are your suggestions? I have a proposal regarding new uniforms, Napoleon stated directly. You see, the French army's current standard uniform is crafted from heavy wool. A superb insulator, yet one that traps heat and impedes airflow. Under Egypt's scorching sun, soldiers clad in such woolen garments will suffer excessive heat retention and restricted ventilation, inevitably elevating core body temperature and heightening the risk of heatstroke. Moreover, the uniform's design is excessively constricting. The tunic, trousers, and high-collared shirt all fit tightly, hindering air circulation and obstructing the body's natural cooling process through sweat evaporation. Additionally, its layered construction, including coat, waistcoat, and shirt, further exacerbates heat retention. Specifics need not detain us here. Furthermore, the uniform's dark hue intensifies the problem. Darker fabrics absorb significantly more thermal energy, becoming markedly hotter than lighter shades under identical conditions. Finally, it offers inadequate sun protection, lacking wide-brimmed hats or neck coverings, leaving the head, face, and neck fully exposed to direct solar radiation. To address these deficiencies, I propose designing an entirely new uniform tailored precisely to the extreme conditions we shall encounter in Egypt. This new uniform will employ lighter, more breathable fabrics to enhance airflow and dissipate heat. Its cut will be deliberately looser, promoting ventilation and maximizing wearer comfort. Moreover, its color palette will be meticulously selected to minimize thermal absorption, favoring light reflective tones over heat-absorbing dark ones. Beyond this, the uniform will incorporate wide-brimmed hats and neck coverings providing essential protection against solar exposure. Upon finishing, Sheila nodded understandingly. That's truly excellent, darling. Sheila, I confide this to you because I wish you to oversee the production of these uniforms through our textile enterprises. I know our factories have undergone major upgrades, installing spinning machines, sewing machines, cotton gins, carding machines, dyeing apparatus, and wool processing equipment. Ah, I see. Sheila smiled faintly. How many sets do you require? Let me think. Napoleon paused, briefly weighing his textile enterprise's capacity. Sheila, how many sets do you estimate our mills could produce? Sheila furrowed her brow, rapidly calculating potential output in her mind. Well, with recent upgrades and highly efficient machinery, I believe we can manufacture a substantial quantity within a reasonable time frame, perhaps several thousand sets. Yet to provide a precise estimate, I must consult the factory managers and assess their actual production capacity. Napoleon nodded in agreement. That is prudent. Gather the necessary information and inform me promptly. We must ensure our troops are fully outfitted before departure. How many sets do you envision? Sheila asked curiously. Approximately 100,000 uniforms. Napoleon revealed. I intend to issue 2 complete sets per soldier, to guarantee replacements and uphold hygiene amid Egypt's grueling environmental conditions. 100,000 sets. Understood, darling, Sheila replied. Then the uniform matter is settled. What shall we implement next? Indeed, the next critical challenge stems from another cause of the Egyptian campaign's failure: dehydration and heatstroke. Ultimately, it comes down to water. Resolving this is straightforward. I wish every soldier to carry 2 canteens filled with fresh water. We require a novel material, plastic, specifically polyethylene terephthalate PET, which I am confident Antoine Lavoisier can synthesize under detailed guidance. Sheila jotted these notes down in her notebook. I eagerly anticipate Monsieur Lavoisier's expression upon receiving these instructions. Please correct me if I'm mistaken, but you also intend for him to construct a Haber-Bosch facility to manufacture ammunition for rifles and artillery, correct? Precisely, darling, Napoleon confirmed, then added. And how progress on the water treatment plant and distribution stations you were commissioned to build? After nearly 3 decades living in this world, Napoleon had grown increasingly vigilant about drinking water quality. He had adopted the habit of boiling all water before consumption to guard against latent health hazards. Paris's water supply drew from diverse sources, including the Seine River and wells. Yet the quality of these waters fell far short of safety standards, posing grave public health risks, especially during outbreaks of waterborne disease. Thus he deemed it unwise to defer action until ascending as France's sovereign. Investing his own funds into constructing a modern water treatment plant and distribution network was not only prudent but profoundly justified. People would line up for access to clean, safe drinking water. Progress is proceeding smoothly, Sheila replied. Like all Parisians, we will draw water from the Seine and implement a comprehensive water treatment process to ensure its purity and safety. And I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but indoor plumbing has already begun gaining popularity in Paris. Really? That relieves some of the burden for my future infrastructure projects. Napoleon smiled. Now then, back to our discussion. Having secured new uniforms and clean water, our soldiers still require sustenance. During our campaigns in Italy, my troops and I occasionally foraged within cities. But in Egypt, no such urban centers exist to be plundered for provisions. Thus I am considering introducing canned food for our forces. Napoleon suggested. To achieve this, we must locate the pioneer of canned food, Nicholas Appert, the father of food science. Draft a formal invitation. I wish to meet him in person. I shall attend to that shortly. But my dear, you have overlooked something far more critical. Sheila said. So far you have addressed dehydration, heatstroke, and hunger. What of disease? Oh yes. Napoleon chuckled, rubbing his temple. The diseases plaguing the Egyptian army included trachoma, dysentery, malaria, and typhoid fever. It is imperative that we adopt proactive measures, educating soldiers about these illnesses and implementing robust preventive strategies to minimize their impact. I will compile concise pamphlets detailing the symptoms, transmission pathways, and proven prevention methods for each disease. Sound hygiene practices will play a pivotal role in curbing the spread of these diseases among troops. Thus the pamphlets will emphasize their indispensable importance. I believe that covers everything. Shall we begin? Very well. Upon concluding their discussion, Napoleon and Sheila commenced their work. Sheila oversaw the production of the new uniforms destined for the Egyptian army, meticulously supervising every stage to ensure each garment met the highest standards of quality. In parallel, she inspected the nearly completed water supply station. She reviewed construction progress to verify adherence to schedule, ensuring reliable, safe water delivery for the troops, and seized the opportunity to consult Nicholas Appert on the technical intricacies of canning food. Meanwhile, Napoleon collaborated with eminent members of the French Academy of Sciences, including the renowned Antoine Lavoisier, to delve deeply into the complex technical details of their planned initiatives. Together they dedicated themselves to constructing a Haber-Bosch facility, an essential component for ammonia synthesis, a critical precursor in manufacturing smokeless powder. Speaking of smokeless powder, Napoleon was not content merely to upgrade ammunition. He sought nothing less than a complete modernization of the weaponry to be deployed by the Egyptian army, introducing an array of innovative arms designed to confer decisive battlefield advantages: machine guns, mortars, artillery pieces, and hand grenades. 4 standard-issue rifles. Napoleon selected the 1895 Krag-Jorgensen bolt-action repeating rifle. This choice stemmed from his earlier involvement. He had personally overseen the rifle's development 2 years prior, anticipating its adoption by the National Assembly, only for it to be ultimately rejected. Regarding machine guns, Napoleon opted for the Vickers machine gun, a weapon celebrated for its reliability, operational efficiency, and seamless compatibility with existing arsenal capabilities, rendering it the ideal selection. For mortars, he adopted the Stokes mortar, originally British in design. Like the Vickers machine gun, the Stokes mortar earned global renown during the Great War for its battlefield efficacy. Its high-angle trajectory enabled precise delivery of explosive ordnance, inflicting devastating effects. Finally, for hand grenades, Napoleon chose the Mk2 model, whose standardized design and battle-proven effectiveness would make it an invaluable asset in close-quarters combat and defensive operations. Within just 5 months, Napoleon supervised the production of an impressive arsenal: 5,000 1895 Krag-Jorgensen bolt-action repeating rifles and 8 million rounds of ammunition, 100 Vickers machine guns and 3 million rounds, 10 155mm howitzers, and 1,000 shells, 20 Stokes mortars and 5,000 mortar rounds, and 1,000 Mk2 hand grenades. By modern standards, these quantities appear modest. Contemporary factories can produce 300,000 rounds in a single day. Yet Napoleon's factories were still undergoing renovation to scale up future output. Thus, given that these weapons embodied revolutionary designs and advanced engineering, their production constituted a remarkable feat. May 9, 1798. Napoleon arrived in Toulon, the bustling transit hub of his Egyptian expedition. He descended from the train, accompanied by hundreds of soldiers now clad in their exquisitely tailored uniforms. As Napoleon walked toward the harbor, he found himself awestruck by the spectacle before him. The port teemed like a hive in full activity. Sailors and dockworkers surged back and forth, feverishly preparing the vast fleet poised to transport the expeditionary force to Egypt. This armada comprised 40 ships of the line, 50 frigates, and 600 transport vessels, dedicated to conveying troop supplies and mission-critical equipment, forming the logistical backbone of the entire expedition. Minute by minute, more French regiments poured into the harbor, each soldier bearing the newly issued standard issue rifle, the Norwegian Krag-Jorgensen model 1895. Though limited in number, these rifles had been distributed exclusively to troops who had passed rigorous training and selection protocols. Napoleon stood for a moment watching cranes hoist gleaming new 155mm howitzers onto the decks of warships. "I must confess, General Bonaparte, I harbor little confidence in that artillery piece," Murat remarked, his gaze fixed upon the same scene. "Your newly invented rifle is excellent. But this cannon, I remain unconvinced. We have neither tested them nor trained the gunners who will operate them." Napoleon sighed, understanding Murat's meaning. He himself had once served in the artillery and well knew the importance of extensive training in cannon aiming and firing. Yet time was scarce, as constructing the 155mm howitzers demanded considerable effort. Still, the absence of formal testing did not imply ignorance among the gunners. Napoleon ensured they received concise manuals covering theoretical principles of heavy artillery, and conducted briefings to familiarize them with the new equipment. Mortars were introduced similarly, while soldiers quickly mastered the use of hand grenades. "We shall test them upon the enemy," Murat Napoleon said simply, then added, "But what is your assessment of the new machine gun I have developed?" "Ah, the Bonaparte machine gun. Yes, that weapon left the deepest impression upon me. Had we possessed such a weapon in Italy, I swear the Austrian cavalry would have been annihilated before even reaching our lines." Murat's voice faltered abruptly, as if struck by sudden realization. Noticing his silence, Napoleon turned to face him. "What is it?" "I have just realized something, General Bonaparte. 1 week ago, I witnessed that very machine gun unleash hundreds of rounds within mere seconds, its range far exceeding that of any musket. Thus, if I led my troops in a frontal charge against enemies armed with such guns, it would be little short of suicide," Murat remarked, his tone laced with concern. Napoleon nodded thoughtfully. "I understand your point, Murat. But fear not. The machine gun is in our hands, not theirs. Still, you are quite right, cavalry charges prove perilously ineffective against machine guns. We must devise new tactics to counter this reality. War is an endless cycle of adaptation and innovation. Historically, walls were erected to withstand arrow volleys. Trebuchets were invented to breach those walls. In response, walls grew ever higher, and to shatter such fortifications, cannons were forged." Napoleon invoked these historical precedents to underscore war's perpetual evolution. Just as our forebears adapted to new technologies, so too must we. An hour later, as Napoleon observed that preparations were nearing completion, a shout rang out, "General Bonaparte!" Napoleon instantly recognized the voice of his chief of staff Berthier, and turned to see Generals Dumas Menu and Kleber approaching. "What is it, Berthier?" Napoleon asked. Berthier saluted and replied, "All is ready, General. The troops are fully equipped, supplies and material have been loaded aboard ship, and we stand prepared to sail for Egypt." "Are you certain? I still see plastic containers being carried aboard," Napoleon replied. "It will be finished in a few more minutes." Berthier assured him, "Perhaps you might address the troops before we depart." Upon hearing Berthier's suggestion, Napoleon nodded and strode toward the center of the harbor, where a platform had been erected expressly for his speech. As the soldiers saw their general take his place upon the podium, silence fell instantly, and every man snapped to attention. Napoleon surveyed the sea of faces before him, young recruits and seasoned veterans alike, all poised to embark upon this audacious expedition. Soldiers of the army of Egypt. His voice resounded across the harbor, commanding the undivided attention of every soul present. "You valiant warriors of France stand before me today as guardians of our great nation. Your courage has already been tested amid towering mountains, sweeping plains, and the very heart of cities. Now the hour has come to set sail. Let us draw inspiration from the legions of ancient Rome, who waged war against Carthage upon these very waters, and across the vast plains of Zama. Soldiers and sailors, I speak to you today because you are the unsung heroes long overlooked. Yet rest assured, the Republic's foremost concern is now you. The gift of liberty ignited your spirit at birth, forging you into arbiters of Europe, and now that same genius yearns to extend its influence beyond the ocean to the farthest corners of the earth. You, my brave compatriots, embody this noble endeavor. It is you who shall carry our ideals, our values, and our indomitable spirit across distant shores. As we embark upon this grand expedition to Egypt, we go not merely as conquerors, but as emissaries of progress, enlightenment, and the pursuit of knowledge. You are not merely soldiers. You are torchbearers of the French Revolution. Within your hearts reside the sacred principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Let them guide every action, every decision, and every encounter we make along the way. Our journey will be arduous. We shall confront adversity, unknown challenges, and formidable foes. Yet fear not, for our purpose is unified, bound together by unbreakable ties. Our strength lies not only in the power of our arms or the finesse of our tactics, but in our unwavering unity, our unyielding resolve, and our profound conviction in the righteousness of our cause. Remember, my courageous soldiers, you are the chosen elite entrusted with paving the path for a new era. Your determination, courage, and steadfast commitment will decide the fate of our nation. Let our enemies tremble before our unity and resolve. We shall stand united, overcoming every obstacle that dares impede our advance. Forward, comrades, the sea awaits us, and destiny calls. Together we shall surmount hardship and win glory for France. Long live the Republic! Long live France! On the evening of June 9, 1798, a pivotal moment unfolded upon the vast Mediterranean Sea. Napoleon Bonaparte's French fleet took position just 500 meters off the coast of Gozo Island. Napoleon stood upon the deck of the French flagship Laureat, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, as he surveyed the enchanting island of Malta through his telescope. His grand vision, to extend French dominion into Egypt, had brought him to this decisive hour. He fully grasped Malta's strategic significance, recognizing that seizing the island was the essential first step toward achieving his ultimate objective. Its geographical position was of paramount importance. Situated at the confluence of major trade routes, Malta commanded vital maritime passages across the Mediterranean. Whoever controlled it could effectively dominate this crucial expanse of sea. Napoleon understood that capturing Malta would not only provide a secure base for launching the Egyptian campaign, but also grant France a commanding vantage point from which to project its influence throughout the entire region. Before launching his campaign, Napoleon had meticulously studied the intricate political landscape surrounding Malta. At present, the island remained firmly under the control of the powerful Knights of St. John, also known as the Knights of Malta. This ancient military and religious order possessed a proud history renowned for its exceptional prowess in naval warfare and fortress defense, having successfully repelled countless invaders. Yet as the 18th century progressed, the order's relevance and sense of purpose gradually waned. Its traditional mission of combating Muslim powers had grown increasingly obsolete. The order found itself ever more dependent on French financial support, with a substantial portion of its knights hailing from France, and France serving as a vital source of revenue for its operations. However, the outbreak of the French Revolution dealt the order a severe blow, plunging it into profound fiscal crisis by 1792. Other European powers expressed interest in assuming control over Malta, but Napoleon would not permit such an outcome. General Bonaparte, cried Murat, diverting Napoleon's attention from his telescope. Startled by the sudden interruption, Napoleon turned toward Murat. What is it, Murat? Junot has arrived, Murat reported. Napoleon's focus instantly shifted to his eyes, followed Murat's gesture toward the ship's rail, where a sleek sailing vessel glided gracefully toward their flagship, its sails billowing full in the wind. As Junot stepped onto the deck of the French flagship, an air of anticipation rippled through the crew. Napoleon had dispatched Junot to deliver a formal request to the Grand Master of Malta, seeking permission to replenish water and supplies in port. Well, what did the Grand Master say? Junot rendered a crisp military salute and handed over his report. General, he began. The Knights of Malta convened an urgent council to deliberate on our fleet's entry into port. After careful consideration they granted permission, but imposed a condition: no more than 4 ships may enter the harbor at once. Only 4 ships? Napoleon's brow furrowed. We have nearly 500 vessels requiring provisions and fresh water. I emphasized the urgency of our situation, General Bonaparte. Junot explained solemnly. Yet I regret to inform you, their decision stands final. This ruling stems from an ancient ordinance stipulating that during wartime no more than 4 vessels from Christian nations may simultaneously enter Maltese harbors. I am familiar with this regulation. Napoleon clicked his tongue in vexation. Compliance with the Maltese terms would stretch resupply over weeks, squandering precious time. Moreover, there existed the perilous risk that knowledge of the French fleet's location might leak, reaching the ears of rival European powers, the Austrian Empire, the Russian Empire, and the Ottoman Empire. Such intelligence could mislead them into interpreting the fleet's presence as a prelude to invasion against their own territories, prompting them to mobilize their navies. Precisely the scenario Napoleon sought most to avoid. You say they are preparing defenses, are you? Napoleon asked, a sly smile curling at the corner of his lips. Then let us give them an unexpected defense. Admiral. General. Admiral François-Paul Bruis d'Aiguillers of the flagship Lorient stepped forward. Prepare all ships of the line for a demonstration of firepower. Napoleon commanded, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Admiral Bruis d'Aiguillers nodded, fully comprehending his commander's intent. Yes, General. He rendered a sharp salute, then swiftly relayed orders to his crew and the rest of the fleet. The French armada elegantly pivoted, aligning its vessels into a formidable tactical formation. After the warships took position, Napoleon turned his gaze toward the island. General, the fleet is ready. The admiral reported, then added, but General, it is too dark. Firing upon the island risks striking civilians. The danger is considerable. Too dark, Napoleon murmured with quiet derision. Then let us illuminate the night sky. As for civilians, do not concern yourself. We shall not target their fortifications. We merely wish to deliver a message. Illuminate the night sky, Admiral Bruis repeated, tilting his head slightly in bewilderment. Before he could ask further, Napoleon had already strode toward his troops. You have all studied the new mortars and their ordnance, correct? Napoleon asked the artillerymen. Well, yes, General. Why do you ask? One artilleryman inquired. It is time for a true test. Bring forth your mortars. Yes, General. The artillerymen began extracting mortars from wooden crates while Murat and Junot watched with keen curiosity. Admiral, I ask that you also transmit orders to the other ships of the line, instructing their gunners to deploy mortars and load illumination rounds. Within the French fleet, communication relied primarily on spark-gap radio, a wireless system functioning analogously to Morse code, known here as the Bonaparte code. This technology enabled ships to exchange messages without flags or signal lights, eliminating the risk of revealing their positions. 5 minutes later, Admiral Bruis approached Napoleon. General, they are ready. Awaiting your command, reported Admiral Bruis. Excellent. Watch for my signal. Napoleon paused, tension thickening the air, then bellowed, fire. Mortars thundered in unison across the decks, illumination shells soared skyward, trailing luminous arcs as they ascended, then burst midair in radiant, dazzling detonations. Brilliant explosions bloomed one after another overhead, splashing the heavens with vivid hues, bathing the entire night sky in incandescent light. Malta was enveloped in an ethereal, surreal radiance, the vivid colors flooding land and sea alike, transforming darkness into a spectral, dreamlike spectacle that captivated every witness. This, Murat, Junot, Bruis, and nearly every French soldier aboard the fleet, stood utterly transfixed. Admiral, Napoleon called out. Yes, General. Admiral Bruis snapped from his awestruck reverie and turned to face him. Now, demonstrate our power. At that command, sailors swiftly manned their stations across the ships. Then came a deafening, thunderous roar. The French fleet unleashed its first broadside cannon fire, erupted in synchronized fury, smoke billowed, and concussive blasts reverberated across the sea. Shells shrieked through the air, hurtling toward the island with devastating force. Napoleon sighed. Had these been ships of the line rather than ordinary vessels, the spectacle would have been even more magnificent. But this suffices to send Malta our message. Meanwhile, on the island, the council reconvened to deliberate upon the extraordinary phenomenon unfolding beyond their shores. The French, they fired something into the sky, it exploded, and then light filled everything. They also opened fire, but deliberately missed our fortifications. They appear to be sending us a message. Under such illumination, our defenses lie exposed. Grandmaster, please reconsider your decision. No. Grandmaster Hampesh's voice trembled. We will not surrender without a fight. Do those Frenchmen truly believe mere light and cannonade can intimidate us? We possess the finest fortifications in this region. Deploy them all. But Grandmaster, they command hundreds of ships and tens of thousands of troops. We cannot withstand such an invasion. For our people's sake negotiation is wiser. Do as I command. Must I repeat myself? Hampesh angrily cut off the counselor. 6 hours passed without a definitive response from the Maltese. Napoleon's patience frayed further. Negotiation time had expired, he had no choice but to launch a maritime assault. The French forces mobilized, landing at 4 strategic locations across the Maltese archipelago: St. Paul's Bay, St. Julian's Bay and Marsaxlocke Harbor on the main island, and Ramla Bay on Gozo. General Louis Barregui de Hilliers led the landing at St. Paul's Bay, an experienced commander renowned for his tactical brilliance. His troops were elite combat veterans rigorously selected and disciplined, standing resolute and unwavering as they prepared to set foot upon Maltese soil. Barregui de Hilliers' men carried the French army's latest rifles, the 1895 Krag-Jorgensen, also known as Napoleon's repeating bolt-action rifle, granting them overwhelming firepower superiority. This advanced armament enabled rapid, precise volleys, affording French soldiers a decisive edge against Maltese defenders. Meanwhile, the Maltese defenders stationed in the area wielded antiquated muskets. Though historically venerable, their weapons paled beside the French modern arsenal. Yet the Maltese compensated for this deficit with unshakable resolve and fierce devotion to their homeland. As French landing craft neared the shore, tension tightened palpably over St. Paul's Bay. When the boats finally grounded upon the sands, French soldiers disembarked swiftly and immediately formed disciplined ranks. The Maltese garrison watched the arrival of this formidable force, realizing their days of peace had vanished forever, and their resolve would now face its ultimate trial as they prepared to confront an invading army bent on seizing their homeland. Let them enter our musket range, ordered the Maltese general, steadying his troops. Hold your fire until my signal. Before he could finish, a sharp, searing pain pierced his chest. He looked down. Blood welled slowly from the wound. His eyes widened in stunned disbelief as he staggered backward, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. How could the enemy fire from such distance? The French soldiers carried muskets identical to those of the Maltese defenders. Yet the sheer destructive power of their volleys told a different story. As the general glanced toward the French ranks, revelation struck him. A chilling truth unfolded before his eyes. They bore no muskets at all, for their method of warfare was utterly unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Instead of ramming ball and powder down the barrel with a ramrod, French soldiers manipulated something far more intricate. The Maltese general stared transfixed as French soldiers worked their rifles with astonishing speed. Each trigger pull expelled a spent casing, and almost instantly another shot followed. Consciousness fled. The general collapsed onto the ground, his body weakening under the onslaught of agony and grievous wounds, while battle raged fiercely around him. Yet he could fight no longer. His command descended into chaos and panic. Confronted by the Frenchmen's mysterious, devastating rifles, his men had no choice but to raise the white flag in surrender. Demoralized by their commander's death, and overwhelmed by the enemy's advanced armaments, the Maltese garrison laid down their weapons in resignation. At Marsaxlocke, the same grim spectacle unfolded. A detachment under General D'Assaix was authorized to deploy a new weapon, the Napoleonic machine gun. With each trigger pull, the machine gun spewed lethal rounds against Malta's stout ramparts. Though unable to breach the walls, it sowed terror and disarray within the fortress. The thunderous impact of bullets reverberated throughout the fortifications, amplifying the confusion within. Within minutes, they too raised the white flag in capitulation. At St. Julian's, the Knights' naval squadron, comprising a galley, a small warship, and a rowboat, attempted to repel the French landing, only to be shredded by dense, relentless machine gun fire from French frigates. Under the withering barrage, the wooden hulls of the naval vessels splintered apart, leaving them no alternative but surrender. On Gozo Island, the French expeditionary force consisted of the 3rd Grenadier Company and the 95th Demi Brigade. They landed between Ramla Bay's right battery and Sopu Tower at Redunkbur, led by Generals Jean Rainier and Jean Urbain Fougier. From Ramla Battery and Sopu Tower, the defenders opened fire upon the French landing force, supported by artillery. In response, French line of battleships delivered precise counter-battery fire. guided by forward observers equipped with portable spark-gap radios embedded within the landing force. Desperate to break through the French encirclement, the defenders launched a cavalry charge. Yet before they reached their objective, French machine guns erupted, spewing torrents of annihilating fire. In an instant, the charge dissolved into carnage. Fallen horses and riders littered the field in grotesque profusion. 30 minutes later, the Maltese defenders began to grasp the gravity of their predicament. A stark, inescapable reality settled upon them: they could not withstand the French army's overwhelming firepower. Unlike their short-ranged muskets, French rifles possessed far greater reach, allowing soldiers to unleash deadly barrages from distances beyond the defenders' effective range, shattering morale with every volley. Moreover, casualties mounted relentlessly, primarily inflicted by French snipers and marksmen of exceptional skill. Even the forts that had once offered support now lay in rubble and ruin. Faced with such dire, horrifying circumstances, the commanding general had no recourse but to declare surrender. On June 12, 1798, the Maltese finally acknowledged the futility of resistance. A ceasefire was declared, bringing hostilities between the French and the Maltese to an end. Inside Admiral's quarters aboard the Orient, Napoleon stood facing Murat, who still trembled with awe at the rifles deployed during the invasion. "General, I must again attest these rifles and machine guns proved devastatingly effective against the enemy. Thanks to them, our forces suffered no casualties. Might the government supply us with more?" "It is possible, Murat. Given your testimony, and that of other generals, you may use it to persuade the Directory to procure these weapons from my company. However, the government currently bears immense fiscal strain from its war against the coalition. I doubt it can allocate sufficient resources to equip every soldier with such rifles. But these weapons are manufactured by your company, are they not?" "Yes, Murat. But you must understand, this is commerce. It lives by sales. Additionally, there remains the risk of these arms falling into enemy hands. That is precisely why we initially produced them in such limited numbers," Napoleon explained. "I see," Murat replied thoughtfully. Moments later, several knocks echoed from outside the door. "Who is it?" "It is Berthier. General Bonaparte, Grand Master, and members of the order have just arrived on deck." "Very well, show them in. We shall discuss the terms," Napoleon commanded. A few minutes later, Grand Master Ferdinand von Hompesch zu Bolheim entered the cabin with his fellow knights of the order. Napoleon rose and extended his hand in greeting. "Gentlemen, welcome aboard the French Navy's flagship Lorient." The Grand Master shook Napoleon's hand. Both seated themselves and negotiations commenced, lasting nearly 2 hours. During the negotiations, the following conditions were explicitly laid out. The order agreed to surrender all fortifications in Valletta and the Maltese archipelago, thereby ceding sovereignty to the French. In return, France pledged to secure for the Grand Master a sovereign principality as compensation for the loss of Malta, and further guaranteed the protection of private property belonging to the knights and the Maltese people. The Grand Master and French knights received indemnities. Likewise, knights from other republics were granted comparable compensations. The agreement stipulated precise deadlines for the handover of various fortifications, including Fort Manol, Fort Tyne, and Fort St. Angelo, as well as the defensive lines of Burgos, Anglia, Santa Margherita, and Catanara. Additionally, Valletta itself, the Floriana Lines, Fort St. Elmo, and Fort Ricasoli were likewise scheduled for transfer within prescribed timeframes. The order's naval vessels were to be placed under the command of a French officer, the final act of authority transfer. The terms also acknowledged substantial French spoils, artillery pieces, muskets, gunpowder, as well as all ships and galleys belonging to the order. After meticulous deliberation and mutual consideration, both parties reached consensus and signed the accord, formally concluding hostilities between the French forces and Malta. Napoleon and the Grand Master rose once more, exchanging firm handshakes. Having resolved these matters, Napoleon could now turn his gaze toward Egypt. 3 weeks had passed since Napoleon took up residence in the Palazzo Parisio in Valletta, the official residence graciously lent to him by the Grand Master of Malta. Napoleon sat in his bedroom carefully reading letters from his beloved Hila, letters that brought news of recent developments in Paris and their joint commercial ventures. News of Napoleon's arrival in Malta had already reached Europe's great powers, sparking curiosity and speculation among the Austrians, Ottomans, Russians, and British. Hila's letters revealed that the Austrians, Russians, and Ottomans suspected Napoleon intended to use Malta as a springboard for invading their Dalmatian territories, while the British believed he planned to sail through the Strait of Gibraltar for a second invasion. Having read these reports, Napoleon exhaled in quiet relief. His true intentions remained shrouded from his enemies. In commerce, Hila's relentless ambition manifested in her urgent pursuit of new technologies. Ever since Napoleon bestowed his blessing upon her, Hila had been propelled by an unstoppable drive, dedicated to accelerating France's industrialization and striving for technological advancement rivaling that of the early 20th century. In her latest request, Hila urged Napoleon to supply blueprints for a camera, and without delay he set to work meticulously drafting detailed designs for both roll film and collapsible cameras. Though he could have introduced the daguerreotype camera, he found its image quality insufficient. Moreover, Napoleon recognized the camera's immense strategic potential in modern warfare, particularly in reconnaissance. And thus, alongside static imaging devices, he proposed plans for motion picture cameras in his reply to Gila. In this world, constructing a camera was far less daunting than building a steam locomotive. He needed only a metal frame, high-grade optical glass, lightproof materials such as black fabric for the camera obscura, and film base made from nitrocellulose. All these materials were readily available in this era. Conveniently so, after 3 hours of concentrated labor, Napoleon completed the blueprints, accompanied by exhaustive instructions on camera construction. Just as he finalized his work, a knock sounded at the door. "General Bonaparte, I am Murat. I have brought the person you requested," came a voice from outside. "Very well. Please enter," Napoleon replied, swiftly rolling up the blueprints and placing them with care into a drawer. Murat then stepped inside, followed by a man wearing a turban and a jalabiya, the traditional garment of Egyptians. In addition to this man, we recovered an ancient Arabic printing press. "Ideal for propaganda purposes," Murat added. "Thank you, Murat. Your efforts are most commendable," Napoleon said with a smile, his gaze fixed steadily upon the Egyptian before him. "Now tell me, do you speak Arabic or French?" The Egyptian stepped forward, his turban adorned with a single feather. "General Bonaparte, I am fluent in Arabic. It is my native tongue, while my French is functional sufficient for effective communication." Napoleon nodded and replied in a manner they did not anticipate. "Ina min dawa irr. An asma dalik fana. Atatalau ila alamal makam. Am I correct? I am delighted to hear it. I eagerly anticipate our collaboration." "General, how do you speak Arabic?" Murat asked, astonished. "I proposed the invasion of Egypt to the Directory. Mastering their language and customs was therefore only natural. And this blessing bears another advantage: Napoleon can effortlessly master any language." "Your Arabic is exceptional, General," the Egyptian praised. "Sir, may I ask your name?" Napoleon inquired curiously. The Egyptian straightened his posture and replied, "My name is Ahmad, General." "Ahmad," Napoleon repeated, committing the name to memory. "Now, Ahmad, your role as our interpreter is paramount. You shall be the vital bridge between us and the Egyptian people. My Arabic remains imperfect. Thus you shall represent us in all dialogue." Ahmad nodded solemnly, accepting the responsibility. Another factor that eroded local support and respect for the French was the language barrier. The translators previously employed by the French were Maltese, speaking a dialect of Arabic distinct from that of Egypt. To prevent such miscommunication, and the resulting misunderstandings, Napoleon deliberately hired a man who had lived in Egypt. "Very well, Ahmad. You may withdraw." Ahmad bowed respectfully and departed, leaving Murat and Bonaparte alone in the chamber. "General Bonaparte, one final matter. The French fleet stands ready to sail for Alexandria." "Excellent. We depart by month's end," Napoleon declared. On the afternoon of July 1, 1798, Napoleon and his fleet reached the coast of Alexandria. Thereupon rowboats were lowered from each vessel, and Napoleon, accompanied by his officers and troops, boarded them for landing. The boats bearing Napoleon and his men glided toward the shore of Alexandria, a vibrant city steeped in Egypt's rich history, its skyline crowned with soaring minarets and majestic domes, testaments to the region's architectural grandeur. Minutes later, the boats touched the sandy shoreline. French soldiers stepped ashore, their desert boots sinking into the warm Egyptian sand. The moment of Egypt's conquest had finally arrived. Napoleon stood at the vanguard, eyes fixed upon the horizon, feeling the weight of history settle upon his shoulders. In that instant, he embodied not merely Napoleon of France, but also the great conquerors of legend. "Soldiers of France." Napoleon's voice thundered across the beach, reaching every French soldier present. "I pledge to each of you, whoever returns from this expedition shall receive land enough to purchase 6 acres. He continued, "We must now honor the customs and faith of our Muslim brothers who share this land. Their foremost tenet declares there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet. Let us neither oppose nor undermine their beliefs, but embrace them. Let us honor their muftis and imams with the same reverence we accord rabbis and bishops. Just as we show tolerance toward synagogues, monasteries, and other sacred spaces of faith, so too shall we extend equal tolerance to the rites prescribed by the Quran and to mosques. We must recognize that local customs here differ from those of Europe, and it is our duty to adapt, to learn, and to abide by them. The treatment of women in this region may diverge from our own, yet we must remember, on every soil, any man who violates a woman's dignity or rights is a detestable fiend. Plunder and pillage enrich only a few while disgracing us all, depleting our resources, and turning potential allies into bitter enemies. Such acts serve no purpose. Centuries ago, the great Alexander the Great founded this city. As we set foot upon its soil, every step shall reveal extraordinary monuments worthy of emulation by the French. Let us approach this land, its history, and its achievements with open minds and profound admiration. Together we shall forge alliances, build bridges of understanding, and leave behind a legacy embodying the noblest values of our republic. Long live the Republic! The soldiers roared in unison. 1 week later in Cairo, news of the French landing reached the Egyptian leaders Murad Bey and Ibrahim Bey. As they gathered in the council chamber, a Mamluk scout knelt before them, prepared to report the details of the invasion. His expression grave, the scout recounted the events unfolding in Alexandria, the swift French entry into the city, their encounter with the Mamluk commander Corsican Pasha, and the fierce battle that followed. As he described the devastating power of the French weapons, his voice carried urgency and disbelief. "This is absurd," declared Ibrahim Bey. "Forgive me, my esteemed leader, but the truth surpasses even the most extravagant embellishment." The scout, observing Ibrahim Bey's raised eyebrows, clarified further. "The weapons wielded by the French are unlike anything we have ever seen. They deliver lethal, precise fire from extraordinary distances, and their rapid-fire capability unleashes a torrent of bullets within mere seconds." Murad Bey and Ibrahim Bey exchanged a glance heavy with concern. The gravity of this intelligence struck them profoundly. They had not anticipated a French assault on Alexandria, nor could they fathom such advanced weaponry lying beyond their comprehension. Deepening their apprehension. "We must prepare, my brothers," announced Murad Bey. "We must defend this city, and simultaneously inform the Ottomans of this sudden French incursion." Ibrahim Bey nodded in agreement. "Dispatch messengers immediately to Constantinople, apprising the Ottoman authorities of our dire predicament, and petitioning their support." No sooner were the orders given than couriers sped forth from Cairo, bearing urgent dispatches across vast distances toward the Ottoman capital. Hours later, Murad Bey and Ibrahim Bey began devising Cairo's defenses against the anticipated French advance. Determined not to let shock over the scouts' report cloud their judgment. Midway through drafting their defensive strategy, a Mamluk soldier entered the chamber holding a document. "Ibrahim Pasha, Murad Pasha, you must see this. It is a proclamation now circulating throughout the city," the soldier announced. Murad took the letter from the soldier's hands and began reading aloud. Ibrahim leaned in beside him, scanning the text. Both men's faces flickering with surprise and intrigue as they absorbed its contents. "For long years the chieftains who rule Egypt have insulted the French nation and slandered its merchants. Now the hour of reckoning has arrived." Murad read the passage aloud. Ibrahim's brow furrowed as he continued, silently pondering the proclamation's bold assertions and promises. Every line exuded authority, and yet uncertainty lingered beneath its tone. It spoke of restoring rights, punishing usurpers, and honoring Allah, His Prophet, and the Quran. Murad and Ibrahim exchanged a silent, searching glance, their thoughts converging. This proclamation speaks of restored rights and proclaimed equality. Ibrahim broke the silence. "It declares them true friends of Muslims, and defenders against those who harm them." Murad nodded, his gaze fixed intently upon the proclamation. It further claimed they had dismantled the Knights of Malta and resisted all who sought war against Muslims, thereby positioning themselves as allies of Allah and adversaries of his enemies. Murad and Ibrahim absorbed the weight of these words, recognizing the proclamation's potential resonance among the Egyptian populace. Its message echoing widespread discontent with Mamluk rule, and its phrasing so skillfully rendered it might well have been composed by an Egyptian native. "Where did this letter originate?" Murad asked. "From Mamluk soldiers who fought the French in Alexandria," replied the messenger. "They claim they were instructed to distribute these leaflets across Egypt, in exchange for sparing their lives as prisoners." Murad and Ibrahim exchanged another troubled glance. "This proclamation is a sinister stratagem, to manipulate the people and turn them against us," Ibrahim declared, his voice resolute. "We cannot allow these falsehoods to poison the minds of Egyptians. Every copy must be destroyed, and the people must learn the Frenchman's true intentions. We must emphasize the Frenchman's moral depravity. They will slaughter without hesitation whether Egyptian or Turk." "Understood, Ibrahim Pasha. And you, Murad? Once Cairo's defenses are fully deployed, will you not assemble our forces and drive out the French? Recruit as many men as possible, and verify whether our soldiers' reports hold true." "Agreed." July 10, 1798. In Alexandria, the local populace remained wary and tense in the presence of their new occupiers, the French. French soldiers patrolled the streets, imposing order and asserting their dominion. Initial chaos and resistance had subsided, leaving the city in an uneasy calm, its vigilant inhabitants watching the French troops' every move with guarded suspicion. Amid this tension, the French continued unloading their war material, artillery, cannons, horses, gunpowder, and mobile laboratories intended for scholarly research and scientific experimentation. Napoleon walked along the street alongside Dumas and Kleber, the latter's forehead wrapped in bandages from wounds sustained in a previous battle. "How is your forehead healing, Kleber? I still cannot believe that musket ball did not take your life," Napoleon said with a smile. "There is nothing amusing about it, General Bonaparte." Kleber appeared somewhat irritated by Napoleon's jest. Dumas chimed in, attempting to ease the tension. "Kleber, it is only natural that you survived that gunshot. After all, the Mamluks were armed with outdated muskets from a century past, while they possessed the most advanced rifles in the world." Napoleon smiled and wiped the sweat from his brow. The sweltering heat reminded him of the challenges faced during France's failed conquest of Egypt and Syria. However, thanks to the newly designed uniforms better suited to harsh climates, the French soldiers did not suffer the brutal heat as their predecessors had in history. As they strolled through the streets, the three French commanders encountered a small group of French scholars engaged in animated discussion. "I am utterly shocked. Is this Alexandria? Where have gone the palaces, temples, and exquisite artifacts? Our expectations were so high, yet I must admit I am deeply disappointed." One of the scholars expressed their frustration. "I share your sentiments, my friend." Another scholar added, "This does not match the Egypt we knew from ancient texts and tales. It seems the once glorious Alexandria has lost its former splendor. And these people all clad in tattered garments." Napoleon overheard their conversation and, smiling, approached the scholars with genuine interest in their reflections. "Gentlemen, may I join your discussion?" he asked, volunteering to partake in their conversation. The scholars turned to face the French general, astonishment upon their faces, while one elderly and wise scholar bowed respectfully. "Of course, General. We were just expressing our disappointment in the current state of Alexandria. It is far inferior to the magnificent history we read about in our books." "I see," Napoleon murmured, understanding their disappointment, for they had arrived in Egypt with great anticipation, a land that had once flourished as one of the greatest civilizations in history. Napoleon himself felt a measure of the same sentiment, for the reality of Alexandria did not align with the legendary splendor of its past. "Perhaps Cairo will be different," one scholar said optimistically. Napoleon could only sigh, for he knew they would be disappointed once again. "General Bonaparte," a voice called out, drawing Napoleon's attention. It was Murat, sprinting along the sandy streets of Alexandria. He reined in his horse before Napoleon and spoke urgently. "General, you need to go to the command tent," Murat said, his tone laced with urgency. Napoleon, Dumas, and Kleber exchanged a glance and hurried after Murat. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the command tent, set up in the city center, where the sharp clicking of telegraph keys filled the air as operators communicated with scouts dispatched to Cairo for reconnaissance. "Tell me the situation," Napoleon said, leaning forward and scanning the maps spread across the table. The intelligence from Cairo indicated that the Mamluks were strengthening their defenses. Berthier reported that according to reconnaissance, the Mamluk forces had mobilized additional troops under the command of one of their leaders, Murad Bey. Murad Bey is the commander of the Mamluk army. If we can eliminate him, Cairo will fall into our hands. Napoleon said, "I assume most of our equipment has been unloaded from the ships." "Indeed, General Bonaparte," Berthier confirmed. "In that case, prepare to march tomorrow." "What has happened?" Murad Bey witnessed his men being mercilessly slaughtered by the French forces, his voice trembling with disbelief. The air was filled with deafening explosions as modern war machines unleashed devastating power upon his troops. A piercing whistle cut through the chaos, heralding a lethal projectile hurtling through the air at great speed. Murad Bey watched as the shockwaves of explosions rippled through his army. The ground trembled violently and clouds of sand erupted into the sky, plunging everything into utter disarray. To his right, the cavalry charged with valor, desperately attempting to break through the French lines, yet their efforts were met with the merciless firepower of a terrifying weapon. The very same weapon the scouts had described in Cairo a week prior. Murad Bey watched in horror as his soldiers fell, their bodies torn to pieces by the relentless barrage of French modern machine guns and bolt-action repeating rifles. In merely 15 minutes, his proud army of 16,000 men was annihilated, reduced to a fraction of its former strength. The battlefield lay strewn with corpses, a scene of utter devastation. "Murad Pasha!" The voice of his adjutant pierced through the chaos, his face pale with shock. "We can no longer hold this position. We must order a retreat, or it will be too late." Murad Bey's mind raced as he grappled with the severity of the dire situation unfolding before him. The relentless bombardment and the harrowing sight of his once mighty army being torn apart by these unfamiliar weapons had inflicted a deep psychological wound. Under immense pressure, he knew he had to make a difficult decision. With a heavy heart, Murad Bey ultimately issued the order to retreat, desperately attempting to salvage what remained of his shattered forces. The ground beneath his feet continued to tremble from the fierce explosions, while the air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and death. As his forces withdrew, the weight of devastation and despair bore heavily upon Murad Bey's shoulders. The French had introduced not only far more advanced weaponry, but also a brutal and terrifying form of warfare that utterly shattered the Mamluk army's traditional strategies and defenses. Murad Bey was profoundly shaken by the overwhelming technological superiority of the French forces, and witnessing firsthand the gruesome casualties and devastating losses among his own soldiers left an indelible mark upon him. "Are we fighting monsters?" his adjutant lamented bitterly as they rode away from the battlefield. "We can't even get close to them." Although Murad Bey had signaled a retreat, it devolved into a rout. The French war machine relentlessly pursued the panicked Mamluk soldiers, inflicting further chaos and devastation. Murad Bey's regret was palpable as he reflected on his decision to engage the French forces that had seized Alexandria, his heart heavy with remorse. He had previously dismissed the scouts' reports as exaggeration, believing the French capabilities were overstated. But when the French launched their full-scale assault, his regret intensified as he recognized the gravity of his mistake. The scouts' accounts had only scratched the surface of the French war machine's devastating power. Now reality had shaken him to his core, and he could no longer deny the overwhelming advantage his enemy held. "I must return to Cairo. I must go back," Murad Bey stammered. Meanwhile, across the field, Napoleon watched the Ottoman forces under Murad Bey's command retreat in disarray. No, it could hardly be called a retreat given the utter chaos. The French soldiers cheered as they watched their former proud adversaries now fleeing in terror. "Shall we pursue them, General Bonaparte?" Murat lowered his telescope and asked. "Naturally, but this is also a perfect opportunity to test our new artillery." Napoleon grinned, then dismounted from his camel. He walked toward the rear where French artillerymen were using horses to drag the heavy 155mm cannons into position. Napoleon approached the artillerymen, inspected the cannons, and gave a satisfied nod upon seeing them in good condition. "Gentlemen, today will be the day you gain experience firing these weapons. You have studied the theory, now it is time to put it into practice," Napoleon declared. The artillerymen listened intently, aware of the significance of this moment. It was their chance to demonstrate the true power of their cannons, and showcase the might of the French artillery. Napoleon's gaze turned toward the distant Mamluk forces in retreat, their figures growing smaller on the horizon. "That is our target. However, our current cannons, the Griboval 12-pounder, cannot reach them due to their limited range. But with these new artillery pieces we can strike them even when they are more than 5 kilometers away." A wave of awe and admiration surged through the artillerymen as they absorbed Napoleon's words. They had been eagerly awaiting the chance to demonstrate the true potential of their newly acquired weapons, and now that opportunity had finally arrived. Napoleon approached a 155mm howitzer, and signaled the artillerymen to gather around for a hands-on demonstration. "Listen carefully. Firing this 155mm howitzer requires precision and coordination," Napoleon began. The artillerymen stood at attention, their eyes fixed on their commander as they absorbed every word and instruction. Napoleon pointed to the various components of the howitzer, explaining their purpose and function. He demonstrated how the breech block operated for loading and unloading ammunition, and emphasized the importance of maintaining steady aim while adjusting elevation and azimuth for precise targeting. He demonstrated these techniques as he would in battle, showcasing his martial prowess to the soldiers. 10 minutes later, the artillerymen began their firing preparations according to the instructions and manuals they had studied repeatedly over the past few days. In less than a minute, they had loaded a 155mm high-explosive shell into the howitzer's breech. "Steady," Napoleon called out. "Aim." The artillerymen adjusted the elevation and azimuth, aiming the howitzer at the retreating Mamluk forces in the distance. "Fire!" Napoleon's voice rang across the battlefield, as the gunners quickly pulled the lanyard to initiate the firing sequence. As the 155mm howitzer unleashed its fury, a thunderous explosion echoed across the battlefield. The ground trembled, and a cloud of smoke and dust erupted from the muzzle, momentarily obscuring the artillerymen's vision. The French line was momentarily bewildered by the sudden thunderous detonations. Yet as the smoke cleared, the devastating power of the artillery shells revealed itself. The explosions ripped through the retreating Mamluk ranks, shattering their formation. High explosive fragments sliced lethally through the air, while blast waves hurled soldiers skyward. Mangled, dismembered bodies scattered haphazardly across the desert sands in utter chaos. "Fire again!" Napoleon's command rang across the battlefield. Artillerymen swiftly reloaded their howitzers and gave Napoleon a thumbs up, signaling readiness to fire once more. "Fire!" The order echoed sharply through the air. Without hesitation, gunners yanked the lanyards. A second detonation erupted, followed by a wave of annihilating force rippling outward across the field. The Mamluk formation crumbled further. Shells tore with surgical precision through their disordered ranks. The slaughter was unspeakable. Survivors stood frozen in terror, watching comrades fall one after another. As Napoleon observed the artillery's destructive efficacy, his expression remained resolute. He knew victory loomed near and seized the moment to press his advantage. "Again!" he commanded once more. The French artillery obeyed with unwavering discipline. Shell after shell struck true, unrelenting, and precise. Each explosion unleashed a shockwave through the Mamluk ranks, inflicting staggering casualties. Due to their tight formations, every salvo claimed approximately 600 lives. Though dispersal and retreat might have improved survival odds, the relentless, merciless barrage sowed such panic and confusion that coherent thought became impossible. The enemy's overwhelming firepower rendered any effective escape strategy futile. Within 30 minutes, 5 155mm howitzers discharged roughly 150 rounds. Murad Bey's forces had dwindled to merely 3,000 men, a catastrophic reduction from their original strength. In combat against the French, Murad Bey had lost some 13,000 soldiers, an irreparable blow to the Mamluk army. Another volley roared forth, and Murad Bey heard the dreadful shriek of incoming shells. He glanced back, and his eyes widened in horror as the descending shell hurtled toward him. In that fatal instant, time seemed to slow. Murad Bey knew he had no chance to evade the impending detonation. An ear-splitting explosion engulfed the battlefield. Murad Bey was swallowed into the vortex of annihilation, his body torn apart by concussive force, life extinguished in an instant. "Cease fire!" Napoleon ordered. The bombardment halted, then peered through his telescope. Though vision blurred, he confirmed Murad Bey had been struck. Historically, this proved decisive. Without Murad Bey, guerrilla resistance in Egypt would not emerge. French control over the country was thus all but secured. "Now pursue!" Napoleon commanded, walking to his camel and mounting it once more. "Our next objective is Cairo." The Battle of Shubarkit marked a complete French triumph. Casualties among French troops 0. On July 21, 1798, Ibrahim Bey sat behind his desk, face pale, listening to reports from the few surviving Mamluk soldiers who had fled the clashes with the advancing French army. "Murad Pasha is dead." Ibrahim Pasha, the Mamluk soldier, declared solemnly. "The French wield a terrible weapon, one that tears through our lines from afar, a firearm capable of unleashing torrents of bullets in mere seconds." This was no battle, Ibrahim Pasha. It was a massacre. Hearing confirmation of Murad Bey's death, Ibrahim Bey's heart sank. The crushing loss of Murad Bey, combined with the French army's terrifyingly destructive armaments, weighed heavily upon him. Once mighty Mamluk forces now lay shattered. Cairo, exposed and vulnerable, faced imminent invasion. "Where are the rest of my troops?" Ibrahim Bey asked, voice trembling with grief and dread. "The French have captured the survivors, and now advance on Cairo with their full strength. Soon Cairo itself will become a battlefield." The soldier replied, fear etched into his tone. Ibrahim Bey clenched his fists, mind racing, desperate for a way to confront this dire crisis. Most seasoned Mamluk veterans had perished in prior engagements. Defending Cairo now seemed impossible. Only 2,000 Mamluk soldiers remained within the city, most untested, inexperienced, and unproven in battle. "Without Murad Bey and his forces, we cannot hold Cairo." Ibrahim sighed, his voice growing fainter. "I must make a difficult decision. I shall abandon the city, rally reinforcements in Syria, then march south to recapture Cairo. Circumstances worsen. I may have no choice but to seek alliance with the Ottomans once more." Ibrahim Bey fully grasped the gravity of this choice. Leaving Cairo undefended and relying on foreign aid was never part of his vision. But he believed it the sole path to reclaiming the city from the inexorable French advance. With a heavy heart, Ibrahim Bey rose from his seat, resolute to act immediately. He summoned his most trusted staff officers, commanders, and couriers, preparing for departure to Syria and establishing vital diplomatic channels with the Ottoman Empire. For days later, Napoleon led his army toward Cairo, with captured Mamluk soldiers paving the way ahead. These Mamluk captives walked with their heads bowed, their morale shattered. Their stunned expressions and defeated demeanor stood in stark contrast to the triumphant spirit of the French army. Napoleon rode at the forefront of the column, his gaze fixed intently on the city ahead. Cairo, the pearl of Egypt, now lay within reach. Their march had taken longer than anticipated, as the troops had spent considerable time clearing the corpses of Mamluk soldiers from the road. In actual history, Napoleon had annihilated Murad Bey's forces at the Battle of the Pyramids, allowing Murad Bey to escape and wage guerrilla warfare across Egypt. But in this world, no such battle had ever occurred. The decisive engagement had taken place 11 days prior, and Murad Bey was already dead. More significantly, not a single French soldier fell in that battle. None perished from dehydration or heatstroke, thanks to the uniform design he had devised and the water canteens issued to every soldier. As they drew near Cairo, Napoleon spotted a magnificent monument rising in the distance, its towering structure and majestic silhouette clearly visible. The Great Pyramid of Giza, one of the wonders of the ancient world. Gazing upon these ancient marvels, Napoleon's heart swelled with reverence. "Halt!" he commanded, and the army came to an immediate stop. Napoleon dismounted from his camel and stepped forward to get a better view of the pyramids. He raised his telescope, focusing on the magnificent structure ahead, and through the lens the intricate details of the pyramid came into sharper relief. A smile crept across his face. In his past life he had only seen these structures on film and the internet, but now he witnessed them with his own eyes. He lowered his telescope and turned to address his troops. The sight before him brought an involuntary smile to his lips. In his previous existence, He had only encountered these pyramids through movies and the internet, but now he beheld their grandeur firsthand. Setting down his telescope, he turned toward his soldiers. Soldiers, today we stand here with a noble purpose. To liberate this land from darkness, to bestow the gifts of civilization upon the East, and to free it from British dominion. Remember, as we gaze upon these pyramids, the weight of 40 centuries rests upon us, bearing witness to our courage and resolve. Let history remember this moment, for we are forging a legacy that shall endure forever. Inspired by the magnificent spectacle before them, the French soldiers erupted in cheers, their voices echoing across the desert. Vive la République! They cried out, their fervor filling the air. Yet amid the French army's jubilant shouts, the captured Mamluk soldiers could only listen in silence, their eyes cast downward, their hearts heavy with defeat. The stark contrast between the exultant French troops and the dejected Mamluk prisoners spoke volumes about the state of affairs. Napoleon remounted his camel and resumed the march. 2 hours later, he and the French army arrived at the gates of Cairo. Cairo lay bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun, yet an atmosphere of unease pervaded the air as the city welcomed Napoleon and his forces. The streets, once bustling with ancient buildings and lively markets, now fell strangely silent in the face of this conquering army. Local Egyptian residents watched from afar, their expressions a mixture of curiosity, fear, and resignation. As the French army marched into the city, the rhythmic clatter of their boots echoed through the narrow alleys. The sound rang with authority, compelling residents to retreat into their homes, closing windows and barring doors. The entire city fell under a heavy silence, broken only by the occasional anxious whisper. Napoleon, ever the keen observer, noted the anxious apprehension of the local inhabitants. He understood the impact of his presence on their lives and the uncertainty weighing upon them. Though he projected the demeanor of a victor, he recognized the need to strike a delicate balance between asserting his authority and earning the trust of the Egyptian people. "This is only the beginning of the true struggle," Napoleon murmured. "General Bonaparte, I bring news." Murat rode up alongside Napoleon's camel, matching its pace. "What is it, Murat?" Napoleon asked, his gaze still fixed on the street ahead. "General Bonaparte, we have just received word that Ibrahim Bey, the leader of Egypt and companion of Murad Bey, has fled the city. He has undoubtedly made for Syria." Napoleon muttered to himself, then turned to look at Murat. "Good. With the Mamluks and the Beys gone from Cairo, we have effectively conquered the city and become masters of Egypt. Now is the time to work with the locals." October 20th, 1798. As the first rays of dawn emerged from the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ancient city of Cairo, Napoleon stood upon the towering walls of the fortress, known as the Citadel of Saladin. The morning breeze carried the scent of history, weaving together with the anticipation that filled the air as Napoleon stood within this formidable stronghold, perched upon the eastern hills of the city, gazing out at the vast expanse below. From this strategic vantage point, the fortress offered more than just an unobstructed panorama. It granted Napoleon a commanding view of the intricate tapestry of streets, markets, and mosques that unfurled beneath him. There he observed French troops marching in disciplined formation through the thoroughfares, their orderly ranks a testament to the occupying force's growing influence over time. The once anxious Egyptian locals now appeared more at ease, moving with unhurried composure. Their interactions with French soldiers grew increasingly frequent, a tentative coexistence taking shape as the vibrant rhythm of Egyptian life intertwined with the foreign presence now reshaping the city. As Napoleon's gaze swept across the land, his attention was drawn to the sweeping construction projects transforming all of Cairo. To widen the narrow streets, numerous buildings had been demolished, clearing space for future modern transportation, such as carriages and trams, while Parisian street lamps and utility poles were being installed along the avenues. Meanwhile, extensive excavation work was underway, laying underground conduits for water pipes and sewage systems. Napoleon's vision for Cairo extended beyond infrastructure improvement. He recognized the necessity of establishing a stable power supply to fuel the city's growing development. A power station was undergoing final preparations, equipped with 5 AC generators, expected to commence operations by evening. As for steel supplies, the majority were imported from France, yet Napoleon had already formulated plans to construct foundries and steel mills locally. The implementation of these infrastructure projects was funded through taxes levied upon the Egyptian populace, the treasures left by the Beys, and the forced labor of Mamluk soldiers. As he had done in the conquered Italian states, Napoleon introduced the Napoleonic Code here, advancing the establishment of a standardized legal system that provided equal rights and fair treatment for all citizens. The promulgation of the Napoleonic Code brought order and stability, creating an environment conducive to economic growth and social progress. Though the Egyptian populace initially protested reforms that interfered with their way of life, Napoleon effortlessly suppressed these demonstrations, convinced that the introduction of Western technology and the implementation of the code would usher Egypt into a new era of prosperity and enlightenment. Furthermore, Napoleon established a council composed of prominent Egyptian scholars, religious figures, and local officials, whose members offered him advice on various matters concerning Egyptian administration and governance. In essence, Napoleon was westernizing and industrializing Egypt. As he continued observing the bustling activity below, a scholar from his expedition interrupted his reverie. "General Bonaparte, I have something to show you." Napoleon turned to face him. The man was named Pierre-François Xavier Bouchard, a civil engineer responsible for overseeing Egypt's industrialization. "What is it, Bouchard?" "General, I request your approval for this new product." Bouchard stepped forward and presented him with a blueprint. "What is this?" Napoleon said, taking the blueprint and glancing over it. "It is a railway network connecting the major cities of Egypt. For instance, here we use railways to link Alexandria and Cairo, enabling efficient transportation of goods and personnel between the two cities. Additionally, here we plan to connect regions rich in mineral resources to facilitate extraction and transport." "Pass me the quill pen." Napoleon interrupted him. Bouchard quickly fetched a goose quill and an inkwell, handing them to him. Napoleon signed the blueprint, marking his formal approval of the ambitious railway network project. "Very well, your new project is approved," Napoleon said, returning the blueprint to Bouchard. Bouchard bowed respectfully and then departed from the castle top. Just as Bouchard left, another person entered. General Bonaparte. The visitor was Berthier, Napoleon's chief of staff, who was temporarily handling administrative affairs in Egypt. "It appears you have news to share, Berthier." "What is it?" Napoleon said with a smile. "Well, the French fleet has arrived at Alexandria port, delivering fresh supplies, ammunition, food, and water for our troops. I believe we are now prepared to pursue Ibrahim Bey in Syria, defeat his forces, and consolidate our position in Egypt." Napoleon nodded. "We shall, Berthier. Now I wish to rest and enjoy my time in Egypt." "Oh, I nearly forgot. Have you executed the abolition of slavery and the new tax laws I drafted?" Berthier asked. "Do you mean the introduction of income tax and the abolition of slavery?" "Yes, we have already implemented both, General Bonaparte. Although some members of the legislature, particularly those who owned large numbers of slaves, initially resisted, they ultimately acquiesced." "That is well. Last week, while walking through the city streets, I witnessed a slave auction taking place in the central square. Women and children paraded publicly for sale, their fates determined solely by the highest bidder." Napoleon said. "The sight filled me with revulsion. Slavery is morally abhorrent, so much so that even other European powers now regard it with increasing condemnation." Berthier nodded. "General, we acted swiftly, abolishing the slave trade and enforcing the new decree. Slave auctions have been formally abolished and measures are underway to secure emancipation and reintegration into ordinary life for all those affected." "What of crime? Has stability and security improved since the implementation of my civil code?" "And what then of criminality? Has stability and security truly strengthened since the enactment of my civil code?" Berthier's expression grew grave. "Indeed, General, the code has profoundly transformed both the judicial system and law enforcement. Criminal acts are now met with swift and impartial justice, a deterrent widely felt among the populace, while the establishment of a professional police force and structural reforms to the legal framework have markedly reduced criminal activity." "Excellent. All this progresses smoothly. We must inform the French people. I am certain they will be delighted." "You are absolutely right, General," Berthier replied. "I must say your civil code proves remarkably effective. I wish fervently it could be adopted in our own nation." Napoleon smiled faintly. "That is impossible, for the Directory holds power now, and I doubt they would even consider it." "Is that so?" Berthier murmured, lowering his gaze. "General, do you harbor political ambitions? Let me reaffirm your governance of our conquered territories has proven extraordinarily effective." Talleyrand posed the same question to me, Berthier. "You refer to the current Minister of Foreign Affairs?" Berthier asked. "Yes," I told him plainly. "I am indeed drawn to political power, especially when one believes oneself capable of governing far better than those in office." Napoleon paused, then sighed. "Berthier, this is no place for such discourse. Someone might overhear us. But I assure you my ambition extends far beyond military conquest. I believe effective governance is indispensable to a nation's progress and prosperity. Perhaps one day, when the moment ripens, I shall seize the opportunity to act within the political sphere. Then, General Bonaparte, I stand with you." 2 hours later, Napoleon hosted an evening symposium with members of his council. Crystal chandeliers hung high in the castle's dining hall, casting warm, luminous light upon the distinguished guests. Egyptian scholars, religious leaders, and provincial officials seated around an elongated table. Before the session commenced, they awaited one final eminent arrival. "Gentlemen, my apologies for the delay." At the sound, Egyptian dignitaries turned as one toward its source, and there stood Napoleon, draped in a traditional Egyptian robe and crowned with a headscarf, entering the hall with a serene smile. "General Bonaparte, what on earth are you wearing?" exclaimed Kleber, one of his generals. "Is it not obvious?" Napoleon replied playfully, I am embracing Egyptian culture. As leaders we must understand and honor the customs of those we govern. With that, he took his seat at the head of the table and surveyed the assembled dignitaries. Thank you all for attending tonight. As you can see, Egypt is undergoing rapid transformation. For this reason, I have gathered you to deliberate on our next course of action, to discuss establishing Egypt as a French colony. A French colony. The Egyptian dignitaries echoed the phrase in unison, their eyes clouded with astonishment and apprehension. Napoleon stood before the table, his gaze steady and self-assured. He knew his words would provoke skepticism and unease. Yet he resolved to articulate his vision with absolute clarity. Precisely. His opening declaration rang with unwavering confidence. I propose the creation of an Egypt-France colonial union. But let me dispel any misconception. France shall not impose absolute dominion over your land. Egypt's sovereignty and distinct national identity shall be preserved and safeguarded. A ripple of anxious murmurs spread across the room. Dignitaries exchanged bewildered glances. They had grown accustomed to Napoleon's reforms and modernization efforts, yet the notion of Egypt becoming a French colony struck them as unprecedented. Napoleon raised a hand commanding silence. Allow me to elaborate on this proposal, he continued. By forging this Franco-Egyptian colonial partnership, we shall synergize the strengths and resources of both nations, building a relationship rooted in mutual respect and collaboration. Egypt will benefit from France's advanced technology infrastructure and administrative expertise, while retaining its cultural heritage and capacity for self-governance. Under this arrangement, Egypt shall possess a local government representing the interests of its people. Egyptian identity shall flourish, its rich centuries-old heritage, the very essence that has shaped its destiny, shall be preserved intact. Autonomy shall be guaranteed and decisions concerning internal affairs shall remain exclusively in the hands of Egyptian authorities. Napoleon swept his gaze across the assembly, meeting the uneasy eyes of each dignitary. Yet, he emphasized, we shall establish a cooperative framework in matters of foreign policy, defense, and trade, ensuring the security and prosperity of both Egypt and France. Together we may forge a powerful alliance, one that uplifts both peoples and establishes Egypt as a beacon of progress throughout the region. Upon hearing Napoleon's words, one Egyptian dignitary raised his hand. Then why not assist us in becoming an independent nation, allowing us to establish relations without descending into vassalage or colonial subjugation? Napoleon's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile playing upon his lips as he leaned back in his chair, his confidence utterly unshaken. "Ah, my dear friend," he said, his tone laced with wry charm. "I understand your concerns. But let us not forget Egypt's condition before my arrival. Under Ottoman rule your land was neglected and forgotten. The poorest of provinces, its people languishing under oppression and destitution." Silence gradually settled over the chamber as dignitaries exchanged uneasy glances. They could not deny the truth in Napoleon's words. For generations Egypt had been a marginalized province of the Ottoman Empire, plagued by economic hardship and stunted progress. "Observe," Napoleon continued, his voice growing more persuasive. "As a French colony, Egypt shall gain access to resources, advancement, and opportunities once deemed unimaginable. France boasts a rich legacy of art, science, and innovation. We can usher Egypt into a new era of prosperity and enlightenment." Leaning forward, his gaze swept sharply across the entire room. "I assure you my intent is neither exploitation nor domination. What I seek is a partnership, one in which both nations flourish and advance in mutual benefit. Through collaboration we shall elevate Egypt to unprecedented heights, restoring its rightful place as a center of culture and influence, second only to France." Napoleon's words hung suspended in the air, silence thick with contemplation. Egyptian statesmen stood torn, yearning for sovereignty yet captivated by the undeniable promise embedded in his proposal. "General Bonaparte, may I speak?" A prominent council member interjected. Napoleon nodded, gesturing for him to proceed. The councillor cleared his throat, then addressed Napoleon and the assembled dignitaries. "General Bonaparte, while we deeply admire your visionary aspirations for Egypt's progress and prosperity, this is a momentous decision, one that cannot be rushed or made without solemn deliberation. Establishing a French colony will profoundly affect our people, our culture, and our future." He paused, scanning the council chamber to gauge the reactions of his peers. "As representatives of Egypt, we must ensure our people's interests, and their voices, are duly considered. I understand your concerns, and respect the necessity of inclusivity in decision-making," Napoleon replied. "Therefore I propose a public referendum among the Egyptian people, granting them direct voice on the matter that shall determine their destiny." A wave of astonishment rippled through the chamber. To many council members the concept of democratic voting was unfamiliar. Yet the idea resonated deeply. This would be a means to involve Egypt's populace directly in shaping their own future, ensuring their collective will chart the course ahead. A council member raised his hand, requesting permission to speak. "General Bonaparte, How precisely shall such a vote be conducted? How can you guarantee its fairness and transparency? We shall institute a framework of open discourse and public debate, ensuring every perspective is heard. The vote shall proceed with utmost transparency, overseen by impartial observers drawn from both Egypt and France, guaranteeing that the people's true will is reflected with fidelity and integrity. What if the Egyptian people vote against becoming a French colony? Asked the same counselor who had earlier questioned the voting process. The same counselor pressed again. Gentlemen, you are all well aware that I have already shown extraordinary forbearance. Thus, should the Egyptian people truly render such a verdict, I shall be compelled to adopt stringent measures to secure France's decisive and enduring influence over Egypt's future. A chill edged Napoleon's voice, his countenance hardened into stern severity. The affable demeanor now transmuted into palpable authority. An anxious silence descended upon the chamber. Council members exchanged furtive, unsettled glances. Having witnessed firsthand Napoleon's military might, they understood all too well the peril of defying his will. Gentlemen, do not mistake me for a benevolent man. I am not what you imagine. His gaze, piercing and unblinking, held each council member in turn. Then what do you mean, General Bonaparte? Ventured a councillor cautiously. Are you saying you will not honor the people's decision? I have offered your nation convenience, enlightenment, and the privilege of membership in my council. I find it inconceivable that the people would reject servitude to the French Republic, unless of course some among you were to manipulate the outcome. Napoleon spoke coldly. Now, do you consent to hold this referendum? Trembling, the councillors nodded in unison. At the sight, Napoleon's genial expression reappeared like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Excellent. Let us now enjoy our dinner. November 29th, 1798. What a peculiar cat-faced creature. Napoleon mused inwardly. The scorching sun blazed over the vast desert, casting fierce light upon the great Sphinx of Giza. General Napoleon Bonaparte sat astride a camel, his gaze fixed unblinkingly upon the ancient monument. Motionless, immersed in profound thought. Beside him, a painter labored diligently to capture the scene. Each stroke of the brush striving to immortalize Napoleon against the Sphinx's monumental backdrop, to seize that singular moment of intensity upon canvas. Napoleon had held this pose for nearly 30 minutes. Sweat traced paths down his temples, but he endured it, convinced the resulting portrait would serve as potent propaganda upon his return to Cairo. Before embarking on his expedition, Napoleon had instructed Hila to establish a newspaper in Paris, its front-page headlines heralding his campaign in Egypt. The newspaper founded by Hila employed a revolutionary new technology, steam-powered printing, which enabled the mass production of 10,000 copies per hour. Since its inception, Hila had printed nearly 1 million copies disseminating news of Napoleon Bonaparte's conquest of Egypt. According to Hila's correspondence, the reception in Paris was fervent. The French people were captivated by Napoleon's heroic exploits in that distant land. It was Hila who suggested Napoleon commission a portrait painter to depict him before the ancient monuments. After completing the portrait before the Sphinx, Napoleon would ride his camel to the Giza pyramids, where another painting would be commissioned. We are nearly finished, General Bonaparte, said the painter, concerned that Napoleon might grow uncomfortable beneath the scorching sun. Napoleon merely nodded, and endured the searing heat for another 30 minutes. 5 minutes past the hour, the painter declared, I have completed it. General Bonaparte. Napoleon turned his camel toward the painter and nodded in quiet gratitude. With meticulous care, the painter set down his brush, stepped back, and allowed Napoleon full view of the finished portrait. A masterful rendering capturing him in profound contemplation, his gaze fixed upon the Sphinx. You have rendered it superbly, sir, Napoleon praised. I shall remunerate you upon our return to the city. Of course, General Bonaparte. Moments later, Napoleon's chief of staff Berthier and his aide-de-camp Murat approached. General Bonaparte, I have matters to report. Berthier began. Proceed. Napoleon gestured, shifting his gaze from the portrait to his trusted chief of staff. Berthier cleared his throat and delivered the dispatch. General, it is with deep regret that I inform you. The Ottoman Empire has declared war upon France, citing your invasion of Egypt as the precipitating cause of their hostile action. Elaborate. Berthier adjusted his uniform and continued. The Ottomans have been reinforcing the Mamluk garrisons stationed at Jaffa and Acre, fortifying their defenses in anticipation of battle. A flicker of resolute determination flashed across Napoleon's eyes. He had long anticipated Ottoman resistance, but he never shrank from combat. The declaration of war only strengthened his resolve to consolidate French dominion over Egypt and expand France's influence across the region. More crucially, he was certain that having secured control of the Mediterranean, the British Empire could offer no meaningful support to the Ottomans. This would be a duel between equals. Excellent. I shall regroup our forces in Cairo and prepare for the siege of those cities. And what of the vote regarding Egypt's formal annexation as a French colony? Good news on that front, General Bonaparte, Murat interjected. The citizens of Cairo have voted overwhelmingly to become part of the French colonial domain. 95% in favor, 5% opposed. A faint smile touched Napoleon's lips. An expression of quiet satisfaction. Ah, excellent news indeed. Then dispatch word to the Directory, inform them that the people of Egypt wish to become subjects of the French Republic. But General Bonaparte, I doubt the Ottomans will recognize our sovereignty over Egypt. They have already declared war upon us, remember. Berthier interjected. I am unconcerned whether the Ottomans acknowledge our sovereignty over Egypt. We have already cemented our presence here. Napoleon declared with unwavering confidence our very existence. And the overwhelming support of Cairo's populace proves we have taken firm root upon this soil, establishing an unassailable foothold. Ottoman recognition or rejection will not impede our advance. Issue an ultimatum to the Ottoman Sublime Porte. If they refuse to acknowledge our occupation of Egypt, we shall be compelled to expand northward, potentially seizing their territories in Syria and the broader Middle East. 1 month later in Constantinople, the imperial capital of the Ottoman Empire, Sultan Selim III sat in his opulent private chamber surrounded by his viziers and senior ministers. When news of the French ultimatum reached them, tension thickened the air. The Sultan listened intently as his Grand Vizier Coca Yusuf Pasha read aloud the contents of the letter. The French ambassador demands our formal recognition of their occupation of Egypt, or face dire consequences. Coca Yusuf Pasha concluded they threaten northern expansion, and the seizure of our provinces in Syria and the Arabian Peninsula. Upon hearing the Grand Vizier's words, Sultan Selim III sighed deeply. Your Majesty Sultan Selim, said the French ambassador standing beside an interpreter who rendered his words into Arabic. If permitted, I bring another message from General Napoleon Bonaparte, commander of the French Army of the Orient. Should you choose to recognize their claim to Egypt, bloodshed may yet be averted. General Bonaparte's sole ambition lies in Egypt. Moreover, I trust you are aware that the French Army of the Orient possesses a formidable weapon, one unmatched by the Austrians, Russians, Prussians, or even the British. Acknowledging French sovereignty over Egypt serves your highest interest. Your tone and phrasing are profoundly insolent, interrupted Grand Vizier Coca Yusuf Pasha. The Ottoman Empire shall never bow to the demands of foreign invaders. For centuries Egypt has been an inseparable province of our realm, and we shall not surrender it lightly. Sultan Selim III sat in silence, his countenance bearing a subtle defiant contempt. He fully grasped the threat posed by the French Army of the Orient, and by its rumored awe-inspiring weaponry, yet refused to let fear dictate his sovereign will. The French may have won victories in Egypt, the Sultan declared, but that does not entitle them to issue edicts to the Ottoman Empire. We shall not recognize their occupation, and we shall defend our territory with every resource at our command. The French ambassador exchanged a glance with his interpreter. Realizing their attempt to sway the Sultan had failed, though they had sought to avert bloodshed, war now appeared inevitable. Very well, Sultan Selim, replied the French ambassador, his voice now edged with disappointment. If you choose the path of war, so be it. Let history judge which side shall prevail in this conflict. January 26, 1799. Napoleon, angered by the Ottoman Empire's refusal to recognize French rule in Egypt, led his army northward into Syria, their primary objective being the city of Jaffa. The French army, consisting of over 20,000 soldiers, was organized into 2 divisions commanded by Kleber and Dumas respectively. As they camped in the suburbs of Jaffa, a French messenger had already been dispatched to deliver an ultimatum to the city's inhabitants: surrender or face the impending invasion. While awaiting a response, Napoleon turned to Dumas, who handed him a freshly printed newspaper from Paris. General Bonaparte, there is news. Dumas informed him. A new coalition of Austrians, British, Russians, and Neapolitans had formed, all declaring war upon France. Napoleon cast a glance over the contents of the newspaper and confirmed that Dumas's words were true. A sense of unease and uncertainty pervaded the Army of the Orient. Soldiers worried that France might be invaded and feared for the safety of their families. Some expressed a desire to return to France and defend their homeland. Napoleon took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I understand their concerns, General Dumas, but we bear a crucial mission in the East. Our role is of paramount importance. What if they fail to hold General Bonaparte? Dumas asked. What do you intend to do? Dumas pressed further, inquiring about Napoleon's plan should their forces in Syria face a significant crisis. Napoleon turned his gaze toward Dumas, his expression grave and resolute. Should such a scenario arise, I shall return to France and defend it against any foreign aggressor. Napoleon declared firmly. Just as the French army awaited Jaffa's response, General Kleber's eyes widened in horror at a chilling sight upon the city walls. The French messenger sent into the city for negotiations had been beheaded, his head impaled upon a pike. Napoleon and Dumas quickly raised their telescopes to confirm the gruesome spectacle. Napoleon's face contorted with fury. Such an atrocious act must be punished. Napoleon roared, seething with rage. They dare profane our envoy. They shall pay dearly for their barbarity. Without hesitation, Napoleon issued his command, and the French artillery immediately sprang into action. Cannons thundered and mortars roared as a devastating bombardment rained upon the city. Explosions shook the ground as Jaffa plunged into chaos and destruction. The walls crumbled under the ferocious assault, their once formidable defenses reduced to rubble. Once the breach was made, Napoleon ordered Dumas and Kleber to surge into the city and slaughter every defending soldier, showing no mercy. Driven by vengeance and resolve, French soldiers poured into the city streets like an unyielding wave. Their rifles barked as French cavalry pursued fleeing soldiers and civilians through narrow alleys, driving them into courtyards. The streets became a battlefield littered with fallen corpses and the wreckage of war. After 5 hours of fierce resistance, the Ottoman and Mamluk forces within Jaffa finally fell to the French. Napoleon strode menacingly toward Ahmed al-Jazir, the commander of the Ottoman garrison at Jaffa, and Abdullah Bey, the governor of Jaffa, both kneeling upon the ground. As he approached them, Napoleon looked down upon them with a deadly gaze that sent shivers through their bodies. "You thought you could defy us and profane our envoy," Napoleon said coldly. "You shall pay a terrible price for your actions." Without a moment's hesitation, Napoleon drew his revolver and aimed directly at Ahmed al-Jazir, the provocateur commander of the Ottoman forces. Bang! The trigger was pulled and the crack of gunfire echoed through the air. Napoleon repeated the act upon the governor of Jaffa, and now their lifeless bodies lay upon the ground. Napoleon sighed with satisfaction as his fury gradually subsided. "That feels better." Dumas and Kleber approached and looked down upon the corpses of al-Jazir and Abdullah. "General Bonaparte, we have captured 2,000 prisoners who voluntarily laid down their arms," Dumas reported. "How shall we deal with them?" "How shall we deal with them?" Napoleon sneered. "Of course we execute them. After such barbarity, these men do not deserve to be treated as prisoners of war." Dumas hesitated for a moment before speaking. "General Bonaparte, may I offer a suggestion? Rather than executing them, why not put them to hard labor? We could send them to the mines or force them to work, perhaps building railways. This would serve as both a deterrent and benefit our own objectives." Napoleon's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression growing cold as he fixed his stare upon Dumas. "My decision is final, General Dumas. No one dares defy our orders. These captives have profaned our envoy. They must pay for their actions. Carry out the order. Execute them." Dumas nodded resignedly, understanding that Napoleon's resolve could not be swayed. He turned to relay the order to the soldiers, while Kleber, though troubled by the decision, maintained his composure. In the remaining hours of that day, the French army lined up Ottoman soldiers against the wall, with their hands bound, their faces etched with terror. The firing squad carried out their grim task as the crack of bolt-action rifles split the sky and the captives fell one by one, their lifeless bodies merging with those of the slain. Napoleon watched the execution with cold indifference, unmoved by the passing of these lives. He had to set a dreadful example to deter other cities from following the same fate. As he observed the execution, a piercing scream caught Napoleon's attention. He turned his head toward the source of the sound and witnessed French soldiers dragging women into the harem buildings. He understood what awaited them, yet Napoleon chose not to intervene. "This may be the darkest scene of this campaign," Napoleon murmured softly. 2 weeks later, after the Battle of Jaffa, concluded, Napoleon turned his gaze toward the besieged city of Acre. This was where the historical Napoleon Bonaparte had met his defeat, but in this world Napoleon was determined to alter that outcome. Napoleon faced not the British army but the Russians and Ottomans. Just as at Jaffa, Acre could not withstand the overwhelming firepower of French cannons and howitzers, with 500 shells battering the city each day until its walls began to crumble. Inspired by recent victories, French soldiers charged into battle with unmatched fervor, storming through the breached walls and engaging the defenders in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Napoleon observed the battle from a safe distance, noting the enemy's tenacious resistance. They must have feared suffering the same fate as at Jaffa, but fortunately Napoleon was in good spirits and would not resort to such measures again. On February 25, 1799, Napoleon captured Acre. Since the campaign began, he had suffered 500 casualties. Few in number, yet still a heavy burden. In the weeks that followed, Napoleon would face a new enemy disease. The plague ravaged both the local population and the troops, and in the besieged city, overcrowded and unsanitary conditions accelerated its spread. Napoleon knew that if left unchecked, this disease could devastate his army and jeopardize the entire campaign. He immediately ordered the establishment of field hospitals, and appointed a team of skilled doctors and nurses to treat the afflicted. Patients and wounded soldiers were isolated to prevent further spread of the plague, while strict hygiene measures were enforced to maintain cleanliness. Napoleon took personal charge, regularly inspecting the hospitals and offering guidance to the medical staff, ensuring the wounded received the best care, even attending to their needs himself and offering words of encouragement. Under Napoleon's leadership, the spread of the plague was contained and the health of the army gradually improved. His actions were once again propagated in France, winning another wave of support and admiration from the French people. Even facing a deadly disease, he wholeheartedly cared for his soldiers' health, further solidifying his image as a compassionate and capable leader. As the threat of plague subsided, Napoleon turned his attention to consolidating his gains in the region. Acre, now under French control, became a strategic stronghold in the eastern Mediterranean. Napoleon ordered the repair and reinforcement of fortifications to ensure it could withstand any potential counterattack. With the city secured, Napoleon began establishing a stable administrative apparatus to govern the territories under his control. He appointed trusted officials to oversee reconstruction and maintain law and order, while also seeking to win the support of the local population through reforms aimed at improving their lives and promoting economic growth. Napoleon's prestige continued to rise not only within his army but among the local population as well. Many saw him as a beacon of hope, for he brought the promise of progress and prosperity. In Damascus, the last military and ideological stronghold of the Ottoman Empire in the region, the local people seized the opportunity presented by Napoleon's arrival. Inspired by his military victories and promises of reform, they rose up against their colonial oppressors. News of the uprising reached Napoleon, who recognized it as a crucial turning point in his campaign. He understood that the support of the local population was essential to the stability and success of his rule in the region. Napoleon seized the momentum without hesitation. He issued a proclamation to the people of Syria declaring his intention to liberate them from Ottoman oppression. He promised to establish a just and fair government that would protect and respect the rights and interests of the local population. Napoleon's words resonated with a people long suffering under Ottoman oppression. They saw him as a liberator who could bring the long-awaited freedom and dignity they craved, and thousands flocked to join the French ranks. As French forces fought alongside local armies, the momentum of the uprising grew ever stronger, driving back the remaining Ottoman resistance. Now bolstered by local support, the French army swept across the region, liberating city after city from Ottoman control. April 1, 1799. Napoleon and his forces arrived in Mecca. The Ottomans, confronted by the formidable strength and unwavering resolve of the French army, had no choice but to seek peace. During negotiations with French representatives, the Ottoman Empire made a momentous decision. They agreed to cede Egypt, Tripolitania, Western Libya, Fezzan, Southwestern Libya, Cyrenaica, Eastern Libya, the Regency of Algiers, the Beylik, and Syria, to France, formally recognizing French sovereignty over these territories. Moreover, in an unprecedented concession, the Ottoman Empire acknowledged French sovereignty over the Arabian Peninsula, including the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. As part of the peace agreement, the Ottoman Empire pledged to withdraw from hostilities against France and sever its ties with the coalition opposing the French Republic. On April 8, 1799, Napoleon Bonaparte, representing the French Republic, and Mustafa Pasha, representing the Ottoman Empire, signed the Treaty of Mecca, a document of profound historical significance. This pivotal event marked a turning point in Arabian history as French influence and control began to reshape the region's future. That same afternoon, Napoleon stood before the Kaaba, the holiest sanctuary of Islam. From a young Corsican artillery officer, he had traversed a long and arduous path, conquering Egypt, defeating the Ottoman Empire, and now standing at the very heart of the Islamic world. He reflected upon the trials he had faced in this campaign, each surmounted, each overcome, until he stood here, having brought France to the shores of the Arabian Peninsula. In 1798, he had stood before Egypt's ancient monuments, the Sphinx and the pyramids, capturing those moments in paintings that would forever immortalize his conquests. Now he wished to commemorate this sacred instant as well. To enshrine his presence at this hallowed site, Napoleon commissioned the renowned painter Jacques-Louis David to create a portrait of him standing before the Kaaba, hand tucked into his shirt, the sacred structure rising solemnly behind him. An hour later, the portrait was complete. Napoleon stepped forward to examine it. "Well done," he remarked approvingly. "I also greatly admired your earlier portraits of me at Acre." "Do you refer to the one depicting you inspecting hospitals and visiting both civilians and soldiers?" "Yes," Napoleon confirmed. "That painting resonated deeply in Paris, Monsieur David, and you shall paint many more portraits of me." "General Bonaparte, I shall devote my utmost skill to rendering the finest portraits of you ever seen in the world," David replied with a gentle smile. Thereupon Napoleon departed the Kaaba and proceeded to his official residence within the Grand Mosque, his seat as governor of the city. Aware of the pressing matters awaiting his attention, Napoleon focused on consolidating his authority across the region. He meticulously devised plans for forthcoming campaigns, charting strategic advances into Najd east of Mecca and into Yemen and Oman south of the city. These conquests would serve as crucial stepping stones toward his ultimate ambition, establishing French dominion over the entire Arabian Peninsula. Yet Napoleon's ambitions extended far beyond Arabia. His gaze stretched eastward, to Basra, Persia, Afghanistan, and Balochistan, paving the way for his supreme objective, the Maratha Confederacy, better known as India. There his aim was to challenge the bastion of the British Empire and liberate the Indian subcontinent from its grasp. June 21, 1799. News of Napoleon's sweeping triumph in the Middle East reached British Prime Minister William Pitt, and struck him with profound shock. Initially he had dismissed Napoleon's Egyptian campaign as little more than a diversionary feint. Yet the French general had defied all expectations. "This is sheer absurdity," Pitt exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table. "How could an obscure French general possibly conquer Egypt, and the entire Arabian Peninsula?" Pitt immediately convened an emergency council of advisors and senior military commanders. Tension hung thick in the chamber as they debated the ramifications of Napoleon's victory, and the grave threat it posed to British interests in the region. Lord Castlereagh, Secretary of State for War, and the colonies voiced deep concern Napoleon's conquest of Egypt, Syria, and the broader Middle East has granted him a strategic foothold at the very core of the region. Should he entrench himself there, he may disrupt our vital trade routes and jeopardize our hold over India. Sir Arthur Wellesley did not hesitate to voice his view. Had we shown less apprehension toward Napoleon Bonaparte, perhaps we might have driven him from Egypt. The Admiralty in truth bears primary responsibility. Since their defeat at Toulon, they have grown excessively cautious. Admittedly, the French Navy now dominates the Mediterranean, but we ought to challenge them, not retreat. A representative of the Admiralty recoiled in astonishment and retorted sharply, "General, what precisely are you implying?" Under those circumstances, we made the soundest possible decision. Let us not forget we faced not only French warships but also the threat of the Spanish fleet. We could not afford to weaken our naval strength in a theater vital to the defense of our islands. Moreover, our blockade of French ports significantly weakened their economy. A heavy silence fell over the conference room. The representative from the British Admiralty broke the deadlock and spoke again, urging everyone to consider the matter from a broader perspective. Although Napoleon has achieved certain victories in the Middle East, we must not overlook the larger European theater. Reports indicate that France is facing significant challenges from Austria and Russia. At the end of the day, if turmoil were to erupt within Napoleon's own homeland, his conquests in those distant and relatively uncivilized lands would become utterly meaningless. However, this does not mean we should allow him to run rampant in the region. Pitt's attention sharpened further. His gaze locked onto the Admiralty representative, eager to hear a viable strategy. "Then what plan do you propose we undertake?" The Admiralty representative took a moment to gather his thoughts before replying. "I propose that we strengthen our presence in India by dispatching an expeditionary fleet and reinforcing our garrisons in the region. This will ensure that should Napoleon set his sights upon India, we will possess formidable defensive capabilities. Furthermore, we should explore the possibility of allying with Tipu Sultan, leveraging his support against French aggression." General Arthur Wellesley regarded the proposal with skepticism, letting out a contemptuous chuckle. "Do you truly believe Tipu Sultan would willingly ally with us? Have you forgotten the wars he waged against the British in the past? He is hardly likely to be amenable to cooperation. Moreover, I fear that Napoleon Bonaparte may himself form an alliance with Tipu Sultan, and together they could drive our forces out of India." Pitt sighed and covered his face with his hands, pondering the situation heavily. The conference room fell silent once more, as all present awaited Pitt's next words, hoping to find a glimmer of hope within them. Just then General Arthur broke the silence with an urgent question. "By the way, where is Napoleon Bonaparte currently?" William Pitt replied with a trace of concern. "At present General Bonaparte has turned his attention to the Emirate of Diriyah. He has already invaded the state. According to French intelligence, the resistance he encountered was negligible. Much like Egypt, the Emirate of Diriyah has now fallen under French control." General Arthur drew in a sharp breath, his eyes widening in disbelief. How can he move with such swiftness? Intelligence from the Russian Empire indicates that Napoleon possesses a new and formidable weapon, along with advanced artillery, Pitt explained. Pitt elaborated. "French rifles can fire 6 consecutive shots without reloading, and their range is astonishing. A Russian soldier guarding the city of Acre reported that the French could engage them from a distance of 600 yards. Furthermore, they possess a firearm capable of firing hundreds of bullets within a single minute." "Then why have we not seen these weapons on the European battlefield?" General Arthur asked, raising an eyebrow. "General Arthur, I wish I knew the answer as well, but I do not." Pitt replied helplessly. "Another weapon of the French is their artillery. According to Russian soldiers who fought at Acre, a single cannonball can breach multiple layers of fortress walls. It is evident that Napoleon's army holds a technological advantage that we have not yet fully comprehended." General Arthur leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. "So you are saying that the French are equipped with such advanced weaponry that ours appear primitive in both power and range? Then why do we not take action to replicate it?" "You speak easily, General Arthur." William responded with a sigh. "We cannot simply copy something without possessing the original." He paused, then seemed to have a sudden realization. "I now understand why the French armies in Europe are not employing the same weapons that Napoleon used in Egypt. The concept of this new weapon is so revolutionary that they likely tested it in Egypt first. Once Napoleon confirmed the effectiveness of these weapons, they would certainly not equip their European forces lest these weapons fall into the hands of our allies. Such weapons could very well shift the balance of power across Europe. I do not believe the French government would be so foolish as to refrain from mass-producing these rifles and equipping their entire army with them. General Arthur mused. Lord Castlereagh, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke. It is possible that the French face constraints in resources or production capacity. Developing and mass-producing such advanced weapons may pose a significant challenge for them. Nevertheless, we must not underestimate the threat they pose. Our immediate priority must be to spare no effort in acquiring these weapons, studying them, reverse engineering them, and developing our own versions to turn the tide. Pitt nodded, his expression resolute. You are right, Lord Castlereagh. As for India, I will present the Admiralty's proposal to His Majesty, the King, dispatching an expeditionary fleet to India. July 1, 1799, Palais Elsalwa. Napoleon Bonaparte and his generals were seated at a luxurious dining table, sharing a meal with Sheikh Abdulaziz bin Muhammad Al Saud of the Diriyah Emirate. The room was opulently decorated, befitting the grandeur of an Arabian palace. As the guests took their seats, servants filed in bearing trays laden with an array of exquisite dishes. The air was filled with the intoxicating aroma of exotic spices and savory delicacies, awakening the appetites of all present. The first course consisted of succulent lamb skewers grilled to perfection and expertly seasoned. The tender meat was infused with fragrant herbs and spices, drawing audible expressions of admiration from the diners. This was followed by a dish known as kabsa, a fragrant rice prepared with tender chicken and a medley of vegetables enriched with saffron, cardamom, and cinnamon, its aromatic essence lingering on the palate. Accompanying the main course was a delicate pastry called mamoul, its small pastries filled with a mixture of dates and nuts subtly sweetened with rose water. The exquisite pastries melted upon the tongue, releasing waves of sweetness and the rich aroma of nuts. Sheikh Abdulaziz bin Muhammad Al Saud smiled warmly at Napoleon and said, You may address me as Sheikh Abdulaziz or simply Abdulaziz if you prefer. I am most pleased that you and your generals have graced us with your presence, General Bonaparte. Indeed, Abdulaziz, Napoleon replied. This luncheon symbolizes the growing strength of our alliance, and the shared prosperity we may derive from our cooperation. As stipulated in our treaty, Napoleon continued, we shall respect the autonomy of your realm while providing support for its defense and modernization. Napoleon and his generals began to dine, savoring the Arabic delicacies, while engaging in cordial conversation with Sheikh Abdulaziz. 10 minutes later, Murat approached Napoleon and cautiously handed him a slip of paper. Napoleon unfolded it and studied its contents with a furrowed brow. It was a telegram from Cairo. France had just experienced yet another coup in Provence on the 30th of the 7th month of the 7th year. Moreover, the Directory had refused his request for reinforcements to support the expedition to India. Napoleon clicked his tongue, a palpable sense of frustration etched across his face. Sheikh Abdulaziz immediately noticed his troubled expression. General Bonaparte, is everything all right? Abdulaziz asked with concern. Napoleon offered a faint smile and set his fork and spoon down upon the table. Excuse me, Abdulaziz. I have pressing matters that require my immediate attention. Napoleon rose from his seat with polite grace and gestured for his generals to do the same. Their chairs scraped against the marble floor as they stood. The generals exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity etched upon Napoleon's countenance. Without a word, they nodded in unison, rose from their seats, and followed their leader out of the dining hall. They traversed the magnificent corridors of Palais Elsalwa, and within moments arrived at their designated quarters. The generals took their places upon the comfortable seating. Kleber leaned forward. What is it, General Bonaparte? Napoleon sighed. Another coup in Paris. He paused, allowing the news to sink in. Our nation is in turmoil, and the Directory's refusal to send reinforcements only compounds our challenges. Manu exclaimed. They refused. How are we to proceed with our operations in Basra, Persia, Afghanistan, and Baluchistan? Napoleon shook his head. We have no choice but to abandon those operations. Our forces are already too dispersed. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room as he contemplated the weight of his decision. I am reluctant, gentlemen. I am truly reluctant. As we stood on the verge of conquering India, our government remains this inept. This must end. Kleber spoke again. What are your plans, General? Napoleon took a deep breath. I am considering returning to Paris to see what I can do to halt the chaos within our borders. Kleber's eyes widened. What do you intend to do, General Bonaparte? Napoleon hesitated. To be honest, I do not yet know. I must first assess the state of the government before formulating a plan. But one thing is certain, I cannot stand idle while France spirals further into chaos with enemies pressing against our borders. Manu and Kleber both nodded in agreement. Thank you, Kleber. Manu, Napoleon said. Therefore during my absence I shall appoint one of you as commander of the army of the Orient. His gaze drifted between the two generals. Kleber and Manu exchanged a look, their brows furrowing. Who will it be? Kleber asked. You, Napoleon replied. Yes, Kleber, it shall be you, he stated with conviction. In our campaigns across the Middle East you have proven your military acumen and leadership. I am confident that in my absence you will continue to command our forces with the same resolve and strategic vision. When do you intend to depart, General Bonaparte? Manu asked. Napoleon pondered for a moment, then replied, considering the urgency of the situation, within a week. Manu nodded. We will make the necessary arrangements and preparations for your departure, General Bonaparte. Under General Kleber's command the Army of the Orient will offer its full support. Manu maintained a calm expression, looking straight at Napoleon. General Bonaparte, I have no objection to your decision. I fully support your appointment of General Kleber as commander of the Army of the Orient during your absence. Napoleon carefully observed Manu's expression, searching for any sign of discontent or disappointment. Satisfied with his response, he nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed. Let us return to the dining table, Napoleon said, and they began to leave the room. Outside, Napoleon was momentarily startled, for he had not expected to see Dumas waiting there. Dumas, what brings you here? Napoleon said with a smile. You gave me a fright, General Bonaparte. I have something to say, Dumas said, his expression grave. Gentlemen, you may go ahead, Napoleon said, glancing back. Napoleon's dismissal afforded Dumas the opportunity to speak with his commander in private. The two generals nodded and continued down the corridor, leaving Napoleon and Dumas standing face to face. Napoleon noticed the sorrow in Dumas's eyes, and the smile gradually faded from his face. What's the matter, Dumas? You seem troubled. Dumas nodded gratefully. Yes, General Bonaparte. Dumas took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. General Bonaparte, my heart is shattered. I have received devastating news. My 2-year-old daughter Marie has passed away. Napoleon's expression softened, his eyes widening in surprise. I am deeply sorry to hear this, Dumas. Please accept my condolences on behalf of your family. Dumas nodded, tears welling in his eyes. Thank you, General. My wife is heartbroken, and I feel that in this difficult time I must stay by her side. I humbly beg your permission to return to France. Understanding and compassion appeared on Napoleon's face. He reached out and placed a hand on Dumas's shoulder, though saying the timing is propitious under such circumstances would be inappropriate. Nevertheless, you may return to Paris with me. I have also decided to return to France. You are returning to France. Then who will lead the army in our absence? Kleber will be in charge. So you will return with me? Dumas nodded gratefully. Yes, General Bonaparte. Napoleon patted Dumas's shoulder reassuringly. Very well. The journey will take 3 months. Will that be acceptable for you? Dumas managed a faint smile. I suppose I have no other choice, General Bonaparte. Napoleon sighed softly indeed. In Paris, Hila stood proudly before the nursing school she had labored to establish, accompanied by her 2 children, Avelini and Francis. Armed with medical materials Napoleon had sent from the Middle East, Hila had successfully founded a nursing school that would revolutionize France's healthcare system. As they approached the entrance, their footsteps echoed through the corridor, where nurses in pristine white uniforms bustled about. Good afternoon, Madame Bonaparte. A nursing student exclaimed in delight upon recognizing her, her classmates joining in with warm greetings. All of them eagerly expressed their gratitude to Hila for her pivotal role in establishing the nursing school. Hila smiled and returned their greetings. Good afternoon. Are you satisfied with your current coursework? The students nodded enthusiastically, their faces beaming with radiant smiles. One student named Juliet stepped forward and exclaimed, Madame Bonaparte, we have learned so much. The curriculum is comprehensive and thoroughly engaging. We are studying anatomy, physiology, patient care, and even practical skills such as wound dressing and medication administration. This is truly remarkable. Hila smiled, pleased to hear such positive feedback. I am delighted to hear this, Juliet. A well-rounded education is of paramount importance, combining both theoretical knowledge and practical skills. I am glad the courses meet your expectations. After Napoleon's campaign in Egypt, Hila took on the responsibility of improving Paris's infrastructure with a particular focus on completing the water supply station that had been under construction for many years. Thanks to her efforts, the water supply station was now operational, providing clean, fresh water to the people of Paris. Although the current supply remained limited, Hila was determined to expand the water distribution network so that more people could access clean drinking water. She also witnessed the groundbreaking of new schools and hospitals projects, generously funded by Paris's elite through charitable events she had organized. In the realm of technology, Sheila maintained correspondence with Napoleon, listing innovations she deemed beneficial, including the camera and the telephone, which were to be showcased at the French Industrial Exhibition scheduled for December. After exchanging a few words with these future nurses of the French Republic, Sheila sighed with satisfaction, knowing her husband would be delighted upon his return to Paris. The moment this thought crossed her mind, her complexion turned pale and somber. Napoleon had not written for 3 months now, and Sheila found herself consumed with worry for his safety, wondering if he was well. Was he eating properly, sleeping well? The weight of uncertainty pressed heavily upon her heart, and she longed for Napoleon's safe return, for him to come back to her and their children. Sheila drew a deep breath and steadied herself, understanding that dwelling in anxiety would not hasten Napoleon's return. She bore the responsibility of upholding her husband's image before the French people. "Madame Bonaparte, there is a letter for you." The moment the butler Beaumont mentioned the word letter, Sheila's eyes brightened instantly. She raised her voice eagerly, asking, "Is it from Napoleon?" Beaumont shook his head gently, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. "No, Madame Bonaparte, it is not from Napoleon," he replied softly. "It actually comes from the War Minister's office." Sheila's excitement gradually subsided, though curiosity still drove her forward. "Oh, is that so? What does the letter say, Beaumont?" Beaumont handed her the letter, and Sheila quickly scanned its contents. It was a letter of gratitude. A faint smile touched her lips as she read that the War Minister thanked them for their donation of boots and military uniforms, which had already reached the French soldiers fighting on the European battlefields. It seemed their contribution had truly made a difference. This was another way she could support Napoleon. Through generous donations to the French military and people, and by spearheading infrastructure projects and food aid programs, Sheila aimed to elevate Napoleon's image in the hearts of the people. At this moment, Francis and Avellini had turned 4 years old, clearly becoming more perceptive and sensible, and had grown taller. They noticed the change in their mother's expression, and Francis tugged at Sheila's sleeve, his innocent eyes filled with concern. "Mother, are you all right? The letter wasn't from father, and you look a bit sad." Sheila crouched down to meet Francis's gaze, a gentle smile spreading across her face. "Oh, dear Francis, thank you for your concern. Mother simply hopes to receive a letter from father, but it seems he is occupied with his important duties. But do not worry, he will do his utmost to protect us, and make France a beautiful homeland for us all." Avellini approached her brother, and wrapped her small arms around Sheila's neck, whispering, "We miss father, mother. I miss father's letters." Sheila reached out and drew Francis close, embracing both him and Avellini. "I know, my dears," she murmured. "I miss father too." Beaumont watched this scene with deep emotion. Having served the Bonaparte family for many years, he understood well the profound love that bound them together. Sheila rose to her feet, taking both children by the hand. "Now then, my dears, shall we continue our tour of this nursing school?" Accompanied by the staff, Sheila led the children through the nursing school, explaining each classroom and facility. Francis and Avellini asked questions eagerly, and Sheila satisfied their curiosity. 2 hours later, as Sheila and the children were leaving the nursing school, a man in a long black coat approached. His demeanor was distinguished and carried an air of nobility, and Sheila immediately sensed this was a person of importance. "Madame Bonaparte." The man bowed slightly. "I am Charles Maurice de Talleyrand Perigord, France's Minister of Foreign Affairs." Sheila's eyes widened as she recognized the man. It was he who had written to Napoleon inviting him to his chateau, and offering his support should Napoleon decide to take action. Sheila curtsied politely. "Minister Talleyrand, it is an honor to meet you. These are my children, Francis and Avellini." Talleyrand smiled warmly at the children. "It is a pleasure to meet you both. Francis, you are as handsome as your father, and you, Avellini, are as beautiful as your mother." Francis and Avellini beamed with pride at the compliment. "Ah, Minister Talleyrand, what can I do for you?" "Madame Bonaparte, might I invite you to dinner? I have something important to discuss with you," Talleyrand said directly. Sheila pondered for a moment before replying, "Very well. I see no reason to refuse." Night had fallen over Paris, and the streets were bathed in the soft glow emanating from lampposts illuminating the boulevards. A delicate mist hung in the air, lending the entire nightscape an ethereal, dreamlike quality. A carriage glided silently past its wheels, rolling gently over the cobblestone street. One of those carriages belonged to Sheila Bonaparte. She was making her way through the enchanting city, seated beside her 2 children, Aveline and Francis, who nestled close to her, their heads resting lightly against her shoulder as they gazed quietly at the brilliantly lit cityscape beyond. Seated opposite Sheila was Talleyrand, his gaze fixed upon her, and the children, a genuine warmth shimmering in his eyes. The faint glow of the electric lamps cast a soft radiance upon his face, accentuating the lines of age upon his dignified countenance. He observed the tender bond between Sheila and her children, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "You have a truly beautiful family, Madame Bonaparte." Talleyrand said, a note of admiration threading through his voice. Sheila returned a brilliant smile, affectionately stroking her children's hair. "Thank you, Minister Talleyrand. Though I must say, whenever we walk about the city, I often hear people pause to admire their radiant smiles and vibrant spirits. It warms my heart to see them thriving so beautifully." Talleyrand nodded, his gaze lingering on Aveline and Francis. "Indeed, their vitality is quite infectious." "Mother, Are we nearly there? Evelyn broke in. Sheila chuckled softly, her fingers gently combing through her daughter's silken golden hair. Almost, my darling. Isn't that right, Minister Talleyrand? Talleyrand leaned forward slightly, a playful gleam dancing in his eyes. Yes, Madame Bonaparte. We are but moments away from our destination. In truth, I would suggest you dispense with such formalities, and simply call me Talleyrand. My close friends and colleagues all do. Then I shall call you Talleyrand. Thank you for your invitation, and for keeping us company on this pleasant evening. As the carriage turned a corner, the silhouette of Chateau Valois gradually came into view, its grandeur growing more magnificent with each passing moment. The electric lights within the castle cast a soft radiance upon the grounds, enveloping the stately estate in an enchanting glow. We have arrived, Talleyrand announced. The carriage came to an elegant halt. A footman swiftly opened the door, extending his hand to assist Sheila and her children as they stepped down onto the cobblestone path leading to the castle entrance. The air was perfumed with the scent of blooming flowers, further enhancing the magical atmosphere that surrounded them. I see you have installed electric lights throughout the castle, Talleyrand, Sheila remarked as she walked along the cobblestones, her attention drawn to the captivating glow emanating from the windows and pathway. The gentle illumination lent a touch of modernity to the ancient structure. Talleyrand extended his arm, gesturing for Sheila to follow him toward the castle entrance. Indeed so, Madame Bonaparte. Electric lamps burn brighter and more economically than candles. Though the installation of wiring and sockets was not without expense, the modest cost is but a trivial price to pay for the comfort and elegance they bring to the castle. They entered the castle's majestic and ornate hall, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. Talleyrand continued. Dinner has been prepared in the dining room. May I say, Madame Bonaparte, our chef has arranged a feast fit for royalty, and we sincerely hope it will please your palate. As they reached the entrance of the grand dining room, the double doors slowly swung open, revealing a scene of opulent splendor. The chamber was bathed in warm, inviting light, where candlelight and electric bulbs intertwined in perfect harmony, their interplay of shadow and radiance, lending an air of mysterious beauty to the exquisitely set table. The aroma of expertly prepared dishes wafted through the air, tantalizing their taste buds, and awakening their appetites. Elegant tableware adorned the spread silverware, gleaming brilliantly, crystal glasses radiating clarity, as though welcoming their arrival. Fragrant flowers, vibrant in color, decorated the table, adding a touch of natural beauty to a room already rich in splendor. Sheila and Talleyrand took their seats at the table with Evelyn and Francis beside them. Then Sheila and her children began to savor the exquisite meal Talleyrand had arranged. Sheila occasionally served small portions onto her children's plates, ensuring they tasted every dish. Evelyn and Francis eagerly sampled the various flavors, their eyes widening with delight whenever they discovered a new taste or texture. As they savored their meal, the dining room filled with lively conversation. Talleyrand regaled them with tales of his travels and encounters with distinguished figures, his eloquence and wit captivating both the children and Sheila. In return, Sheila shared the remarkable achievements of their enterprise since its founding, dominating markets across major industries including steel manufacturing, chemical production, textiles, transportation, oil and coal mining, and even pioneering ventures in the field of electricity. As they enjoyed dessert, Talleyrand's expression grew serious. He cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Madame Bonaparte, might I request a moment of your time in my study? There is a matter of great importance I wish to discuss with you. Of course, Talleyrand, Sheila replied, rising from her seat. Glancing at Evelyn and Francis, who were fully absorbed in their dessert, she said softly, Darlings, I need to speak with Talleyrand for a few moments. Would you mind staying here a little while? Evelyn and Francis exchanged a glance and nodded. All right, mother. Having spoken, Sheila followed Talleyrand out of the dining hall and down the castle's corridors. Within minutes they arrived at Talleyrand's study, furnished with antique pieces and lined with bookshelves bearing volumes arranged in meticulous order. Please, Madame Bonaparte, be seated. Talleyrand gestured gracefully toward a chair. Once Sheila sat, her gaze locked intently upon him, curiosity deepening with every silent moment. Talleyrand, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Madame Bonaparte, do you recognize these newspapers? Talleyrand handed her several front pages, the very publications printed and distributed by her own company. The headlines chronicled Napoleon's triumphs in Egypt and his relentless expansion of the French Republic's dominion overseas. These reports captivated the people of Paris, inspiring fervent admiration for Napoleon and elevating him to near mythic stature. I must admit, Talleyrand added, your newspapers wield extraordinary influence in shaping public perception. Allow me to correct you, Talleyrand, this is not propaganda. It is fact. My husband has reached Mecca and now rules the Emirate of Diriyah. That sounds almost too extraordinary to believe, Talleyrand replied. But please do not mistake my intent, Madame Bonaparte. I speak from genuine awe at your husband's accomplishments. Might I ask, what motivated you to found a newspaper enterprise? Gila leaned back in her chair, her expression thoughtful and resolute. Folding her hands before her, she met Talleyrand's gaze unflinchingly, her voice steady with conviction. Indeed, there is a reason, Talleyrand. The power of information is immense. It shapes opinion, molds perception. And the French public's profound esteem for Napoleon today owes much to you. Talleyrand interjected. Indeed, many now hail him as the Republic's hero. While European armies falter, his army of the Orient advances triumphantly. Some even call for his return. Tell me, have you heard from him recently? Gila shook her head. No. Not since his last letter 4 months ago. My most recent dispatch from him stated he was preparing to invade Basra, Persia, Afghanistan, and Balochistan. I see. Well, to speak plainly, Madame Bonaparte, military reports confirm your husband is returning to France with several of his generals, the command of the Army of the Orient having been transferred to General Kleber. As for those campaigns, they were abandoned. No reinforcements were dispatched by the Directory to support them. What? My husband is returning. A soft breath escaped Gila's lips, then eased into quiet relief. Yes, Madame Bonaparte. It strikes me as curious that Napoleon did not inform you in advance. Perhaps he intended it as a surprise. If so, I may well have spoiled his plan. He will surely reprimand me. I could pretend I heard none of this. Gila smiled faintly. Still, I am delighted he is coming home. I have not seen him in far too long. Excellent. Returning to our discussion, your newspapers have made your husband beloved across France. Beyond truth-telling, you must harbor other intentions. Has Napoleon ever voiced to you an ambition for political authority? Gila nodded solemnly. I understand. Madame Bonaparte, you have rendered him extraordinary service. The populace now yearns for him. Some even envision him assuming leadership of France. Whatever decision my husband makes, I shall stand beside him. Napoleon possesses exceptional leadership, and his vision is to forge a stronger, more prosperous France. If the people place their trust in him, if they believe he can deliver stability and progress, then such a prospect merits serious consideration. Splendid, truly splendid. Talleyrand smiled warmly. October 9th, 1799. The sun had just risen above the horizon, gilding the vast Mediterranean Sea in molten gold. Upon the deck of the French Navy's flagship Laureat, Napoleon Bonaparte stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the distant coastline of Toulon. Beneath his feet the warship swayed gently, a familiar rhythm that had accompanied him through the arduous campaigns of the East. A sea breeze brushed his face, carrying the briny tang of the ocean. Napoleon exuded an unwavering self-assurance, flanked by loyal officers and soldiers who stood in reverent proximity. We are nearing Toulon harbor, General Bonaparte, Murat reported. Yes, I see it. Napoleon's eyes remained riveted on the shore. For months had passed since he departed the Middle East, entrusting command of the Army of the Orient to General Kleber. Having traversed the boundless desert atop a camel for a month, then sailed for 2 more, his thoughts had long been consumed by the prospect of returning to France. His victories in Egypt and his grand ambition to extend French influence across the East still burning fiercely within him. It was deeply regrettable, he reflected, that he had failed to extend France's reach into India. Yet, on the brighter side, he had conquered the Arabian Peninsula. A triumph worthy of celebration. For in his view, Arabia was the strategic gateway to the East. Securing it would undoubtedly amplify France's regional dominance. General Bonaparte. A familiar voice called out his name. Napoleon shifted his gaze from the coast of Toulon to the man calling him, and immediately recognized Bouchard, one of the scholars he had brought to Egypt, and the man responsible for modernizing Egypt and the conquered territories. May I say a word? Napoleon merely nodded, then followed Bouchard into the cabin. Bouchard led Napoleon to a large table in the center of the room, upon which lay a rolled-up blueprint. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully unfurled it with palpable excitement. Intricate lines and detailed drawings unfurled across the parchment, revealing a visionary design. General, after months of research and meticulous planning, I am proud to present to you my greatest achievement, Bouchard announced. Napoleon leaned closer, his eyes scanning the blueprint, and a satisfied smile played on his lips as he recognized the design. The Suez Canal, Napoleon murmured. Bouchard nodded, a smile spreading across his face. Yes, General, it is indeed possible to construct the Suez Canal. Once completed, it would revolutionize trade and navigation, providing a direct route between Europe and Asia. It would dramatically reduce travel time and costs, opening new possibilities for French commerce and influence in the region. Tell me, Bouchard, how do you intend to build this canal? Although Napoleon already knew how the canal would be constructed, he wanted to test Bouchard's expertise. Bouchard took a deep breath, his excitement evident. General, the key to building the Suez Canal lies in utilizing the natural terrain. As you can see from the blueprint, the canal will follow the path of the Nile's ancient Pelusiac branch, connecting the Mediterranean Sea and the Red Sea. But what about the difference in water levels between the two seas? Napoleon asked. Bouchard nodded, acknowledging this was a challenge that needed to be addressed. Indeed, General, this is a crucial factor to consider. To address this, we will employ a system of locks and sluice gates, allowing us to regulate water levels and ensure consistent depth throughout the canal. As for the construction of the canal itself, we will face a challenge. He paused, choosing his words carefully. General, we will need between 1 and 2 million laborers. This is a staggering number, but with proper organization and cooperation from the local population, I believe it is achievable. We need to establish labor camps along the canal route, providing workers with adequate housing, food, and medical care. This will be costly. I think you should take a look. Napoleon sighed and clicked his tongue. Yes, fortunately Egypt and the territories we have conquered have a large population, so we can hire them to make up the numbers. We will provide the most advanced construction equipment and machinery for this project, and it will become a symbol of my glorious campaign in Egypt. Bouchard nodded in agreement. I will begin work immediately, General. Having said this, Napoleon took his leave and returned to the deck, where he saw the generals and officers he had brought with him engaged in animated discussion. Napoleon's gaze swept across the horizon, spotting the transport ships trailing behind the Orient laden with the spoils they had captured during their campaigns in Egypt, Syria, and the Middle East. The vessels were stacked with tons of gold, jewels, precious artifacts, and other plunder amassed through their conquests. Wealth that, by modern valuation, could reach as much as $500 million. Witnessing this, Napoleon felt a sense of satisfaction. He turned to seek out the man who accompanied him, Thomas Alexander Dumas. His Caribbean general had fought alongside him at Jaffa, Acre, Damascus, Mecca, and Diriyah, demonstrating extraordinary leadership and courage. Napoleon spotted General Dumas in the crowd, his towering and imposing figure standing out. General Dumas. Napoleon's call roused Dumas from his melancholy reverie. Upon hearing his name, the general turned and approached with measured, respectful steps. General Bonaparte, what are your orders? You must be eager to see your wife, I imagine, Napoleon remarked. I have noticed your silence throughout our journey. General Dumas nodded heavily. Forgive me, General. It is simply because No need to explain, Napoleon said, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. I understand the pain of losing a loved one, General Dumas. If something were to happen to my child, my heart would shatter as well. Your grief is justified, and it is only natural to feel the weight of such a loss. Know this, you are not alone on this journey. If there is anything I can do to help, do not hesitate to ask. Tears welled in General Dumas' eyes. Thank you, General Bonaparte. Your understanding means more to me than 1,000 words. I will carry my daughter's memory in my heart, and draw strength from it, fulfilling my duties to the best of my ability. Napoleon nodded, his respect for General Dumas deepening. Take your time. As the two men engaged in this solemn exchange, Marat interjected. General Bonaparte, we have arrived at Toulon. He extended a finger toward the shore. Napoleon turned his gaze, settling upon the ever-nearing port of Toulon, where a crowd had gathered along the waterfront, waving their hands and erupting into fervent cheers. At this impassioned spectacle, a faint smile curved Napoleon's lips. Yes, I am home. He descended the gangplank and stepped onto the firm, solid earth of the harbor. As his boots touched the cobblestones, a surge of emotion rose within him. The townspeople had already assembled to welcome him, their cheers rising and falling like waves, brimming with reverence. Vive Napoleon! Vive Napoleon! They cried aloud, their voices resonating through the air. A subtle smile flickered across Napoleon's face as he acknowledged their fervent adulation. The people of Toulon gathered en masse, their faces radiant with awe and hope. They waved French tricolors, their chants growing louder, their jubilation mounting with every breath. Napoleon strode along the wharf, flanked closely by loyal officers and soldiers. The ceaseless cheers and applause bore witness to the profound esteem and admiration the locals held for him. So much so that they seemed to have forgotten entirely his earlier role in besieging Toulon. Under Bessieres' command, Napoleon's elite imperial guard formed a protective cordon, escorting him through the jubilant throng. The people of Toulon parted before them, clearing a path for the general they revered. Amidst the crowd stood two figures intimately tied to Napoleon, his elder brother Joseph Bonaparte and his sister Caroline Bonaparte, making their way toward him. For a moment the cordon held them back, but Napoleon gestured for the guards to let them pass. As the soldiers stepped aside, Joseph and Caroline greeted him warmly. "Brother!" Joseph exclaimed, embracing him tightly. "Did you hear their cries? With but a single word from you, I swear, 50 million Frenchmen would rally behind you." Napoleon smiled in response to Joseph's exuberant declaration. "Oh, I brought Caroline with me," Joseph added, gently drawing her arm forward. Caroline approached with a blend of shyness and excitement, raising her hand in greeting. "Hello, brother." Napoleon's attention shifted to his sister. Tall and slender, her graceful gown accentuating her poise, her lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, framing a face of luminous beauty. "Hello, little sister," Napoleon said with a gentle smile. and leaning forward he kissed each of her cheeks. Caroline blushed, her cheeks flushed with delicate pink, her eyes sparkling with quiet joy. Napoleon, shall I take you to Toulon's finest restaurant? You must be exhausted after such a long journey, Joseph suggested. Napoleon nodded in agreement, and at the thought of a sumptuous meal his stomach rumbled audibly. An excellent idea, Joseph. Lead the way. Accompanied by Joseph and Caroline, Napoleon made his way through the enthusiastic crowd, while local citizens eagerly guided them toward Toulon's most renowned eatery. They entered the city's most celebrated restaurant, and seated themselves at a table by the window. Joseph raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly to summon the waiter. I hear their bouillon is legendary. Bring us 3 servings. Very good, sir. The waiter bowed respectfully and departed swiftly to relay the order to the kitchen, leaving the Bonaparte siblings to savor the restaurant's refined ambience, still faintly permeated by the distant jubilant cries of the townspeople, which drew a quiet smile from Joseph. They are truly overwhelming, Napoleon observed with a smile. Indeed. Compared to the reception you'll receive upon returning to Paris, this is but a whisper. Power is like a ripe fruit, within reach, awaiting only your hand to pluck it. Joseph's words hung in the air, prompting Napoleon to pause, reflecting upon his brother's fervor. Napoleon leaned back in his chair, his gaze locking intently onto Joseph. Joseph, why do you press so urgently for me to seize this power? What drives your unwavering faith in my abilities? Your conviction that I alone can reshape France for the better. Joseph met his brother's gaze, his eyes blazing with unshakable certainty. Brother, you were born exceptional. Your administrative mastery in Italy and Egypt has already proven your triumph. Imagine those same strengths applied across all of France. We all know the Directory has ruled with increasing difficulty. Corruption, economic instability, and political unrest plaguing our nation. France desperately needs resolute leadership, someone capable of restoring stability, reestablishing order, and renewing the people's faith in their country. And I believe there is only one man who can achieve this. I agree, brother, Caroline interjected. The French people regard you as a hero, including myself. When we read in the newspapers of your expedition to Egypt and the Middle East, we were all awestruck. We even envied the subjects of those conquered lands who lived better than we did. Say the word, my dearest brother. Joseph urged again. Lucien has already assented to this idea. We have devised a plan to make you the leader of France. As they spoke, a waiter arrived bearing steaming bowls of meat broth, placing each before them with careful reverence. Napoleon glanced at the enticing dish before him, yet his appetite was momentarily subdued by the weight of their conversation. He lifted his spoon and gently stirred the rich broth, his mind tracing the path ahead. He needed no urging. His gaze had long been fixed upon power, but he wished to test the resolve of his siblings. You speak of leadership, stability, and restoring public confidence. Napoleon began, yet the road to power is fraught with challenges. The current government, the Directory, holds the reins of authority firmly. They will not relinquish control lightly. Joseph's expression hardened, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. That is precisely why we devised this plan, Napoleon. We have secured the support of influential figures and forged an alliance of loyalists. You can persuade your generals to join us. I am certain they will embrace our cause without hesitation. With the army behind you, the Directory is but a house of cards poised to collapse at any moment. Napoleon glanced at his sister. Caroline nodded. He sighed. Very well. What is the plan? Let us discuss it in Paris. For now, savor this moment, said General Bonaparte. At that moment someone called his name. He turned, and there stood General Murat. We have dispatched a telegram to the Directory reporting your arrival in Toulon, Murat reported. Murat, won't you join us? Napoleon said. Murat shook his head. I would not intrude upon your family gathering. His voice trailed off as his gaze settled upon Caroline, her exquisite features arresting him, stirring within him an unexpected quiet attraction. Though renowned for his charm and charisma, Murat sensed this encounter was unlike any before. A new spark kindling deep within his heart. Caroline sensed the shift in atmosphere. She lifted her eyes to meet Murat's gaze. A delicate flush rose to her cheeks, yet she remained composed, her eyes shimmering with quiet curiosity. Napoleon's gaze flickered between Murat and Caroline, and slowly a knowing smile curved his lips. So the fates of this world remain unchanged after all. He mused inwardly, recalling how Murat and Caroline were destined to become one. Murat, I present to you my elder brother Joseph and my sister Caroline. Napoleon broke the spell between them. Murat swiftly regained his composure and offered a courteous nod. It is a true honor to meet you both, he said, his voice laced with genuine admiration, extending his hand to Joseph, who grasped it firmly. The honor is mutual, General Murat, Joseph replied. As Murat turned his gaze toward Caroline, his gentlemanly grace shone forth. He gently took her hand and brushed a light, reverent kiss upon its back. Caroline's cheeks flushed deeper still, her eyes sparkled with mingled surprise and delight. "Miss Caroline, it is truly my honor," Marat murmured in his captivating tone. Hearing such praise, Caroline's heart fluttered. She inclined her head gracefully in gratitude. Napoleon observed their exchange with quiet fascination, sensing that the threads of destiny had already begun to weave themselves anew. Good heavens! He has truly returned. Barras read the note handed to him by his secretary, his lower lip trembling. This, if anything, is an ill omen. Moulin added, his voice trembling too, shaken by the news of Napoleon's imminent return to Paris. According to reports, Napoleon was greeted with fervent acclaim upon his return to Toulon. The people hailed him as a savior, and his prestige continued to ascend. Barras clutched the note tightly, his face pale with foreboding. "We underestimated him. We believed dispatching him on expedition would neutralize the threat. Yet instead we only stoked the flames of his ambition." Moulin nodded gravely, his mind racing through possible consequences. The Directory's grip on power was already tenuous. Now, with Napoleon's return and popular support, our position grows perilously fragile. I never imagined Napoleon's Egyptian campaign would end in such resounding triumph. He has even secured us a colony in the Middle East. What then shall we do? Perhaps, gentlemen, I may offer a solution. A voice sounded suddenly from beyond the door. Moulin and Barras whirled around in astonishment, eyes widening as they recognized that familiar voice. The door swung open slowly, revealing the figure of Charles Maurice de Talleyrand, Minister of Foreign Affairs. "Talleyrand, what are you doing here? What did you just say?" Barras broke the silence, first his eyes locked intently on Talleyrand's calm and composed expression. Talleyrand entered the room exuding an aura of quiet confidence and enigmatic poise. He closed the door behind him and approached the two directors, his gaze shifting deliberately between them. "Gentlemen, it appears we face an exceptionally perilous situation, one posed by Napoleon Bonaparte," Talleyrand began. "His triumphant return has rekindled the fires of his ambition, and evidently he commands overwhelming popular support. We cannot afford to ignore the destabilizing impact this bears upon the Directory." Moulin glanced at Barras, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "Talleyrand, what solution do you propose? We cannot simply disregard his presence and hope matters resolve themselves." A faint smile touched Talleyrand's lips. He knew he had seized their attention. "I believe the wisest course is to avoid any potential confrontation with Napoleon, for such a clash would only amplify his renown. Instead, we ought to consider a strategic withdrawal, resigning voluntarily, thereby retaining to some degree our influence over the unfolding course of events." "Are you mad, Talleyrand? Why on earth should I resign?" Barras raised his voice in fury, his face flushing crimson with disbelief. Accustomed as he was to the power and prestige conferred by his position in the Directory, the suggestion struck him as a profound affront to his dignity. Though Barras erupted in anger, Talleyrand remained unruffled, his expression serene and imperturbable. "I am merely offering you a path of safe retreat, Barras," Talleyrand replied coolly, his gaze fixed unflinchingly upon Barras's face. "Napoleon's return poses a grave threat, not only to your authority but to the very stability of the Directory. Should you cling obstinately to power in the face of his overwhelming popularity, I fear you may forfeit everything you have gained during your tenure." Barras clenched his fists, fury still smoldering deep within him. "How dare you propose such a thing? I could order your immediate execution. Send you to the guillotine this very moment, Talleyrand. Wait, aren't you known as the serpent of politics? You are ever quick to shift allegiance toward the victor." Talleyrand's countenance darkened. Beneath his placid demeanor, a glint of icy resolve flashed in his eyes. "Barras, I have served this nation with unwavering loyalty, navigating treacherous political currents solely in pursuit of France's enduring stability. My allegiance lies with the Republic's continuity, not with any individual or faction." Talleyrand retorted, his voice as frost-laced as winter air. "I see you've already met with Napoleon." Barras sneered contemptuously. "Get out, Talleyrand, before I summon the guards to arrest you." Talleyrand sighed inwardly. His plan to expel a pivotal director had failed, but by now it no longer mattered. Without another word, Talleyrand turned and strode purposefully toward the door. After he departed, Barras and Moulin sank into a heavy contemplative silence, both grappling with the gravity of the crisis before them. "Well, I must concede. Talleyrand was right about one thing: our unpopularity grows by the day," Moulin observed. The following day, Napoleon sat in the first-class compartment of a steam locomotive. The train sped toward Paris. Gazing out the window, he saw crowds lining both sides of the streets, waving, cheering, greeting the train with fervent anticipation. As the train halted at the station, Napoleon stepped onto the platform, and the crowd's roar swelled even louder. He raised a hand in salute, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. "Bonaparte! Bonaparte! Bonaparte!" Chants reverberated through the air, charged with raw energy. The sheer intensity of public adoration stirred a surge of exhilaration within him, the voices coalescing into a torrent of hope and devotion. Emerging closely behind him from the train was his brother Joseph, one arm draped affectionately over Napoleon's shoulder, the other raised in animated greeting to the throng. "See, I told you so. Parisians' adulation eclipses even the welcome you received at Toulon," Joseph declared, pride gleaming in his eyes. Napoleon merely smiled, his gaze sweeping across the sea of faces. Power now within arm's reach. Yet before assuming that mantle, he wished first to meet someone profoundly dear and significant to him. Moments later, he finally spotted them. His 4-year-old daughter Avellini dashed forward with arms outstretched. Napoleon's smile widened. He knelt down and enveloped her in a tight embrace. "Papa!" Avellini cried joyfully, her tiny arms locking around his neck. "I missed you so much." Napoleon held her close, savoring the pure, unguarded warmth of the moment. He had not seen his daughter in 2 years, and had longed for her deeply. Nor had he forgotten his son Francis, who now walked beside Gila, drawing steadily nearer. Lifting Avellini into his arms, Napoleon cradled her gently against his chest. "My little treasure," he murmured softly, pressing a tender kiss to her forehead. "My love for you defies all measure." Avellini burst into peals of laughter. Music to Napoleon's ears. Nestling into his embrace, she clutched his coat with small, determined fingers. Francis and Gila, radiant with joy, joined the embrace, completing a reunion long awaited and deeply cherished. "Papa, why is your skin brown?" Avellini asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Because Papa spent 2 years in the desert," Gila explained, then turned her gaze to Napoleon. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" "I wanted to surprise you," he replied with a warm smile. "So these are my nephew and niece then?" Joseph laughed heartily, gazing at Francis and Avellini with eyes alight with tenderness. He reached out and gently ruffled their hair. "Now, my dear brother, we shall grant you 2 weeks alone with your family. Afterward, we'll all visit you together at home." Napoleon nodded. "That sounds perfect." Upon his return to Paris, Napoleon immediately made his way back to the Chantilly estate with his family. As they arrived at the castle's magnificent grand hall, the male servants, female maids, and all other household staff had long been waiting in eager anticipation of Napoleon's homecoming. Upon beholding their esteemed master, their faces were alight with joy and deep emotion. "Welcome back, General." A servant bowed respectfully and declared, "We have missed you dearly." Napoleon nodded warmly, expressing his gratitude for their heartfelt greetings. As Napoleon wandered through the familiar corridors of the estate, memories of the time he had spent here began to surface. A gentle wave of nostalgia washed over him as he recalled those bygone days when he would often stroll along these very halls, admiring the architectural splendor of the estate, and feeling the profound sense of history that seemed to emanate from within the ancient walls. Chantilly Castle held a particularly cherished place in his heart, for it was here that he had shared countless warm moments with his family, and forged memories that would endure forever. As he passed through the sumptuously decorated drawing room, Napoleon's gaze fell upon a grand piano standing in the corner. He tilted his head slightly, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features, for he was certain the instrument had not been there before his departure. "Ah, I purchased this 2 months after you left." Gila noticed Napoleon's surprise and explained, "I bought it for our daughter, for Avellini." Napoleon glanced at Gila, then cast a sidelong look at Avellini, who was shyly fidgeting with her small fingers. "Can she play the piano?" "Yes, she has been practicing for over a year now, and can already play some simple pieces." Gila's voice was brimming with pride. "I must say she possesses a remarkable talent for it." "Really?" Napoleon murmured in gentle astonishment. "Avellini, might you play something for me?" Upon hearing her father's request, Avellini's eyes sparkled with excitement. She nodded eagerly, and without the slightest hesitation ran toward the piano, though her petite frame could scarcely reach the keys. Once seated upon the bench, Avellini carefully arranged herself into position. Her fingers hovered just above the keys. She gathered her focus for a brief moment, then took a deep breath and began to play. The room filled with enchanting melodies flowing gracefully from Avellini's fingertips. Napoleon watched his daughter with rapt attention, her nimble fingers gliding effortlessly across the keys, and he could not help but be moved by her skill. "Truly astonishing," Napoleon whispered softly, barely daring to breathe. 3 minutes later, Avellini brought her performance to a graceful conclusion. She hopped down from the bench and skipped joyfully toward Napoleon, a radiant smile lighting up her face. "Father, did you like it?" she asked. Napoleon bent down, his eyes shimmering with pride. "That was simply wonderful." "And what of Francis?" "Well, Francis is quite a different sort, dear," Gila said. "He shows little interest in music. Rather, he has developed a profound passion for science. He has read every one of the papers you submitted to the French Academy of Sciences." "Wait, really?" Napoleon raised an eyebrow. Those papers are far too advanced for someone his age. Not for him, Gila said with evident pride. Father, Francis exclaimed eagerly. I have been studying thermodynamics, and there is something I would ask you. Napoleon smiled, captivated by his son's burning enthusiasm for scientific inquiry. Go ahead, what is your question? Francis took a moment to compose his thoughts before posing his question. In your writings on thermodynamics, you mentioned the concept of the conservation of energy. You stated that energy cannot be created nor destroyed, only transferred or transformed. Yet, I have been pondering a question. If a system dissipates heat into its surrounding environment, is that not a loss of energy? How does this relate to the principle of conservation of energy? Napoleon's eyes widened, slightly taken aback by Francis's analytical acumen. He paused for a moment, giving the question careful consideration. You have raised an intriguing question, Francis. Napoleon began his thoughts, delving into the deeper realms of thermodynamics. Although it may appear that the system is losing energy to its surroundings in the form of heat, the total energy of the system and its environment remains unchanged. He continued to elucidate the fundamental principles of energy transfer and the concept of a closed system, clarifying how the energy dissipated by the system as heat is in fact absorbed by the surrounding environment, thereby preserving the overall equilibrium of energy within the system and its surroundings. Francis listened intently, absorbing every word with a ravenous thirst for knowledge. When Napoleon had finished his explanation, a look of satisfaction and understanding graced Francis's face. You and I shall become the best of friends in the years to come, Napoleon said, patting Francis on the shoulder. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Napoleon had just finished dinner with his family. As he walked toward his study, his mind was consumed by France's volatile political landscape, and by the recent disastrous campaign in northern Italy, where the republic he had painstakingly established had been reclaimed by Austrian and Russian forces, casting a heavy shadow over his thoughts. This was hardly unexpected. Napoleon offered a faint, wry smile. Moreover, France's overseas affairs were equally precarious. In the Caribbean, the colony of Saint-Domingue was engulfed in violent unrest threatening regional stability. Reports of rebellion and insurrection weighed heavily upon him. Though he had anticipated such turmoil, retaining Saint-Domingue remained paramount. Indeed, it would serve as the cornerstone for France's expansion into North America, a vision he cherished deeply, French sovereignty stretching across the New World. An hour later, Napoleon sat hunched over his desk, drafting his official report on the Egyptian and Arabian Peninsula campaigns, meticulously chronicling triumphs won and trials endured. A soft knock broke his concentration. Enter, he said, setting down his quill and lifting his gaze with quiet anticipation. The door creaked open and Gila stepped inside, her presence instantly suffusing the room with grace and quiet magnetism. Napoleon's eyes were drawn to her at once. Moonlight streamed through the window, tracing her silhouette with silvery clarity. She wore a white satin nightgown, slim-fitting, elegant, falling softly to reveal slender legs. His gaze lingered, captivated by her beauty. It had been some time since they'd been alone. Her arrival stirred a deep, long-suppressed yearning within him. Gila approached his desk, her smile tender and knowing. Sensing his intense regard, she drew nearer, leaning lightly against the edge of the desk, her proximity releasing a delicate, intoxicating fragrance that enveloped him. Even at home you still labor, she murmured softly, settling onto his lap. You've marched thousands of leagues. Your body craves rest. Napoleon's expression softened. He felt the gentle warmth and supple curve of her body resting against his thigh. Gila turned toward him, closed the final distance between their faces, and kissed him. Fervent, consuming. After several breathless seconds, she drew back slightly, her tongue grazing her lower lip. I missed you, she whispered, her warm breath brushing his skin. So did I, he breathed in reply, pulling her closer. His hands slid along her smooth skin, savoring its silken warmth. Their bodies pressed together seamlessly, as if carved from the same soul, breathing in unison, hearts pounding in perfect, urgent harmony. Their lips met again, deeper, hungrier, igniting a blaze of passion. Then slowly Napoleon awoke from slumber as dawn's first light spilled across the room, his eyes snapping open. He found Gila's head nestled against his chest, her soft, rhythmic breathing a gentle pulse against his skin. Her warmth radiated against him, evoking a profound, wordless fulfillment. It was a sensation of absolute belonging, as though two fractured pieces of the same mosaic had at last locked into place. His fingertips traced delicate patterns along the smooth arc of her arm, delighting in the velvety softness beneath his touch. Gila stirred gently, her lashes fluttered against his chest before lifting to meet his gaze. Good morning, my love, he murmured, his voice a tender caress echoing softly in the hushed stillness. Gila stretched languidly, arching her back with a sigh of pure contentment. Her fingers brushed his cheek, a silent language speaking volumes. Good morning, Napoleon, she whispered. Have you just awakened? A playful smile lifted the corners of Napoleon's mouth as he gazed into the sunlit warmth of her eyes. savoring this intimate stillness, one of the rare cherished moments he had longed for during his campaigns across Africa and the Middle East. Yes, he replied simply. And how do you feel? Gila rubbed her lower back. You were rather fierce last night, my love. I fear I'll walk crooked for days. His mischievous grin softened into sheepish amusement as memory reignited the fire of last night's passion. You asked for it, didn't you? Don't blame me. I'm not blaming you, fool. Gila retorted, her tone laced with affectionate teasing. Napoleon stroked her silken hair, then tenderly cupped her cheek. You're utterly adorable. Makes me want to pinch your cheeks. With a teasing flick he did just that, prompting a soft giggle and a gentle swat away from her face. Ugh. Stop it. She pouted, her protest laced with playful charm. Napoleon ceased his teasing, exhaling softly. Ah, how I've missed these moments. Do you know, in Egypt I felt a quiet sorrow, not having you beside me. Who else could I lean against without you? Oh, I'm sure you met quite a few charming ladies there, didn't you? Gila teased, rolling her eyes. What? How could I ever entertain such a thought? I possess the most beautiful wife in the world. He leaned forward and brushed a tender kiss across her forehead. You always know just what to say, she murmured. You make me feel like the most cherished woman alive. His hand cradled her face, his thumb tracing the gentle curve of her lips. Because you are my love. He whispered, I fear losing you, as you fear losing me. Do you recall my first reaction upon hearing Hippolyte Charles pursued you? What was it? Jealousy. Napoleon confessed, his voice edged with rare vulnerability. The mere thought of other men admiring your beauty, of anyone daring to cast even a glance your way, stirs jealousy within me. I cannot bear the notion of another attempting to claim what is mine. Fortunately I frightened him off. He dared not approach you again. Speaking of which, has he troubled you further? Gila shook her head. No. Miraculously after your confrontation, he ceased all letters and flowers. Rest assured I hold no affection for that man. Should he dare approach you again? Even though I know you could handle him effortlessly, just tell me. I'll send him straight to heaven. Gila laughed at his overprotectiveness. Then a thought surfaced in her mind. My love. There's something I must tell you. What is it, my dear? I wish to retire from the life of an assassin. To become simply a mother to your children and your devoted wife. Gila declared. Threats against you have diminished. Well, King Louis remains a concern, yet his popularity among the people pales beside yours. So now I desire an ordinary life. The quiet rhythm of domestic peace. You will protect us, won't you? Hearing these words, Napoleon felt profound relief. Knowing Gila would no longer risk her life in shadowed missions brought him deep, abiding peace. I will protect our family, Napoleon vowed solemnly. Leave the rest to me. Gazing into his unwavering eyes, Gila's expression softened with heartfelt emotion. The certainty that her husband would stand as their unshakable shield filled her with serene calm. The weight she had borne for so long finally lifted, allowing her to embrace fully the roles of loving wife and nurturing mother. She nestled closer to Napoleon, finding solace and sanctuary in the warmth of his embrace. Napoleon's arms encircled Gila tightly, as they lay in serene stillness, their bodies entwined, savoring this simple, yet precious moment together. I think it's time we got up, Gila suggested. No. Let us linger here a while longer. It's been a year since we've shared such quiet intimacy. Napoleon tightened his embrace around her. Very well. I'll let you hold me. Gila yielded in response, relaxing deeper into Napoleon's virile warmth. The way he held her stirred a tremulous heat within her, like a flame kindling in her soul. Gila, is it my imagination? Or is your body growing warmer by the moment? Napoleon asked. Gila's cheeks flushed at his observation. She shifted slightly in his arms, pressing herself closer, intoxicated by the rising heat between them. A mischievous smile curled at Napoleon's lips as his fingers traced gently along the curve of Gila's body. Gila murmured softly. A playful protest stop. His fingertips paused their tender exploration, and his gaze softened as he met her eyes. Playfulness melting into profound tenderness. Are you certain, my love? Do you truly wish me to stop? Even as he awaited her answer, Napoleon instinctively brushed his teeth lightly against her earlobe. Gila sighed again, reveling in the exquisite thrill he ignited within her, until sensing his fingers resume their slow, deliberate journey along her contours, she surrendered, utterly losing herself in the depth of their intimacy. 10 days later, in the capital of France, Napoleon descended from a sleek tram, a newly introduced mode of transport built to meet Paris's burgeoning industrial needs. As his boots touched the ground, he adjusted his uniform and tricorn hat. Passers-by halted mid-stride, gazing upon the famed general with hushed admiration, and occasionally waving, calling out his name to catch his attention. Napoleon simply raised his tricorn hat in a graceful salute. Spotting a nearby carriage, he signaled with his hat. Recognizing the revered figure before him, the coachman swiftly guided his horses to a halt. General Bonaparte. What an honor it is to behold you in person. I've read of your exploits in the papers, and I must say, General, I hold you in the highest esteem. Napoleon smiled and nodded courteously. Where are you headed, General? The coachman asked. To the Tuileries Palace, Napoleon replied. Ah, very well, sir. I shall open the door for you. The coachman leapt down, sweeping his hand in an elegant gesture to swing the door wide. Napoleon ascended with calm assurance and settled comfortably into the plush seat. The coachman closed the door behind him, and Napoleon leaned back, steeling himself for the imminent audience with the Directory. 2 days after his arrival in Paris, he received a summons from the Directory demanding an explanation for his unauthorized departure from his post in the Emirate of Diriyah. Napoleon had anticipated this the moment he decided to return to France, and had already crafted a compelling justification for his actions. General, is all well? The coachman called from his seat. Emerging from his reverie, Napoleon replied, all is well, sir. And so the carriage rolled forward, threading through the bustling streets of Paris toward its destination, the Tuileries Palace. 10 minutes later it drew to a halt before the Tuileries Palace. A French sentry stationed at the grand entrance approached and opened the door. Napoleon stepped down and turned toward the coachman who had accompanied him thus far. Thank you for your service, he said, reaching into his pocket for the fare. The coachman shook his head, his face lit with warm sincerity. No need, General. It is my honor to serve you. Napoleon furrowed his brow, slightly touched by the man's generosity yet unwilling to accept it without reciprocity. I insist, sir. You have fulfilled your duty. I must compensate you for your time and effort. Oh, only then is fairness served. The coachman paused, weighing Napoleon's words, then gave a quiet nod. Very well, General. If you insist, I gratefully accept your payment. Napoleon handed over the fare. The coachman accepted it with a grateful bow, and Napoleon strode resolutely into the Tuileries Palace, where members of the Directory awaited his arrival. Moments later Napoleon entered the Grand Council chamber of the Tuileries Palace, where the assembled members of the Directory sat in solemn anticipation. The moment he crossed the threshold, tension rippled through the chamber. Every gaze converged upon him. The Directory's deputies sat around a vast table, regarding him with mingled curiosity and suspicion, eager to hear his justification for returning unbidden from his post in the Emirate of Diriyah. Napoleon steadied his composure, scanning the faces of these men who shaped the nation's fate, then walked confidently to the table and took his appointed seat. Citizens of the Directory, greetings. I stand before you today prepared to answer any questions you may pose. The deputies leaned forward, especially one among them, Barras, whose fear and unease deepened with Napoleon's soaring renown, and whose anxiety sharpened further at the general's sudden reappearance in Paris. General Bonaparte, explain to us why you returned to Paris without our authorization. To my knowledge, your mission was to sever Britain's access to India, and that task remains incomplete. Citizen Barras, Napoleon replied, I believe we have achieved that objective. Not literally perhaps, but effectively we severed Britain's intelligence conduit to India, the very channel that flowed through Egypt. You are correct, General Bonaparte. But circumstances have shifted, Barras declared. Given your triumphs in Egypt and the Middle East, we now believe France possesses the strength to expel the British from India entirely. We require you to return there at once, to command the army of the Orient, secure the alliance of Tipu Sultan, and eradicate British influence in India once and for all. I fear that is impossible, Citizen Barras, Napoleon stated firmly, particularly after you denied my urgent request for reinforcements which were indispensable to fulfilling this mission. He explained, our forces across Africa and the Middle East are dangerously overstretched, strained to maintain control over conquered cities and suppress potential rebellions. Understood. Then, if we supply the reinforcements you require, would you resume your command in the Emirate of Diriyah? It is too late for that, Citizen Barras, for the exigencies of our homeland demand those troops far more urgently than they do abroad. We can still provide the reinforcements you seek. We will conscript new levies and dispatch them to you without delay, but you must remain commander of the Army of the Orient. Citizen Barras, why are you so determined to send me back? Napoleon asked. Because your duty lies there, and your unauthorized absence could have warranted court-martial. Barras's tone grew increasingly severe. But the mission has been accomplished, Citizen Barras. Napoleon retorted without hesitation. What I proposed to you was the conquest of Egypt, and nothing more. My expansion northward and into the Middle East was motivated solely by a desire to extend French influence across those regions. Even my proposal to advance toward India emerged only when I requested reinforcements. Thus, strictly speaking, Citizen Barras, I have fulfilled my mandate. As for why I returned, upon reflection I have yet to offer a true answer. Do you genuinely wish to know? Barras shot back. Mind your tone, General Bonaparte. Though you have achieved certain successes, you remain accountable to the Directory. I returned because I love my homeland. Napoleon cut him off. The sound of his voice cracked like a whip. The moment Napoleon's words fell silent, the council chamber plunged into absolute stillness. Tension thickened the air. Directors exchanged uneasy glances, utterly unprepared for the general's sudden eruption. What state was France in when I departed? And what state is she in now? Napoleon roared. I left her in peace, yet returned to find her ravaged by war. I entrusted you with territories won through conquest. Now enemy forces press upon our borders. I left behind well-stocked arsenals and armories. Yet today not a single musket can be found. The wealth I brought back from Italy has vanished, replaced instead by oppressive laws and rampant destitution. Our cannons have been sold off. Theft has become institutionalized. The nation's resources are drained. Barely a remnant remains. These words left the directors speechless. Yet Napoleon pressed on, recalling his recent visits to towns surrounding Paris in the days preceding this meeting. Do you imagine I am ignorant? The first thing I did upon returning to France was to survey her condition. I witnessed decay, chaos, and the suffering of her people. I saw hunger in their eyes, and disillusionment in their souls. Our once great nation, the beacon of liberty and enlightenment, now teeters on the brink of collapse. For what purpose? For feudal political squabbles, for personal ambition, for perpetuating a system long severed from the people's needs. Do you presume me so naive as not to grasp why you wish to dispatch me back to the East? Rather than fret over my growing renown, you ought to dread the state of our nation. What? Suddenly struck dumb, Napoleon sighed exasperatedly. Good heavens! Your silence is killing me. Napoleon rose and adjusted his uniform. If you have nothing further to say, I shall take my leave. Your inertia, and your lack of vision for our country, disappoint me deeply. But remember this, I will not stand idly by while France marches toward ruin. I shall restore her glory, by whatever means necessary. With those words Napoleon turned sharply and strode out of the Grand Council chamber, leaving behind a stunned, silent directory. As he stepped beyond the gates of the Tuileries Palace, he drew a deep, slow breath that feels much better. For days after his meeting with the directory, Napoleon had received no correspondence from them. Perhaps his words had indeed left them speechless, so much so that they chose to ignore him altogether. Yet he remained uncertain. He sat at his desk drafting a letter to General Kleber, commander of the Army of the Orient. In it, he informed Kleber that owing to France's precarious domestic situation, the directory could not dispatch reinforcements. He ordered Kleber to hold his ground and preserve their occupied territories for as long as possible, while Napoleon attended to affairs in Paris. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Enter, Napoleon said, and the door creaked open to reveal his wife Josephine. My dear, a letter has arrived. From your brother Joseph, she said, approaching his desk. Have you opened it? Napoleon asked. Why would I? Josephine replied with a playful smile, handing him the sealed envelope. Napoleon accepted it with a grateful, warm smile. Carefully breaking the wax seal, Napoleon unfolded the letter, and upon reading Joseph's message let out a soft, dismissive hum. What is it? Josephine asked curiously. My brother has just informed me that he will arrive shortly, with others conspiring to overthrow the directory, Napoleon replied, glancing up at her. Josephine tilted her head slightly. I see. Did he name any others? Josephine asked, resting a finger thoughtfully against her chin. Joseph and Lucien will certainly come, but the rest remains unclear. Still, I strongly suspect Talleyrand will join them too. We shall learn the rest soon enough. This makes me rather nervous, Josephine murmured. Napoleon rose from his desk, walked behind her and embraced her, his arms encircling her waist in quiet reassurance. I understand your concern, my love, he murmured softly, resting his chin gently upon her shoulder. Power lies within reach, my love, and you shall be my first lady. Everything unfolds precisely as it did in our world. Josephine leaned back into his embrace. Yes, then we must ensure this succeeds, my love. I swear to you, it will. Napoleon kissed her neck tenderly. October 23, 1799, 8 p.m. A carriage halted before the castle's iron gates. Through the window Napoleon saw Lucien, Joseph, Caroline Talleyrand, and 3 others he did not recognize. Napoleon stepped out of his office, and saw Josephine approaching, likely to inform him of their arrival. They've arrived, my love. Please ensure François and Hortense remain in their rooms. Napoleon said, Don't worry about them. I'll stay with them. Good luck, my love, Josephine replied reassuringly. Napoleon smoothed his coat and strode directly toward the entrance, where he found Beaumont. Upon seeing Napoleon, Beaumont nodded solemnly. Open the gate, Napoleon commanded tersely. Beaumont obeyed instantly, swinging wide the castle's massive doors. Napoleon stepped into the night, a cool breeze brushing against his uniform and caressing his face. Conspirators led by his elder brother Joseph stood in a semicircle, Some gazed intently at his chateau, perhaps entranced by the glow emanating from its electrically lit facade. "Welcome," Napoleon said. "We have much to discuss. Please follow me." He led the group into his chateau toward his study, and upon arrival gestured for the conspirators to take seats before his desk. As the conspirators settled into their chairs, every gaze converged upon Napoleon, who took his place on the opposite side of the desk and swept his eyes across the assembled figures. "General Bonaparte, it is an honor to meet you. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Emmanuel Joseph Size. You may recall seeing me 4 days ago at the Tuileries Palace." "Oh, is that so? I confess I did not notice you. You were remarkably quiet, to be frank," Napoleon replied with a smile. "Because your words struck me. Indeed inspired me, General," came the reply. Size spoke. Napoleon studied him closely. Elected to the Directory on June 17, 1799, succeeding Jean-François Rubel, he was without question the chief architect of this conspiracy. Napoleon then turned his gaze toward 2 others, men less familiar to him. Allow me to present the key members of this conspiracy, General Bonaparte," Size interjected, promptly sensing Napoleon's curiosity. "This is Jean-Jacques Cambyses, who will secure funding for our endeavor. He served as president of the National Convention in 1794. Cambyses nodded respectfully toward Napoleon. Size continued, "This is Roger Ducasse. I trust you met him 4 days ago. A member of the Directory himself, he shares our profound dissatisfaction with the current government and fervent desire for reform." Ducasse too inclined his head in greeting. "And surely, General, you are acquainted with Monsieur Talleyrand," Size added, extending his hand toward Talleyrand. "Yes, we have met, and I suspected you would be here," Napoleon remarked. Talleyrand let out a light, amused laugh. "So my presence does not surprise you, General Bonaparte. Now those on your right are your siblings, General Bonaparte, Lucien Bonaparte, President of the Council of 500, Joseph Bonaparte, a member of the Council of Elders, and Caroline. Perhaps you wonder why your youngest sister is involved. There is sound reason. She has secured Murat's allegiance to our coup." "What?" Napoleon turned sharply toward Caroline, astonishment written across his features. "Oh, you didn't know, brother?" Caroline smiled gently. "Murat and I are lovers. Though you may think things have moved swiftly, I confess, I am utterly captivated by his charm." "Caroline, you met him only 2 weeks ago," Napoleon murmured in quiet disbelief. He knew historically that Murat and Caroline would wed, yet never imagined their bond would ignite so rapidly. "That is immaterial, brother," Lucien interjected. "Caroline's success in bringing Murat into our fold is nothing short of masterful. We require every possible ally we can muster." "Very well. If you say so," Napoleon sighed. "Then what is the plan?" "It unfolds over 2 days," General Bonaparte Size began. "It will be a 2-day coup. Our first objective is to compel the directors to leave Paris. Should they remain in the capital, we risk provoking a new Jacobin uprising, one that might rally the Parisian populace to arms in defense of the existing government." Napoleon nodded thoughtfully, fully grasping the necessity of removing the Directory from the immediate influence of potential opponents, and listened intently as Size elaborated on the intricate details of their scheme. "On the first day, Joseph and I shall convene an emergency session of the Council of Elders," Size explained. "There I shall declare the discovery of a Jacobin plot posing an imminent threat to the Republic. We shall stress that for the safety of the legislative body, the session must be relocated to the Château de Saint-Cloud west of Paris." Napoleon pondered the strategic maneuver. Removing the Council of Elders from the capital would not only shield their deliberations from disruption, but also afford the conspirators a controlled environment in which to advance their design. This arrangement mirrored precisely the course of events in actual history. When the council convenes at St. Cloud, Ducasse and I shall resign from the Directory, and through a combination of persuasion and pressure, we shall induce the remaining 3 directors to do likewise. Thus a power vacuum will emerge, filled by the provisional government we intend to establish. I previously attempted to persuade Citizen Barras to step down, but he proved uncooperative when approached diplomatically. Talleyrand interjected. "A modest sum, however, may prove persuasive." Size continued, "On the 2nd day, General Bonaparte, you shall address both legislative councils. Given your renown and military acumen, your words will carry immense weight. You will inform them that the Republic stands in grave peril due to the Jacobin conspiracy, and that only by abolishing and replacing the Constitution of the year 3 can the Republic be preserved. By the time you address the legislators, our provisional government, under my leadership, will already be constituted, charged with drafting a new constitution reflective of the French Republic's true aspirations and necessities." As his final sentence fell silent, Napoleon surveyed Talleyrand, Joseph, and Lucien. Each gave a subtle, solemn nod of assent. "So you shall become the nation's head of government," Napoleon mused. "General Bonaparte, does the plan present any difficulties?" Size asked. "No major issues, though I am curious, am I your first choice for the sword of this coup?" "Not at all. Initially I approached General Joubert to serve as our sword. Size replied, his voice tinged with quiet regret. During the coup of 18 Brumaire, he proved invaluable to me. I believed he would play a pivotal role in our design. My hopes rested upon Joubert. Size continued, disappointment palpable in his tone, while Napoleon listened intently, absorbing every detail of their prior efforts to secure a formidable military leader, and the evident disillusionment that colored Size's assessment of other generals' unsuitability. General Bernadotte is too Jacobin in temperament. I dismissed him outright, Size declared firmly, and General Jourdan, the hero of the Battle of Fleurus, flatly refused participation, though he pledged not to obstruct our endeavor. I also approached General Moreau, yet he hesitated to entangle himself in politics and ultimately declined. It was then we learned of your arrival in France in early October, and Moreau recommended you to me. Napoleon nodded, acutely aware of timing's gravity. Fate itself seemed to have aligned the stars for this moment. It appears destiny has brought us together. Napoleon smiled. Now that you possess this sword, what remains unaccounted for? Two matters, General Bonaparte. Talleyrand interjected. First, you must secure the cooperation of your wife Josephine Bonaparte. She currently controls France's largest press empire. She will be indispensable in shaping public opinion and disseminating our message. And the second? Napoleon asked curiously. Talleyrand cleared his throat. Second, we require the support of Minister of Police Joseph Fouché. At present, Fouché maintains spies in every corner of Paris, concealed among butchers, fortune-tellers, bartenders, and courtesans. Moreover, he has never lost a single coup. With his allegiance, we gain vital intelligence and control over the city's security apparatus. At Fouché's name, Napoleon's brow lifted slightly. He had heard of the minister's infamous intelligence network and uncanny ability to survive political tempests. Fouché. Napoleon reflected. Indeed a master strategist. But how do we persuade him to join our cause? That falls to you, General Bonaparte, for he speaks neither to me nor to anyone else present here, Talleyrand said. Here is the dossier I prepared on him, detailing his activities during the revolution's zenith. Use it to win him over. Talleyrand handed Napoleon the dossier. Napoleon accepted it and swiftly skimmed its contents, briefly reviewing Fouché's past maneuvers and shifting alliances. Remarkably thorough, Napoleon remarked, impressed by Talleyrand's meticulousness. It seems Fouché has dabbled in more conspiracies than one might suspect. He is a virtuoso of manipulation and survival, Talleyrand replied with a wry smile. Yet, even he possesses vulnerabilities. Leverage the dossier's insights to appeal to both his ambition and his fears. Show him how our plan serves his personal interests, and he may well pledge his loyalty. Very well. Once you secure his backing, brother, your final task is to rally your fellow generals, preferably as many as possible. Joseph reminded him, that need not concern us. I command considerable support, Napoleon replied confidently. Shall we conclude our discussion? France stands on the threshold of a new revolution. Lucien, hitherto silent, finally spoke. Who spoke of revolution, brother? Lucien interjected, his voice resolute. Ours is no revolutionary uprising, but a lawful transformation. Our objective is to persuade legislators to appoint a new executive body, effectively dissolving the Directory and establishing a fresh governing authority. This new government shall comprise 3 members, Dukas Size, and you, Napoleon. This is reform from within. Yes. Precisely, General Bonaparte, Size concurred. Call it what you will, but let us not deceive ourselves. In truth, our undertaking constitutes a coup. We must acknowledge its peril. Failure could land us in prison, or more likely upon the scaffold. Or, alternatively, the former king who fled Paris 7 years ago returns to dismantle the republic forged by the people. Size announced, the operation commences on 1819 Brumaire. Is everything clear? All nodded in assent. I shall visit the Minister of Police, Napoleon said. November 5, 1799. 4 days remained before the coup orchestrated by Napoleon Bonaparte and his allies. A leaden dawn draped over the streets of Paris as Napoleon arrived at the headquarters of the Ministry of Police. As he alighted from his carriage, a biting wind swept down the narrow street, whipping his cloak violently behind him. Napoleon adjusted his hat and smoothed his uniform, his gaze sharp and searching as it swept across the surroundings. Instantly, the French guards stationed there saluted him. Impeccably disciplined, they stood rigidly at attention, rifles held firmly at their sides. Their eyes met Napoleon's with unwavering resolve, and with crisp precision they rendered a salute to the revered general who had led them to victory on countless battlefields. Napoleon returned the gesture with a slight, dignified nod, acknowledging their loyalty. Crossing the threshold of the police headquarters, he inhaled the familiar scent of ink, parchment, and the faint lingering aroma of cigar smoke. The moment Napoleon entered the Minister of Police's office, his gaze locked onto Joseph Fouché. Fouché sat behind a massive oak desk. Tall, broad-shouldered, radiating an aura of unassailable authority, his bearing austere and composed. Strands of gray threaded through his black hair, meticulously groomed, lending him an air of seasoned gravitas. The fine lines etched across his face spoke of years burdened by weighty decisions and profound responsibility. He wore a flawlessly tailored suit, the formal attire accentuating his imposing stature and intensifying the palpable force of his power. General Napoleon Bonaparte Fouché greeted, his voice low and gravelly. "Welcome to the Ministry of Police. Your renown precedes you." Napoleon inclined his head in acknowledgement, meeting Fouché's gaze steadily. "Minister Fouché," he replied calmly. "Thank you for receiving me on such short notice." Fouché gestured for him to sit. Once Napoleon was settled, Fouché leaned forward, hands resting flat upon the polished surface of his desk. "So, General Bonaparte, what service may I render you?" Napoleon cleared his throat and began. "Minister Fouché, I have come to your office to seek your support for the coup my colleagues and I are preparing." "A coup?" Fouché repeated, tilting his head slightly. Napoleon had expected astonishment or even shock, but the minister merely raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. "Yes, Minister," Napoleon continued, "we believe the time has come to transform the government. The current directory has grown weak and corrupt. We intend to replace it with a new government capable of restoring France's stability and strength." Fouché reclined in his chair, folding his hands into a steeple before his chest. "Then, General, what role do you envision for me in this coup?" "Your role is indispensable, Minister Fouché," Napoleon declared. "On the 18th of Brumaire you will command the gates of Paris. No government official shall enter or leave without your explicit consent. Furthermore, I require you to impose strict censorship upon all newspapers, except the one under my control. Only news approved by myself and my closest allies shall be published." Fouché exhaled, slowly leaning forward, his eyes narrowing as he weighed Napoleon's words with meticulous care. "You speak as though my allegiance to your cause is already assured. But remember, General, I need only utter a single word to seal your fate in France. Treason. I may disapprove of the government's policies, yet I remain an integral part of it. And what if I offered you something that might shift your perspective, and secured for you a pivotal position in the new government? Minister of Police serving directly under me." Fouché's eyes narrowed, further curiosity mingling with skepticism. "What would that be? Are you implying that should the coup succeed you yourself would assume leadership of the new government?" Napoleon nodded, a steely certainty gleaming in his eyes. "Indeed, I shall steer the new government. But let us first address the initial phase. I assure you you shall retain your post as Minister of Police." Fouché frowned, lapsing into thoughtful silence. "While the proposition is undeniably compelling, I must remind you, I am already the incumbent Minister of Police." Then continue. "How precisely do you intend to persuade me to change sides?" "Very well. I am certain the royalists have not forgotten how during the reign of terror you slaughtered hundreds of your own followers. I have heard, or rather read in official documents, that you forced them to dig their own graves before executing them at point-blank range." Napoleon's words struck deep. Fouché's face paled instantly. To deepen the wound, Napoleon placed a dossier documenting Fouché's atrocities squarely upon the desk. A calculated salt upon the rawest of scars. "Who else stands with you?" Fouché asked, not even glancing at the file before him. "Everyone, Fouché. Generals like Murat and Lefebvre. Statesmen such as Cambacérès and Talleyrand." "Talleyrand?" Fouché cut him off. "You've admitted Talleyrand into your inner circle. The man betrays everyone. Rest assured, Fouché. Talleyrand's loyalty belongs solely to himself. He understands his interests align with mine, and grasps fully the consequences of betraying our enterprise. I demand absolute fidelity from every member of our alliance, and in return I offer them equal honor and security." "Very well, General. You have captured my attention. Your terms are clear. I shall consider them." "No, Fouché. There is no time for deliberation. You must decide now. Stand with me, or against me," Napoleon declared, his voice unshakable. Fouché paused, holding Napoleon's intense gaze for a long silent moment. Then, after brief reflection, reached his decision. "Very well. I support you," Fouché conceded at last. But added, "Yet I must voice my concern. What if your plan fails?" "Should our plan fail, Fouché, you shall not face execution in the king's name, but indictment by the Directory for conspiracy against the state. Joining me is your sole path to survival, Minister Fouché." 10 minutes later, Napoleon departed the Ministry of Police headquarters, bearing Fouché's solemn pledge of support. Now he needed to write letters to those generals yet uncontacted. An invitation to dinner awaited them. November 7th, 1799. 2 days remained before the coup orchestrated by Napoleon and his allies. At 7 o'clock in the evening at Chantilly Castle, Napoleon sat at the head of the dining table flanked by generals who had served with him in Italy, Bernadotte, Jordan, and Moreau. Generals who had served in Italy and Egypt, including Berthier-Lannes, Murat, La Harpe, and Victor, had already pledged their support to Napoleon by letter. Now these gentlemen seated with him at dinner were the final few whose allegiance he needed to secure. Our chef is one of France's finest gentlemen. Is your supper to your satisfaction? Napoleon scanned the faces around the table and asked. General Bernadotte, renowned for both his Jacobin background and military acumen, savored a bite of the exquisitely prepared dish and nodded approvingly. Exquisite, General Bonaparte. Your discernment in cuisine rivals your command on the battlefield. General Jordan wore a pensive expression as he raised his glass, took a sip, and replied, I concur with Bernadotte. The meal is nothing short of extraordinary. General Moreau likewise nodded in agreement. I endorse Bernadotte's assessment. Is that so? Or are you merely flattering me to please me? Napoleon interjected with a mischievous smile. The generals laughed. General Bernadotte arched an eyebrow and answered, Rest assured, Napoleon. We would never deceive you, especially on matters of taste. Were this fare unworthy, I'd likely spit it out on the spot. Napoleon burst into laughter. Then I am reassured. I am truly gratified to hear my esteemed generals express such satisfaction. Gentlemen, you must surely be wondering why I have summoned you here. Indeed, I confess I am curious as to your purpose in calling us General Bonaparte. Ordinarily you would inform us by letter 2 days prior to any formal meeting. General Jordan remarked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Napoleon leaned back in his chair and sighed as though steeling himself for battle. Gentlemen, I have gathered you here because I propose an act that may reshape the destiny of our nation. The hour has come to act, to forge anew the future of France. Silence fell upon the chamber. The generals exchanged glances charged with intrigue. General Bernadotte leaned forward slightly. What is this proposal, Napoleon? We are eager to hear you out. Napoleon drew a deep breath, determination blazed in his eyes. On 18 Brumaire, my colleagues, and I shall execute a coup d'état, overthrowing the current government and establishing a new governing authority. This is our chance to restore stability, prosperity, and unity to France. General Jordan furrowed his brow. General Bonaparte, I deeply admire your military triumphs in Italy and Egypt, but participation in this coup lies beyond the bounds of my conscience. I decline. So do I, General Bernadotte said, dabbing his lips with a handkerchief. You risk the guillotine for this venture. We shall see. Napoleon replied with unshaken confidence. I may not endorse your coup, General Bonaparte, but that does not mean I shall impede it. You may therefore count on my silence, General Jordan assured Napoleon. And you, General Bernadotte, will you likewise remain silent? Napoleon turned his gaze toward Bernadotte. Well, General Bonaparte, let me speak plainly. Julie Clary, my wife's sister, and also your brother Joseph's wife, has already spoken to her about your planned coup. My wife urges me to join you, yet I refused. Still I promised her I would not obstruct it, General Bernadotte declared. So you already knew that I intended to ask for your aid in this coup? Napoleon asked, seeking clarity. Precisely, General Bonaparte. Then why invite me to dinner? Napoleon's eyes narrowed slightly as he weighed Bernadotte's words. Very well. If neither you nor General Jordan interfere, all is settled. His gaze then shifted to General Moreau, who had remained silent since hearing the coup plan. General Moreau, only you have yet to declare your stance. Will you stand with me? Napoleon asked. General Bonaparte, I. Moreau's reply was cut short by Napoleon. Before you decide, know this: France's loss of northern Italy, its recapture by the Austrians and Russians, bears part of your responsibility. Joining this coup offers you redemption, and the chance to reclaim your honor and renown, Napoleon continued. Moreover, it was you who recommended me to size. On that basis alone, I believe you share my disdain for the present regime. General Moreau met Napoleon's gaze, his eyes clouded with contemplation. He paused, gathering his thoughts, then responded, Very well, General Bonaparte. I must confess I share your disillusionment with France's Directory. As both a general and a republican, I find their leadership profoundly wanting. Thus no further persuasion is needed. I pledge my support for your coup. A faint smile touched Napoleon's lips at the declaration. Though he knew their decisions in advance, having read them in history, what certainty existed, perhaps here things might unfold differently. Yet in truth nothing changed. Thank you, General Moreau. Your role in the coup will be conveyed to you tomorrow. For now let us resume our meal. After vigorous expressions of assent and acceptance, the generals resumed their dinner. 30 minutes later they departed. Napoleon personally escorted the generals from Chantilly Castle and bid them farewell. As their carriages dwindled into the distance, he was startled by arms suddenly encircling his waist. Has anything changed? Hilla asked. Napoleon placed his hand over hers and replied, No, it remains unchanged. I see. How regrettable, Gila murmured. So the coup begins in 2 days. It is truly happening now. You shall become first consul of France. I mean no discouragement, my dear. But events here could yet take a different course, Napoleon said. Trust those closest to you, my love. Gila whispered softly. I shall. At 4 o'clock in the early morning of November 9th, 1799. A clandestine gathering convened quietly in central Paris during the hushed hour before the city awoke. 60 officers from the 17th arrondissement and the National Guard assembled at Napoleon's residence in the Château de Chantilly. Warriors of the Republic. We stand at a pivotal moment in our nation's history. Once the Republic was a beacon of hope and progress, now it sinks into chaos and turmoil. The ideals for which we fought are now imperiled by corruption and inefficiency. Yet fear not, comrades. Today I stand before you not as a partisan, but as a guardian, one who protects this very government that has disappointed us. I ask for your loyalty, not to individuals who have forgotten their duty, but to the ideals upon which this republic was founded. We cannot allow our beloved France to wither beneath the weight of incompetence. We must seize this moment, unite our purpose, and forge a path toward stability and prosperity. United we shall reshape our nation's destiny, and restore the values of equality, liberty, and fraternity, tarnished by those who pursue only personal gain. By acting decisively, by launching this coup, we shall become the agents of change France so urgently needs. Our aim is not destruction but reconstruction, to inaugurate an era of strength, unity, and progress. Therefore I call upon you, warriors of the Republic, join me in this struggle. Together we shall reclaim the spirit that once made France great. Our loyalty no longer belongs to a failing government, but to the ideals that bind us as comrades in arms. When Napoleon concluded his impassioned address, silence lingered for a breath. Then one by one the soldiers nodded, their eyes alight with unwavering resolve. As they stepped forward to swear allegiance to this cause, history shifted beneath their feet. The stage was set, the actors assembled. The fate of the Republic hung in the balance. Meanwhile Napoleon's wife Josephine watched his speech from the window, her heart swelling with pride. Good luck, my dearest husband. At 6 o'clock in the morning the Tuileries Palace. Within its opulent halls members of the Council of Elders had gathered. Faces etched with exhaustion and anxiety. Napoleon Bonaparte, Napoleon's most trusted brother, stood before them speaking with calm authority. Citizen representatives, Napoleon began. Today I stand before you to expose a grave conspiracy threatening the very foundations of our republic. Whispers rippled across the chamber. The elders exchanged curious glances, fully captivated by Napoleon's words, leaning forward eager to hear the details of this alleged plot. Recent intelligence reveals that the Jacobins have conspired to destabilize our government. Enemies of the state bent on undermining national order. Driven by misguided ideology, these men seek to plunge our beloved republic into chaos and anarchy. A murmur of unease and suspicion spread through the council chamber. The shadow of the Jacobins still loomed large in the collective memory. Their radicalism and hunger for power remained a dark chapter in the nation's history. Napoleon's gaze swept across the assembly, locking eyes with skeptical elders. He knew he must shake their doubt, make them believe the danger was imminent. Yet we possess the means to defend the republic and ensure its survival. To thwart these treacherous acts of treason, Napoleon declared, his voice rising with conviction, we must act decisively. I propose 2 decrees, essential to preserving the integrity of our government and safeguarding every citizen. The first decree grants General Napoleon Bonaparte supreme command over all local armed forces, empowering him to counter the Jacobin threat effectively. A hesitant murmur rose in the chamber. Some elders exchanged wary glances. Entrusting such immense authority to a single man even before the conspiracy was fully substantiated was deeply troubling. But do not fear, esteemed colleagues, Napoleon continued, his tone soothing. Napoleon has repeatedly proven his unwavering loyalty to the Republic. He shall serve as our shield, protecting us from those who seek to divide us. Napoleon's compelling rhetoric resonated through the chamber, gradually drawing the elders' attention. Slowly the tide turned, doubt yielding to cautious acceptance as they weighed this course of action. The second decree formally relocates today's session from the Tuileries Palace to St. Cloud, a measure vital to ensuring the safety of this august assembly. We must never underestimate the audacity or reach of those conspiring against us. Whispers grew louder. Elders conferred in low voices. Some voiced reservations, while others weighed the potential benefits of such stringent measures. Napoleon's gaze burned with resolve as he surveyed the room, holding each hesitant elder's gaze. Knowing he must convince them the peril was immediate or the coup would fail. Citizen representatives, I implore you to consider the future of our republic. Faced with imminent danger, we must act swiftly, and with unwavering resolve. Napoleon concluded. Silence filled the air as the Council of Elders contemplated the proposal laid before them. One by one, the elders nodded in assent, hesitation dissolving as they recognized the necessity of these measures. The decrees were signed. The die was cast. The council prepared to confront an uncertain future. Satisfied with their consent, Lucien smiled. His first objective achieved. Now it was time for Size Ducas and Talleyrand to fulfill their roles. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Tuileries Palace. Napoleon arrived at the Tuileries Palace accompanied by troops drawn from local armed forces. Clad in full general's uniform, he addressed the assembly within the council chamber. Citizen representatives, today I stand before you, summoned by decree ready to answer its call. Napoleon declared, his expression resolute. It is my solemn duty to protect you from the grave threat looming over our beloved republic, from the Jacobin conspiracy designed to shatter our values and fracture our unity. After assuring the representatives of the people, Napoleon proceeded to another chamber where a critical discussion was underway. He approached the door and knocked several times in the prearranged manner to signal his arrival. A moment later, Talleyrand's voice came from within granting him entry. Pushing the door open, Napoleon found Ducas, Size, Talleyrand, Cambaceres, Fouché, and Barras seated around the table. Once seated, Napoleon reported on his address before the Council of State, and relayed the news that his brother Lucien had successfully influenced their votes to pass the pivotal decree. Now tell me how matters stand on your end, Napoleon, said, his gaze settling upon Ducas and Size. Without hesitation, Ducas and Size handed Napoleon a stack of documents. His glance revealed them to be formal letters of resignation from their posts as directors of the Directory. Effective immediately, directors Ducas and Size have resigned, Talleyrand announced with a satisfied smile. Now we need only secure the resignations of 3 more directors. The remaining targets are Director General Gohier, Barras, and Moulin, Size added. Though they have proven tenacious, we shall not yield. Barras is mine to handle, Talleyrand volunteered confidently. Minister Fouché. What of you? Napoleon's eyes flickered toward Fouché, who had remained silent since his arrival. General Bonaparte, I may say this with certainty: nothing can halt this coup. On the eve of the coup, I secured full control over the flow of information in Paris. My intelligence network has labored ceaselessly to ensure every potential opponent remains utterly unaware of our intentions. A faint but unmistakable smile of satisfaction crossed Napoleon's face, acknowledging Fouché's indispensable role in preserving the element of surprise. Well done, Minister Fouché. As they spoke, a sharp knock sounded at the door. Napoleon and all present turned toward it. The 4 measured raps signified an invited guest. Enter. Talleyrand responded to the prearranged signal. The door swung slowly open, revealing a tall, impeccably dressed man. Citizen Barras, please be seated. Talleyrand gestured toward an empty chair beside the table. What is happening here? Why are 2 directors, General Bonaparte and Minister of Police Fouché, all assembled? Barras's eyes narrowed with suspicion as he scanned the faces gathered around the table. He had indeed received an invitation bearing cryptic instructions summoning him to this clandestine meeting. Yet despite its legitimacy, his instincts whispered that something was deeply amiss. His customary ease had given way to a subtle unease as he took his seat. Citizen Barras, you must have many questions. Talleyrand spoke first. Regrettably, we lack time to answer them one by one, so the purpose of your summons omitted from the letter shall now be conveyed in person. No, I believe I already grasped the situation, Barras murmured, glancing once more at the assembled figures. You are all conspiring, though I heard only that deputies had voted through a decree. Since I was taken away by General Bonaparte's men, I've had no chance to inquire further. Yes, we are indeed conspiring, Citizen Barras, Talleyrand affirmed. And you shall take part in it. Are you asking me to resign again? Barras raised an eyebrow. Precisely, Citizen Barras. But resignation alone is not what I propose. In fact, I offer recompense 100,000 francs to be precise. Talleyrand spoke with a sly, knowing smile. Barras narrowed his eyes skeptically, though the staggering sum undeniably stirred his interest. Recompense? For what exactly? He asked, striving to maintain composure. For cooperation ensuring a smooth and orderly transfer of power. Directors Ducas and Size have already resigned. Talleyrand extended a hand toward the 2 directors. Barras's gaze swept over them. They merely nodded in quiet confirmation. Ah, I see. If directors resign en masse, a vacuum of authority opens, and your new government steps effortlessly into the void. Exactly so, Talleyrand confirmed. Your resignation thus secures not only 100,000 francs, but safe passage out of Paris. Faced with such compelling terms, Barras found resistance nearly impossible. He had to concede. As a statesman, he had been profoundly inept, failing utterly to bring stability to France during the Directory's rule. Now this generous remuneration, coupled with unharmed departure from Paris, presented a rare, mutually beneficial resolution. I will resign. Citing my own incompetence, Barras accepted. Excellent. Please sign this letter of resignation now. Talleyrand handed Barras a parchment and a quill. Without hesitation, Barras signed. his hand moving with steady deliberate precision, certain he had made the right choice. Having affixed his signature, Barris returned the document to Talleyrand, who nodded approvingly. "You have made a wise decision, Citizen Barris." Talleyrand smiled warmly. "This ensures a seamless transition of power, and your cooperation will not be forgotten. The funds are already prepared awaiting you in the carriage outside." Barris nodded, rose, and walked toward the door, leaving the room. As he departed, Talleyrand exhaled deeply. 3 directors have resigned, 2 remain. Yet though we paid him, I fear he may yet return. "Do not worry, Talleyrand," Napoleon replied. "The cavalry escorting his carriage will ensure he continues his journey out of Paris." Some 20 minutes later, Gohier and Moulin entered the chamber, utterly unaware of the momentous proceedings just concluded. Their faces bore the weariness and anxiety of men sensing impending crisis. "Citizens Gohier and Moulin, we must speak." Talleyrand rose and greeted them. "Please be seated." Gohier and Moulin exchanged a puzzled glance, then obediently took the vacant chairs beside the table. The air grew thick with tension. Both sensed a decisive event was imminent. "Before we discuss why we've been summoned, Talleyrand, might you explain what has just occurred with those deputies who signed today's decree relocating the assembly to St. Cloud?" Gohier asked. 3 directors of the directory have resigned," Talleyrand replied, ignoring the question entirely and delivering the latest development instead. "Resigned?" Gohier repeated, his eyes darting toward the 2 seated directors. "Why, oh no. I think I understand. A coup d'état," Moulin declared. "A coup is underway, and everyone present is complicit. You are utterly mad. You shall be executed for this." Gohier roared. "I would not call it a coup, Citizen Gohier," Napoleon corrected calmly. "It is simply the replacement of one government by another." "I will take no part in this," Gohier declared, rising abruptly, Moulin following suit. With those words they left the chamber. "We didn't even get a chance to persuade them," Size muttered, biting his lower lip. "It matters little. We already have 3 resignations," Talleyrand said. "Now we need only confine them, ensuring they cannot leave or interfere." "Leave that to me," Napoleon stood and said. After meeting with the directors of the directory, Napoleon left the chamber and stepped out of the Tuileries Palace, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He had to admit that a minor complication had arisen in the plan. Moulin and Gohier had refused to resign, throwing their meticulously orchestrated coup into uncertainty. Yet he also understood that in coups and political upheavals nothing ever unfolded precisely as scripted. Meanwhile, Napoleon's military forces were being deployed in secret across Paris, executing their designated roles in the coup with utmost discretion. Officers closely monitored the Ministry of War, preventing Minister Dubois-Cranes, the suspected opponent, from interfering in any way. Generals Lens and Seruzier took strategic positions outside the Tuileries Palace, and Les Invalides respectively, ready at a moment's notice to seize key locations and suppress any potential military resistance. Murat and Bessieres cavalry units patrolled the districts surrounding the Palais Bourbon and Place de la Concorde, with disciplined vigilance ensuring absolute control over these critical sites. MacDonald, acting swiftly, rode toward Versailles to secure the region and preempt any countermeasures the royalists might attempt. Seruzier efficiently led the Legislative Guard to St. Cloud, securing their loyalty and support for the decisive hour ahead. As Napoleon crossed the palace courtyard, he spotted General Moreau riding toward him from afar. Moreau halted before him, dismounted, and rendered a crisp military salute. "General Moreau, just in time. Come with me." Napoleon gestured for Moreau to follow him to a secluded corner shielded from prying eyes. They walked a few paces until they found a quiet, sheltered nook insulated from the city's clamor. "What is it, General Bonaparte?" Moreau asked curiously. "2 members of the Directory are resisting our plan, Gohier and Moulin," Napoleon revealed. "The President and a member of the Directory. You failed to compel their resignations, did you?" Moreau replied. "Indeed. We must now detain them. I am certain these 2 men will provoke unrest that could jeopardize our entire enterprise." Napoleon declared. "What would you have me do, General Bonaparte?" "I want you to arrest them." Napoleon commanded. "Decisively take them to a discreet location. The Luxembourg Palace is ideal. Present it as protection against Jacobin threats." Moreau nodded, grasping the gravity of the mission. "Understood, General. I shall execute this with utmost discretion. No one will suspect a thing." With a clear sense of purpose, Moreau departed swiftly to carry out Napoleon's orders. The success of the coup hinged on their ability to neutralize all potential opposition. Thus close surveillance of Gohier and Moulin was now imperative. 30 minutes later, Gohier and Moulin sat inside a carriage rumbling along Paris's cobblestone streets. Gohier's frustration was palpable. "I cannot believe Dukas, Size, and Barris have joined this coup. The security around the council chamber is impenetrable. I couldn't even approach to alert the deputies to what is unfolding." Earlier, before meeting Talleyrand, they had attempted to ascertain what transpired within the chamber. But guards barred their entry, merely informing them that the directors had signed 2 decrees, one appointing General Bonaparte commander of the Parisian armed forces, and another ordering the relocation of the council to St. Cloud. After conferring with the conspirators, Gohir and Moulin tried again to enter the chamber, only to be met with fierce resistance from the sentries. What do we do now? It appears they hold the upper hand, Moulin said. No. I disagree, Moulin. There is method behind their insistence on our resignation. Gohir reflected, rapidly weighing possibilities in his mind. If we resign now, we only legitimize their coup in the eyes of the public and fellow deputies. We must not fall into their trap. Moulin nodded gravely. You're right, Gohir. To safeguard the Republic, we must find another path. To reach out to our colleagues in the Directory, and to the deputies to reconnect with our party and its representatives. France is too frail to endure yet another revolution. Yes. On the street, the carriage continued onward while Moreau's troops silently converged, camouflaged in the shadows of surrounding buildings. Moreau himself directed the cavalry's tactical positioning, ensuring no avenue of escape remained open. When the carriage finally entered a secluded stretch of road, Moreau signaled his men to act. The cavalry surged forward, encircling the vehicle and severing every possible route of flight. Moreau rode up to the carriage and called out with commanding authority. President Gohir and Citizen Moulin, you are required by order of General Bonaparte to accompany us to a place of safety. We have received intelligence that your lives are threatened by Jacobin plots. We are here to protect you. Gohir and Moulin exchanged a glance of stunned alarm. Damn it! They've surrounded us, Moulin exclaimed, peering out the window. So when coercion failed, they resorted to this. Gohir sighed in resignation. A moment later, one of Moreau's officers opened the carriage door. Moreau stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently upon Gohir and Moulin. State your name, soldier, Gohir demanded sharply. I am General Moreau, President Gohir. Moreau replied. You and Citizen Moulin will accompany us to the Luxembourg Palace, where we shall shield you from the machinations of Jacobin conspirators. Jacobin conspiracies? Gohir let out a bitter, sardonic laugh. As if such conspiracies truly existed. We know full well there is no Jacobin plot, only a coup masterminded by your own general. And when this coup collapses, what fate awaits you? You'll find yourself trapped in your own folly. Very well. Then I must ensure that does not come to pass. Moreau remarked coolly, then turned to the carriage driver. You accompany us to the Luxembourg Palace. You cannot do this. Gohir shouted at the driver, who trembled violently in his seat. Yet in an instant Moreau drew his pistol and leveled it at Gohir. Soldiers surrounding the carriage simultaneously trained their muskets upon the pair. Gohir and Moulin instinctively swallowed hard, acutely aware of the peril they now faced. They realized Moreau had irrevocably aligned himself with the opposing faction. Any hope of peacefully resolving the coup now seemed vanishingly remote. Trapped within a ring of armed soldiers loyal to Napoleon, their lives hung in the balance. You need only accompany us, President Gohir, Citizen Moulin. I swear. You will come to no harm. Moreau spoke coldly, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. Gohir and Moulin sank back into their seats, suppressing their terror despite inner tremors. General Moreau, what end do you serve by doing this? Betraying your patriotic comrades and joining this coup will bring no benefit to France, Gohir urged, attempting reason. And has the Directory brought benefit to France, President Gohir? Moreau cut in, voice thick with indignation. Its corruption and incompetence have steadily weakened our nation. I believe this coup will usher in a stronger, more stable government. I witnessed firsthand the Republic Bonaparte established in northern Italy. He enacted sweeping reforms and his governance brought prosperity and order. I have also read reports of his administration in Egypt. Should General Bonaparte assume leadership of France, I am convinced he will accomplish the same for our homeland. November 9th, 1799, at 7 in the evening. Inside the Château de St. Cloud, the soldiers' mission was unequivocal: to safeguard the palace and preserve order. Most soldiers remained unaware of the coup unfolding around them. They had merely been summoned by the government to protect legislators from the alleged Jacobin conspiracy. 2 hours had already passed since all deputies had safely relocated to the palace, and the legislature had now convened its session. Meanwhile, Napoleon and Marat strolled leisurely through the palace courtyard, conversing animatedly. When exactly did you and my younger sister begin your courtship? Napoleon asked, glancing sidelong at Marat. Marat smiled wistfully, recalling his early days with Caroline. Well, it was 2 days after we first met in Toulon. I invited her to dinner, took her to the opera, and from there our bond deepened gradually. He recounted the tale with evident enthusiasm. You must thank her. She was the one who persuaded me to back this coup, Napoleon. Napoleon tilted his head slightly. Wait. Does that mean had you never met my sister you would not have stood by me? I thought we were brothers, he added quietly. To be candid, Napoleon, I initially hesitated to endorse yet another revolution, fearing history might repeat itself. Marat confessed openly. Yet witnessing your governance in northern Italy and Egypt, the discipline, the vision, solidified my conviction to support you. Caroline's words only reinforced that certainty. Your rule will be unlike any before it. That ultimately proved decisive. Napoleon's expression softened as he grasped Murat's sincerity. I am profoundly grateful for your loyalty, Murat. It means more to me than words can convey. Murat sighed. Now that all the deputies are assembled, what is your next move? The most arduous phase lies ahead, Napoleon revealed, namely compelling both legislative councils to dissolve themselves voluntarily. How do you intend to accomplish that? Murat asked. You shall see, Murat, Napoleon replied, gazing toward the outer walls of the Château de Saint-Cloud. All proceeded smoothly. With Moreau's arrest of the two directors, the Directory had effectively ceased to exist. Now it fell to him to fulfill his appointed role, and its success hinged entirely upon Napoleon's conduct during the coup. Dawn of November 10, 1799, the 19th of Brumaire. Napoleon entered the assembly hall of the Château de Saint-Cloud, where members of the Council of Elders awaited. Flanked by loyal grenadiers standing rigidly at attention, he advanced with quiet authority. As Napoleon stepped into the chamber, the deputies clad in crimson robes seated opposite erupted into chaotic clamor, waving handkerchiefs, shouting over one another in heated dispute. A palpable tension hung thick in the air, presaging imminent disorder within the hall. Yet the moment the deputies registered Napoleon's presence, and the grim, disciplined ranks of grenadiers beside him, silence descended abruptly. Every gaze fixed upon that commanding figure, whose arrival bore unmistakable epical significance. General Bonaparte, a deputy cried aloud, shattering the stillness. We have waited here nearly 20 hours, and seen no trace whatsoever of any Jacobin plot. Are you staging a coup? Napoleon suppressed an inward smile. Events unfolded precisely as he had orchestrated. The hour for decisive action had arrived. He raised a hand commanding silence. Gentlemen, he began, adopting a demeanor both composed and grave. Our situation is perilously akin to standing atop an active volcano. Our beloved republic lacks a functioning government. The Directory has collapsed into chaos, while rival factions stir unrest and vie for dominance. The time has come for resolute action, and for choice. You summoned me and my troops, seeking your wise counsel. I stand before you now with utmost sincerity and humility, not for personal ambition but solely to secure the safety and stability of our great republic. Therefore I propose we hold a vote to establish a new government, one capable of guiding us through this turbulent epoch. No sooner had Napoleon concluded than his grenadiers erupted in thunderous cheers. Yet the Council of Elders remained unmoved. Skepticism flickered across their faces, followed by murmurs of discontent rippling through the chamber. So our suspicions were true. General Bonaparte is indeed executing a coup, accused one deputy, voicing the unspoken fears of many. Swear allegiance to the Constitution of Year 3. That alone safeguards the Republic, not by tearing it down and building anew, countered another, challenging Napoleon's stance. Let us all swear fidelity to the Constitution. One deputy after another rose to recite the oath. General Bonaparte. The same deputies who had earlier challenged him called out once more, you too must swear. The Constitution. Napoleon retorted. You yourselves have shredded it, on 18 Fructidor, on 22 Floreal, on 30 Prairial. Time and again you violated its sanctity. Until today it commands neither reverence nor respect. It must be replaced. Having voiced his searing indictment of the present crisis, Napoleon withdrew from the hall with his grenadiers, heading for the orangery of the palace where the Council of 500 was assembled. As Napoleon entered the chamber, the Council of 500 greeted him with palpable hostility. The sight of a man in military uniform appearing at a governmental assembly instantly inflamed the deputies' fury. Cries of outrage filled the room, voicing their indignation at the armed soldiers' intrusion. Amidst the clamor and chaos, Napoleon pressed forward, resolutely onto the rostrum, determined to address the council. I will no longer tolerate such partisan strife. This ends now. Napoleon declared aloud, striving to restore order to the tumultuous scene. Yet the atmosphere swiftly spiraled into uncontrollable disorder. Enraged deputies surrounded him, chanting in unison, down with the tyrant. Down with the despot. Abolish him. Anger and animosity saturated the chamber. The situation appeared to be deteriorating by the second. Lucien Bonaparte, newly appointed president of the Council of 500, attempted to restore calm, but it was an arduous struggle. Some deputies had already risen from their seats, even shoving one another, resorting to physical violence that further intensified the chaos. Tensions escalated dramatically. Deputies shoved, slapped, and even brandished daggers threateningly at Napoleon. Though he could easily have defended himself, he chose instead to endure the assault, for it was all part of the plan. Loyal grenadiers swiftly intervened, rushing forward to shield the general and impose order. They managed to escort Napoleon safely out of the hall, while pandemonium inside continued to intensify. Once outside, a deputy moved a resolution, Let us declare General Napoleon Bonaparte an outlaw. Lucien, witnessing the coup unraveling, tried to leave the chamber, but deputies blocked his path. To legitimize this session, President Bonaparte, you must remain here. To hell with you! Lucien roared, tearing off his presidential sash and striding defiantly out of the hall. Outside he found Napoleon standing with Dukas, Size, and Talleyrand. The coup has failed. Size whispered, his face ashen. We must depart immediately, or it will be too late. Brother! Lucien cried, rushing toward Napoleon. He quickly examined his elder sibling for injuries sustained during the deputy's assault. Are you well, brother? I am unharmed, Lucien. What transpired? Napoleon asked. They are declaring you an outlaw, brother, Lucien replied. And what of us? Dukas and Size asked simultaneously. Not yet, but soon you shall be. Lucien paused, then turned to Napoleon. I had few allies within. I could not move a motion. Forgive me, brother. So, is this truly the end? Dukas said. If so, our first priority must be finding sanctuary. Dukas' fear is unnecessary. We have the army under my brother's command and Marat stationed just beyond the palace gates. At last Napoleon spoke the words he had long awaited, and a faint knowing smile curved his lips. You are right, brother. The end has not come. We still hold the army. You mean, oh! Lucien suddenly grasped Napoleon's intent. It may yet succeed. What may yet succeed? Size asked. You shall see. Outside the palace, Napoleon and Lucien strode toward the troops encamped at St. Cloud, a garrison established there since the previous day. Soldiers. Soldiers of the Republic. Lucien stood atop a black powder keg, improvised as a platform, and raised his voice. Fall in. I bear urgent news. The soldiers turned their gazes toward him, faces alight with curiosity and anticipation, sensing that a momentous revelation was imminent. A band of desperate men, daggers drawn now, threatens the council. Lucien announced, his voice charged with urgency. They even attempted to assassinate our revered general. They dare accuse Napoleon of plotting a coup to seize power. Baseless, vile slander. Lucien paused briefly, then drew his dagger and raised it high. Every soldier's eyes locked onto its gleaming blade, captivated utterly. Behold this weapon, Lucien cried, directing their gaze to the sharp edge, then lowered the blade, pointing it squarely at Napoleon's chest. I swear upon my honor, should my brother ever harbor even the slightest intent to endanger the liberty of our fellow citizens, I would thrust this dagger without hesitation into his heart. At Lucien's solemn oath, the soldiers erupted in cheers, raising their muskets and forming ranks. Just as Marat, having just assembled his cavalry, approached Napoleon. What shall we do, General Bonaparte? Marat asked, his eyes blazing with the same unwavering resolve as his men. General Marat, I order you, and your troops, to storm the council chamber. Napoleon gazed into the distance, his expression steely, issuing commands with deliberate gravity. We must act swiftly and decisively, to protect the Republic and uphold the principles we hold sacred. Ensure the safety of every deputy. None must escape. Marat saluted sharply and relayed the order to his cavalry without delay. With unshakable determination they spurred their horses across the palace courtyard, charging straight toward the orangery, where the council of 500 convened. Marat forced open the orangery's great doors. Behind him surged cavalry and infantry alike. As soldiers burst in muskets leveled, deputies lifted their heads in stunned disbelief, gaping at the armed intruders. Citizens, the council is dissolved. Clear this rabble from the chamber. Marat thundered. A chilling silence fell over the room. The deputies were seized with astonishment, swiftly descending into panic. French soldiers began rounding them up, vigilantly watching for any sign of resistance. Some deputies risked everything to evade arrest, frantically discarding their sashes and hats onto the floor in a desperate bid to conceal their identities amid the chaos. A few even attempted to flee, only to be apprehended moments later by the soldiers. Amid the turmoil, a small group of deputies rushed toward the windows, searching for an escape route. Terror and despair contorted their faces as they contemplated leaping out, until soldiers issued stern warnings commanding them to halt immediately. Meanwhile, in another chamber of the Château de St. Cloud, the Senate faced the same fate as the council of 500 armed soldiers stormed the hall, leveled muskets at the senators, and commenced arrests. Ultimately, deputies from both chambers were assembled in a single vast chamber, large enough to hold them all. While soldiers stood guard, muskets trained upon them, the deputies trembled, visibly gripped by fear. Minutes later, Napoleon himself strode into the chamber, accompanied by Lucien. Soldiers lining the path stepped aside to clear a passage for their general. His mere presence sufficed to silence the room. An uneasy hush fell over the assembly, every gaze fixed upon him. Now, shall we proceed to vote? Napoleon's voice cut through the tension like a blade. His piercing gaze swept across the chamber, locking eyes with former colleagues who had once sat beside him in deliberation. The deputies exchanged wary glances, uncertain how to respond. Some remained stunned by the sudden turn of events, others harbored deep reservations about the legality of the proposed procedure. Lucien stepped forward. Gentlemen, the first order of business is to adjourn both legislative chambers for 4 months, and to expel the Neo-Jacobins whom I believe have conspired with our enemy the British. All in favor, raise your hand. No sooner had Lucien finished speaking than the soldiers tightened their grip on their muskets. A silent, coercive gesture meant to compel compliance. Tension saturated the hall. The deputies understood the peril of defiance. Slowly, reluctantly, one by one, they raised their hands in assent to adjournment and expulsion alike. Since the majority has voted in favor of adjournment and expulsion, so it shall be enacted. Lucien announced then, continued. Secondly, the Directory is hereby dissolved, and replaced by an executive commission led by Size Ducas and Bonaparte. The deputies stared at one another, unprepared for such a momentous proposal. Murmurs rippled through the chamber as they weighed the profound implications of this new political design. We have already drafted the new constitution, Lucien declared, holding aloft a sheaf of documents. This constitution will lay the foundation for a more efficient and stable government, ensuring the prosperity and progress of our beloved republic. This new executive body shall be called the Consulate, governed by 3 consuls, Bonaparte, Size, and Ducas. So this is merely the Directory, but reduced from 5 to 3, asked one deputy. Lucien shook his head. No, only one holds true authority. Under the Constitution he shall be titled First Consul, and that role shall be assumed by none other than General Napoleon Bonaparte. Yet his term shall be limited to 10 years, Lucien explained. Gradually the deputies grasped the magnitude of the proposal. One man wielding such power for a decade filled them with both anticipation and trepidation. 10 years is an exceptionally long term, observed a deputy. Might this not concentrate excessive power in a single individual? Lucien dismissed the question with a dismissive wave and declared, now, we vote. Soldiers stood motionless at the periphery, ready to enforce the outcome. A palpable weight of coercion pressing upon the chamber. Though heavy with resignation and misgiving, the deputies reluctantly raised their hands. Since the majority has voted to dissolve the Directory and establish the Consulate, so it shall be enacted. November 10, 1799, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Napoleon, Marat, and Lucien returned to Ducas, Size, and Talleyrand. Well, Size asked, is it done? Yes. It is settled, Size. Napoleon replied with a nod. Let us announce it to the troops. The soldiers gathered around the 3 leaders, eyes keen with expectation. Lucien stood beside Napoleon, clutching the draft of the new constitution. Noticing the gravity etched upon their leaders' faces, the soldiers' anticipation intensified. Soldiers of the Republic. Today the Directory has been dissolved, and replaced by an executive commission composed of 3 consuls. General Bonaparte, Citizen Size, and Citizen Ducas shall jointly serve as consuls of the French Republic. This decree takes immediate effect. Lucien then turned to the assembled officers, standing rigidly at attention. Officers, render honors to the consuls of the Republic. Present arms. The officers responded in unison. The soldiers snapped their muskets upright in perfect synchrony. A salute to the newly appointed consuls. Napoleon, Size, and Ducas exchanged quiet, knowing glances, and smiled. Long live Bonaparte! Lucien and the soldiers roared in unison. Their cheers echoed across the palace courtyard, fervent, impassioned, reflecting the troops' reverence and unwavering trust in the new first consul. Napoleon stood tall and resolute, his gaze locked upon the ranks before him. He felt their fervent expectation, and bore with solemn clarity the immense weight of responsibility now resting upon his shoulders. Now, it is my time, Napoleon murmured softly to himself. On the evening of November 10, 1799, Napoleon and his allies successfully executed their planned coup, encountering only minor obstacles along the way, ultimately securing Napoleon's appointment as first consul of France, mirroring the course of actual history. The Orangery, once the meeting hall of the Council of 500, had been transformed into a vibrant banquet hall. Not to honor the absent deputies who had fled, but to celebrate Napoleon's allies, general, statesmen, and soldiers alike. Joseph raised his glass in toast to his younger brother Napoleon, who reciprocated with a solemn lift of his own, expressing heartfelt gratitude for Joseph's pivotal role in pacifying the Senate. It is nothing. True credit belongs to our brother Lucien, Joseph declared, gesturing toward Lucien, who stood conversing and drinking with Cambassiers Talleyrand and Fouché. Napoleon followed Joseph's gaze toward Lucien and his companions. I shall thank him shortly. He nodded, then selected a delicate macaron from the ornate array of pastries on the table. He took a bite, savoring its delicate sweetness, all the while observing the jubilant atmosphere around him. The banquet hall resonated with animated voices, laughter, and unrestrained celebration of the coup's triumph. Napoleon exchanged warm words and firm handshakes with his allies, accepting congratulations from those present. Throughout the room, discussions swirled about France's future and the possibilities under the new government's leadership. Lucien approached Napoleon with a radiant smile, clearly elated by the audacious success of their joint endeavor. Congratulations, brother. Consider it born into a modest noble family you rose to command the Italian and Oriental armies, and now stand as first consul of the French Republic. An astonishing ascent indeed. Thank you, my dear brother. Without your support I could never have achieved this alone, Napoleon replied sincerely, then added, yet I must ask, where is Size? He is reviewing the constitution we drafted, Lucien answered, and continued. All I can tell you is to prepare yourself. He may burst into this hall at any moment demanding explanations. His words were cut short as Size stormed toward them, face contorted with fury. Ah, he comes. Summon the others, Napoleon instructed Lucien. Instantly Lucien hurried off to fetch Fouché, Talleyrand, and Cambyses. Moments later Size strode up to Napoleon, seething. What is the meaning of this? Napoleon feigned innocence as though utterly unaware of the cause of his wrath. Article 2 grants all executive authority exclusively to the first consul, Bonaparte. You have seized absolute power, making yourself the sole center of authority. This was never our agreement. Calmly Napoleon took the document from Size's hands, glanced briefly at the cited clause, and then lifted his eyes, meeting Size's blazing gaze with unruffled composure. The constitution you drafted for us a week ago did not satisfy either me or our allies. And let us not forget, you composed it first, not we. Did you truly believe we would fail to notice? You sought to elevate yourself above the other consuls, to become in effect the sole ruler. Otherwise why bring this plan to us at all, expecting us to cooperate precisely as you envisioned? He speaks truth, Size, Talleyrand interjected, having just arrived beside them. Our decision to place Napoleon at the heart of the new government was guided by more than mere expediency. The people and the army adore him, and the populace refuses to endure another directory. Were you involved in this too, Talleyrand? Size glared at Talleyrand, but the latter remained unperturbed, his expression serene. Not Talleyrand alone. Joseph Fouché, Cambyses, and Ducasse stand with him as well. Lucien interjected. Napoleon has already proven his mastery in governing territories, Size, Joseph added. Observe the prosperity of northern Italy before Austria and Russia reoccupied it, and consider Egypt's flourishing under his rule. The French people yearn to experience that same prosperity under Napoleon's governance. Accept reality, Size, Ducasse interjected. We still hold the office of consul of the French Republic. Yes, but as mere ornaments, Size muttered. His voice dripped with bitter frustration as he surveyed the room. Realizing most present openly supported Napoleon's ascendancy, their festive exuberance seeming to mock his misgivings. He had plotted this coup far longer than any of them could imagine. Yet here he stood, facing the very man he himself had chosen and helped elevate to first consul. A truth too stark to bear. Enough. Let the debate end, Napoleon finally declared, placing a steady hand upon Size's shoulder. I acknowledge one undeniable fact: your role in this coup was indispensable. You assembled this coalition and assigned each of us our roles. But let me ask you plainly, would the people welcome a politician as unpopular as you to lead them? I have loathed every government, from the National Assembly to the National Convention and finally the Directory, each consumed solely by self-serving politics, never by the welfare of the people. It was precisely these successive regimes that plunged France into instability. I will not repeat their failures. Now is the time for France to rise and reclaim her dignity among nations. Therefore I offer you a choice: stand with me, or stand against me. Napoleon's voice was low, resonating with an intimidating resolve that sent a chill down Size's spine. If he chose cooperation, he could retain his position within the government. Yet if he chose resistance, he risked losing everything he had fought for, and confronting the charismatic, omnipotent Napoleon Bonaparte. Size drew a deep breath, striving to steady his nerves, but the oppressive weight of the room left him breathless. His gaze swept across the faces of his allies. Doubt surged within him: could he truly withstand the tide surging in Napoleon's favor? The answer was no, and so he made his decision. Your Excellency, Size stammered, I choose not to oppose you. Napoleon's piercing gaze softened slightly as he amiably clapped Size on the shoulder, offering reassurance. A wise choice, Size. Napoleon smiled faintly. You have proven yourself a valuable ally, and I believe together we shall render great service to France. Now let us savor this evening. Tomorrow we resume serious business. After a long dinner with his colleagues, Napoleon returned weary to his estate. Night had fallen, enveloping the world in profound darkness. As he approached his gate, he noticed no lights. Evidently all had retired. The estate lay hushed and still. Descending from the carriage, Napoleon turned to Bessières, who commanded the vigilant cavalry escort entrusted with guarding the newly appointed first consul. Thank you, Bessières. You and your men may rest tonight, Napoleon said, expressing heartfelt gratitude for their vigilance. Bessières bowed respectfully, Of course, General Bonaparte. We stand ready at your command, should you need us. With that, they wheeled their horses and vanished into the night, leaving Napoleon alone before the vast expanse of his estate. He inhaled, deeply savoring the encompassing silence. As he walked toward the entrance, the soft rustle of leaves stirred by the gentle night breeze whispered around him. Just as he neared the gate, it swung open, suddenly startling him. "Good evening, General Bonaparte." It was Beaumont. "Oh, Beaumont. You're waiting for me?" Napoleon asked, smiling. "Yes, sir. Madame Bonaparte instructed me to await your return." Beaumont replied with a gentle smile. Napoleon nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Beaumont. Has she already retired?" "I did not check, sir. I wished not to disturb her rest." Beaumont answered deferentially. Napoleon smiled, touched by the servant's thoughtful care. "You are truly considerate, Beaumont. I shall go to her chamber quietly. Do rest yourself. A day well spent deserves rest." "Thank you, sir." Beaumont bowed farewell. "Good night, General Bonaparte." "Ah. Before you retire, there is something I must tell you," Napoleon said. "What is it, General Bonaparte?" Beaumont asked. "No longer address me as General, for I am no longer a general," Napoleon revealed. "Wait." Beaumont tilted his head, puzzled. "Have you been dismissed, General Bonaparte?" "What? Certainly not." Napoleon chuckled softly. "The matter is this: I have been named First Consul, the head of the new government. Henceforth you may address me as Your Excellency Premier or First Consul." Beaumont's eyes widened, his mouth parting slightly, astonishment plain upon his face. "A new government," he stammered. "How?" "Yes," Napoleon explained. "The two legislative bodies, the Senate and the Council of 500, have voted to establish a new government and have appointed me First Consul," Napoleon explained. Beaumont stood rooted, visibly absorbing the astonishing news. "This is rather difficult to grasp. General, I mean Your Excellency, congratulations." Napoleon smiled, faintly amused by the servant's incredulous expression. "Thank you, Beaumont," Napoleon responded, warmly moved by the servant's genuine surprise and loyalty. "It has indeed been an extraordinary journey, hasn't it?" "Indeed, Your Excellency. From a young officer to First Consul of France. A truly extraordinary ascent," Beaumont replied, still grappling with the staggering transformation of Napoleon's station. "It has been a long road, and I am weary. Now I shall join my wife for a night's rest." "Of course, Your Excellency. Good night." Beaumont bowed deeply, swiftly adapting to the new title with sincere reverence. Napoleon nodded, returning the gesture with a gentle smile. "Good night, Beaumont. Until tomorrow morning." Having spoken, Napoleon strode toward the bedroom. He slowly pushed open the door, taking care not to disturb Gila's slumber, and stepped softly into the dimly lit chamber. Gentle candlelight bathed her serene figure, and Napoleon found himself moved by the profound tranquility she had brought into his life. Her chest rose and fell gently with each breath. In the quiet rhythm of her sleep, Napoleon discovered deep solace. Silently, he approached the bedside, sat down, and tenderly brushed the back of his fingers across Gila's cheek. Then he slipped off his shoes, lay beside her, drew the blanket over them both, and softly encircled her with his arm, drawing her close, savoring the warmth where their bodies met. Gila slept deeply, undisturbed by his movements. Within seconds, drowsiness began to settle upon him as well, the fatigue of a demanding day merging with the comfort of holding her, easing him gradually into stillness. Yet moments later, Napoleon heard a strange sound. He opened his eyes to find himself in an utterly unfamiliar place. Not his bedroom, and Gila was nowhere to be seen. Alarmed, he shot upright and scanned the alien surroundings with sharp, searching eyes. He no longer lay upon his own bed, but stood instead within what appeared to be the celestial realm, a place where he had once encountered the goddess of fate, the very being who had unwittingly ended his life in his original world. "Congratulations, Anchi, you have become First Consul of France, just as the true Napoleon did." A voice like that of an angel resonated through the celestial expanse. Napoleon's heart leapt. He recognized that voice. It was the same one that had addressed him upon his arrival in this world. Before him, a radiant figure emerged from shimmering light, robed in celestial vestments. "Gila," Napoleon whispered. The goddess of fate, Gila, smiled warmly. "Yes, Anchi. So, how have you enjoyed your life in that new world thus far?" "Am I dreaming?" Napoleon ignored her question and asked instead. In a manner of speaking, Gila replied gently, her smile soft and luminous. "This is how I bridge the barrier between our worlds. To speak with you." "I see. And how have you been?" "Ever since I sent you there, I have watched over you closely." Gila asked again. "Well, honestly, it's miraculous. Perhaps the most wondrous thing that has ever happened to me. I scarcely know how to describe it. It is the finest gift I could ever receive. To be reborn 2 centuries ago, and endowed with extraordinary abilities. To have a beautiful wife and remarkable children. Everything seems to unfold toward something profoundly good." I'm delighted you cherish your new life, Hela said. But why did you summon me here? Napoleon asked. Naturally, to see how you fare, Hela answered succinctly. I see. Lady Hela, may I ask you a few questions? What is it? It concerns my wife Hela. I know she does not belong to this world. She too is a reincarnate. I wish to know whether it was you who brought her here. Hela smiled faintly. Ah, Hela, how curious that our names should echo one another. To answer your question, yes, it was indeed I who brought Hela to that world. But unlike you, she received no divine blessing. Only the preservation of her memories from her former life. Why? Napoleon asked. That was after I sent you to the new world. Hela began to explain. I noticed a thread slowly fading. A phenomenon I usually disregard, for threads fade naturally all the time. Yet when I examined this particular thread, it captured my attention. She was a devoted admirer of Napoleon Bonaparte. So fervent that she once wished with all her heart to live in his era. So I wondered, what if I brought her there as well? Of course, before making that decision, I traced your thread and explored millions of parallel realities wherein Hela did not exist. In those realities, I witnessed outcomes that filled me with regret. Truly, things were dire. Dire? Napoleon echoed. Without her, your life would have grown so dark that I regretted having sent you there at all. But when I wove her into your fate, everything transformed. Only then did I decide to send her alongside you. As I said, I am determined to rectify my error in ending your life prematurely, and to grant you a better future. I meant every word. With Hela, all became beautiful. Though I long to reveal every twist of your destiny, I cannot. For destiny is shaped and lived by you alone. Hela explained. Yet do not grow complacent, for formidable trials still await you on your path. So, in countless divergent parallel realities, my life would have plunged into darkness and remorse had Hela not been there. Napoleon pondered, striving to grasp the weight of Hela's words. Yes, Anshi, she affirmed softly. Is that so? He murmured. Feels strange. As though we were fated to be together. Yet the very notion of fate defies logic. After all, she hails from another world. One that ought never to intersect with ours. You struggle to comprehend this, for the concept of divinity remains elusive to you. Let me clarify. You know I am the goddess of fate, even deity's heir. Regrettably, one such misstep caused a deviation in the tapestry of fate, causing threads to entwine in ways they never should have. Thus arose an unforeseen bond between your destiny and Hela's. There exists a principle known as divine intervention, the capacity of gods to influence the worlds under their dominion. At times our desires and intentions subtly alter the course of events, just as they did in your case and Hela's. This is overwhelming, Napoleon admitted, struggling to gather his thoughts. Put simply, the true nature of fate lies beyond mortal comprehension. Hela responded with a warm, compassionate smile. What truly matters now is the present. The love blossoming between you and Hela. Though your union unfolded through extraordinary means, the bond you share is real and unshakably powerful. Napoleon remained speechless. Do you have any further questions? If not, I shall conclude this communication now, said Hill gently. Yes. Are there others like us in this world? Other transmigrators living here? In the world where you and Sheila reside, you two are the sole beings who have transmigrated from distinct timelines into that realm. Your existence there is singular and profoundly unique. Very well then. I understand. Napoleon spoke, his concern lingering over the possibility of another transmigrator emerging somewhere in their world. One final question. Will this be our last contact? No, Hill replied with a smile. And one more thing, Anshi, or rather Napoleon. Before I end this call, since you've already revealed my existence to Sheila, please at least spare her the knowledge that it was I who sent her to that world. I wish her to believe it was destiny's design. Understood. Thank you again for granting me this opportunity, Napoleon replied. You're most welcome, and oh, please don't tell her you've spoken with me in your dreams, all right? Agreed. Napoleon nodded solemnly. Very well. Good fortune, Napoleon. I hope we meet again someday, when you can recount to me the most extraordinary moments of your life. Napoleon couldn't help but chuckle softly. Will that be the moment I die? Yes, confirmed Hill. A week had passed since Napoleon successfully staged his coup d'état in Chantilly Castle, toppling the Directory and establishing the consulate. Now within his bedroom, Napoleon prepared to don the uniform of First Consul. Each garment carefully slipped on with deliberate precision. He wore the First Consul's uniform. A crimson coat adorned with golden buttons and braided trim paired with pristine white breeches impeccably tailored to his frame. With each article he donned, he paused before the mirror, hands resting confidently upon his waistcoat. Suddenly a knock sounded at the door. Napoleon instantly straightened his posture. Enter. As the door opened, his wife Sheila appeared at the threshold, accompanied by their two children Francis and Avellini. Seeing Napoleon in full ceremonial regalia, Sheila's eyes shimmered with quiet pride, and a tender smile bloomed upon her lips. "You look magnificent, my love," she praised, stepping forward to gently adjust his collar. Napoleon smiled, grateful for her unwavering support. "Thank you, my dearest," he murmured softly, brushing a gentle kiss upon her cheek. Francis and Avellini, his young children, stood awestruck before their father's imposing presence. Avellini, brimming with admiration, exclaimed, "You look like a true leader, Papa." "Because I am," Napoleon replied, his eyes glinting with playful warmth as he basked in their innocent reverence, filling his heart with quiet joy. "So, is Papa now the leader of France? Our nation's leader?" Avellini asked, wide-eyed with childlike wonder. "Indeed, my precious one," Napoleon affirmed firmly. "Are you all ready to visit our new residence? Must we truly move there, Father?" Francis asked, his voice tinged with melancholy. "I rather like staying here." The new residence Napoleon referred to was the Palace of Versailles, the former seat of French royalty, now abandoned after the royal family's exile to Austria. "I do too, Papa. Can't we stay here?" Avellini pleaded. Napoleon knelt down to meet his children eye to eye, placing his hands gently upon their shoulders, offering quiet reassurance. "I understand. Change can unsettle even the bravest hearts, my little ones," he soothed. "Yet this duty rests upon my shoulders, and with it comes the necessity of relocating. Versailles will become our new home. I promise you it shall be as beautiful as Chantilly Castle, and today we need not move in just yet. We merely go to tour it, as renovations must first be completed." "But couldn't you fulfill your duties here, Father?" Francis asked again. "Well, yes, my dear, I certainly could. Yet we choose Versailles because it lies near the capital, and near our people. The people will take comfort knowing their leader dwells among them, and I in turn may govern more effectively and attend to state affairs with greater ease." "Will you always remain with us, Papa?" Avellini asked, her gaze alight with hopeful longing. "Always," Napoleon smiled warmly. "That is one of leadership's greatest privileges. I may serve without ever leaving my beloved family." "Truly?" "Yes." "Wonderful." Avellini leapt with unrestrained delight, her eyes sparkling with pure, radiant joy. Francis remained hesitant, gazing up at his father. "Father, if you are now the leader of this nation, does that mean you no longer need to go to war?" "I still must march to battle," Napoleon answered. "I remain a general, Francis, but fear not, I am not departing imminently. There remains much statecraft to attend to." "All right, if you say so, Father," Francis conceded, though his brow remained faintly furrowed. Napoleon affectionately ruffled his son's hair, then rose to his feet. He turned toward Sheila, who stood quietly observing their exchange, and met her gaze. A look of quiet admiration softened her features, and a serene, approving smile graced her lips. Before the Château de Chantilly, a luxurious carriage drawn by 6 horses stood at the entrance, escorted by the elite consular guard cavalry, under General Bessieres' command, on its journey to Versailles. "My lord," Bessieres approached Napoleon. "All preparations for the journey to Versailles are complete. We stand ready to depart. Might I have the honor of escorting you to the carriage?" Napoleon nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Bessieres. Lead the way." Footsteps echoed along the marble corridor as Napoleon, his family, and attendants proceeded outdoors. There before them stood the magnificent carriage and the impeccably aligned ranks of loyal soldiers. Avellini's heart swelled with awe. "Wow, Papa! Look at these soldiers!" Avellini exclaimed. Bessieres' troops struggled to suppress their instinct to wave, smiling warmly at Avellini's charming exuberance. She was utterly enchanting. Oh, had discipline not held firm, they would long since have joined her in playful delight. Instead they remained rigidly upright, proud in their unwavering formation. At the carriage door, Bessieres bowed deeply and opened it. Napoleon gently lifted Avellini, placing her inside first. Then François boarded, followed gracefully by Hilaire. Finally Napoleon himself entered the sumptuous interior and settled beside his family. "We are all seated now, Bessieres. You may close the carriage door," Napoleon instructed with a nod. Bessieres shut the door, mounted his horse, and signaled the remaining consular guard cavalry to take position around the carriage. With a single command, the resplendent vehicle commenced its stately procession toward the Palace of Versailles. Wheels rolled smoothly over the even road. Avellini, unable to contain her excitement, pressed herself against the window, eyes wide with wonder, as she watched the disciplined escort march alongside. François meanwhile held an intermediate mathematics textbook to pass the time. Napoleon leaned close to Hilaire beside him and murmured, "I believe we've raised 2 prodigies." "It's hereditary, my love," Hilaire whispered in reply. "Yes, they've inherited your beauty and my intellect." "Ouch! What do you mean by that?" Hilaire pouted playfully and lightly tapped Napoleon's arm. "I'm only teasing you, darling." Napoleon winked at Hilaire with a smile. "But you can't deny our children are extraordinary, and lately I've noticed. They're growing more and more like you." A faint blush rose to Hilaire's cheeks as she shot him a mischievous, knowing glance. Well, it said children resemble their mothers more. But admit it, they've certainly inherited your brilliance. Fine. I concede. Napoleon smiled. Please. None of this would have succeeded as it has today without you. He paused, exhaling contentedly. Once we arrive at Versailles, I'll give you a swift tour. Then I must meet with Talleyrand, Fouché, Joseph, and Lucien. It will be my first formal council as First Consul of France. 2 hours later, the opulent carriage bearing Napoleon and his family arrived at last before the Palace of Versailles. As they approached the northern gate, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. A flawless array of French soldiers standing at rigid attention, saluting the new leader with solemn reverence. The carriage glided to a graceful halt upon the crimson carpet laid out for their arrival. Palace staff clad in their most exquisite uniforms waited eagerly, ready to welcome the first consul and his family. Napoleon emerged first, resplendent in his imposing first consul uniform. His presence commanded instant reverence. The soldiers straightened, further gazes locked forward. Then Hilaire followed, radiating elegance and quiet dignity, her eyes shimmering with pride in her husband and anticipation for their new home. Behind them, Avellini and François stepped from the carriage, youthful faces alight with curiosity and awe as they gazed up at the palace's grandeur, drinking in the timeless majesty of Versailles. The palace staff greeted the Bonaparte family with warm, deferential smiles. The steward stepped forward. Welcome to the Palace of Versailles, Your Excellency. It is our profound honor to receive you here. I am Lucas, Chief Steward of Versailles. May I have the privilege of guiding you and your family through your new residence. Thank you, Lucas. But before we begin, may I ask, did you serve here during the reign of King Louis XVI? Or are you newly appointed? Napoleon asked, intrigued by the steward's connection to Versailles' storied past. I am newly appointed, Your Excellency. Lucas replied with quiet reverence, his gaze meeting Napoleon's, both fervent and dignified, brimming with pride in his role as chief steward. I have previously served in other distinguished estates, but this is my first appointment at Versailles. To join your esteemed household, and to welcome you and your family to this historic seat, is the highest honor of my life. I see. I asked because we have our own steward at Chantilly Castle, and I am considering appointing him chief steward here once we formally take up residence. Napoleon said. Upon hearing that he might be replaced, Lucas's heart sank in an instant. However, he knew it was best not to let any emotion show on his face. Instead, he maintained a calm and professional demeanor, nodding in understanding. I understand, Your Excellency, Lucas responded in a steady voice. To better serve you and your family, it is indeed necessary to have a butler who is familiar with your preferences. Napoleon noticed the subtle change in Lucas's expression, and added, however, this does not mean you have no place here. The Palace of Versailles is vast, and having experienced staff like yourself is invaluable. I am confident that our butler and you will work seamlessly together to ensure the smooth operation and maintenance of this palace. Hearing Napoleon's words, a glimmer of hope appeared in Lucas's eyes. Thank you, Your Excellency. May I now have the honor of showing you into the palace and your new residence? Of course, Napoleon replied, gently, feeling gratified to see Lucas regain his composure. Lucas, lead the way. Lucas then led the Bonaparte family through the magnificent entrance of the Palace of Versailles. They were awestruck by the opulence within. The luxurious corridors adorned with exquisite tapestries and gilded sculptures everywhere. This is the Hall of Mirrors, Lucas introduced as they entered one of the palace's most famous rooms. The Treaty of Versailles was signed here, bringing an end to the devastating 7 Years' War. Truly breathtaking, Napoleon murmured. The chandelier's gilded mirror frames and intricately carved mirrors left him speechless. As expected of France, a nation of elegance and refinement, it would be even more spectacular if it had electricity, plumbing, and water supply. Sheila added. You are quite right, Madame Bonaparte. Lucas interjected, nodding in agreement with Sheila's observation. Since King Louis XVI fled Paris, no one has made any changes here. Therefore, the absence of indoor plumbing and electricity is only to be expected. He then suggested, but if you wish, we can immediately dispatch a team of experienced craftsmen and engineers to begin work at once. The Palace of Versailles should have the finest facilities. I would be honored to oversee these modernization projects to make them suitable for the esteemed First Consul and his family. This is precisely why we have not yet moved in, Napoleon explained, looking at Lucas appreciatively. We are accustomed to Chantilly Castle. Until the necessary modernizations at Versailles are completed, it would be more practical to remain there. Of course, Your Excellency, Lucas replied. I will ensure all work is carried out with the utmost efficiency and care. Lucas then asked, may I now show you the king's bedchamber? Very well, lead the way. Napoleon nodded in response. Lucas led the Bonaparte family through a series of magnificent corridors, and then up the grand staircase adorned with splendid oil paintings and golden decorations. Finally, they arrived at the king's bedchamber. Upon entering the room, the Bonaparte family was enveloped in luxury. The chamber featured a magnificent four-poster bed, its frame meticulously carved from dark rosewood with silk drapes hanging from the headboard and exquisitely fine sheets. "Is this where we shall sleep?" Napoleon asked, glancing at Sheila. "I do hope they have changed the sheets." Sheila replied, "Lucas, one more thing. I want all the sheets previously used by the former king to be discarded and replaced with brand new ones." Napoleon commanded, "Are you certain, Your Excellency?" Lucas asked. "I do not wish to sleep in a bed that another has used." Napoleon continued firmly, "All the old sheets must be replaced immediately with new ones. Even the furniture, tableware, and everything else belonging to the former royal family must be completely replaced with brand new items." "Understood, Your Excellency," Lucas acknowledged. "Then where shall I conduct my official duties?" Napoleon asked. "That would be the Emperor's office, Your Excellency." Lucas replied, "It is on the first floor. Let me guide you." Lucas led Napoleon and his family along the magnificent corridors on the first floor, finally arriving at the Emperor's office. The room was spacious, bathed in soft sunlight. Through the large windows one could overlook the meticulously manicured gardens. A breathtaking view. In the center stood a grand desk surrounded by comfortable chairs and bookshelves filled with books. This would be where Napoleon spent countless hours of work in the days to come. "This will be your office, Your Excellency," Lucas announced. Napoleon looked around, scrutinizing every detail. He imagined himself seated at this desk, making decisions that would shape the fate of France and even the world. "Perfect, Lucas. Thank you for arranging everything so efficiently," he said appreciatively. The butler smiled and nodded. "It is my honor, Your Excellency. Should you need anything or wish to make any changes, please do not hesitate to let me know." Just then a palace staff member approached Lucas and whispered something in his ear. Your Excellency, you have a visitor." "It must be them," Sheila said. "Yes, it seems to be them," Napoleon agreed, nodding. 5 minutes later, in the king's office, Talleyrand, Fouché, Joseph, and Lucien arrived. "Aveline, Francis, do you still recognize them?" Napoleon asked the two children gently, and they quickly raised their heads, looking at the newcomers. "I recognize Uncle Joseph and Uncle Lucien," Francis said, and Aveline also nodded in agreement. Napoleon smiled tenderly at the children. "That's right, these are your uncles Joseph and Lucien. They have come to see you." "Hello, Uncle Joseph." "Hello, Uncle Lucien." Aveline greeted them with a brilliant smile. Joseph and Lucien exchanged a glance, their hearts touched by the innocence and warmth in the children's eyes. "Hello, Aveline." Francis. Joseph squatted down and answered softly. "Oh, I have also seen him, father," Aveline said, pointing at Talleyrand with her finger. "You have seen Talleyrand?" Napoleon tilted his head to one side, then glanced at Talleyrand. "Where have you met my children?" "Talleyrand invited me to dinner, my dear," Sheila interjected. "At that banquet he asked whether I supported your promotion to a higher position." "Is that true?" Napoleon gazed intently at Talleyrand and asked. "Indeed it is, Your Excellency," Talleyrand confirmed. "When I read the newspapers printed by your company, all the headlines were praising you, Napoleon. I could not help but notice this." "I see." Napoleon nodded slightly. "Father, but who is this man?" Francis asked, looking at Fouché. "This is Minister of Police Fouché," Napoleon introduced. "Hello, little one." Fouché waved at Francis. "Now, my dear, why not take the two of them for a walk?" Napoleon turned to Sheila and said, "There is still much of the Palace of Versailles to explore." Sheila nodded with a smile, understanding Napoleon's intention. "Of course, my dear." "Aveline, Francis, let us go explore the palace. Your father has business to attend to." "All right," Francis and Aveline answered in unison. Sheila held their hands and Lucas escorted them out afterward. As Sheila, Aveline, and Francis left the king's office to explore the magnificent Palace of Versailles, Lucien and Joseph watched them with warm smiles. Once they had gone, Napoleon turned his gaze back to the four of them. "Gentlemen, what do you think of my new uniform?" Napoleon said, displaying his first consul attire. "It suits you well, brother," Joseph said with a smile. "I completely agree." Lucien nodded in assent and continued, "Brother, you are now the first consul of France. We must ensure this position remains secure." "What do you mean?" Napoleon asked, gazing at Lucien. "Well, even though both houses have voted in favor of establishing the new government, the fact remains that this has not received the knowledge and approval of the people. Therefore, I suggest we hold a referendum to legitimize your position as first consul," Lucien proposed. Napoleon considered his younger brother's suggestion seriously. He understood the importance of public support and legitimacy for his new role. Although the vote of the two houses was crucial to establishing the consulate, he also knew that the people's trust in him as their leader was equally essential to ensuring the stability and prosperity of the government. In simple terms, it is about having the public formally endorse everything. "Very well. It has been a week and the French people still do not know that a new government has come to power," That is thanks to the efforts of Minister of Police Fouché. Talleyrand interjected, casting a glance at Fouché. I was merely acting according to your instructions. Fouché responded. Very well then, how long will it take? Napoleon asked. The announcement of the new constitution to the public is scheduled for the second week of December. Talleyrand continued. We will also hold a general referendum asking the people whether they agree to vest all power in one person. One more thing, Your Excellency. Now that you have seized power, you must consolidate it. What is your suggestion, Talleyrand? First, ensure that you place us in positions of important power. I will serve as your Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Fouché will continue as Minister of Police. Talleyrand said. Do not worry, I have not forgotten our agreement. Napoleon assured them both. Then, regarding the consolidation of power, what is your suggestion? Well, one of the most effective ways to consolidate power in your hands is to bring peace to the French people and end the war with the anti-French coalition. Talleyrand suggested. Napoleon walked over to the table with a rotating globe, gently spun it, and fell into thought. Ending the war with the anti-French coalition is indeed an important step toward consolidating power. He mused. Currently the nations at war with us are the Kingdom of Naples, the Austrian Empire, the Portuguese Empire, and the British Empire. The Russian Empire withdrew from the war after we defeated them in Switzerland, and the Ottoman Empire also withdrew following the Treaty of Mecca. What are you pondering, Your Excellency? Talleyrand asked curiously. Well, Talleyrand, achieving peace is no simple matter. We cannot simply sit down and negotiate our way to a peace agreement. Napoleon said with a smile. To achieve peace, we must impose it upon them. I was thinking, perhaps we could recall your armies from the east and deploy their advanced weaponry in the European theater. Talleyrand proposed. Well, that would be quite difficult. The Eastern legions must still keep the local populations under the rule of the French Republic, so we cannot simply withdraw them. Then why not mass-produce these weapons and distribute them to the European armies? Lucien suggested. We cannot possibly mass-produce weapons in time for all the infantry across Europe. The factories that produce these arms are not yet large enough to handle such massive orders. Moreover, I believe France cannot afford it either. I must personally lead the army to defeat the Austrians in northern Italy once again, just as we crushed them 2 years ago. Well, since this is your decision, Your Excellency, we shall respect it. Now there is another matter that requires our attention. Our nation's economy. Currently it lies in ruins. I must admit, it has declared bankruptcy. That comes as no surprise, Napoleon said. I wish to meet with the new Minister of Finance. I shall arrange it, Your Excellency, Talleyrand replied. As for you two, my brothers. Napoleon glanced at Lucien and Joseph. You two must be eager to know what roles you will play in my government. Let me tell you now. Lucien, you shall be my new Minister of the Interior. And as for you, Joseph. I'm doing quite well these days, brother. Joseph interrupted him. I have no desire to involve myself in politics at present. Since that is how you feel, Napoleon responded. Thank you for the appointment, brother. I mean, Your Excellency. Lucien lowered his head. Napoleon sighed. Gentlemen, we still have much work to do. An hour later, Napoleon and his family strolled along the pathways of the Palace of Versailles, admiring its grandeur and magnificence. Sunlight bathed the gardens in warm radiance, accompanying them as they explored the palace grounds together. This is wonderful, Papa. Avellini exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity. Indeed it is, my dear. Napoleon replied with a smile, his face lighting up as he watched the children's excitement. So would you like to live here? I do, but may we, Papa? This palace belongs to the French royal family, doesn't it? Avellini asked. Well, the royal family has abandoned their country and forsaken their people. Therefore this palace no longer belongs to them. It now belongs to the nation. My dear, has your work concluded? Hila interjected. Not yet. I have someone to meet shortly, Napoleon replied. No sooner had he spoken than Napoleon noticed Lucien running toward him. Brother, Lucien said as he reached Napoleon. The Minister of Finance has arrived and is waiting in your office. Right? Napoleon muttered to himself. Very well, Francis Avellini. I must step out for a little while longer. I expect you to behave yourselves and continue exploring the palace with Mother and Lucas, shall we? Francis nodded solemnly. As the elder brother, he took his responsibilities seriously. Of course, Father. We will be good. Avellini added with a mischievous grin. Yes, we'll be as good as little angels. Napoleon smiled and affectionately ruffled both Avellini and Francis's hair. Very well, we shall see you shortly. I leave them in your care, my dear. Do not worry, I am here. Go about your business, Hila reassured him, offering a comforting smile. With that, Napoleon returned to his office alongside Lucien. Upon arriving at the office, Napoleon found the Minister of Finance waiting patiently. He approached to shake his hand and invited him inside. Your Excellency, it is an honor to make your acquaintance, the Minister of Finance said, then took a seat across from Napoleon's desk. Once seated, the minister began his introduction. My name is Jacques Necker. As you are aware, I formerly served as finance minister under King Louis XVI, though I was ultimately dismissed. I am familiar with your story, Mr. Necker. You once attempted to rescue France's economy and prevent its collapse, Napoleon said, pausing before looking up. What were your proposals? Jacques Necker cleared his throat and proceeded to recount the economic reforms he had attempted prior to the revolution. I put forth several measures aimed at stabilizing France's finances and alleviating the burdens borne by ordinary citizens. First, I recommended increasing transparency in government expenditures and accounts. Necker explained. In this way, the people would know where their taxes were being spent and how they were utilized. Napoleon nodded, earnestly acknowledging the importance of governmental transparency. Proceed. Next, I proposed taxing the nobility and the clergy who had historically enjoyed exemption. By doing so, we could redistribute the financial burden more equitably across all classes of society. Necker continued, I also recommended reducing unnecessary expenditures within the royal household and the military, thereby freeing up funds for essential public services. Your proposal appears both reasonable and just. Napoleon expressed appreciation for Necker's insights. But why were you dismissed from your position as Minister of Finance? Necker sighed, the memory still weighing heavily upon his heart. I encountered opposition from the royal family and certain advisors who were deeply resistant to reform. They feared losing their privileges and fiercely opposed any attempt to levy taxes upon the nobility. Had King Louis implemented these reforms, the revolution might never have occurred, Napoleon remarked. But unfortunately, events did not unfold in that direction. Your Excellency, before we proceed to the main matter, I would like to ask, why did you appoint me as Minister of Finance? Perhaps because you possess a clear understanding of France's financial situation, you care for your country, and you are a shrewd man. Actually, I should be the one asking why you accepted my appointment when you could have refused. Well, as you said, Your Excellency, I love my country, Jacques replied. Napoleon offered a gentle smile. In that case, let us save the country we both hold dear. First, let us face the facts. I wish to know how much remains in the treasury. Jacques placed the briefcase upon his lap, withdrew an official document, and set it down carefully upon the table with a grave and troubled expression. As of today, Your Excellency, the treasury holds only 1,47654 francs. Napoleon's breath caught at the figure, his eyes widening in shock. 1,47654 francs? He repeated, his voice thick with disbelief. Is that truly all that remains in the treasury? Jacques Necker nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Excellency. The nation's finances are in dire straits. The revolution and the years of turmoil that followed have nearly emptied the treasury. Absurd. Napoleon cursed under his breath. I dare say each member of the former directory had at least 20 times this sum in their pockets. France is truly bankrupt. Napoleon slammed the document onto the desk and let out an angry sigh. During the directory era, corruption had indeed run rampant. He still remembered how Talleyrand had bribed Barras with 1,500,000 francs to resign from his position as a directory councillor. It was utterly shameless. Fortunately, he had means to recover the funds the directory members had stolen during their tenure. Necker, I want you to assemble a team of experts, auditors, and investigators to conduct a thorough audit of the government's finances over the past decade. From the National Convention to the directory. If there are any signs of fraud, corruption, or illegality, I want them all exposed. And once exposed, I will seize their ill-gotten gains and return them to the treasury. Napoleon stated firmly. I believe that through this single action, we can raise several million francs. Jacques Necker nodded solemnly. Very well, Your Excellency. Furthermore, I wish to stabilize the financial system. As you are aware, France's current financial situation is precarious. We must take immediate action to restore economic stability and confidence. Napoleon continued. Necker, are you familiar with central banks? Your Excellency, a central bank is an institution responsible for issuing currency and serving as the custodian of national monetary policy. They manage the country's money supply, regulate interest rates, and provide financial services to the government and other banks. Jacques Necker explained. What are your thoughts on establishing a central bank in France? Not merely as a currency-issuing authority, but as a driving force for economic development and stability. Napoleon proposed. I envision this bank as an instrument of national progress, providing loans and financial assistance to small and medium enterprises, helping to fund infrastructure projects, and encouraging research and development in key sectors. Through these measures, we can empower our citizens and stimulate economic development across the nation. Necker took out his notebook and quickly jotted down Napoleon's words. We can also implement economic stimulus measures and reform our tax system. I have many ideas on how to revitalize France's economy. I will draft a comprehensive and detailed plan and submit it to you within a few days. Napoleon continued. For now, focus your efforts on the task I have entrusted to you. establishing the central bank. Understood, Your Excellency. I will have the preparations completed within 4 weeks. Necker said confidently. Very well, that is all for now. Thank you for making time, Necker. Napoleon rose from his desk and extended his hand for a handshake. This discussion has been highly productive. I look forward to seeing you again in 2 weeks. No problem. Necker replied, gripping Napoleon's hand firmly. In 2 weeks you will receive a comprehensive and detailed report on government finances, and I will also present my plan for the central bank. After the meeting concluded, Napoleon and Necker bid each other farewell. As the Minister of Finance exited the office, another figure entered. Talleyrand. Fouché and your brother Joseph are on their way home, Your Excellency. They have been tasked with keeping watch for any potential threats to the government's security. He said this as he made his way toward the desk. Let us dispense with circumlocutions, Talleyrand. Speak plainly, assassination. Napoleon declared gravely, his eyes narrowing into slits of piercing intensity. The royalists still cling to hope that France will revert to monarchy. What else could one reasonably expect of them? Well then, Your Excellency, if they require a king, might you not assume that role? King Napoleon Bonaparte. A title befitting you, Talleyrand remarked with a wry smile. The French Republic shall have no king, Talleyrand. That I swear. Napoleon told a falsehood. Not in literal terms, yet true in spirit. He indeed aspired to become Emperor of France, yet before that ascension he must first consolidate power and win the people's allegiance, whether royalist, Jacobin, Girondist, or otherwise, and to achieve this he would govern the nation with unmatched efficiency and efficacy. His position as first consul served as both proving ground and platform, a testament to his capability and devotion to the Republic. When citizens began witnessing profound transformation under his rule, and even yearned for his imperial coronation, he would seize that moment without hesitation. Then let us maintain this stance, Your Excellency, Talleyrand said. How did your meeting with Finance Minister Necker proceed? Was he a sound recommendation on my part? Napoleon nodded. He must still prove himself to me, Talleyrand. It is too early to draw conclusions, but I perceive immense potential within him. Might I inquire what subjects you discussed? Talleyrand asked. Economic reform, Napoleon replied. For a brighter future for France, we must stabilize our economy. Earlier today I reviewed the Treasury's current balance, and I must say the funds are alarmingly scarce. Several million francs. Talleyrand ventured. No, hundreds. Napoleon corrected, his voice thick with indignation. Thanks to my predecessors, who accomplished nothing but embezzlement and reckless squandering of the nation's wealth. Ducasse, Size, Barras, Moulin-Gohier, and all the former directors before them, each bears responsibility for this ruinous state. I shall ensure every stolen so returns to the Treasury. Even the sums you used to bribe Barras shall not escape scrutiny. Yet, during the initial phase of my consulship, I cannot afford overtly drastic measures. For now, discreet investigation is the wiser course. Such colossal corruption could not possibly leave no paper trail. I understand, Your Excellency. Rest assured. I shall breathe not a word of this to any of those directors. Like you, I hold corrupt politicians in utter contempt. Indeed, it is always an honor to see you, Your Excellency, Talleyrand said, then added. I must now take my leave. Napoleon nodded. Take care on your way home. You never know what may await you. Truly unsettling, Talleyrand replied with a sly, knowing smile. But fear not, Your Excellency. I am quite capable of managing matters myself. With that, Talleyrand departed the office, and scarcely had he gone when Lucien entered. I must return home as well, brother. I need to study the Ministry of the Interior's responsibilities. Lucien said, Give my regards to mother. Napoleon replied with a warm, tender smile. I will, brother. I give you my word. Lucien affirmed, resolute and unwavering. After Lucien left, Napoleon paused to gather his thoughts. This day marked the beginning of the formidable challenges awaiting him as first consul. First, he must legitimize his authority through formal proclamation before the Senate in December, and secure ratification via popular referendum. Second, he must urgently stabilize France's precarious economy. Third, achieving peace is indispensable. And last, but no less vital, the revolution, though long simmering, remains unfinished and demands final resolution. As in actual history, on the very day Napoleon proclaimed the new constitution before the Senate, he would declare the revolution concluded. He withdrew his pocket watch and checked the time. It was already 6 o'clock. They were due back in Chantilly. Outside the Palace of Versailles, the setting sun bathed the sky in hues of amber gold and soft rose. Napoleon stepped from the palace, cool evening breezes brushing his face. He paused briefly, savoring this fragile tranquility, fully aware it would not endure. He asked palace staff where his family was. They directed him to the elegant gardens where his loved ones lingered beneath the last radiant glow of dusk. He slipped quietly into the garden, but Avellini noticed his approach and pointed, crying, Papa! Napoleon rubbed the back of his head. His playful attempt at a surprise had failed utterly. Do you all admire the palace's beauty? Napoleon asked. We love it. Avellini replied. Excellent. Though regrettably we must depart now. Napoleon said. Oh. Avellini pouted, dismayed that their time in the palace had ended so soon. Papa, can't we stay just a little longer? I wish we could, my dear. But Papa has much work awaiting him at home. Napoleon said. Do not fret. Once we move here you shall explore and delight in this palace to your heart's content. For now, however, we remain in Chantilly. He glanced back and signaled Bessières to step forward. Your orders, sir? Bessières asked. Have the carriage prepared. We return to Chantilly, Napoleon commanded. Bessières nodded and swiftly relayed the instruction to the staff. Soon the carriage stood ready, and the Bonaparte family boarded it. Inside the carriage, Avellini spoke up. Father, may I sit on your lap? Napoleon and Céline exchanged a smile, then Napoleon patted his leg, gesturing for Avellini to climb up. She joyfully settled onto her father's lap, and Napoleon gently wrapped his arm around her. The carriage began to move as they set off for Chantilly. Napoleon inhaled the faint rose fragrance from Avellini's hair, a delicate scent reminiscent of the palace gardens that filled the air with a refreshing charm. Several hours later, both Francis and Avellini had fallen asleep. Céline sat beside Francis, allowing his head to rest against her shoulder, while Avellini dozed peacefully in Napoleon's embrace, comforted by the security of her father's arms. They look so lovely and so quiet, Céline remarked. Indeed, Napoleon agreed with a nod. My dear, how was your day? We discussed the current state of France and how to address it, which is precisely what we must tackle upon returning home, Napoleon replied. Being first consul is far busier than being a general. I can already imagine a day when I won't even be able to disturb you. That's nonsense. Napoleon smiled, gently reassuring Céline. I know how to balance my duties. Whenever you need me, I will be by your side. You and the children will always be my priority. Céline chuckled softly. Very well, if you say so. December 11th, 1799. Napoleon sat in his study, where a mountain of documents on his desk awaited his attention. The room was filled with the scent of fresh ink as every document. Official reports, correspondence, and memoranda from various government departments and ministers had been newly written. With a sense of mission, Napoleon rolled up his sleeves and began to tackle the pile of papers before him. Each document represented a piece of the puzzle of France's condition, and he understood that grasping the complexity of the nation's affairs was essential to guiding France toward a brighter future. He first reviewed the financial reports, carefully studying the figures and data that revealed the severe state of the nation's finances. He realized that mismanagement and corruption had pushed France to the brink of bankruptcy, weighing heavily on his heart. Next, he delved into reports from various ministries, gaining a detailed understanding of affairs across the country's regions. From agricultural production to industrial output, from legal order to public services, each report reflected the challenges facing the nation. As he read letters from across the country, he noticed a diversity of voices and opinions. Some expressed praise and support, while others echoed cries for help and dissatisfaction. Amidst the overwhelming paperwork, Napoleon found inspiration and began formulating ideas for potential reforms. He made notes in the margins of the documents, recording his thoughts and plans for each issue. Napoleon was utterly absorbed, completely immersed in the work at hand. Time seemed to slip away quietly as he continued flipping through the towering stack of documents. The soft lamplight illuminated his focused expression, and the occasional gentle crackle of the fireplace added a touch of warmth to the room. At that moment, a knock at the door broke the silence. Napoleon paused, lifting his head from the papers as the office door slowly opened. Ah, it is my beautiful wife, Napoleon said with a smile. Céline entered the room, her presence bringing a touch of comfort to the tense atmosphere. She offered a gentle smile, her eyes filled with admiration for Napoleon's dedication and hard work. I hope I'm not disturbing you, my dear, Céline said as she approached him. When have I ever considered you a disturbance? Napoleon replied, pulling her into his embrace and resting his head against her soft chest. Céline gently combed her fingers through Napoleon's hair, then glanced at his desk. There are quite a lot of documents, more than on my own desk. Céline observed. Napoleon buried his cheek deeper into her embrace and sighed. Yes, many. By the way, is there something you need my help with? Well, my dear, you have a visitor. Your Minister of Finance, Céline said. Napoleon looked up at Céline. He's here. Yes, he is waiting in the sitting room, Céline confirmed. Shall I have him come in? Napoleon nodded and sat up straight. Yes, please ask him to enter. Céline gave him a reassuring smile and left to notify the Minister of Finance. A moment later, Minister Neck brought a stack of documents into the office. Ah, Your Excellency, I hope I am not interrupting anything important, Neck said, glancing at the towering pile of papers on Napoleon's desk. Napoleon shook his head and gestured for Neck to sit. Not at all, Neck. Please take a seat. You've arrived at just the right time. I could use a moment to gather my thoughts. Necker sat opposite Napoleon and placed the documents on the table. Your Excellency, I fully comprehend the weight upon your shoulders. As promised, I have brought a comprehensive report on the government's fiscal matters over the past decade. I uncovered instances of corruption within both the national government and the consulate, and I have identified the masterminds behind these schemes along with supporting evidence. Necker continued, his expression grave. Napoleon picked up a document, flipping through it. His eyes swept across the contents, and a cold sneer escaped his lips. 10,000 francs for a barrel of water. 1,500 for gunpowder. This is preposterous. Napoleon read the report in disbelief, his anger mounting, as he confronted the blatant corruption and exorbitant pricing from suppliers. As he continued reading, Napoleon discovered the directory had sold cannons and rifles to an unidentified entity at rock-bottom prices. His jaw tightened. He realized this was not merely the act of a few corrupt individuals, but a deeply entrenched systemic problem woven into the very fabric of government. Your Excellency, what should we do? Necker asked. Napoleon pondered for a moment, letting out a soft hum. After a pause, he spoke. Not so fast. Keep these documents for now. By tomorrow's declaration, my position as First Consul of France will be firmly established. Once my position is secure, we'll take action. By the way, how's the progress on the central bank? I need it ready now so I can present it to the Senate. Done. Necker retrieved a separate document from the stack. The proposal for the central bank is ready, Your Excellency. The proposal outlined the structure, functions, and benefits of establishing such an institution to stabilize national finances and promote economic growth. Napoleon leaned forward, eagerly flipping through the proposal. As he read through it, approval gleamed in his eyes. Well done, Necker, he praised. Some may ask how a central bank helps stabilize and improve France's economy. A central bank plays a crucial role in stabilizing and improving the economy through monetary control, regulating financial institutions, and managing interest rates. Controlling the money supply helps prevent excessive inflation or deflation, maintaining price stability, which encourages more prudent financial decisions and promotes economic growth. During financial crises, the central bank acts as a lender of last resort, providing emergency funds to banks and ensuring the stability of the entire financial system. Its presence bolsters confidence and stability, encouraging investment and entrepreneurship, which in turn supports business expansion and innovation. Furthermore, the central bank is responsible for issuing and managing the national currency, facilitating smooth trade and exchange. It also oversees foreign exchange reserves to maintain trade competitiveness. Additionally, the central bank funds critical infrastructure, education, and social welfare projects, ultimately improving citizens' quality of life and contributing to national development. We shall call it the Banque de France, Necker stated, officially revealing the proposed name of the central bank. Napoleon nodded, pleased with the name. It was one he had conceived himself, reminiscent of his former world. I will submit this proposal to the Senate tomorrow, and it will be formally established next month. Oh, besides your work on the central bank and investigating government corruption, I have also undertaken another reform, Napoleon said, handing a document to Necker. What is this? Necker asked. It's a monetary reform, Napoleon explained with a hint of excitement. I propose establishing a new standardized monetary system to replace the various regional currencies currently circulating throughout France. This new system will establish the franc as the official currency of the nation, ensuring unity and convenience in domestic trade. During the revolution, we experienced a period of hyperinflation and a collapse of confidence in our national currency. Paper currency of various types circulated at the time, their values plummeting and depreciating rapidly, leading to economic chaos. Through this new monetary reform, we will restore stability to the economy. The new franc will be backed by tangible assets such as gold and silver reserves, thereby boosting confidence among citizens and foreign investors. Furthermore, we will implement coin standardization on a metric basis, ensuring uniformity and rationality in our currency denominations. This document details how to effectively implement this reform nationwide. What are your thoughts? Your Excellency, I must say this is a very bold and much-needed initiative, Necker said, as he studied the details of the monetary reform proposal. How did you manage to write it with such thoroughness? Have you been studying economics or finance, Your Excellency? You could say that, Napoleon replied with a smile. In truth, he had simply copied the content from the system. Your Excellency, give me one day to thoroughly review this proposal, Necker said. Very well. At this moment, Napoleon's focus was on rectifying France's economy, as it was a prerequisite for his future plans. Will you attend my declaration tomorrow? Napoleon asked. Yes, Your Excellency, Necker confirmed. I will be there. One day later, sunlight streamed through the grand windows of the palace, as Napoleon sat with his beloved wife Hila, enjoying breakfast together. The air was filled with the aroma of freshly baked croissants, and a gentle breeze stirred the curtains, creating a serene atmosphere. With a warm smile, Napoleon dipped his croissant into his coffee, savoring the delightful flavor. I must say, my dear, this is the perfect way to begin the day. Napoleon broke the silence, intoxicated by the moment. Yes, you should hurry, for today is the day of your proclamation, Hila reminded him gently. Hila was right. Today marked the proclamation of the new constitution approved by the National Council, the Tribunal, and the Legislative Assembly. These new bodies replaced the Council of Ancients and the Council of 500. Once the proclamation concluded, his rule over France would receive the legitimate endorsement of the people. But first, what exactly was the consular government under Napoleon's rule? The new government consisted of 3 legislative bodies: the Council of State, responsible for drafting legislation, the Tribunal, which participated in debates but could not vote on bills, and the legislative body, which cast votes on legislation after tribunal deliberations. Additionally, the Constitution established another governmental institution known as the Conservative Senate. This body held equal standing with the 3 legislative institutions mentioned above. It reviewed draft legislation and provided advisory opinions directly to the first consul regarding the impact of these bills. Executive authority ultimately rested with 3 consuls elected to 10-year terms. However, Napoleon's political allies, including Lucien and Talleyrand, rewrote the constitution without consulting its chief architect, Size, granting executive power to the first consul, Napoleon himself. This move was further legitimized by a referendum held 1 week after the coup, with the results to be announced during his proclamation. Your Excellency, Beaumont approached Napoleon's chair. General Bessieres has arrived and awaits you outside. Thank you, Beaumont. Napoleon nodded, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and rose from his seat. He walked over to Hila and kissed her forehead. I must go, my dear. You know what to do next, don't you? Hila chuckled softly. Do not worry. The moment you proclaim yourself first consul of France to the public, tens of thousands of newspapers will be printed within an hour announcing your glorious moment to all the people of France. Napoleon smiled. That is, my dear. Until later. Farewell, and see you at dinner. Then Napoleon exited the palace and walked toward the waiting carriage. Bessieres and the accompanying soldiers responsible for escorting the first consul saluted him. Good morning, Your Excellency. Bessieres saluted. We are ready to escort you to Paris. Napoleon patted Bessieres on the shoulder, then boarded the carriage. The wheels rumbled as the horses trotted along the cobblestone streets of Chantilly, heading toward Paris. As they approached Paris, the people lining the streets caught sight of Napoleon's carriage, and cheers erupted, echoing through the city. Bonaparte! Bonaparte! Napoleon gazed out the carriage window, beholding countless adoring faces filled with reverence, their voices chanting in unison. A scene not unlike the enthusiastic reception he had received upon his return from Egypt. Upon arriving at the Tuileries Palace, the carriage came to a halt. Napoleon stepped out to be greeted by eager faces. Clad in his iconic red uniform of the first consul, he cut a commanding figure. General Bessieres and his soldiers formed a protective circle around him, escorting him toward the palace's main entrance. Long live Bonaparte! Long live Bonaparte! The crowd roared, their excited voices thunderous. Napoleon smiled and waved to the cheering masses. Entering the Tuileries Palace, he was met by Talleyrand and Lucien, who had clearly been awaiting his arrival. Your Excellency, did you hear that? The people are overjoyed that you will be their leader. Talleyrand said, respectfully bowing his head slightly. This is thanks to your expeditions in Egypt and the Arabian Peninsula. The paintings commissioned by you, created by renowned artists, depicted the glorious scenes of your victories, and deeply captivated the public imagination. Lucien added with a proud smile. Napoleon nodded, acknowledging their words. Indeed, the expeditions played a significant role in establishing my reputation. But now we have much work to do. Are the members of the Council of State, the Tribunal, the Legislative Body, and the Conservative Senate all present? He asked, eagerly prepared to address the important matters at hand. Talleyrand nodded. Yes, Your Excellency. They have all gathered and eagerly await your speech. Excellent. Napoleon smiled and continued toward the Assembly Hall, with Talleyrand and Lucien following closely behind. As Napoleon entered the Grand Assembly Hall of the Tuileries Palace, the murmuring conversations and commotion fell abruptly silent. Members of the Council of State, the Tribunal, the Legislative Body, and the Conservative Senate all turned their gazes toward the new first consul. Napoleon stood at the center of the Assembly Hall, his eyes scanning the room before settling on Emmanuel Joseph, Size, the President of the Conservative Senate. Just a week prior, Napoleon had discovered that Size harbored lingering bitterness over being reduced to a ceremonial role. To prevent Size from becoming a thorn in his side, Napoleon had appointed him President of the Conservative Senate. Napoleon merely nodded to Size, signaling him to begin the proclamation, as it was the duty of his governmental institution to carry out this responsibility. Honorable members of the Conservative Senate, distinguished representatives of the Council of State, the Tribunate, and the Legislative Body. Today we gather to proclaim the results of the national referendum held across our great nation. As you know, this referendum sought to ratify the new constitution and vest executive authority in a single individual. Size paused, a silence descended instantly upon the chamber, then, he continued with solemn gravity. The votes have been tallied, and it is my profound honor to announce that an astonishing 99% of electors voted in favor of conferring executive power upon General Napoleon Bonaparte, now France's first consul. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted within the hall, reverberating through its august halls. General Bonaparte. Sighs turned toward Napoleon. I now invite you as the newly confirmed first consul to address this distinguished assembly, and the French people awaiting beyond these walls. Napoleon stepped forward and surveyed the grand chamber. Honorable members of the Conservative Senate, the Council of State, the Tribunate, and the legislative body, as well as my fellow citizens of France. Today marks a pivotal moment in our nation's history. The overwhelming support expressed by our people through this referendum stands as irrefutable testimony to our unity and resolve. The trust you have placed in me, to serve as first consul, weighs upon me with solemn responsibility, and I shall not shrink from the duties that lie ahead. I stand before you not as an individual seeking power, but as a servant of the Republic wholly devoted to the welfare of its people. As first consul, I solemnly swear to uphold the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity. I shall strive to safeguard the rights of every citizen, ensure justice triumphs over injustice, and labor unceasingly for the prosperity of our great fatherland. Moreover, I pledge to conclude the war against the coalition through diplomacy and peaceful negotiation, pursuing enduring solutions that serve both France and her neighbors. Yet should they reject our terms of peace, I shall spare no effort to shield France and her citizens from any external threat. Our nation has endured enough suffering, and now is the time to secure for generations to come a future defined by peace and stability. The assembly erupted once more in fervent applause. Upon concluding his address, Napoleon departed the hall of assembly, followed closely by Lucien and Talleyrand. A magnificent oration, Your Excellency, Talleyrand remarked. I must confess, you moved me deeply. Napoleon smiled faintly and waved aside the compliment. Oh, cease your flattery, Talleyrand. I've grown quite weary of your praise. Talleyrand bowed slightly, his expression sincere. My apologies, Your Excellency. But I speak truth, not mere flattery. Then lowering his voice, Talleyrand. I trust you have already engaged with the Austrians. What are their terms for peace? I was just about to report to you, Your Excellency, Talleyrand replied, clearing his throat. The Austrians demand the dissolution of the republics established under the Treaty of Campo Formio, and the restitution of all territories to them. Furthermore, they insist upon the restoration of King Louis XVI to the throne. Napoleon scoffed at such audacity. Absurd. Such conditions are utterly unacceptable to me. Your Excellency, Talleyrand added, when I first heard them I nearly choked. I assure you it is indeed a preposterous proposal. May I take it then that hostilities with Austria will continue? Napoleon nodded firmly, confirming this as their sole course. Before we part, allow me to thank you both for your indispensable support. There is no need for thanks, brother, Lucien replied. We have each secured precisely what we desired. As they spoke, a man approached. Your Excellency. The three turned, and instantly recognized him. Necker, Napoleon murmured. You likely went unnoticed in the hall, Your Excellency, Necker said with a smile. Hundreds were present. I scarcely could be expected to spot you. Napoleon replied. I imagine as Minister of Finance your duties today remain far from concluded. Indeed, Your Excellency, Necker answered. I shall shortly present before the Assembly my proposals for monetary reform, and the establishment of the Banque de France. I hope the Council of State, the Tribunate, and the legislative body will endorse these vital reforms, Necker continued. Fear not. You shall find support within those walls. Your expertise in fiscal affairs, and your unwavering devotion to the nation's welfare, render the significance of these reforms undeniable to any discerning observer. Napoleon assured Necker. Necker nodded resolutely and accompanied Napoleon, Talleyrand, and Lucien back into the Hall of Assembly, where members of the Council of State, the Tribunate, and the legislative body eagerly awaited his proposals on monetary reform and the founding of the Banque de France. Necker advanced confidently to the podium before the Assembly. He began speaking, his voice clear, resonant, and assured, elaborating meticulously on the details of monetary reform, emphasizing the urgent need for a standardized currency system to stabilize the economy and facilitate trade and commerce nationwide. Adopting a single unified currency would not only simplify financial transactions, but also fortify our economy by ensuring a stable and reliable medium of exchange. Necker explained, his words striking a deep chord among the rapt audience. Turning to the establishment of the Banque de France, Necker delineated its central role in regulating national finances and catalyzing economic growth. Its centralized structure would enable more effective stewardship of public financial resources and guarantee resilience during periods of economic uncertainty. The Banque de France would become the cornerstone of our financial architecture, a secure repository for national reserves, and a source of credit to fuel productive investment. It would emerge as an institution of paramount national interest, safeguarding the economic well-being of every French citizen. With these words Necker concluded his address, and thunderous applause mingled with thoughtful silence filled the chamber. The proposed reforms resonated powerfully among the assembly members. Many nodded in quiet affirmation, fully grasping their historic significance. Talleyrand and Lucien exchanged glances, their expressions betraying quiet satisfaction at the reform's enthusiastic reception. Even Napoleon allowed himself a subtle satisfied smile. These very measures had been forged in close consultation with Necker. Over the following days members of the council engaged in thorough debate and discussion regarding currency reform and the establishment of the Bank of France. Despite differing viewpoints and proposals, the prevailing sentiment favored the implementation of these pivotal reforms. Finally, on January 18, 1800, the Council of State, the courts, and the legislative body formally approved the currency reform and the founding of the Bank of France. Napoleon then needed to sign the final ratification documents to set these reforms into motion. Napoleon signed the relevant documents formally bringing the currency reform and the establishment of the Bank of France into reality. The Hôtel de Toulouse became the headquarters of the newly founded National Bank. It was within this very building that official currency exchange rates were established and the Bank of France began its operations. The mandate of the Bank of France was to issue a unified standardized currency that would circulate throughout all regions of France, bringing an end to the long-standing chaos of coins and paper money that had plagued the national economy. As time passed, the impact of the currency reform and the establishment of the Bank of France became increasingly evident. Trade flourished and the nation's economy ushered in unprecedented stability. The once fractured and turbulent financial landscape gave way to a unified and robust system with the Bank of France at the very core of this transformation. With the establishment of the Bank of France and the success of currency reform, Napoleon faced a critical task: replenishing the state treasury to fund his ambitious domestic and military projects. Recognizing that a strong fiscal foundation was essential to the nation, he embarked on a series of tax reforms to revitalize the French economy and ensure the necessary funding. One of the principal components of Napoleon's tax reform was the land tax, a time-honored form of taxation in France. Also known as the contribution foncière, the land tax was a direct levy imposed on landowners based on the size and productivity of their holdings. As a crucial source of government revenue, its reform was vital to Napoleon's effort to restore the nation's finances. Napoleon's objective was to make the land tax more equitable, and just addressing the inequitable burden shouldered by certain social classes while providing incentives for agricultural production. Under the new reform, land tax rates were carefully calibrated to reflect the actual value and productive potential of the land, ensuring that landowners paid their dues in proportion to the revenue-generating capacity of their holdings. Building upon the foundations of tax reform, Napoleon also imposed indirect taxes on goods through consolidated customs duties applicable to a wide range of products from luxury items to daily necessities, thereby generating revenue for the government across all sectors of the economy. Furthermore, the customs tariffs were adjusted to strike a balance between domestic growth and international trade. Through the recalibration of these tariffs, Napoleon aimed to encourage the development of local industry while maintaining a favorable trade balance. This approach both shielded French manufacturers from excessive foreign competition and facilitated international trade. To address the disparities in income and wealth distribution, Napoleon also implemented a personal income tax targeting the wealthiest segments of society. This progressive tax levied higher rates on high-income individuals, ensuring that the financial burden of national projects and initiatives fell upon those most capable of bearing it. Meanwhile, Napoleon recognized the economic role of enterprises, particularly during the era of industrialization. He therefore decided to impose a corporate tax on businesses, enabling the government to generate revenue from commercial activities. This measure helped diversify the nation's sources of income and ensured that enterprises fulfilled their due role in supporting national development and stability. In addition, while implementing tax reform, Napoleon introduced efficient tax collection procedures designed to curtail corruption and inefficiency, ensuring that funds reached the state treasury in a timely and accurate manner. Through these comprehensive tax reforms, the Napoleon government significantly increased its revenue, substantially strengthening the nation's fiscal resources and providing ample funding for his ambitious infrastructure projects, educational initiatives, and military campaigns. Of course, not everyone was satisfied with the new tax reforms. One of the primary groups opposing Napoleon's tax measures was the wealthy nobility who owned vast estates across the French countryside. They viewed the land tax reform as a direct assault on their privileged status and wealth, fearing that the recalibrated rates would exacerbate their financial burdens. These nobles had long enjoyed the benefits of the old tax system, which favored the aristocratic class and exempted them from many of their tax obligations. In their view, Napoleon's progressive tax system posed a threat to the established order and a challenge to the noble privileges they held dear. They allied with other conservative landowners to oppose the reform, voicing their dissent at aristocratic gatherings. Similarly, certain powerful merchants and traders expressed dissatisfaction with the indirect taxes levied through consolidated customs duties. These excise taxes would lead to a decline in the consumption of luxury goods, potentially affecting their lucrative businesses. They feared that such taxes would deter customers from purchasing, ultimately impacting their profits and diminishing their economic influence. Opposition to the income tax was equally fierce. France's wealthy elite, including influential bankers, prosperous merchants, and nobles, were determined to protect their substantial fortunes from increased taxation. They believed that the income tax would unfairly burden them, restricting their ability to invest and expand their enterprises, thereby hindering economic growth. These opponents leveraged their extensive influence and connections to organize private gatherings and meetings, plotting how to challenge and undermine the income tax reform. They sought to rally members of the legislature who shared their opposition, as well as influential figures across the nation, attempting to sway public opinion and sabotage these reforms. Furthermore, they opposed the corporate tax as it directly threatened their lucrative business ventures. These influential figures believed the corporate tax imposed an undue burden on their enterprises, and they resisted the notion of surrendering a substantial portion of their profits to the state treasury. But Napoleon would not abandon his course due to their opposition. He was resolved to uphold the law and implement these much-needed reforms to improve France's condition. He well understood that tax reform was a prerequisite for national progress and stability, and despite facing resistance, he remained determined to see the reforms through to completion. To address the discontent of wealthy nobles and powerful merchants, Napoleon convened a series of meetings, engaging in dialogue with representatives from all sectors of society. He hoped that through open exchange, he could directly hear their concerns, explain the rationale behind the reforms, and strive to win their understanding. At these meetings, Napoleon presented detailed data and economic analyses to demonstrate the potential benefits of the tax reform. He emphasized that the purpose of these reforms was to establish a fairer, more balanced financial system in which everyone should contribute their share to the nation's development and prosperity. Moreover, Napoleon assured the dissenting parties that the implementation of the new tax system would carefully consider its impact on businesses and the economy. He promised to closely supervise the reforms and make timely adjustments should any unintended adverse consequences arise. Through his relentless pursuit of transparency and open communication, Napoleon gradually won over some of the skeptics. His passionate commitment to the nation's welfare and his clear explanation of the reform measures successfully shifted a portion of public opinion. Many citizens began to understand the necessity of these changes, recognizing that a fairer tax system would bring about a stronger, more stable France. However, despite Napoleon's efforts to allay their concerns, a stubborn minority of opponents continued to resist the reforms. These individuals were deeply entrenched in their privileged positions and unwilling to relinquish any of their wealth or influence. Consequently, Napoleon took decisive action, arresting those who actively opposed the reforms and conspired to undermine national stability. Among those arrested were several influential nobles and wealthy figures who had led the opposition to the tax reform. Their actions were regarded as treasonous, as they sought to thwart the government's efforts to strengthen France's financial foundation. These arrests sent shockwaves through the opposition ranks, demonstrating that Napoleon was clearly unwilling to compromise on matters of upholding the law and ensuring the nation's welfare. The move elicited varied reactions across the nation. Some praised Napoleon for taking a firm stand against those who sought to obstruct progress, while others criticized the arrests as an infringement on individual freedoms and an abuse of power. "Those conservatives truly infuriate me," Napoleon said, slamming the report onto the table and sighing in frustration. "Your Excellency, I must say your reforms are far too radical for them. That is precisely why they are opposing you so fiercely," Talleyrand said, taking a seat opposite Napoleon. "I can safely say that opposition will always exist. So what is it you wish to discuss with me?" "Your Excellency, your economic reforms have undoubtedly improved France's situation and won the support of the people. To make France more stable, you need to pardon those exiles." 8 years prior, during the height of the revolution, known as the Reign of Terror, French nobles became targets of the revolutionaries, as they were seen as symbols of the despotic old regime. Among those persecuted was a particular group, the émigré nobles, those who had chosen to flee France and seek protection from foreign powers. These émigré nobles, in order to preserve their lives and property, fled to neighboring countries for refuge. There they formed alliances with France's enemies, their actions not only fanning the flames of revolution, but also further deepening the divide between those who supported revolutionary ideals and those who clung to the old order. Now in 1800, after a decade of political turmoil, Napoleon Bonaparte, the once ambitious general, had become first consul of France, successfully consolidating his power and bringing relative stability to the nation. His reforms had injected new vitality into the French economy. Yet despite the progress made, an unresolved issue remained, namely the problem of the émigré nobles. Their presence in foreign lands remained a concern for France's security. These émigré nobles, nostalgic for their lost privileges, influenced the decision-making of other nations and threatened the stability France had newly gained. "I trust you did not come to me empty-handed on this matter," Napoleon said. Talleyrand chuckled softly, opened his leather briefcase, and withdrew a stack of documents, placing them before Napoleon. "You know me too well, Your Excellency," he said with a smile. These are the latest reports on the émigré nobles' activities, their alliances, and their potential future plans. Napoleon leaned forward, his eyes scanning the documents. The reports provided a detailed overview of the émigré nobles' movements, the nations harboring them, and the extent of support they received from foreign powers. So they seek refuge in Britain, British North America, and the United States. Napoleon read aloud. How many émigrés are there? I don't see that here. Talleyrand cleared his throat and supplied the missing information. According to the latest intelligence, Your Excellency, there are approximately 100,000 émigré nobles scattered across Britain, British North America, and the United States. Napoleon furrowed his brow, absorbing the information. 100,000. That is a considerable number. I imagine most of them are skilled professionals and intellectuals, correct? Talleyrand nodded, confirming Napoleon's guess. Indeed so, Your Excellency. Many of the émigré nobles were highly educated professionals, including nobles, officers, diplomats, and intellectuals. More importantly, most of them were not staunch royalists. If we fail to harness their talents and expertise for France's benefit, it would be a tremendous waste. Napoleon interrupted him. So are we to pardon those émigré nobles, who did not actively participate in plotting to overthrow the Republic or subvert the government? Precisely, Your Excellency. Many of them acted out of fear at the time and later came to realize that their actions were in vain. Talleyrand replied, suggesting that pardoning those willing to swear allegiance to the Republic and demonstrate their commitment to its principles might prove a wise course of action. Napoleon pondered the potential consequences of such a decision. On one hand, pardoning émigré nobles who harbored no ill will toward the Republic might encourage their return and enable them to contribute to the nation's restoration. On the other hand, some might remain obstinately opposed to revolutionary ideals, and granting them clemency could pose security risks. Before proceeding, it would be essential to ensure that those seeking reconciliation were truly loyal to the Republic. Napoleon declared firmly, "We shall tolerate no subversive activities that threaten the stability of France. We will subject those who express willingness to return to thorough and rigorous scrutiny, and require them to reaffirm their allegiance to the Republic." Talleyrand assured him. Furthermore, we could establish conditions for their return, such as requiring them to actively contribute to France's progress through their skills and expertise, or to serve in positions aligned with the interests of the Republic. But what of their properties? According to this document, the government has already confiscated much of their assets and estates. Napoleon pointed out while reviewing the documents that upon their return, they would find nothing to reclaim. Fortunately, Your Excellency, we maintain records of their properties and we can facilitate their return. However, some have likely been redistributed or sold to other citizens. Talleyrand explained, "This will prove quite delicate. I do wish to pardon the émigré nobles, but the matter of restoring their property complicates things considerably." Napoleon voiced his concerns. "I shall ask the Minister of the Interior to assist me with this matter," Talleyrand said. "You mean my brother Lucien?" "Yes, I believe he is the right person to handle this," Napoleon replied. "Since you are considering pardoning the émigré nobles, Your Excellency, I believe you should first abolish a law enacted before the dissolution of the Directory," Talleyrand said, pausing deliberately for emphasis. "That is the hostage law, which stipulates that the relatives of émigré nobles are considered hostages, and are required to surrender themselves within 10 days, or they too shall be treated as émigré nobles." "What? Such a law exists?" Napoleon exclaimed. Talleyrand nodded gravely. "Yes, Your Excellency. Then, as First Consul of France, by the powers vested in me by the Constitution, I shall abolish the hostage law." Napoleon declared firmly that he would draft an official decree abolishing the law. "A wise decision, Your Excellency. Allow Lucien and me to handle these matters of personal property. For now, I suggest we send word to Britain, British North America, the United States, the Holy Roman Empire, the Kingdom of Prussia, and the Russian Empire, informing those émigré nobles abroad that they may return to France under certain conditions." Talleyrand agreed, acknowledging Napoleon's decisive stance. "I shall draft the necessary letters and diplomatic correspondence to these nations, conveying our intention to pardon émigré nobles seeking reconciliation and outlining the conditions for their return." Napoleon nodded in approval, appreciating Talleyrand's swift action. Over the following weeks, the decree abolishing the hostage law took effect rapidly and spread throughout the nation. Émigré nobles living abroad received word that France was willing to pardon those seeking reconciliation with the conditions for their return outlined. Initially, many hesitated, fearing this might be a trap set by the French Republic to arrest and even execute them for having fled France during the tumultuous years of the Revolution. The scars of the Reign of Terror remained fresh in their memories, and the fear of retribution weighed heavily in their deliberations. They could not simply disregard the past and return without caution. However, when Napoleon delivered a speech at the Tuileries Palace, expressing his desire to welcome back émigré nobles seeking reconciliation, his words rang with sincerity and moved many. He spoke of forgiveness, unity, and the necessity of healing past wounds, assuring them that their return would meet not hostility but open arms and warm welcome. Gradually, émigré nobles began to step forward one by one, expressing their willingness to return to France and seek reconciliation with the Republic. They were not naive and understood the risks and uncertainties that lay ahead, but the hope of pardon and the opportunity to rebuild their lives in their homeland proved too compelling to ignore. Talleyrand, alongside Napoleon Bonaparte, worked diligently to address the émigré nobles' concerns regarding their property. They established a comprehensive procedure for the restitution of property, carefully reviewing records to determine what could be returned to its original owners. For properties already sold or redistributed, the government offered compensation or alternative arrangements to facilitate the resettlement of returning émigrés. As the reconciliation process advanced and word spread, an increasing number of émigré nobles gathered the courage to take the step of returning to France. Among them were intellectual scientists, artists, and skilled professionals who had sought refuge abroad during the darkest days of the Revolution. Though their return was initially met with suspicion and hesitation from certain segments of society, their presence gradually made positive contributions to the nation's development. Napoleon Bonaparte's initiative won enthusiastic response from both the people and the émigré nobles, further enhancing his standing. April 30th, 1800. At the Château de Chantilly, Napoleon's office was as usual, the desk piled high with documents, letters, telegrams, and reports, one of which was a dispatch from General André Messina stationed in northern Italy. Genoa was under siege by Austrian troops and requesting reinforcements. Reading this, Napoleon tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, lost in thought. What should I do? Genoa, once a bustling port city, now finds itself besieged by Austrian forces. General André Messina and his French troops, along with the citizens of the Ligurian Republic, are in dire straits. Unlike the historical record, no British naval squadron blockaded the port of Genoa this time, and the absence of this maritime blockade drastically altered the dynamics of the siege. Yet the French navy in the Mediterranean was no ordinary force. Naval fleets anchored in ports across Africa, particularly in former Ottoman colonial territories, played a crucial role in supporting the Eastern Army. The French forces stationed in the Middle East were preparing to launch an invasion through Afghanistan and required constant supply lines to maintain their momentum. For Napoleon, this was a difficult balancing act of resources, as he had to allocate limited supplies between relieving the siege of Genoa and sustaining his armies in Africa and the Middle East. Reports indicated that the British fleet had arrived in India, possibly in response to French troop movements in the region. This development further complicated Napoleon's strategic calculus. He knew that although the French navy controlled the Mediterranean, their fleet strength was insufficient to support two major armies far from home simultaneously. Napoleon was forced to make a difficult decision. Though he understood the importance of holding Genoa, the colonies in Africa and the Middle East proved far more profitable. These overseas territories were a vital source of revenue for France, and maintaining control over them was essential to funding his grand vision of transforming France. Thus Napoleon reluctantly prioritized Africa and the Middle East over Genoa, but that did not mean he would take no action to relieve the city's plight. Then we shall cross the Alps, Napoleon murmured to himself, and with a flick of his finger Beaumont entered his office. Your Excellency, is there something I can do for you? Beaumont asked. Send a telegram to the Ministry of War, and tell him I wish him to join me for dinner at my estate tonight. As you wish, Your Excellency. Beaumont bowed and left Napoleon's office. As he waited to confirm that Beaumont had sent the telegram, a new idea suddenly flashed through Napoleon's mind. He imagined what would happen if instead of a telegram he made a phone call. The telephone, one of the key inventions he had wanted to introduce after being reborn into this world. Having already invented the telegraph and spark-gap radio, the telephone was a relatively straightforward creation for him. He began searching through his systems and found the design for the first practical telephone invented by Alexander Graham Bell. Though a stack of reports waited on his desk for his review, Napoleon decided to draw up the blueprint for the telephone first. He feared that once consumed by administrative duties, he might forget this important idea. 30 minutes later, Napoleon had completed the telephone blueprint, and would later hand it over to a company specializing in producing telegraph machines and spark-gap radios. Just then a knock came at the door. Come in, Napoleon gestured to the person knocking, guessing it was Beaumont. Your Excellency. Beaumont entered Napoleon's office carrying a silver tray on which a small note was elegantly placed. I have sent the telegram to the Ministry of War as you instructed, and this is their reply. Napoleon reached out and took the note from the tray, quickly reading its contents. Beaumont, I have a guest coming tonight. Inform the chef to prepare their signature dishes. Of course, Your Excellency. Beaumont nodded and replied. 5 hours later, in the dining hall of Château de Chantilly, Napoleon waited for his guest, joined at the table by his two children François and Avellini. Father, when will Mother come home? Avellini asked. Napoleon checked his pocket watch. Mother is still working in Paris. She should be back around 9. Then Mother won't be able to have dinner with us. François interjected. I am sure Mother will finish her dinner before returning home. Napoleon comforted the children gently. Father, who is the guest tonight? Avellini continued to ask curiously. You will find out soon enough. Napoleon replied with a smile. A moment later Beaumont entered the dining hall and stood by the doorway. The Minister of War has arrived. Beaumont announced, whereupon the Minister of War himself walked into the dining hall. Your Excellency, you summoned me. The man in general's uniform who entered the dining hall was none other than General Louis Alexander Berthier, Napoleon's chief of staff during the Italian and Egyptian campaigns. Berthier, thank you for coming. Napoleon's tone carried genuine warmth. Let us be as we were during the campaigns. No need for such formality. Let us address each other by our old battlefield names. Very well, Bonaparte, Berthier said, then turned his gaze to Napoleon's children. Avellini and François, is it not? They have certainly grown quite tall. Napoleon smiled at the compliment and gestured for Berthier to sit. Indeed they have. Napoleon replied proudly. They grow so fast. As they took their seats, the castle servants appeared with quiet elegance, wheeling dining carts to their tables and delicately lifting the covered dishes onto the polished surface. Then, with practiced precision, they lifted the silver cloches, revealing a lavish dinner before them. Medium rare, correct? Napoleon asked Berthier. Berthier's gaze was instantly riveted upon the dish, a Bordeaux-style ribeye steak. Tender, perfectly seared beef crowned with a rich velvety red wine reduction. Ah, Bonaparte. You possess an extraordinary memory, Berthier replied, his eyes gleaming with delight as he reached for his knife and carved into the succulent meat. Once the meal was served, they began to savor it in reverent silence, each bite a meditation on flavor and craftsmanship. 10 minutes later Francis and Avellini finished their plates. Napoleon seized the moment. Francis Avellini. I recall your tutor assigned homework to be completed tonight, yes. He continued. Please return to your rooms now to finish your assignments. I must speak privately with this gentleman. Francis and Avellini nodded, fully understanding their father's request. They bid farewell to those at the table, promising to complete their work before retiring, and then quietly left the dining hall. Once the children had departed, Napoleon turned his gaze back to Berthier. You're undoubtedly wondering why I summoned you so suddenly, aren't you? Berthier dabbed the corner of his mouth with his napkin and nodded. Let me venture a guess. Has it to do with our troops currently besieged in Genoa? Napoleon inclined his head in quiet affirmation. Precisely. We must relieve the pressure upon Genoa. To that end, I require you to assemble an army, under my direct command. Berthier met Napoleon's gaze squarely, his brow furrowing slightly. You intend to lead an army yourself? I am first consul, but that does not preclude me from commanding troops. Recall, I was once a general. Berthier's expression softened as he nodded in understanding. You may command the reserve army, but how do you propose to transport them to Genoa? If we march through Nice, the Austrians will detect us swiftly and fortify their positions there. Then I shall advance where they least expect it. A faint knowing smile played upon Napoleon's lips. Where? Berthier asked, and took a slow sip of wine. The Alps. Napoleon answered without hesitation. Berthier recoiled in stunned disbelief, nearly choking on his wine, before quickly regaining composure and blotting his lips with his napkin. The Alps? You mean to cross them? Indeed. I shall traverse the great St. Bernard Pass, descend upon Milan, sever their supply lines, compel them to engage us directly, and thereby lift the siege of Genoa. You never cease to astonish me, Bonaparte. Will the army you command be equipped with the new rifles employed by the Eastern Legion? Napoleon shook his head. No, we lack time to train troops on such arms. I shall rely on the standard issue. Very well. I shall have the army ready by month's end. Berthier rose, extending his hand. Thank you for dinner, Bonaparte. Their grip was firm, resolute. A silent covenant sealed in warmth and trust. Napoleon responded with a radiant, genuine smile. My pleasure. Allow me to see you out. Berthier nodded, and the two walked side by side toward the entrance. Beyond the threshold, night embraced them with ethereal grace. The sky crystalline and vast stars scattered like diamonds across the velvet expanse, while a gentle breeze carried the hushed serenity of a fulfilled evening. An ornate carriage awaited Berthier outside, and the coachman sprang onto his seat the moment he emerged. Bonaparte, you truly ought to relocate to the Palace of Versailles. Berthier observed, it lies far closer to Paris than Chantilly. Should urgency arise, I could reach you much more swiftly. Napoleon smiled, appreciating Berthier's candor. The palace remains under renovation, Berthier. I'm told they're still installing plumbing and electrical systems. It may be some time before it is fully habitable. Berthier nodded, comprehending fully. I see your point, Bonaparte. And I too have already commissioned these modern installations for my own estate. In any case, I shall take my leave now. Napoleon nodded, watching as Berthier stepped into the carriage and the horses surged forward, leaving him standing alone, lost in contemplation. Next week he would return to the battlefield, to lead his men toward the decisive victory France so desperately needed to secure lasting peace. Yet he knew with quiet gravity that since assuming the office of first consul his schedule had grown increasingly relentless. Duties of state leaving scarcely any time for his children, or his wife. Moreover, Hela maintained her own demanding enterprises, leaving their children often bereft of parental presence. Napoleon returned to the castle and made his way toward Avellini's chamber. He gently pushed open the partially ajar door and peered inside, finding Avellini seated at her desk, brow deeply furrowed in concentration, as she wrestled with a mathematics assignment. The scattered textbooks and crumpled papers on the floor betraying her mounting frustration. Seeing his daughter Napoleon's lips curved into a tender smile, her quiet determination reminded him of his own unyielding resolve on the battlefield. He slipped silently into the room, taking care not to startle her, then softly tapped the doorframe. "Avellini," he murmured, gently drawing her attention. "Papa." She lifted her head, eyes lighting up at the sight of him, a soft gasp escaping her lips thick with relief. "What troubles you, my dear?" Napoleon asked, stepping up to her desk. "This math problem," Avellini sighed, pushing the sheet toward him. "I just can't figure it out." Napoleon studied the problem carefully, then a subtle smile touched his lips. "Ah, I see precisely where the confusion lies." As he spoke, he reached for the pen. "Let me show you an alternative approach." With patience and crystalline clarity, Napoleon guided Avellini through the problem, breaking it down step by step. As he explained, her furrowed brow gradually softened and understanding began to bloom across her face. "See, it isn't nearly as daunting as it first appeared," Napoleon said, giving her back a reassuring pat. Avellini's expression brightened with new-found confidence. "Thank you, Papa. You always make things so clear. If you ever struggle with a problem, come find me in my study anytime," Napoleon added warmly, his smile both gentle and comforting. "But I don't want to disturb your work, Papa," Avellini replied. Napoleon smiled warmly, sensing her hesitation, and placed a gentle hand upon her shoulder. "My dearest Avellini, you are never a disturbance. Helping you is among the most important things I do as your father. Your education and well-being stand above all else." Avellini looked up at him, moved by his words. "But I know you have so much to do, Papa. I don't want to take up your precious time." "Listen, my beloved Avellini. Yes, I bear many responsibilities, yet you, my daughter, are my highest priority. Your joy matters more to me than anything else. If you need help, or simply someone to listen, never hesitate to come to me. Though I may be busy, I will always make time for you." "I wish I were as good as my brother," Avellini confessed glumly. "He's never failed a math test." "Avellini, my dear, remember that everyone possesses unique strengths and limitations. Your brother excels in mathematics and technical subjects, but you possess your own distinct gifts, ones that make you truly extraordinary." Avellini lowered her gaze, fingers nervously twisting the edge of her math paper as she whispered, "But sometimes, I feel like I'm falling behind him." Napoleon gently lifted her chin, meeting her eyes once more. "Comparison steals joy, Avellini. Your brother's aptitude in mathematics does not diminish your own brilliance in the slightest. You possess a rare gift for musical performance, and a profound appreciation for literature. These are extraordinary talents. Each person is different, and it is precisely this diversity that makes the world so rich and wondrous. But I want to excel in math too." Avellini said, her voice edged with quiet discouragement. "You can, and you will," Napoleon encouraged firmly. "The essence of overcoming any challenge lies in perseverance. With diligence, unwavering resolve, and the steadfast support of those who love you, no obstacle is insurmountable." Avellini's eyes shimmered with renewed hope and quiet determination. "Do you truly believe that, Papa?" "Absolutely," Napoleon affirmed. "You carry an innate curiosity and thirst for knowledge, the very foundations of learning and growth. If you bring to mathematics the same tenacity and wonder you apply to your other passions, I have no doubt you will flourish." Avellini smiled, a fragile but genuine spark of hope kindling within her. "Thank you, Papa. I'll do my very best." "That is exactly what I expect from you, my dearest." Napoleon kissed her forehead tenderly, then said, "Now I must go check on your brother." With a soft chuckle, Napoleon left Avellini's desk and walked toward his son's chamber, lightly rapping on the door before opening it to find young Francis utterly absorbed in his book. "Francis," Napoleon called softly. The boy looked up, surprised then radiant with delight. "Father, what brings you here?" Francis quickly closed his book and set it aside. "I wanted to see how my son was faring," Napoleon replied. "May I come in?" "Of course, father," Francis answered eagerly. Napoleon entered, surveying the room. Neat, orderly, brimming with intellectual vitality, shelves overflowing with books, walls adorned with intricate sketches of inventions. "So what are you reading, my young scholar?" Napoleon glanced at the book beside Francis and asked. "An algebra textbook, father." Francis replied, "I've always found algebra fascinating. It's like solving riddles with numbers." "Indeed," Napoleon smiled. "You're already surpassing your peers." "What do you mean, father?" Shouldn't children my age understand this concept already? Francis. Napoleon cleared his throat. You see, not everyone is gifted with the aptitude to grasp complex concepts as you are, and that is something to be proud of. But always remember, not all children your age possess the same capacity for understanding. Everyone learns at their own pace, and being ahead does not make you superior to others. It simply means you have different strengths, which is precisely what makes each person unique and special. Francis nodded, thoughtfully absorbing his father's words. I have never thought of it that way, father. I suppose I was simply too absorbed in the desire to learn more and excel at what I love. There is one more thing, Francis. Not every child enjoys the same privileges as you. Napoleon said, you see, in France many children lack access to education because their families cannot afford it, and sometimes their social standing prevents them from attending school. Education is a precious gift, yet not everyone has the opportunity to receive it. But you are the first consul, are you not, father? Perhaps you could give children like me a chance to learn what they desire. Napoleon gazed at Francis's earnest enthusiasm and smiled, patting his shoulder. Yes, I am the first consul, and I am already planning reforms for our educational system. This system will ensure every child in France has the opportunity to learn and contribute to the nation's development in the future. It is wonderful to hear that, Francis said. If you need any assistance with your studies, as I know you will encounter concepts that are difficult to grasp, you may come to my office. Very well. Francis nodded. With that, Napoleon left Francis's room and closed the door behind him. He exhaled deeply. Conversing with his children had indeed filled him with a sense of accomplishment and purpose beyond his duties as first consul. Very well, it was time to return to work. A week passed, and the day Napoleon had been anticipating finally arrived. May 6th or 1800. In his bedroom, Napoleon stood before a full-length mirror, dressed not in his usual first consul attire, but in a familiar general's uniform. His coat was adorned with golden braids, his epaulets gleamed, and medals were pinned to his chest. The moment had come. He was about to command the reserve army stationed in Paris, prepared for a decisive campaign. Settling his bicorn hat firmly upon his head, he gazed into the mirror. It has been a long time since I wore this. Napoleon murmured, his gaze fixed intently on his reflection. Memories of his youth as an officer surged forward. The battles fought, the victories won, and the unyielding will that had sustained him through it all. The general's uniform evoked a profound sense of familiarity, reminding him of the journey that had shaped his destiny. It was a symbol of his rise from humble beginnings to becoming one of France's most influential figures. As he adjusted the golden braids on his coat, his thoughts drifted back to that ambitious young man who had once harbored grand dreams. At that time, he was not yet the first consul of France, burdened with the responsibility of governing the nation and making decisions that would affect the lives of millions. He was merely a soldier, much like Napoleon himself, driven by an unwavering determination to leave his mark upon history. Of course, some might argue he was simply following in Napoleon's footsteps. Yet when one must command armies on the battlefield and lead them to victory, reality becomes a different matter entirely. Without passion, determination, and courage, even possessing modern knowledge and extraordinary abilities would not have brought him to where he stands today. As he stared into the mirror, Napoleon heard the sound of hooves outside the chateau. Looking out the window, he saw Bessières and his officers assembling in the courtyard. They are here early. At that moment, the sound of the door opening made him turn around. Oh, it is my beautiful wife, Napoleon said with a smile, turning to face Julie, as she entered the room in her morning dress, radiant. Napoleon called Julie his beautiful wife every time he saw her, finding the expression endearing, especially when he noticed her cheeks flush slightly. That phrase no longer works on me, Julie retorted playfully, striving to maintain her composure, though her cheeks betrayed her with a faint pink hue. Oh really? Are you certain? Napoleon raised an eyebrow and took a step closer to Julie. Julie crossed her arms, feigning indifference and attempting to appear composed. Certain. I have become immune to your sweet words. I hear them every day so naturally I no longer feel shy. Napoleon smiled, not believing her pretense for a moment. Is that so? He teased, reaching out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. You may say that, my love, but your cheeks seem to hold a different opinion. All right, you win. Julie tried in vain to suppress her laughter and could only concede. Napoleon grinned broadly, suddenly pulling her close and bowing his head to kiss Julie's lips, passionately shattering her composure in an instant. When their kiss finally ended, Heila's cheeks flushed crimson, her breath slightly quickened. You always make me forget how to protest, she admitted, a soft smile curving her lips. Did you just eat strawberry cake? Your lips taste delightfully sweet, Napoleon teased. Heila's cheeks deepened in color as she playfully tapped his arm. Stop it, you fool. Napoleon chuckled at her reaction. But within seconds the bedroom's atmosphere grew solemn, shadowed by his imminent departure for the battlefield. So you're leaving for the front again? Heila asked, her voice tinged with quiet sorrow. Sometimes I wish you didn't have to wear this uniform. Wishing you could stay here and govern France. But I know that's selfish of me. Your leadership on the battlefield is part of what makes you so compelling. I absolutely cannot miss the Battle of Marengo. Napoleon declared firmly, I need this victory. Only then can our plans to rebuild Paris and all of France move forward. From the infrastructure projects of the Second Empire Haussmann's grand renovation to the Belle Époque, Paris and France shall become a city of breathtaking beauty. I promised you I'd bring French aesthetics to life. The Eiffel Tower, the Arc de Triomphe, the Palais Garnier. Doesn't that thrill you? Then you must return victorious. Do you understand? Gila said gravely. I mean it. We've already altered so much history. We cannot guarantee your survival in the very battle where the real Napoleon secured his triumph. If you're wounded, I'll be furious. I'd love to see you angry. Napoleon smiled at her playful remark, attempting to lighten the gathering gravity. Winking as he spoke, yet his eyes betrayed the weight of what lay ahead. Well, let's hope it won't come to that. Gila managed a faint, strained smile, striving to keep her tone light. Though her eyes betrayed deep, unspoken anxiety, better not. Napoleon withdrew a photograph from his pocket and showed it to Gila. A family portrait taken last December with a newly acquired camera. This is precisely what I fight for, Napoleon said. Just as they lingered in that heavy, tender silence, a knock sounded at the door, interrupting their moment. Napoleon turned toward it, revealing Beauharnais standing there. General Bessieres awaits you outside, Beauharnais announced. Tell him I'll join him shortly, Napoleon replied, then clasped Gila's hand and offered her a reassuring smile. I'll be back soon. Gila nodded. Though her heart clenched like a blade twisting inward, she steadied herself and murmured softly, I'll wait for you, safe and whole. With one final lingering glance at Gila, Napoleon stepped out of the bedroom and descended the stairs, where Francis and Avellini stood waiting by the entrance. Ah, Francis, Avellini, Napoleon began. Father must be away for a time. Daddy, why aren't you wearing your red uniform? Francis asked. He'd grown accustomed to seeing his father in the consular uniform. Is this your general's uniform? Avellini observed keenly. Yes, Avellini. Father must go to the front. To defeat our enemies. Napoleon smiled warmly, crouching down to meet the children eye to eye, gently ruffling their hair as he added, Be good now. When will you return? Avellini asked. I'll be home next month. But I'll write to you, so we can stay connected while I'm away. Napoleon replied. Good luck, Daddy, Francis said. Come home safely, all right? Avellini added, her eyes brimming with quiet concern. Napoleon gazed at his children with tenderness, drawing them close into a tight, lingering embrace, savoring this fleeting, sacred moment before farewell. Then Rose stepped out of the estate and strode toward General Bessieres, who waited beyond the gates. General Bessieres saluted Napoleon. Ready, sir? Ready. 2 hours later, Napoleon arrived in Paris. A city alive with vibrant energy, its streets humming with the bustling rhythm of daily life. Peering out the carriage window, Napoleon watched as soldiers of the French Reserve Army assembled with disciplined precision before the majestic Tuileries Palace. The carriage halted before the Tuileries Palace. General Bessieres dismounted and opened the door. Napoleon nodded in acknowledgement, stepped down onto the cobblestones, and prepared to assume his duty as commander-in-chief. The moment his foot touched the cobblestones, Minister of War Berthier approached with confident strides. Your Excellency, he greeted with a respectful bow. Welcome back to Paris. Napoleon returned the salute, then scanned the surroundings. Are all reserve army units assembled? Yes, Your Excellency. Berthier confirmed. 60,000 troops stand ready. Awaiting your command, prepared to execute the decisive campaign at your order. Napoleon nodded approvingly. Excellent. But first, where is General Moreau? He awaits you in the palace's reception chamber, Your Excellency. Berthier replied. Accompany me to him, Napoleon commanded. Berthier led Napoleon without hesitation through the corridors of the Tuileries Palace, heading toward the reception room where General Moreau awaited. Upon reaching the reception room, the door opened to reveal General Moreau engaged in conversation with several aides-de-camp. His stern expression softened instantly upon seeing Napoleon, and he rose immediately to render a salute. Your Excellency. General Moreau saluted and greeted him. His aides-de-camp followed suit, showing respect for their commander. Napoleon returned the military salute, appreciating the discipline and respect they demonstrated. At ease, Napoleon said, gesturing for the officers to relax their formal posture. General Moreau, may I speak with you privately? Berthier, standing beside Napoleon, signaled to Moreau's aides to give them some privacy, and they then exited the reception room, leaving Napoleon and General Moreau alone. General Moreau, I'll be brief. Your assistance on the 18th of Brumaire made me the first consul of France today. In return, I will appoint you commander of the Army of the Rhine to face General Kray and the Austrian forces. Napoleon announced. General Moreau's eyes widened in surprise. Your Excellency, I am deeply honored and grateful for this appointment. I will fulfill my duties with the utmost dedication, and strive to bring glory to France. I have no doubt of that. Napoleon said confidently. I believe you will not let France down. General Moreau met Napoleon's resolute gaze, gratitude and determination shimmering in his eyes. The weight of responsibility was evident, but he knew he was ready for the challenge ahead. Your trust means everything to me, Moreau said firmly. I will not disappoint you, nor will I let France down. I know you won't. Napoleon replied with a reassuring smile. Now I must take my leave as I have an army to command. The reserve army. Your intention is to force the Austrians to lift the siege of Genoa, Moreau observed. Precisely. Napoleon confirmed. You will cross the Rhine and engage Kray in Germany. I want the coalition leaders to believe I will attack Germany. Very well, Your Excellency. I wish you a successful campaign, Moreau said. The same to you, General, Napoleon said, extending his hand for a firm handshake. May our victories bring glory to France. General Moreau gripped Napoleon's hand tightly. Indeed, Your Excellency. We will spare no effort to ensure success on both fronts. With that, Napoleon turned and left the reception room. Outside, Berthier was waiting. What is our transportation plan, Berthier? Napoleon asked. We will take the train to Dijon, which lies 230 kilometers southeast of the St. Bernard Pass. Berthier replied. We will then proceed to Geneva and from there cross the St. Bernard Pass into Italy. This pass is our vital route to Genoa. We. Napoleon tilted his head looking at Berthier. What do you mean by we? Your Excellency, I have not yet told you. I wish to participate in this campaign. Berthier said. But you are my Minister of War. Napoleon raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had not expected Berthier to express a desire to join a frontline campaign. Berthier, your position in Paris is crucial. Your expertise is essential for coordinating our operations and ensuring the security of our supply lines. Napoleon said, attempting to dissuade his minister. I can do that on the battlefield, Your Excellency. Do you not remember that when we were in Italy and Egypt it was I who organized our supply lines? Napoleon considered Berthier's words. He could not deny Berthier's crucial role in organizing supply lines during previous campaigns. His abilities as a logistician and administrator were unparalleled, and his presence on the front lines would indeed bring greater value. Very well, Berthier. Napoleon nodded in agreement. If you believe you can effectively manage our logistics during the campaign, then I will not prevent you. Berthier's eyes filled with excitement as he thanked Napoleon for the opportunity. I assure you, Your Excellency, I will not let you down. Berthier said firmly. Outside the Tuileries Palace, Napoleon made his way toward the carriage. General Bessir bowed to open the car door for him. Napoleon boarded the carriage with Berthier following closely behind. Bessir closed the carriage door, mounted his horse to lead the procession, and as the carriage began to roll toward the railway station, Napoleon leaned back in the comfortable seat and relaxed. After a journey of nearly 6 hours, all units of the reserve army finally arrived in Dijon by steam train. Napoleon stepped out of the first-class carriage onto the platform of the Dijon railway station. The soldiers had already begun to disembark from various carriages, their demeanor friendly and the atmosphere harmonious. The locals of Dijon greeted their first consul with great delight, eagerly attempting to approach him. Yet under Bessiers's command, his elite guard immediately formed a protective cordon around Napoleon to maintain order and ensure his safety. Out of reverence, the people of Dijon respectfully kept their distance, until a woman clad in traditional Burgundian attire stepped forward toward the cordon carrying an ornately decorated basket brimming with freshly baked gingerbread and a bottle of the region's finest wine. My lord, she said, warmly smiling as she extended the basket in friendly gesture. Welcome to Dijon. It is our profound honor that you and your valiant soldiers have come here. Napoleon's stern expression softened upon witnessing the woman's gesture. He recognized the profound significance of the gift, a symbol of the people's heartfelt hospitality and steadfast support, and nodded gratefully as he accepted the basket from her hands. Thank you, madame, Napoleon said, then handed the basket to Bessières. 6 hours later, the French troops stood ready to march toward the great St. Bernard Pass. Dijon streets were lined with crowds offering blessings, bidding farewell to the soldiers and to their revered leader Napoleon. As the troops began their advance, the rhythmic clatter of boots on cobblestones echoed across the city, while Dijon's citizens waved flags and cheered, voicing their unwavering support and encouragement. Mounted on horseback, Napoleon acknowledged the crowd with solemn nods and waves. Thus commenced the final campaign that would decisively conclude the Italian campaign. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Genoa, General Melas stood atop a rocky outcrop, his gaze fixed intently upon the sprawling city below. Genoa, the port city besieged by his forces since April, faced dire straits. Within its walls, General Messina and his French army were trapped like cornered beasts, refusing to yield beneath relentless assault. The sun sank low on the horizon, bathing the scene in amber light. Distant cannon fire rumbled ceaselessly, a grim reminder of the city's protracted stalemate. General Melas frowned deeply, his mind churning over strategies to breach the city's formidable defenses. If only we had British naval support in the Mediterranean, this siege would be far simpler, he murmured. At that moment a peculiar thought struck him. If the British lacked maritime dominance in the Mediterranean, and the French controlled those waters, why had the French not exploited their naval superiority? They could have dispatched reinforcements by fleet. Yet they had not done so. Could it be their colonies in Africa? Melas muttered softly. He had long known that following their victories over the Ottoman Empire at Acre and Damascus, the French had secured control over North Africa. To sustain order, their garrison troops required constant resupply and logistical support. This in turn constrained the French Navy's operational freedom, forced to prioritize commitments it remained understaffed. Even as regional hegemon, unable to fully leverage its advantage. As General Melas pondered French strategy, his aide-de-camp hurried up the slope, breathless. "General, urgent news!" he cried, sprinting from the rocks below to Melas's side. Melas turned, brow still furrowed, face etched with concern. "What is it? What has happened?" he demanded, sensing urgency in his aide's demeanor. "Our scouts have just sent word," added another aide, striving to catch his breath. "Under the command of First Consul Napoleon Bonaparte, the French army has crossed the Great St. Bernard Pass. Not as anticipated, advancing into Germany. Instead they are marching directly upon us. Toward Genoa itself." Stark disbelief registered across Melas's face. The sudden shift left him utterly unprepared. His mind raced, struggling to grasp the implications of Napoleon's abrupt change of direction. "That cannot be true," Melas said, voice thick with incredulity and dread. "We were certain Napoleon would strike General Kray in Germany. Why has he altered his plan and turned here?" His aides exchanged anxious glances, equally baffled by Napoleon's unexpected decision. "We do not know, General," one replied, "but reports converge from multiple sources. Napoleon's army appears indeed to be en route to Genoa." Melas clenched his jaw, realizing at last why the French had not deployed their fleet to relieve the besieged army in Genoa. Salvation would not come by sea, but by land. No matter, all remains under control. Calming himself, he began formulating a new strategic plan. Napoleon Bonaparte, a fearsome adversary, had already proven himself in the First Coalition War, defeating the Austrians single-handedly and triumphing over Generals Wurmser and Alvinci. Melas adopted a strategic mindset, stepping into the French perspective, imagining their circumstances, to deduce their optimal course of action. If Napoleon's objective is to lift the siege of Genoa, he must first advance from Turin. Send an urgent dispatch to Lieutenant Ott. Order him to march his forces to Turin immediately. Melas declared decisively. "We must reinforce its defenses without delay. If Napoleon truly heads for Genoa, we must sever his line of retreat there." His aides nodded in assent and swiftly relayed the orders to Lieutenant Ott. June 2, 1800. In the city of Turin, Lieutenant Otto and his subordinates were reinforcing the fortifications in preparation to repel the French army commanded by Napoleon. Otto had begun defensive preparations 3 days earlier, but he sensed something amiss. If the French intended to relieve Genoa, they should have already arrived in Turin by now. Something was not right. Otto keenly perceived the anomaly. As a seasoned military commander, his instincts warned him of irregularities. He had anticipated the French would reach Turin at this moment, yet there was no sign of their advance. Otto summoned his senior officers for a brief conference to discuss the situation. "Do we have any further intelligence on Napoleon's army movements?" he inquired, hoping to uncover any new information that might shed light on the unfolding situation. An officer stepped forward, his face etched with concern. "There are reports of minor skirmishes near the Italian border, but nothing concrete regarding Napoleon's main force." Otto frowned, lost in thought. The absence of clear intelligence only deepened his unease. Napoleon's delay in attacking was uncharacteristic. He murmured, "Dispatch more scouts and patrols. We must cover every inch of our border." As Otto and his officers continued their discussion, hurried footsteps drew their attention. A young Austrian messenger burst into the tent, his eyes wide with panic. "General Otto, urgent news from Milan," the messenger gasped. "The French have taken Milan." Upon hearing the devastating news, General Otto's face contorted with anger and frustration. He slammed his fist onto the table, sending maps and strategic documents scattering across the floor. "Damn it!" he roared. "So their target wasn't Genoa after all. They're trying to cut off our supply lines." An officer, grasping the gravity of the situation, exclaimed in sudden realization. General Otto took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. "Yes, it appears Napoleon's plan is to strike at the core of our operations in Italy." His voice gradually steadied. "By capturing Milan, he has effectively severed our supply chain and isolated Genoa. Furthermore, they have opened an unimpeded route to Vienna." Otto continued, his mind racing as he assessed the dire situation. Send an immediate telegram to General Melas informing him that the French have seized Milan, and that we await further orders. Meanwhile, on the same day in Milan, the local people of Milan cheered to welcome their liberator Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon and his army marched through the city streets as enthusiastic crowds waved French flags and offered them flowers. To the people of Milan, Napoleon was a hero, a savior who had rescued them from Austrian rule. The weary French soldiers, exhausted from their long march, were greeted with warm enthusiasm that lifted their spirits. Napoleon rode at the forefront of his army, heading toward the Villa del Marignano. 3 years prior, he had proclaimed himself ruler of the Cisalpine Republic from within these very walls. It was in 1796 when he first entered Milan, and this had been his headquarters. Returning to a place he had once conquered only to see it seized by the Austrians, and now recaptured, evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. "As you predicted, Sir," Murat commented. "I never expected them to leave this city undefended." Weeks earlier, while still crossing the Great St. Bernard Pass, Napoleon had convened his general staff to discuss how the Austrians might respond. Napoleon informed his staff that the Austrians would likely focus their attention on the French relief of Genoa. To counter the French, the Austrians might deploy troops to Turin, as it offered a direct route to Genoa. However, Napoleon understood that their primary objective was to weaken Austrian control over Genoa, forcing them to lift the siege and engage him in decisive battle. To achieve this, the French army needed to seize Milan first, effectively cutting off Austrian supply lines and undermining their position at Genoa. Now Napoleon knew the outcome of this campaign would differ vastly from the Battle of Marengo in his original world. The circumstances would be entirely different. First, General Massena still held Genoa. Napoleon hoped Massena could assist in defeating the main Austrian force. He had already devised a plan to crush the Austrian army, and intended to reveal it to his general staff once they entered the Villa del Marignano. Over the following days, Napoleon issued orders to his corps commander General Lannes to attack the Austrian forces stationed at Turin. The objective was clear: to force the Austrian troops to retreat and regroup with General Melas's main army. Napoleon's goal was to concentrate his 60,000-strong army and deliver a decisive blow against the Austrians in one stroke. On June 9, 1800, General Lannes, supported by Divisional Commander Victor, launched an assault on the Austrian army stationed at Turin. As the Battle of Montebello erupted, the clash of bayonets and the deafening roar of musket fire filled the plain. Despite the Austrians' fierce resistance, Lannes and Victor displayed exceptional tactical skill and courage, steadfastly directing their troops. Driven by the determination to win and support Napoleon's grand strategy, the French fought with valor. The battle raged with extraordinary intensity. As the sun began its descent, the French forces gradually gained the upper hand. General Lannes boldly led a cavalry charge that shattered the Austrian line, plunging their formation into chaos, while General Victor's division executed a perfectly timed flank assault, catching the Austrians completely off guard. Through coordinated offensive action, the French decisively reversed the course of the battle. With no alternative, the Austrian army was forced to retreat. The victory at Montebello proving a pivotal step in Napoleon's strategy to isolate and defeat the main Austrian force. News of the triumph swiftly reached Napoleon's headquarters, where he received the report with quiet satisfaction, knowing his commanders had executed his orders with flawless precision. Generals Lannes and Victor had performed admirably. Turning to his general staff, Napoleon declared, "Now, with the Austrian withdrawal, it is time to implement our next phase." Without hesitation, Napoleon ordered his troops to advance toward Alessandria. Emboldened by their Montebello victory, the French army moved with swift resolve, steadily closing in on the decisive confrontation with General Melas's main Austrian host. On June 14, 1800, the French army arrived at Marengo, preparing for the impending clash. This battle diverged from its counterpart in his original world, where the initial engagement ended in French defeat, owing to Napoleon's dispersal of forces to blockade roads and sever Melas's retreat, leaving his troops outnumbered and overwhelmed. At the time, Napoleon remained unaware of Melas's exact whereabouts. The Austrian commander's apparent absence led him to believe Melas was fleeing, prompting him to commit over half his forces to sealing every conceivable escape route. Tragically, when he realized Melas was not retreating but preparing for direct confrontation, this very strategy backfired catastrophically. Yet, in this world, intelligence reports had confirmed Melas's intent to engage head-on, and thus, rather than fragmenting his army, as before, Napoleon concentrated his full strength, 57,000 soldiers. His infantry, under the command of Corps Generals Lannes, Victor, and Desaix, formed a formidable sweeping line across the plain, while cavalry under Joachim Murat stood poised on the flanks, ready for rapid maneuver and timely reinforcement. The French held a clear numerical advantage. The Austrians fielded only 30,000 men and 100 cannons, whereas Napoleon commanded 57,000 troops and 200 artillery pieces. Though the odds appeared overwhelmingly in Napoleon's favor, he refused to underestimate his adversary. At dawn on June 14, 1800, the French army at Marengo stood fully prepared for battle. Napoleon stood atop a low hill gazing down upon the vast plain where his legions were arrayed in disciplined formation. His keen eyes swept the terrain, assessing every potential advantage, identifying hidden perils and tactical traps, determined not to repeat past errors, but to lead his army to a resounding, decisive victory. Meanwhile, General Melas surveyed the battlefield, in turn analyzing the French disposition and refining his own strategy. He knew he must maximize every scarce resource and exploit the terrain's subtle advantages against Napoleon's overwhelming might. The Battle of Alessandria erupted amid thunderous cannon fire. Both sides sought early dominance. As artillery roared unrelentingly, the earth trembled. Some shells struck home with devastating force, others shrieked harmlessly overhead. 10 minutes later, Napoleon's infantry advanced toward the Austrian lines. Yet upon reaching the banks of the Bormida River, the French infantry halted, unable to cross without being cut down by Austrian musket fire which poured mercilessly upon them. If only we could deploy the weapons we used in Egypt, this would be far simpler, Napoleon remarked, lowering his telescope. I entirely concur, Your Excellency. Murat nodded in agreement. We cannot construct a pontoon bridge. The Austrians would immediately attempt to destroy it. Napoleon sighed. Very well. That is not our immediate concern. After all, we possess far more artillery than they do. To ferry his troops across the river and secure victory at Alessandria, Napoleon knew he must first silence the Austrian artillery. He withdrew a sheet of paper and pencil, beginning to calculate ballistic trajectories, fully aware that precise strikes disabling the Austrian cannons would create the opening needed for his infantry to cross. Napoleon filled the page with equations of projectile motion and range calculations, meticulously determining the optimal elevation, muzzle velocity, and distance required to strike enemy artillery. He factored in the Austrians' cannon range, elevation differences across the terrain, and even wind speed and direction. 10 minutes later, he completed his calculations. Napoleon summoned his artillery commander, a trusted officer who had served as his aide during the Italian campaigns. Messina, Napoleon instructed, handing him the annotated sheet. I require every artillery unit to adjust their guns precisely to these coordinates. Messina studied the sheet, intently absorbing Napoleon's calculations. As artillery commander, he was intimately familiar with his commander's methodology, and quickly grasped the critical importance of these exacting instructions, nodding in silent affirmation. As you command, Your Excellency, Messina replied. As the orders spread through the ranks, the French artillery sprang into action, calibrating their cannons according to Napoleon's calculations, aiming at designated coordinates and adjusting their firing angles. Once adjustments were complete, Napoleon signaled for fire. French cannons roared to life, unleashing a storm of shells upon the Austrian positions like relentless rainfall. The precision of Napoleon's calculations was evident as French artillery accurately targeted enemy guns, inflicting significant losses and chaos upon the Austrian forces. In response, the Austrians attempted to reposition and counterattack, but Napoleon's timely counter-battery fire suppressed them entirely, leaving them helpless and unable to mount any effective reaction. 30 minutes later, Your Excellency, the Austrian artillery has been neutralized, Murat exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Napoleon's lips curved into a satisfied smile. He turned once more to Marmont, signaling to shift their targets. This time the Austrian infantry. The French artillery sprang into action, once more recalibrating their cannons per Napoleon's instructions. Through meticulous coordination, the guns now bore directly upon the Austrian infantry lines. As the thunderous barrage resumed, the Austrian infantry found themselves under merciless bombardment from shells and bullets. Their once disciplined formations began to crumble and disorder spread through their ranks. They are routing, Napoleon observed through his telescope. Murat, prepare your men. You will cross the river alongside Lans d'Assaix and Victor. Understood, Your Excellency. Meanwhile, at the Austrian War Council in Alexandria, the shifting battlefield situation sent shockwaves through the room. General Melas and his advisors now confronted a dire and precarious reality. I have never witnessed the French employ artillery with such precision. They have destroyed our guns. Without artillery, this battle is as good as lost. A senior Austrian officer declared loudly, we stand no chance against the French. They outnumber us significantly, and even as we speak they threaten to cross the river. General Otter interjected, I understand now why they did not pursue me at Montebello. They sought to crush our main force here. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with despair, a young Austrian messenger burst into the War Council. Urgent dispatch. French troops stationed at Genoa are regrouping and advancing upon us. He panted, clearly having rushed to deliver the news. The War Council members exchanged stunned expressions as they processed this information. To confront Napoleon, they had been forced to lift the siege of Genoa, hoping to defeat him here before turning their attention back to Genoa and awaiting reinforcements. But now French forces from Genoa were bearing down on them, rendering their position increasingly precarious. Two columns converged upon them from opposite flanks, and their chances of victory seemed to be fading with each passing moment. What course should we take? An officer asked anxiously. Surrender, Otter suggested. It is the only reasonable option I see, General Melas. Rather than allow 30,000 soldiers to be slaughtered here, why not negotiate terms of surrender? We may yet salvage something from this situation. Is the Austrian Empire to suffer another defeat at the hands of the French? Melas countered coldly. Be rational, Melas. You cannot persist in this course, especially not under these circumstances. Otter urged, attempting to dissuade Melas from taking unnecessary risks. We must confront reality. We have already been defeated. While there is still time, propose a ceasefire and negotiate surrender terms. This is the most pragmatic course available to us. We may yet recover something from this dire situation. Otter's words weighed heavily upon the war council, and silence fell over the room. Though Melas initially resisted, he recognized that further resistance would only result in unnecessary loss of life, and potentially destroy what remained of the Austrian army. So I too must yield to Napoleon. Melas sighed resignedly. We still have an army in Germany. If they are not defeated, Austria can continue the fight. Otter said. Very well. Melas relented. Let us negotiate with the French. Meanwhile, Napoleon sat astride his horse, watching his infantry advance against the Austrian lines. Through his telescope he observed a sight that surprised him not. The Austrian ranks were waving a white flag. Surrender. As he had anticipated, the Austrians could not withstand the overwhelming French forces. Berthier. Napoleon called, and Berthier stepped forward promptly. At your service, Your Excellency. Berthier inquired respectfully. The Austrians have surrendered. Sound the charge, Napoleon said calmly. Berthier swiftly relayed the order to nearby trumpeters, and immediately the sound of victory rang out across the heavens, echoing over the plain. Soldiers of the French Republic, who had been engaged in fierce combat moments before, paused to listen to the resounding fanfare of triumph. Soon the cannonade, musket fire, and clamor of war gradually subsided, giving way to a relieved silence punctuated by the satisfaction of victory. French soldiers exchanged glances. Some beaming with joy, others nodding in mutual approval. Victory was theirs. Napoleon's gaze swept across the battlefield, lingering upon the surrendered enemy forces laying down their arms. He had meticulously calculated the odds of victory and orchestrated the campaign with meticulous precision. Every outcome unfolding exactly as he had foreseen, once again affirming his unparalleled leadership and the iron discipline of his troops. As the white flag continued to flutter gently in the breeze, Napoleon wheeled his horse, and issued a command to his chief of staff. Prepare a letter to General Melas informing him that we have accepted their surrender, and that we expect full compliance with its terms. Understood, Your Excellency, Berthier replied, then turned and strode back toward the military tent 50 meters away. Inside he swiftly convened his aides and began drafting the letter to General Melas. Meanwhile Napoleon remained mounted, observing Austrian soldiers being disarmed and escorted by French troops to designated zones, mentally tallying the number of prisoners and assessing the extent of enemy losses. Shortly thereafter Berthier emerged from the tent holding a sealed letter bearing the official seal of the French Republic, which he handed to Napoleon, who nodded his approval. Dispatch this letter immediately, Napoleon instructed, handing the sealed missive to a trusted courier. The courier saluted, then spurred his horse toward the Austrian lines bearing Napoleon's dispatch. The sun began its descent toward the horizon, bathing the battlefield in warm golden twilight. Napoleon's thoughts already turning toward his next objective. With the Austrian army in Italy now surrendered, only one task remained: to reclaim the republic he had founded 3 years earlier, the Cisalpine Republic. Napoleon wheeled his horse and returned to the tent where his corps commanders, Lens Victor Murat and Desaix, were savoring fine wine from Milan. Ah, Your Excellency! Desaix raised his glass in salute as Napoleon approached. To our glorious victory! Napoleon acknowledged with a nod and a faint knowing smile. Indeed. Well done, my loyal commanders. Today we have secured a decisive triumph over the Austrians. With this victory, we may now reclaim the territories we conquered 3 years ago. Napoleon's eyes settled upon Desaix, widely regarded as one of the finest generals of the French Republic during his era. Historically, Desaix was fated to fall in this very battle, a devastating loss for Napoleon. Yet fortune had intervened. Just as he had altered La Harpe's fate, so too had he rewritten Desaix's destiny, ensuring that his most brilliant commanders would live on. Alas, our cavalry played no decisive role in this engagement. Had we crossed the river, and had the Austrians held out longer, we might have utterly shattered them. A far more decisive outcome, Murat observed. Such an advance would only squander our soldiers' lives, Lens interjected. Then, Murat, why not present your plan to His Excellency? What plan? Napoleon turned his gaze toward Murat. Murat swallowed nervously. He was about to broach a matter of great personal significance. Your Excellency, I have spoken with several of my colleagues about my intention upon our return to Paris to marry your sister Caroline. I humbly seek your blessing. Napoleon's expression softened, surprise giving way to a warm, genuine smile. You have already discussed marriage with my sister? Or are you merely proposing to do so? Napoleon asked. Murat's cheeks flushed slightly as he replied, well, Your Excellency. I must confess I have already spoken with Caroline about my intentions. We have known each other for some time and our affection has deepened steadily with each passing day. Has she consented? Napoleon asked, curiously eager to know his sister's response. Murat's smile widened and he nodded enthusiastically, yes, Your Excellency. Caroline has reciprocated my feelings and gladly accepted my proposal. Very well. So long as you vow never to harm her and pledge to honor her always with the love and respect she deserves. I give you my sincere blessing. Napoleon affirmed. Victor Lans and Desaix exchanged knowing glances, sharing quiet joy for their comrade. Congratulations, Murat. Victor cried out, exultantly raising his glass once more in celebration. Murat beamed. Thank you, Your Excellency. And thank you all. Your support means everything to me. I swear to you Caroline's happiness and well-being shall forever remain my highest priority. At that moment of jubilation Berthier entered the tent, interrupting the merriment. Napoleon turned toward him, awaiting his report with quiet expectation. Berthier, what word from the Austrians? Napoleon asked formally. Your Excellency, we have received their reply. They agree to negotiate with you, and stand ready to hear your terms. Excellent. Let the meeting be set for 8 o'clock tonight, Napoleon declared, glancing at his commanders. I shall step out for a moment. As Napoleon exited the tent, he noticed a large contingent of French soldiers approaching. Initially puzzled but instantly comprehending what was about to unfold, when he saw them raise their regimental flags, insignia and muskets. As if rehearsed to perfection, the troops erupted in unison, chanting his name, Bonaparte. Bonaparte! French soldiers surged forward, surrounding Napoleon, clapping his shoulders and back, openly expressing their awe and devotion. Their thunderous cheers and fervent cries filled the air, drawing nearby units into the spontaneous celebration. Napoleon stood immersed in the adoration of his men, arms outstretched, savoring the radiant hard-won triumph. At 8 o'clock in the evening Napoleon arrived in Alexandria, accompanied by his corps commanders and elite guard. As their war horses galloped through the streets, Napoleon noticed the Austrian troops in white who were casting furtive glares at his party, seething inwardly at their defeat at his hands. Upon reaching the courtyard of the palazzo, Napoleon dismounted and approached a figure standing by the door, who appeared to be Melas, the commander of the Austrian forces in Italy. Napoleon extended his hand proactively. I am Napoleon Bonaparte, first consul of France. He introduced himself in German. Are you General Melas? I am indeed General Melas of the Austrian army, Melas replied in French, which surprised Napoleon slightly. What? Did you assume I could not speak your language as you just did? Napoleon chuckled softly. No offense intended, General Melas. It is merely a habit of mine when conversing with Austrian officers. Shall we then begin the negotiations? Melas, somewhat taken aback by Napoleon's candor, quickly composed himself and nodded. Naturally, Your Excellency, the First Consul. Let us proceed with the negotiations, he responded in a cordial tone. The two generals, accompanied by their aides, entered the Palazzo Jenny. Inside the conference hall the atmosphere was tense yet solemn, with Napoleon and Melas taking their seats at opposite ends of a long table. They began exchanging terms, yet the tension in the hall remained palpable as Napoleon and Melas carefully deliberated over each provision of the convention. Both generals were resolved to secure the most favorable outcomes for their respective nations, while ensuring the terms remained fair and just. After nearly 3 hours of rigorous back-and-forth discussion, they reached the following agreement. Article 1. A ceasefire was agreed upon, suspending all hostile operations between the Austrian and French armies, granting both sides the urgently needed respite and negotiating time. Article 2. The territories occupied by the Austrian army in Italy were delineated, including cities such as Peschiera Mantua and Borgo Forte, as well as Ferrara on both the left and right banks of the Po River. Article 3. The French army would occupy the region between the Cheese River, the Oglio River, and the Po River, with both sides establishing their respective spheres of influence. Article for the territory between the Cheese River and the Mincio River was declared a neutral zone where no army of either side was permitted to station troops. Article 5. Both parties agreed that the Austrian army would draw supplies from the former Duchy of Mantua, while the French army would be provisioned from the province of Brescia. Article 6. The French army would take possession of several strategic fortresses and cities on designated dates, including Tortona, Alexandria, Milan, Turin, Pizzighetto, Nerona, and Piacenza. Article 7. The fortresses of Cuneo, the citadel of Savona, and the city of Genoa would surrender to the French army between June 16th and 20th. Article 8. The fortress of Urbino was scheduled to surrender to the French army on June 26th. Article 9. The artillery at the evacuation points was divided as follows. All Austrian caliber and Austrian manufactured cannons belonged to the Austrian army. All Italian Piedmontese and French caliber and French manufactured cannons belonged to the French army. Supply allocation have to be controlled by the French army's chief quartermaster, and the other half by the Austrian army's chief quartermaster. Article 10. The garrison troops in the occupied territories would depart with the honors of war, proceeding directly to Mantua. Article 11. The Austrian army would retreat in 3 columns toward Mantua according to a detailed plan. Article 12. Both parties appointed commissioners to ensure the proper execution of the convention's terms, including inventories, supplies, transport, and other matters. Article 13. Both sides agreed that no person would be persecuted for their services or political views. Furthermore, those imprisoned in the Cisalpine Republic for political reasons would be released. Article 14. Regardless of Vienna's response, neither army could launch an attack against the other without providing 6 days advance notice. Article 15. During the suspension of hostilities, neither army was permitted to dispatch detachments into Germany. After prolonged deliberation and careful consideration, the final terms of the convention were agreed upon and committed to paper. Napoleon and Melas signed at the bottom, and the agreement formally took effect. With the exchange of ratified documents, the armistice took effect and hostilities in Italy were temporarily halted. After 3 hours of negotiations with General Melas, Napoleon felt utterly exhausted. He rubbed his eyes, attempting to alleviate the fatigue brought on by the intense discussions, and glanced across the table, where he saw the same weariness reflected in General Melas's eyes. Your Excellency the First Consul, what do you intend to do after the conclusion of these negotiations? Melas asked curiously. I shall return to France to attend to matters of state. Napoleon replied succinctly. And you, General Melas? Returning home as well, Melas answered. Am I the only Austrian general who asks you this question after a negotiation? You are the only one, Napoleon replied, rising from his seat. Now that we have concluded our negotiations and signed the agreement, we may part ways. He walked to Melas's seat and extended his hand for a handshake. It was a pleasure meeting you, General Melas. The pleasure was mine, Your Excellency the First Consul. Melas responded, gripping Napoleon's hand firmly. Then Napoleon departed the Palazzo Gianni with his entourage, drawing a deep breath of the night air. A breath imbued with ease and quiet satisfaction. The negotiations had succeeded. He had reclaimed the territories seized by the Austrians between 1797 and 1799. He had already done his part to defeat the Austrians. Now all depended on General Moreau delivering the decisive blow. Where next, Your Excellency? Asked Berthier. Though I long to return to Paris, we must first proceed to Milan. We must re-establish the Cisalpine Republic and consolidate our control over this region. Napoleon replied, his mind already shifting toward the next phase of his campaign. Very well, Your Excellency. On June 15, 1800, Napoleon and his weary troops re-entered Milan. As they approached the city gates, the scene was achingly familiar. Local citizens lined the streets, their faces radiant with hope and exhilaration, waving fervently to welcome the French army. The soldiers, immersed in the fervent reception, felt their exhaustion begin to recede. For many among them, this moment recalled why they fought so fiercely. Not only for their own nation but also for the peoples they had liberated from foreign rule. As Napoleon rode slowly down the avenue, he raised his hand in greeting. Some attempted to draw near, but his elite guards swiftly formed a protective cordon, ensuring the exuberant crowd remained at a respectful distance from their first consul. Amidst the cheering throng, Napoleon noticed a little girl no older than 7. Her wide, hopeful eyes gleaming, her smile luminous and unguarded. Clutching a bouquet of wildflowers in her small hands, she strained desperately to glimpse the legendary figure whose deeds she had heard recounted in stories. Her determination to reach him was unmistakable. Yet though she pressed through the crowd, the vigilant guards held firm, barring her path. Napoleon's gaze settled upon the child, and a gentle, tender smile softened his lips. He raised his hand, not in command but in quiet invitation, and signaled his elite guards to step aside. The guards hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Napoleon spoke firmly, "Let her pass." At Napoleon's nod, the guards parted, allowing the girl to approach his mount. Standing just a few paces from the man who had already become mythic in her young imagination, her eyes widened further still. "Little one, what is your name?" Napoleon asked warmly. His voice suffused with a rare tenderness that contrasted starkly with his usual commanding tone. "Therese," the girl replied, both thrilled and shy. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Therese," said Napoleon, dismounting gracefully and kneeling to meet her gaze at eye level. "Are these flowers for me?" Therese nodded eagerly, lifting the bouquet high. "Yes, First Consul. They are for you. Thank you for saving our city once again." A soft, tender expression crossed Napoleon's face as he accepted the bouquet. "Thank you, Therese. Your gift means more to me than words can convey." Then he remounted and continued onward toward the Palazzo Marino. Upon entering the Palazzo Marino, Napoleon convened a council with his generals, deliberating in detail upon the reconstitution of the Cisalpine Republic, the administration of the newly recovered territories, and future strategic objectives. To prevent the provinces he had conquered from falling back into enemy hands, Napoleon devised a comprehensive strategy. To solidify his gains and strengthen the newly re-established Cisalpine Republic. He knew that a rigorously organized system of governance was indispensable, not only for maintaining stability but for earning the enduring trust of the people. During the council they discussed appointing capable administrators, namely a special governmental commission and a legislative consultative body each composed of 9 members. During the council they discussed appointing capable administrators, namely a special governmental commission and a legislative consultative body each composed of 9 members. And what precisely is this legislative consultative body? It is a representative assembly, its members elected from across the Cisalpine Republic. Its role is to deliberate upon legislation and propose legal reforms. Here is the list of the 9 members, Your Excellency, said Berthier, handing him the parchment. They are all staunch supporters of France and the Republic, correct? Napoleon glanced briefly at the list and asked. Berthier nodded. Yes, Your Excellency. Their records are unblemished, ardent anti-monarchists fiercely hostile toward the Austrians and intellectuals committed to radical reform. Excellent, mused Napoleon. Next we shall annul every decree enacted during the Austrian occupation. He picked up a stack of documents and leafed through several of the Austrians' edicts. One imposed crushing taxes upon the populace, burdening the people of the Cisalpine Republic for nearly 3 years. Another forbade revolutionary literature and newspapers outright. It appears that upon reoccupying Milan the Austrians exacted retribution upon the populace. Napoleon remarked, to ensure such a situation never recurs I shall assemble a force of 15,000 men, comprising both locally conscripted troops and our French soldiers, to safeguard the Cisalpine Republic. His generals endorsed this decision without reservation. Napoleon stepped to the window and gazed down the streets teemed with life. People smiled broadly, conversing animatedly. A vivid contrast to the fear and oppression that had suffused the city under Austrian rule. As he observed the Italian citizens, an idea flashed across Napoleon's mind. He envisioned a unified Italy, from the northern provinces down to Naples and Sicily, yes, under French dominion, yet undeniably one nation. Yet he knew it would be no simple task, for the Kingdom of Naples remained openly hostile toward the French Republic. Once we have completed the organization of the Cisalpine Republic, our focus will shift to reconstructing the Piedmontese Republic, renaming it the Subalpine Republic, and implementing here the same measures we adopted in the Cisalpine. Napoleon spoke, his eyes still fixed on the view beyond the window. As his gaze wandered he noticed something missing. The emblem signifying France's return to northern Italy. Upon our return I observed that our flag had not been raised. Napoleon realized the tricolor of France was absent from atop the Palazzo Marino, a potent symbol of French authority and republican restoration. He turned to his generals and issued immediate orders. Raise the French tricolor over the Palazzo Marino and assemble all our troops for the ceremony. The generals executed the command without delay. Soon French regiments stood in precise formation before the Palazzo Marino, drawing the attention of nearby locals. A fanfare heralded the commencement of the ceremony. The national anthem La Marseillaise soared into the heavens. Every soldier stood rigid and upright, eyes locked upon the tricolor as it ascended slowly up the flagpole. From afar Napoleon watched the scene unfold, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. Over the next 5 days he would devote himself to rebuilding the republics, first the Subalpine Republic, centered on Piedmont, and then transforming the Roman Republic into the Papal States, thereby consolidating his authority across northern Italy. Paris, June 30th, 1800. The streets of Paris thrummed with jubilation as grand processions welcomed First Consul Napoleon home from his triumphant Italian campaign. Cheers of elation filled the air, excitement radiated palpably from the crowds who waved fervently, whistled shrilly, and voiced their exultant welcome for their returning leader. Riding astride his horse, Napoleon acknowledged the crowd with warm, gracious gestures, responding to their ardent adoration. What had ignited such fervor? News of Napoleon's victory over the Austrians in Italy had spread like wildfire across France, amplified by millions of newspaper editions detailing his decisive triumph at Marengo and the subsequent consolidation of peace. Territories wrested from France by the Austrians 3 years earlier had now been reclaimed. Moments later, even as Napoleon continued waving, the crowd erupted into chants of his name. Bonaparte, Bonaparte, Bonaparte. Their cries resounded through the heart of Paris. Napoleon, though accustomed to acclaim in Italy, found himself unprepared for such overwhelming devotion. Even in the capital itself, the procession advanced toward Versailles. Why did Napoleon choose to go there? While in Italy, he had received word that renovations to the Palace of Versailles were complete, meaning he and his family could now take up residence in their new home. Gila had already made all necessary arrangements for their move to Versailles. They had settled in there the previous week. I wager you didn't foresee this, Your Excellency. Murat grinned broadly as he drew his horse alongside Napoleon's. Well, Murat, I did suspect it, but not on such a grand scale. Napoleon chuckled softly. Indeed, he had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of the crowd. perhaps owing to the press which had cast him as the Republic's savior restoring France from foreign peril. An hour later Napoleon arrived at Versailles, accompanied by officers and citizens alike. At the main gate voices rose in tribute to the first consul expressing profound gratitude for his leadership. Napoleon dismounted and approached the cheering throng, shaking hands, gently ruffling children's hair as they praised him and patting elders' shoulders with paternal warmth. Then he proceeded toward the palace's principal entrance, trailed still by the crowd, yet shielded by Bessieres' vigilant guard who formed a protective cordon between Napoleon and the impassioned public, affording him unhindered movement. Before the grand façade of Versailles, Napoleon spotted two familiar figures, Lucas and Beaumont. "Are they inside?" he asked simply, his voice subdued, nearly swallowed by the roar of cheers and acclamation rising behind him. Lucas and Beaumont nodded, then together reached for the door handle and slowly pulled open the grand doors of the Palace of Versailles, which creaked with the weight of years. As the doors swung wide, Napoleon's eyes widened in astonishment. There stood Gila, their children Francis and Avellini, their faces radiant with brilliant smiles. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Napoleon's heart swelled with emotion, especially as Avellini ran toward him with open arms, seemingly pleading for her father's warm embrace. Napoleon bent down and drew his little daughter into his arms, holding her tightly as he spun her playfully in the air, drawing peals of laughter from the little girl. "Papa, you're back!" Avellini exclaimed excitedly. "I told you I would return soon," Napoleon replied. "Yes, Papa, but I missed you so much," Avellini replied, clinging tightly to her father. "I missed you too, my little angel." As Napoleon spoke, he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead and set her down, then turned toward Francis, whose eyes shone with awe and pride. "Francis, come here." Napoleon beckoned. Francis stepped forward and Napoleon placed a hand on his son's shoulder. As was always the case, Francis displayed less exuberance than Avellini. "Because, Papa, it's just so embarrassing," Francis stammered shyly. Napoleon smiled warmly, understanding his son's feelings. He would have been surprised to see Francis behave as exuberantly as Avellini. Napoleon's gaze then shifted to the most beautiful woman on earth, and as his eyes met Gila's, he was captivated once more, just as he had been when they stood together on the balcony at Chantilly. "Hello!" Gila laughed softly and waved at Napoleon, her eyes sparkling with affection. Gila walked toward Napoleon, her elegant skirt swaying with each step, and embraced him tightly. Months of separation melted away in that single embrace, and Napoleon once again felt the warmth of home. As Gila held Napoleon close, a single tear slipped from his eye. Gila turned her face to look at Napoleon's tear-blurred cheeks, a tender smile on her lips. She gently wiped away the tears with her thumb, her touch as soothing and gentle as ever. "This is the first time I've seen you cry," Gila teased. "I cried." Napoleon quickly wiped the tears from his cheeks, striving to appear composed. He laughed playfully, attempting to mask his vulnerability. "Something must have gotten into my eye." Gila chuckled softly, seeing through his attempt to conceal his emotions. "Napoleon, you don't always have to be so strong," she said, her voice as lovely as an angel's. "Would you like me to comfort you later?" "Mommy, what do you mean by comfort?" Avellini interjected, her tone innocent and pure. "Oh, Avellini, to comfort your father means singing him lullabies and holding him close, just as I do for you and your brother, so he can sleep peacefully." Gila answered with a gentle smile, crouching down to meet Avellini's eyes, careful not to let them understand her true meaning. "Oh, all right," Avellini said. Madame Bonaparte," Beaumont interjected. "The painters commissioned to create portraits of Avellini and Francis have arrived." "Oh, very well." Gila nodded, accepting the news. Francis Avellini, you two may now go to the courtyard. The painters will create exquisite portraits of you there." "Let's go, Avellini." Francis took his little sister's hand, and the two hurried toward the courtyard. Napoleon and Gila watched them depart with smiles. "A portrait, then?" "Yes." Gila nodded. "Now I have something to show you. In our bedroom." With that, Gila led Napoleon toward the grand staircase of the Palace of Versailles, guiding him up to their private quarters. As soon as they entered the bedroom, Gila guided Napoleon to sit on an exquisitely decorated sofa. After settling herself, she patted her lap. "I know you enjoy this, my dear." At her prompting, Napoleon rested his head on Gila's lap, savoring the softness beneath him and the comforting stroke of her hand through his hair. "How does it feel?" Gila asked. "I love it," Napoleon said, letting out a contented sigh. "Before you left, you promised me something." "Do you still remember?" Gila said. "Of course I remember. I will never forget," Napoleon affirmed. "But now I wish to savor this moment fully." Napoleon's eyes fluttered open slightly, and he let out a soft groan. "Where am I?" he murmured, attempting to gather his thoughts. As his vision cleared, he realized he was in the bedroom of the Palace of Versailles. Memories of the previous evening flooded back. The joyous procession through Paris and the enthusiastic welcome of the people. "Oh, you're awake." Gila chuckled playfully, gazing down at him with deep affection. Napoleon turned his head to face Gila. He remembered how she had offered him her lap as a pillow, which he had gladly accepted before drifting off to sleep, though he could not recall how it had happened. I must have dozed off, Napoleon said, struggling to clear his thoughts. Sorry, how long was I asleep? Only 2 hours, Gila replied, her fingers gently brushing against Napoleon's cheek. Wait, do you mean I napped on your lap for 2 hours? Napoleon chuckled softly as he sat up, leaning against Sheila. Is your thigh still comfortable? Does it hurt? And Sheila shook her head with a gentle smile. Not at all. Your head felt as light as a feather, and it brings me genuine joy to offer you even this small comfort after such a long and demanding day. A faint blush warmed Sheila's cheeks as she playfully poked Napoleon's arm. And perhaps, she replied, her eyes glinting with teasing warmth. But can you truly blame me? You looked so serene, and so striking in your sleep. And Napoleon ran a hand through his hair and laughed. Did I? And yes, Sheila affirmed. I wouldn't have minded if you'd slept another hour. But now that you're awake, my dear, what of the promise you made me, and are of course. I give you my word, Napoleon said, rising from the sofa and stretching languidly before smiling. Come. To my office. They descended the stairs toward the king's office, now Napoleon's, and entered. As the door swung open, Napoleon let out an involuntary gasp. Do you like it? I designed it especially for you, Sheila said. And I truly do, Napoleon replied. Where have you placed the documents? Napoleon asked. And with a quiet smile, Sheila approached an exquisitely crafted wooden cabinet set against the wall. She opened its doors to reveal neatly organized files and dossiers within. Here they are, Sheila said, gesturing toward the cabinet. I wanted everything to be instantly accessible, categorized by theme and date. I've also added concise summaries to help you locate precisely what you need swiftly and effortlessly. Napoleon was deeply moved, touched by her meticulous thoughtfulness and unwavering care. I hope this office becomes your sanctuary of efficiency, a space where wise decisions take root, especially now that you serve as First Consul of France. Sheila replied. And have you reviewed these files yourself? Napoleon asked, stepping closer to the cabinet. And no, I haven't. If I had, I wouldn't be nearly this astonished right now, Sheila said, and Napoleon began sifting through the documents. A moment later, he retrieved one and held it up for Sheila to see. The title emblazoned on its cover here. Modernization of Paris, Sheila read aloud. And Napoleon strode to his desk and gestured for Sheila to sit opposite him. Precisely. This is among our most urgent priorities, he said, opening the dossier. This is the very section you anticipated, isn't it? Sheila nodded eagerly, like a child unwrapping a long-awaited gift. And to be frank, Paris today is grimy and chaotic. Its streets neglected and forgotten throughout decades of revolution. But now that I hold authority, we shall undertake a sweeping transformation, a magnificent rebirth, that will render Paris more beautiful, more modern, more radiant than ever before. Then Napoleon began guiding Sheila through the dossier's contents. And the Paris of the early 19th century bore little resemblance to its 21st century counterpart, its narrow, winding lanes evoking the medieval past. To reshape the city, he envisioned broad, straight thoroughfares, replacing the cramped, labyrinthine alleys with grand boulevards. These new avenues would not only ease traffic flow but also create majestic public spaces for pedestrians and civic gatherings alike. His plan included iconic boulevards, such as Haussmann Boulevard, Saint-Michel Boulevard, and Sebastopol Boulevard, though their names naturally would soon be revised. He was equally passionate about integrating greenery across the capital, envisioning new parks like the Bois de Boulogne and the Bois de Vincennes, offering Parisians vast, tranquil natural sanctuaries for rest and reflection. Moreover, he aimed to cultivate enchanting gardens, Champ de Mars Park, Montsouris Park, Monceau, and Luxembourg Gardens, each adding distinct grace and charm to the city's evolving tapestry. As for monuments, Napoleon planned landmark structures to crystallize Paris's unique spirit. His ambitious vision encompassed the Arc de Triomphe, Place du Palais-Royal, Arc de Triomphe du Carrousel, Column of Vendôme, and even the Eiffel Tower. Beyond those, he intended to incorporate architectural hallmarks of the Haussmann era, including the Royal Palace, Les Halles Market, and the famed Haussmannian apartment buildings. He further imagined transforming the cityscape with modern landmarks, such as Le Bon Marché, the first department store, the Hôtel de Crillon, the Louvre Saint-Honoré, and the Hotel Ritz, each a beacon of sophistication and urban refinement. What an extraordinary scope of projects, Sheila remarked after nearly an hour of listening. And indeed, we've barely touched half of it. Napoleon smiled warmly. Of course, we must not only focus on these signature monuments and landmarks, but comprehensively overhaul our entire transportation infrastructure. Napoleon continued leafing through the dossier, turning now to its transport section. And at present, Paris relies primarily on tram steam locomotives and horse-drawn carriages. Yet he envisioned transformative expansion in this domain. especially widening roadways and establishing a unified railway network linking Paris to France's principal cities. Key stations would include Gare du Nord, Gare de Strasbourg, Gare de Lyon, Gare d'Orléans, Gare d'Orsay, Gare de Vincennes, and Gare de la Rive-Droit. Unlike other major initiatives, this railway project would be executed by their own company, ensuring that the nation's treasury remained unburdened during the dawn of this sweeping reconstruction. Napoleon then outlined his plan for modernizing the city's infrastructure, proposing that Paris's muddy, uneven, and rutted streets be paved with concrete or cobblestones, complemented by a comprehensive drainage system. Furthermore, he envisioned the construction of 25 new bridges. Once surface-level improvements were complete, Napoleon intended to turn his attention underground, to sewage disposal and stormwater management. He candidly acknowledged that Paris of that era was notoriously unclean, largely due to the absence of adequate sewage and drainage systems. To address this, he planned an integrated network of pipes and canals to efficiently channel wastewater away, preventing its accumulation on city streets. Or moreover, to safeguard the ecological integrity of discharge sites, he included wastewater treatment plants within the project's scope. Regarding potable water supply, Napoleon had also devised a comprehensive solution: water purification plants, aqueducts, reservoirs, and distribution pipelines, all designed to ensure a clean, reliable, and sustainable water source for Parisian citizens. In sum, my estimation indicates that this undertaking would require 5 million laborers, 200 million francs, and a decade to complete. With greater manpower and public support, however, this timeline could be significantly shortened. Napoleon concluded, closing the dossier. This will be a monumental endeavor. I must establish a new ministry to oversee its implementation and coordination, the Ministry of Urban Development and Infrastructure. Napoleon declared, I shall provide you with a list of eminent engineers and architects. Seek them out, and invite them to examine my blueprints and master plan. Consider it done, replied Hila. Napoleon had now served 1 month as head of state at the Palace of Versailles, seamlessly adapting to his new role, and devoting himself wholeheartedly to the daily administration of the nation. Today was no exception. Deeply absorbed in reviewing critical documents, he was interrupted when Beaumont entered the office and stood quietly by the door. Your Excellency, the Minister of the Interior has arrived, Beaumont announced, and immediately afterward Minister Lucien strode into Napoleon's office. Napoleon looked up from his work, his piercing gaze meeting Lucien's. He nodded, a gesture both austere and welcoming. Lucien, my brother, I have been expecting you, Napoleon said, gesturing for him to sit. Lucien seated himself, sat upright, surveyed the chamber thoughtfully, and then remarked, this office is indeed vast. Indeed, Napoleon replied, setting aside the document he had been reading. How do you find your tenure as Minister of the Interior? Lucien offered a faint wry smile. Amused perhaps by the sheer scale of the office he now occupied, the change from my prior duties is profound, yet I have adapted well. Excellent. Because I have matters requiring your direct oversight, Napoleon said, reaching into his desk drawer and withdrawing a dossier. Lucien regarded it with quiet curiosity. Napoleon handed it over. What is this? Lucien opened the file and began reading. Within lay a draft proposal for a reformed French education system. I intend to overhaul the entire educational framework, Napoleon revealed. As Minister of the Interior, and as one I trust implicitly, you shall supervise the implementation of this reform once it passes the Council of State. Education, reform, Lucien echoed. Brother, how well do you know our current system? Napoleon asked. Let me reflect. Lucien paused briefly before answering. At present, education remains fragmented, decentralized, and profoundly unequal, accessible almost exclusively to the privileged classes. Precisely, and I mean to transform it. In the ancien regime, education was largely the preserve of elites, the nobility, clergy, and wealthy bourgeoisie. The aristocracy and upper echelons enjoyed private tutoring or admission to elite institutions, whereas commoners faced severe constraints in accessing formal schooling. Notably, the Catholic Church played a central role in education, particularly in rural regions, where numerous schools were founded and administered by religious orders, their curricula steeped in theological doctrine. A defining flaw of the era was the utter lack of systemic unity in education. No standardized curriculum or national framework existed. Instead, regional authorities and local communities pursued disparate pedagogical practices, resulting in stark disparities in both quality and content across the country. Public schools were scarce, especially outside urban centers, leaving the lower classes with minimal access to instruction. Consequently, countless children were denied any formal education whatsoever, entrenching social inequality and obstructing upward mobility. Elite education emphasized classical studies, Latin and Greek literature, while neglecting practical disciplines and modern sciences almost entirely. This excessive veneration of antiquity deprived students of the pragmatic skills and empirical knowledge essential for societal progress and advancement. Opportunities for social mobility through education were exceedingly rare. Academic access and professional prospects hinged overwhelmingly upon birth and social standing. thus reinforcing elite privilege and erecting formidable barriers for those born outside the aristocracy. Moreover, inadequate teacher training and inconsistent certification standards led to wide variations in instructional quality, further exacerbating inequities in students' educational experiences across institutions. Fundamentally, the monarchy exercised minimal involvement in education. It was widely regarded as the domain of ecclesiastical and municipal authorities, not the central state. This very abdication is what Napoleon resolved to reverse. Napoleon's idea was not entirely novel. The revolutionary government had already implemented significant reforms to France's educational system. The revolutionaries firmly believed in the power of education, aiming to cultivate enlightened and informed citizens while liberating society from the exclusive religion-dominated education of the Ancien regime. Thus, the revolutionary government began centralizing the administration of the educational system, paving the way for the establishment of public schools. They introduced compulsory education and organized teacher training. It was a fine reform, yet it failed. Why? The revolution itself. The revolutionary government changed hands frequently in a short span of time, which hindered the implementation and continuity of its educational reforms. For Napoleon, educational reform was imperative, for he desired to build a modern nation. Napoleon's educational plan was straightforward. Much like the revolutionary government, he would centralize the management of the educational system, aiming to establish a more unified and standardized approach to education across all of France. His ultimate goal was to create a modern, enlightened society in which all citizens, regardless of their social background, could receive an education. France's educational system was divided into several stages. The first stage was basic education. At this stage, children as young as 3 could enter kindergarten, receiving foundational instruction in reading, writing, and arithmetic. This early childhood education was crucial for laying the groundwork of their intellectual development and nurturing their curiosity about the world. At the age of 6, children entered primary school for a comprehensive 5-year education covering subjects such as language, mathematics, history, geography, and science. Upon successfully completing primary education, students would advance to the next stage, secondary education. In this stage, the public lycées envisioned by Napoleon would come into play. These public lycées would be prestigious institutions open to students based on academic merit and performance rather than social standing. Entrance examinations would determine admission, ensuring that the most gifted and diligent students had the opportunity to enroll. At the lycée, students would study more advanced and rigorous courses, delving deeply into humanities, sciences, mathematics, history, literature, and foreign languages, receiving a comprehensive intellectual education. After completing secondary school, students would enter higher education. They could choose to pursue professional diplomas or academic degrees, an option that allowed them to specialize in fields they were passionate about and skilled in. Students who chose the professional diploma path would receive practical training across various industries, mastering valuable skills to contribute to the nation's workforce and economy. On the other hand, students who chose the academic route would have the opportunity to enter prestigious universities and specialized institutions. These institutions would offer in-depth and advanced research in fields such as engineering, philosophy, law, literature, the arts, and medicine. To ensure that everyone could access education, Napoleon established a system of scholarships and financial aid designed to alleviate the economic burden of pursuing higher education and to give talented individuals from humble backgrounds equal opportunity to achieve academic excellence. Of course, none of this would function without teachers to instruct students. As part of his educational reform, he sought to elevate the status of teachers and improve the quality of their training. He would establish a comprehensive teacher training program, ensuring that all educators received proper qualifications and professional development. To attract the finest minds to the teaching profession, he would also offer competitive salaries and benefits which would motivate talented individuals to dedicate themselves to education, thereby further raising the standard of teaching across the nation. Beyond educational reform, Napoleon also planned to introduce modern concepts into the world. Just as he had introduced the concept of thermodynamics, he wished to bring important ideas into professional fields as well. For instance, in the field of medicine, Napoleon envisioned establishing professional medical practitioners. He sought to introduce the concept of specialist doctors, physicians who focused on specific medical fields. In the 19th century, medical practice was typically general, with doctors needing to handle a wide variety of conditions and treatments. Another example was pharmacy. He would introduce modern pharmaceutical concepts and practices, enabling those who chose this field to master the art of drug preparation. In engineering, specialization would also emerge. Civil engineering, mechanical engineering, naval engineering, chemical engineering, industrial engineering, and electrical engineering would become distinct disciplines. Most importantly, graduates from higher education in these fields would receive licenses formally recognizing them as qualified professionals in their respective specialties. Only those holding valid licenses would be permitted to practice as doctors, engineers, pharmacists, and other professionals, thereby ensuring that the level of professional knowledge and skills across the nation remained high. So what would become of the existing professionals, architects, engineers, and scientists? If the reforms were passed, Napoleon had a simple solution for this as well: certification and recognition. He would establish a transitional period during which experienced individuals from various fields could apply for certification. The certification would set rigorous standards to evaluate their professional competence. Napoleon understood that abruptly removing existing professionals from their positions would cause chaos and potentially undermine the nation's progress. Therefore, he chose a pragmatic approach to ensure a smooth transition while still maintaining high standards. 30 minutes later. So brother, what do you think of this new educational system? Napoleon asked. I think your plan is excellent, brother. But if this reform is passed, it will increase my workload. I suggest you establish a new department to oversee the implementation of the educational reforms, Lucien replied. Napoleon nodded in agreement, appreciating his brother's insight. You are right. This reform is a monumental undertaking and deserves a dedicated department. Could you help me with this matter? Of course, brother, Lucien assured him. Just as they were conversing, another person entered. Lucien and Napoleon turned their heads and recognized her. Madame Bonaparte, Lucien greeted. Oh, you are talking with the Minister of the Interior. I won't disturb you. No. Napoleon stopped her. My brother and I have just finished discussing, my dear. What is it? Well, Gila walked over to him and handed him a document. Napoleon took the document, glanced through its contents, and a satisfied smile spread across his face, for Gila had finally assembled engineers and architects for his major construction projects. Lucien, review the educational reform plan I just gave you, and then submit it to the Council of State for their recommendations. Napoleon ordered. Leave it to me, brother, Lucien said, rising to his feet and bowing to Gila. After Lucien departed the office with the draft of the educational reform, Napoleon's attention shifted to Gila. In just 1 month you have located everyone I sought. Napoleon reopened the dossier she had handed him. Indeed, I have contacted all those you named, and each has agreed to participate in your grand infrastructure initiative. Gila smiled. I've also reached the individual you wish to appoint as project director. He is en route here now. Excellent, Napoleon said, closing the dossier and placing it upon the desk. Gila seated herself in the chair Lucien had just vacated. So my dear, you've been discussing educational reform with your brother? Yes, Napoleon confirmed. It is a pivotal step toward the complete modernization of France. If you aim to modernize everything, I suggest you modernize entertainment as well. Gila spoke with infectious enthusiasm. Consider this. The entertainment of our age centers on opera houses, music, and theater. Perhaps you might integrate cinema or photography into this cultural fabric. Imagine capturing live performances and narratives on film, allowing audiences beyond the theater walls to experience their artistry and emotional resonance. This would revolutionize how people consume leisure and open unprecedented avenues for artistic expression. I believe we are already moving in that direction, my dear. Napoleon said. We have already invented the camera. It is only a matter of time before people begin experimenting with photography and motion pictures. But I refuse to wait 2 or 3 more years. I want it now. Gila replied, her eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Yet, my dear, the technology required to produce films akin to those of the early 20th century does not yet exist. Did you know? The first motion picture ever filmed using motion capture techniques was merely 2 seconds long, silent with an extremely low frame rate. Napoleon added, seeking to clarify the era's technological constraints. Producing full-length moving images with synchronized sound and fluid frame rates demands both time and profound technical advancement. Not if you deploy your cheat system, Gila reminded him. Provide me with the technical blueprint for filmmaking. I will handle everything else. Napoleon sighed. Very well. Gila kissed his cheek. Thank you. This will be utterly thrilling. Napoleon chuckled at her exuberance. In truth, he had embraced the idea not only because he wished not to depart this world without witnessing the films they would create, but also because he had always intended to introduce cinema eventually. Gila had simply accelerated the timeline dramatically. Oh, and my dear, since we're speaking of theaters, I've just realized we've never attended one together. That's because you've never invited me. Napoleon smiled. Why should I invite you? Gila arched a playful eyebrow. After all, my dear, in the 19th century, it is uncommon for a woman to initiate an invitation to a theater, or any social engagement, for a man. Napoleon paused thoughtfully, then said, well then, if you wish to attend the theater, what possible reason could I have to refuse? I shall arrange it. Gila mused. What is it? Napoleon asked, puzzled by her silence. Is this truly how you extend an invitation to a lady? Gila hinted gently. Napoleon smiled, recognizing his misstep. Ah, I see precisely what you mean. With an exaggerated bow, he declared, might I please attempt it again? Would you do me the honor of accompanying me to the theater? Standing upright, he met her gaze, his voice now imbued with sincere warmth. Gila smiled, visibly pleased by the refined gesture. Of course. I would be delighted to be your evening companion. And we must bring the children as well. I am certain they will delight in live music. Agreed. As they conversed warmly, the door to Napoleon's office swung open, and Beaumont entered. Your Excellency, Beaumont announced. Monsieur Bouchard has arrived. Ah, he is already here, Gila said, rising and turning toward the entering gentleman. Napoleon rose, as well, his gaze settling upon Bouchard. Your Excellency, Bouchard greeted with elegant deference, inclining his head slightly. My apologies for intruding upon your time. Gila gestured for Bouchard to approach. No need for apology, Monsieur Bouchard. You arrive most opportune. The civil engineer whom Napoleon wished to entrust with overseeing his grand construction project was none other than Pierre-François Xavier Bouchard, the very man who had transformed their African colonies into marvels of modern infrastructure. At that moment Napoleon could not help but notice Bouchard's dark complexion. Not out of prejudice, for during the Egyptian campaign, he himself had acquired a deep sun-brown hue. Monsieur Bouchard, please be seated, Napoleon said, indicating the empty chair before his desk. Thank you, Your Excellency, Bouchard replied, sitting with composure, and placing a small leather satchel upon the table. Once Napoleon and Gila were seated, Napoleon began. And so, how fares Egypt? Egypt progresses splendidly, Your Excellency. Within less than a year, the city has undergone a metamorphosis. Roads are now broad and impeccably maintained, tramways deliver efficient public transit, and our iron ore extraction operations in the Bahariya region have achieved remarkable success. Moreover, several railway stations have been completed, and our most ambitious undertaking, the construction of the Suez Canal, commenced 2 months ago. That sounds promising, Napoleon remarked with quiet satisfaction. Monsieur Bouchard, do you know why we summoned you? Madame Bonaparte extended the olive branch, offering me the position of chief engineer for the monumental construction project you intend to launch in Paris. Am I correct? Bouchard said. Precisely, Monsieur Bouchard. Having witnessed your work in Egypt, I found your technical mastery exceptional, Napoleon replied. I am convinced you are the ideal candidate to oversee Paris's transformation. Do you accept this charge with confidence? Upon reviewing your visionary plan for Paris's modernization and beautification, I accepted without hesitation. Bouchard answered with genuine warmth. To be entrusted with such profound responsibility, and to contribute to the rebirth of this great city, is an unparalleled honor. Excellent. Napoleon extended his hand, clasping Bouchard's firmly. Monsieur Bouchard, upon accepting this appointment, you shall serve as my Minister of Urban Development and Infrastructure. Though this ministry does not yet formally exist, since we have not yet submitted the proposal to the Senate, you will receive immediate funding, and the government will publicly announce employment opportunities for this initiative. In essence, it will be a large-scale recruitment drive, Gila added. Bouchard simply nodded. July 1, 1800. Napoleon submitted a proposal to the Council of Ministers to establish a new ministry, the Ministry of Urban Development and Infrastructure. A bill outlining its purpose, responsibilities, and the funding required for its operation. The Council of Ministers, comprising senior government officials and ministers, deliberated and approved the bill, endorsing its progressive vision. Subsequently, the legislative body, composed of the tribunate and the legislative body, conducted its formal review. Legislators debated, amended, and voted upon the proposal. Though divisions persisted, their shared commitment to modernizing France united them. Through this process, the bill matured in scope and clarity, and advanced to the Senate. In the Senate, the bill underwent meticulous scrutiny. After comprehensive deliberation, it secured majority approval. Finally, Napoleon signed it into law, formally establishing the Ministry of Urban Development and Infrastructure. The government immediately announced a suite of public works projects destined to transform Paris. This ambitious initiative captured public imagination. Enthusiasm spread swiftly. Faced with newly created employment opportunities, countless citizens eagerly enlisted in these reconstruction efforts, significantly lowering Paris's persistently high unemployment rate, a legacy of the revolutionary years. People from across France traveled by train and carriage to witness firsthand the capital's astonishing metamorphosis. As news of the widespread job opportunities generated by these public works disseminated, even residents of remote towns and villages flocked to Paris, hoping to secure employment and secure prosperity for their families. Paris had become a vibrant hub of activity. Legions of laborers poured in, contributing their expertise to construction. Engineers, architects, masons, carpenters, and laborers formed a remarkably diverse and industrious workforce. Within 2 months, the Ministry of Urban Development and Infrastructure had employed 1 million workers, and that number continued to rise steadily as more joined the endeavor. Each day brought fresh blueprints, newly inaugurated construction sites, and newly assembled teams, turning Napoleon's vision of a modern Paris into tangible reality. Yet, despite the grandeur of Napoleon's plan, opposition was undeniable. One principal challenge lay in the relocation of existing communities and businesses. Many historic neighborhoods, some centuries old, would be profoundly affected by large-scale construction. This echoed the very dilemmas faced by Georges-Eugène Haussmann during his mid-19th century transformation of Paris under Napoleon III, where massive demolitions, relocations, and the creation of broad tree-lined boulevards were likewise central to the project. To address this, the government convened public forums where representatives of the Ministry of Urban Development and Infrastructure engaged directly with affected residents and business owners, listening attentively to their concerns and grievances, and proposing fair compensation, suitable alternative locations, and transitional support measures. To further cultivate public support for the initiative, Hila, under Napoleon's guidance, mobilized her publishing empire to full capacity, producing articles, pamphlets, and advertisements extolling the benefits of modernization. The press played a pivotal role in shaping public perception, highlighting anticipated economic growth, abundant employment, and enhanced infrastructure. Gradually, an increasing number of Parisians came to recognize the enduring advantages of embracing transformative change. Though the majority of citizens rallied behind the project, pockets of resistance remained. Some held deep emotional ties to their neighborhoods, struggling to envision life beyond ancestral homes, while others feared disruptions to daily life and commercial operations during the construction phase. Nonetheless, the government remained resolute in its mission to reinvent Paris as a modern metropolis. As the first phase of modernization progressed, raw materials, especially steel, became indispensable to the construction effort. To meet the immense demand for building materials and equipment, the Bonaparte Steel Company acted swiftly, supplying the lion's share of required resources. Its foundries produced vast quantities of steel beams, structural frames, and reinforcing bars. Moreover, steam-powered machinery, such as steam cranes, pile drivers, dredgers, pile hammers, tunneling machines, and steam-powered pile extractors, first invented alongside the steam locomotive 15 years earlier, were deployed extensively for heavy lifting, earth-moving, and construction tasks. Another increasingly ubiquitous invention, the electric motor, also found application on construction sites. For lighter duties, powering conveyor belts, small elevators, and various hand tools, the electric motor offered a cleaner, more efficient alternative to steam power. Another pivotal innovation introduced by Napoleon before construction commenced was cement, a material that proved indispensable across nearly all building projects. Cement was simple to produce, merely a mixture of limestone and clay, both abundantly available at the time. Cement served as the foundational material for boulevards, bridges, buildings, and even monuments, except the Arc de Triomphe, which remained faithful to its original design, constructed from limestone and river pebbles. November 25, 1800. The Ministry of Urban Development and Infrastructure regularly reported construction progress to Napoleon, who, over the past 5 months, had collaborated closely with Bouchard to ensure the project's success. In his office, Napoleon signed a bill authorizing the annexation of 11 communes, including Auteuil, Batignolles, Monceau, Montmartre, La Chapelle, Passy-la Villette, Belleville, Charonne, Bercy, Grenelle, and Vaugirard. This measure aimed to expand Paris's boundaries, effectively doubling its area, from 12 arrondissements to 20, and increasing its population dramatically from 700,000 to 1,800,000. After signing, he handed the bill to Emmanuel Joseph Size, president of the Conservative Senate. "Here you are," Napoleon said. "Thank you, Your Excellency. How is my proposed education reform progressing in the Senate?" Size cleared his throat before replying, "Your Excellency, the education reform bill remains under debate in the Senate. Although some senators support the proposal, others harbor reservations about certain provisions. We are diligently addressing their concerns to forge consensus." "What sort of reservations?" Napoleon asked curiously. "We conducted a nationwide survey on educational conditions, and most complaints centered on the absence of religious instruction in primary schools." "Religious instruction," Napoleon repeated thoughtfully. "You may withdraw, Size. I shall consult Talleyrand and Lucien regarding these reservations." Size bowed slightly and departed. Napoleon leaned back in his chair and sighed. "It is time for the Church to return." Before the Revolution, the Church had played a vital role in the lives of the French people. It formed an indispensable pillar of society, offering spiritual guidance, organizing charitable works, and standing in close symbiosis with the monarchy. The majority of French citizens were devout Catholics, and the Church wielded considerable influence over religious and moral affairs. Yet, with the rise of revolutionaries, ecclesiastical authority suffered profound erosion and collapse. Revolutionaries viewed the Church as a symbol of the ancien regime, intimately tied to monarchy and aristocracy, and sought instead to build a more secular and egalitarian society. During this period, radical measures were enacted to dismantle the Church's influence. Church property was confiscated, religious institutions abolished, clergy, frequently persecuted in France, declared an atheistic state, a move that inflamed tensions with neighboring nations and ignited counter-revolutionary sentiment at home. Though some revolutionaries advocated absolute separation of church and state, many French citizens still identified deeply as faithful Catholics, clinging tenaciously to their religious heritage. As revolutionaries pushed their agenda to extremes, discontent and unrest spread across the nation. Napoleon recognized the imperative of stability, and acknowledged the French people's enduring Catholic identity, necessitating a pragmatic compromise. To abolish the church and religious practice entirely would provoke social upheaval, thus restoring a measured degree of religious liberty became indispensable, while ensuring the church could not reclaim its former dominance lest it alienate the regime's radical factions. He had already dispatched telegrams to Lucian and Talleyrand to deliberate this matter, both of whom accepted his summons, and were now en route to Versailles Palace for the meeting. While awaiting their arrival, Napoleon reviewed further reports from the Ministry of Urban Development and Infrastructure. One report noted that provincial governors outside Paris considered it unjust for taxpayers' funds to be spent exclusively on capital improvements, arguing instead that infrastructure modernization and quality of life enhancement must be a national endeavor. Fortunately, Napoleon had already planned a nationwide modernization initiative, not limited to Paris alone, and intended similar transformative urban renewal in other major cities. All antiquated infrastructure would be replaced, a new roads, bridges, canals, sewage and drainage systems, monuments and public buildings would be constructed, beautifying virtually every city across France. An hour later, Beaumont entered his office. "Your Excellency, the Minister of the Interior and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have arrived," he announced respectfully. Napoleon nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Beaumont. Please show them in." Shortly thereafter, Lucian and Talleyrand entered the office. Napoleon greeted them with firm handshakes. Once seated, the room fell into solemn silence. "Gentlemen, thank you for coming." "No thanks are necessary, Your Excellency. We stand wholly at your service," Talleyrand replied as ever with polished deference. "Why have you summoned us, brother?" Lucian asked, curiously eager to learn the purpose of their gathering. "You?" But before Napoleon could explain, Talleyrand interrupted. "Your Excellency, before we discuss the matter you wish to raise, there is something I must inform you. I received a telegram just 1 hour ago, moments after leaving my residence." "What is it?" Napoleon turned his gaze steadily toward Talleyrand. "According to my informant in Vienna, Emperor Francis II has concluded a treaty with Britain, receiving £2 million in financial aid to continue waging war against us and refusing any peace agreement." Talleyrand revealed. "Thus they have reneged on the armistice you negotiated with the Austrians at Alessandria and resumed hostilities." Napoleon clicked his tongue and sighed. "What else could one expect from the English? They invariably finance our enemies to fight our battles for them. Moreover, Your Excellency, King Louis XVI has extended you an invitation from Vienna." Napoleon paused, his expression grave. "What does the former King of France wish to discuss with me? Did he specify his purpose?" Talleyrand shook his head. "No, Your Excellency, but I can guess. It must concern the restoration of the monarchy in France." "Then you ought not to see him, brother." Lucian interjected, opposing the notion, for the French had already accepted the reality that their king had abandoned them. "Do not worry, Lucian. I would never do such a thing." Although Talleyrand's words were mere speculation, I wish to hear the king's thoughts firsthand. Napoleon reassured his brother, pausing before casting his gaze toward Talleyrand. "Write a reply to King Louis informing him that I will meet with him 5 days from now, Your Excellency." After delivering this message, Talleyrand continued, "Now we may return to Lucian's matter. You summoned us for a reason, sir. Lucian, you conducted a survey of France's educational system across the nation, correct? Did the data you collected mention any absence of religious education?" "Indeed, brother," Lucian confirmed. "This is also the central focus of the Senate's debate, whether to restore religious education or abolish it entirely. Many believe that religious education is essential for instilling moral values and collective consciousness in the young, while others fear it could revive the church's influence and undermine the principles of the revolution. However, brother, I believe we should allow the church to return. Many of our citizens still consider themselves Catholic, and if we completely disregard their faith, it will cause trouble for your rule." Talleyrand nodded in agreement. "I share his view, Your Excellency. Restoring the church will bring stability. That is precisely why I have summoned you both. I need your counsel." Napoleon spoke. "I have decided to restore the church. How will the public react?" Talleyrand and Lucian pondered as Napoleon waited patiently. After a few moments, Talleyrand spoke. "The Jacobins will view this as a betrayal of the revolution, an attempt to restore the old order. They are staunch supporters of secularism, regarding the church as a symbol of oppression that should have no place in the new France. To them, any compromise with the church would be seen as a concession to the very principles they fought for during the revolution. They may strongly oppose it, with some even resorting to protests and demonstrations against this measure. As for the royalists, they might regard the restoration of the church as a step in the right direction. Many among them are devout Catholics who long for the restoration of the monarchy and its associated traditional values. They may see this as Your Excellency's willingness to acknowledge the importance of religion and potentially pave the way for the restoration of the monarchy. A course you would never pursue." "No, I do not mean the political factions. I wish to know how the common people would react." Napoleon shook his head. In that case, brother, they will be most pleased. Lucien said. Talleyrand offered an awkward smile. Forgive me, I misunderstood your question, Your Excellency. Very well, we will restore the Church's position in France, but with certain limitations. When precisely, Your Excellency? Talleyrand asked. Perhaps after we defeat the Austrians. November 30th, 1800. Napoleon traveled through Vienna, the capital of the Austrian Empire, in his carriage. Seated within the carriage, Napoleon gazed out at Vienna's bustling streets. Despite the ongoing war between Austria and France, the city's daily life appeared comparatively undisturbed. Your Excellency, General Berthier called from the opposite side of the carriage. Napoleon turned his gaze toward Berthier, awaiting his explanation for the interruption. We are nearly upon the Hofburg Palace, Berthier informed him. Napoleon nodded in acknowledgement before returning his gaze to the scenery outside. Berthier sighed, visibly troubled. Your Excellency, I still believe meeting King Louis in Vienna carries risk. What if they intend to set a trap for us? Napoleon shrugged dismissively. I doubt they would risk such a foolish move, he replied casually. If they truly did so, it would only worsen the position of those who invited me here. It was King Louis XVI himself who had extended the invitation to Napoleon. King Louis might well request Napoleon's assistance in restoring him to the throne, but Napoleon firmly rejected such an idea. France had moved beyond monarchy, and restoring it was not among his considerations, even though a handful of royalists remained devoted to the old regime. Nevertheless, despite his confidence, Napoleon could not ignore the concerns voiced by Berthier and his ministers and generals. They regarded the meeting with caution, fearing it might be a trap to capture French leadership, or an attempt to manipulate Napoleon into supporting the restoration of the monarchy. But Napoleon remained convinced the Austrians would not resort to such tactics. The reason lay in their perception of the French Republic as nothing more than a provincial fool lacking in taste and dignity. The Austrians and other European monarchs held themselves in such high esteem that they would never stoop to such an overt act of treachery. As the carriage halted before the grand gates of the Hofburg Palace, Napoleon drew a deep breath, steeling himself for the imminent audience. He descended from the carriage alongside his entourage and gazed upward at the palace's facade, its splendor instantly arresting his attention. Your Excellency! Napoleon turned to see Talleyrand approaching. Are you prepared to meet the former King of France within the very residence of the Austrian Emperor? Talleyrand asked. Napoleon nodded. I am prepared. Moments later, a court official emerged from the palace gates, prompting an immediate reaction from Napoleon's elite guards, who swiftly formed a protective cordon around him. The sudden defensive posture startled the court official, but Napoleon waved his hand, signaling them to stand down. Forgive us for alarming you. Smiling faintly, Napoleon inquired, Are you the one who will escort us to King Louis? The court official, a distinguished gentleman, bowed deeply and respectfully before Napoleon. Yes, First Consul, he replied. I am Count von Schönfeld, Chief Chamberlain of the Hofburg Palace, and I shall conduct you to His Majesty King Louis's chamber. Napoleon acknowledged the Count with a courteous nod, appreciating his refined bearing. Lead the way, he said, gesturing for his entourage to follow. As they traversed the palace's opulent halls, Napoleon could not suppress a quiet marvel at its sheer magnificence. Exquisite artworks, sumptuous ornamentation, gilded ceilings and walls, all evoked memories of Versailles. Yet, if comparison were inevitable, Versailles would undoubtedly prevail. Shortly thereafter they arrived at King Louis's chamber. Count von Schönfeld announced their arrival to the former monarch. The doors swung open and Napoleon entered with calm, unwavering composure. King Louis stood before him, resplendent in regal attire, dignified, stately, sovereign in bearing. Their eyes met, each appraising the other in profound, silent scrutiny. Then King Louis extended his hand in greeting. First Consul, it is my great honor to welcome you to Vienna, he said warmly. Napoleon tilted his head, slightly mildly surprised by the king's courtesy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Please refrain from addressing me thus. Louis smiled gently, his tone tinged with melancholy. I no longer hold a crown. Call me Capet. Very well, Capet. Napoleon inclined his head respectfully. I must confess your invitation unsettled my advisers. Some even suspected it a trap laid by the Austrians, to detain me here indefinitely. Indeed, well, such suspicion is entirely understandable. If I stood in your place I would think likewise. Rest assured, however, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Francis II has personally vouched for this arrangement. Then may I ask why you invited me here, Capet? Your letter offered no explanation. Certainly, but first please be seated. Napoleon accepted the invitation, and took his seat while Capet settled into the chair opposite him. I must admit, Capet, Napoleon began, your summons stirred genuine curiosity within me. As I mentioned earlier, your letter omitted any specific purpose for our meeting, leaving me uncertain as to your intentions. I apologize for that omission, Capet replied, nodding thoughtfully. I wish to discuss matters of grave importance. In person. But before we proceed, let me confirm one thing: we have met before, have we not? That time you demonstrated your ingenious invention. What was it called? The steam engine. Precisely, Capet. You recall it perfectly. You even bestowed upon me a title. I declined it. Napoleon chuckled softly. Capet smiled in turn. Then grew solemn. Now regarding your earlier question. Why I summoned you here. The answer is simple: I seek your cooperation. Napoleon leaned forward, intrigued by Capet's unexpected appeal for collaboration, his gaze fixed intently upon the former king. Cooperation in what matter, Capet? Capet paused briefly, gathering his thoughts before replying. As you know, Europe has endured decades of war and turmoil. Its root cause lies in the French Revolution. To restore peace across the continent, the coalition powers proposed a singular solution: the restoration of the Bourbon monarchy to the throne of France. Napoleon leaned back in his chair, hands folded. So, it unfolds precisely as anticipated. Clearing his throat, he continued. Capet, I must respond with absolute clarity. I neither can nor will endorse the Bourbon restoration in France. Monarchy belongs to the past. The French people have already spoken, through revolution. And reinstating the old order would benefit neither France nor Europe. Why not? Capet pressed urgently. Because the blood spilled to achieve the transformation we witnessed in France runs too deep. Napoleon answered firmly. The revolution marked our nation's turning point. The moment when the people rose against oppression to claim their rights and liberties. It heralded the dawn of a new era. To erase all progress by reverting to monarchy would be a grievous error. But we shall not restore everything. Capet urgently interrupted Napoleon. Please allow me to finish, Your Excellency First Consul. My proposal is not to overturn all progress but rather to seek a compromise. It would resemble the system established 9 years ago, the constitutional monarchy. I would serve as a symbolic head of state while you First Consul would remain head of state, retaining full executive authority. Moreover, both Austria and Britain have affirmed that peace would follow if you endorse the restoration, and the war would finally end. You would lose nothing. So you are implying that if I reject your proposal, the war will continue? Napoleon asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Capet solemnly nodded. Yes, such a possibility exists. The coalition is resolute in restoring the Bourbons. Should they detect any resistance from France, they may prolong the war until their objective is achieved. Napoleon paused in thought. Very well, Capet. I regret to inform you that my answer remains unchanged. Why? Capet lost his composure, but swiftly regained it. My decision rests upon a single decisive factor. Napoleon replied, his expression grave and unwavering. First intelligence reports indicate that the French people have reached no consensus on restoring the monarchy. Indeed, the overwhelming majority vehemently oppose the idea. They are passionately devoted to the progress we have achieved, and bitterly resent your abandonment of them in the nation's darkest hour. The wounds of the past remain raw. Reinstating monarchy would only deepen their disillusionment. This conclusion stems from a survey conducted by me 3 days prior to this meeting. The results are genuine, reflecting the will of the majority. Capet's confusion deepened, disappointment and frustration etched across his face. Yet the coalition has pledged peace should you accept restoration. He protested. Would you truly sacrifice the chance for peace for the sake of popular sentiment? Yes, because it is the people's will. Napoleon replied. Abandon the notion of restoration, Capet. Under my rule, there shall be no Bourbon restoration. Capet sighed heavily, shoulders slumping with despair. He had hoped Napoleon might prove reasonable. Yet clearly the First Consul's resolve was unshakable. I understand. So your decision is final then. In that case, may I ask one final question, Your Excellency First Consul? What is it? What precisely is your personal objection to restoration? I have heard only that it is the people's decision. But what of you? Do you truly wish me to answer that? Yes, Capet nodded. Then let me put it thus: once a man attains power, relinquishing it becomes profoundly difficult. Napoleon explained. So, you are like your predecessor. Capet murmured with quiet irony. You perceive me as a threat to your rule, and spare no effort to prevent such a scenario. I am not like my predecessors. Unlike them, I possess a clear vision for France, and the restoration of monarchy finds no place within it. Napoleon declared firmly. One correction, however, I do not regard you as a threat, merely an inconvenience. Calmly he rose to his feet, signaling the meeting's conclusion. I see. So your decision stands. May I depart then? I cannot linger long in enemy territory. Capet's face darkened with dismay. You will regret this, Napoleon. Such an opportunity will never arise again. Once the coalition defeats France, I swear, we shall exile you all. Then let us see whether the coalition can defeat us. Napoleon replied with quiet confidence. 2 hours later in Emperor Francis II's office. So, they rejected the proposal. Francis II remarked, "A profound pity. Will you proceed with war against France?" Capet asked. "We have no alternative, Louis. If diplomacy fails, force must assert our will." Versailles Palace, December 9, 1800. Napoleon's office. 8 days after his meeting with King Louis, Napoleon poured himself a glass of champagne. Bubbles rose and dissolved into the air as he took a slow, thoughtful sip, savoring its crisp, refreshing essence. When just as he relished this moment of quiet, the heavy oak door creaked open and Beaumont entered. Beaumont snapped to attention, standing with disciplined precision before Napoleon, and announced clearly, "The Minister of War has arrived." Napoleon acknowledged Beaumont with a nod, set down his champagne glass, straightened his posture, and prepared to receive Minister of War Berthier. Moments later Berthier entered, a sheaf of official documents in hand. "Your Excellency," Berthier greeted with formal deference. "At ease, Berthier," Napoleon replied, his gaze steady and penetrating. "What news do you bring?" Berthier approached the desk and placed the documents before Napoleon, who leaned forward to examine them. "Reports from our eastern frontier, Your Excellency." Berthier began in formal tone. "General Moreau, commander of the Rhine army, has secured a decisive victory over Austrian forces at Hohenlinden. The Austrian army is now in full retreat, and Moreau's troops continue pursuit." Napoleon's expression was focused and grave as he absorbed the information with solemn attention. Preoccupied with administrative affairs, he had nearly forgotten General Moreau. Yet the Battle of Hohenlinden had concluded the war between France and Austria, and a satisfied smile now played upon his lips. "Is that true? Then this is a tremendous victory for us, Berthier." Napoleon finally spoke, striding toward a wall bearing a map of Europe and gesturing for Berthier to join him. Together they studied the map marking the location of Hohenlinden and its surrounding regions. "I presume the Austrians are fleeing toward their capital?" Napoleon asked, his gaze fixed upon Berthier. "Yes, Your Excellency, but they occasionally establish defensive positions to impede our advance." A dispatch from General Moreau reported that his divisional commander, General Lecourbe, had repelled an Austrian force under Lieutenant Risch of Feldmarschall-Lieutenant Rieschnitz near Rosenheim. Rosenheim, Napoleon repeated, scanning the map until he located the city. South of Munich and approximately 370 kilometers west of Vienna. "Moreau is driving them deep into Austrian territory," Napoleon observed. "I need not instruct him on this, but order him to press the Austrians further inward, ever closer to Vienna." "I believe he is already doing so," Berthier replied. "Still, I shall convey your command to him." "Very well." A faint, satisfied smile curled at Napoleon's lips as he murmured softly, now surveying the present state of affairs. "Louis Capet, you said, I would regret having refused your proposal. Did you not?" "Your Excellency." Berthier looked at Napoleon, his brow furrowed in bewilderment. "It is nothing, Berthier." Napoleon chuckled lightly, merely the words of a man who longs to reclaim a throne no longer his. "Ah, the meeting with the former King of France. I understand your meaning, Your Excellency. Indeed, the Austrians are retreating. Their request for an armistice is only a matter of time. I hope Moreau compels them to seek an armistice before Christmas." Napoleon sighed. "Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. I must abolish the revolutionary calendar instituted by the National Convention. It has grown far too convoluted. What say you?" Berthier nodded, recognizing the practicality of reverting to a more familiar and universally accepted calendar. "Indeed, Your Excellency, though it has been in use for nearly a decade, the revolutionary calendar remains unintuitive." Berthier agreed. "I shall reinstate the Gregorian calendar by year's end," Napoleon declared. Following the decisive victory at Hohenlinden, General Moreau's army of the Rhine pursued the retreating Austrian forces without mercy. News of their triumph spread swiftly across France, igniting nationwide hope and pride. While the demoralized Austrian army struggled desperately to reorganize and withstand the French army's relentless advance. By December 14th, Salzburg became the pivotal battlefield where Archduke Charles attempted a final stand. He skillfully deployed his troops and established a formidable rearguard position. Yet General Claude Lecourbe led a fierce assault upon the Austrians at Salzburg, sparking intense combat. Overwhelmed by the sheer pressure of the French onslaught, the Austrians could not hold. As time elapsed, Austria's situation deteriorated further. In towns along the shores of Lake Wallersee, Neumarkt am Wallersee, Frankenmarkt, Schwanstadt, Vauclamarkt, Lambach, and Kremsmünster, the Austrian army lost cohesion and resistance began to crumble. Under the command of General Richepanse, the French advanced steadily. As the crisis deepened, Archduke Charles faced an agonizing decision to relieve his elder brother Archduke John of command. This measure was taken to salvage what remained of the Austrian army and prevent further losses and total disintegration. Yet without Archduke John's leadership, the Austrian army descended into chaos. Morale collapsed, coordination vanished, exhaustion set in. The proud host that once stood as a symbol of imperial might now resembled little more than a disordered rabble, weary and broken beneath the unrelenting French pursuit. December 22nd, 1800. At Melk, a quiet Austrian town just 80 kilometers from Vienna. General Moreau rode astride his horse flanked by his divisional commanders Emmanuel Grouchy Michel Ney and Claude Lecourbe. As the French entered Melk, its residents peered cautiously from half-open windows and partially ajar doors. The retreating Austrians had left the once prosperous town in disarray, and the scars of war were etched upon damaged buildings and the haggard faces of its people. I do not understand. Why did the Austrians flee? Ney spoke with a wry, sardonic smile. They ought to face us like true soldiers, or else we would have strolled triumphantly into Vienna before they even knew what struck them. Because Lecourbe drove them so hard they had no choice but to retreat in panic, interjected General Grouchy, his eyes sweeping over the apprehensive townsfolk. Lecourbe responded with a quiet laugh while Moreau maintained his stern composure. The consular government commands us to advance until the Austrians formally request an armistice. Since no such appeal has reached us, we have no alternative but to march on Vienna. At that moment a rider galloped toward them. Moreau recognized the man, his chief of staff, Jean-Joseph Desaulles. General, Desaulles cried, reining in his horse. An Austrian commander outside the city wishes to speak with you. Who is it? Asked Moreau. He introduced himself as Archduke Charles. Desaulles replied, the commander of the Austrian-Bavarian army. Moreau murmured thoughtfully, I suspect he comes to request a truce. He did not state his purpose, sir. But it certainly appears so, Desaulles answered. Very well. I shall meet him. There at Schöneberg Castle, the two commanders faced each other across a table. Archduke Charles and General Moreau. I am General Moreau, commander of the Rhine army. Moreau said, his voice firm yet respectful. Archduke Charles. What brings you to this meeting? Archduke Charles looked weary and despondent. A note of anxiety trembled in his voice. General Moreau, I have come to discuss the possibility of an armistice. Our situation has grown dire. We lack the strength to sustain this conflict. A faint smile touched Moreau's lips. Very well. December 24th, 1800. Versailles Palace. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The Minister of War has arrived. Beaumont's booming voice made Napoleon sit straighter in his chair. Let him in, Napoleon commanded. The heavy oak doors swung open and Minister of War Berthier entered the chamber, bowing deeply before Napoleon. Your Excellency. Berthier cut straight to the point. I bring the latest dispatches from the eastern frontier. Napoleon gestured for Berthier to approach the table where documents lay stacked. Leaning forward, he prepared to review the report. Yesterday, Archduke Charles approached General Moreau, who commands our forces occupying Melk. There the Archduke formally requested a cessation of hostilities, and General Moreau, acting under your explicit orders, accepted the proposal. Berthier explained, handing Napoleon the official document for inspection. Napoleon took the parchment and read it attentively. The news filled him with both curiosity and quiet satisfaction. After all, this was a pivotal moment in the Second Coalition War. Austria's acceptance of an armistice effectively removed the principal threat confronting France. Where are the casualty records? Napoleon asked, flipping through the dossier Berthier had presented. They are included in the annex, Your Excellency. Berthier replied, indicating a separate section within the file. Napoleon turned to the annex and studied the detailed accounting of losses sustained by both sides. General Moreau's Rhine army numbered 53595 men. Archduke Charles's Austrian-Bavarian army totaled 60261 soldiers. French casualties stood at 2500 men, and 1 captured cannon. Austrian losses were staggering. 46130 infantry, 14131 cavalry, and 214 artillery pieces seized by the enemy. This is astonishing, Napoleon murmured. It seems General Moreau rivals even you in brilliance, observed Berthier. Though your triumph at Marengo surpasses it, we lost merely 200 men, while Austria suffered over 1,000. Yet one cannot deny General Moreau's extraordinary victory at Hohenlinden. I do not deny it, Napoleon replied. Though General Moreau endured a brief setback while commanding the Italian army, he has now decisively reaffirmed his stature. His exceptional conduct merits recognition. Do you have anything else to report? Berthier nodded, acknowledging Napoleon's praise of General Moreau. Yes, Your Excellency. He continued, with the armistice now in force, our troops remain deployed at key strategic positions along the eastern frontier to ensure Austrian compliance. Napoleon leaned forward intently and urged, tell me more. As a condition of the ceasefire, the Austrian-Bavarian forces must withdraw from certain territories in this region. Berthier explained, our scouts have closely monitored their movements, and I can confirm thus far full adherence to these stipulations. And what of northern Italy? Napoleon inquired. I hear skirmishes have broken out there. General Guillaume Brune is advancing toward the Mincio River, seeking to dislodge Austrian General Heinrich von Bellegarde. Excellent. I trust General Brune will prevail. Napoleon spoke, though he already knew the outcome with certainty. Brune's victory at Pozzolo was inevitable. A decisive success that would precipitate the signing of the armistice, thereby concluding the war in northern Italy, and in essence bringing the broader conflict to its close. Berthier added, providing further detail, General Brune holds overwhelming numerical superiority over Bellegarde. Reports indicate approximately 50,000 Austrian troops stationed in northern Italy. Perhaps the time has come, Your Excellency, for you to consider what concessions may be granted in the forthcoming peace treaty with Austria. I fully concur, Napoleon affirmed. I shall task my Minister of Foreign Affairs with advising me on potential concessions. Very well. Berthier bowed his head. That concludes my report, Your Excellency. I shall not intrude further. Thank you, Berthier. Your intelligence is invaluable. Napoleon expressed his gratitude. As Berthier departed the chamber, Napoleon leaned back into his seat, sinking into deep contemplation. Thus far, though he had made numerous choices that defied the course of history, events still seemed to unfold along a familiar trajectory. France would defeat Austria, then turn its gaze toward Britain. Undoubtedly Napoleon's greatest vexation to date. Were it not for the English Channel, Britain would be as vulnerable to conquest as in the original timeline. Fortunately, thanks to Sheila, Horatio Nelson was already dead. Without him, Napoleon believed they could mount an invasion of Britain using the combined naval might of the Spanish Empire, the Denmark-Norway Kingdom, and the French Republic. Yet achieving this ambition demanded a comprehensive, meticulously detailed plan. Even without Nelson, the British Navy remained the largest and most formidable fleet in the world. Its defensive capabilities formidable and not to be underestimated. He murmured softly that preparations must begin by next year, then leaned forward to resume the work left unfinished before Beaumont's arrival. Just as he reached for his quill, a gentle footfall approached from the antechamber. Napoleon lifted his gaze. And there stood his wife Sheila entering the room. "Ah, my beautiful wife," Napoleon smiled warmly. "What brings you here?" "I just saw Berthier leave the palace." "May I know what you two discussed?" Let me recall. He informed me that the Austrians have been defeated and peace between our nations is imminent." "That is truly wonderful." Sheila smiled warmly. "Darling, we're taking the children to the opera tonight to celebrate Christmas Eve, aren't we?" "Of course." Napoleon confirmed. "But what of the royalists?" "That concerns me deeply." Sheila offered gently. "Shall I handle them for you?" Napoleon shook his head. "Regarding the royalists, I shall speak with Fouché. Those who dare harm my family will face justice. So you need not return to the life of assassination you've just left behind. Did I not vow at any cost to protect you, and our children?" Sheila simply nodded. "Rest assured, my love. When it comes to the safety of our family, I shall never be careless." While awaiting the Minister of Police, Napoleon delved deeper into his system, searching for further intelligence on the impending assassination plot. If events in this world were once again converging with his original timeline. After painstakingly sifting through countless records, he finally uncovered the information he sought. The event was known as the plot of the Rue Saint-Nicaise, a notorious failed attempt on Napoleon's life that occurred on the evening of December 24, 1800 in Paris. On that fateful night, Napoleon was en route to the opera to attend the French premiere of Joseph Haydn's oratorio The Creation, and moments after his carriage passed, an explosion ripped through a nearby vehicle. The audacious attack had been orchestrated by royalist conspirators linked to Georges Cadoudal, who had once served the British government. The plotters had meticulously devised their scheme. They purchased a horse and cart from a Parisian grain merchant, then mounted upon it a massive wine cask packed with shrapnel and gunpowder. This lethal infernal machine was positioned at the intersection of Rue Saint-Nicaise and Rue Saint-Honoré, directly along Napoleon's path to the Opera House. To ensure execution, one conspirator paid a 14-year-old girl named Marie and Pierrette Pelissier 12 sous to tend the horse and guard the cart, while the assassin stood at a safe distance holding the fuse. Yet the assassination attempt failed. The conspirators had assumed Napoleon's carriage would be escorted by cavalry, intending that as their signal to ignite the charge. Alas, Napoleon's coachman drove at breakneck speed. The sudden appearance of the carriage caught the plotters unprepared, causing a critical timing error that prevented detonation before Napoleon's carriage passed. Despite this miscalculation, tragedy struck when the explosives finally detonated. At a considerable distance from Napoleon's carriage, the blast claimed the lives of the horses, the young girl tending them, and up to a dozen passers-by. Nearly 40 others were wounded and several nearby buildings were severely damaged, or utterly destroyed. Napoleon's own family narrowly escaped death. His wife Josephine, daughter Hortense de Beauharnais, and sister Caroline Murat followed closely behind in another carriage. A momentary delay, occasioned by Josephine adjusting her shawl, proved their salvation. Having read through the full chronicle of the assassination attempt, Napoleon sought further details on the conspirators, staunch monarchists who loathed the Republic with visceral intensity. Among those who plotted the assassination were François Carbon, Pierre Robinat de Saint-Regent, Joseph de la Molin, Georges Cadoudal, Jean-Baptiste Coste, Joachim Dasses, Jérôme Pétion de Villeneuve, and Lai Saint-Hilaire, the bomb-maker and principal architects of the plot. Napoleon fell into deep thought, plotting how to deal with these people. Though he had changed many things in this world, some events still unfolded as they had in his original timeline, such as the Battle of Hohenlinden. Therefore he needed to remain vigilant toward these individuals, for the lives of his family hung in the balance. Although he could prevent all of this by simply avoiding the opera, such a course would contradict his goal of remaining a man of the people. If Napoleon and his family were confined within the walls of the Palace of Versailles, the public would perceive him as distant and disconnected from their daily lives. As head of state, it was paramount that he appear before the public and remain closely connected with his citizens. It was a delicate balance he had to maintain, to protect his family while preserving his image as a leader close to the people, especially on Christmas Eve. Napoleon knew he could not let his guard down, nor could he allow fear to dictate his actions. Instead, he resolved to face the situation head-on. The Minister of Police was about to arrive. He seized a pen and paper, wrote down the names of the conspirators, and began devising how he would explain the information should Fouché inquire about it. Fortunately, a simple solution came to mind. 10 minutes later, Beaumont entered his office to inform him that the Minister of Police Fouché had arrived. Fouché entered the office and approached Napoleon's desk. "His Excellency, what may I do for you?" Fouché asked. "Do you have plans for Christmas Eve, Fouché?" Napoleon inquired. Fouché was slightly taken aback by the directness of the question. He cleared his throat and replied, "Indeed, Your Excellency. I intend to spend the evening with my family." "Is that so? That is excellent, Fouché. I intend the same, to take them to the opera," Napoleon revealed. "However, as First Consul, it is an undeniable fact that there are those who would seek to harm me." "Your Excellency, what do you mean by that?" Fouché asked, his expression growing grave. "I mean that I wish to enjoy a pleasant evening at the opera with my family, without concern for their safety. But I have received an anonymous tip that certain individuals intend to harm me and my family during the Christmas Eve celebrations," Napoleon explained, maintaining a composed demeanor. Fouché's brows knitted together as he grasped the gravity of the situation. "Your Excellency, are you certain?" Napoleon nodded and handed Fouché the list of conspirators he had compiled. "These are the names mentioned in the anonymous report, those alleged to be involved in the plot." "These are—" Fouché read the names on the list and raised his eyebrows. Napoleon continued, his tone steady and resolute. "They are royalists, Fouché, staunch supporters of the monarchy. They despise the republic and will stop at nothing, not even violence, to achieve their ends. You must thwart their threat immediately. The list includes their whereabouts. Arrest them and execute them for treason." Fouché nodded in understanding, but Napoleon could sense the doubt within him. "What is it, Fouché?" Your Excellency, is there evidence to support these accusations?" Fouché inquired cautiously. Napoleon nodded. He understood the need for concrete proof. "Well, one of them is named Georges Cadoudal, a Chouan leader determined to restore the monarchy," Napoleon began. "It is said that he maintains connections with the British government, seeking their support to overthrow the Republic. That alone is sufficient to prove they pose a threat to the Republic. Furthermore, the anonymous informant mentioned that they intend to use bombs. Thus, if you discover explosives at their locations, you will have even greater grounds for arrest." "But what if we find no bombs at their locations and it turns out they are innocent?" Fouché asked. "You will arrest them nonetheless and detain them somewhere, ensuring they cannot approach me or my family before, during, or after the opera." Napoleon instructed. "Very well, Your Excellency. I will immediately assemble a special task force to arrest these individuals," Fouché replied, firmly tucking the list into his pocket. Napoleon nodded in approval. As Fouché turned to leave, Napoleon called after him. "One more thing, Fouché. I want to strengthen security at tonight's opera. I want you to deploy plainclothes officers throughout the theater and along the streets we will pass. They should blend in with the audience and pedestrians, keeping a close watch on anyone suspicious." Fouché nodded, confirming Napoleon's orders. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, December 24th, 1800. In a dimly lit room discreetly hidden within an unassuming building, the royalist conspirators sat gathered around a long wooden table. François Carbon leaned forward, his voice barely above a whisper. "We must ensure the carriage is positioned perfectly on St. Nicolas du Chardonnay Street. The explosion must be synchronized with Bonaparte's carriage passing by. This is our only chance for success." Pierre Robinat de Regnault, his eyes gleaming with fanatical intensity, added, "Cadoudal, you must ensure our message reaches the British. If we are to restore the legitimate monarchy, we need their support." Georges Cadoudal nodded solemnly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "I will contact our allies across the Channel. Once they learn of Napoleon's death, they will inform the Austrians who have preserved our king." Just as the conspirators continued their sinister discussion, a sudden series of urgent knocks interrupted them. The conspirators exchanged uneasy glances, worry plainly visible on their faces. "Are there others involved in this plan besides us?" Joigny asked. "No, everyone is here," Carbon replied. "Then who is at the door?" Villeneuve asked, his voice rising with concern. Cadoudal rose from his seat and walked toward the door. As he approached, he called out, "Who is there?" "We are sent by the Minister of Police." "Is this the residence of La Haye Saint-Hilaire?" came the voice from beyond the door. As soon as Cadoodle heard the word police, terror seized his heart. His co-conspirators too were thrown into panic at the officer's sudden arrival. Jean-Baptiste Coste among them immediately sprang into action. "Hurry! We must flee this instant!" he cried in frantic urgency. Chairs toppled over as the conspirators scrambled for escape, routes of documents scattered wildly in their haste, and each desperately snatched whatever belongings they could salvage. François Carbon's hands trembled violently as he tried to gather his things. This cannot be happening. How could the police possibly know? Outside the room, pounding on the door grew louder and more insistent. "What is going on in there? Open up! Immediately! We have no choice. We must find a way out." Joachim Asses announced, his eyes sweeping the room with sharp calculation, searching for any possible exit, until they settled upon a window leading directly into the rear alley. Without hesitation, the conspirators surged madly toward the kitchen, overturning furniture in their frenzy, scattering in all directions. Their panicked footsteps echoing through the building, only heightening the alarm of the officers outside. The police outside grew increasingly impatient. The officer continued demanding entry. Driven by adrenaline and desperation, Georges Cadoodle rushed first to the window, his movements swift and precise, as he flung it open. "This way, out the window!" he shouted to his accomplices. One by one, they leapt through the open frame into the narrow alley below, and bolted forward at full speed. Suspicious of the commotion within, the police decided to force their way in. With a thunderous kick, the door's hinges shattered, and officers brandishing muskets stormed into the chamber. Fouché himself entered the room, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scanned the scene with meticulous scrutiny. Chaos reigned. Kitchen utensils lay strewn across the floor, chairs overturned, and 3 massive wine casks stood conspicuously against the far wall. There on that wall stood an open window, through which he glimpsed the fleeing conspirators. "Seize them! Do not let them escape!" Fouché barked the command sharply. The officers sprang into motion, instantly pursuing the conspirators through Paris's labyrinthine alleys. The chase had begun. As the pursuit unfolded, Fouché surveyed the room, seeking irrefutable evidence that the fugitives had been plotting treason against the first consul. He approached the 3 casks first, inspecting them closely, their size far exceeding those found in ordinary households. When he detected a distinct acrid scent of gunpowder clinging to the barrels, his suspicion deepened. He lifted the lid of one cask, and discovered within a volatile mixture of gunpowder and shrapnel. There could be no doubt these were explosives meticulously prepared. Yet barrels alone could not detonate, they required a fuse. He therefore searched every drawer, cabinet, and corner of the room. Inside a cupboard he uncovered a length of slow-burning fuse, further confirming his grim conclusion. Still, even with such damning evidence, Fouché needed definitive proof that these explosives were intended for the first consul, and so he waited patiently for his men to return from the pursuit. 10 minutes later his agents returned, dragging the conspirators back into the room, their wrists bound in heavy iron manacles. Their faces pale and drawn from frantic flight, exhaustion etched into every line they met Fouché's impassive gaze as he stood beside the casks. "Gentlemen," he began, voice stern and unyielding, "I have questions, and I demand answers. These casks contain gunpowder and shrapnel sufficient to obliterate an entire alleyway. I assure you this is no act of safekeeping." Fouché's tone was severe, his eyes moved deliberately from one conspirator to the next, probing for guilt or remorse in their expressions. An oppressive silence descended upon the room. The conspirators remained mute, refusing even to acknowledge the minister's presence. François Carbon, the eldest among them, lifted his head with defiant contempt, refusing to let fear show in his eyes. His lips pressed into a rigid line, his jaw clenched tight, resolved not to yield under pressure. Pierre Robinot de Saint-Regent and Georges Cadoodle mirrored Carbon's stubborn resistance. Joachim Asses Villemort and the others likewise held their tongues in stony silence. A faint cold smile flickered at the corners of Fouché's mouth as he recognized their courage. Or perhaps their folly. "You believe silence will shield you, but I assure you it shall only worsen your plight. Your conspiracy has been exposed. Witnesses exist who can testify to your designs. Otherwise, why would we stand now at the threshold of your secret lair?" When no reply came, Fouché spoke again. "Were you planning to use these against the first consul?" At those words Carbon's face twitched, almost imperceptibly, a fleeting betrayal of inner turmoil. "I see," Fouché murmured softly, then declared aloud, "Gentlemen, I am obliged to inform you stand formally arrested, for conspiracy against the first consul and for high treason." As the officers moved to take them away, Cadoodle rose abruptly and declared with scornful defiance, "The Republic is a malignant tumor, one that must be excised. We shall fight to restore France's legitimate monarchy, no matter the cost." Fouché's eyes narrowed further, his gaze laced with disdain, as he regarded the captured conspirators. "Your cause is misguided, your actions will bring only chaos and suffering upon France. Chaos and suffering, Cadoodle retorted with bitter mockery. It is you revolutionaries who have plunged our nation into chaos and agony. Fouché's expression remained austere, but fury glinted briefly in his eyes. Your blind loyalty to monarchy has blinded you to the progress we have achieved under the Republic. He countered revolution was necessary to break the chains of tyranny and oppression that shackled our people for centuries. Progress. All I see is a man consumed by power, crushing every dissenting voice. Napoleon has become indistinguishable from the despots of old. He will rule this nation just as the National Convention and the Directory once did. Then you are truly blind, Fouché replied, his voice icy and calm. Since you have spoken thus, you have only deepened your own guilt, and that of your accomplices. Your very words constitute evidence of treason. Take them away. Immediately, the officers swiftly escorted the captured conspirators from the house, and loaded them into waiting carriages. Passers-by paused in astonishment, watching in bewilderment as the procession passed. You may have captured us, Fouché, but many more await you beyond these walls. We do not fight alone, and we shall never be easily subdued. Fouché remained utterly composed, unmoved by Cadoodle's declaration. I shall arrest them all, and send them to the guillotine. At the Palace of Versailles, the clock hands pointed to 6:30 in the evening. As the sun sank below the horizon, long shadows stretched across Napoleon's office through the windows. Beaumont entered, bowing respectfully to announce the arrival of the Minister of Police. Napoleon was deeply absorbed in rewriting an important document. He lifted his gaze and saw Minister Fouché approaching his desk. Your Excellency, Fouché called as he stepped forward. Napoleon nodded, set aside the papers he had been reviewing, folded his hands, and fixed his sharp, penetrating eyes upon the minister. Ah, Fouché, Napoleon greeted, his tone laced with quiet curiosity. Have you come to inform me that the royalist conspirators have been successfully apprehended? Fouché solemnly inclined his head. Yes, Your Excellency. They are now detained at the Place du Temple. So the anonymous tip I received was indeed accurate. Napoleon feigned ignorance, murmuring as if pondering aloud. It appears so, Your Excellency. At their hideout we uncovered irrefutable evidence confirming their plot to assassinate you. Fouché affirmed. Napoleon exhaled, slowly, relief softening his features. Thank you, Fouché. Now my family and I may pass this night in peace. If gratitude is due, Your Excellency, it belongs first and foremost to the anonymous informant. Without him the royalists' treacherous scheme might well have succeeded. Fouché remarked. Indeed, if he should appear again, my first act will be to thank him. Napoleon nodded in agreement. Fouché smiled faintly. My report concludes here, Your Excellency. Wishing you a serene and tranquil evening. Napoleon returned the smile. And the same to you, Fouché. With a final respectful nod, Fouché turned to leave, but paused at the threshold, glancing back over his shoulder. Your Excellency. One more matter. Napoleon arched an eyebrow, intrigued. Proceed. During our interrogation of the detained conspirators, we uncovered documents and letters implicating a far broader royalist network. One whose reach extends well beyond these few individuals. This plot is not isolated. Fouché revealed. Napoleon's expression hardened into grave seriousness. A broader, interwoven network. We must never underestimate their capacity. Expand your investigation immediately. Ascertain the full scope and depth of this conspiracy. Report any concrete findings to me without delay. Understood, Your Excellency. Fouché confirmed. Just as he prepared to depart, a young girl stepped into his path. Ah! You must be Fouch, cried Napoleon's daughter Avellini, her voice sweetly stammering, her wide curious eyes fixed on the Minister of Police. Fouché was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected encounter. Smiling warmly, he knelt down to meet her gaze. A gesture both gentle and deliberate. Though he had seen Avellini often near the palace grounds, they had never spoken directly before. Indeed. I am Joseph Fouché, Minister of Police, he replied, crouching low, so his eyes met hers levelly. Fouché studied Avellini. Her dress, adorned with delicate lace and satin ribbons, framed her angelic face. Her glossy black hair was tied with silk into an elegant chignon that enhanced her innocence and charm. So, Monsieur Fouché, what brings you to Papa's office? Avellini asked, her tone pure and unguarded. Gazing into her guileless eyes, Fouché felt a complex surge of emotion. Had the royalists carried out their vile plot, this child? He dared not even imagine what might have followed. I came to discuss matters of great importance with your father, Fouché answered, gently choosing his words with care. Avellini tilted her head, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Important matters? What kind? Fouché offered a faint, knowing smile. Oh, affairs for grown-ups. Things that, to a little princess like you, might seem rather dull. Avellini giggled, covering her mouth with one small hand. Papa is always busy with serious things. Indeed, Fouché replied, as first consul of France your father bears weighty responsibilities. Seeing her satisfied expression, he breathed inwardly, relieved. "Oh, I nearly forgot. It's time I returned home." Fouché rose, tenderly stroking Avellini's hair. "It has been my sincere pleasure to meet you, Avellini." With that he departed, while Avellini dashed straight to her father. "Papa, look at my dress," she exclaimed, spinning joyfully to display its elegance. Napoleon watched her twirl, his eyes alight with paternal delight. "Ah, Avellini, you are utterly radiant, like a true princess." "Truly?" "Absolutely." Napoleon gazed at his daughter's glowing face, pride blooming across his features. "You are my little princess. No matter what you wear, you shine with grace and light." Avellini's cheeks flushed with happiness. She playfully stuck out her tongue. "Thank you, Papa. And are you looking forward to tonight's opera?" Napoleon asked. "Yes, Papa. I can't wait to hear music composed by Joseph Haydn." Avellini replied, brimming with excitement. "Ah, you know Joseph Haydn. How splendid, my dear." Avellini beamed with quiet pride at her father's praise. "Yes, Papa. I read about him in the book you gave me. He's a famous Austrian composer, right?" "You are entirely correct, Avellini," Napoleon confirmed. "But what exactly is an oratorio, Papa?" "Well, an oratorio is akin to a musical narrative or drama. Not performed on stage but sung by choirs and soloists, accompanied by an orchestra. Tonight we shall hear one of Haydn's most celebrated oratorios, The Creation, which recounts the Genesis story from Scripture." "How wonderful, Papa!" Avellini cried, her enthusiasm soaring. "I can hardly wait to hear such magnificent music." As they spoke with warmth and ease, Hilaire and François entered the office, both dressed formally in evening attire. "It seems everyone is ready for tonight's opera," Napoleon observed. "We certainly are, my love," Hilaire replied, her crimson gown lending her an air of refined elegance. "We depart in 30 minutes. Napoleon turned toward François, adding, "And you, my son?" He studied his son for a moment, noting his unusual silence. "François, my child," he began gently, "I sense your anticipation for the opera does not match ours. Is something troubling you?" François glanced at his father, calm yet thoughtful. "Well, father, I know nothing of opera, but perhaps I shall find it pleasing." Napoleon chuckled softly, understanding his son's hesitation. "There is no need to worry, my boy. You will surely enjoy it." 30 minutes later, outside the palace of Versailles, Napoleon and his family boarded a resplendent carriage. They were not alone. Generals Lens, Bessières, Murat, La Harpe, and Dumas accompanied them, as did Napoleon's sister Caroline, who arrived alongside Murat. A full procession formed, escorted by cavalry under Bessières' command, tasked with safeguarding the first consul, his family, and the generals alike. "Are we all ready?" Napoleon asked, glancing at François and Avellini. They nodded in unison. "Then, let us go." Napoleon and his family journeyed toward the Théâtre Français, where Joseph Haydn's oratorio would soon unfold. Inside the carriage, Napoleon and Hilaire occasionally glanced out the window, scanning the streets and alleyways they passed. François and Avellini exchanged puzzled glances. Their parents' behavior struck them as strangely incongruous. Unable to contain her curiosity, Avellini resolved to ask. "Papa." She broke the silence. "Yes, my darling." Napoleon turned to her, striving to maintain composure. "François and I noticed. You and Mama keep looking out the window. Is something wrong?" she asked, innocent and direct. Napoleon and Hilaire exchanged a glance heavy with shared concern. Though Fouché had neutralized the immediate threat, vigilance could never be relaxed. Napoleon sighed, summoning a reassuring smile for his children. "Nothing at all, my dears. We're simply observing the progress of recent construction along the route." He paused, searching for a plausible explanation, knowing full well that both Avellini and François were perceptive children, quick to discern half-truths. So he chose in part to speak honestly. "Mother and I glanced out the window to observe the progress of the construction project we were passing." Napoleon explained, "As national leaders, it is our duty to stay informed about the development and improvement of our beloved city. My dear, do you agree?" "Of course, my love," Hila replied, warmly, nodding in quiet assent to Napoleon's explanation. Averlin and Francis, hearing their parents' words, visibly relaxed. Napoleon placed a gentle hand upon Hila's back, stroking her soothingly to ease her rising tension. Hila knew, though Napoleon had already thwarted one assassination plot, that this day and hour still held peril. She believed other conspirators lurked unseen, poised to strike. Leaning her head against Napoleon's shoulder, Hila drew comfort from his touch. Her inner anxiety unmistakable, yet she understood that showing fear before the children would only deepen their own dread. Just as they thought they might finally breathe easy, the carriage jolted to an abrupt halt, startling everyone inside. The sudden stop made Napoleon and Hila lock eyes in shared alarm, their hearts pounding fiercely. Instinctively, Napoleon reached for the pistol at his waist, while Hila's hand flew to where her dagger should have been, only to find the spot empty. "What's happened, father?" Averlin asked. Napoleon's mind raced as he strained to hear beyond the carriage walls. muffled sounds, distant footsteps. But no clear cause for the stop. I'm not certain, my dear, Napoleon replied, steadying his voice with deliberate calm. Then opened the window and leaned out to survey the situation. In the distance, he spotted commotion along the street. His trained gaze swept the surroundings for threats, and settled upon Bessieres, commander of his elite consular guard, riding steadily toward the carriage. Relief softened his breath. Your Excellency, a minor incident has occurred on the road, Bessieres said, crisply saluting as he drew alongside the carriage, his tone cool and composed. Your Excellency, a minor incident has occurred on the road, Bessieres said, crisply saluting as he drew alongside the carriage, his tone cool and composed. Listening to Bessieres, Napoleon's pulse gradually steadied. What precisely occurred? He asked. A cart lies ahead, Your Excellency. The axle snapped. That caused the sudden stop. I've already ordered my men to clear it safely to the roadside, so we may proceed unimpeded. Napoleon nodded, acknowledging both the explanation and the commander's swift, disciplined response. Thank you, Bessieres. Then a memory surfaced. Sharp and chilling during the St. Nique Street conspiracy, assassins had positioned a cart laden with explosives at a strategic point along the route. This uncanny resemblance unsettled him deeply. Who owns the cart? Napoleon asked. A young girl, Your Excellency. His eyes widened. A girl. In that earlier plot, conspirators had bribed a child to place the cart precisely where the procession would pass. Are you absolutely certain she is merely a child, Bessieres? Worry edged Napoleon's voice. Bessieres nodded firmly. Yes, Your Excellency. She appears to be a street vendor, scarcely more than a child. The axle broke clearly by accident. It seems a tragic, ordinary mishap. Could you bring her here? Napoleon asked. Certainly, Your Excellency. Please wait a moment. Bessieres wheeled his horse and galloped back toward the girl and her cart. Moments later, Bessieres returned with the girl. Napoleon offered her a warm, reassuring smile. Even his unease coiled beneath his chest, projecting kindness and approachability. Hello, little one, he greeted gently. I understand your cart met with trouble. How are you faring? She nodded, her voice barely a whisper. Yes, Your Excellency. The axle broke, but I am unharmed. May I ask you a few questions? Napoleon inquired. She lifted her gaze to meet his, eyes wide with curiosity and a faint tremor of apprehension. Of course, Your Excellency, she murmured softly, clutching her apron tightly. Napoleon softened his tone, aiming to set her at ease before the accident. Did anyone approach you, or give you anything? No, Your Excellency. She shook her head, her innocence plain and unfeigned. I was simply minding my cart. Then suddenly the axle snapped and it stopped moving. Before your cart broke down, did you notice anyone suspicious nearby? Napoleon pressed, gently seeking further clues. She paused, brow faintly furrowed as she recalled the moments before. There were people passing by, she said, but none seemed unusual or threatening. Napoleon nodded, accepting her answer. And what is your name? Marion Pessel, Your Excellency, she replied. At that name, Napoleon's eyes flared once more. This was the very girl who in the earlier conspiracy had been paid by the plotters. Yet seeing her speak with such unguarded honesty, that no one had approached her, he felt a quiet, profound relief. I sell small loaves, Your Excellency, Marion whispered. My family owns a modest bakery nearby. I help sell bread on the street. Your Excellency, the carriage has been moved. We may continue our journey. Bessieres interjected. Napoleon nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Bessieres. I apologize for the inconvenience, Your Excellency. Mariana lowered her head in apology. There is no need to apologize. Napoleon offered a warm smile to put Mariana at ease. Accidents happen from time to time. This is not your fault. I am simply relieved to know you are unharmed, do you understand? Since it is Christmas Eve, let me purchase all your remaining bread, and give you some money to repair your cart. Mariana's eyes widened in astonishment. Your Excellency, would you really do that? Napoleon drew out 1,000 francs and handed them to Mariana, who could hardly believe her eyes. Her hands trembled as she accepted the generous sum, overwhelmed by both shock and profound gratitude. Your Excellency, this is far too much. Mariana stammered. Indeed, it is excessive. 1,000 francs today would be equivalent to $4,500. Take it for your family, Napoleon said. Thank you, Your Excellency. Mariana bowed her head once more in gratitude. Napoleon closed the carriage window and settled back into his seat as the carriage resumed its journey. He breathed a sigh of relief. This had been merely an accident, not a sinister conspiracy. He glanced at Hilla, who shared his sense of relief. My little ones, there is nothing to fear, Napoleon told Avellini and Francis. This was only an accident. 30 minutes later, Napoleon's carriage train finally arrived at the Comédie Française. The streets were thronged with exhilarated onlookers who cheered and waved their hands, joyfully welcoming the first consul of France as he stepped down from his carriage. Hilla accompanied him at his side, while their children Francis and Avellini followed closely behind. The crowd's cheers grew even louder at the sight of the beloved leader with his family. Alongside Napoleon, several distinguished generals who had fought beside him in Italy and Egypt also descended from their carriages to accompany the first consul at this grand occasion. Francis and Avellini regarded their father with deep reverence, having witnessed such grand receptions on numerous previous occasions, particularly after his triumphant returns from the campaigns in Egypt and Italy. "Father is so remarkable," Avellini whispered, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Indeed he is." Francis nodded in agreement. After acknowledging the enthusiastic crowd, Napoleon and his family turned and ascended the red carpet with several generals following closely behind. They entered the Comédie Française, a theater of renowned prestige, where hundreds of high society attendees waited eagerly to witness Joseph Haydn's oratorio. They were escorted to a private box, spacious and luxuriously decorated, offering an unobstructed view of the entire stage. From the box, Napoleon observed the musicians making their way onto the stage to take their positions, tuning their instruments and preparing for the grand performance of Joseph Haydn's oratorio. "Wow, so this is what a theater looks like," Avellini exclaimed softly, gazing upward at the ceiling frescoes and magnificent decorations adorning the box. Napoleon and Hilla watched their daughter's astonished expression with amused smiles, and even Napoleon himself was struck with wonder, for this was his first time ever attending a theater performance and his first opportunity to appreciate an orchestra. A few minutes later, a theater attendant entered their box. "Distinguished sir and madam, here is the program for tonight's oratorio." The attendant bowed respectfully and handed a finely bound program booklet to Napoleon and Hilla. "Thank you," Napoleon replied warmly, accepting the booklet and quickly scanning the sequence of pieces and the performers' names. Hilla took the program booklet and began reading with keen interest. "It appears to be quite an impressive lineup," she remarked, while perusing the oratorio details in the booklet. "Really?" Napoleon also flipped through the booklet, though he had no idea what he was reading, pretending to be thoroughly familiar with it. However, Hilla easily saw through his attempt to save face and smiled, giving him a teasing nod. "Come now, Napoleon," Hilla said playfully. "You need not pretend to be an expert on music. There is nothing wrong with admitting that all of this is new to you." Napoleon laughed after being caught. "You got me," he admitted with a smile. "I do know what an oratorio means, but as you know, I have never had the opportunity to truly experience one before. So do I?" Hilla replied with a laugh, teasing her husband playfully. Then she looked up at the theater attendant and asked, "How long will this performance last?" The theater attendant replied with a polite smile, "This oratorio is expected to last approximately 1 hour and 45 minutes, Madame Bonaparte." "Thank you." Hilla nodded in thanks, then turned to Napoleon. 1 hour and 45 minutes. Napoleon repeated. "So we are to sit here for that long listening to music?" Hilla simply nodded. Napoleon muttered to himself, so this is how the upper class in history passed their time. They could listen to music for such a long time. Well, since this was their first time experiencing it, he might as well try to enjoy it. As the theater lights dimmed, gradually signaling the imminent commencement of the performance, the audience settled into their seats with eager anticipation. Napoleon and Hilla's gazes followed the figure ascending the stage. It was Joseph Haydn. Averill recognized the composer and murmured in quiet astonishment. A spotlight centered upon Haydn and the hall erupted into a courteous, reverent applause, honoring the esteemed maestro whose name resonated with unparalleled prestige across the musical world and whose works were universally acclaimed. Haydn stepped onto the conductor's podium, raised his baton, and prepared to lead the orchestra and chorus into the evening's performance. He cast a gentle glance over the audience, his eyes ultimately settling upon the imperial box where Napoleon's family sat. He offered a subtle, respectful nod, and Napoleon returned it with solemn deference. The oratorio opened with a vivid overture establishing its profound tonal architecture. From the very first note, the music flowed with exquisite grace, instantly captivating every listener. As the orchestra played, Haydn's conducting gestures were both elegant and precise, masterfully guiding ensemble and chorus alike. Throughout the entire oratorio, Napoleon remained utterly immersed in the music. Its emotional depth and intricate complexity astonished him. The score conveyed a vast spectrum of feeling, from the primordial dawn of creation to nature's sublime wonders and the soaring heights of the human spirit. As the oratorio unfolded, the music seemed to transport Napoleon into another realm, allowing him to perceive the narrative's progression not through sight, but through the sheer power of sound. In the first part, the representation of chaos, the orchestra evoked the formless void preceding creation, through dissonant harmonies and taut, restless rhythms. Napoleon could almost envision that boundless chaos and darkness, the swirling abyss poised on the threshold of creation, as the melodies intertwined and collided. Then the chorus entered, triumphantly singing, "And God said, let there be light." At that moment Napoleon was struck with awe. The music swelled toward its zenith as if illuminating the entire theater, symbolizing the birth of light and life itself. In that instant he felt as though witnessing the grand act of creation unfold before his very eyes. Throughout the performance soloists alternated in narrating and singing distinct passages from the biblical narrative. They rendered with vivid immediacy the beauty of the earth, the majesty of the stars, and the wondrous emergence of living beings. Their voices reverberated through the hall, profound, stirring, unforgettable. When the oratorio reached the creation of Adam and Eve, the melody softened, tender, intimate, imbued with deep affection. The duet between the soloists portraying Adam and Eve overflowed with emotion, eloquently reflecting the divine gift of love and companionship bestowed upon humanity. In the final movement, the heavens are filled with joy. The full ensemble joined in resounding choral praise, expressing gratitude and exultation for the miracle of creation. The music surged with majestic power, cresting wave upon wave. Napoleon could feel palpable joy permeating the air, as performers channeled pure delight in life and radiant celebration of the world's splendor. When the final note echoed through the theater, the audience rose as one thunderous applause, shaking the very walls. Napoleon clapped fervently, his heart swelling with profound emotion. Such was the power of this performance that he now fully understood why the aristocracy and intelligentsia held art and music in such veneration. The ovation lingered long after the last chord faded. Standing atop the podium, Joseph Haydn bowed humbly in gratitude for the audience's acclaim. "Exquisite! Magnificent!" Averill exclaimed. Francis too could not resist joining the applause. 10 minutes later, Joseph Haydn arrived at Napoleon's private box. Napoleon, Hila, and their children rose from their seats to greet the revered composer. Joy shimmered in Haydn's eyes. Meeting the first consul and his family filled him with deep honor and profound gratitude, both for their distinguished presence and for the overwhelming warmth of the audience's response. "Maestro Haydn, your oratorio is truly extraordinary," Napoleon said, extending his hand. "This has been a deeply moving experience. I confess I have never encountered music like this before." Haydn clasped Napoleon's hand warmly, his face radiant with sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Your Excellency, the First Consul," he replied. "Your generous praise humbles me deeply, and knowing my music has touched you brings me immense joy." Hila and the children likewise expressed their admiration, praising Haydn's masterful composition. The composer accepted their praise with gracious humility, thanking the family for their heartfelt appreciation. "Your Excellency, the First Consul, it is my highest honor that you and your family graced this evening with your presence." Haydn continued, "May your household enjoy a peaceful and blessed Christmas Eve." "And may it be so for you as well," Napoleon replied. Then Haydn withdrew, granting the family a moment of quiet intimacy. "I must admit," Napoleon said with a smile to his family, "I expected to grow weary halfway through, but quite the opposite occurred. This Christmas Eve has been truly exceptional." Hila nodded in agreement. "Shall we return home now?" "Ah, let us linger a while longer." One day later, in the opulent hall of the Palace of Versailles, stood before First Consul Napoleon's desk, watching as the leader firmly signed a new bill. The bill reinstated the Gregorian calendar as the official standard of the French Republic, effectively replacing the chaotic revolutionary calendar adopted 7 years earlier. "Your Excellency, I must say this bill has provoked considerable controversy," Size remarked respectfully, though his tone carried a subtle undercurrent of concern. "Some believe your proposal signals opposition to the revolution's core principles." "Is that so?" Napoleon mused, leaning back pensively in his chair. "Rest assured, I remain steadfast in my commitment to the revolution's principles. Yet this revolutionary calendar perplexes me. Its architects seem determined to erase every trace of tradition and culture from our lives. Indeed, it reveals just how deeply people once loathed the old order," Size observed. "Precisely so," Napoleon replied, a thoughtful glint flickering in his eyes. "The past was turbulent, the people's fervent desire to cast off the ancien regime is undeniable. Yet, as our nation matures and advances, we shall recognize that certain changes were born not of reason, but of zeal." He paused, then lifted the freshly signed document from his desk and extended it toward Size. "I am convinced that restoring the Gregorian calendar will bestow upon our nation the stability and continuity it requires." "Merry Christmas, Size," Napoleon added. Size nodded as he accepted the parchment. Yet a fleeting look of surprise crossed his face at the First Consul's warm and unexpected greeting. "Merry Christmas, Your Excellency," Size replied, his expression softening. With that, he turned and departed the office, leaving Napoleon alone. Napoleon picked up another file and resumed his work. This one a report on the Eastern Army's expedition. He opened it and read attentively. According to the report, General Kleber had conquered Oman and Yemen in a 7-week campaign, bringing virtually the entire Arabian Peninsula under French control. Securing the Arabian Peninsula had long been one of Napoleon's ambitions. Its territories held half the world's oil reserves, and dominion over this region meant command over the very pulse of the modern world. Faced with the immense wealth and power such control would confer upon France, Napoleon struggled to contain his exhilaration, though first the oil itself had to be extracted. He continued reading General Kleber requested guidance, whether to press onward toward India to expel British influence entirely, or instead consolidate existing gains. Napoleon reflected for a moment. Though expelling the British from India remained his ultimate objective, he could not overlook the extraordinary magnitude of having conquered the entire Arabian Peninsula. Yet he knew full well his forces were stretched thin. Though the conquest had been swift and decisive, the Eastern Army had suffered losses, and now required time to recuperate, fortify its positions, and await reinforcements. Moreover, Britain had already dispatched a naval squadron to the region to counter any potential French incursion into India. Thus Napoleon resolved to instruct General Kleber to hold his position, awaiting formal peace with Austria. Once the treaty was ratified, Napoleon could dispatch 50,000 troops fully equipped with conventional arms to the Arabian Peninsula. Having finished the report, Napoleon set it aside and reached for another, the dossier concerning Saint-Domingue, France's overseas colony in the Caribbean. The Haitian Revolution, Napoleon murmured softly. He opened the dossier, which detailed the revolutionary struggle unfolding in the French colony of Saint-Domingue. A movement ignited in 1789 when the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity from the French Revolution kindled the enslaved population's yearning for freedom. As enslaved Africans and their Afro-Caribbean descendants rose up against their oppressors, the colony descended into fierce and bloody conflict. Revolutionaries led by Toussaint Louverture, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, and André Rigaud waged relentless struggle for liberation, to dismantle the brutal institution of slavery that had shackled their people for generations. French authorities initially attempted suppression, but the Haitian people's revolutionary ardor and unyielding resolve proved formidable. As hostilities intensified, the island's situation grew increasingly complex, with multiple powers, including French colonial administrators, the British and the Spanish, vying for control of this rich sugar-producing colony. Yet Toussaint Louverture emerged victorious, not only on the battlefield but in governance. According to the report, he negotiated an agreement with Britain ending its naval blockade and securing the withdrawal of British forces from Saint-Domingue, on condition that the revolution would not spread to Barbados. He also engaged in diplomatic talks with the United States to guarantee non-interference in trade. Nevertheless, despite sharing the common goal of abolishing slavery, the Haitian Revolution faced profound internal challenges. Within Saint-Domingue, factional strife erupted, akin to civil war, between two influential leaders, André Rigaud and Toussaint Louverture, locked in what came to be known as the War of Knives. As the revolution progressed, ideological and strategic divergences between the two leaders escalated into open hostility. André Rigaud, a free man of color, and Toussaint Louverture, a former slave, had once fought side by side against French colonial rule, both devoted to securing freedom for their people. Yet their visions for Saint-Domingue's future fractured their alliance, cleaving the revolutionary movement along deep ideological lines. Rigaud's faction advocated a more moderate path, building a society that included both free people of color and white plantation owners pursuing rights and equality within the existing social framework, and maintaining a degree of cooperation with French authorities. Toussaint Louverture's approach, by contrast, was far more radical and resolute. He envisioned a Haiti wholly liberated from European colonial domination, a land where former slaves would assume positions of authority and leadership. His aim was to forge a society rooted in African traditions and cultural identity, unshackled from both slavery and colonial subjugation. In the end, Toussaint prevailed, and Rigaud was compelled to depart for France, his precise destination unknown, perhaps en route even now. In actual history, Napoleon would attempt to reclaim Saint-Domingue from Toussaint Louverture, dispatching an expeditionary force, only to see it utterly decimated by yellow fever. Napoleon leaned back in his chair, gazing upward at the ceiling, pondering what course of action befitted the first consul of France. He hoped to reassert control over Saint-Domingue peacefully. Though the Constitution of the year 12 made no mention of abolishing slavery, he recognized that France's future economy would rely not on enslaved labor, but on machinery. "I believe I should consult Talleyrand on this matter first." Napoleon instructed Beaumont to send a telegram to the foreign minister summoning Talleyrand to the Palace of Versailles. Talleyrand, having received the order, hurried to the Palace of Versailles. While waiting for Talleyrand's arrival, Napoleon turned his attention to other pressing matters, particularly France's industrialization. Nearly 15 years prior, under Napoleon's leadership, the introduction of steam engines and large-scale steel production had propelled France's heavy industry forward significantly. However, pre-revolutionary France's economy was in utter disarray beyond redemption. After the revolution, the lack of a stable political system hindered the development of heavy industry. Due to sluggish demand, numerous companies were forced to close their doors, while the substantial capital required to establish new enterprises and the bleak prospects deterred the wealthy from investing. Nevertheless, since becoming first consul, Napoleon had implemented a series of economic reforms that helped stabilize the economy. Consequently, an increasing number of investors began to emerge, showing keen interest in heavy industry and fostering France's economic growth. Stable financial institutions, favorable tax policies, and a sound legal framework further encouraged domestic investment. However, the problem with industrialization was that it also brought health and environmental hazards. At that time, there was no central regulatory body to oversee and monitor these industries, to ensure they complied with safety standards and environmental regulations. Napoleon keenly understood the potential dangers posed by the rapid development of industrialization. He did not wish to see Paris or any part of France shrouded in smoke, a sight he had witnessed with his own eyes in the industrial cities of the real world. In light of this, Napoleon recognized the urgent need to establish a central regulatory authority to address the health and environmental problems caused by industrial activities. He believed that responsible industrialization could coexist with a clean and healthy environment. Establishing such a regulatory body would ensure that industries adhered to strict safety protocols and environmental standards, thereby mitigating the negative impacts of unchecked expansion. To achieve this goal, Napoleon considered establishing a dedicated department within the government responsible for supervising industrial practices. He envisioned dispatching inspectors to conduct regular visits to factories and mills to ensure compliance with safety guidelines. Additionally, he contemplated implementing stringent emission controls to reduce air pollution and promote cleaner production. For this purpose, he needed to introduce new technologies, such as electrostatic precipitators, to filter harmful particles and pollutants from factory emissions. These devices would be installed in industrial chimneys to capture harmful particles, preventing them from dispersing into the air and endangering both the environment and public health. To properly handle chemical waste, Napoleon devised a comprehensive waste management plan. Under his proposed plan, industrial facilities would be required to use innovative and safe methods to dispose of chemical waste, such as establishing chemical waste treatment plants. These on-site treatment facilities would employ advanced chemical processes to neutralize and purify harmful substances before releasing the treated waste into the environment, ensuring minimal impact on the surrounding ecosystem. Furthermore, heavy industry would need to be relocated to areas far from population centers, but close to raw material sources. Taking this into consideration, Napoleon envisioned establishing industrial zones strategically across the nation. These designated industrial areas would provide a controlled environment for heavy industry operations, ensuring they posed no risk to densely populated regions. By concentrating heavy industrial activities in specific zones, Napoleon aimed to minimize the potential dangers faced by communities while promoting economic growth in targeted areas. These industrial zones would be meticulously planned, featuring necessary infrastructure, transportation networks, and support services to facilitate efficient production and distribution. Additionally, Napoleon considered offering incentives to encourage industries to adopt cleaner technologies and sustainable practices. He believed that providing tax benefits and subsidies to companies embracing environmentally friendly methods would further motivate them to reduce their ecological footprint. Moreover, to support the growing demand for skilled workers in the industrial sector, Napoleon planned to establish vocational training programs. These programs would equip individuals with the expertise needed to work across various industrial fields, fostering the development of a skilled workforce and driving technological progress while ensuring safe and responsible practices. To fund these ambitious plans, Napoleon considered allocating a portion of the national budget specifically for environmental protection and industrial regulation. This funding would be used to develop eco-friendly technologies, conduct environmental impact assessments, and enhance the capabilities of regulatory bodies responsible for overseeing industrial compliance. This funding would be used to develop eco-friendly technologies, conduct environmental impact assessments, and enhance the capabilities of regulatory bodies responsible for overseeing industrial compliance. Finally, Napoleon would establish a new Ministry of Industrialization and Environmental Protection. This ministry would oversee all aspects of industrial development, ensuring compliance with stringent environmental standards and safety protocols. The minister in charge would be a competent and experienced individual well-versed in both industrial practices and environmental science. Additionally, he planned to establish a Ministry of Public Health, specifically responsible for safeguarding the health of French citizens, coordinating disease prevention efforts, promoting environmental hygiene, and improving overall medical services. Napoleon was fully engrossed in drafting a blueprint for France's bright future. As his pen danced across the paper, the plans for the Ministry of Industrialization and Environmental Protection and the Ministry of Public Health began to take shape. Time slipped away as Napoleon immersed himself in the minutiae of his plan, failing to notice Beaumont entering his office to announce the arrival of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. "Your Excellency," Talleyrand called out. Napoleon lifted his gaze, emerging from deep absorption in his blueprints. "Ah, Talleyrand, I did not see you enter," Napoleon said. "You must be utterly absorbed in your work, Your Excellency." Talleyrand observed his eyes lingering on the documents strewn across Napoleon's desk. "One might say so." Napoleon smiled faintly, setting aside his pen and papers, then gestured for Talleyrand to sit. an unspoken signal that their discussion would be of grave importance. Talleyrand settled into the chair, his expression expectant. First Consul, what matter commands such singular focus? I cannot yet reveal it, for it remains unfinished. Napoleon replied, I summoned you to seek your counsel. Tell me, do you know our overseas colony of Saint-Domingue? Ah, the sugar colony, Talleyrand remarked, tone knowing. Talleyrand spoke with quiet authority. I am intimately acquainted with its affairs. At present it is governed by a black leader named Toussaint Louverture, a general of exceptional acumen and a statesman of rare discernment. I hear he seeks independence from our nation. Precisely, Napoleon replied, a spark of satisfaction in his voice. Indeed, I am contemplating reasserting our sovereign authority over the colony. Your Excellency, do you intend to restore Saint-Domingue to its pre-revolutionary condition? Napoleon shook his head. No, for we are a progressive nation engaged in sweeping reform. One such reform is the abolition of slavery. Thus I aim to institute in Saint-Domingue the same system we uphold in our colonies across Africa and the Levant. The sugar production of Saint-Domingue is indispensable to us. We cannot afford to lose it. I understand. Talleyrand nodded in agreement. Your Excellency, there are two principal paths to re-establish control: diplomacy or military force. Explain, Napoleon urged. Talleyrand began methodically. First, diplomacy. We may open negotiations with Toussaint Louverture and the colony's leadership. We must make our intentions unequivocal, not to reinstate past oppression, but to forge a new future grounded in equality and liberty. We could offer them a form of internal autonomy within the French Republic, granting colonial representatives genuine authority over local affairs, while preserving their status as integral members of the French nation. Yet might this provoke conservative factions? They recoil at the notion of black men standing as equals beside whites. Napoleon voiced his concern. That rests with you, Your Excellency. Do you believe black and white men are equal? Should they possess identical rights? Napoleon fell silent, weighing his answer carefully. His modern sensibilities affirmed human equality, but in this age black people were widely regarded as inferior beings fit only for subjugation. Many denied them personhood altogether, treating them as livestock. For Napoleon the question was not morally complex, but politically fraught. I believe every individual, regardless of race, is inherently equal, yet I doubt all whites will embrace that conviction. Still, the National Assembly declared colonial slavery illegal 6 years ago. So yes, but what if the people of Saint-Domingue still demand full independence, even after our pledge to safeguard their rights and self-governance within the French Republic? Talleyrand continued outlining the alternative. Then there remains the military option, though I suspect they will reject our terms outright. Another consideration: formal recognition would inflame both the United States and Britain, where slavery remains legal and entrenched. I care little for their reactions, Napoleon replied dismissively. Talleyrand, I want you to draft a letter to Toussaint Louverture. I wish to speak with him directly. Understood, Your Excellency. Yet I must ask, why this urgent desire for Saint-Domingue? After years of conflict, its economy lies in ruins, fields scorched, crops destroyed, profitless by all accounts. They will recover, Talleyrand, Napoleon stated simply. Moreover, my ambition extends beyond economics. I seek to expand our territorial dominion across the Americas. He rose and strode to the globe upon his desk. I mean to reclaim the North American territories we lost. New France. And Saint-Domingue, I believe, is the first vital step toward that goal. Your Excellency, this vision. Talleyrand began, voice hesitant. Yet before he could voice his misgivings about Napoleon's colonial ambitions in North America, the office door swung open and Napoleon's wife Josephine entered. Ah, Talleyrand. Josephine greeted, tilting her head with gentle curiosity. Madame Bonaparte. Talleyrand bowed respectfully. His eyes met Napoleon's fleetingly, then returned composed to Josephine. As Josephine looked upon her husband, a flicker of disappointment crossed her gaze. Darling, you promised yesterday we'd spend Christmas together. And no work today. Napoleon's expression softened. He rose from his desk and walked over to greet his wife. Of course, my dear. Napoleon seized the opportunity to interject. Talleyrand had some urgent matters to discuss, but I assure you everything has been resolved. He glanced at Talleyrand, emphasizing that their conversation must remain confidential. Talleyrand, ever the shrewd diplomat, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Madame Bonaparte, your husband, and I have settled the urgent affairs. Now he may devote himself entirely to spending the remainder of your time together. Sheila's disappointed expression gradually softened, a faint smile gracing her lips. Very well, I shall bear this in mind, my dear. Let us speak of work no more today. Napoleon dramatically pressed his hand to his chest, feigning solemnity. I give you my word that on Christmas Day we shall speak of work no more. Splendid, my dear. I trust your promise. Sheila's eyes twinkled mischievously. Now shall we go fetch the children and enjoy some hot cocoa by the fireplace together? That sounds delightful. Let us proceed as you suggest, but first. Napoleon chuckled softly, then turned to Talleyrand. Talleyrand, you may take your leave now. Talleyrand understood his dismissal and offered Napoleon a final bow, while sharing a warm smile with Sheila. Of course, Your Excellency, Madame Bonaparte. I wish you both a joyful and blessed Christmas. With those words, Talleyrand gracefully exited the room, leaving the couple to their family time. As Talleyrand walked through the corridors of the Palace of Versailles, he could not help but reflect on their discussion. Napoleon's ambition to expand French colonies into North America could very well bring devastating consequences. Of course, for a military leader such as Napoleon, given his extraordinary achievements, such ambition is only natural. However, he may not have fully grasped the potential consequences of establishing a vast colonial empire. The indigenous inhabitants might rise in rebellion, forcing France to devote substantial resources to suppression, while neighboring powers would seize the opportunity to strike back, while France is preoccupied with these uprisings. Furthermore, a vast empire demands extensive administrative machinery and military forces, which would strain the national treasury and leave resources stretched to their limits. Talleyrand pondered this, desiring to consolidate Napoleon's regime, so that he might permanently retain his present position. After Talleyrand departed, Napoleon and Sheila summoned Francis and Avellini to share a wonderful family moment. They entered the cozy living room adorned with festive decorations, where the crackling fireplace added warmth, and they settled into comfortable armchairs. Sheila handed everyone a cup of hot cocoa topped with fluffy marshmallows. Come now, my darlings, enjoy your cocoa, she said with a gentle smile. Thank you, mother, Francis replied. Avellini nodded and took a delicate sip, savoring the sweet flavor. This is delicious. Now, since it is Christmas, we have prepared some gifts for you both, Sheila said, gesturing for Napoleon to bring out the presents for the children. Napoleon smiled and reached for a small velvet box, handing it to Avellini. Avellini eagerly unwrapped it to reveal a beautiful necklace adorned with an exquisite pendant. She held it excitedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Oh, father, it is so beautiful. Thank you so much, Avellini exclaimed. I shall treasure it dearly. You are welcome, my dear. I am glad you like it, Napoleon replied warmly, a smile gracing his face. Francis watched his father with eager anticipation, unable to wait to see what he had received. Napoleon chuckled and drew a delicately crafted pocket watch from his pocket. This is for you, my son, Napoleon said, handing the pocket watch to Francis. Francis examined the watch closely, his fingers gently tracing the exquisite engravings upon it. Do you like it? Sheila asked affectionately, her face lit with a gentle smile. Francis looked up at his parents and said sincerely, I love it, father. Thank you, mother. Napoleon affectionately ruffled his son's hair. You are welcome. Now, my dears, it seems you both have gifts to give your father. Seeing the excitement on the children's faces, Sheila also wore a tender smile. As she spoke, she pointed to two beautifully wrapped presents beneath the Christmas tree. Francis and Avellini exchanged glances and grinned mischievously. Francis grabbed one of the gifts and handed it to Napoleon. This is for you, father, Francis said. Napoleon smiled as he accepted the gift. Thank you, Francis. Let us see what this is. He carefully unwrapped the package to reveal a telescope. It is a telescope. I chose it as a gift because I read in a book that generals often use telescopes on the battlefield. Napoleon examined the telescope carefully, his eyes brimming with warmth. Wow, Francis, this is truly a magnificent gift. You are quite right. Generals frequently employ telescopes on the battlefield to observe enemy movements and formulate strategy. This will prove invaluable to my future campaigns. Unable to contain her excitement, Avellini handed Napoleon the second gift. This one is for you, Papa. Napoleon carefully unwrapped the present, revealing a finely crafted leather-bound journal. A flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. Why would Avellini gift him a diary? Before he could voice his question, she spoke. Papa, just as the telescope is meant for a general, this journal is for a leader like you, Avellini explained with innocent enthusiasm. I overheard Mama and you discussing how busy you are governing the nation and making important decisions. So I thought this journal could help you record all your thoughts and plans. Perhaps you could write them down and your work would become much easier. Napoleon gazed at the journal, deeply moved by Avellini's thoughtful gesture and her well-reasoned justification. He gently stroked the supple leather cover, admiring the exquisite craftsmanship. Though he already possessed a journal for recording his thoughts and plans, he was more than willing to replace it with this special gift from his daughter. Thank you, my dear, Napoleon said softly. Now have you prepared a gift for your mother? Yes, Papa. We already gave Mama her gift earlier, Avellini replied. Napoleon glanced at Hilare, who nodded in agreement. Oh, my dear, are you busy tomorrow? Hilare asked. The first consul has been occupied with state affairs, but for you I can make time. What is it? Napoleon inquired. Because I was hoping to take the children to the French industrial exhibition. Ah, Does it begin tomorrow? Yes, Hilary confirmed. Very well, then we shall go. December 26th, 1800. In the Place du Carrousel before the Louvre, Napoleon and his family arrived at the French Industrial Exhibition. The event was designed to showcase France's newest industrial inventions and innovations. As they stepped into the bustling square, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement and curiosity. Stalls and pavilions surrounded them, each proudly displaying the latest achievements of French ingenuity and craftsmanship. Accompanied by his wife Hilary and children Francis and Avellini, Napoleon showed keen interest in the exhibits. At one stall, they witnessed a demonstration of a newly developed mechanical reaper, an invention poised to revolutionize agriculture by dramatically improving the harvesting process. The machine's sharp blades sliced through crop stalks with remarkable efficiency as it advanced, neatly gathering the harvested grain. Napoleon and his family watched with fascination as the ingenious machine operated, realizing it could accomplish in moments what had previously required hours of manual labor. Not far away, a crowd of onlookers gathered, their curiosity piqued even to the point of surprising Napoleon himself. Could this be what I'm thinking? He asked. Hilary nodded, sharing her husband's expression. I believe it is. Together they made their way toward the stall, flanked by the elite consular guard. The onlooking crowd immediately parted to let the first consul pass. The people were awestruck by Napoleon's presence, murmuring among themselves in hushed tones. They could scarcely believe their luck to witness him in person at the exhibition. At the stall that had caught their attention, they discovered a remarkable invention that truly stood out. A steam tractor. Steam billowed from its chimney as it emitted a low rumble, its massive wheeled frame effortlessly plowing through fields and poised to transform agricultural practices. Napoleon had contemplated introducing steam tractors, yet he was astonished that someone had already pioneered such an invention in this era. Who is the inventor of this machine? Napoleon asked the stall attendant, who was equally stunned by Napoleon's presence and the excited crowd witnessing the first consul. Ah, it is Pierre Renoir, Your Excellency, the booth attendant replied. Pierre Renoir. Napoleon repeated. The name sounded faintly familiar, but before he could dwell on it, the inventor himself appeared. Oh, Your Excellency, it is an honor that you could come here, Pierre Renoir said, approaching Napoleon and his family with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Napoleon smiled warmly and extended his hand to shake Pierre's. The pleasure is mine, Monsieur Renoir. I must say your invention has piqued my interest. What is it used for? Sir, its operating principle is fundamentally akin to that of a steam locomotive. Yet this tractor is not designed to transport people, but rather to revolutionize agriculture entirely. Pierre Renoir explained with infectious enthusiasm. Powered by a robust steam engine, it effortlessly hauls heavy plows across fields and cleanly slices through crop stubble during tilling, preparing the soil perfectly for sowing. This means farmers can cultivate vast tracts of land in a fraction of the time required by traditional methods, dramatically boosting productivity and crop yields. Where did you conceive this idea? Gila asked curiously. Madame Bonaparte, you may not know. I serve in your railway company, specializing in the maintenance of power equipment. Wait, truly? Gila murmured in quiet astonishment. Indeed, Madame Bonaparte, your reaction is perfectly understandable, as our power equipment division employs many personnel. Renaud smiled. So was it from there that you derived the inspiration to build this tractor? How ingenious, Gila remarked. I dare not claim such credit, Madame Bonaparte. When it comes to innovation, His Excellency Napoleon stands unparalleled. Do not be modest. Napoleon waved aside Pierre's humility. To transform ideas into reality demands both extraordinary intellect and masterful craftsmanship. And France indeed requires your invention to propel our agriculture into a new era. Thank you, Your Excellency. Renaud bowed respectfully. As he stepped away from the booth, Napoleon felt a quiet surge of deep satisfaction. This was the ideal scenario. His vision, the fusion of advanced technology and modern principles, had ignited the minds of this age, inspiring them to conceive innovations that would otherwise emerge only 5 or 6 decades hence. Where shall we go next? Napoleon turned to Gila. Well, would you like to take the children to the telephone demonstration booth? Gila asked. What is a telephone? Avellini looked up at her father. We'll show you. Napoleon gently took Avellini's hand and led her toward the telephone exhibit. At the telephone booth, they encountered an unusual apparatus. A mechanical device fitted with wires, a receiver, and a transmitter. A knowledgeable attendant enthusiastically demonstrated its operation, explaining how speech spoken into the transmitter could be heard clearly by another person equipped with an identical device at the far end. Avellini's eyes widened in wonder. Father, do you mean we can speak with people far away? Just like this? Napoleon nodded, delighted by his daughter's curiosity. Yes, my dear. Would you like to try it with your brother? Avellini and François exchanged a glance. The prospect of personally testing a groundbreaking invention thrilled François, who eagerly nodded. I'll handle this, Gila said, then approached the attendant to explain the situation. Since it was their own company's exhibit, the staff and engineers readily accommodated her request, arranging a unique telephone experience for Avellini and Francois. They carefully seated the two children at separate telephones, each holding the receiver in one hand and the transmitter in the other. Gila smiled. "All right, Avellini. You may begin. Speak into the mouthpiece and let Francois hear your voice on the other end." Avellini drew a deep breath, her excitement palpable, and spoke into the transmitter. "Hello, brother. Can you hear me?" On the other end, Francois listened intently, and when his sister's voice emerged clearly from the receiver, his eyes lit up. "Yes, Avellini. I hear you perfectly." The children burst into delighted giggles, marveling at this wondrous form of communication, taking turns speaking back and forth in awe of the invention's magic. Napoleon slipped an arm around Gila's shoulders. She rested her head gently upon his. Together they watched their children revel in the joy of the telephone. "You know, our children are extraordinarily fortunate," Napoleon observed. "What do you mean?" Gila asked. Napoleon explained. "Well, because they will witness even greater marvels of modern science, humanity's first powered flight, the automobile, steam, and oil-powered vessels. Is that not magnificent? We are building a brighter future for our children," Gila said. "Speaking of children, I think too simply isn't enough." Napoleon smiled. "You'd like more?" Gila gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with quiet joy. "If you don't mind." Napoleon replied, "I mean, we're still young. We could have several more, couldn't we?" "Very well," Gila answered simply. "Wait, you're serious?" "I am utterly serious," Gila confirmed. As they shared this tender moment, a figure approached. "Your Excellency." Napoleon and Gila turned, and instantly recognized the man before them, Antoine Lavoisier. "Your Excellency, Madame Bonaparte. It is a profound honor to encounter you and your radiant family at this exhibition." "The pleasure is ours, Monsieur Lavoisier," Gila replied, inclining her head with graceful respect. Napoleon and Gila noticed two figures standing behind Antoine. "Who are they?" "Ah, Your Excellency, Madame Bonaparte. These are naval engineer Jacques-Noël Senna and mathematician Jean-Charles de Borda, a member of the French Academy of Sciences. They have something remarkable they wish to demonstrate to you." Napoleon's gaze remained fixed upon the vessel moored before him. A fearsome leviathan that stood as a testament to French ingenuity, another unexpected marvel that filled him with astonishment. He had once believed himself to be the one introducing novel ideas to the nation, but in this moment he realized he had underestimated the capabilities of his fellow countrymen. The vessel's streamlined steel hull radiated power and modernity, a stark contrast to the wooden ships that had long dominated naval fleets. Its steam-powered paddle wheels represented a revolutionary advancement in propulsion technology, freeing the vessel from the winds that had once dictated the course of navigation. As he observed the steam-powered patrol vessel, a surge of pride swelled within Napoleon. The French had long been pioneers in the fields of science and engineering, and this invention once again affirmed their position at the forefront of technological progress. The visionary foresight and unwavering perseverance of individuals such as Jacques-Noël Senna and Jean-Charles de Borda had given birth to a vessel capable of reshaping the balance of maritime power, precisely what they desperately needed in their struggle against the dominance of the Royal Navy. "Your Excellency," called Antoine Lavoisier, waving his hand before Napoleon to capture his attention. Yet despite the interruption, Napoleon's gaze remained fixed upon the vessel. At last he withdrew his eyes and turned toward Antoine. "What is it, Monsieur Lavoisier?" Napoleon replied, his composure restored. "I must confess, Your Excellency, I was somewhat concerned, for you appeared to be utterly spellbound by the worship demonstrated by Monsieur Senna and Monsieur Borda." Antoine explained. "Who wouldn't be?" Napoleon, regaining his composure, replied with a smile. "This invention is a marvel. Should it succeed, it would represent a tremendous leap toward the future. Does it function properly at present?" Napoleon's gaze shifted toward the two inventors. "Yes, Your Excellency. Would you like to see it in operation?" Jacques responded eagerly. "I would be delighted," Napoleon said with a smile. With that, Jean led Napoleon aboard the steamship. As he set foot upon the vessel, a series of intricate mechanical devices came into view. The interior was adorned with pipes, gauges, and lever systems. The steam engine was housed in an orderly compartment beneath the deck, hissing and rumbling incessantly, revealing its formidable power even in a stationary state. "Now, how does this all work, gentlemen?" Napoleon turned toward Jacques, who had just been issuing commands to the crew below. "Your Excellency, the vessel is powered by a high-output steam engine that drives the paddle wheels on either side of the hull," Jacques explained. "The steam engine operates by converting the energy of pressurized steam into mechanical motion." He pointed to the massive boiler that generated the steam. The water within the boiler is heated to produce high-pressure steam, which is then channeled into the cylinders of the steam engine. There it expands and exerts force upon the pistons, thereby driving the crankshaft. The motion of the crankshaft is transmitted through a series of gears and shafts to the paddle wheels, which are fitted with paddles that rotate upon contact with the water. These rotating paddles propel the vessel forward or backward depending on the direction of rotation. Jacques continued by sharing the inspiration behind his steam-powered frigate, mentioning the French naval engineer Claude-François Dorothy Comte de Jouffroy, who had built France's first steamship as early as 1783. That early steamship employed a Newcomen steam engine, utilizing rotating hinged paddle blades reminiscent of a waterfowl's webbed feet for propulsion. Claude-François Dorothy. Napoleon repeated. He confirmed that Claude-François Dorothy indeed existed, and was regarded as the first inventor of the steamship. Is he still in Paris? Yes, Your Excellency, Jacques confirmed. A sense of relief washed over Napoleon, glad that the inventor of the steamship was still among the living. He would need the finest naval engineers to support his future plans for modernizing the navy. Then what role did Monsieur Borda play in the construction of this vessel? Napoleon asked, turning his gaze toward Borda. Your Excellency, my role in this endeavor was to ensure the structural integrity and stability of the steamship. I designed the shape of the paddle blades and the placement of the steel framework, Borda explained. Our objective was to achieve the highest possible efficiency, while ensuring the vessel's sturdiness to withstand the forces encountered at sea. I calculated the optimal dimensions for the paddle blades, taking into account factors such as water resistance, weight distribution, and power transmission. We desired the paddle blades to deliver maximum thrust with minimal resistance, thereby enhancing the vessel's speed and maneuverability. As for the steel, Napoleon raised his hand to interrupt Borda's explanation. I understand, Monsieur Borda. There is no need for a detailed exposition at this time. As you wish, Your Excellency, Borda replied with a bow. Now, Monsieur Sane, you may begin, Napoleon said. Yes, Your Excellency. Jacques responded, turning toward the crew on deck. He issued a series of commands, and the crew sprang into action, adjusting valves, checking gauges, and ensuring everything was ready for the demonstration. The powerful steam engine roared to life as pressure built steadily within the boiler. Thick plumes of steam erupted from the leak pipes, and the paddle wheels on either side of the vessel began to rotate, churning the seawater beneath them. The rhythmic turning of the paddle wheels propelled the ship forward. Gradually it glided smoothly across the tranquil waters of the harbor, its motion steady and utterly unaffected by wind direction. People strolling along nearby promenades and docks instinctively halted, gazing in astonishment at the steam-powered corvette, or onlookers pointed silently, whispering among themselves in animated speculation. Your Excellency, I believe we have made a profound impression upon the crowd. Jacques declared, his voice brimming with pride. Yes, I saw it too. Napoleon nodded in agreement. So I presume you two intend to adopt this design for our future warships? Indeed, Your Excellency. That is precisely our plan. Our future battleships, corvettes, and smaller vessels alike shall all be powered by steam, Senna affirmed with quiet conviction. Excellent. But allow me to raise a question from another angle. Napoleon's words instantly captured the engineer's full attention. I trust you have already contemplated the inherent limitations of paddle wheels. If deployed aboard ocean-going warships, particularly under severe weather conditions, one issue warrants serious consideration. Rolling waves may cause the vessel to list sharply. Lifting one paddle will clear of the water and leaving it spinning uselessly in air. In such cases, the paddles repeatedly breach and re-enter the surface, resulting in catastrophic waste of engine power. Your Excellency, your observation is astute, Senna murmured, stroking his chin as he pondered Napoleon's insight. Borda added, indeed, paddle wheels possess intrinsic constraints. We are well aware of the challenges they pose in rough seas. Yet beyond paddle wheels, we can conceive of no alternative means of propulsion. I disagree, Napoleon countered. Do you know Archimedes, the 3rd century BCE polymath? Both engineers nodded. Then you must be familiar with one of his inventions, the Archimedean screw, which when rotated efficiently lifts water upward, functioning as a pump. The engineers nodded again. Now imagine this: we orient the screw horizontally, mount it rigidly at the stern of the ship, and set it in motion. Napoleon gestured directly toward them. As the screw rotates, Newton's third law applies. Every action generates an equal and opposite reaction. Water exerts a reactive force against the screw's rotation, propelling the vessel forward with equal magnitude in the opposite direction. Unlike paddle wheel steamers, the propeller remains fully submerged at all times, eliminating any loss of motive power. Senna and Borda exchanged awestruck glances. A brilliant conception, Your Excellency, Senna exclaimed. But what would it look like? Is it truly just a spiral? Borda asked. Bring me pen and paper. I'll sketch it for you, Napoleon replied, his voice alight with excitement. A nearby crewman swiftly provided the materials, and Napoleon began drafting a schematic of the screw propulsor, a flat horizontal disc bearing several curved blades extending outward, resembling a modern propeller. The two engineers leaned in closely, studying each detail. He added, the screw will be mounted underwater at the ship's stern, its axis perpendicular to the waterline. Napoleon explained as he drew. The pitch and curvature of the blades have been meticulously engineered to generate helical motion as the screw rotates. The screw will connect to a shaft which in turn links, via gears or another transmission system, to the steam engine's crankshaft. Senna and Borda nodded in silent comprehension. Your Excellency, what do you call it? Borda asked. I name it the propeller. For it propels the vessel forward. Napoleon replied simply. Half an hour later a crowd gathered along the banks of the Seine, watching the steam vessel glide toward the dock. Its paddle wheels churning the water as onlookers observed its approach with rapt curiosity. Under escort by the elite consular guard, commanded by General Bessieres, the crowd parted, respectfully clearing a path for First Consul Bonaparte's wife Helene and their children. Upon reaching the riverbank, Helene and the children beheld the magnificent steam vessel slowly approaching the dock, where a familiar figure awaited them. It's Papa, Avril cried out, pointing excitedly at Napoleon descending from the steamship. Noticing his family waiting amidst the crowd, Napoleon's face lit up with uncontainable joy. He waved warmly, his smile radiant and unrestrained. As spectators witnessed the First Consul's commanding presence, applause swelled even more fervently. Following Napoleon ashore were Antoine Lavoisier and the two engineers, Senna and Borda. Once the steamship had berthed, Napoleon strode confidently toward his waiting family. Is this what the gentleman showed you? Helene murmured softly, glancing toward the three men behind Napoleon. A steam vessel. Precisely, I confess. I am profoundly astonished and deeply impressed by their creation, Napoleon said, turning back toward the engineers. We shall meet again very soon. Senna and Borda bowed their heads slightly, a gesture of humble gratitude for the First Consul's recognition. Mr. Lavoisier, Napoleon's gaze shifted to Antoine. Yes, Your Excellency, Antoine answered, promptly standing at attention. I would like you to come to my office tomorrow morning. I have an important matter to discuss with you, Napoleon ordered. Antoine nodded, recognizing the significance of this meeting. Of course, Your Excellency. I will be there first thing tomorrow morning. Napoleon smiled, pleased with Antoine's prompt response, then turned back to his family, who still radiated pride. Daddy, that's not fair. Why didn't you bring us along? Avellini pouted, her arms folded across her chest. Napoleon chuckled softly and knelt down to meet his daughter's eyes. Oh, my dear Avellini, this steamship is an experimental prototype with numerous dangers that require our caution. It is not yet safe for a child as young as you to board, he explained in a gentle tone. But I want to see it up close. Avellini protested, her disappointment evident. Do not worry, my little one. Once it is safe and all risks are addressed, I promise we will have a grand family adventure on the steamship, Napoleon assured her. Okay. Avellini nodded in compromise, trusting her father's promise, as her disappointment slowly faded. Napoleon rose to his feet and turned to the three gentlemen. You may go now. We will continue to enjoy the remaining exhibition. Napoleon then continued exploring the exhibition, visiting each booth showcasing ingenious inventions, some practical, others impractical. Yet he maintained an open and curious mind, eager to learn from the innovators and thinkers presenting their ideas. Each exhibit offered him an opportunity to discover new technologies that could advance France, and he engaged in lively discussions with the inventors, asking questions and offering encouragement. At 6 in the evening, as the sun began to set, a new spectacle unfolded before their eyes. The electric lamps along the streets illuminated the entire area, casting a soft glow over the bustling exhibition. The hanging light bulbs began to shine, replacing the fading daylight. As Napoleon observed these electric lamps, he couldn't help but think of another form of illumination that could add a touch of magic to the scene. Neon lights came to mind. The electric bulb, also known as the incandescent lamp, operates by passing current through a filament typically made of tungsten. The current heats the filament to high temperatures, producing visible light. In contrast, neon lights operate using inert gases such as neon argon or xenon. Within the glass tube filled with these gases, electrodes at each end create an electrical discharge. This discharge excites the gas atoms, causing them to emit photons and produce light. Each inert gas emits its own distinctive color. Neon produces a bright red glow, argon generates blue light, and xenon can emit a range of tones including white. The question was, where could these gases be obtained? Fortunately, Napoleon knew of several sources for acquiring and extracting inert gases. These three inert gases, neon, argon, and xenon, exist only in trace amounts in Earth's atmosphere, and extracting them requires specialized technology and equipment. For neon, the most common extraction method involves fractional distillation of liquid air. Since neon is lighter than oxygen and nitrogen, cooling the air to extremely low temperatures allows these gases to be separated, with neon collected as a byproduct. Argon is typically obtained as a byproduct of oxygen production. During the process of producing oxygen from liquid air, argon accumulates as a non-reactive gas, and can then be separated and collected. Xenon, however, presents a greater challenge due to its lower abundance in the atmosphere. The most common method involves fractional distillation of liquid air, similar to that used for neon, but obtaining significant quantities of xenon requires a more precise and extensive process. Napoleon turned his attention back to his wife's voice, snapping out of his reverie about inert gases. "What is it, my dear?" He replied warmly, "I just wanted to say that it's getting late and the children are tired. Perhaps it's time to go home." Sheila said to her husband with a smile. "You're right," Napoleon answered, glancing at the yawning children. Just as Napoleon was about to accept the idea of going home, the organizer of the exhibition approached. Your Excellency, what is it? We would like to invite you to address all the attendees of this exhibition. A brief speech, if you would. Is that acceptable?" Napoleon considered this for a moment, understanding the importance of addressing the attendees. This exhibition showcased France's progress and potential, and as first consul his words carried weight that could inspire the nation's most outstanding individuals toward innovation and collaboration. After a moment of contemplation, Napoleon nodded with pleasure. "Of course, I would be honored to address everyone. However, let me speak with my wife first." The event organizer was overjoyed. "My dear, did you hear that? I must give a speech. I'll keep it brief, so we can go home as soon as possible, all right?" Sheila nodded and Francis and Avellini followed suit. The event organizer then led Napoleon to the podium, where the person in charge clapped their hands to capture everyone's attention, signaling that the first consul was about to speak. The crowd gradually fell silent as all eyes turned toward the podium. Napoleon took a deep breath, collected his thoughts, and began to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that all the inventions displayed at this exhibition have left a profound impression on me. I am delighted to have the opportunity to witness the ingenuity and dedication of France's finest minds. As first consul, it is my duty to support and advance progress in all fields, and events like this remind me of the immense potential within our nation. Your creations, whether practical or still awaiting realization, carry the hope of a brighter future for France and its people. That will be all. I apologize for keeping my remarks brief, as the children over there are already growing drowsy." His speech drew laughter and applause from the attendees. Napoleon's ability to acknowledge the situation with humor and show consideration for the children won him further favor. He descended from the podium and made his way toward his family. "My dear, you need not have mentioned their drowsiness," Sheila said. Napoleon chuckled, looking at his wife. "That was the only way I could think of to wrap up my speech quickly. Now are you all ready to go home?" Sheila and the children all nodded. Napoleon sighed inwardly, knowing that tomorrow and the days ahead would be filled with matters of state. At least he was savoring these moments with them. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the Palace of Versailles. The daily routine of the Bonaparte family proceeded as usual. Sheila was overseeing the construction site of the France Future railway station in Paris, diligently fulfilling her duties, and ensuring everything was on track, so the project could be completed on schedule. Meanwhile, Aveline and Francis were preparing to welcome their tutor. They sat at the dining table, reviewing their lessons and preparing study materials. Aveline checked her textbooks and notebooks, making sure she had everything she needed for the day's studies. In another part of the palace, Napoleon was handling state affairs in his office. His desk was piled high with documents and reports from various departments and officials. He carefully reviewed each one, made decisions, signed orders, and attended to government business. Just as he was busy, Beaumont entered the office to inform him that the long-awaited guest had arrived. Mr. Antoine Lavoisier. Napoleon lifted his head from the desk, saw Lavoisier entering, and gestured for him to sit in the chair opposite the desk. It must be said that this was a rather spacious office. Lavoisier glanced around the room and then smiled. Napoleon chuckled lightly. The greater the responsibility, the larger the office. "Then, Your Excellency, I have come as you requested." Lavoisier nodded with a smile, sat down, and prepared to discuss matters at hand. First of all, Napoleon set aside his work and said, "Would you like something to drink? Jasmine tea or coffee?" "A coffee would be wonderful." Antoine accepted the offer with pleasure. "A cup of coffee keeps me focused and alert throughout the day." Napoleon nodded and called out to Beaumont. "Beaumont, please prepare a cup of coffee for Mr. Lavoisier, would you?" "Certainly, Your Excellency." Beaumont nodded quickly. "Would you like something to eat as well? How about a delicious cream apple roll? Mr. Lavoisier, would you care for some apple roll?" Napoleon turned to his guest and asked with a light smile. Antoine smiled politely, nodded, and replied, "Thank you, but I will stick with coffee for now." Napoleon nodded, and Beaumont immediately left to prepare the coffee. In the brief wait, Napoleon relaxed for a moment, leaning back in his chair. He glanced out the window and saw the sunlight pouring brightly onto the palace gardens. "A beautiful morning, is it not?" Napoleon remarked with a light smile. "Indeed it is," Antoine agreed. "Once you have finished your coffee, we can begin." "I am still organizing my thoughts," Napoleon explained. As Napoleon and Antoine continued their idle conversation, Beaumont returned elegantly, carrying a cup of coffee on a silver tray. He placed the tray on a nearby table and gently set the coffee cup before Antoine, ensuring not a single drop was spilled. "Your coffee, Mr. Lavoisier," Beaumont said respectfully. "Thank you, Beaumont," Antoine responded, taking a pleased sip of the steaming coffee. "Very well." Napoleon leaned forward. Mr. Antoine Lavoisier, the reason I have invited you is that I wish for you to join the new department I am about to establish. A new department? Antoine set down his coffee cup and repeated. Yes, a new department. Napoleon said firmly. I believe the time has come for France to vigorously develop science and technology, especially after witnessing the ingenious inventions of our citizens at yesterday's exhibition. A flicker of interest crossed Antoine's eyes. You wish to establish a dedicated department of science and technology with me at its head? Yes. Napoleon nodded affirmatively. This department I envision will focus on advancing scientific research, promoting technological development, and encouraging collaboration among scientists, engineers, and inventors. The state will provide substantial funding to support breakthrough research and development across various fields. I hope this department will remain at the forefront of innovation, driving France's scientific and technological progress and ensuring our nation's leading position in science and technology. Antoine listened attentively, pondering Napoleon's vision for the new department. Then, Mr. Lavoisier, would you be willing to shoulder this responsibility? I know that a man like you would not decline such an opportunity. After all, you are a scientist yourself, are you not? Antoine nodded and said with enthusiasm. Indeed so, Your Excellency. Your proposal honors me deeply, and I am most grateful for your trust. I wholeheartedly accept the responsibility of leading the new Department of Science and Technology. I knew I could count on you. Napoleon smiled with satisfaction. However, I have a few questions, Your Excellency. What will become of the French Academy of Sciences? Napoleon leaned back in his chair, contemplating the question. The French Academy of Sciences will continue to exist as a respected institution dedicated to scientific research and progress. However, with the establishment of the new Department of Science and Technology, cooperation between the Academy and the department will be closer. The Academy will retain its autonomy and continue to operate as a highly respected organization within the scientific community, focusing on academic research and the recognition of scientific achievements. The new department's functions will be broader. It will play a more direct role in policymaking, funding scientific research projects, and coordinating work across different scientific fields, Napoleon explained further. The new department will work closely and collaboratively with the Academy, driving innovation and technological progress, while also supporting the practical application of scientific knowledge for the benefit of the nation. I see. Antoine nodded thoughtfully. In truth, Napoleon's idea of establishing a new department had not just emerged yesterday. Long before, he had recognized the necessity of an institution that would enable him to introduce modern technologies freely across France. A place where he could present his ideas and concepts to engineers and scientists working within its walls, who would then strive to transform those visions into reality. Once realized, these innovations would be credited to the department as collaborative achievements. Briefly put, it would become the very engine of modern technological creation. Napoleon picked up a document and handed it to Antoine. This is the draft bill I have prepared, outlining the framework, organizational structure, financial provisions, and objectives of the new Ministry of Science and Technology. Napoleon explained. I wish you to review it thoroughly and offer any suggestions or revisions you deem necessary. Antoine accepted the document and began reading it, attentively analyzing each detail with meticulous care. Your Excellency, I shall examine this document carefully and provide my recommendations, Antoine assured him. I will return next week. Napoleon nodded. Take your time, Monsieur Lavoisier. As the meeting drew to a close, Antoine rose, clutching the document tightly in his hand. Thank you for this opportunity, Your Excellency. I look forward to collaborating closely with you. It is my honor, Monsieur Lavoisier. As Antoine left the office, Napoleon retrieved the diary gifted to him by his daughter Aveline. He opened it and reached for his pen. Then he struck through the line stating, Establishment of the Ministry of Science and Technology. What comes next? Napoleon murmured softly, turning his gaze to the next objective. Conclude a formal peace treaty with Austria and end the war. Very well. Let us begin. Just as he prepared to resume work, Beaumont entered the office bearing a silver tray. Beaumont, what is it? Do I have an unexpected guest? Napoleon guessed. No, Your Excellency. But you have received a letter. Beaumont extended the silver tray bearing the sealed letter. Napoleon took it and glanced swiftly at the elegant script upon the envelope. A letter from Louis de la Rochefoucauld. Wait. He recognized the name, the pampered boy he had once met at the Brienne Military Academy. The letter invited him to attend the birthday celebration of Louis's daughter, scheduled for December 30th, 1800. What shall I do? In the dining room of the Palace of Versailles, Napoleon Bonaparte sat beside his wife Hila and their children Aveline and Francis. Exquisite porcelain and gleaming silverware adorned the table, setting the tone for an opulent dinner. Silent attendants moved gracefully around the table, wheeling a cart laden with mouth-watering delicacies. Roast duck, coq au vin, and an array of artfully arranged vegetables. As the family savored their meal, Napoleon cleared his throat to draw their attention. I received an invitation today. He continued, Louis de la Rochefoucauld has invited our entire family to his daughter's birthday celebration on December 30th, 1800. Avellini and Francis exchanged glances while Gila turned her gaze toward Napoleon. Louis de la Rochefoucauld, your classmate at Brienne? Gila asked. Yes, Napoleon confirmed with a nod. It surprises me. We have not been in contact for 15 years. Mother, do you know him? Avellini asked, glancing toward her mother. Louis de la Rochefoucauld was your father's classmate at the Brienne Military Academy. Was Louis de la Rochefoucauld father's close friend? Francis added. Gila shook her head. If anything, their relationship was not close at first. But as time passed and they spent more time together, they grew into true friends. They shared common interests and forged a deep friendship through study and military training. Is that right, my dear? Not entirely. Napoleon smiled as he sipped his wine. Regarding the invitation, I believe our children should attend. I have long wished for Avellini and Francis to experience the joy of socializing with peers their own age. Yet for the past 5 years they had remained secluded, for safety's sake. The turbulence of the revolution had afforded them almost no opportunity to venture out and play with children their age. For their happiness, Napoleon refused to risk anything unnecessary. Still, the decision to shield them had not been unanimous. Gila too worried about their safety, especially during such uncertain times. Yet she also understood how vital social interaction and exposure to diverse environments were for their growth and development. I agree, Gila said, nodding. It will be an opportunity for them to meet children their own age. Children their own age. Avellini repeated, her eyes widening with anticipation. To make new friends, to form lasting bonds. For 3 years she had longed for a companion, with whom she could play beyond the confines of home. I want to go. So do I, father, mother. But I'm afraid I lack experience speaking with peers my age. I might embarrass myself. Don't worry. Mother will coach you, Gila replied with a gentle smile. You'll do splendidly, my dear. Then, mother, father, will you accompany us? Avellini asked, and for a fleeting moment Napoleon and Gila exchanged a quiet glance. Well, Avellini, on that day I shall be occupied with official duties. Meetings with my ministers, especially Talleyrand, to discuss peace negotiations with the Austrian Empire. I simply cannot be spared. At those words Avellini's radiant expression dimmed instantly. Then what about you, mother? She asked, her face alight with hopeful expectation. Gila paused briefly, weighing her schedule. She knew how profoundly meaningful this occasion would be for Avellini and Francis, and she refused to disappoint them. Well, my dear, Gila began tenderly, I do have prior commitments, but I can adjust my schedule to free that day. Avellini's face blossomed into pure delight. Of Francis too broke into an excited smile. The thought of their mother accompanying them filled them both with exhilaration. Really, mother? Avellini cried, her voice brimming with joy. Of course, Gila replied, reaching out to clasp Avellini's hand. Napoleon offered a reassuring smile, pleased that their children would not feel lonely on this occasion. I'll make it up to you next time, he said, sensing Avellini's disappointment. Though I would dearly love to attend duty calls. I must uphold my responsibilities as head of state. Yet I promise you we shall have many opportunities to cherish precious family moments together. It's all right, father. We understand, said Francis, then turned to Avellini. Isn't that right, little sister? Avellini nodded, concealing her disappointment behind a bright smile. Yes, of course. We understand, Papa. Your work is profoundly important. Tomorrow we'll buy a gift for Louis de la Rochefoucauld's daughter. And a few new outfits for you both, said Gila warmly. Delight lit the children's faces at the prospect of new clothes, and they continued enjoying dinner, animatedly discussing the adventures awaiting them. As night fell, they concluded their meal and retired to their respective rooms. Avellini and Francis to their bedroom, Napoleon and Gila to his study. In the study, Napoleon and Gila spoke quietly. I fear our schedules may increasingly prevent us from spending time with the children together. Napoleon voiced his concern. Perhaps it's time we engaged a dedicated governess to care for them. Gila nodded in agreement. Yes. I believe it's an excellent idea, she murmured, gently inclining her head. With a devoted governess we can ensure their well-being, even when duties keep us apart. Yet Gila also voiced her apprehension regarding security risks. We must exercise great discernment in selecting the right person. She added, given your position as first consul, we cannot hire anyone without conducting thorough background checks. We need someone utterly trustworthy. I'll begin searching tomorrow, said Napoleon. Very well, replied Gila, rising and stepping beside him. She leaned down and brushed a tender kiss upon his cheek. I'm off to bed now. Don't stay up too late, understood? Thank you, said Napoleon. For what? For accompanying them to the birthday celebration, he replied. Gila smiled softly. You're welcome. Gila, Francis and Avellini arrived at the bustling Palais Royal, the most beloved gathering place in Paris. The air thrummed with lively conversation from people of every walk of life, and the vibrant hum of activity surrounded them. Stepping down from the carriage, Hela surveyed the scene. Vibrant, animated, teeming with life. Merchants displayed wares on vividly colored stalls. The scent of freshly baked bread and roasting chestnuts wafted through the air. Children played joyfully. Lovers strolled hand in hand, savoring the radiant beauty of the day. Renowned for its exuberant atmosphere and diverse crowd, the Polaroil offered Avellini and Francis a rare chance to experience the world beyond palace walls. Hela held their hands, firmly guiding them through the dense throng. "Stay close to me," she instructed, her voice both steady and soothing. "There are so many people. It's easy to become separated." The children nodded in understanding, eyes alight with excitement, wide and eager, as they absorbed the swirling sea of humanity around them. Napoleon's trusted commander Bessières and his elite consular guard moved discreetly among the crowd, observing the family from multiple vantage points. They strolled slowly past vendors selling iridescent silks, glittering jewels, and sumptuous pastries. When Avellini spotted an enchanting doll, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. She tugged Hela's hand and pointed eagerly. "Mama, look at that doll. May I have it?" Hela smiled, recognizing her daughter's delight. "Let's keep looking, darling," she replied. "We'll decide after we've seen more." They continued their leisurely walk, immersed in the Polaroil's effervescent energy. Francis was captivated by street performers, from musicians playing sprightly melodies to acrobats displaying breathtaking feats. His gaze lingered awestruck on a masterful juggler effortlessly tossing flaming torches into the air. As they threaded through the crowd, Hela's eyes met Bessières, who gave her the faintest nod, signaling all was secure. Bessières' elite consular guard watched over the family with quiet vigilance, ensuring safety while remaining unobtrusive. "Had your father been here, we'd be surrounded by adoring crowds," Hela murmured with a soft laugh, recalling how Parisians erupted in jubilant cheers at the mere sight of Napoleon. "Why don't people cheer for you, Mama?" Francis asked, curious. "Yes, Mama, we want to know too," added Avellini. Hela smiled gently. "My dears, it's simply because your mother isn't quite as celebrated as your father," she explained tenderly, her expression warm and affectionate. "Your father is a great leader. Paris holds him in profound reverence." "Does that mean you're not important, Mama?" Avellini asked, her brow furrowed with gentle concern. "Oh, not at all." Hela reassured them at once. "Your father and I are a team, each with vital duties. He leads our nation. I stand steadfastly beside him, supporting him from behind the scenes." "Mama, you're important to us too," Avellini said, nestling close and slipping her arm through Hela's. Hela's heart swelled with warmth and love. "And you two are the most important people in the world to me," she said, pressing a gentle kiss upon each child's forehead. As they wandered deeper into the Polaroil's vibrant throng, a familiar voice called out, "Madame Bonaparte." Sheila turned around and saw a tall, distinguished man walking toward them. It was Thomas Alexander Dumas, a French general who had once served under Napoleon Bonaparte. Accompanying him was his wife Marie-Louise Elizabeth La Briette, an elegant and noble woman. "General Dumas," Sheila exclaimed with a joyful smile on her face. "Long time no see." General Dumas kissed Sheila's hand while Marie-Louise warmly greeted her. "It's so good to see you, Madame Bonaparte. These must be your children," Marie-Louise said, her eyes shining with warmth as she looked at Avellini and Francis. "Yes, these are my children, Avellini and Francis," Sheila introduced proudly. "Avellini, Francis, this is General Thomas Alexander Dumas, and his wife Marie-Louise Elizabeth La Briette. You should have met General Dumas 3 years ago, correct? Ah, you're the general who served under my father in the campaigns in Italy and Egypt." Francis nodded, recalling the stories about General Dumas. He had heard from his father's accounts of their military campaigns. "Indeed, I had the honor of serving under your father's command in those campaigns," General Dumas replied with a warm smile. "Then, Madame Bonaparte, might I ask what brings you to the royal palace?" "To buy some clothes for my children and prepare a gift for someone whose birthday is coming up," Sheila answered with a smile, grateful for the general's courteous inquiry. "We received an invitation to a birthday celebration and thought it would be a wonderful opportunity for Avellini and Francis to experience a different side of Parisian life." "Ah, that sounds wonderful," General Dumas nodded. "The royal palace is indeed a lively place, perfect for such an experience." "Oh, I hope I'm not disturbing you. I merely happened to spot you from a distance." "Not at all, General Dumas," Sheila replied warmly. "Then, Madame Bonaparte, we must take our leave." General Dumas politely removed his hat. "Marie-Louise and I have some matters to attend to, but it was truly a pleasure meeting you and your lovely children today." "The pleasure is ours, General Dumas," Sheila replied with a smile, thanking him for stopping by. After a few more exchanged pleasantries, General Dumas and his wife took their leave, disappearing into the crowd at the royal palace, while Sheila, Francis, and Avellini continued their exploration. A few minutes later, they arrived at the place Saint-Honoré, renowned for its high-end fashion and luxury boutiques. They entered a clothing store where Sheila watched the children browse through garments. While waiting for them to make their selections, Bessières entered the shop in civilian clothes. "Ah, Madame Bonaparte, may I speak with you for a moment?" Sheila turned to Bessières, noticing the grave expression on his face. She temporarily left the children, and followed him to a more private area within the store. "What is it, Bessières?" Sheila asked, her tone laced with concern. "Is there something I should be aware of?" "I apologize for the intrusion, Madame Bonaparte, but I must express my concerns." Bessières spoke in a low voice. "I noticed you conversing with General Dumas and his wife in a public setting. While I understand you may be acquainted with them, we must always prioritize your safety and discretion. I urge you to avoid such public conversations in the future, particularly in places where dissenters may be lurking." Sheila nodded. "I understand, General Bessières." She sighed inwardly. Even without Bessières, Sheila could protect her children and herself. She had always been quietly vigilant for potential threats, her instincts from past assassination attempts still sharp. "I must return to my children now," Sheila said, then went back to where Francis and Avellini were still busy selecting clothes. "Have you found any clothes you like?" Sheila asked. Francis held up a handsome suit while Avellini displayed a beautiful dress. "I also picked out a dress as a gift for Louis de la Rochefoucauld's daughter," Avellini said. "Excellent. Let's go pay now and head home," Sheila said. December 30th. 9:00 a.m. Napoleon sat at his desk, completely absorbed in reviewing files on candidates for his children's private governess. The candidates on the list had either worked in noble households before the revolution or came from aristocratic families that had since fallen on hard times, and now sought employment wherever they could. Fate is so unpredictable, Napoleon mused, shaking his head with a mixture of sympathy and understanding. He set aside the document he had just finished reading, lost in thought about these lives that had undergone sudden and unexpected turns. "Your Excellency." At that moment Beaumont entered the office, paying his respects to Napoleon. "Madame Bonaparte has arrived." At the mention of his wife's arrival, Napoleon straightened up in his chair, ready to welcome her. "Thank you, Beaumont," Napoleon replied. "Please show her in." Moments later the door opened and Sheila entered the room clad in elegant attire befitting her station. She wore an exquisite silk gown adorned with delicate lace and intricate embroidery. Its deep blue hue harmonized perfectly with her eyes, lending her bearing an air of noble grace. Her hair was swept up in a fashionable chignon, with soft curls cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, while subtly placed pearls added a quiet luster to her ensemble. "My dear," Napoleon greeted warmly, rising to meet her. "You are utterly radiant," he murmured sincerely, his gaze sweeping appreciatively over her. "Indeed I must be. After all, I am the wife of the first consul," Sheila replied with a gentle smile, then shifted gracefully to business. "So how is the assessment of the candidates progressing?" "It will require more time," Napoleon replied simply. "By the way, where are the children? Are they dressed yet? I look forward to their meeting new friends." Sheila nodded. "Yes, they're ready, waiting for us in the drawing room. Perhaps you'd like to see them before we depart." Napoleon extended his arm. "Shall we go?" Together they walked toward the drawing room where Francis and Avellini eagerly awaited their parents. Francis, in a miniature military jacket already resembling a young officer, while Avellini shimmered in a charming ruffled dress festooned with satin ribbons. "Hello, my dears," Napoleon declared, pride shining across his face. "Are you excited? This is your first formal visit to another family's estate. There you'll meet children your own age." Avellini nodded eagerly. Francis offered a shy, respectful nod in turn. "Let me escort you three to the carriage." With that, Napoleon led the way out of the Palace of Versailles. Outside, a magnificent 6-horse carriage stood poised and silent, and behind it an elite consular guard of 100 stood at attention, prepared to accompany them. The moment the first consul emerged, the soldiers snapped to salute. Napoleon returned their gesture with a warm, acknowledging smile, then turned his gaze tenderly toward his children. "Remember what we've told you. Conduct yourselves with dignity in others' homes. Be courteous, avoid mischief, and honor everyone you meet," he reminded them, his tone firm yet suffused with affection. "Yes, father," Francis replied, straightening his posture instinctively. Avellini nodded, her eyes wide and resolute. "We'll behave perfectly, father." Watching their eager desire to please him, Sheila smiled softly. "You both will do wonderfully," she said, gently patting their backs in reassurance. Without further delay, Sheila, Avellini, and Francis climbed into the carriage and settled onto its plush seats while the elite consular guard took their positions, ready to depart. Bessières stepped forward to Napoleon and rendered a crisp salute. "Protect them with your life, Bessières," Napoleon commanded. "I entrust their safety entirely to you." "I swear it, Your Excellency," Bessières replied, unwavering. Then, under the vigilant escort of the elite consular guard, the carriage rolled forward, its horses moving with steady grace, its wheels gliding smoothly along the meticulously maintained road. As the carriage began its journey, Avellini could no longer contain her exhilaration. This was her first formal visit to another family's estate, and she longed to meet children her own age to explore unfamiliar surroundings. The gentle sway of the carriage made her feel as though she were embarking on a grand adventure. Inside the carriage, Francis sat opposite Avellini, his miniature military jacket lending him an air of solemn reserve. He had always been this way, quiet, withdrawn, and Avellini worried no one would approach him or befriend him. Yet if that proved true, she resolved silently to step forward and stand by his side. As pastoral scenery streamed past the window, lush green fields, tranquil villages, even grazing farm animals, Avellini watched with quiet wonder. All of it stood in stark contrast to the palace's ceaseless bustle. She wondered what life might be like in such a village, playing in sun-dappled gardens, tending to gentle animals. What kind of childhood that might nurture. Then her gaze drifted to the mounted guards riding alongside the carriage. Strong, disciplined, ever watchful. She knew they were there to protect her family, and that knowledge wrapped her in a quiet sense of safety. "Mother, do you think the children at the estate will be kind?" Avellini broke the carriage's gentle silence. "I believe they will," her mother replied with a soothing smile. "Be yourself, and friendship will find you swiftly." "I hope so," Avellini murmured, her voice edged with quiet trepidation. Meanwhile, across from her, Francis rested his chin thoughtfully in his palm, observing his sister's animated delight. Unlike Avellini, he felt no particular excitement about meeting new peers. He had accompanied them only to spare his parents disappointment. Truth be told, he could have told them he was perfectly content. No need to venture out, since he found deep solace in the library's quiet embrace, losing himself in books. But such candor, he knew, would not be accepted. As the carriage continued onward, Francis contemplated the estate they were soon to visit, wondering how profoundly its rhythms of life would differ from those of the palace, and whether its children would greet them with warmth, or with judgmental scrutiny. He understood their circumstances all too well. His father had risen from humble origins through sheer martial brilliance, a fact that, while admirable, also meant certain circles, especially among the old aristocracy, might regard them with condescension or worse. The carriage continued onward, and Francis could see the manor drawing ever closer. Internally, he steeled himself, his sister's palpable excitement gradually dissolving his own reservations. Avellini's joy was so infectious that he refused to dampen it. She deserved to savor this outing, and he resolved to ensure her a truly delightful experience. Upon arrival, Francis stood in awe of the estate's grandeur. The sweeping courtyard, the majestic architecture, and the impeccably dressed servants evoked the opulent splendor he had witnessed within royal palaces. Guests clad in formal attire mingled gracefully, servants bustled about preparations, children darted playfully across the grounds, creating an atmosphere both vibrant and warmly inviting. Accompanied by their mother and Avellini, Francis descended from the carriage and surveyed his surroundings, noting curious glances cast their way, though he paid them no mind. Standing at the main gate was a gentleman whose refined attire suggested he was the estate's master. "Welcome, Madame Bonaparte. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Louis de la Rochefoucauld, proprietor of this estate." The gentleman bowed with polished grace. "It is a profound honor to host you and your family at my daughter's birthday celebration today." "Thank you, Monsieur de la Rochefoucauld," replied Gila. "It is somewhat regrettable that the first consul could not attend." Louis added, "He has pressing duties demanding his full attention, and thus regrettably no time for such festivities." Gila responded, "Then these are your children?" Louis asked, turning his gaze toward Francis and Avellini. "Yes, they are our children." Gila smiled warmly as she introduced Francis and Avellini to Louis. Francis inclined his head politely. "Good day, sir. This is Avellini." Gila continued, gesturing toward her daughter. Avellini executed an elegant curtsy. "Good day, sir. I am delighted to meet you." "I am equally delighted to meet you," Louis replied with a kind, affable smile. "Madame Bonaparte, may I say your children are utterly charming." "Thank you, Monsieur de la Rochefoucauld," Gila replied, clearly radiant with parental pride. "We look forward to a splendid celebration." Louis nodded. "I assure you, it shall be a joyous occasion, and your children will surely delight in it, for many of their peers will be in attendance." "I am certain they will," Gila said. Within the manor, Avellini and Francis gazed in wonder at the surrounding opulence. The vast hall teemed with elegantly attired guests, who raised flutes of champagne and conversed animatedly. "Oh," Avellini whispered, eyes wide with astonishment. "Indeed," Francis murmured softly, his voice hoarse with awe. They stood still, absorbing the scene before them. The manor was precisely as they had imagined, a place of resplendent magnificence. "Shall we?" Gila smiled, guiding them deeper into the throng. "Monsieur de la Rochefoucauld will introduce us to his daughter." As they wove through the crowd, they soon noticed a young woman who stood out among the guests. Marie, daughter of Louis de la Rochefoucauld. She wore a delicate pink gown adorned with intricate lace and lustrous pearls, shimmering softly beneath the gentle glow of chandeliers. Her raven hair was styled with refined elegance, several soft curls cascading lightly over her shoulders, while her eyes sparkled with both curiosity and warmth. Noticing their approach, Marie offered them a graceful, welcoming smile. "Good day," she said, her voice gentle and sincere. "Good day," Francis replied shyly. "Who are they, father?" Marie asked, lifting her gaze to her father Louis, who walked beside them. "Marie, this is Madame Gila Bonaparte, the wife of the first consul." Louis gestured toward Gila as he made the introduction. "How do you do? Happy birthday, and many congratulations." Gila waved warmly, her laughter bright and effusive. "Thank you," Marie replied, her cheeks faintly flushed at the kindness of the greeting. "And these are her children, Avellini and Francis." Louis proceeded to introduce Avellini and Francis to Marie. Avellini offered another poised curtsy. Francis gave a courteous nod. "It is a pleasure to meet you," Avellini said with friendly warmth. "Likewise, Marie tilted her head slightly, watching as Francis extended his hand, as if expecting her to place hers upon it. Louis leaned close to whisper in his daughter's ear, "Francis intends to kiss your hand." A gesture of respect. Marie nodded, understanding at once. She extended her hand, palm downward, and Francis stepped forward with a gentle smile, bowing slightly to press a respectful kiss upon her knuckles. A soft blush rose to Marie's cheeks. Startled yet deeply honored by this chivalrous gesture, composing herself swiftly, she returned Francis's smile with quiet gratitude. "A pleasure, Marie," Francis said with impeccable courtesy. Marie responded with a graceful curtsy. "The honor is entirely mine, Francis." After the introduction, Francis gave Mary a warm smile. "Mary, for this special occasion, Avellini and I have prepared a gift for you." As he spoke, he nodded to his younger sister. Avellini stepped forward, holding an exquisitely decorated gift box crafted from finely embossed paper and tied with a ribbon in the same hue as the dress she had admired earlier that day at the boutique. "This is for you," Avellini said with a friendly smile, handing the gift box to Mary. "Oh, thank you, Avellini." Francis. Mary's eyes widened in surprise as she accepted the gift, her cheeks flushing a gentle pink with delight. Mary carefully untied the ribbon and opened the box, revealing a stunning dress inside that far surpassed her own in beauty, adorned with delicate lace and intricate embroidery on the bodice and hem. "It's absolutely beautiful," Mary exclaimed, genuinely moved by such a thoughtful gift. "We're so glad you like it," Francis said with a smile, clearly pleased by her reaction. Sheila and Louis had been watching the heartwarming scene with smiles, exchanging glances, and then, "Now that you've all met Mary, why don't you show them around to your friends?" Louis interjected with a satisfied expression. Mary nodded and turned to Avellini and Francis. "Of course, follow me. I have some friends I'd like you to meet." With that, she led the way through the crowd. Avellini and Francis followed Mary through the elegantly dressed guests and entered a beautifully decorated room with luxurious furnishings and soft candlelight where Mary's closest friends had gathered. Mary's friends were all young women around Avellini's age, and as they spotted the newcomers, they turned their attention to them. Dressed in equally charming gowns, their eyes lit up at the sight of Francis, filled with curiosity. "Hello," one of the girls said with a smile as she stepped forward. "I'm Isabel." Another girl introduced herself as Louise, followed by Marguerite and Camille, all eager to learn who Avellini and Francis were and where they came from. Mary chuckled softly. "This is Avellini and her brother Francis, children of Madame Gila Bonaparte. Oh, the first consul's wife. How wonderful!" Isabel exclaimed, her gaze moving between Avellini and Francis. "You both look absolutely charming. Avellini, I love your dress, and Francis, your jacket is so dashing." Francis blushed slightly but nodded politely. As the only boy among them, he felt a bit awkward, but the girls' warmth and compliments gradually helped him relax. "Thank you," Avellini replied with a grateful smile. "Your dresses are beautiful too." Mary led them into the room and found a comfortable seating area where everyone sat down. The girls continued their excited conversation, asking about Avellini and Francis's life in the palace and what hobbies they enjoyed. "I enjoy reading," Avellini said, "and I also like playing musical instruments." "Really? That's impressive," the girls exclaimed. "What about you, Francis?" At the question, all the girls leaned forward, eagerly wanting to hear Francis's answer. He cleared his throat, feeling a bit nervous under their attentive gazes. I also enjoy reading, but not the same kind as my younger sister." "What do you mean?" Isabel asked curiously. "Well, I mean, I prefer books on science and mathematics, you know, that sort of thing," Francis explained. "And I spend most of my time in the library." "My brother is often in the library," Avellini added. "And he's excellent at math." "Really? That's amazing," Isabel praised, and the other girls around her chimed in with their admiration. Francis smiled nervously and rubbed the back of his head. "Thank you, it's just something I find interesting." "What kind of books do you read, Avellini?" "Romance stories." Camille asked, her attention quickly shifting to Avellini. "Mostly romantic novels like Romeo and Juliet," Avellini replied with a smile. "But I also enjoy adventure stories and mysteries. Oh, and there's the series about a brave pirate captain that I simply can't put down. Camille's eyes lit up. A pirate captain? That sounds thrilling. I'd love to borrow these books if I could. Of course I'd be happy to lend them to you. Avellini responded enthusiastically. I've also read Romeo and Juliet. Mary interjected excitedly. It's such a classic, isn't it? A tragic love story feuding families. How romantic. Indeed, Avellini replied with a smile. Even though I know the ending, I always get completely absorbed in their love story. Let us go to your palace, Avellini. Read together and enjoy some pastries, Mary suggested, and the others nodded eagerly in enthusiastic agreement. How delightful! Avellini exclaimed. I would be delighted to show you my favorite books, and even play music together. But is Avellini and Francis's palace not Versailles? Louise asked. Yes, came the reply, for their father serves as first consul of Paris. Mary nodded in agreement with Louise. I am certain Avellini and Francis's parents will consent. I shall speak with my father to secure their permission. Francis proposed. Will you truly do so? All the girls turned their eyes toward Francis, who smiled and nodded. Certainly. My parents are always warmly hospitable to guests, especially when it means forging new friendships, and I am confident they will be delighted to invite you. The girls burst into cheers, thrilled beyond measure at the prospect of visiting Versailles and spending joyful time with Avellini and Francis. Marguerite turned to Avellini. Your brother is truly kind. You are fortunate to have him. Avellini smiled proudly. Indeed, I am most fortunate. Of Francis is the finest brother anyone could wish for. That much is evident, Mary added. He is also remarkably courteous. The gesture of kissing hands was utterly enchanting. Avellini's cheeks flushed faintly as she took quiet pride in her brother's chivalry. He is somewhat reserved yet unfailingly polite and deeply considerate of others. As the evening unfolded, the girls conversed animatedly, laughing and sharing stories, discovering shared interests. Avellini and Francis were overjoyed to have found such wonderful friends, and Mary and her companions felt profoundly grateful for the warmth of their welcome. At that moment, Hilaire and Louis entered the room and saw Francis engaged in an animated discussion on mathematics with the girls seated beside him, each listening with rapt attention. It appears your son is quite popular among young ladies, Louis observed. Indeed, Hilaire replied with a proud smile. Noticing her mother's arrival, Avellini leaned toward Francis. Brother, mother is here. Francis looked up and saw his mother and Louis standing nearby. Francis, Avellini. It is time we depart, Hilaire announced. Ah! The girls sighed in disappointment, reluctant for this captivating evening to end so soon. I do apologize, Hilaire said warmly to the girls. But the hour grows late and we must return home. Mary puckered her lips playfully. Might we stay just a little longer? Louis chuckled, joining the light-hearted banter. Though I would gladly let you remain, it is now time for farewells. Reluctantly, the girls rose to bid Avellini and Francis goodbye, exchanging promises to meet again soon. We shall write to one another. Marguerite embraced Avellini tightly. Of course, Avellini replied, returning the embrace. 30 minutes later, aboard the carriage, Hilaire watched her two children gazing out the window with bright-eyed excitement, and a gentle smile touched her lips. Clearly they had enjoyed themselves immensely. Francis, I see you surrounded by girls your age. They must find you quite charming, Hilaire remarked. I suppose, yes. Mother, Francis murmured softly. May they visit our home? Of course, Francis, Hilaire replied tenderly. I would welcome them most warmly as our guests. Avellini leaned in, brimming with excitement. We can show them the palace, take them through the palace gardens, even host a picnic together. Hilaire smiled gently, once more heartened to see her children engaging so naturally with their peers. One vital aspect of her maternal duty, it seemed, had already been fulfilled, and Napoleon, upon hearing of this development, would surely be pleased. Versailles Palace, January 16, 1801. Inside, Napoleon's office, Minister of War Berthier handed him an official document detailing the situation in northern Italy. Your Excellency, all particulars are recorded herein, Berthier stated. General Brune has signed the Armistice of Treviso with Austrian General Heinrich von Bellegarde, effectively concluding hostilities in northern Italy. Napoleon accepted the document from Berthier and scanned its contents swiftly. His expression remained composed, yet a glint of quiet satisfaction shimmered in his eyes. Well done, Berthier, Napoleon acknowledged with a nod. With this, the Austrians are no longer capable of waging war against us. Your Excellency. There is more, Berthier interjected. Following Austria's defeat, only the Kingdom of Naples and the Portuguese Empire remain as potential threats to France. Yet neither possesses meaningful military resistance. I care nothing for them, Napoleon declared dismissively. They were never true adversaries. I am certain that once Austria signs its treaty with us, both will hasten to seek peace. Leaning back in his chair, Napoleon contemplated the strategic landscape. It appears our dominance in this region is solidifying. He declared with unwavering confidence. Having subdued Austria, the remaining kingdoms will soon submit. Do not overlook the United Kingdom, Your Excellency, Berthier reminded him. Their naval blockade across the Bay of Biscay, the English Channel, and the Strait of Gibraltar is crippling our economy. We cannot trade with the United States, South American territories, or Asia. So far we have partially offset these losses through commerce with our African and Middle Eastern colonies. But this is insufficient to sustain our economic needs over the long term. I am aware, Napoleon conceded the gravity of the threat, which is precisely why I have drafted a new decree to counter British maritime supremacy. Napoleon retrieved a document from his drawer and handed it to Berthier. What is this, Your Excellency? Berthier asked. It is a bill concerning naval modernization, Napoleon explained. It aims to upgrade the naval infrastructure at the French Republic's major shipyards and ports. Through these improvements we can accommodate new warships that will soon replace the traditional sailing vessels. Replace? Berthier asked, slightly astonished. Your Excellency, what do you mean by that? Berthier, at the French Industrial Products Exhibition, the French naval engineer Jacques-Noël Sain introduced a new type of vessel called the steamship. Unlike our current vessels, it does not rely on sails, but instead uses a reciprocating steam engine. Berthier examined the document, curiosity piqued. So, Your Excellency, the purpose of this bill is to prepare our shipyards for constructing these steam-powered warships. Precisely, Napoleon confirmed with a nod. We must modernize our shipbuilding facilities to accommodate the construction and maintenance of these new vessels. Steam engines require specialized workshops and skilled engineers for assembly and upkeep. Berthier nodded, beginning to grasp the significance of this modernization effort. This represents a substantial investment. This is essential for the future of our navy. Steamships will revolutionize naval warfare, and we must remain at the forefront of this technological advancement. Napoleon said with determination. More importantly, I am certain the British have already recognized the potential of steamships, which is precisely why we must act swiftly. You understand. What becomes of a nation that falls behind technologically? Berthier's mind drifted back to their campaigns in Egypt, Syria, and the Middle East, where modern infantry equipped with advanced weapons had utterly destroyed the enemy forces. From this he immediately grasped the urgency of the situation. What of the weapons we employed in Egypt? Have the British acquired the new rifles? Berthier inquired. Napoleon shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but we cannot dismiss the possibility that the British are attempting to obtain them. I am confident they are employing every means to acquire our rifles, machine guns, and artillery. We must not underestimate their intelligence operations. If they have indeed obtained them, Your Excellency, Berthier asked, should they acquire our advanced rifles or artillery, the consequences would be catastrophic. Napoleon replied, his expression grave. Our military technology represents one of our greatest advantages. If the British obtain it, they could reverse engineer or replicate our weapons. This would shift the balance of power and pose a severe threat to our national security, not only from Britain but also from their allies, the Austrian Empire, the Russian Empire, the Kingdom of Prussia. Napoleon paused. Fortunately, they have not yet succeeded, but this does not mean we can afford to be complacent. We must take proactive measures to prevent these weapons from falling into enemy hands. The best approach is to strengthen security measures and implement strict controls over our armories, something we have yet to adequately address. Understood, Your Excellency. I shall take my leave now. Berthier bowed slightly. I will proceed immediately. Should you require anything, you may send a telegram to headquarters. Thank you, Berthier. Napoleon replied. You may go. I need to prepare for a discussion with the Minister of Foreign Affairs regarding the peace treaty we will be signing with the Austrians. Berthier nodded in acknowledgement and returned the bill Napoleon had given him earlier. After Berthier departed, Napoleon stretched and let out a long sigh. With much work still ahead, he immediately refocused his attention on the documents awaiting him on the desk. As he prepared to continue working, Beaumont entered the office with a visitor. Your Excellency, a lady awaits outside with your invitation. She has come to interview for the position of personal maid to your children. Ah! Napoleon suddenly remembered nearly having forgotten his appointment with the candidate today. Please bring her in. As you wish, Your Excellency. Beaumont gave a slight bow and quickly went to escort the applicant. Napoleon straightened his desk to avoid leaving a poor impression on the candidate for personal maid. Though he rarely conducted household staff interviews himself, he understood the importance of selecting the right person to care for his children. I must attend to this matter quickly, and then return to my work, Napoleon murmured to himself. Before the grand entrance of the Palace of Versailles, a carriage drew to a halt, drawing the attention of the elite consular guard stationed at the gates. They approached the vehicle and addressed the coachman. What is the purpose of your stop before the palace? One guardsman demanded. I am merely delivering a passenger from Paris, the driver replied tersely. The elite guards exchanged glances, curious about this unexpected visitor, and one gestured for another to inspect the passenger. Approaching the carriage, a guardsman rapped sharply on the window. "Please open the window," he commanded, and the occupant inside complied without hesitation. The elite guardsman beheld a woman in her 20s, fair-skinned, with pale amber-green eyes and shoulder-length chestnut hair braided neatly. "Who are you and why have you come to Versailles?" the guardsman asked, scrutinizing her closely. The woman offered a courteous smile. "My name is Audrey. I am here to apply for the position of private governess to the first consul's children. I have an appointment with him today." The elite guardsman nodded, recognizing the significance of the appointment. "Very well, Miss Audrey. Please step down and present any documents or credentials for verification." Audrey alighted obediently and retrieved an envelope from her handbag. She handed it to the guardsman, who swiftly examined its contents, a meticulously penned letter of recommendation supporting references and her official identification. "Everything appears to be in order," the guardsman said, returning the envelope. "Please wait here. I will notify those inside of your arrival." With that, he hurried back to the gate, signaled his fellow sentry stationed in the guardhouse, and picked up the telephone to announce Audrey's arrival within. Meanwhile, Audrey gazed upon the majestic palace of Versailles, knowing that, if the first consul accepted her application, this would become her workplace. The very thought of serving as private governess to the first consul's children filled her with exhilaration. After all, she was an ardent admirer of Napoleon Bonaparte, revering the way he had led France to a string of victories and rescued the nation from foreign invasion. As she waited for permission to enter, Audrey imagined her forthcoming interview with the first consul. Anticipating his questions and carefully rehearsing lucid, composed responses in her mind, her pulse quickening with nervous anticipation. Minutes later, confirmation arrived from the first consul's office verifying Audrey's appointment. The guardsman who had inspected her documents returned, nodding with a warm, affable smile. "Miss Audrey, the first consul is expecting you. Please follow me," he said, leading the way through the Palace of Versailles' monumental main entrance. Audrey followed closely, swallowing hard as she crossed the threshold. Her breath catching at the sheer opulence and grandeur within ornate gilding, colossal chandeliers, and vast soaring halls left her awestruck. In the vestibule, she encountered a middle-aged man dressed in the formal livery of a steward. Audrey recognized him instantly. Beaumont, the steward to Napoleon Bonaparte himself, entrusted with overseeing the palace's daily operations. She knew him well. For 12 years earlier, he had served as steward in her own family's household. "Welcome, Miss Audrey," Beaumont said, his voice calm, and measured his gaze sweeping over her with quiet appraisal. "If I may say so, you have grown remarkably since last we met." "Thank you, Beaumont." Audrey smiled, faintly acknowledging his observation. Memories of childhood flooded back, of tender care and quiet dignity under Beaumont's stewardship, a poignant contrast to her present circumstances. Beaumont gestured for her to follow. Audrey complied, maintaining composure despite the swirl of tension and nostalgia within her. As they neared an elaborately carved double door, Beaumont paused and turned to her. "Miss, please wait here. I shall inform the first consul of your arrival." Audrey nodded, a wave of anxiety rising. This moment would bring her face to face with France's most powerful and revered figure. Moments later, the doors swung open. Beaumont inclined his head, signaling her to enter. Audrey took a deep breath and stepped across the threshold into a lavishly appointed chamber. Elegant furnishings, sumptuous fabrics, and exquisite detail dazzling the senses. And standing beside a massive mahogany desk was the man she had long admired, Napoleon Bonaparte, first consul of France. Napoleon lifted his gaze, his piercing eyes locking onto hers. "Ah, Miss Audrey," he declared in a voice both commanding and warmly resonant. "Pray come closer." Audrey approached the desk, her heart pounding with equal parts awe and exhilaration. She executed a graceful curtsy and spoke. "It is an extraordinary honor to meet you, Your Excellency." Her voice trembled slightly as she strove to remain poised before this legendary leader. Napoleon studied her keenly, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. "The honor is mine, Miss Audrey," he replied, and turned toward Beaumont, still standing by the doorway. "Beaumont, please withdraw for now." Beaumont bowed silently and withdrew, leaving Audrey alone with Napoleon. The first consul gestured courteously to the chair opposite his desk, and Audrey seated herself with quiet elegance. "Miss Audrey," Napoleon leaned back in his chair and began speaking. "I have just briefly reviewed your dossier and learned you were born into nobility, and your previous butler was Beaumont, correct?" "Indeed, Your Excellency," Audrey replied. As she focused fully on the conversation, her nervousness gradually subsided. "My family once held noble status, and Beaumont served as our loyal and highly respected butler during my childhood." "Fascinating. Until 2 weeks ago, I was unaware Beaumont had served another household prior to joining us." Napoleon leaned forward slightly, his expression one of genuine curiosity. "Ah, because my wife engaged him. Regarding household appointments, I seldom question her judgment." Still I cannot help but wonder about your upbringing. You were raised as a noblewoman. What followed after? The moment Napoleon posed this question, Audrey's face paled instantly. Her eyes trembled and memories of her former life flooded before her mind's eye. Napoleon of course already knew what had transpired. Her dossier recorded it clearly. 12 years earlier a fire consumed their estate. Only she and her sole surviving relative, her father, escaped the inferno. Yet upon seeing her left arm severely scarred, he severed all ties with her. The reason was absurdly petty. Her father could no longer use her as a political instrument. Before the revolution, noble families forged alliances through marriage, and Audrey's father deemed her disfigurement an insurmountable obstacle to such strategic unions. It was a ruthlessly pragmatic decision that shattered Audrey's world utterly. Napoleon of course did not expect her to answer. He merely wished to observe her authentic reaction, and the anguish and sorrow etched across her features revealed the crushing weight of her past. That alone stirred his profound curiosity. How precisely had she endured and overcome such devastating adversity? According to her dossier, Audrey had worked as a seamstress, a boutique saleswoman, and in various other occupations. She was no stereotypical noblewoman, but rather one who had lived and labored beyond the gilded confines of aristocratic privilege. Your Excellency, this. You need not answer, Napoleon interjected gently. Instead, let me ask another question. How did you learn I was seeking a private governess for my children? Ah, Your Excellency. Audrey paused, momentarily startled by the interruption, then swiftly regained her composure. Beaumont mentioned in his letter that you were searching for a private governess for your children, and believed I might be suited for the role. Beaumont has long served my family. I trust his judgment implicitly. If he believes you possess the qualities required to care for my children, I am inclined to concur. Napoleon nodded, seemingly satisfied with her response. I wish my children, especially my daughter Avellini, to receive the finest care and education, cultivating the grace and refinement befitting nobility. Do you still possess that capacity? Certainly, Your Excellency, Audrey replied with quiet confidence. One final question. Given your noble origins, I imagine you may harbor resentment toward the revolution. After all, it dismantled the old order and replaced it with an enlightened radical new one. As the very embodiment of the Republic. Do you hate me? No, Your Excellency. In truth, I admire you, and I too once loathed the ancien regime. Audrey shook her head. My father was its living symbol, obsessed solely with hierarchy and political maneuvering. When I ceased to conform to his vision of the perfect noble daughter, it was that rigid system itself that drove him to cast me aside, abandoning me without remorse. The revolution brought transformation. Though turbulent, it shattered the chains of oppression and kindled hope for a brighter future. You, Your Excellency, rising from humble origins to become a leader who fights for the people, command my deepest respect. Hearing such praise, Napoleon's smile widened. Thank you for your kind words, Miss Audrey. My decision is made. You may begin tomorrow. My children are currently attending lessons with their private tutor. You will meet them shortly. As for salary and benefits, my wife and I shall discuss those with you this evening. Audrey bowed respectfully. Thank you, Your Excellency. I pledge my utmost devotion to your service. Napoleon glanced at the pocket watch in his waistcoat. Talleyrand would arrive at any moment. That will be all for now, Miss Audrey. Beaumont will escort you to your quarters, where you may begin familiarizing yourself with your duties tomorrow. At that moment, Beaumont entered Napoleon's office and announced, Your Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has arrived. Napoleon acknowledged with a nod and turned to Audrey. I must receive the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Beaumont, please escort Miss Audrey to her quarters. Audrey rose and bowed courteously to both Napoleon and Beaumont. Thank you, Your Excellency. I eagerly anticipate beginning my duties tomorrow. Beaumont stepped forward with a warm, friendly smile. This way, Miss Audrey. I shall show you to your room and assist you in settling in. As Beaumont and Audrey exited Napoleon's office, they encountered Foreign Minister Talleyrand waiting outside. Beaumont offered him a courteous nod. Minister, the First Consul is prepared to receive you, Beaumont informed Talleyrand, who returned the nod in silent acknowledgement. Then Talleyrand entered Napoleon's office and found him busily sorting a stack of documents on his desk. Your Excellency, Talleyrand began. I am here. Yes, I see you, Talleyrand, Napoleon replied, lifting his gaze from the desk. Please sit down. Talleyrand seated himself in the chair opposite him. Shall I pour you a drink, Talleyrand? Napoleon asked, gesturing toward the beverage tray nearby. No, thank you, Your Excellency. Talleyrand replied with polite restraint. Napoleon nodded briefly, then returned his attention to the stack of papers before him. Very well, he said. The reason I summoned you is to discuss the terms we shall impose upon the Austrians in our forthcoming treaty. I am listening. Talleyrand leaned forward, his focus sharpened and unwavering. First and foremost, I wish to stabilize Europe, so that our economy battered by a decade of revolution may fully recover. To this end our terms must not be excessively harsh. At Napoleon's expression of yearning for peace, a faint knowing smile curled Talleyrand's lips. A sentiment he had long awaited to hear from the emperor's own mouth. "Then, Your Excellency, what are your intentions?" Talleyrand asked. "In the impending peace treaty I intend that the Austrians reaffirm the terms established in our earlier Treaty of Campo Formio, specifically recognizing the independence and sovereignty of the Cisalpine, Ligurian, Batavian, and Helvetic republics. Moreover, the entire left bank of the Rhine, including the Austrian Netherlands, shall be ceded to France. And lastly, though no less significantly, the Italian Republic shall likewise be annexed to France." "Your Excellency, that is quite an extensive list of territorial concessions." Talleyrand mused, his tone measured. "I understood you sought European peace and prosperity. Yet your demands upon Austria are anything but modest." "I do not think so, Talleyrand," Napoleon replied with quiet resolve. "These territories stipulated in the treaty are the only ones I desire in all of Europe. I harbor no ambition for further eastward expansion. My aim is to forge a strong, stable France, not to wage conquest for its own sake." Talleyrand raised an eyebrow, struck by Napoleon's unflinching commitment to continental peace. "A bold stance, Your Excellency. Were other European powers to learn that France seeks peaceful coexistence, they would undoubtedly breathe easier. I am convinced that a peaceful Europe serves the highest interest of all nations," Napoleon declared firmly. "If they fail to recognize this truth, then their judgment is grievously flawed." Talleyrand offered a soft, appreciative chuckle at Napoleon's candor. "You speak wisely, Your Excellency. Yet we must prepare for the worst. What if war with Austria resumes? In that event, I would demand war indemnities, but no further territorial adjustments. Still, I would support those German states seeking liberation from the Holy Roman Empire." Talleyrand inclined his head slightly, signaling comprehension. "I shall make Austria understand our intent, that the French Republic desires nothing more than peace. The treaty shall be signed during the first week of February, effectively ending hostilities across Europe. Not yet. There remains England. But once peace with Austria is secured, I shall settle with them." Napoleon said. "Very well, Your Excellency," Talleyrand replied. "Oh, and pardon me. Why do you seek the Italian Republic? I mean, do you have a specific design in mind?" Napoleon stroked his chin, pausing in thoughtful silence, recalling his days in Milan when the vision first took shape, a unified Italian state under a single banner, a puppet republic, the Italian Republic. "Controlling Italy ranks among my foremost ambitions, Talleyrand. Its geography, mineral wealth, agricultural abundance, and strategic position render it an invaluable asset to France," Napoleon explained. "By unifying the Italian peninsula, I envision forging a stable, loyal ally, one that serves as a buffer between France and the other great European powers. It would also consolidate our influence across the Mediterranean and secure a firm foothold in southern Europe." He paused, another idea stirring in his mind. To the south of the Italian peninsula lay the Kingdom of Naples and Sicily, ruled by the Bourbon dynasty. Without their incorporation into the nascent Italian Republic, Italy could never truly be whole. Yet Napoleon knew such a step could not be rushed. It demanded patience, precision, and time. "Your Excellency." Talleyrand's voice recalled him from reverie. Napoleon blinked, refocusing his gaze upon Talleyrand. "Forgive me. I drifted momentarily. Where were we? Ah yes, dominance over southern Europe." He straightened in his chair as he spoke. "I do harbor colonial ambitions in the south. After our successes in Africa and the Levant, it seems only natural that France should assume full command of the Mediterranean basin. Our alliance with Spain marks the first step in that direction." "Your Excellency," Talleyrand sighed softly, "your aspirations are extraordinary. I comprehend your desire to strengthen France's dominion over southern Europe and the Mediterranean. Yet such endeavors will breed chaos, not peace. Talleyrand, might you pause for a moment? Must you approach my colonial vision with such caution and such pessimism?" Napoleon cut him off, his voice edged with quiet frustration. Talleyrand raised a hand in a gesture of reconciliation. "I apologize, Your Excellency. I do not wish to dampen your ambitions. I merely wish to remind you of potential troubles and the possible opposition of other nations. We must act with prudence and wisdom, ensuring our objectives do not lead to unnecessary conflicts." "You need only trust me, Talleyrand," Napoleon reassured. "Before I fully elaborate on my colonial ambitions, let us conclude this meeting for now." Hearing Napoleon's words, Talleyrand raised an eyebrow. "So he has further plans?" Rising to his feet, Talleyrand bowed respectfully to Napoleon. "As you wish, Your Excellency. I take my leave." After Talleyrand departed the office, Napoleon sighed once more. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Palace of Versailles, Beaumont accompanied Audrey through the majestic halls to her designated quarters. "We have arrived at your room, Miss Audrey." Beaumont indicated, gesturing toward a door at the end of the corridor. Beaumont unlocked the door and held it open for Audrey to enter first. Upon entering, Audrey found herself in a simple, yet comfortable room, sunlight streaming through a large window adorned with soft curtains filling the space with brightness. Against the wall stood a small cozy bed dressed in clean sheets and warm blankets, while across the room a wooden vanity and small table provided the essentials she would need for her duties. "I hope the room meets your needs, Miss Audrey," Beaumont said with a friendly smile. "It's perfect, thank you." Audrey turned to face him, gratitude shining in her eyes, as she sincerely thanked him for the accommodations. "I'm glad to hear that." Beaumont responded warmly, "Should you require anything during your stay, please do not hesitate to let us know. We want to ensure your comfort while you care for the children." Audrey nodded, feeling reassured by Beaumont's kind offer. "Thank you, Beaumont. And thank you for this opportunity." She expressed her gratitude sincerely. "Oh, do not worry. I simply wish to assist a lady I served over a decade ago," Beaumont replied, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. "I will do my utmost to ensure the First Consul's children are well cared for," Audrey said earnestly. "I have no doubt about that." Beaumont nodded appreciatively. "Now I have a few matters to go over with you regarding your duties and the children's daily schedule. As their caretaker, you may access the children's quarters, the kitchen, and certain areas of the palace. However, for security reasons, please avoid restricted zones," Beaumont emphasized, particularly near the First Consul's office. "I understand." Audrey nodded in comprehension. Now, regarding the children's daily routine, they typically rise early and have breakfast in the dining hall on the first floor. After breakfast, the First Consul's son Francis usually remains in the study to read, while his daughter Avellini spends some time in the garden before beginning her lessons. "I see." Audrey mentally organized the schedule. Beaumont continued, "After lessons, the children will spend some time on their hobbies. Francis is quite studious, so he will return to the library to continue his studies. Meanwhile, Avellini will practice and hone her musical instrument skills in the afternoons. During this time, you will have the opportunity to tidy their rooms, make the beds, and handle other household duties," Beaumont explained patiently. "You may also assist them while they study or provide necessary support during lessons." Audrey nodded, listening carefully as Beaumont continued to outline her responsibilities. Regarding their meals, lunch and dinner will be served in the dining hall at set times. The palace kitchen staff will provide you with the menu, and you will need to supervise their dining to ensure they maintain a balanced diet, Beaumont added. "Finally, you will need to accompany them when they engage in outdoor activities within the palace grounds. That covers everything. Do you have any questions?" Audrey shook her head, grateful for Beaumont's thorough explanation. "No, I have no questions at this time. I have a clear understanding of my duties and responsibilities," she replied confidently. "Excellent." Beaumont gave a satisfied nod. "Should you encounter any issues or require assistance during your stay, please do not hesitate to contact me or any member of the palace staff. We are here to work together." "I will keep that in mind," Audrey replied with a smile. Beaumont nodded, pleased with their conversation. "Then, Miss Audrey, I will not keep you any longer. Take your time to settle in and familiarize yourself with the new surroundings." "Thank you, Beaumont. I will do my best," Audrey said gratefully. Beaumont nodded approvingly one last time, then departed to attend to other matters. Meanwhile, Audrey stood in her new quarters, gazing around at the cozy room she hadn't called home in 12 years. After a moment, she began unpacking, neatly folding her clothes into the wooden dresser, and carefully arranging her few personal belongings on the small table, slowly making the room feel like her own. She then sat upon the bed, sinking into its plush softness, which brought back memories of the comfortable beds she had known in years past. Audrey pushed aside her nostalgic thoughts and focused on the present. She knew she had an important duty ahead, caring for the First Consul's children. Seated on the bed, she silently reviewed the children's daily schedule and the responsibilities outlined by Beaumont, resolving to excel in her new role and prove herself worthy of the Napoleon family's trust. Since the First Consul's children were still attending private lessons, she picked up a book to pass the time. An hour later, a knock came at the door. Audrey quickly rose from the bed and hurried to the door. Opening it, she found Beaumont holding out a brown paper bag. "These are your work uniform," Beaumont said, handing the bag to Audrey. "It is the standard attire for palace attendants." Audrey took the bag and peered inside, revealing a neat and practical uniform. "Thank you, Beaumont. I will put it on immediately," she said gratefully. "Excellent, for in 10 minutes the First Consul's children will finish their lessons, and you must be ready." "I assure you I will be there on time," Audrey replied, determined not to disappoint those who had placed their trust in her. Closing the door, she quickly donned the attendant's uniform. It fit perfectly and felt comfortable, appearing sufficiently dignified for her duties. Audrey glanced at herself in the mirror, ensuring she looked neat and professional. 10 minutes later, Audrey joined Beaumont in the designated reception area, just as the private tutoring was drawing to a close. A minute later, the door opened and the private tutor emerged with the two children she was to care for. Francis was a serious-looking boy with tousled hair, a book tucked under his arm, while Avellini was a lively little girl with flowing curls. Francis and Avellini soon noticed Audrey, the new household staff member, standing beside Beaumont. Curious and outspoken, Avellini spoke first. "Who are you?" she asked. "I am Audrey," Audrey replied with a warm smile. "I will be your new caregiver here to look after you and your brother." Avellini and Francis glanced up at Beaumont, their faces seeking confirmation. Beaumont nodded in approval of Audrey's introduction, then turned to the children. "That is correct, Mademoiselle Avellini and Sir Francis. Miss Audrey will be your new guardian. While your parents are occupied with their duties, and unable to attend to you personally, she will be here to care for you," Beaumont explained in a measured tone. Hearing this, Avellini's eyes widened with concern. "What does that mean? Won't Mama and Papa be taking care of us anymore?" "Not at all, Mademoiselle Avellini," Beaumont said, gently soothing her worries. "Your parents still love you dearly, but as the first consul and a business owner they bear important responsibilities. They have entrusted Miss Audrey with ensuring your well-being and health while they are occupied with their duties." "No, I won't accept this. I want to speak with my father," Avellini protested. Beaumont understood the little girl's distress and gently attempted to ease her fears. "I understand your feelings, Mademoiselle Avellini, but your father is currently in an important meeting." "You misunderstand Avellini." Francis stepped forward, placing a hand on his sister's shoulder. "Audrey is like the other household staff in the palace, but her role is to care for us when our parents are unable to do so because of their work." Audrey smiled and nodded in agreement with Francis's explanation. "That is quite right, Mademoiselle Avellini," she interjected, hoping to ease the girl's concerns. "Your parents have entrusted me with the responsibility of caring for you and your brother. When they have other important matters to attend to, I will not replace them or take their place, but rather support and care for you just as they would." "But Mama and Papa have always been the ones taking care of us," Avellini said uncertainly. Audrey understood the little girl's attachment to her parents and wished to reassure her. "I know how much you love your mother and father, and they love you just as deeply, Avellini. They want nothing more than for you to thrive. With me here they can focus on their work knowing that you are in good hands." Beaumont also chimed in. "Miss Audrey is a kind and capable person. I assure you you will come to trust and appreciate her care in time." Averin lowered her head, absorbing their words. "Still, I wish to speak with father." "But Miss Averin," Beaumont attempted to explain, "as I mentioned earlier." "I can wait," Averin interjected firmly, then turned to her brother. "Mother and father didn't tell us about this, did they, brother?" Francis nodded. "That's correct, Averin. Yet I support my parents' decision. If it eases their concerns, I have no objection." Audrey was quietly astonished by Francis's composure and maturity. For a 5-year-old, his grasp of the situation was unexpectedly profound, and she found herself deeply impressed by the boy's precocious poise. "But, brother, I will speak with father about this," Averin declared resolutely. Francis sighed. "Do as you wish. I'm off to the library." Francis turned his gaze toward Audrey and asked, "Miss Audrey, is today your official first day as our caretaker?" Audrey shook her head. "No, Sir Francis. The official commencement is tomorrow." "I see," Francis murmured, his brow faintly furrowing. "So this is merely your introduction." "Precisely, Sir Francis," Audrey confirmed with a gentle smile. "Then we shall meet formally tomorrow," Francis replied calmly before turning and walking toward the library. "Mr. Beaumont, take me to father's office," Averin commanded. "As you wish, Miss Averin." Beaumont nodded. "I'll escort you to your father's office. But please remember, if he's in conference, observe due respect. We must not disturb him." Averin nodded firmly. "I promise." Beaumont then turned to Audrey. "If you'd like, you may explore the palace at your leisure to familiarize yourself with your new surroundings. I'll assign a servant to guide you." Audrey offered Beaumont a grateful smile. "Thank you, Mr. Beaumont. I must now accompany Miss Averin." Audrey watched Averin and Beaumont walk toward the first consul's office until they vanished from sight, her thoughts drifting back to that first encounter with the consul's children. Francis appeared remarkably approachable, empathetic, cooperative, and astonishingly mature for his age. Audrey felt pleasantly surprised, and with quiet confidence she believed forging a warm rapport with him would prove no great challenge. Averin, however, was another matter entirely. Audrey knew that working with her would demand patience and resilience. In their brief exchange, it had become clear that the girl clung fiercely to her parents and resisted change. Audrey understood such emotions were wholly justified. Yet she also knew that earning Averin's trust would require time, tenderness, and unwavering consistency. Audrey sighed softly. "Fortunately, I have one full day to prepare." Meanwhile, in the first consul's office, Beaumont knocked gently and requested entry. "Enter." Napoleon's voice resonated from within. Beaumont opened the door and stepped inside, finding the first consul alone, indicating his meeting with Talleyrand had concluded. "My lord," Beaumont began, "your daughter wishes to speak with you." Averin Napoleon tilted his head, then recalled with mild surprise. Ah yes. Her private tutoring session has just ended. What is it about? He asked, his tone imbued with quiet authority. It concerns Miss Audrey, her new caretaker, Beaumont explained. She appears to have certain reservations, and wishes to share them with you. Napoleon's expression stilled. Oh. I presume Miss Audrey has already met my daughter. Very well. Please let her in. Beaumont nodded, swiftly stepping outside to summon Avrin and gently informing her. Miss Avrin, your father is ready to receive you. Avrin took a deep breath, nodded, and followed Beaumont into the first consul's office. As she entered, Napoleon looked up from his desk and smiled warmly upon seeing her. Avrin, my dearest, what brings you here? He asked, his voice tender. Father, I wish to speak with you about Miss Audrey. Avrin spoke, striving to steady her voice. Napoleon gestured for her to sit, and she settled into the chair opposite his desk. Of course, my dearest, what would you like to discuss? Avrin hesitated before speaking. It's about our new caretaker, father. Is this truly necessary? It is indeed necessary. Napoleon answered without hesitation. For your mother and me, caring for you continually grows more difficult. Especially now that you're engaging more fully with society. You've made friends, haven't you? I hear you've invited them to the palace, or they've invited you. Yes. That's right, Avrin murmured softly. Neither your mother nor I can always be by your side. Observe for yourself, your mother is not always present in the palace, and I remain confined to this office. Rest assured. Miss Audrey is a kind soul. She will teach you and your brother much. She is quite simply an exceptional caretaker. Avrin gave a soft, skeptical hum before replying, Will mother still read me bedtime stories? Absolutely, Napoleon affirmed, his voice warm and certain. All right. I'll try to get along with her. Avrin responded, carefully modulating her tone to sound more accepting, yet added quietly, But I still want to be with you and mother. Napoleon smiled, pleased by his daughter's willingness to cooperate. Of course, my dearest. Whenever possible, your mother and I will devote ourselves fully to you and Francis. Avrin nodded. The reassurance softened her unease. All right, father. I'll give her a chance. That's my daughter. At dusk in the palace of Versailles, Napoleon stood by the window awaiting his wife's arrival. 5 minutes later, he watched her carriage roll into the palace courtyard. As Napoleon approached the entrance, he heard the clopping of hooves. The carriage halted outside, its door swung open, and Hila descended with effortless grace. Welcome home, my dear, Napoleon said, warmly smiling as he extended his hand to assist her. She took it and their eyes met. Deep, tender, unspoken. Oh, I hadn't expected you to come all the way from your office to greet me. Hila murmured, surprise softening her voice with affection. Indeed, it was usually she who visited his office to announce her return. Why say that? Napoleon asked, half amused, half bewildered. I didn't say a thing, fool. Hila pouted. By the way, darling, how was your day? They entered the palace together. How was your day? Napoleon asked as they walked. Hila sighed wearily. The same as always. Overseeing tracklaying for the future Paris Northern Station. Then I visited our arms manufacturing enterprises and instructed them to begin mass production of bolt-action rifles, to equip every French regiment. By the way, you still haven't modernized or reformed the army. Why? I've prioritized stabilizing domestic affairs first. Napoleon explained. Once we've laid a solid foundation, military matters will follow. And what of legal reform? They strolled down the corridor toward Napoleon's study. You mean the Napoleonic Code? Hila asked. Napoleon raised an eyebrow. Don't worry. I'll begin drafting it as soon as the Austrians sign the peace treaty. One cannot do everything at once, you know. Hila chuckled and nodded. Yes. Upon reaching the study, Napoleon opened the door and gestured for her to enter first. She stepped inside, he followed closely and closed the door behind them. You know, I always find solace in your study. It feels like a sanctuary. A safe harbor. Hila leaned lightly against the desk. I'm glad you feel that way, my dear, and I can make you feel even more at ease. Napoleon said softly, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he drew nearer. How? Hila challenged boldly. Napoleon lifted her effortlessly and settled her gently on the edge of the desk, drawing closer, still whispering like this. Then he pressed his lips to hers. Fervent, consuming. She responded with equal fervor, her arms winding around his neck, pulling him deeper into the kiss. Just as their intimacy deepened, a knock sounded at the door. My lord. They instantly recognized Beaumont's voice. One moment. Napoleon murmured trailing kisses along Hila's throat before reluctantly withdrawing. Hila laughed breathlessly. It seems we'll have to continue this later. A faint smile touched Napoleon's lips. Of course. He straightened his coat, opened the door. And there stood Beaumont, his expression politely composed, carefully masking the awkwardness of interrupting the first consul's private moment. What is it, Beaumont? Napoleon asked, striving to sound calm. Forgive the intrusion, but I was reminded to inform you upon Madame Bonaparte's arrival you wished me to summon Mademoiselle Audrey. Napoleon nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Beaumont. Please bring Mademoiselle Audrey in. Beaumont bowed slightly, stepped aside, and allowed Audrey to enter. She inclined her head respectfully toward Napoleon, and offered Gila a warm, genuine smile. Good evening, Your Excellency, Madame Bonaparte. Audrey greeted them. So, you're the new governess. Gila studied her. I begin my duties tomorrow, Madame Bonaparte. Audrey replied, poised and self-assured. Gila gave a quiet, approving nod. Very well. I trust you'll care for our children with great devotion. Gila said, glancing meaningfully at Napoleon. They are extraordinary. Audrey smiled softly. You're mistaken, Madame Bonaparte. I've already met them. Francis is remarkably perceptive and Avellini radiates boundless energy. Still, I am confident I shall serve them. And you, with unwavering dedication. Gila nodded. Very well. Napoleon summoned you here because I wish to meet you in person. Now that I have you may retire and rest. Audrey offered a warm, respectful smile. Thank you, Your Excellency, Madame Bonaparte. I am deeply honored to have met you both. With your permission, I shall now prepare for tomorrow's duties. Napoleon nodded. Rest well, Audrey. Tomorrow brings new beginnings, and we look forward to your service. She bowed deeply and withdrew, leaving Napoleon and Gila once more alone. Gila turned to Napoleon. Darling, I must say, she's strikingly beautiful. And? Napoleon replied, his brow furrowing in mild confusion. Well, I don't know. Gila faltered, searching for the right words. I mean, she'll be here for a long time and she is quite lovely. Yet somehow I can't help but feel threatened, perhaps. Napoleon arched a brow. Threatened? He mused, then scoffed. Oh, you mean I might fall in love with that woman? Preposterous. I already have the most beautiful woman in the world as my wife. Why on earth would I? Gila's cheeks flushed faintly. There you go again. Spinning such honeyed words. Gently cradling Gila's face in his hands, Napoleon gazed into her eyes with unwavering sincerity. I speak only truth. When I returned from the Middle East lying beside you in bed, I believe I told you this already. You did, Gila replied softly, a tender smile playing upon her lips as memories stirred within her. Her heart swelled with quiet emotion. So let us forget all that, and resume what remains unfinished. Napoleon spoke in a voice so tender it seemed to caress Gila's soul. Her pulse quickened and a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes. You're right, Gila teased, looping her arms around his neck. Why waste time fretting when we could savor this very moment? A gentle smile touched Napoleon's lips, and once more he leaned down to kiss her. One day later, Audrey formally assumed her duties as governess to Francis and Avellini, charged with ensuring their well-being and overseeing an education and training befitting the children of the first consul. Each morning, Audrey often found Francis in the library surrounded by towering stacks of books. The boy possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge, frequently losing himself for hours in study. Audrey deeply admired his intellectual curiosity, engaging him in spirited discussions on science, mathematics, history, and every subject that kindled his interest. His precocious wisdom and maturity far beyond his years left a lasting impression upon her. During one such conversation, Francis confided in Audrey, I love spending time in the library, because I believe it will help me become like my father, masterful in both war and science, and beloved by the people of France. As for Avellini, Audrey discovered a vivacious and gifted child. Music came naturally to her. Each afternoon she would play various instruments in the drawing room with effortless grace and fervent passion. Audrey often sat beside her, savoring the mellifluous, soul-soothing melodies. Avellini learned with remarkable speed, and Audrey recognized her extraordinary potential. She resolved not only to teach Avellini music but also the etiquette and comportment expected of a noble young lady, convinced that cultivating these qualities would shape her into an elegant, respected, aristocratic woman. Audrey instructed Avellini in proper posture, graceful conduct in public, and the art of courteous conversation. She also introduced her to the intricate customs of courtly protocol, preparing her for the social expectations awaiting her future. Avellini embraced these lessons with enthusiasm, finding genuine joy in mastering new skills. Audrey's guidance and encouragement nurtured her into a poised, exquisitely mannered young lady. February 9, 1801. Napoleon sat in his office awaiting news from Joseph Bonaparte, who was then negotiating a peace treaty in Luneville. This is the opportunity, Napoleon murmured to himself. February 9, 1801. French Republic, Luneville. Joseph Bonaparte's carriage halted before the Treaty Palace in Luneville. It was a sun-drenched afternoon, the air crisp and clear. French soldiers and a contingent of Austrian guards stood watch around the building. Their duty simple: to safeguard the dignitaries who had come to sign a treaty ending the war. Napoleon had appointed Joseph to sign the treaty on behalf of the French Republic, as the first consul himself remained immersed in pressing state affairs. Moreover, dispatching Joseph lent the act a distinctly personal resonance, signaling Napoleon's profound commitment to the accord, and conveying sincerity and goodwill to the Austrian Empire. "Your Excellency," called a French soldier assigned to Joseph's protection. "The Austrian delegation awaits you in the reception chamber inside the treaty palace." Joseph nodded in acknowledgement, descended from the carriage, adjusted his greatcoat, and strode purposefully toward the palace entrance. Inside the reception chamber, he found the Austrian representative seated calmly across a massive wooden table. "Your Excellency." The Austrian delegate rose, nodded courteously, and extended his hand in greeting. "I am Ludwig von Kobenzl, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Austrian Empire. I am Joseph Bonaparte, Plenipotentiary Ambassador of the French Republic." Joseph introduced himself, and clasped Kobenzl's hand firmly. "Might I ask, what relation are you to His Excellency Philip von Kobenzl? He was the diplomat who signed the Treaty of Campo Formio alongside my brother Napoleon." "Ah!" Kobenzl exclaimed softly. "Philip is my cousin. And how shall I address you?" "Joseph suffices." Joseph smiled warmly. "Diplomacy appears to run deep in your family, Count Kobenzl." Kobenzl gave a light, knowing laugh. "Indeed. It seems a family tradition. Shall we then proceed to the matter at hand?" Joseph nodded and took his seat at the table. "Certainly. We are here to end the conflict that has long plagued our two nations, and to forge terms that will secure enduring peace." Kobenzl leaned forward, his expression grave. "Agreed." As the discussion deepened, the atmosphere shifted from formal pleasantries to pragmatic negotiation. The two representatives discussed terms, borders, and resource allocation, while behind the scenes a team of diplomats meticulously drafted the treaty to clarify the agreement between the two nations. Time slipped quietly away in discussion. Disputed points were resolved, compromises were reached, and a sense of progress began to take shape. At 5 in the afternoon, the discussion drew to a close. Joseph and Kobenzl exchanged a final nod, signaling mutual understanding. Both sides had reached agreement on the terms, and it was time to formally sign the treaty. The terms bore resemblance to the Treaty of Luneville with minor modifications. Veneto was ceded to France, and when Napoleon later established the Italian Republic, Veneto would join it. "It seems we have reached an agreement," Kobenzl said. Joseph nodded in agreement. "Yes, Count Kobenzl, for the benefit of our two nations, let us finalize this matter." Having said that, Joseph picked up the pen and signed the document. He then handed it to Kobenzl, who signed his name beside Joseph's. The ink dried swiftly on the paper, sealing the fate of two nations, and bringing an end to 2 years of conflict. Thus the Austrian Empire concluded its participation in the Second Coalition War. Joseph and Kobenzl shook hands for the last time and parted ways. Outside the treaty hall, soldiers from both sides continued to stand guard, awaiting the latest news from their respective representatives. Joseph and Kobenzl emerged from the treaty hall. Joseph cast a glance at the French troops, who gazed back at him with eager anticipation. "French soldiers, the peace treaty has been signed, ending the war between our two nations," Joseph announced in a clear voice. No sooner had he spoken than the French soldiers raised their muskets and erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, the Austrian soldiers appeared dejected and disheartened, their eyes revealing envy as they silently watched the French celebrate the news. Joseph's gaze turned toward Count Kobenzl, standing among his fellow countrymen. The Austrian foreign minister wore an expression of disappointment, yet, under the circumstances, he maintained his composure. He had fulfilled his duties as a diplomat, securing the most favorable terms possible for his country. "I need to return to Versailles as soon as possible," Joseph muttered under his breath, then made his way toward his carriage. Joseph climbed into the carriage, preparing to return to Paris to report the successful outcome of the negotiations to Napoleon. By 1801, the railway lines of the French Republic had connected 85% of the nation, making travel faster and more efficient. Joseph's journey back to Paris was no exception. The steam locomotive completed in 5 hours what would have taken days by carriage. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Joseph was captivated by the dazzling radiance of Versailles. In the night, construction workers busied themselves completing the grand projects that were transforming the city's landscape. Trams glided along their tracks, carrying passengers to various destinations. The rhythm of urban life had undergone a dramatic transformation. Though he wished to linger and admire the sight a while longer, the responsibilities he bore allowed no delay. He made his way toward the Palace of Versailles. Upon arriving at the Palace of Versailles, Joseph stepped out of the carriage and headed straight for Napoleon's office. Outside, he was intercepted by Beaumont. "I am sorry, Your Excellency. Napoleon is still in a meeting with the Minister of Finance," Beaumont informed in a respectful tone. Joseph's expression remained resolute. "This is urgent news and cannot wait. Beaumont, I need to speak with Napoleon immediately. It concerns the peace treaty with the Austrians." Beaumont hesitated for a moment, his eyes assessing Joseph's serious demeanor. Without further delay he nodded. "Very well, Your Excellency. I will inform Napoleon of your arrival." Beaumont entered Napoleon's office and reported Joseph's arrival. He quickly received Napoleon's orders and stepped back out. "The first consul permits you to enter," Beaumont said, opening the door for Joseph. Joseph wasted no time. He entered the office and saw Napoleon engaged in earnest conversation with someone. He recognized the man as the Minister of Finance Necker. "So France's heavy industry has grown by another 47% compared to last year. This is a tremendous advancement." Napoleon paused his words, noticing Joseph. "Oh, Joseph, come here." Napoleon smiled, slightly interrupting his conversation with Necker and gesturing for him to approach. Joseph strode into the room without preamble, getting straight to the point. "Napoleon, I bring momentous news from Luneville. The Austrians have signed the peace treaty, formally ending the war. On the other side of the English Channel, in the capital of Britain." Prime Minister William Pitt did not waste a moment. He convened an emergency meeting, summoning the highest-ranking officers, naval admirals, and advisors to Westminster Palace. The situation was imminent, demanding decisive action. As the attendees gradually filled the room, Pitt took his seat at the head of the table. His gaze fixed upon a newspaper he had received earlier, which reported the recent signing of a peace treaty between France and Austria. His hand clenched, involuntarily crumpling the edges of the newspaper. He pondered the implications of this event. £2 million squandered on the Austrians. William murmured bitterly, his frustration palpable. Why are their armies so feeble and incompetent? Perhaps the French military is simply too formidable. Henry Dundas, the Secretary of State for War and the Colonies, interjected, breaking the silence in the room. "I believe we have been summoned here not to praise the capabilities of the French army." General Sir Arthur Wellesley cut in sharply. Pitt looked up, shifting his gaze from the crumpled newspaper to meet Wellesley's eyes, his eyebrows arching slightly. The general's forthright demeanor stood in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere in the room. "Indeed so," Pitt agreed, his momentary despondency momentarily overshadowed by a rekindled sense of mission. "We are concerned with the balance of power and the potential threat to our nation. The Austrians have departed, and France's dominance on the European continent will now go unchallenged. We could attempt to ally with the Russians," the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs William Wyndham Grenville suggested, "but doing so would mean violating the Second League of Armed Neutrality signed by Denmark, Norway, Prussia, Sweden, and Russia." Pitt sighed. "Our position is perilous." "You are utterly mistaken, Prime Minister." First Lord of the Admiralty George Spencer concurred. "You must understand, without the Austrians, Prussians, or Russians to oppose France, the French could easily turn their attention to us. The French army will begin constructing warships sooner or later. Preparing to invade our island is merely a matter of time." "Is such a possibility conceivable?" Grenville asked in astonishment, his eyes widening. "This is not merely a possibility, it is inevitable. Nearly 4 years ago the French attempted this at Fishguard, supporting the Irish United Society. Admittedly, France's invasion ended in failure, but we cannot turn a blind eye to the possibility that they may attempt it again with a better strategy." Spencer explained in a straightforward manner. "Gentlemen, we must prepare for the worst case." Pitt declared resolutely, his despondency transforming into unwavering determination. "We need to strengthen our defenses, reinforce the coastline, and ensure our navy is prepared to repel any invasion attempt. Fortunately, the Royal Navy stands on our side," Spencer said proudly. "As long as our warships remain stationed in the Channel, blockading their major ports at Brest, Cherbourg, and Lorient, we can ensure that any French invasion is thwarted before they set foot on our shores. If the French land on our soil, we are finished," Dundas remarked. "Then we could further bolster our defenses by recalling naval squadrons from around the world," Spencer added. "For instance, our fleet in India. French forces appear to be overstretched, making their advance into India unsustainable. Recalling the fleet to the English Channel would be far more advantageous than the current deployment. But that would mean losing India and the East Indies." Dundas countered, his brows furrowed with concern. Pitt nodded, aware of the gravity of such a decision. "We must carefully weigh the risks and benefits. Our primary task is to protect the homeland, but we cannot weaken our presence in other key regions. Furthermore, we should focus on strengthening our army," Wellesley emphasized. "Our army requires modernization and expansion. If the French manage to establish a foothold, reinforcing coastal defenses alone will not be sufficient. What progress have our spy agents been making in gathering intelligence on French heavy industry? We have already dispatched special forces to the Middle East to steal the French advanced rifles and machine guns. So far, there has been no news from their end," Grenville said. "However, regarding industry in mainland France, we have already obtained sufficient information about the manufacturing processes of these weapons, of course acquired through bribery. Why do you not simply bribe them for the rifles directly rather than merely requesting information?" Wellesley asked, his tone reflecting the pragmatism of his question. It concerns security and caution. The factories producing these weapons are heavily guarded and under close surveillance. Grenville cleared his throat and adjusted his posture. Attempting to obtain weapons directly through bribery could expose our efforts and jeopardize the success of the mission. Infiltrating their production processes covertly offers a better chance of obtaining valuable information without arousing suspicion. Wellesley sighed. The French are not employing their advanced weapons in Europe. Imagine if they were equipped with them. It would truly be unstoppable in establishing French domination. Therefore, I propose that once we have gathered all information about their weapons and artillery, we should share it with our allies on the European continent. I agree. Furthermore, it should not be limited to the army. The Royal Navy should also benefit. Spencer concurred. At the French Industrial Products Exhibition last December, the information I obtained was that the French are experimenting with steam engines as a means of propulsion for ships. If this technology is successfully integrated into their naval forces, ships would be able to propel themselves without wind, posing a significant threat to our maritime supremacy. Well said. What we are discussing is the threat of a French invasion of our island. Pitt's words captured the attention of the senior officials. We must be prepared to strengthen our defenses and achieve modernization of both the army and navy. Secondly, we must continue to gather intelligence on the manufacturing of advanced weapons in French arms factories. The assembled officials nodded in agreement. I believe we have sufficient warships to protect our island, while simultaneously imposing a naval blockade on France, so our fleet in India can remain where it is. Pitt said, is there anything else we have overlooked? Actually, there is one matter we have not yet discussed. Grenville interjected. What of the Armed Neutrality League? If we allow those northern allies to trade with France, our naval blockade will be meaningless. Indeed, but I recall we cannot make any concessions to them. They desire our recognition of the League and non-interference in their trade, but we cannot possibly promise that. Pitt said, actually I have a better idea that could force everyone out of this alliance. Grenville said, what if we attack the Danish fleet in Copenhagen? On that very day, a vast crowd gathered outside the Palace of Versailles waving placards and jubilantly celebrating France's victory over the Austrian Empire. That evening, news conveyed by Joseph confirmed that the Austrians had indeed ratified the peace treaty of Luneville. Without delay, Napoleon informed his wife, and immediately ordered the press to publish the announcement in the following morning's edition. As instructed, the news swiftly spread across every section of the newspapers, drawing the enthusiastic crowd assembled before the Palace of Versailles, and countless others eager to learn of this triumph. Napoleon stood by the window observing the fervent throng, then turned to address the generals who had distinguished themselves during the War of the Second Coalition. Among those assembled were esteemed generals: La Harpe, Brune, Berthier, Lannes, Desaix, Moreau, Grouchy, Murat, Perignon, Soult, and Leclerc, as well as Davout and Dumas, whose valorous exploits in Egypt had earned them enduring renown. They stood proudly before the first consul, their profound respect evident, even though not all had served directly under his command. My generals, each of you has displayed extraordinary courage upon the battlefield. I offer my sincerest gratitude for your unwavering dedication. Yet let us not overlook one stark truth: the struggle is far from over. Indeed, victory remains elusive. Britain still wages war against us, persisting as the gravest threat to our sovereignty and our pursuit of peace. Our triumph over Austria stands as a momentous achievement, but it is but a single step toward our ultimate objective. The British Empire's influence spans oceans. Its resolve remains unshaken. Having thwarted us successfully on multiple fronts, its adaptability and capacity for counteroffensive must never be underestimated. Our immediate priority is to consolidate our gains and strengthen our position, whether on the battlefield or within the nation itself. This recent victory must serve as a clarion call for greater unity and cohesion. Our military prowess is unparalleled. Our determination to usher in a new epoch of French history must burn with fiercer intensity than ever before. What shall we do now, Bonaparte? Berthier asked solemnly. With the principal continental threat now neutralized, we may begin reforming our armed forces. Napoleon revealed, you will soon receive detailed specifications of the new structure. For now, savor this hard-won peace. He then dismissed them. The generals saluted and departed Napoleon's office one by one, while Berthier remained behind, having been informed the previous night that Napoleon wished to discuss the military reforms just mentioned. Berthier, Napoleon began, his tone warmer now that they were alone. I have long contemplated the future of our military strategy. Though we have accomplished much, there remains ample room for refinement. I envision a leaner command structure, swifter communication channels, and significantly enhanced coordination among our forces. We have achieved remarkable victories thus far, but to ensure lasting success we must continually adapt and evolve. Let us sit and discuss this further. Berthier nodded and took a seat opposite Napoleon. So what reforms do you intend to implement, Bonaparte? Berthier asked. Napoleon withdrew a document from his desk drawer and handed it to Berthier. A crisp, formal dossier bearing the national emblem of the French Republic at its header. Berthier, this is the blueprint I have conceived, Napoleon said. It outlines a comprehensive reorganization of our armed forces, and replaces traditional tactics with innovative ones. Berthier accepted the dossier, his eyes scanning its pages, as he carefully absorbed the details of the proposed reforms. Leaning forward with focused intensity, Napoleon began his explanation. Let us first consider the overall structure of the French armed forces. I believe establishing 3 distinct branches, Army, Navy, and National Gendarmerie, would be prudent. This division would allow for specialized training and deployment strategies, truly meeting the unique demands of each service. As for the Army, the very core of our military might, we must reconsider its organizational framework. To that end, I propose a redefined rank hierarchy and the implementation of a new corps system, whereby each corps would be self-sufficient and capable of independent operations when circumstances demand. Berthier furrowed his brow, slightly digesting the implications. So each corps would possess its own artillery, cavalry, and infantry units, operating in seamless concert. Precisely, Napoleon affirmed. Each corps shall be commanded by a divisional general, among the finest commanders France has ever produced. All corps shall report directly to the Chief of Staff, the First Consul himself, me. A full delineation of ranks along with their respective duties and responsibilities appears in the dossier. Given its length, we shall defer elaboration for now. Berthier turned the page, his interest deepening. Do these reforms extend to the Navy as well? Indeed, that is the case. Napoleon nodded. Our Navy shall undergo its own reorganization, forming squadrons and fleets, to enable rapid maritime operations and secure naval supremacy. It will be commanded by the Chief of Naval Staff, a position for which I am still selecting the most suitable candidate. And what of the Gendarmerie Nationale? Berthier asked. The Gendarmerie Nationale is tasked with upholding law and order within our borders. Each regional department in France shall maintain its own gendarmerie unit placed under the authority of the local prefect, the highest-ranking administrative official in the region. Upon federalization, they shall fall under the Ministry of the Interior, thereby ensuring centralized oversight of law enforcement and public security. This reform will furnish a more robust and coordinated response to domestic challenges. For instance, should rebellion or insurrection erupt in any province, the Gendarmerie Nationale shall deploy immediately. This organizational restructuring of the French armed forces will streamline operations considerably. Admittedly, this is not yet the final blueprint. I intend to refine certain elements before implementation, but I aim to enact the system before year's end. Napoleon concluded. What would you have me do, Bonaparte? Berthier asked, seeking clarity on his role. I require you to disseminate these military reforms to every officer and administrator across our armed forces. Provide me with a list of potential candidates for senior posts in both the Navy and the Gendarmerie Nationale. Upon completing these tasks, report directly to me. I shall prioritize this matter, Bonaparte, Berthier affirmed. Excellent. I believe our meeting concludes here. Thank you for your time, Berthier, and good fortune. Berthier rose, clutching the documents in hand. Consider it done. With that, he departed Napoleon's office, leaving the First Consul alone. Napoleon leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers as he fell into contemplation. Should I commit myself fully to these military reforms? He asked himself. Before long, as the British and their allies master the bolt-action rifle, the very nature of warfare will undergo a profound transformation. Indeed, this may well be his final campaign on the battlefield, for when new weapons can strike targets at 900 meters, command itself becomes exponentially more perilous. Yet it is premature to draw definitive conclusions. Napoleon leaned forward, scanning the documents upon his desk. Very well. Back to work. Just as Napoleon immersed himself in his work, following his discussion with Minister of War, Berthier, Beaumont's entrance disrupted his solitude. Who dares disturb me now, Beaumont? Napoleon asked, eyes still fixed upon the document he was intently studying. My lord, it is Minister of Foreign Affairs Talleyrand. Beaumont replied formally. Talleyrand. Napoleon repeated the name, recalling his last exchange with the foreign minister, an interval stretching over considerable time. Very well, show him in. Beaumont bowed slightly and stepped aside, allowing Talleyrand to enter. The foreign minister strode in with calm confidence, leaning lightly upon his cane, a bearing befitting his reputation for diplomatic acumen and subtle cunning. My lord. Talleyrand inclined his head with polished courtesy. Napoleon finally lifted his gaze from the papers to meet Talleyrand's. Talleyrand. What brings you here today? Talleyrand cleared his throat softly. I come to inform you of diplomatic developments concerning our colony of Saint-Domingue. Toussaint Louverture has accepted your invitation, and will arrive 1 month hence. 1 month, HM. Napoleon mused. Given the distance between Saint-Domingue and France, such a time frame is understandable. I presume our letter likewise required a full month to reach him. Talleyrand nodded in agreement. Indeed, my lord. The dispatch did take some time to arrive. We have received formal confirmation of Louverture's acceptance, and are already preparing for his arrival. Napoleon regarded Talleyrand quietly before murmuring, Talleyrand. You must find standing there rather tiresome. Pray take a seat. Talleyrand's posture relaxed instantly. Complying with the invitation, he moved to an adjacent chair and sat down. His expression serene, his focus wholly attuned to the conversation ahead. Now that you are here, Talleyrand, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Napoleon began. Oh, my lord. May I ask what it concerns? Talleyrand inquired curiously. We have expelled the Austrians from the coalition. It is high time we consolidated our influence across Europe. First, we must cultivate amicable diplomatic relations with neutral states. I trust you are familiar with the Second League of Armed Neutrality. Yes, my lord. Talleyrand replied. The Second League of Armed Neutrality, a coalition formed by Russia, Prussia, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, was established to safeguard the maritime rights and commercial interests of neutral powers during naval conflicts. By uniting, these nations sought to preserve their neutrality and shield their merchant vessels from seizure or interference by belligerent parties, primarily Britain. Napoleon nodded. Precisely. Should we forge strong ties with these neutral states, they shall become invaluable allies. Our recent victory over Austria has strengthened our negotiating position considerably. Talleyrand's brow furrowed faintly as he weighed the implications. You propose, then, that we initiate contact with these neutral powers, with the aim of forging alliances or concluding formal agreements. Yes. Might it be feasible to invite each of their ambassadors to Versailles separately? That can be arranged, my lord. Talleyrand confirmed. Excellent. I wish to meet them next week, Napoleon declared firmly. Talleyrand acknowledged with a nod. I shall dispatch the invitations immediately and make all necessary arrangements for their visit.